Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. One day, a magic gate appeared in the world. They were seen by men in the snow. The gates were also scattered along ordinary streets. From the news, it turned out that a similar phenomenon was observed in every corner of the world, which was harmless to the human body. They could have been in the very center of the city, but even so, their exact purpose was not revealed. The news each time reported that more and more people began to worry about this. Conducting experiments, scientists are still trying to figure out the cause of this phenomenon, as well as the possibility that the gate is related to the recent appearance and disappearance of living monstrous creatures. The gate at a high-rise building did not interfere with the workers at all, who managed to load everything. A middle-aged woman box, telling her colleague that this is the last kitchen set. He replied that there was still time, so they could rest. The woman looked back, clarifying whether the other colleague heard the first one. A dark-haired guy with a box on his shoulder answered positively. The boss clarifies that his name is Eugen, and then tells him to take a rest before leaving. The boss throws a bottle of water for Eugen, and the woman praises the guy for his efforts, calling his arms strong. The guy smiles sheepishly. The colleagues look at the young man and start asking why he took this difficult job, assuming it will pay for his university education. The guy answers that he works to pay for his younger brother's university education. Looking at the multi-story building, Eugen tells his colleagues that his parents passed away quite early and he was left alone with his younger brother, and for this reason the guy dropped out of university to work. The colleagues are surprised at how much suffering such a young man has endured. He shows them a joint photo on his phone, saying that he does not consider it suffering. The woman takes the phone in her hand and notes how attractive and neat his brother is, and Eugen agrees with her words. She looked awkwardly at her colleague as he began to praise his brother. Taking the device, he showed the screen and began to tell the story of their lives, to which the boss said with a smile that this always happens when it comes to his younger brother. Eugen smiles and happily declares that his brother's classes also end early today, so he will run to him right after work. Eugen's clasped hands were lying on his school bag. Eugen was sitting in a carriage full of people. His gaze was directed at the window. In the distance, the same gate was visible, while his older brother admitted that there was more and more work, although he saw advantages in it. The blue body of the truck calmly drove along the road, while Eugen noted that now is not the moving season, although there is no other season. The three sat in the car, and the young man said that all this is for the prosperity of their bosses. The woman noticed how beautifully the guy spoke, but the boss began to deny it, saying that it was all because of that thing. The boy elaborates while the man points out the window, saying that more and more people are feeling uncomfortable because of this thing, which is why they are moving. Another orange gate was hanging over the street. The man notes that it would be nice to know the purpose of the gate, as he had a vague doubt. The boy looks out the window and says that Eugen said that there was a gate on the way to school too, and a coworker expressed the thought that it could be something good, and maybe they should buy a house in the area near the gate. The boy adjusts his cap while the woman claims that their situation will improve since there is more work. All three of them look out the window when the protagonist asks if they have always been this color. The orange gate suddenly sparkles, and Eugen begins to say that the gate used to be blue. The boy is startled by the impact. The woman looks around, asking in fear if someone crashed into them, and the brunette is about to get out in a hurry to check the integrity of the things in the boxes. Eugen opens the door of the truck. A monster of enormous size appeared in front of him. The young man's eyes widened. The monster notices him and bares its teeth. It suddenly attacks the guy, but he jumped back. The monster abruptly crashes its head into the truck. The protagonist fell on the asphalt and asked in fear what it was. His colleagues screamed. Eugen's face is covered with fear when he realizes that this is a real monster. He shifted his gaze. Monsters were appearing in droves from the gates, frightening the locals. All these gates were connected to a dungeon, in other words, another world, from where these creatures penetrated the world of people. The monsters began to attack people, and as it turned out, an uncleaned and abandoned dungeon bursts, reaching an overflow. These creatures began to envelop the entire city. It was noted that the dungeon breakthrough is the moment when it explodes and demonic beasts break out, and in a state of simultaneous dungeon strikes, only in this country hundreds of people suffered, many of them died, and Eugen hefty stick and ran, calling the boss. Swinging at the beast from behind, the protagonist began to demand that this lizard immediately get out of the truck. He perked up, not having time to finish. Someone's hands forcefully opened the monster's mouth. It was the guy's boss. The husband noticed that her hands turned purple and asked why this happened, to which she loudly told him to get out of here. Beads of sweat flowed down her face, and she screamed at her husband that she herself did not understand everything that happened. In fact, it turned out that people appeared who awakened their abilities when confronted with monsters. An accident and a fire occurred on one of the roads. It was said that the awakened became hunters who had to clear dungeons. Soon the hunter became the most sought-after profession in the world. The demonic beast was burning dead. The surrounding people were horrified. They looked at the guy who was standing on the corpse of the monster and asked what was this. Eugen's hand sparkled with black and purple energy. He looked at his palms in surprise. The protagonist noted that his younger brother, raised with care and love, awakened as an S-class hunter, of which there were only a few in the world. 8 years later, the Republic of Korea, Seoul. Cloudless weather reigned over the city. The girl, creating a green light with her hand, asked if they could see it. When the reporter opposite her answered negatively, she said that this was a status window that only she could see. The brown-haired girl looked at the glow with a smile, saying that at first she thought she was in a game. Information about an E-rank skill appeared on the screen, which grew trees in a certain area. Yumi explained that this status window contains a list of skills that she can use. She touched the floor, from which tree vines instantly grew. Soon, the vines intertwined with each other, and the frame showed captions with the names of the program and similar phenomena. The reporters asked if she saved people with this power. Introducing the girl's past life, someone noted that 8 years ago, she was looking for work during a dungeon strike. Then she was able to grow wooden vines and save people, awakening her skill, and recently saved people from a falling building. The girl smiled absent-mindedly, saying that she was in a hurry and did not notice it herself. Showing a photo of her with the guild, the reporter said that it was then that Yumi chose the profession of a hunter and began to clear dungeons as part of a small guild. The middle-aged woman pointed back, saying that the additional items obtained in the dungeon are worth a lot of money. She noted that although it was a bit dangerous, it was better than other jobs, and dungeons above a class could generally be considered a gold mine. Showing the glowing magic crystals, the reporter said that this was a new material from the dungeons that did not exist in their world before. Their value ranged from several hundred to several billion, and that thanks to this thing, hunters with good skills were sitting on a whole lot of money. The person noted that if it was an S-class hunter who could clear high-level dungeons, then there was nothing to even talk about. Showing a photo of Eugen, it was said that he was quite famous in the country, and he was still a high school student during his awakening. The small guild was greeted by paparazzi. The person noted that a guy who lost his parents at an early age, living in poverty, founded a guild that everyone called the Abyss after his awakening. The brunette looked at the paparazzi with a gloomy face. The reporter said that he was already 25 years old and many could not even imagine his fortune. Holding out the microphone, she asked if she had become rich, to which the brunette replied that it was impossible because she was an E-class. Clenching her hand into a fist, she enthusiastically said that if she continued to work, she would be able to save money for her younger sister's education. At the end of the frame, a caption appeared stating the death of the heroine of the report. The news said that this was her last interview because she died during the clearing of the dungeon. The rescue team was shown carrying Yumi's body, and the host said that the girl's body was taken to the hospital, but she was unable to recover. A dark-haired guy in front of the screen was listening to the report. There were bottles scattered around him, and the TV was saying that no matter how attractive the job of a hunter was because of the big money, the other side of the coin was just as dangerous. A huge crowd had gathered in front of the portal. The gate sparkled, casting a blue glow. Hunters were preparing their weapons. A certain guy pointed to the side and asked the boss about the F-class man. Eugen, an F-class hunter nicknamed the Educator, was sitting on a chair. He pulls off his mask, grinning at his celebrity. When the hunter approached him, he asked him to be more lenient because he also lived by clearing dungeons, to which the guy objected, saying that this is not the problem now. Syaku put his hand on his shoulder, telling him not to act like that since there were few people willing to work for a small reward. However, the boy continued to speak disdainfully about how he would agree to work under that condition, calling Eugen a cave grasshopper. Eugen looked at the hunter with a gloomy expression, calling him a magnet for trouble, since there were many times when all the members of the squad died while he miraculously survived, generally a bad sign. Eugen clasped his fingers together, listening to how things were so bad that his younger brother abandoned him. The boy in red took out his phone and began reading an article about Eugen not visiting Eugen in the hospital when his leg was ground to dust, and the blonde behind him asked him to stop talking about the younger one. Suddenly, the main guy grabs the offender while he continues to talk about how disgusting he is, since he is even a younger brother. He pulled the guy in and ordered him to shut up, saying that it was none of his business. Fury was seething in his eyes. The guy in red raised his hands, asking if he was angry. He kicked the main character in the stomach, indignantly asking where he lost all his fear to attack like that. The hunter grabbed Eugen by the collar. He lifted him off the ground, asking if he felt the difference in their strength. The main character grabbed the offender by the arm while he was shouting that he did not dare to pick on Class D. The guy abruptly let go and said that if he was so offended, he could complain about it to his brother. The blonde notes that this behavior happens every time his younger brother is mentioned. Eugen tried to come to his senses. Suddenly, he sees a yellow light. Sakwu began to treat his leg, saying that they hadn't even managed to enter the dungeon yet. A flash of light on his right knee strengthened the frame. Now the guy could easily move it for several hours, although the leg was not completely healed. The man tiredly closed his eyes, asking not to take the offender's words too close to heart because he considered it meaningless. Eugen pursed his lips, listening to his words that because of his class, he would have to rely on someone and would have to endure it. The young man smiled brightly in response. When the boss extended his hand to him, he began to thank him for taking him into the dungeon despite his level. Squeezing the man's hand, the protagonist noted that he himself worked hard, reconciling his subordinates. The boss lit up with happiness when he told him to be brave, and noted that Eugen was the only one who noticed his efforts. The brunette grinned, mentally noting that he was caught. He picked up his cap from the ground. In front of him, the boss hits the guy, saying that he should stop bothering the young man, because he is as useful as the others and has enough experience. With him, the cleaning will go quickly. The protagonist opened the object education window. A sign appeared above the man's head saying that he was added to the list of objects for education. The brunette thought that perhaps all these insults addressed to him were not so far from the truth. He walked to the portal where the squad was waiting for him. The guy thought that after all, he always survived thanks to his skill. They were transferred to the dungeon area. Huge old walls with small gates were surrounded by tree roots. Two huge bats were approaching the guys. The guys from the guild began to defend themselves from the giant monsters, covering themselves with their shields and using their magical powers. The entire guild squad was in the gorge and looked around after they defeated the monsters. Syaku remarked to the guys that they should not let their guard down, because it was unknown where the monster would come from, to which one of the guys said that they had been in this place many times. They assumed that the most terrible monsters did not exist in a D-class dungeon. One of the bat corpses was lying on the ground. The guys grinned at this, realizing that during the attack on the dungeons, they were shaking just from the sight of such creatures. Suddenly, the monster's corpse began to evaporate and turn into a sparkling crystal. Syaku and the guy in the red jacket watched the sparkling crystal with delight. Syaku did not expect that they would be able to earn so much from one monster. The F-class player noted that the crystal was large, realizing that with such a size, even a D-class magic stone would cost several hundred. The guy in the red jacket turned towards the protagonist, who at that time was hammering at the rock with a pickaxe in search of stones. The guy called out to Eugen, asking him what he was doing there, ironically noting that if he was mining stones, 80% of his output would go as commission. The protagonist looked at the guy with a worried look and held a small crystal in his hand. He replied that he hadn't found anything serious except for small stones that could be considered waste. The two guys from the guild looked at the protagonist with sly looks, and the guy with red hair pointed his finger at Eugen. He said that the magic stones mined from monsters would be their share, adding that if he didn't want to starve to death, he would have to mine everything he could. Eugen sighed heavily. Eugen looked ahead with a feeling of dejection, imagining the rich life of his guildmates who were trying to mock him. They added that if he was caught stealing, he would be stripped naked and hung on a pillory. Eugen turned around in frustration and started to hammer the walls with his pickaxe. He was very angry that he was taken for cheap labor, comparing himself to Cinderella. Eugen humbly lowered his head, realizing that he was like a young orphan. Eugen lost his parents, and even his younger brother turned his back on him. Eugen remembered how his younger brother Eugen came to the door and was about to leave, taking his backpack with him. Eugen remembered that his brother left the house after waking up. The main character remembered how he tried to stop him, going to the doorway through which Eugen left. Eugen was not going to listen to his brother when he told him that he should have stayed home because his adventure was life-threatening. Eugen in his cloak stood on a stone ledge surrounded by his comrades in black jackets. Eugen remembered that while he was in the army, his brother gathered the hunters and created the Abyss Guild. And as Abyss was recognized as the strongest guild in the country, Eugen became somehow unattainable. The main character sadly recalled how his brother's entire squad left him alone. Eugen humbly lowered his head at that moment, leaving him completely alone. From such a situation, when he was left alone, he clenched his fists tightly. He felt that he was unlucky and did not awaken, although he really wanted to. A bunch of papers and cards were floating in the air as if the wind blew on them. Eugen then spent all the money left after leaving his job and found a broker who was supposed to awaken him. He remembered that he fell for their flattering communication, that they would take care of him since he was an S-class brother. He recalled that he had done a lot of bad things, after which he was still able to awaken only in F-class, realizing that his brother got the highest rank. Eugen recalled the difficult stages of his life when he got involved with brokers and everyone started talking about him. People were vigorously discussing him in a negative aspect, that his conscience should have awakened, because he was called the elder brother of the guild leader of the Abyss. Brokers supposedly believed him and placed hopes on him that he did not live up to, so they tried to reimburse him for the money spent. Eugen's slender fingers touched the scattered newspapers and papers. He remembered that his name was always heard in the press, and he fell into a debt hole. Eugen at that moment looked contemptuously at his brother, who was clutching newspapers in his hands when there was a whole crowd of people around him. Eugen sadly recalled the dialogue with his brother, who did not understand how much more his older brother would humiliate himself by cleaning up after him. That same F-class hunter Eugen, who received the nickname upon awakening, the educator, since he was raising his younger brother of the S-class. Eugen looked with disgust at his younger brother, who was sitting on the floor with his head down. Eugen then noted that Eugen should be ashamed of such a nickname. Eugen haughtily leaned towards his saddened brother and stated that he was not a mentor at that moment, but simply a burden that prevented him from moving forward. The offended Eugen tried to break free from the hands of Eugen's guards, who tried to separate him from his brother on Eugen's orders. The protagonist was injured time and time again in the dungeon, so he could no longer use his leg, and his younger brother abandoned him. Eugen recalled the dialogue with his brother at the moment when he asked his brother for a healer's support, who replied that he did not even imagine how such a system worked. The protagonist desperately stretched out his hand after his brother, who indifferently stood with his back to him. Eugen noted at that moment that everything turned out very well, because Eugen would no longer get into trouble in the dungeon. Eugen looked at his brother with disgust and told him to live quietly and peacefully from now on and not to hinder his younger brother from developing further. A strong blow from the pickaxe broke off a piece of stone from the cliff. The protagonist looked down sadly, his face covered with bruises and bandages. Words flew out of Eugen's mouth that he really deserved to be abandoned. The protagonist continued to remember with annoyance how his brother, surrounded by his guildmates, went to meet his adventures. Eugen considered himself a feeble older brother of a magnificent S-class hunter, like a parasite trying to extract benefits from him, sadly noting that this was not a delusion. In the dark and dusty space of the dungeon, Eugen continued to work with his pickaxe. The protagonist understood that he was an F-class hunter and could still survive in a dungeon where people were constantly dying, only because of one skill that extracted benefits from others. Eugen, with a cold gaze in the past, looked ahead. His nickname is the Educator. Eugen's silhouette was illuminated by a dim light as he sat in front of all his acquaintances and his brother. He knew that this ability, given to him upon awakening, allowed him to influence those around him. Eugen, joyful and inspired, walked forward with his brother, he recalled. He could influence from someone as close as his brother, whom he personally took care of and raised, to people he had become acquainted with and befriended. Eugen recalled how he brought drinks to his boys, who did not appreciate it. He used his code word for such subjects, cheer up, and they immediately became his protégés. The protagonist crawled out of hiding and directed a green aura from his hands towards his guys. This small buff was used to develop them, because it was his main skill as a caregiver. Eugen swung his pickaxe, throwing it behind his head. He thought about how it was possible to survive in a dungeon with such a skill, even if the F-class was purely support. Eugen watched in horror, his eyes wide-eyed, as the explosion killed his comrades. He was considered a cave cricket, like a parasite who survived alone, even when all the other members of his team died. Eugen watched from a high ledge as a huge lizard monster killed 2 of his comrades. Eugen knew that he survived not because he was lucky or because he was always in the rear. Eugen tried to get his dagger from behind his back. In fact, the caregiver had another hidden skill. It was this skill that saved him every time in crisis, and it was thanks to it that he was able to survive despite the death of everyone else. The protagonist's eyes widened and he looked down in surprise. Notification. The effect of the title of Educator appears. The additional skill of Final Retribution is activated. The protagonist swung his pickaxe and noticed how it began to glow in his hands, realizing that his additional skill should now be activated. Notification. The skills and abilities of the object of education are transferred in double size. Eugen looked at his pickaxe with an astonished look, holding it in his hands. He felt that the power was flowing into him, and the abilities of the boss too. A magic circle with a drawing of increased power appeared near Eugen's pickaxe. The educator froze in an instant and opened his mouth, throwing his pickaxe to the ground. Eugen desperately rushed forward, jumping on his crutches. He understood that this could not happen in a D-class dungeon. He understood that this was a hidden skill, the Final Retribution. The tombstone hieroglyph in a red circle glowed in the air. The abilities and skills of the disciple that he had improved were temporarily transferred to him with double the power. A huge tunnel in the cave led to the exit. Eugen knew that if the disciple's speed was 100, he would be able to run at 200, and his strength would also be twice as strong. The main character walked forward in a daze and stopped in a moment, his eyes wide open. He knew that thanks to this skill, he always survived. But he still considered it an unimaginably bad skill since the condition for its activation was very painful. Eugen sat on that very chair, surrounded by all his acquaintances, whose faces were crossed out with a red cross except for his brother. The mentor understood that the very fact of activating the skill meant a very bad event. Eugen mentioned his boss Xiaoku, whose face was also crossed out with a red cross. Eugen did not believe that something bad could happen to the boss. Eugen reached the place and stepped in a pool of blood. The protagonist saw a bloody ravine in front of him and the corpses of his team lay there. Eugen knew that the fact of activating the skill meant the death of the object. The protagonist looked in horror at the bloody and lifeless body of Xiaoku, trying to call out to him. The teacher turned his gaze upward at the screams. Eugen looked up and saw a huge enraged dragon, which was holding in its mouth the guy in the red jacket with whom he had a conflict. The bloody and wounded guy, being in the dragon's mouth, looked at the protagonist in a daze. In the last minutes of his life, he understood that this was hardly possible, that in the D-class dungeon there was this guy and still alive. He assumed that all of this was happening to him because he had messed with him with his bad omen. Eugen looked at the scene with alarm as blood sprayed from the dragon's mouth. The dragon's two angry heads were looking at Eugen. He realized that it was the king of poison and cursed dragons, Lachitas. The huge and angry dragon stood on a cliff and looked at little Eugen, who was standing in front of a pool of blood and a pile of corpses of his comrades. The teacher did not understand why such a monster was in this place. The three-headed dragon Lachitas was on a rocky ridge and looked around. The main character looked at the dragon in horror, realizing that such a thing simply could not be happening. One of the dragon's heads was looking at Eugen furiously and opened its mouth. The teacher realized that he was in a D-level dungeon. Eugen quickly ran back, throwing his bones to the sides as the enraged dragon tried to eat him. The protagonist did not understand why a Class 1 dragon species like Lachitas was in this dungeon. Eugen's leg glowed with a bright light and barely touched the ground. He used the leg enhancement skill. With the quick movements of his legs, Eugen was able to run into a small cave with a dumbfounded look. He realized that he had the chief skill, D-class frame enhancement, having a double effect. Eugen saw a small ravine in the rock in the distance, which he needed to run into. He was going to use this speed to hide in a place where this monster could not catch him. Right in front of Eugen, the angry dragon swung its tail and blocked the path in front of the ravine, destroying the entire land. Eugen moved his crutches aside and looked down as a deep hole formed in front of him after the collapse, into which the dragon dove. Dinner looked anxiously as the enraged Lachitas advanced on him, swinging its tail. He thought that if he could strengthen his arms, he would be able to block the blow. At the same moment, with a light and quick swing of its tail, the dragon threw Eugen's body high. The main character plopped down on the ground with his whole body. From such a strong fall, Eugen's blood was dripping onto the ground. Eugen lay on the ground and, raising his hand, noticed with horror that blood was flowing from his nose. The enraged Lachitas did not go far and was about to finish his attack. The teacher understood that he would not be able to match the dragon, even with twice the skill power of the chief. The protagonist recalled the last moments of his team's life, where the chief held the wounded body of the fighter, telling him that even a healing potion would not help. Eugen felt himself covered with dying memories. The guy in the red shirt in Eugen's memories angrily turned around, getting ready to fight alone, shouting at his chief to hide in the corner. With grief, the protagonist recalled the moment of his death when the guy was going to buy time, but did not have time and he was overtaken by death in the form of a dragon and all his blood got on the chief's face. The wounded Eugen climbed the ground, realizing that the same fate could befall him. Eugen could not walk, so he crawled along the ground, dragging his feet along the ground. He understood that with such legs he would not be able to escape. The exhausted main character raised his head and watched as the dragon approached him in anger. He understood that in the end he would die. The enraged dragon opened its mouth and was about to pounce on Eugen, who tightly closed his eyes and expected his death. Suddenly, a powerful and strong explosion thundered right in front of the dragon, from which it began to shake its heads. At the same second, the immobilized and humble body of Eugen was picked up by his younger brother. The main character was lying on Eugen's back and, bulging his eyes, hopefully said the name of his younger brother. Eugen managed to hide his brother behind a stone block and told him to stay behind the stone, as he was going to deal with the monsters himself, drawing his long sword. Eugen looked out from behind the stone in shock, trying to convey to his brother that even he could not cope with a three-headed enemy. Eugen proudly straightened his shoulders and threw his sword to the side, looking straight at the furious Lachitas in the face. Eugen quietly whispered, then he activated the skill Blue Willow Leaves. At the same time, Eugen's entire angry silhouette was surrounded by a blue magical aura with blue leaves. Eugen nimbly moved his body and jumped away from these leaves floating in the air. Eugen nimbly swung through the air, flying past the dragon's heads, hovering in his magical aura with his sword. Eugen held the hilt tightly, when suddenly it glowed with a bright purple aura. Eugen frowned at the dragon and with a wave of his hand, summoned a wave of purple magical aura. The protagonist's younger brother looked down with disdain, pointing his reincarnated purple sword towards the dragon. Eugen pounced on the dragon from the air, trying to stab his sword into the Lachitas dragon. Eugen watched the ongoing battle between his brother and the angry dragon in awe, realizing that his brother's attacks were too fast. Eugen looked down at the dragon with disdain, continuing to point his sword towards the dragon with his hand raised above the hilt. The main character understood that this was an S-class battle. Eugen cast a questioning glance to the side when he saw one of the dragon's heads trying to pounce on him from the side. Eugen quickly flew into the air, trying to dodge the green poisonous stream from the dragon's mouth that was supposed to incinerate him. Eugen cast a desperate glance towards his brother, who was sitting exhausted on the ground, watching the stream of poison fly towards him. Eugen remarked to his brother to be careful, because it was a deadly poison that not even a healing potion could save. It would cause instant death upon contact. Eugen, realizing that his brother would not have time to dodge this poisonous attack, rushed to his brother's aid, holding his sword in front of him using the giant shield activation. Eugen bared his teeth in pain as some of the poison still hit him. Eugen was very worried about his brother and shouted his name, while Eugen looked at the dragon with anger and disdain. Eugen swung his sword at the dragon's poisonous attack and the entire stream of poison was thrown aside. Eugen looked on in worry as his sword melted from the dragon's poisonous attack. Eugen watched his brother in despair, realizing that the blade of the sword was no longer of any help to them. The protagonist carefully watched the intense fight of his brother, who confidently fought Lachitas. Eugen did not understand the behavior of his brother, who tried to protect him in such a way, noting to himself that his brother could fight more freely. Eugen tried to dodge the dragon's poisonous spit again with a quick movement of his body, casting an angry look at him from behind. Eugen understood that this was the only way his brother could protect them both. The protagonist was hysterically trying to call out to his younger brother, who, hovering in the air, managed to notice his brother's appeal. Eugen did not understand why Eugen entered the dungeon again and tried to convey to Eugen that his ground-up leg should have been enough for him to come to his senses and not go into the dungeon anymore. Eugen turned his attention to Eugen's not dead team. Eugen offendedly shouted at his brother that he went into the dungeon without knowing his place at all, which led to tragic consequences. Eugen sarcastically asked his brother how much longer he planned to leave traces behind him so that they could clean up after him. Eugen frowned at his older brother, who fearfully raised his head up. Hyung rudely noted to his brother that he was constantly telling him that he should have lived quietly and peacefully. The teacher ironically asked his brother about coming to the battlefield to say all this to his face. The main character lowered his head and grabbed his injured hand. Eugen immediately boldly took his brother away so that he would not contradict him and immediately hid behind cover. Eugen ironically noted that Eugen obviously came for this, since he was again afraid that he would take control of him and begin to hinder his development. Eugen, with mental pain, held his hand to his chest and bowed his head. He understood that he could not expect more from his brother in this situation. He believed that his brother Eugen came to protect him since they were brothers, but everything turned out to be much more pitiful for him. He realized that he really did not know his place. The dragon angrily opened its mouth. Eugen tried to ironically tease his brother that he was already tired of his older brother's care. The protagonist could barely stand on his feet, but still tried to move forward. The protagonist raised his hand in front of him and pulled out his blue sword. Eugen continued to bend his line and noted to his brother that he understood that Eugen was already tired of a person who did not know his place acting like an older brother and always interfering in his affairs. Eugen added that Eugen could have acted much easier and that he should not have come to his aid at all. Eugen angrily looked at his brother, lowering his head down. Eugen stood his ground and tried to tell his brother not to come out and hide, but Eugen was tired of hiding in the shadows and came up with his own plan. Eugen grabbed his sword and rushed at the dragon, trying to bury his sword with a blue aura deeper. Eugen held his sword out in front of him as one of the dragon's heads approached him. Eugen did not understand what his older brother was doing. Eugen let go of the sword and threw it to the ground. Eugen humbly lowered his head, throwing the sword out of his hands. The protagonist was offended by such injustice, as he understood that if his brother saved him, he would again become a burden to him, so he decided for himself that Eugen left him to die. The protagonist frowned ahead. He answered with self-irony that even for someone who died in a dungeon, there would be no need to arrange a funeral. Eugen once again remembered the moment when the entire team turned away from him and left. He felt that he was already tired of such a life. Eugen raised his head and spread his arms to the side, watching as an enraged dragon was about to devour him. Eugen closed his eyes tightly, already mentally preparing for death. Eugen at the same second spread his hand to the side, trying to strike with his purple aura. Eugen flew with all his might to help his brother, whose silhouette was humbly standing on the ground and was almost caught by the dragon's paw with sharp claws. A powerful explosion occurred, from which the purple aura intertwined with poisonous gusts. Drops of blood appeared on the ground. Eugen widened his eyes and abruptly turned them away. Eugen lay on the ground and looked towards his brother, who decided to save him, sacrificing his body, receiving huge holes from the dragon's claws. Eugen wondered when everything went wrong for them. Eugen knew that they were brothers who had no one else. The protagonist recalled a sad moment when he and his brother were at the wake of their parents. A photo of their parents stood next to white flowers. The protagonist noted with sorrow that they had a hard time after their parents' death. At that moment, their sad glances met when Eugen held a flower in his hands. Then, little Eugen began to care about how his older brother was feeling. The brothers held hands and were going to cook dinner together. They understood that in the whole world, they were the only ones who had each other. Drops of blood continued to drip from Eugen's body. Eugen was worried that his brother had received such deep wounds and tried to call out to him, asking if he was okay. Eugen held his brother's exhausted and wounded body when a huge and ferocious dragon crushed the entire earth in its path to get to the boys. The ferocious dragon was burning in flames when Eugen showed signs of life and pressed his hand into the ground. Eugen, with a heavy breath, turned to his older brother, telling him that Lachitas falls asleep every 5 hours. The main character looked at his brother in shock, who pointed out to him that if he held out for another hour, the monster would fall asleep. Eugen, with his head covered in blood, laying in his brother's arms, cast a contemptuous glance towards the monster. Eugen pointed out that Eugen would take advantage of the monster's weakness to escape from the dungeon. The protagonist understood that it was simply impossible for his brother to care for him so much now. Eugen again remembered the moment when he was carried out of the office by the guards on crutches. Eugen remembered that even when his bones were crushed into small pieces, Eugen never visited him in the hospital. Eugen at that moment desperately reached out to his brother, who stood indifferently in the distance. Eugen remembered that even when he asked his brother for help, he pushed him away extremely coldly. The main character remembered that very painful moment when his younger brother looked at him with disdain, who abandoned him and told him to live quietly, not sticking his neck out. Eugen was very worried about the question of why his brother came to help now and began to smile. Exhausted, Eugen with his last breath held out a small yellow stone, telling his brother to take the stone. Eugen extended his hand and Eugen gave him the stone, telling him that it was the gate stone that would allow him to get out. Eugen grabbed his brother, who sighed heavily and held onto his wounds on his body. The caregiver knew that he could not take the stone, as it was more important to heal the wounds on his brother's body. Eugen, with dragon claws sticking out from his back, pressed himself against the body of his brother, who stared in shock. Eugen sadly noted that there was no point in all this and that he did not need the stone. Eugen, with a bloody face, looked at his brother humbly. Eugen added that he would not be able to use the gate stone. Eugen placed his hand on his brother's shoulder. Eugen lived out the last seconds of his life and fell exhausted onto his brother's body. Eugen frantically looked at his brother, who lay motionless with his eyes closed, and tried to call out to him. The protagonist looked ahead in shock as a bright blue light shone in front of him. Eugen continued to hold his brother's immobilized body as a magical blue vortex appeared near them. The effect of the title of tutor appeared. The duration of the additional skill final retribution is 1 hour. The protagonist watched in shock as everything around them was surrounded by a blue magical aura. A notification that the skills and abilities of the deceased Eugen were transferred to Eugen with double the power. The enraged dragon with 3 heads opened its mouth as Eugen's body was pierced by a bright blue light. The protagonist raised his head to the dragon, baring his teeth. The dragon Lachitas struck the place where the 2 brothers were with its powerful paw, destroying the entire ground. Eugen, with the help of his brother's skills and the blue magical beam, was able to dodge the dragon's strike, flying into the air and holding the body of his deceased brother. The protagonist landed nearby. Eugen sadly and reverently hugged his dead brother's body, calling him a fool. Suddenly, a power with a purple magical aura began to flow through Eugen's fingers. A magical purple spear appeared in front of Eugen, which he was about to take. Eugen held this spear in his hands and bowed before the dead body of his younger brother, which was lying on the cold ground. Eugen continued to hug his dead brother's body, holding his staff in front of him as a defense. Eugen noted that he must do this as a brother even until the very end. A ferocious dragon was approaching the main character, who looked at his brother's dead body with heartache. At the same time, Eugen flew into the air and with a deft swing of his hands dealt a crushing blow to the dragon with his spear. Eugen, looking out from under his long bangs at the dragon, he noticed that it carried out the attack slowly. With a fierce look, the main character swung his spear and was about to destroy the dragon that killed his brother by piercing Lachitas' body. Eugen held the spear menacingly and noted that he had twice the strength of his incredible brother. Eugen held the spear tightly as the dragon fell from such a powerful blow, sending a cloud of dust into the air. It came to Eugen's mind that along with the power, he had also received his younger brother's memories. In Eugen's memories, he held his brother's card, noticing that Eugen had awakened as an F-class. Eugen carefully examined his brother's file and realized that he should not have messed with his brother. Eugen delved deeper into the memories of Eugen, who lived and moved in his guild's fighting community. Eugen then knew that he would have to stay away from his brother even if it meant worsening their relationship, because if he became his weak point, all the ill-wishers would definitely target Eugen. The protagonist soared into the air and aimed his angry gaze at the dragon, swinging his staff. Gaining great speed, Eugen landed and ran towards the dragon that was waiting for him. With a deft movement, he jumped away from the dragon's head. Flying high into the air, Eugen swung his spear. Aiming his gaze, Eugen was about to deliver a crushing blow under Lachitas. Eugen was increasingly lost in memories when Eugen tried to care for him after all, but could not show it. Eugen had his assistant, with whom they examined his brother's case, instruct him to report any events in Eugen's life. Eugen then realized that once Eugen became a hunter, he would not be able to be properly protected by the law. Eugen was then in the hospital with a bandaged leg and arm. Eugen was very angry at himself for not being able to prevent the moment so that his brother would remain unharmed instead of lying in a hospital bed. The main character noticed the moment when his enraged younger brother ordered his assistants to deal with the villains who broke Eugen's legs. Eugen swung a powerful blow across the dragon's body, causing everything around him to spark with a bright aura and blood. That very painful moment when Eugen was held by the very guards who were supposed to protect him. Eugen told his guards to tell his brother that he was forbidden to provide a healer. Eugen told his guards to throw his brother out the door, providing only material assistance. Eugen felt terrible, feeling a deep sense of guilt, standing in front of his reflection with his head down. He told the guards to make it look like he was forced to do this just because they were brothers. Eugen desperately punched the wall with his fist, gritting his teeth. Eugen knew that this would be better for his brother than if he went to die in the dungeon. Eugen was very ashamed in front of his brother and he silently asked Eugen for forgiveness. Eugen sat on the floor, resting his head on his crossed arms, feeling hurt and annoyed by what had happened. He really wished that Eugen would never go into the dungeon. In the dungeon, where Eugen was having a fierce fight with a monster, it began to rain. Eugen held onto his staff, standing on the dead body of the dragon in the heavy rain. The dragon's head lay motionless on the ground with its tongue hanging out of its mouth. Eugen, having seen the entire chronology of events with his own eyes, grinned maliciously. He ironically noted that his brother had taken too much upon himself, deciding to come up with such a plan without telling him anything. Eugen was completely wet from the heavy rain and held onto his staff, smiling mockingly. He wondered what he should do now in such a situation, because he could not have expected this, realizing that he was still fettering his younger brother's entire realization with his behavior. Eugen's lifeless body rested on one of the boulders. Eugen seemed to have frozen in the moment and stood motionless, realizing his future fate. He understood that the time of the last retribution would soon end, and after the time expired, he too would die from the poison of Lachita's internal fluids. Eugen wondered what he would be doing now if he had survived. A shortcut popped up with a notification that Eugen had achieved an impossible achievement by killing a dragon. Eugen looked sadly at the icon, which said that he was being given the legendary title of Dragon Slayer. The protagonist's eyes widened as a bunch of notifications with rewards popped up in front of him. As a reward, he was given 10 gate stones, 5 purchased first-class liquids, and a great sword of the Scarlet Dragon. The most important event was the wishing stone, which could grant him any wish. Eugen looked with anticipation at the shining crystal above the deceased dragon's body. The crystal emitted a bright light from itself, hovering in the air. Eugen thought about what he should choose as a wish. Eugen abruptly brought his hand to the crystal and made a wish for his brother to be resurrected. A notification popped up saying that he could make any wish except resurrection of the dead. The teacher sat down next to the stone and looked at it convulsively. He was discouraged and did not understand what wish he should make in this case. Eugen imagined himself in a new image when he stood on a pedestrian crossing during a downpour and looked around. He thought about becoming the strongest hunter, a new hero. Eugen imagined himself popular when his face was shown on big screens in the city. He also thought that this time he would be able to get the role that he had long envied so much, noting that he could wish for even greater honor. The protagonist was tormented by doubts over his choice of wishes with his head down. His black silhouette with a sword on his back stood under a heavy rain. Eugen defined his wish and wished to turn back time to the time when his younger brother had not yet died. Eugen stretched out his hands to the glowing crystal and looked at it dumbfounded. He exclaimed that he would not enter the dungeon anymore, but would truly live peacefully, noting that the crystal returned him to the moment when he had not yet awakened, even at the cost of the fact that in the future he would regret this decision. Shards of the shining crystal hovered above the protagonist's hands. A notification popped up asking whether Eugen really decided to turn back time. Eugen looked at the stone sadly and noted that this was the final decision. Suddenly, bright rays of light with air currents spread out from the crystal. Eugen humbly closed his eyes and awaited his fate. He understood that he would not allow such a thing to happen again. Eugen found himself in another space, raising his eyebrows with a dumbfounded look. Eugen was dressed in ordinary casual clothes and sat on the sofa, looking around. It was a large, spacious office that was well lit. Eugen realized his hand and looked at it, trying to see the changes. He realized that he was in the main building of his younger brother's Abyss Guild, realizing that he really ended up in the past. The protagonist took out his phone and looked at the date and time. He realized that he had returned 5 years ago, wondering along the way about why this place. He grabbed his phone and began to study the date more carefully. It dawned on him that he was back in the day when he found the awakening broker. Eugen was plunged into his miserable memories of being dragged by an angry man in a white shirt. He recalled entering the building without realizing it was a scam, taking money with him, and then being grabbed and dragged to this place. He thought at that moment that he would be able to catch up with his younger brother once he was able to awaken. Eugen leaned his hand on the sofa and froze in the moment, realizing that now would be a certain stage of his life. He heard his brother's footsteps, who was about to enter his room. The door to the room began to open. Eugen cast a dumbfounded look towards his brother who entered, who grinned slightly as he was very displeased. Eugen frowned deeply and told his brother not to be in this room again. The main character looked at his living younger brother in awe. The protagonist rushed to run towards his brother, realizing that he was able to return. Eugen hugged his brother tightly, causing Eugen to spread his arms to the side and look confused. Eugen looked at his brother questioningly at the same time as Eugen continued to hug his brother tightly. Eugen was very happy that his brother Eugen was alive. Eugen continued to look puzzled at his brother, who was very happy about this meeting, not letting go of his brother. Eugen apologized to his brother. The protagonist pressed his face into his brother's body, who did not understand what was happening and why his older brother suddenly began to apologize for everything he could, noting his unreasonable behavior. The boys were in a spacious, bright office. Eugen frantically asked his brother about the fact that he could get into even more trouble. Eugen sharply answered that it was something else. Eugen reached his hand over his brother's head and hugged him even tighter. Eugen said that he just thought about it while walking to the office, noting that he was 20 years old now, although he was 25 years old at the time of his death. Eugen sadly recalled the moment when his younger brother was sitting on the floor in a closed and constrained position. Eugen noted that all this time, Eugen suffered alone both in the guild and in the dungeon. Eugen also noted that, being the older brother, he should have understood all this earlier. Eugen looked at his brother with enthusiasm, while Eugen looked at his brother with excitement. Eugen happily noted that he will no longer create a fuss and will not cause problems for his brother. Eugen looked at his brother very reverently, turning to him. Eugen, in response to such pleasant words, snuggled up to his older brother. Eugen closed his eyes and smiled. He felt an incredible relief, realizing that he was guilty before his little brother. Eugen remembered his little self and brother when they returned from school, playing with each other. Eugen was incredibly happy that at least now he could return everything back. Little happy brothers were happy with each other and smiled. Eugen understood that they were brothers who had no one but each other. Eugen slightly leaned away from his brother, continuing to hold him. He turned to Eugen, telling him that he loved him very much. The protagonist thought to himself that now he will forget about awakening and hunters and will calmly sit in his place. Notification: the recording of awakened Eugen is complete. The protagonist excitedly raised his head, rejoicing at what was happening. Notifications popped up that the legendary titles were obtained, Dragon Slayer and Ideal Educator, and also an additional skill called My Child is the Best was launched. The growth rate of Eugen's fosterling was increased by 2 times, which surprised Eugen. Delicious bacon and eggs and soup were cooking on the stove. Eugen put on an apron and cooked, turning towards his brother. Eugen said that everything would be ready soon, so Eugen should wait a little and sit quietly. Eugen responded happily. The protagonist sat at the table and waited for his brother to cook. He felt awkward about the situation. Eugen remembered how he was arguing heatedly with his brother at the same time and was about to leave home. At the moment, Eugen was smiling contentedly and anxiously preparing food. Eugen crossed his arms and waited with anticipation for Eugen's dish to be ready. He was glad that they made peace, but he did not expect that they would eat dinner together. Eugen's expression changed slightly and he raised his finger in the air, trying to bring up the status window. In the memory window, there was a red tag with his title of L Dragon Slayer, which proved he had killed one of the first-class dragons by himself. Eugen didn't think he would awaken like this again, trying to find out his title. The protagonist frantically looked at his status window and recalled the intense battle with the dragon he had defeated. He understood that he had received this title for killing cheetahs. However, he assumed that by going back in time, everything should have turned out as if nothing had happened. Eugen logically wondered if this would be normal. The protagonist touched the red tag in the status window. He understood that L class meant legendary class, even stronger than S class. The teacher spread his hands as he sat at the table and watched as 4 more tags with different hieroglyphs appeared around the emblem with the dragon. Eugen was surprised that he got 4 skills from this one title. The protagonist looked at what was happening in shock. There were 4 emblems with different skills in the status window. There was L Poison Resistance, L Curse Resistance, L Fear Resistance, and Cheetah's SS Predator. Eugen realized that this was the first time he saw such skills, especially L class resistances, which should be resistant to any poison, curse, and intimidation below the legendary class. He also noticed that he could still use double the power against dragon representatives similar to Cheetah's. Eugen raised his hands in front of him and clenched his fists. He assumed that he could become the strongest after rolling back. The protagonist continued to clench his fists, continuing to carefully examine the window with his skills. Eugen imagined a fight with a dragon. His brother and his comrade tried to hide from the attacks approaching them, noting that the dragon's power was powerful and this was the end for them. The dragon opened its mouth and was about to splash out a huge poisonous stream. Eugen knew that if they came into contact with the deadly poison that this dragon emitted, they would die. Suddenly, Eugen's voice was heard from the side, telling the guys to move away. The main character covered Eugen's body with his body, spreading his arms to the sides. Eugen threw his sly grin in his brother's direction. Eugen noticed that he had arrived at the scene and sarcastically asked what they were supposed to do with the deadly poison. Eugen sparkled and shone with a bright light, spreading out with a joyful smile. Eugen looked at him questioningly, when Eugen noted that the deadly poison was just a refreshing shower for a true hunter. Eugen noted that his brother was cool. Eugen, with a proudly raised fist, imagined how he held his little brother in his arms. To him, it sounded like the beginning of the legend of the dragon slayer Eugen. The protagonist, inspired by such a representation of his life, clicked on the screen of his status window. He understood that this was how he would become the strongest hunter and be able to live well, noting that he would be the first representative of the L class. Eugen poked his finger at the black screen, choosing his skill level. Endurance 6, Strength 4, Agility 5, Intelligence 4, Mana 2. Eugen realized that his peak was the F class and sadly imagined how the dragon would defeat him in this case. Eugen grabbed his head and pressed it to the table when Eugen looked at him questioningly. The protagonist understood that his body remained the same and tried to think about how he could use all these skills. The main character looked at the screen with annoyance and held his head. He noted with self-irony that this time there was nothing special about him either. There were two icons on the screen with the skill to increase agility E and intelligence E. He understood that the buff skills of agility and intelligence were E class, which were similar to the previous skills. Eugen looked closely at the screen and pressed his finger on the icon of the educator. It was the title of educator, which also changed to L class. Eugen looked at the screen with skills indignantly, resting one hand on his head. Eugen's finger touched one of the three skills called the last gratitude L, realizing that it was better not to use it. Eugen also noticed that the names of all these titles sounded disgusting. Eugen imagined the title My Child is the Best L, seeing on the screen that he was talking to his brother, and suddenly, unexpectedly, thanks to the code word, his brother began to radiate a fiery aura from himself. This was the accelerated growth of the object that was under the influence of the code word. The duration is 3 days. Eugen understood that this title was similar to the previous title of educator. Eugen cast a puzzled glance towards his brother, who was very surprised by the increased growth speed. Eugen realized that Eugen would become 2 times faster and stronger than other hunters, realizing that all this could be used with a skill called Our Child is So Incredible SS. The properties of this skill were that if you support the object of education with a code word in front of more than 5 creatures with intelligence, then the ability and effect of the skills of the object will increase relative to the number of living creatures, reaching 100% efficiency. Eugen thought about this, holding his chin with his hand. If he supported Eugen in front of 50 people, he would become 1.5 times stronger, and if in front of 100, then immediately 2 times stronger. The crowd of guys triumphed with stories about the Abyss Guild. Eugen understood that with this skill, he would be able to make not only his brother Eugen the strongest, but also other Abyss hunters. The main character understood that the Abyss would turn into the strongest guild in the world in just a few years. The protagonist imagined himself as a king, bathing in gold, and his brother and a few other people holding his red cape. He imagined that he would be reborn as a teacher who raised an entire guild. He understood that if he was lucky and everything worked out so well, he would be able to live richly and happily all his life. An icon with the code word, love. Eugen grabbed his head and leaned against the table in frustration, to which his younger brother immediately reacted. Eugen did not understand who came up with such a terrible code word. Eugen remembered the moment when he held his brother and confessed his brotherly love to him. Eugen realized that the code word had changed during awakening. Eugen, with tears in his eyes and irony, began to imagine how he went around and confessed his love to everyone, even small children. He sarcastically joked about himself, realizing that if he walked around like that and threw such a word around, he would simply be arrested and he would not be able to educate anyone. Eugen stood at the screen with a downcast face and pointed at it with his finger. He was slightly desperate and understood that it would all be useless because he would not be able to use it, noting that the skill itself was good. On the screen, Eugen saw the last skill called the Promising Stock. As Eugen looked at all the people around him and saw letters above their heads. This skill implied that he could check the class of unawakened people, and objects under the influence of a code word could awaken with optimal talents. Eugen looked thoughtful, continuing to ponder his bright future, when Eugen approached the table and began to put food on plates. Eugen looked at his brother and handed him a plate of rice. He asked if Eugen had enough rice. The protagonist happily picked up a plate of rice and thanked his brother, saying that he would eat it all with great appetite. Eugen noted that he cooked everything from what they had at home, so he did not know what his dish tasted like. Eugen put a spoonful of rice in his mouth and began to chew it with a puzzled face. The protagonist continued to devour the rice with appetite, and his brother looked at it all with admiration. He was glad that he cooked it deliciously, and Eugen noticed this. Eugen looked at his brother with warmth and added that if he wanted more, he should say so. Eugen held food in his chopsticks and talked to his brother at the same time. Eugen noted that he did not know about his brother's excellent culinary skills, who in turn replied that he managed to learn when he cooked for himself. Eugen asked Eugen why he cooked for himself, because he had a lot of money. Eugen looked down in slight confusion as Eugen began to explain the reason for this phenomenon. Eugen replied that it was safer to cook for himself, as detoxifying and curse-removing items had emerged at the time, although there had been no such thing before. Eugen asked if there had been any cases of people adding poison or placing a curse on food. Eugen held a spoon in his hands and noted that he was the only youth who had performed alone and was being held back. Eugen recalled passing by a crowd of people who looked at him with disdain. He replied that there were other guilds that had grown by colluding with large corporations, but he already knew then that he would not join any and would create his own guild. Eugen immediately grabbed Eugen's face and squeezed it. Eugen added that if he had obediently entered a suitable guild, it would have been better, but he did not want that. Eugen grabbed Eugen's face in concern and pulled it towards him. Eugen was very angry at his brother for not telling him anything about this. Eugen lowered his head in annoyance, telling Eugen to change his expression. The protagonist looked at his younger brother in concern, who pointed out that he had chosen this path himself. Eugen and his brother were sitting in the kitchen near the sink. Eugen said that one thing that constantly tormented him was that his relationship with his brother had deteriorated because of his behavior. Eugen recalled how he ordered his guards to limit their contact. Eugen explained that he watched his every move and interfered with everything he did, trying to make sure that Eugen did not catch anyone's eye and intentionally distanced himself, afraid that they would touch his only brother. Eugen lowered his eyes in shame when Eugen placed his hand on his shoulder and tried to cheer him up. Eugen noted that he should have said it right away, to which Eugen responded that he didn't want to burden him. Eugen noted that if he had told him later, Eugen wouldn't have understood. Eugen reached out his hand to his shoulder where Eugen's hand was. Eugen noted that he was wrong in his assumptions. Eugen looked at his brother with trepidation and carefully held his hand. Eugen warmly noted that Eugen still thought about him and cared about him, and even apologized and said warm words of love. Eugen broke into a bright smile and closed his eyes, thanking his brother for saying such warm words despite his disgusting behavior. Eugen looked at his brother with pride and sympathy. At that moment, Eugen began waving his chopsticks and smiling mischievously. He noted that there was nothing to thank him for, since Eugen had already suffered enough during his time, so he offered to have some delicious food. Eugen happily accepted the offer. Eugen sat with his brother at the table with food, looking peaceful. He was happy that he turned back time and that this was the best day of his life. Eugen, continuing to chew a piece of food, took out his phone and looked at it with a puzzled look. Eugen noted that he had work and needed to go, noting that he had one thing for Eugen. Eugen stood up from the table and took off his apron. Eugen turned to his brother and told him to delete the broker's wake-up contact. Eugen immediately rushed to fulfill the condition, to which Eugen added that in any case, the broker would not answer him now, even though Eugen could try to contact him. Eugen looked at his brother's phone with disdain, waiting for the number to be deleted. Eugen was thinking at this moment that Eugen was unlikely to get rid of all the brokers. Eugen put on his jacket and said goodbye to his brother, who was waving goodbye. Eugen replied that Eugen could work in peace and he would take care of the rest. Eugen noticed that his brother was about to go somewhere, so he tried to take him by surprise. Eugen stopped at the exit and held his hand on the door. Eugen noted that Eugen would not go anywhere now. Eugen looked at his brother, who froze in the moment from such a statement. Eugen added that Eugen should not go anywhere and live here in his house. Eugen was shocked by what he heard and continued to hold his hand in the air. Sunlight was shining through the windows into the apartment. Eugen asked his younger brother what his words meant. The protagonist looked at Eugen with confusion and bewilderment, his eyes wide. Eugen asked Eugen why he could not go out of the apartment. Eugen looked at his older brother with concern, smiling slightly. Eugen told the protagonist that it was dangerous outside, so he should not go out. Eugen looked at his younger brother with suspicion, frowning. Eugen looked down thoughtfully, putting his hand to his chin. The protagonist told Eugen that he walked around the neighborhood fine in the morning and it wasn't dangerous at all. Eugen told his older brother that the situation was different from the morning now that he had gotten close to him again, so he wasn't as safe as before. Eugen imagined the people around Eugen looking at him with cunning and malice. Eugen told his older brother that he was fine because he kept him at a distance, but now his enemies might target him and there was no telling when they might try to take his life. Eugen pointed out that he couldn't let Eugen walk around alone. Eugen told Eugen that it was for that very reason that he couldn't go out. Eugen spread his arms out to the sides, beaming with joy with a smile. Eugen told his older brother that from now on, he would only stay in that apartment. The protagonist looked at his younger brother with a worried expression, his mouth slightly open. Eugen rushed towards the door in a daze, unwilling to be locked in. An obstacle appeared in front of Eugen's face, preventing him from passing, causing him to widen his eyes. A mover suddenly appeared behind the protagonist, holding a tablet in his hand. The protagonist was frightened by such a sudden appearance. The mover handed over some papers to the protagonist, which indicated that it was a moving center. The mover told Eugen that they had moved everything he had talked about and asked him to sign the document. Eugen watched with wide eyes as the movers placed boxes of things. Eugen pointed to the boxes, telling his older brother that even if he went home, there was nothing there anymore and that apartment was now his home. Eugen hysterically asked his younger brother what kind of show he was suddenly putting on. Eugen looked at the protagonist with satisfaction, smiling slightly. Eugen reminded his brother that he said that everything was okay. Eugen remembered the moment when Eugen stood in front of him, putting his hand on his shoulder. Eugen reminded his brother that he apologized to him, told him that he loved him, and accepted everything he did. Eugen shyly closed his eyes and put his finger to his nose, slightly tilting his head. Eugen told the protagonist what it meant to him, as if he was receiving permission. Eugen looked at his little brother with sadness and confusion. It was a beautiful day outside. The protagonist did not understand how this could mean such a thing. Eugen was lying on the floor, face down, among scattered things and boxes. The protagonist weakly pressed his cheek to the floor, imagining the image of his happy brother. The protagonist was surprised by his little brother's behavior, thinking that this might be a side effect of going back in time. Eugen propped his hand on the floor. The protagonist said that he did not have time for this. The protagonist began to pack his things in a hurry in a backpack. Eugen said that he needed to take all the essentials and escape before his younger brother returned. The protagonist looked back at the apartment warily, opening the front door. He thought that he would spend his whole life locked up if he made a mistake. Kim stood in front of the open door, looking sullenly at the protagonist. Kim frowned unkindly and opened his mouth. Eugen looked out of the door with caution and fear, looking at Kim. The protagonist introduced Kim, holding his hands in front of him, clenched into fists. The protagonist noticed that this was in a class abyss hunter, Kim, Eugen's confidant with a powerful defensive skill. The protagonist stood close to Kim. Eugen asked Kim to step aside. Kim negatively objected to the protagonist. Kim held the door with his hand, from where the protagonist warily looked out. Kim told the protagonist that Eugen ordered to keep an eye on him so that he does not go out. The protagonist was surprised that his younger brother assigned a class guard. Kim stood with his arms outstretched, not letting the protagonist pass. Eugen told Kim that he wanted to go out for a while. Kim reminded the protagonist that he was ordered not to let him pass. The protagonist looked at Kim with displeasure and a little confusion. Eugen indignantly told Kim that it should not matter to him where he goes. Kim closed his eyes and sighed heavily, putting his hand to his face. Kim placed his large hand on the protagonist's shoulder. Kim told the protagonist that he would not speak at length and ordered him to obediently return to the room. Kim held the protagonist by the shoulders, suppressing him with his powerful aura. Kim told the protagonist that otherwise he would force him in there. The protagonist looked at Kim with a numb and worried look. The protagonist imagined himself as a trembling rabbit, and Kim as a huge angry bear. Eugen thought that Kim seemed to be suppressing his entire body, noting that it was a special feeling of fear that high-level hunters released. The protagonist thought that he was like a herbivore standing in front of a predator. The protagonist was shaking with fear. He thought that he should not be afraid. Eugen's eyes widened in surprise. A notification window appeared in front of him. Activating fear resistance. Suppression is cancelled. The protagonist remembered the red icon with the image of ghosts. The protagonist noticed that his trembling disappeared thanks to the skill. Due to the use of the skill, the protagonist's eye briefly turned blue, after which it suddenly disappeared. In the eyes of the protagonist, Kim looked like a cute bear. Eugen noticed that Kim no longer looked like a predator, but a meek puppy. The protagonist looked like an angry rabbit baring his teeth. Eugen asked Kim with displeasure what he was trying to do. Kim frowned, looking seriously at the protagonist. Eugen angrily poked his finger at Kim's chest. The protagonist sarcastically asked Kim if he really didn't know the laws of the Republic of Korea, noting that every person has the right to freedom, and locking him up like that is a crime. Kim couldn't help but grab Eugen by the collar of his sweater. The protagonist told Kim that he was going to jail, mentioning a policeman. Kim held the protagonist by the collar, lifting him up. Eugen looked dejectedly ahead, his hands down. Kim told the protagonist that this was a punishment and sarcastically asked if he wanted him to continue dragging him to the room like this. Eugen apologized to Kim, answering him in the negative. The protagonist looked depressed, thinking that no matter how much a frog pouts, it won't become an ox. Kim turned the protagonist towards the door, still holding him by the collar. Eugen spread his arms out to the side and turned around, looking at Kim. Kim told the protagonist to come into the room. Eugen asked to wait a second, thinking that he could find another way since he had so many skills. Eugen presented red round icons with skills. A red icon with an image of a twig with leaves appeared in front of the protagonist's eyes. Eugen noticed this skill, not understanding what it was. A system window appeared. A promising stock is activated. The protagonist abruptly grabbed Kim by the face, pulling him closer. Eugen looked at Kim's surprised face. The protagonist saw information about Kim and his skills. Possible awakening level as unwavering body acquisition failed. Regeneration acquisition failed. Shield of space. The protagonist was surprised that Kim could awaken as an S-class. The protagonist imagined Kim and Eugen standing with their backs to each other. The protagonist thought that there might be two S-class hunters in the abyss then. Eugen began to pull Kim's ears and hair, staring at his face. The protagonist thought that maybe he could change this with his skill. The protagonist closed his eyes, frowning. System notification. Raising an object in an incomplete state. After using the code word, "You can use my baby" is the best and get the S-class skills that were failed. Eugen was glad that he could change this after all. The protagonist imagined Kim calmly releasing him to freedom. The protagonist thought that he had found a solution to the problem in raising Kim, and that if he obediently raised Kim, he would obediently obey him. Eugen added that he would find himself an S-class and get his freedom back. The protagonist looked at Kim excitedly, pursing his lips. The main character thought that in order to educate, it was necessary to say a code word, and that he should tell Kim that he loves her. Kim furrowed his brows in rage, so much so that the veins on his face bulged. Kim did not understand what Eugen was doing. The protagonist pointed his hand at himself with a determined expression, frowning. The protagonist asked Kim to look at where his hand was pointing. Eugen raised his hand and made a heart with two fingers with a confused smile. Kim looked gloomily at the gesture the protagonist made. The protagonist winked awkwardly at Kim and made a heart with his fingers. Kim's expression darkened at the protagonist's actions, and he glared at him. Kim told Eugen to stop making those unpleasant gestures and go back to his room. The protagonist fell to his knees with a dejected look, resting his hands on the floor. The protagonist really wanted the code word to be changed. Night fell outside. Eugen returned home, looking relaxed at his older brother. The protagonist was lying on the floor, looking exhausted. Eugen asked Eugen if he had a good rest. The protagonist sarcastically told the younger brother that he was dying. Eugen walked up to the protagonist, picking up his exhausted body. Eugen noticed that Eugen had not unpacked his things and said that he would give him the remaining room. The protagonist told the younger brother that he could do whatever he wanted since he was locked in anyway. Eugen exhaled heavily and smiled slightly. The protagonist raised his head, looking at his younger brother with concern. Eugen told his older brother to cheer up since he would let him out in a while. The protagonist was happy to hear this, asking his brother when that would happen. The black sky was visible outside the windows. Eugen told his brother to calm down and listen to him. He told Eugen that the abyss had many enemies holding it back, but if they became stronger than anyone, even they would not be able to touch them lightly, noting that then he too would be able to leave calmly. Eugen looked away in embarrassment and scratched his cheek with his finger. Eugen told his brother to wait until the abyss became the strongest in the world. Eugen looked at his brother with longing and despair, his mouth slightly open. The protagonist thought about what they had in the future. It took several years. Eugen took his brother's hand and put his hand on his shoulder. The protagonist sat on the floor in despair, turning his head away as if his spirit had left him. Eugen told the protagonist to endure for only a year, and in that time he would sweep away everything in his path. Eugen remembered that in the future it took more than 3 years. Eugen told his older brother that he would allow him to leave sometimes, but only with Kim or with him as a guard. The protagonist imagined a collar with a leash on himself, which was held by a happy Eugen. The protagonist thought that it looked like walking a dog. Eugen thoughtfully looked away, grabbing his chin. Eugen told Eugen that it would be difficult to do this often, since it takes him several days to clear a dungeon. Eugen noted that he could not trust it to someone below B class either. The protagonist narrowed his eyes in agony, losing hope for freedom. Suddenly, an idea occurred to the protagonist, causing his eyes to widen. He thought that he could do something similar with his abilities. The protagonist remembered how he sat in front of the TV, watching hunters. Eugen thought that back then, he spent all day searching for information related to hunters, and he clearly remembered who would become a high-level hunter in the future. The protagonist imagined a lot of falling papers. He thought that if he found them in advance and appeased them, he would be able to awaken them, and as payment for awakening, he would make them his guards. The protagonist imagined himself in a circle of powerful and cool hunters. He thought that if he became more authoritative this way, then Eugen would not be able to do whatever he wanted either. Eugen noted that with his skills and rank, this was quite possible. Eugen turned his thoughtful gaze to his older brother. The protagonist jumped up and smiled happily, pressing his hand to his chest. Eugen happily told his younger brother that he would be able to find an A-class hunter. Eugen looked at his brother in surprise and dumbfounded. Eugen frowned and smiled maliciously, clenching his hand into a fist. He thought that he would dig up future S-classes. Night hung over the city, lanterns were shining on the streets. Eugen thought that since everything turned out like this, he would have to find small children who were easy to convince. Yerem stood in her tattered and worn-out sneakers. She raised her head and looked at the dark sky. The protagonist thought that he would appease him well and raise him as his personal hunter. Eugen was surprised that Eugen wanted to find an A-class. The protagonist looked at his younger brother with excitement, holding out his hand. The protagonist asked Eugen to let him move freely if he found an A-class personal bodyguard. Eugen looked at his brother with confusion, smiling awkwardly. Eugen was curious about how his older brother would find a bodyguard. Eugen stared at his older brother, waiting for an answer. Eugen told his younger brother that he had various ways. Eugen narrowed his eyes and lowered his eyebrows, looking at the protagonist seriously. Eugen assumed that Eugen had awakened. Eugen grabbed Eugen's shoulders in a panic, startling him. Eugen bombarded his younger brother with questions about his skill and when he had awakened, noting that it had not happened yet during the meeting with the broker, and suddenly more people would target him in the future. The protagonist imagined himself being handcuffed and gagged, with Kim holding a whip in her hands. Eugen thought that he couldn't tell the truth about his L-class skill, otherwise he would be imprisoned forever. The protagonist looked at his younger brother with concern, frowning. The protagonist told Eugen that he was a normal F-class, and he could determine the strong and weak potential awakening class and could not awaken more than once a month. Eugen looked at his older brother with a serious look. Eugen closed his eyes and brought his hand to his chin. He told the protagonist that with this, he would not become a target. The protagonist looked at his younger brother with a puzzled expression, holding his hand. Eugen told the protagonist that an alternative would soon appear in the form of an awakening center, noting that the awakening mechanism had been largely revealed. Eugen scratched his cheek thoughtfully, looking away. The protagonist remembered that the center had not yet appeared at that time. The protagonist imagined a center with scientists where people could awaken by fighting monsters. The protagonist noted that when it appeared, anyone would be able to awaken safely, and then there would be fewer scammers promising awakening, and there would be no people who would need someone's skill. The protagonist smiled lightly. Eugen told his younger brother that everything had worked out well back then. The protagonist smiled happily from ear to ear. Eugen told Eugen that his skill was useless, so he had nothing to worry about, adding that he would find in a class if he gave him a chance. Eugen held the box with his brother's things in his hands and stared at him intently. The protagonist happily jumped into the air. Eugen told him that it was not easy, but if he could find it, then fine, and asked Eugen if they were moving the things to his house or not. The protagonist happily agreed to his younger brother's proposal. The protagonist smiled wickedly, knitting his eyebrows. He thought that his brother would not be able to keep him locked up as he wanted and would sweep away everyone from a S-class. Eugen imagined the S-class hunters holding him in their arms. The protagonist thought that he would quickly find them and increase his power, and in this way he could even found a guild stronger than the Abyss. The sun was shining brightly above the building. The next day, the South Korean Hunters Association, the registration place for the awakened. The hunters opened their mouths wide in surprise, noticing that the shield of the Abyss, Hunter Kim, had appeared in the building. Kim looked around with a serious expression. Eugen was dragging behind Kim with his head down. The hunters in the building were staring at the protagonist while chatting among themselves. The hunters were surprised that Kim was assigned to guard the protagonist, thinking that he would become the new S-class. The paper showed the protagonist's information and that he was registered as an F-class hunter. Eugen walked from the reception desk to the exit with displeasure. The hunters were discussing among themselves that the protagonist was pretending to be an S-class hunter and that he was a complete disappointment. The protagonist thought that he had never pretended, and most importantly, he had completed his registration and now he needed to buy equipment. Eugen was holding an envelope of money in his hand, imagining the image of his younger brother handing him the envelope. The protagonist opened the envelope and his eyes widened at what he saw. The check said 1 billion won. The signboard said floor 6 Fahrenheit, Hunter's Mall. The vendors greeted the protagonist with big smiles and generosity. A girl with her hair up greeted the protagonist, asking him what equipment he wanted to start with. The protagonist was dressed in fancy jewelry and had his hair tied with a ribbon. Eugen's face darkened from the equipment that stood out so much. The saleswoman said that there was equipment that enhanced abilities, and they had prepared things that could be worn in everyday life. Eugen was wearing the Rumorous Ring Mana plus 30, the Oris Ola Bracelet Mana plus 27, the Sapphire Pendant Mana plus 20, and the Leather Hair Rope Mana plus 25. The protagonist asked to bring him something more modest. The protagonist was shown a box with small black earrings. The saleswoman said that as the simplest accessory they could offer him this. Dark elf earrings, mana plus 29. Eugen put the earrings on his ears, pursing his lips. The protagonist took the gloves and belt, putting them all on himself. Leather manticore gloves, endurance plus 6, strength plus 20. Light fabric belt, dexterity plus 16. The protagonist opened the system window, thinking that this would make his abilities C-class. The protagonist looked at the shop windows. Eugen said that he would take the contract and potions with the remaining money. Kim stood by the car with a menacing face, folding his arms across his chest. Kim asked the protagonist where he went. Eugen sat in the back seat of the car, fastening his seat belt. Eugen told Kim that he went shopping. Kim sternly told the protagonist to tell him when he was going somewhere and added that if he had no other business, then they would come back. The car slowly began to move. The protagonist told Kim that he needed to go to one more place. Eugen sat by the window, resting his head on his hand, and looked out the window thoughtfully. He thought that the ice witch Yerim definitely lived somewhere in that area, noting that she had lost her parents and lived with relatives who owned a meat restaurant. The protagonist imagined Yerim holding a spear with ice forming around her. Eugen recalled that Yerim was an excellent hunter even among a class, so such a level should satisfy Eugen, noting that she should awaken in 3 years when she turns 18. The city at night was illuminated by the light of street lamps. The protagonist thought that he needed to quickly find her and make a contract with her to regain his freedom. A crowd of people were walking in the market. A woman with a black bag looked at the protagonist in surprise. She told him that she did not know any Yerim. The man in a mustard scarf shook his head negatively. He told the protagonist that their restaurant did not have Yerim. Eugen looked around, holding a snack in his hand. Kim walked with a menacing look, looking straight ahead. The protagonist noted that there were more meat restaurants than he thought, and he would have to go around them all. The protagonist felt a delicious smell and closed his eyes, sniffing with pleasure. He noticed that it was the smell of roasting meat. The market was hung with garlands and signs. Eugen asked Kim if he was hungry, offering to eat first. Kim told the protagonist that he was fine. The protagonist chewed his snack carefully, looking at Kim. Kim asked the protagonist why they came there because there was a meat restaurant near the abyss. Eugen told Kim that he felt a strong energy there. Kim frowned, looking away in disbelief. Kim muttered under his breath that this was a scam. The protagonist closed his eyes, about to bite into his snack in his hands. An angry Yerim was standing nearby. The protagonist thought that he should first have dinner and then continue searching, noting that he wanted to eat smoked pork. Yerim furiously screamed that she was always to blame for everything. The protagonist looked at Yerim in surprise, his eyes wide. Yerim furrowed her brows and opened her mouth wide. Yerim told her uncle that it was all because of that man Park Suchins. An angry man looked out of the restaurant. Yerim took off her apron and turned her back to the man, running away from him. The man ordered Yerim to come back. Yerim screamed in rage that she hated all that and it would be easier to die. Yerim ran past the protagonist with a dejected look, who looked at her in bewilderment. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth, recognizing the girl. He thought that he had finally found Yerim. Yerim frowned and clenched her teeth, running wherever her eyes looked. Eugen extended his hand after the running Yerim. The protagonist handed his snack to Kim, and with a serious look looked in the direction where Yerim ran. Kim looked at Eugen with confusion. The protagonist asked Kim to hold his snack for a while. The protagonist followed Yerim, frowning. He thought that Yerim was very fast for not being awakened. A bright blue light began to emanate from Eugen's feet. The protagonist had to use a B-class item, like cloth belt, dexterity plus 16. The protagonist accelerated, emitting blue light from his feet, and ran after Yerim. Eugen noted that with his equipment, high speed was nothing to him. The protagonist ran past people, raising a strong wind. He thought that equipment was the best thing in the world. Many people were walking around the market. Eugen ran, looking at Yerim in the crowd. The protagonist spotted Yerim running away. Yerim turned around, looking at the protagonist in surprise. The protagonist called out to her, asking if she was Yerim's disciple. Eugen ran closer and closer to Yerim, his mouth wide open. The protagonist wanted to talk to the student. Yerim thought that her uncle sent him. Yerim moved from where she was, running into the road. She called the protagonist uncle, telling him to go away since she was not going to come back. Eugen did not like that she called him uncle, noting that he was in his prime. The protagonist's eyes widened, looking at Yerim with concern. The protagonist noticed that there was a car on the road. The car was shining its headlights brightly, approaching Yerim. Yerim froze in horror, her eyes widening. A blue burst of energy appeared. The protagonist released blue energy, jumping off the car and grabbing Yerim. The protagonist collapsed to the ground, along with Yerim. The driver of the car widened his eyes in fear. The crowd of people watched what was happening with shocked faces. Yerim looked at the protagonist with confusion, her mouth slightly open. Eugen asked her if she was okay. The protagonist looked at Yerim with relief, smiling slightly. The protagonist told Yerim that he wanted the ending to be more exciting. Yerim was sitting on the protagonist's back, resting her foot on his face. Yerim noted that the protagonist was a hunter. Eugen suggested that the student get off his back. There was a grill on the table, on which meat was being fried. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled happily, drooling. Eugen said that the texture of the meat was simply killer, noting that he had not eaten marbled beef for a long time. The protagonist and Yerim were sitting at a table in a small establishment. Eugen told Yerim to eat well, noting that she could order as much as she wanted. The protagonist thought that the student ate very well, noting that he was paying with a corporate card, which was a great relief to him. Yerim ate with great pleasure, stuffing her mouth with food. Eugen worriedly asked Yerim if she could eat there, since she said that her uncle had his own meat restaurant. Yerim called Eugen an uncle, saying that it was not tasty, adding that he should not go there either because it would be a waste of money. The protagonist objected with displeasure, saying that he was not her uncle. Yerim held a green pepper in her hand, dipping it in sauce. She noticed that the protagonist called himself the elder brother of the head of the abyss. Yerim stared at the protagonist intently, biting into the pepper. She did not understand why such a person needed her. Eugen closed his eyes, brought his hands to his chin and smiled widely. He jokingly told Yerim that it was because she had good energy. Yerim turned around abruptly and was about to get up from the table. Yerim thanked the protagonist for the food, saying that she did not believe it at all. The protagonist looked away, smiling awkwardly, imagining himself with his little brother and a man with a woman. He told Yerim that he knew her parents, adding that when his parents passed away, they helped him. The protagonist noted in his mind that this was a lie. Yerim chewed her food and looked at Eugen with disbelief. The protagonist told Yerim that he came to return the favor, albeit belatedly, adding that he had not had time before due to the huge amount of things to do. Yerim closed her eyes and lowered her head, exhaling heavily. She told the protagonist that she did not care, since she had people who would wipe her drool and give her a slap on the back of the head. Eugen thanked Yerim for understanding. The protagonist picked up the roasted meat with tongs. The protagonist told Yerim that he was thinking about how he could help her, noting that his strength was just outstanding. Eugen looked at the student with a slight smile, bringing his hand to his chest. He told her that his ability was to awaken other people. Yerim held a bowl of food in her hands and looked at the protagonist in surprise. The protagonist told Yerim that she could awaken at least with a B class. There were 2 black cards on the table. Eugen told Yerim that he was under the protection of the abyss, so he would be able to help her settle down well as a hunter. The protagonist looked at Yerim with hope, crossing his fingers. Eugen told Yerim that he wanted to become her sponsor if she didn't mind. The protagonist extended his hand, smiling amiably. Yerim looked at the protagonist with confusion. Eugen asked the student if she would become a hunter by making a contract with him. Yerim's eyes widened in shock, raising her eyebrows. The protagonist watched Yerim with interest. He thought that Yerim had taken the bait, since being a hunter was considered the coolest profession among teenagers, adding that he needed to put on a show that would attract her. The protagonist raised his hand and opened his inventory. Eugen took out a shining scroll with a feather from his inventory. The protagonist suggested that Yerim read the contract. Yerim jumped up from the table, looking at the scroll with excitement. Yerim didn't understand where the protagonist got the scroll from, thinking that he had some kind of inventory. The protagonist told Yerim that she would also have one upon awakening, and that the contract was a special item created from the extra items in the dungeon. The protagonist wrote the terms of the contract with a happy smile. The shining contract flew up to Yerim's face. Eugen told the student that she only had to formally sign the contract as Yerim's hunter. Yerim looked at the contract with delight, blushing slightly. There were hieroglyphs written on the contract. Yerim read the terms, which included signing a contract with the Abyss Guild, keeping Eugen's skill a secret, and being responsible for guarding Eugen for a year. The protagonist closed his eyes, pretending to be a victim, pressing his hands to his chest. The protagonist told Yerim that he needed a bodyguard since he was a weak F class and someone was always trying to lock him up. Yerim asked the protagonist if he wouldn't be ashamed to be protected by a middle school student. Yerim's words seemed to hit the protagonist's head, who was hurt. The protagonist leaned his hand on the table and smiled awkwardly from ear to ear. The protagonist told Yerim that he would not be ashamed, because after awakening, she would be much stronger than him. Yerim asked Eugen if she would be able to become independent after awakening. Yerim lowered her head, looking sadly at the contract. The protagonist looked at the student with confusion, raising his hand. Yerim was holding a pen in her hand, above the contract. He told Yerim that it was quite possible, because awakened minors are on the same level as adults. Yerim told the protagonist that she would then make a contract with him. The protagonist abruptly grabbed the pen. Eugen asked Yerim to wait. Yerim did not understand what to wait for, thinking that just writing a name would be enough. Eugen told Yerim that she needed to check everything carefully, adding that the contract did not even include her conditions. Yerim looked at the contract with confusion, her mouth slightly open. The protagonist moved closer to Yerim, pointing his finger at the contract. Eugen warned Yerim what would happen if she was deceived when citing it thoughtlessly. The protagonist took the contract in his hands. Yerim looked at Eugen in surprise. The protagonist told the student that the execution of the contract should be carefully monitored, adding that at her age she was not used to this, so she still needed a guardian. Yerim lowered her eyes, sadly looking at the floor. The protagonist looked at the student questioningly, raising his eyebrows. The protagonist added that even if independence looks tempting, you need to be more careful. Yerim asked what to do then if this guardian is deceiving her. Eugen looked at Yerim in confusion. Yerim slightly narrowed her eyes, frowning. The student did not understand the point of a guardian who was deceiving her and about monitoring the execution of the contract, noting that everything would simply be taken away from her. Yerim kept her hands on her knees, tightly clutching her clothes. The protagonist did not understand what the student was talking about. The boys looked excitedly in the direction where the source of the noise appeared. The student's uncle was looking for her everywhere, shouting her name. Yerim's furious uncle appeared in the establishment. The uncle told the student that he was told where she was. The boys quickly got up from the table. The protagonist greeted Yerim's uncle, but he did not listen to him. The uncle told Yerim that she did not do what she was told, but was instead lounging somewhere. The uncle furiously frowned and grabbed Yerim's hand. The uncle commanded Yerim to follow him, adding that he would correct her habits. The protagonist asked Yerim's uncle to calm down. Eugen grabbed his uncle's hand tightly. The uncle directed his furious gaze at the protagonist. The protagonist looked at the uncle in shock. Yerim's uncle asked Eugen who he was and how close he was to Yerim. The protagonist told the uncle that there was nothing like that between them. The protagonist held the uncle's hand, baring his teeth. The uncle did not understand where the protagonist got such strength from. Eugen thought that it was all thanks to his equipment. The uncle twisted his face in rage. Eugen turned his gaze to Yerim. The student's uncle asked the protagonist to let go of his hand and asked him discontentedly who he thought he was to interfere in their affairs. Eugen raised his eyebrows and looked at Yerim in surprise. Yerim stood slightly cowering, looking away. The protagonist noticed the worn and old sneakers on the student's feet. Eugen remembered how he saw Yerim arguing with her uncle outside the establishment. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth. Eugen told Yerim that now he understood what she was talking about. The protagonist glared at the student's uncle, squeezing his hand tighter. Eugen told Yerim that she meant that nothing was better than such a guardian. Yerim furrowed her brows in anger and opened her mouth wide. Yerim told the protagonist that he was absolutely right and that her uncle was the worst. Yerim pointed her finger at her uncle. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and glared at him, causing him to hesitate. Yerim told the protagonist that her uncle had appropriated all of her parents' inheritance and was not giving her a penny in pocket money. The people in the establishment watched in shock. Yerim told the protagonist that during the typhoon, her uncle only gave her a cheap plastic umbrella, and when it broke, he didn't even buy her a new one, and she had to cover herself with a plastic bag. People in the establishment noticed that this was violence against the student. Yerim's uncle frowned in anger and bared his teeth. He told the student that she was always embarrassing people. The student's uncle walked towards Yerim, throwing the protagonist aside. Eugen suddenly fell to the floor. Yerim and the uncle widened their eyes, looking at Eugen. Yerim looked at the protagonist with a worried expression, her mouth slightly open. Yerim's uncle knitted his eyebrows, looking at Eugen with bewilderment. The protagonist sat on the cold floor, his head down. Yerim asked Eugen if he was okay. The protagonist rolled on the floor in horror, his mouth wide open. Eugen was shouting at the whole place that Uncle Yerim was hitting people. The protagonist was sitting on the floor, his eyes closed, his hand pressed to his chest. Eugen told the uncle that he could have a normal conversation instead of pushing people, noting that he had simply stopped a student. The protagonist looked at Uncle Yerim with a pitiful expression, tears streaming from his eyes. The uncle widened his eyes in bewilderment and bared his teeth. Eugen asked Uncle Yerim that he was going to hit her like that, a weak middle school student. The uncle spoke rudely, telling Eugen that he was simply turning the situation around. The uncle grabbed the protagonist by the clothes, pulling him slightly towards himself. The protagonist looked down with a serious look. Eugen tripped the student's uncle. The uncle flew onto the table, knocking over plates. The protagonist rose to his feet, holding a can of soda in his hands with a smile. The protagonist told the uncle to be careful because the soda had spilled and the floor was slippery. The uncle raised his head and glared at the protagonist. Eugen grabbed the uncle's head, pinning it to the table. Yerim watched with a smile, her brows furrowed, barely holding back her laughter. The protagonist asked the uncle if he was okay because he had slipped again. The protagonist held the uncle's head over the hot grill and leaned slightly towards him. Eugen asked the uncle how dare he steal from a small child, threatening to kill him. The protagonist glared at the uncle. Eugen warned the student's uncle not to treat Yerim like that again. The protagonist turned his head to the side and saw Eugen smiling happily. The student noted that the sound of her hitting the table was just like wrestling. Eugen told Eugen that the sound was not coming from him, noting that he could hear it from the street. The guys looked at the street in surprise, their mouths open. The restaurant building began to shake violently. The people in the building thought that an earthquake or a war had started. Kim ran into the restaurant in a panic. Kim called out for the main character at the top of his lungs. The people opened their mouths in horror at what they saw. Kim told all the people to carefully evacuate. A huge black monster with worm-like eyes was destroying buildings. The people in a panic tried to run away from the terrible monster. Kim said that a dungeon had broken through nearby. The guys looked at Kim in shock, their mouths open. Kim told the guys to move away as it was dangerous there. Kim took a fighting stance, clenching his hand into a fist, and a golden icon with a shield and a mountain appeared in front of his hand. Kim told the guys that he would stop it. Kim slammed the ground with all his might, stopping the huge monster. System notification. A class defense skill. Shield of space. A wall of earth appeared in front of the monster, blocking its path. Kim watched the monster. The protagonist watched in horror. Kim told the protagonist to take advantage of the chance and quickly evacuate. The protagonist watched the monster in confusion. Eugen wondered if there was anything like this in his memories, and why did the monster suddenly appear? The protagonist was in a daze. Kim was squatting, looking at the monster with a serious look. The protagonist remembered that in the past, at a similar time, there was no dungeon breakthrough. Kim jumped off the ground and rushed at the monster. Kim flew into the air, swinging his leg at the monster. Kim kicked the monster with all his might, emitting a golden burst of energy. Kim rested his foot on the monster's torso. Kim frowned, looking at the monster in bewilderment. Kim noticed that the monster had no base. The monster began to attack Kim with its tentacles. Kim jumped over the wall, dodging the blows. The monster followed Kim and began to climb over. People ran away from the wall in panic. Eugen ran, turning back in panic. The uncle ran away from the wall in horror, not understanding what was happening. The laces on her sneakers came undone, and Eugen stepped on the lace. The student fell to the ground. The uncle glanced at Eugen and ran on. The student looked ahead with displeasure, baring her teeth. The monster's tentacles were approaching Eugen. Eugen closed her eyes and opened her mouth. The protagonist covered Eugen with a shield, not allowing the tentacles to pass. The student's eyes widened in surprise, looking at the protagonist. Eugen bared his teeth, holding a huge shield in his hand, from which a bright light emanated. The protagonist looked at Eugen with a serious look. The protagonist told the student to run to the shelter quickly. Eugen grabbed Eugen by the hand and ran away with her, running away from the monster. Eugen slightly opened her mouth and looked at the protagonist's back in confusion. The student frowned and looked down sadly. An underground entrance appeared in front of the guys. The protagonist asked Eugen if the shelter was there in the underground shopping center. Eugen told the protagonist that everything was correct. The protagonist turned around, looking at Eugen. Eugen told Eugen to go down there quickly. The protagonist narrowed his gaze and frowned at the student. Eugen told Eugen that he needed to go back. The protagonist remembered hunters attacking the same monster. The protagonist thought that he had seen this kind of monster, and they were weak alone, so they moved in a pack, noting that if they were not dealt with quickly, they would become a real headache. Kim formed a golden shield in front of him. Kim defended himself from the monster's furious blows. The protagonist thought that since Kim specialized in defense, he did not have a separate skill for area attacks, adding that with such an opponent, it was the least suitable specialization. The protagonist looked ahead nervously, frowning. Eugen thought that he needed to find a way to defeat the monster at all costs. Eugen grabbed the protagonist's hand. She told the protagonist that she would go too, and asked him to wake her up, noting that she could go fight. Eugen was full of confidence, and she stared at the protagonist. Orange sparks flew over the street. Eugen told Eugen that she had not even managed to sign the contract yet. Eugen asked the protagonist with displeasure that he was afraid that she would pretend to be uninvolved once he awakened her, adding that she would not go back on her word, so he had to awaken her since the situation was critical. The student widened her eyes in shock, pursing her lips. Eugen told Eugen that this was precisely why she was not allowed to, since she was still a child. The protagonist walked up to the student and placed his hands on her shoulders. He told Eugen that she would not be able to fight skillfully once she awakened, adding that he wanted to awaken her calmly and painlessly, and was not going to throw her into a real fight right away. Eugen remembered his younger brother when he awakened and had to fight monsters. Eugen told Eugen that he could calmly watch as a child was forced to fight alone. The protagonist turned around and looked at the student one last time. Eugen told Eugen that adults should deal with this and she should get to the shelter safe and sound. Eugen watched as the protagonist ran towards the monster. The protagonist ran at breakneck speed, baring his teeth. Eugen tried to think of a way to defeat the monster. The protagonist frowned, looking at the monster with irritation. Eugen thought that he had been hanging around as a hunter for more than 5 years, and even in this state, he could squeeze out some kind of solution. The protagonist ran up to Kim. Kim turned around and looked at the protagonist in surprise. Kim looked at the protagonist with displeasure. Kim did not understand why Eugen came and told him that it was dangerous there. The protagonist told Kim to use his defense skill. The monster's tentacles were sticking out from behind the wall. Kim told the protagonist that it was useless and even a protective barrier would not be able to completely enclose the center. The protagonist frowned and looked at Kim with confidence. The protagonist told Kim that this skill would be enough since he had an idea. Kim's eyes widened in surprise, looking at Eugen. The people were standing on the cliff, looking down at the monster. The man folded his arms. He was about to strike when a golden glow appeared around her. A moment later, he attacked the ground. This strike damaged the monster. The monster went berserk. A second later, a large crack appeared in the ground. The protagonist took a step forward, saying that he was coming. The guy pushed off from the emerald spot. He deftly jumped on the rocky surface. Eugen touched the stone with his fingers. He thought about the protective barrier being like a solid wall, and if you put it around the monster, it would become a cage for it. Earlier, the woman showed him some attributes in the suitcase. He thought about the item that was purchased from the Hunters Association. Remembering the green pellets in the box, he adds that this is a class of deadly poison, namely the limitless black poison pill. The brunette squeezed the emerald ball in his hand, thinking that it was a good thing he bought them just in case. He raised his hand to throw, thinking that if he detonated this device inside the barrier and closed it, it would mean his victory. Eugen's eyes widened in surprise when he asked if it was possible to instantly demolish it. Ahead was an empty ravine of a large mountain. Eugen was surprised that the monster had disappeared. Tentacles appeared under the bars behind him. The guy wondered where his opponent had disappeared to. Dark tentacles wrapped around his leg. The monster suddenly lifted Eugen into the air. The brunette opened his mouth in fear, thinking that the monster had climbed out through the drain, and since there are no such things in the genre, he didn't even think about it. Someone strikes with an umbrella. Yerim appeared with an umbrella in her hands and called him. She deals multiple attacks to the monster that Eugen is holding. The monster lets go of the guy's leg. He lands on his feet and runs after Yerim, who asks him to run and warns him that there is an alley in that direction. The protagonist caught up with the brunette and asks her what she is doing here if he ordered all civilians to evacuate. The girl asks him what he is doing himself if he is a representative of Class F. The monster's tentacles are heading after the heroes, while Eugen claims that he is an adult and awakened. Yerim asks her interlocutor not to make her laugh, noting that this is the person telling her who asked a student from a neighboring school for protection. The guy looked at the girl, claiming that he had already warned her that she was still quite small. She said that she knew about it, which is why she needed even more strength. The huntress looked ahead sadly. Remembering how she had previously run with the main character, she began to reason that when the summer had saved her recently, she was able to calm down since she assumed that the new acquaintance really wanted to protect her. The schoolgirl looked down sadly. She thought that such behavior could anger her. The heroes continued to run. The girl explains that she does not have the strength to protect herself on her own. They ran to the buildings in the city. The brunette exclaimed that this is exactly why she wants to become stronger. The little girl looks in the direction where the man was running in the rain. She began to explain that she had not had the opportunity to do anything before because of her age. All the people ran forward. Yerim adds that she does not want to wait for help while she is worried. The girl took a step, saying that she wanted a power that she could choose for herself, with which she could protect herself. She frowned and looked forward with determination, noting that the protagonist himself had told her that he had a power that would make her stronger. Words. The guy looked at her in surprise. As they ran forward, the brunette demanded to show her how strong she could become. The heroes looked up, surprised. They shook hands as a blue glow appeared around them. A bright flash of light appeared. The man to the side clutched the weapon and asked how it happened. His eyes widened in shock. He asked what was that. The tentacles approaching them began to fiddle around the schoolgirl's hands. The world system notified that Yerim had activated a skill called Icy Breath, and the girl had completed her registration. She smiled widely and informed the protagonist that she had received an S rank. The man to the side looked forward in shock, while the heroine claimed that she had acquired cool skills. Her friend claimed that no one talks loudly about their skills. The monster stretches its limbs upward. Yerim asks how her uncle feels about her new abilities. She did not notice how the monster appeared behind her. The guy warns his partner about the appearance of the monster. The enemy's tentacles wrap around the wrist of a schoolgirl while the protagonist tries to warn her that she needs to be careful. Out of fear, she slams her hand into the wall. Her colleagues are in a state of shock. The girl looks at the monster she slammed into the rocky surface in surprise. Eugen thinks that such power is ordinary for an S-class. Yerim clenches her fists and smiles happily. She assures that she can handle this on her own. The student approaches the man and asks to lend her the weapon. He agrees with anxiety. The end of the staff rests on the ground as a blue glow appears around it. A pillar of light appears as Eugen delivers a fatal blow. The man creates yellow shields to protect himself and his friend. Eugen asks for help. A blue seal appears under the girl's feet. The game system notifies that the Hermes shoes skill is preparing to activate. A flash of bright light occurs. The tentacles flew in different directions. Falling on the protective barrier, they melted, and Eugen loudly calls the girl by name and urges her to be more careful, since in this case they will be crushed to death. Eugen, flying through the air, apologizes and explains that she is not yet good enough at controlling her power. Eugen puts his palm to his forehead and smiles. Remembering the gloomy girl stretching her hand forward, the guy talks about how, as a hunter, she was called an ice witch. The girl grins happily and closes her eyes. Eugen thinks about how his new acquaintance turned out to be a child who is capable of a sincere smile. Not noticing the person who appeared next to him, the protagonist says that he could not expect the girl to wake up so suddenly, and adds that it would be great if she had the ability to attack over a large area. Another person assures that his partner can leave such things to him. He extends his hand forward as a maroon aura appears around it. Looking at his brother, the brunette loudly calls his name. The student watches his deadly attack. Her eyes widen in surprise. The monster's body is on fire. The girl is surprised that the guy was able to burn the enemy with the first attack. The hunter raises his hand and sends fiery strikes upward. He frowns and looks forward with determination, and the heroine watches him with bated breath. The guy is standing on the ground among the rubble and stones. The protagonist behind him calls his brother by name and is glad that he came. The guy turns his head to the side with a gloomy expression. Eugen sinks to the ground and watches as the guy in the cloak scolds Eugen. He asks him if he knows how worried he was when his friend called him on the way to the scene of the tragedy, and then mumbles something about how many times he needs to be reminded not to be outside at times like this. Eugen points his hand forward and the men turn their heads. The brunette claims that everything is fine and his brother does not need to worry so much. Eugen points to Eugen, saying that he found a person who recently awakened class as the girl awkwardly greets the new person. She is embarrassed. The girl, that in front of her really are the eyes of the abyss. The protagonist smugly lifts his head and says that he decided to make a contract with her, and then asks his brother what he thinks about this and if he has any complaints about the protection of this rank. The brown-haired assumed that this girl is a minor, and then asks where her guardian is. The guy nervously scratched his cheek and muttered. Eugen is in a state of shock and horror when Eugen says that he wanted to become her guardian. The brothers begin to argue, and Eugen gives the gun to the man. Eugen asks if the man in front of him really wants to become not a sponsor, but a guardian. The girl thanks him for the staff that was lent to her and asks what the difference is between these concepts. The man frowns and says that a simple sponsor cannot interfere in the affairs of his ward, because of which he would not be able to protect him in any way. The brunette opened her mouth, listening to the fact that the guardian can do what is forbidden to the sponsor, and is the one who plays the role of a parent. Eugen asks his interlocutor again. The excited student approaches the men and asks them if they will definitely do this for her. The brown-haired man loudly calls out his brother's name and asks him if he really wants to take care of a stranger. Eugen turns to the girl, claims that her real uncle is a bad person, asks if he can simply ignore this fact, and then says that only Eugen can decide this. Eugen froze in anger, starting to mutter. He pulls his brother away from the surprised Eugen and claims that he can't allow a situation like this to happen to ensure Eugen's safety, providing a police officer who puts a whistle to his mouth and runs towards a child who is hitting his parent. Eugen claims that there have been numerous incidents where a high-ranking awakened used violence against his low-ranking guardian, and then asks what kind of S-ranked person would obediently follow a person who is an F-ranked person. The boy points his finger forward and asks if there could be a situation where that girl attacks Eugen. Eugen grits his teeth and claims that he is a kind person. Eugen gets angry and says that he would rather become the guardian of that student. The girl frowns, retorting that she doesn't want that since her uncle promised her that he would. Eugen raises his hands and watches as his comrades quarrel. Eugen claims that the girl is only saying this now, and that things may change in the future, and then asks if she really won't hurt his brother. Eugen says that she can't do something like that because she signed a contract to protect this man, and then asks if her interlocutor is planning to hurt his uncle. Eugen tries to calm his friends down. Eugen starts to pull him aside, saying that there is nothing to discuss. The girl grabs Eugen's hand. She asks where Eugen is taking her savior, and then claims that this man cannot interfere with their contract. The protagonist becomes gloomy due to severe pain in his shoulder. Eugen and Eugen fuss around their friend. The brown-haired man calls out to Eugen and asks if he is okay, and the girl panics. The sick man asks the two disputants to move away from him. Eugen points his finger at his brother, and then asks him if he needs to drink a healing potion. The brunette tilts his head down. He asks his brother if he really raised him like that. Eugen points his finger at his chest and angrily says that choosing a guardian is Yerem's right, while he should be happy as the guild leader that an S-rank person joined. Eugen tries to argue with him. Eugen points at the other man and asks why they have to go home, who will clean up all this mess, and adds that they are making the man wait. Eugen waves his hand as he sees Eugen and his comrade off. He demands that his brother go right now and do his job as the guild leader. Eugen looks ahead, dumbfounded. He assures that they will definitely talk later and he will quickly finish the job and come back. The girl cringed as the guy placed his hands on his hips. She gets angry and loudly asks if this person is really the head of the abyss, and then adds that he is completely different from the person people were talking about. She quickly sat down on a rock when the protagonist yelled at her. The student is nervous and looks at her new guardian. She apologizes, explains that she currently has trouble controlling her power, and then asks what condition Eugen's shoulder is in. He claims that it is a simple, slight dislocation. The guy picks up a sneaker from the ground. He says that it is Yerem's shoe, but since she cannot control her power, he will put it on. Crouching down, the protagonist puts the shoe on the student's foot. He claims that it is too old and not the right size for a girl, and then scolds the student's uncle. The girl looks at him with worry. Eugen warns that tomorrow they will definitely go and buy Yerem new shoes. The brunette smiles happily and says that such an attitude makes her tremble. Eugen cannot understand what his ward is talking about. The girl suddenly notices a fly and tries to explain that such feelings are usually described in dramas. She tries to kill the fly, but injures Eugen. Blood appears on the guy's face. He jumped to the side and grabbed his chest, saying that this is not trepidation, just that his heart will soon break. Yerem apologizes and assures her that she will be more careful. The starry sky is above the city. Eugen claims that he cares. He ties the laces on his sneaker and reminds his interlocutor that she recently asked him why he does such things. He closes his eyes and smiles, saying that he does this because this girl's story doesn't seem foreign to him due to the fact that his parents died when he was little. He remembered hugging his brother tightly. Eugen says that he sometimes thinks about how things would have changed if they had a reliable support back then. The girl looks at him with interest. Her new guardian says that he understands that he may not seem reliable enough. The schoolgirl opens her mouth, saying that Eugen is a reliable person. The guy looks up and smiles when Yerem looks away. He asks his interlocutor if he really is like that. The girl adds that this can be true even for a person who asked a student from a neighboring school for protection, and then asks his uncle, the guardian, to take good care of her. She smiles widely and clenches her hand into a fist. Eugen grins and extends his forward. He also asks her to take good care of him. Their fists touch. The boy looks at the brunette with worry. He claims that of course it cannot compare to the love of parents. The girl looks at him in surprise when he says that he loves Yerem. The schoolgirl laughs loudly. She asks why her new guardian said that. The world system notifies that the girl, who recently awakened the S rank within herself, received a positive effect from the code word. At that moment, her uncle runs up to them. He calls his niece by name. The man looks at the guardian's girl, saying that he was afraid for his ward since he could not find her for a long time. The uncle is nervous and smiles wryly. He asks his niece if she really awakened. Eugen and Yerem blushed, realizing that they have not yet solved this problem. The girl's relative claims that people with a high rank earn a lot of money. The man spread his arms, telling the heroes that he was very worried when he lost the girl. Yerem looked away, hearing him say that this was not the case. Was it true that she had awakened? When the fat man heard the confirmation, he beamed, exclaiming that a mountain of money was waiting for them now. The girl turned around, looking at the coughing Eugen, and said that she was leaving home because she now had a contract with him, to which the guardian asked in surprise. Frowning, he shouted, asking why a 16-year-old girl would leave home. To this, the girl corrected herself by saying that she was 15. Eugen waved his hand and explained that according to a special law, a hunter can become independent from the age of 14. The man looked at the smartphone the boy held out and angrily shouted that this was the first time he heard about a special law. Let him stop talking nonsense. Eugen looked at him seriously. There was a voice recorder on the screen. Recorded words were heard that they could talk normally. Why was he pushing him? The man was going to hit her like that, a weak high school student. The guardian, stuttering, asked what was that. Continuing to hold the phone, the brunette said that he would still find the recordings from the surveillance cameras, and Yerem was surprised that he had been recording everything from the very beginning. Standing behind the elders, she listened to their squabble. Eugen said that it had become clear for a long time that he was a bad guardian, and recently he had abandoned this child, running away, to which the man shouted, asking when this had happened. The blue-haired girl looked away. The guy's question was heard about what mountains of money they were talking about. How much more was he going to extort from the child? To which the guardian shouted for him to shut up. After all, it was he who fed and raised her. Eugen stopped him, saying that if he dared to approach Yerem again, but he didn't have time to finish. A swift movement flashed past the smartphone. The man grabbed the brunette by the clothes and angrily shouted that he had planned this from the very beginning. Eugen frowned, silently looking at the man who was yelling that he would sue him. Yerim swung the blue umbrella that was in her hands, and with force, she slammed his umbrella into the ground between the bulging-eyed disputants, spreading bright rays. From the impact of the umbrella, the ground cracked and smoked. A shocked question was heard, "What was this?" The girl clutching the umbrella in her hands listened as he stuttered, saying that the awakened cannot harm ordinary people. Yerim raised her shining eyes to him and looked at him with the most innocent look. Beaming, she innocently asked what he was talking about, what to do if he was going to hit her all the time. The man asked again what she was talking about and, turning to Eugen, said that he also saw that she hit him like that on purpose. With a slight movement, the girl broke the umbrella in half, tearing the fabric. The man sweated from fear, hiccuping nervously. With a very cute look, the girl charmingly asked what the uncle was talking about. Surrounded by a red glow, she clutched the broken umbrella and asked, "He pushed the guy and then just fell down himself, didn't he?" Sweating from fear, the man thought that this is definitely the middle school girl he saw every day at home. Burning with rage, Yerim crumpled the umbrella into a ball. The man thought that he was standing in front of some kind of predator. A message appeared about activating fear resistance. Eugen scratched his neck thoughtfully and thought that this aura of intimidation showed that she was definitely an S rank. Legs in white sneakers slowly walked towards the man. The girl said that he himself should know that he was not in a position for her to be grateful to him. She squeezed the remains of the umbrella with her hands. The elder fell to the ground in fear, and Yerim threw the broken spokes and said that the guardian, "This word is ridiculous, he did not even buy her a pathetic umbrella." The man looked at the remains of the umbrella lying nearby in fear, and the girl continued, saying that if she had her way, she would turn him into this. The girl grabbed his t-shirt, making him hiccup, and said that now she will just close her eyes to this. Does he know why? Approaching the man's face, Yerim said that it was because he was worthless and not worth an ounce of her attention. She looked at him menacingly towering over the frightened guardian. The girl advised him to remember this and continue to live his worthless life, and if he did not follow her advice and continue to cling to her or quarrel with Eugen, drawing attention to himself. Yerim menacingly rested her hands on the god and declared that then she would definitely not turn a blind eye to this. Sitting on the ground near the ruins of the building, the man opened his mouth. Yerim raised her fist, enthusiastically asking how she repeated after the guy, "Did it turn out okay?" To this, the embarrassed Eugen thought that he could not even take a sip of cold water in front of children. A bad example is contagious. The morning sun was rising over the city. The guy remembered that this is how Yerim became a member of the guild, and he was released from captivity. Sleeping Eugen suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. He sat up in bed, looking at the guy who entered the room and asked what he was doing. Eugen approached the bed and the boy asked in surprise what was wrong with him, what came over him this morning. He looked in surprise at his brother's hand extended to him, who demanded that the boy give him back what he bought yesterday. Eugen asked, his mouth wide open in horror, was he talking about shopping at the mall? He spent too much, but he thought he was allowed to spend all that money. The younger one screamed that it was not that, but the black poison fog orb. Before the boy could hold out the pill, his brother immediately grabbed it, clenching his fist. An excited Eugen asked why and how did he even know that he bought it. Eugen looked at his palm, asking the older one, did he not trust him at all? The boy looked at his brother, who made a surprised sound, and then impulsively hugged him, not letting him finish the question. A question was heard in the room with white walls, what was wrong with him? Eugen asked his brother, did he buy it, being prepared to even die if necessary. Hugging his brother, the younger closed his eyes and continued that if his enemies targeted the elder, he would become his weak point. The guy said that was why his brother was ready to poison himself so that they could not use him as a hostage. Eugen's face was extremely surprised, and he thought that nothing like that happened. Eugen pulled back and looked him in the eyes, not letting him argue, telling him that he was so worried about him, but he should never use something like that. Eugen looked at his brother and confidently stated that even if something like that happened, he would definitely come to save him. The older one thought that he bought it to use when clearing the dungeon alone, without his brother knowing, but now he can't say that he has resistance to L-class poisons. Eugen agreed out loud and thanked his brother. He had a feeling that there were more and more misunderstandings. The sign above the elevator read B1. Looking at his brother, Eugen asked if everything was resolved with Yerim, to which Eugen replied that yes, Seok went to her house yesterday. The younger one looked ahead, telling that, judging by everything, the guardian spent the billions of the girl's inheritance on his own business. He remembered the man in the suit handing the disgruntled guardian a piece of paper. The guy said that in exchange for them not going to court, he wrote a receipt that he would under no circumstances approach or contact the girl. He would not interfere anymore. The guild had successfully resolved all issues with him and secured it with a small amount of money. The heroes took a step out of the elevator, and the elder asked if Eugen had really agreed not to sue, but what about the parents' inheritance? To this, the brother replied that yes. She said that she simply did not want to contact him anymore. Eugen scratched his neck and agreed, saying that now that amount would rather seem ridiculous, and Eugen looked at his smartphone and said that the girl had also gradually finished adapting to her abilities and, apparently, spent the whole of the previous night in the training room. Above the entrance to the room was a sign stating that this was a training room. Eugen said that this room can withstand even S-rank power, so she can use it as much as she wants. The guys froze at the entrance to the hall, which was simply destroyed. There were fragments of blocks and broken stones lying inside. They saw destroyed walls, large dents and cracks. Suddenly, a piece of concrete support fell next to the amazed guys. Eugen confusedly asked again that this hall can withstand S-rank power, to which Eugen confusedly said yes, but a bent barbell lay next to a piece of reinforcement. Among the fragments of tiles and concrete, Eugen quickly flew upside down, holding a chain in her hands. Somersaulting in the air, she landed and hit the floor with her palm. The black punching bag swung. Many ice flows burst out of the girl's clenched fist. Surrounded by small ice flows, she used the skill day without a shadow. Eugen stamped her foot, spreading black beams of power. The boys looked around and Eugen asked in surprise what happened to the training room. Did something happen to Eugen? He looked down in surprise. A black shadow from the girl approached his leg and held it to the floor, not allowing it to move, which the boy reported in surprise. The girl looked intently and said the command to activate the skill. The stone fragments were covered in a black substance. The training barbell was covered in black liquid and a blue glow. Eugen screamed when a black shadow rose up his body, fettering him, and his brother called out to him in surprise. Black shadows swirled on the floor, connecting with the girl, who put her fist to her chest. Eugen raised her leg. The sole of her shoe glowed blue. She forcefully lowered her foot to the ground, breaking the floor. Eugen quickly ran forward and her steps crumbled the tiles on the floor. With a scream, she raised her fist to strike, and she punched the floor with all her might, breaking it with powerful force. The cracks from the floor even spread to the walls of the training hall. The girl stood, confidently clenching her fists glowing with blue power. Suddenly, she heard her brother's pleas to wake up. Eugen turned around and called her uncle. She was amazed to see Eugen, who, holding the white Eugen on his lap, asked him not to die and told the girl that she had become stronger. Eugen screamed for the guy to come to his senses. They shook the white Eugen by the shoulders, bringing him to his senses. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes, looking at her in surprise. Eugen took off her hood, covering her short hair, and worriedly asked if he was okay, to which she heard the question, "Who is she?" The girl was surprised to think that he had lost his memory, and asked if he didn't remember. She was Eugen, to which Eugen screamed that he knew, but she had changed beyond recognition. Surprised, Eugen said that a stylist worked on her. The girl posed as if against the background of a drink with lemon and smiled, saying that in the abyss, she had her image corrected because she would soon have to go to the Hunters Association. Words were heard that it suited her. All the advertisements for sports drinks would be hers. Smiling contentedly, she imagined a guy with a staff in his hand, thinking that this was the Hermes style, which matched her skill, and said that she would be on live television, so she needed to watch the picture. The guy asked in surprise that they do this too, and then remembered that S rank is celebrities. Opening a folder with documents and photos, she said that she had already prepared the documents for the hunter registration that she would need to provide. She constantly signs something and at the same time sorts out her skills. Holding a folder with documents in her hands, Eugen smiled shyly and said that she did not notice how the guy entered, to which he replied that these were indeed her skills. But what were they? The girl imagined icy whirlwinds flying forward and said that the first was the cold breath. He saw it last time. A magic seal appeared under the girl's foot, and she said that the Hermes shoes allow one to fly and instantly move short distances. Imagining black shadows crawling on the floor, she said that the day without a shadow imposes a boost on a large area. Eugen said that when using it, the effectiveness of skills and attributes increases greatly, and she can also slow down the enemy by absorbing their shadow. This also gives her a corresponding boost. Eugen held a folder in his hand and asked, does it become even stronger by absorbing power from the surroundings? He realized that it was thanks to this skill that the training hall was turned into ruins. Eugen touched her chin and said that there is one more skill, the last one, body whiteness, which allows you to read information from a corpse. Eugen lowered his gaze, listening to this. He touched his chin, saying that it was quite creepy, and the girl awkwardly scratched her head and agreed, saying that it should have been an attack skill. A thoughtful voice was heard in the office, which said that they would hide the whiteness of the body for now, and a surprise question. The brunette wrote in the documents and explained that it was not necessary to reveal all the skills when registering. The blue-haired girl listened attentively to the guy who corrected the data in her dossier, saying that since it turned out like this, it was better to hide a few more details. For example, in the day without a shadow, only the effective strengthening can be recorded, and in the shoes of Hermes, only flight, which is suitable for her level. Yerim smiled, reading the notes. She happily touched the guy's hand and said that he understood it so well, just like an expert. Eugen frowned as his brother smiled at the compliment and asked if she had mastered the control of strength. The younger brother covered his confused brother with himself and told the surprised girl that he was so well informed about everything because he delved into all the details for his sake and advised her to keep her distance. Eugen looked on in confusion as Yerim angrily exclaimed that she was not talking to him and why he was interfering, to which the leader said that he did not interfere, but helped his older brother with an explanation. Eugen awkwardly scratched his cheek with his finger, laughingly thinking that this is possible, right? So everything will be fine. Many reporters gathered at the tall glass building. Yerim got out of the car under the flashes of cameras. She smiled and walked past the gadgets pointed at her. The announcer's words were heard that Park Yerim, the new S-Class, was coming out. Photographers were taking pictures of the girl, and two dark figures were standing behind her. The reporter said that this was the birth of the 8th S-Class combat hunter in the country. Yerim only had 3 basic skills. Eugen, wearing a mask, peeked around the corner next to Seong-han and said that the girl was doing well, to which the guard replied that instead of acting like that, he should have just accompanied her. The man crossed his arms and said that Yerim was upset because Eugen did not go with her, and the guy laughed and replied that he had a lot of bad memories of crowded places. Pulling off the mask from his face, he continued that resentment has its end. Now that fame and fortune await her, it will probably fade into the background. The man with glasses looked at him silently. He heard the words that the main thing is that everything will be fine. That is what makes him happy the most. But the changes were too significant. He remembered the serious girl with long hair surrounded by ice, and thought that there was no trace left of the cold and arrogant Yerim from the future that he knew. The real girl with the short hair smiled shyly. The guy thought that now instead of her there was a student from Yerim High School, imbued with a confident smile. He remembered the monster with eyes between its tentacles and thought that the dungeon breakthrough that happened a few days ago also didn't happen in the first place. Will everything be okay if the future he saw changes so much? Eugen adjusted his cap, thinking what difference does it make? What's good is good. What's important now is something else. Since he came to the association, he needs to see if there are any newcomers with good potential here. The guy looked out from behind the corner, looking at the crowd. Letters indicating their classes were hovering above the people. The guy saw that there were F-Class, E-Class. Chuckling, he thought that finding another S-Class would be a huge success. Eugen looked carefully at the people, thinking that he would hardly find anyone here. What kind of high-level awakened would just walk around here? Suddenly, he unexpectedly ran forward, and Seong-han looked at him in surprise, asking where he was going. The guy thought that nothing was impossible. He imagined the crystals sparkling in his palms. It all started when he turned back time to save his younger brother. Once he was able to change everything for the better for Yerim and for him and Eugen. He saw the figure of a guy with long hair. The guy thought that perhaps his gift was given to him. Eugen grabbed the stranger's hand. From running, his cap and mask flew off. The stranger turned around in surprise at him, and the guy thought that he was needed to make the uncut diamond that would catch his eye shine. The long-haired guy turned around in surprise and asked, "Who is he?" System information appeared that the guy is an awakened named Yu Myung-woo, current class F, potential for awakening F, optimal starting skill, possible to learn SS class. The guy with long hair and a backpack on the wrong side asked in surprise who it was, and Eugen asked confidently, "He was Myung-woo, Yu Myung-woo. It had been a long time." He didn't remember him. It was Eugen, Han Eugen. The long-haired guy rubbed his neck in embarrassment and apologized, saying that he really didn't remember him. The guy smiled widely, waving his hands, and said that everything was fine. They hadn't seen each other for quite a while. It was only natural, and he thought that, frankly speaking, he didn't know him either. A blue circle of the ability being used appeared in Eugen's eye. He saw an image of an anvil and hammer icon and the name of the skill master of the Golden Forge. He thought that it was incredible. Let them just look at this guy's skill. An image of an ancient blacksmith working on a golden anvil appeared in his head. Eugen thought that from the name alone it was clear that this was a special skill related to the manufacture of equipment, moreover, SS class. Eugen thought that an S-class blacksmith who personally created equipment that could hardly be bought even for hundreds of millions. Awakened with such a skill, even after 5 years, there were no awakened. The guy imagined an embarrassed Myung-woo, surrounded by gold, guards, money, and thought that if he managed to get this skill, he would be able to build himself a bed from bags of money from all over the world. The young man with a backpack looked embarrassed, and Eugen thought that everything was because of this man, who looked like a scrawny man, depressed by life's difficulties. The elder looked at the guy's documents, asking if everything was fine with him. Did he also awaken? The long-haired man embarrassedly answered that yes, although it was F rank, for registering an Awaken they give $1,000,001 in subsidies. Manhwa held the documents with his information in his hand, and Eugen exclaimed that he was also an F rank. The guy asked if he would go with him to receive basic training. Smiling, the long-haired man said that he only came for the subsidy. Basic training requires payment, and he is an F rank and is not needed anywhere. He is now worthless. The elder grabbed the guy's palm with his hands. Looking at him enthusiastically, the brunette smiled and called to receive education with him in their guild. Eugen said that he would receive it for free at his word alone, but suddenly Xiang grabbed him by the collar and Manhwa looked at this in surprise. The guard told the guy that only guild members can receive rookie hunter training. Manhwa watched what was happening with confusion and asked, "Is this Xiang from the Abyss?" Eugen asked to make an exception for just one person, and the guard referred to the charter. He asked the guy who was hanging in the arms of a serious man like a kitten, "Do they know each other and how?" Confidently smiling, Eugen pointed his finger at himself and told the amazed guy that the guild leader is his younger brother. Manhwa covered his eyes with his hands, closing himself from the blinding radiance, and asked about the head of the abyss. It suddenly began to blind his eyes. Eugen spread his hands in satisfaction and replied that it was an aura of power. Words were heard that he would agree about the guy so they could go study together. He would lend him his equipment. Continuing to cover his eyes, Manhwa asked that even equipment really possible. The guy in gloves grabbed his palm, hearing that he could not even remember him. Eugen sat down next to the embarrassed guy and told him not to worry about it and just agree. He wanted to take care of him because Manhwa is a good person. With a sweet look, the brunette continued that he really deserved such treatment. Looking at the guy with shining eyes, the long-haired man repeated, "What does he really deserve?" Tears appeared in his eyes. Sobbing, he fell to his knees in front of Eugen, who called out to him in surprise. The brunette told the guy to drink. The tea was warm. There was a glass of tea in the machine. Eugen handed Manhwa one of the glasses of tea, saying that it would be, of course, better to buy expensive coffee in some cafe, to which the long-haired man said that everything was fine, it was enough for him. Manhwa hunched over, holding the tea, and hearing the question of whether he had calmed down a little, answered that he had. Wiping a tear with his finger, he apologized for the fact that it was so unexpected. He had not heard such words for too long. Eugen looked at him, saying that he had a hard time. The long-haired man smiled a little and began to tell that as a child he had a talent for working with his hands. He even won a lot of prizes. He remembered making a dinosaur while his classmates and teacher watched. Then he remembered people sitting at the university with books and said that as an adult, there was no point in doing that. Everyone just told him to stop fooling around and study. A pile of papers fell on the guy standing with a backpack in his hands. He said that was when he went down because he was a complete loser in studies. He said that his grades at university were terrible, he couldn't get a job, and there were also family circumstances. Reflected in a glass of tea, Manhwa said that at some point he found himself in such a deplorable situation and with a lot of debt, like an outsider with nowhere to go. The brunette sat next to him, looking down. Looking down, he said that he understood him perfectly. Eugen thought that even after the world changed, everything remained the same. He remembered one of the students bullying him, saying that he was an F class and dared to say something to a D class. He thought that people were literally divided into classes. Then he remembered being called out to where he was going, thinking that only combat and healing skills were welcome. An image of a railroad appeared in his mind, illustrating the idea that if he got off this road, an F class among hunters, an F class in society. He imagined Manhwa standing in the darkness and wondered what would have happened to him in the original scenario. He would never have been able to ignite his talent. Maybe he would have continued to be like this. The boy's cheeks tightened. He thought that it was okay. Anyway, he could do it now. Jumping to his feet, he looked at the sunset sky and encouraged the boy. Turning to the surprised Manhwa, he smiled and encouraged him not to be a wimp. After all, it didn't matter if others did not accept him. They live in a world where it is hard to survive alone. Putting his arm around the guy's shoulders, he pointed his finger forward and recited the words about him raising his head with confidence. If he remains depressed, the money for the spinal surgery will fly away. Manhwa sat on the bench and watched as Eugen confidently raised his fists up, shouting that he was great, and others just did not understand it. He loved himself. Turning around, he smiled and urged the guy to think like this. Smiling, looking at Manhwa, he called him a friend and said that he loved him too. Manhwa looked at the brunette with embarrassment, agreeing. He said that they would do so and thanked him. The system reported that the awakened Manhwa received a favorable influence from the code word. The sun was setting and illuminating the city with golden rays. The guy thought that it would be solved so easily, but no. A serious man with glasses, the head of the HR department of the Simiang Abyss, confidently said that it was impossible. Eugen looked at him sheepishly. They were sitting across from each other at the table. Simiang had placed his hands on the potential recruit's information and said that it was impossible to let a stranger receive the guild's recruit training. Eugen had begged him to give in just once. The man laced his fingers together, thinking, and said that giving in and sending the man to training was the same as vouching for him. Wu spat out his tea, hearing that rumors would spread that such a privilege was given by an unknown dog bone lying around. Eugen held his friend who had fainted from embarrassment and shouted that it was rude. What other dog bone? And the head of the HR department adjusted his glasses, saying that he only implied that somewhere they might say so. Holding the white-faced guy, the brunette asked him to stop doubting and trust him for once. He really is an honest man. Simyoung took off his glasses and said that, of course, he knows that Eugen has outstanding insight. The fact that he found Yerim is already an incredible achievement. Then, adjusting his glasses on the bridge of his nose with his middle finger, he concluded that it could have just been an accident. Eugen exclaimed indignantly, "What kind of finger is that?" Now he spat out the drink when the man said that, frankly, he did not understand his intentions, especially considering that just a few days ago the guy was caught scamming a broker. The guy persuaded the guild leader to do some farming, and now he is also promoting. Wu imagined Eugen as a lady in a pink dress who was chased away from her son by a lady in green, hearing the words that it was very undesirable for the protection of the safety of the abyss. The hero was upset that the brunette was being insulted because of him. Covering his face with his hands, the long-haired man ran out of the office, ignoring Eugen, who called out to him, saying that the man should stop, he would just leave. The guys were standing outside the building. The head's older brother was clutching his head, shouting that Simyoung was getting tougher every time, and Wu confirmed with a smile that he was a scary person. Eugen picked up the phone, saying that he would ask his younger brother directly, and the long-haired man shook his head, saying that it was not necessary. With a smile, he looked at the guy and said that he was valuable, that was enough. Eugen looked at his friend in surprise, who said that thanks to him, he had the will to live a little longer. The long-haired man clenched his fist firmly and said that he would not be discouraged and would try to do what he could. To be honest, there were some places that offered jobs for F classes like him. The black car stopped at the crosswalk. Eugen asked in surprise, "Where is this place?" The car stopped next to the guys and Wu confirmed that they said they would pick him up here. A big hand opened the car door. The man called Wu. Three men with tattoos and angry looks looked out of the car. One of them asked that he became a hunter, so now it's time to pay back the debts, right? With an encouraging smile, Wu looked at his friend and said that he would go, gain strength, earn money and contact him again. Eugen looked at the people in the car with confusion, thinking that it looked very dangerous. The bald-headed man with tattoos put his arm around the guy's shoulders and asked with a threatening smile if their Wu had received a subsidy, to which the guy excitedly reached into his backpack, saying yes, here it was. With a sharp movement, the man snatched the money from his hand, saying that he knew it was not enough at all. The men looked at Eugen, who peered into the car, who asked who they were, the creditors, where they were taking Wu. The strangers clenched their teeth angrily. The fat man with glasses asked if he would recognize them and what he would do. The excited guy smiled and said that he also wanted to go with him. The car drove quickly along the road. The excited hero sat in the back seat next to the man in dark glasses and remained silent. Eugen discontentedly whispered to his friend that he had borrowed money from terrible people, to which Wu replied that the bank had not given him a loan. But more importantly, why did the guy follow him? He did not even have a debt. He excitedly heard his friend's counter question about how he was supposed to let him go alone. The bandit looked at them, asking if they knew each other. Was he also an awakened one? The brunette turned around in fear and replied that yes, he was an F class. Wu started to say that the guy was from the abyss, but Eugen covered his mouth with his hand and said that they were childhood friends who had met by chance at the Hunters Association. He continued that he learned from him that there was a job that took F class, so he became curious. The bandit with glasses chuckled contentedly, saying that it worked out well. The tattooed bandit sitting across from them leaned towards them and asked if they would try to go to the dungeon together to get one magic stone for them. The man added that they knew that guilds usually don't train F class, right? Eugen covered his mouth with his hand in admiration and asked if it was true when he heard that they took everyone, even F class. The bandit grinned and told the hero that since he was Wu's friend, they had a special relationship with him and asked if they would go together, to which Eugen clenched his fist and said that they would. With a sweet smile, the guy threw his hand behind his head, saying that at first he took them for scary men, but they turned out to be such good people. Hearing this, the bandits in the car laughed loudly. One of them, laughing, offered to sign a contract right away. With a wide smile, Eugen said that thanks to them, he would get a job, but he himself thought that this was a miner's contract. The guy remembered how he was in a gloomy dungeon with a pickaxe in his hands and thought that he himself had once fallen for it. They send even F class without experience and equipment to the dungeon and get together while the rest of the guild members hunt. Eugen thought that this was an unequal contract, as 70 to 80% of the profit was taken as payment for security. Blood dripped onto the dirty floor of the dungeon, confirming the guy's thoughts that if you're unlucky, Being injured or killed by a monster is quite common. Eugen looked at his comrade, who was looking ahead with concern, and thought the future Manhwa was trampled and died in a place like this, never having been able to reveal that talent. The driver of the car turned around and said that it was enough to collect everything that looked worthwhile, then they would instantly become rich. Eugen enthusiastically asked what was going on. They can just collect it, it's a real jackpot, and thought to himself that they were scammers. The car moved along the road, the words of the hero were heard, who asked where the office of their guild was and, having received the answer that it was in Myeonmakdong, exclaimed that it was not very far. A small brick building appeared, and the bandits said that they had arrived. Manhwa hid behind Eugen, who admiringly said that Hope Errand Services is a good name. The man opened the doors with a smirk and told them to come in. As they walked up, the guy faked a smile, saying that although the building was outdated, he sensed a future full of hope. The hero walked between two bandits, looking back and saying that the office on the second floor had good lighting. He didn't have time to praise the stairs because someone else's foot pushed him in the back. He cried out, falling to the office floor. The men sitting in the office turned around, looking at the guy trying to get up. He smiled and tried to ask what pushed him from behind. But suddenly he saw Manhwa lying curled up on the floor, being kicked by two men. Eugen stood up, asking what they were starting here, and the bandit put his hand on his shoulder, grinning. Flashing a gold tooth, the man apologized that they had dragged him in without any debts, but he should regret coming here voluntarily. One of the men told the hero, cracking his knuckles, that it was okay to enter here of your own free will, but you couldn't leave. Manhwa wiped his face with his hand and asked the guy for forgiveness. Tears were streaming from the guy's eyes as he said that he had to go through this alone, and because of him, his friend, who was clean of debt, also got into trouble. Eugen looked at him, started to speak, calling his name, but someone's hand grabbed his shoulder, saying that they should come here, they needed to sign a contract right now. The man sat the guy down on the couch next to another bandit. Eugen looked in surprise at the sheet of paper with the contact, which was handed to him with the words to put his fingerprint on it. The fat guild leader handed over a glowing sheet of paper with a contract and said that after deducting the commission, his profit was 20%, and since he had no debts, it meant he would make a lot of money. Blue circles hovered around the contract. The man said that this was a special contract of an awakened. Unceremoniously violating its terms would inflict a D-class curse, so they shouldn't even think about escaping by violating it. The bandits surrounded Manhwa and forcibly pulled his hand to the sheet, urging him to put his fingerprint. Turning to the guild leader with the paper in his hands, Eugen said that he had a request. The man asked again with displeasure and said that even if he begged, it wouldn't work. Embarrassedly looking away, the guy said that it wasn't about that. He asked for permission to compare contracts. And he said that it would be a shame if he had the same conditions as the guy because he didn't even have a debt. The bandits, along with the leader, stared at him in surprise, and then they laughed until they cried, saying that the guy was very attentive to details. Eugen happily watched as the boss handed him a glowing contract with the words that you need to live, thinking first of all about yourself. Let him check. The brunette carefully read the terms of the contract when he was asked what he would say. Eugen held the sheet, saying that Manhwa would not be able to get more than 10%, and the boss said that that's it, and these 10 will go to pay off the debt. The hero took the paper with his fingers, saying that it was indeed a real slave contract. The boy asked how dare they keep Manhwa as a laborer or something like that. With a confident look, he tore the contract into two. The leader and his subordinate stared at him in surprise, asking that he severed the contact and the curse. Eugen looked at them carefully. The system reported that due to the contract termination, a D-rank debuff curse was activated. The boy leaned his hand on the back of the sofa. The system notification said that the debuff curse was eliminated by L-rank curse resistance. Eugen suddenly kicked the guild leader in the head. The bandits screamed, calling out to him. The man held his head, covered one eye, and yelled that this bad man was not F-class. Confidently clenching his fist, Eugen forcefully slammed his head into the floor. The leader lay on the floor, cracked from the blow. Confidently demonstrating his muscles, the hero declared that he would start by saying that he was indeed an F-class, and added to himself that he was in the best equipment. The bandits swung at him, insulting him and saying that he would die here today. They approached the hero with a heavy dumbbell in his hand, who was standing in front of his comrade. The brunette looked at them seriously, holding a smartphone in his hand, and heard that it was too late to call the police. Instead of answering, the guy showed them the screen where it was clear that he had been talking to Seong-han for 25 minutes and 37 seconds. They asked in surprise that this was not the police. Enraged, Seong-han burst in with his hands, breaking the bolt, and Eugen said that he had been following them for a long time. The bandits looked at the fierce defender in surprise, asking what was going on. The man frowned, swinging his brows to strike. The man's fist glowed. The bandit in glasses asked that he had accomplices, but he did not have time to finish. A powerful fist slammed into his stomach, causing even his glasses to fly off. Everyone in the room looked at the thug who was thrown back by the blow in surprise. His body fell to the floor with a thud. Manhwa, who was sitting next to Eugen, who was holding him, asked in surprise how he did it while the voices were screaming how dare they hit the boss. Eugen remembered walking with the glasses thug while smiling and said that it was simple. He remembered taking his phone out of his pocket and said that from the moment they got into the car, he secretly pressed the call button. Seong-han looked at his smartphone carefully. Eugen explained that this was enough for him to understand the situation, especially since he told them exactly where they were, so it was easy to find them. Seong-han confidently punched his opponent in the face. He swung his fist and hit the next thug. The bald, tattooed thug sat next to the beaten brunette and clenched his teeth in anger, turning to the guard. He pulled out a knife from behind his back. With insults and a shout that if the man did not stop, he ran at the guard who turned to him with a knife. Manhwa saw this and screamed in fear that no, this guy has a knife. The thug stabbed Seong-han in the torso, and looking shocked, he made a surprised sound. The blade of the knife cut the fabric, but did not even scratch the muscular torso of the man. The thug said in surprise that this can't be. How? Seong-han towered over him, dominating with a red aura of suppression, and raised his fingers folded to flick the thug's head, saying that he should have taken a weapon worth a class. He flicked the man on the forehead, sending him flying backwards. The worried partner called out to the fallen bandit named Deoksu, and the other pointed a finger at the man, saying that he was a class, and then recognized him. Seong-han turned around, exhaling, and the man said that this Mr. Seong-han was from the abyss. The man glared at the bandits, ordering them to kneel down. The criminals along with the gang leader fell to their knees, and Seong-han calmly asked Manhwa if he was injured, to which he replied that it was bearable. Seong-han turned to Eugen, asking what to do with them, to which the guy replied that he needed to think about it, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The guy carefully read the papers with the contracts in his hands. He handed the gang leader a yellow sheet with an S-class contact, telling him to sign it. The bandit was excitedly reading the contract, asking again what it was, a 10% profit, a 50-year contract. It was a complete scam. Putting his palms together in a cute gesture, Eugen smiled and said that it was too much to call it a scam. It wasn't a scam, it was a super part-time job, where it was enough to just pick up something that could bring in money. The bandits were excitedly talking to each other, saying that 50 years couldn't be. It was ridiculous, because it was the same as if he had sent them to their deaths. A sheet of paper landed on the indignant leader's face, and he whined that it was a slave contract. The man was holding gold paper in his hands and watched in surprise as Eugen confidently dumped a multitude of white sheets on his head. Taking one sheet, he asked what it was, and the guy replied that he had found them in a drawer. Throwing away the contract, the guy continued that these were contracts of the F classes they had kidnapped, more than 30 people. The leader looked at the hero with alarm, who asked how many of them were left unharmed, and quickly answered that it didn't matter. They all agreed to it voluntarily and it wasn't their fault. Even if you find out, more than half of them were already dead. Eugen, who was holding the papers in his hand, suddenly kicked the gang leader in the head. The man held his cheek, and the guy called him names. He looked at the man from above, crumpling the paper, and asked if he thought that if they were F-class, then it didn't matter even if they died. The guy continued that if you push them with promises to take them to the dungeon, many will agree, and then it's enough to shove them there like some cheap consumables, right? The brunette looked at the bandit carefully. Manhwa called him admiringly, standing next to Seong-han, when he heard the guy's words that it didn't matter what level they were people too, and the gang members were killers. There were many sheets of paper with old contracts on the floor. The brunette told them to crawl as they had been crawling until now, then they would understand what they had done. Eugen turned away, saying that he really wanted to throw them straight into a high-level dungeon. The fat bandit sitting behind him called out to him. He said excitedly that he was guilty. They were all guilty. They would think it over, so at least this time let him have mercy on them. Okay. Eugen calmly listened to the bandit's pleas that a 50-year contract was too much. Let him understand the situation. The guy smiled charmingly and said that it was good. Stroking the man on the head, he said that it was good that they wanted to think it over. And then he squeezed the man's head with his fingers and, leaning towards him, said that they needed to pay the appropriate price for their crimes. Then he ordered that they be taken away from here. A car was driving through the evening city. From there came the words that the criminals were delivered to the Hunters Association. Seong-han, while driving, reported into a wireless headset that they had handed over to the employee. The victims had been compensated and would provide a report later. In the backseat, Eugen tiredly lay on Manhwa's shoulder, saying that it had been a crazy day. Words of gratitude were heard in the car to the guy, who asked again, for what? Eugen smiled and shook his head, saying that it was a trifle, and the long-haired man said that he could not help but worry. The brunette looked at the guy and thought that later, with the awakening of his skill, he would receive a good benefit. Wu squeezed the backpack located on his knees and said that the guy had already saved him twice. He began to cry, and the surprised hero asked why he was crying again and asked him to calm down, to which his friend said that if it were not for him, what would have happened to him now? Wu threw himself on his neck, hugging him and not letting him finish, and said with tears that he really was his hero. The car was driving along the road, and from it came shouts that the guy should not lie, but rather thank Xiang-Han and the voice of the driver who told them both to buckle up. The glass building towered over the night city. The hero remembered that immediately after returning, he went to Simyang after he laid out the whole essence to him. He, as Yerem's guardian, was able to get a room in the dorm for himself. Simyang looked in amazement as Eugen was lying on the floor near his door, not letting him go out. Then the following happened. The room was shining with cleanliness and newness. It had rich furniture. An admiring question was heard, "Is this really a dorm room?" Wu looked around the room, saying that it looked like a luxury apartment. Eugen was holding a booklet in his hands, saying that it wrote that there were 4 rooms here. Wu looked around the area with chairs and a coffee table, saying that it was okay to live in a place like this while training, and the guy called out to him. Looking at the long-haired guy, the guy asked if he knew how to do housework, to which he answered that the guy knew how to cook ramen. Wu listened in surprise to the guy's words that outsiders were not allowed in this dorm, but houseworkers were allowed to live there. How about pretending to be a houseworker after training to stay here? Eugen waved his hands, telling the surprised guy that it didn't mean he had to actually do housework. The guy looked at him with sweet shining eyes, hearing that it would be a long time before he settled here. Wu threw himself on his friend's neck, shouting that the guy was so kind and good, to which the brunette exclaimed that he was crying again and asked to let him go. The long-haired guy was sleeping, putting his palms on the pillow. Eugen looked into his room, thinking that he fell asleep quickly, probably exhausted. Wu mumbled in his sleep for the guy to trust him with all the chores. First, a bath or dinner. Eugen confusedly thought, what kind of sleep talk is this? He closed his eyes, contentedly saying that they need to move things from Eugen's room, who will be unhappy if he finds out that he is moving. Turning to the exit, the guy ran into Xiang-Han standing in the passage and cried out in fear. He shouted indignantly, asking if Eugen had sent him, and again ordered him to be locked up, to which he received a negative answer. Xiang-Han pointed his finger behind him, saying that this time he had a different matter. Eugen looked at the man in surprise, who said that the matter was not simple and asked him to follow him. A waiter was carrying drinks among the lively customers. A young man with a tray greeted the customers. Seeing the new ones, he wanted to clarify how many there were. But Xiang-Han in a dark shirt entered the bar, with Eugen standing awkwardly behind him. The waiter hiccuped in fear. The man lifted his glasses and asked him if he knew Kim Minui. The worker, with a blue face, pointed to the side. He said that he had received a call from him, and then offered to take Xiang-Han and Eugen to a quieter place. Eugen was embarrassed when the customers of the bar began to whisper, and one young man suggested that they came for money. The table creaked from the number of snacks and drinks. The waiter said that he had served them the most popular item on the menu. The young man bowed to the guests again, asking them to call him if they needed anything. Eugen looked around and wondered why he had been brought here, as this place looked like a youth place. Xiang-Han said that this place had been recommended by an abyssal hunter who was about the same age as him. He said that Minui had suggested this place because it was popular among his peers. There was a neon sign on the wall of the bar and music was playing. Eugen remembered that he was in his early 20s now. Xiang-Han held his hands over his face and advised the guy to relax and enjoy the atmosphere. Tensed by what was happening, Eugen agreed with him. The guy started to open a bottle of soju. He asked Xiang-Han why they had come here. At that moment, the man took the drink from him. Eugen held out his glass, feeling awkward and not understanding what was happening. Xiang-Han said that he wanted to apologize to him before it was too late. The guy made a face at what he heard when the brown-haired man told him that he had disliked him all this time, since he seemed to him to be a useless obstacle, hindering the future of the guild leader. Eugen was in a stupor, since after the apology he received insults in his direction. Having poured soju into his glass, Xiang-Han said that he was mistaken about him. The man even blossomed while admitting to the guy that he actually turned out to be a good person. Eugen no longer understands what Xiang-Han is talking about. He began to remember the moment when they were squatting together. He noted that the guy came back to help him as soon as the dungeon was broken. He also remembered the moment of Yerem's awakening when she used her skill. He noted that at that moment the guy also made a contract with her. Shaitan added that he had not only resolved the guardian issue in the midst of all this, which could have become a source of trouble. He remembered how Eugen had sat between his friend and the bandit earlier that day. The man had noted that he had gone to save him, risking his own safety. The boy was embarrassed by such confessions. Looking at him, Xiang-Han said that he could trust him now and also entrust him with covering his back. Eugen's eyes widened. He realized that this was a chance that he should take advantage of and use a code word to strengthen his relationship. He imagined telling him that code word when they were drunk. Eugen clinked their glasses. He smiled as he thanked his friend for his good opinion of him. The boy had decided to make him his ward that night. The man looked at him and noted that Eugen had handled today's incident incredibly skillfully. Then he asked if he had some secret plan regarding the awakening brokers a few days earlier. The guy held his chin in his hands and remembered being dragged up the stairs by the guards by his shoulder. He told Xiang-Han that he was investigating something back then. Eugen added that it was a risky business for an F class while eating a delicious salad. He said that he went there assuming that Eugen would not let it go. The guy scratched his head in embarrassment. He also said that he was grabbed before any assumptions could be made because Eugen was very worried about him. Xiang-Han replied that it was because he was his only relative and things could have been worse, after which the man brought him a glass and said that he understood him perfectly because he was in a similar situation. The protagonist put his salad aside. Xiang-Han confessed that he was raised by his grandparents because he also grew up without parents. The man remembered the moment when he woke up during a dungeon attack while protecting his relatives. He said that after he grew up, he would come to them every vacation to check on their well-being. He imagined Eugen in his mind, telling them that the leader helped him until they died last year. He added that the guy even hired a foreign healer who specialized in caring for the sick. The man remembered the brunette with a smile on his face since he knew the value of family ties so well. Eugen offered his glass again. The man told him to be understanding of his brother even if his worries seemed excessive, to which the guy said that he would do so, adding that he himself became calmer now that he saw that his younger brother's right hand was a person who understood him perfectly. Xiang-Han smiled at the compliment and they continued drinking. The guy said that in the future, he would ask him to take care of him too. The bar was illuminated by a disco ball. Eugen raised his head in surprise and looked at Xiang-Han when he noticed that he was resistant to alcohol, although you couldn't tell it from his appearance. Holding his shot glass in his hand, he admitted that he wasn't able to drink that much because he had an embarrassing habit that manifested itself when he was drunk. While the other person didn't suspect anything, the guy decided to set the stage for now and use a code word, pretending that it was all his drinking habit. There was already a huge pile of empty bottles on the table. Xiang-Han noticed this and said that the guy had already drunk a lot. The protagonist's eyes widened when he realized how much they had drunk. He decided to pretend to be drunk and drooled from his mouth. In fact, Eugen doesn't understand why he hasn't gotten drunk yet. The guy assumed that it was all because of the poison resistance skill. Eugen realized that he couldn't get drunk anymore no matter how much he drank. The brunette, with a puzzled face, grabbed his head because he realized that he didn't want to say something like that sober. The man clarified what had suddenly come over him. Eugen raised his head and smiled. He said that he had thought of something. The guy pressed the skill deactivation button, but it didn't work. Eugen began to think hard about making the skill disappear. After that, the tablet began to fall apart into pieces. Noticing that it was disappearing, the guy threw the glass. Xiang-Han sweated on his face from what he saw. He called the guy by name. When Eugen turned red, the man asked if he was okay. The young man didn't understand what was happening as he had suddenly gotten drunk from alcohol. He muttered that he was crazy. The man stood up and looked at him warily when he added that everything had hit him in the head at once. The guy hit his head on the table. Xiang-Han tried to wake him up with his voice, but it was useless. Sunlight breaks through the open blinds. Eugen opened his eyes. Dressed in blue pajamas, he grabbed his head, shouting that his head hurts. When Xiang-Han approached him with a basin in his hands, the guy said that he thought the skill would just go away. The man said that he brought water for washing. The guy was embarrassed. In front of him stood a man with a kind face and a soft smile. Eugen abruptly jumped out of bed, grabbing the blanket. The man said that he needed to get ready already if he wanted to start training from today. The guy did not expect to see him this morning. A system table appeared in front of him with a list of objects under education, including Xiang-Han. Eugen was still able to carry out his plan, but still does not understand why he is here this morning. The brunette looked at the guest with frightened eyes when he put the basin down and asked if he really didn't remember what happened last night. Eugen was shocked when Xiang-Han brought his hand to his face. He hung his hand in the air and said that he saw that he had a strong hangover. He was embarrassed because they wanted to put a juice straw in his mouth. The guy said that he didn't want something like that. But then he tried it and liked it. Xiang-Han, looking at him, said that it was pureria juice, which helps with a hangover. The man pushed him onto the bed and grabbed his leg to press on a point so that the hangover would go away quickly. Xiang-Han handed him a brazier, which made Eugen embarrassed and blocked it with his hand because he didn't understand at all what was happening. The man offered to use it if necessary if it got too bad, but the guy indignantly asked why he was acting like that. The man was puzzled. He realized that the young man really didn't remember anything. That's why he decided to tell him what happened last night. They were at a bar. Eugen was so drunk that he fell asleep next to the snacks. Seeing this, Seong Han fussed and asked him if everything was okay. The guy was speaking indistinctly, the man in the shirt, that he had drunk too much, after which he offered to get up. At that moment, Eugen abruptly grabbed his hand. Seong Han looked at him in confusion. He called him by name. The guy asked him to listen to him carefully. Looking intently into his eyes, he confidently said that he loved him. The man was shocked by what he heard, so he raised his eyebrows. At that moment, Eugen grabbed his head, and the man asked him what it meant. The guy said that he himself did not understand how he confessed his love to him in such a state. He was embarrassed and blushed even more. The guy abruptly stood up from his seat. He thought he had gone crazy, but despite this, he still said again that he loved this man. Eugen bowed before him, after which the man tried to calm him down, saying that everything was fine. Seong Han said that in the end, he confessed his love about 30 times. The guy began to apologize for the mortal sin he had committed. The man admitted that he liked it with a smile on his face. Eugen asked him to repeat what he had heard. Seong Han thought it was quite strange, but then he remembered something. He tried to help the boy up, but the boy kept saying that he loved him. The man looked at him with a smile and asked if this was the embarrassing drinking habit that he had been warned about. Eugen was unable to answer, so he only mumbled an incomprehensible word. Embarrassed by his behavior, he asked him not to laugh because he asked him to listen. The boy said again that he loved Mr. Seong Han. It brought a smile to his face. This moment reminded him of a memory from the past when he supported a drunken older man by the shoulder, and the man said that he loved him. His grandfather hugged him so much that his grandson had to bend over. Seong Han asked him why he had to drink so much. The man replied that he could afford to have a drink today since he had a reliable relative. He had nothing to worry about. Seong Han exclaimed. The cheerful grandfather in the hat told him to never dwell on the words of some strangers who said that he was abandoned by his parents. He grabbed his grandson's hair with his hand. The man called him the best and said that he loved him. Seong Han, looking at him, exhaled. They walked along the path together, hugging each other. The grandfather said again that he loved him, and the man only urged him to go faster. What happened last night was very similar to this moment in his past life. Seong Han said that for some reason, looking at Eugen, he remembered his deceased grandfather. A system tablet appeared, which said that the awakened Seong Han received a favorable effect from the code word. The guy was embarrassed by what he heard. He asked him again. Sitting on his knees, the young man asked if he really reminded him of his grandfather. The man answered positively, not understanding what was happening. Eugen grabbed his face with his hands and thought that he looked so old since he reminded him of his grandfather. He reminded him that he was only a little over 20. At that moment, Seong Han began to shake his head from side to side and said that he also thought it was strange since he was not a grandfather at all. Then he smiled. He remembered how he covered the guy with a blanket, and Myung-woo watched all this from the aisle. The man said that he had not felt such peace for a long time because it was as if he was next to his grandfather. There was still a basin, juice, and a brazier on the bed. Seong Han realized that he was constantly trying to give Eugen something since he reminded him of his grandfather. He promised that he would not talk nonsense in front of others. The man asked if he could sometimes ask about the guy's well-being and visit him. Seong Han gave him his hand and said that he wanted to make up for all the regrets he had left with the person who raised him. A bead of sweat ran down Eugen's face. He repeated his last words. It dawned on him that this was all the teacher, or rather the effect of the ideal teacher who protects the child with his hands. Eugen sat thoughtfully on the bed. He realized that the words about love awakened memories not of a friend or lover, but of the person who raised him. He thought that the projection of this teacher was imposed on the result, so Seong Han reminded him of his grandfather. He remembered the behavior of Yerim, Myung-woo, and his brother. The guy realized that they saw him as their teacher, like ducklings. He thought that he was originally a mentor for Eugen, so his reactions became more impulsive, and in that case. At that moment, his thoughts were interrupted by Seong Han opening the door. Holding his hand to his face, he noticed that Myung-woo, trembling, had been watching them all this time. He grabbed his shoulders. The long-haired guy said that he was scared because Mr. Seong Han was suddenly at home. Yerim appeared in front of them and broke down the door. She said with a smile on her face that she heard that her uncle moved into the dorm, and even into the room next to hers. When Eugen saw the broken door, he was embarrassed by what was happening. He asked to at least knock first. Yerim grabbed Myung-woo by the collar sharply. She asked why he was sticking to him, to which he simply chuckled and called Eugen. The teacher told her that it was his friend. He thought that this was a brainwashing skill and not any kind of education, which is capable of making even S classes, without a doubt, follow him. Eugen thought that it was too dangerous. The brunette thought about why the system gave him such a skill. He pressed the button with fear, thanks to which he was able to turn on poison resistance again. A few days later, the table was set, filled with delicious and varied dishes. Seeing this, Eugen said that Myung-woo had quickly become skilled at cooking. While the friends were looking at the delicious food, Myung-woo was smiling. The teacher was embarrassed and said that he did not have to cook like this every day. Myung-woo replied that he could not do that because he did not even pay rent, which made him consider himself a parasite. Yerim, before starting to eat, asked how he could do that. She started to tuck into a rolled omelet, saying that Myung-woo should at least cook if he wanted to pay back the debt, adding that even she lived separately. Hearing her words, Eugen asked her to stop. The kitchen was already clean to a shine, despite the fact that Myung-woo had prepared so much food. While they were eating, one of them said that today Mr. Seong-han had not come yet, but yesterday he brought red ginseng. The guy said that the man went to clear the dungeon with Eugen, so he would be gone for a few days. Eugen, holding a spoon in his hands, looked at the satisfied Yerim. He told her that she would also go to the dungeon in a while and immediately get on TV. Yerim said that she would go and destroy everyone, after which she would collect magic stones, thanks to which she would become a real rich girl. A strange aura began to appear around her and the girl smiled devilishly. She added that later they would buy a huge house so they would be able to live with her and not just with their uncle. To which Eugen replied that she would freeze snacks if she talked so much. Eugen felt awkward about what was happening. He asked her not to be like that, since they would have to get along in the future. Yerim and Myung-woo began pointing at each other when the teacher told them that they would be training rookie hunters together. Myung-woo asked, "Really with this girl?" And Yerim checked with this uncle. The teacher ran away when they started fighting because the girl was so angry. She exclaimed that she thought that she would only be training with a mentor. Out of breath, the guy opened the door, asking his friends to stop. The man in the suit called him cheerful since the morning. It turned out to be Simyeong with his assistants. He handed Eugen a paper and said that the training starts from today. While the three looked at him with surprised faces, the man in glasses said that the schedule had changed, so he came to visit them in person. Simyeong also said that the person in charge of the theory was a little late. They changed into orange overalls and found themselves in the training room. The man in glasses decided to start the training with basic practice. In front of them was a cage in which there were angry monsters. Simyeong told them not to worry since the essence of the practice is very simple. The monster makes various growling sounds. The cage disappeared and a swarm of monsters filled the entire room. Simyeong said that they only had to destroy the monsters in front of them. He asked them, "Is it easy?" A horde of monsters rushed towards the heroes with a roar. Eugen exclaimed in surprise. The frightened young man held a spear in his hands. Myung-woo was holding onto his shoulders in fear, and Yerim was standing behind them. The guy shouted that this was basic training, after which he asked if they usually didn't get rid of one monster at a time, to which the girl asked if they should all be killed. Simyeong picked up the radio and, laughing, said that this was practice for getting used to the monsters. Hordes of rodents were heading towards the heroes. The man on the radio added that the more contact there was with them, the faster they would get used to them, to which Eugen exclaimed in fear about where he had ever seen such a thing. The girl rushed towards the monsters, telling them not to worry because she would cut them down in one fell swoop. With a wide smile, she closed the distance with the monsters. One by one, the girl struck with her spear. A huge explosion occurred at the battle site. The boys covered their faces and Eugen said that it looked inspiring. Yerin was holding a spear with 2 rodents hanging from it, admiringly, asking if it would be tasty if they were grilled. The boy asked her to put them down, joking that she had a professional deformation. Simyeong was watching Yerin through the screen. She was smiling and telling the boy that skills also need to be tried. A girl in a dress came up to him from behind and called Yerin a true S-class, adding that although she was a beginner, her power was especially impressive. The man looked at her with a smile. He was glad that she came. He adjusted his glasses, and the woman standing behind him said that this was basic practice, then asked if it was dangerous for them to fight so many, to which he replied that she should not worry about it. He looked at the screen where Yerim had piled up the monster corpses, covered them in ice and called it a Christmas tree, and said that he was more afraid that there wouldn't be enough monsters for these guys. The rodent carcasses lay under a shiny crust of ice. Another living monster crawled out from under them, and the heroes noticed it. Suddenly, it rushed towards Myung-woo, which scared him a lot. Eugen turned around in surprise, shouting his name. The guy, looking at the approaching monster, squealed a little. Eugen shouted for him to put out his spear and chop it as it was. Myung-woo threw the spear on the floor. He quickly turned around and began to ask for help, running away from the rodent. Tears welled up in his eyes and he shouted in a trembling voice that this wouldn't do. The monster loomed over him. Myung-woo cried out in frustration as it caught up with him. Suddenly, Eugen jumped and pulled the boy out from under the monster's blow, dust rising into the air. The boy looked at Eugen in surprise, who was kneeling down with a spear in his hand, and asked how he could even throw the weapon. Looking at the enraged rodent, he said that it was an F-class monster, a toothy mole, and that it had poor eyesight, so it basically only moved in a straight line. The boy took a stance, covering Myung-woo with his body, and sternly said that even if he just swung the spear, he would cut it down without a problem. Simyeong leaned on the table, watching the monster move towards the boys and called Eugen by name. He said with a calm expression that he wanted to see what the boy would do. Continuing to look at Eugen's face, he added that the boy was trying very hard. The rodent was approaching the heroes at high speed. The man said that Eugen, of course, knows about monsters, and the contract signed with Yerem can be considered a standard for their field, but he may well be hiding something. Myung-woo looked at Eugen standing in front of him in confusion and asked if everything would be okay with him, to which the guy replied that he should not worry because such things are nonsense even for him. Myung-woo smiled and said that he was incredible because he was not even afraid, after which he added that, unlike him, he was just like an experienced hunter who had been in the business for several years. These words plunged the guy into a stupor. He wondered if it would seem suspicious if he easily killed the monster. The enraged monster rushed at him, baring its teeth. The guy threw the spear out of his hands, deciding that he would act like a beginner, and that at the same time there would be less damage to Myung-woo's self-confidence. The mole pounced on the guy, who squealed in horror that he was very scared. Myung-woo looked at him in fear. The man looked at what was happening behind the glass and said that on the other hand, his eyes could have deceived him. The metal doors slowly slid open. Yerem asked if it was over. They left the training area. Eugen was dragging Myung-woo on himself. The girl was warming up her arms, saying that everything went well, but she would like to practice some more. The guy, holding on to the hero, tearfully apologized for being bitten, but he still had to support him, to which Eugen replied that the interlocutor really had no predisposition to battle. Yeren turned to them and happily boasted that she really was the best. The guy put his hands on his hips and told her to stop comparing. Then he wanted to say that they needed to get along with each other, but Simyoung interrupted him with his praise. The man adjusted his glasses and said with a satisfied expression that they had successfully completed the basic training. He added that Yerem was incomparably delightful, but he had nothing to say about the boys, to which Eugen replied irritably that he would tell his brother everything. A woman from the examination room approached them and the man, looking at her, said that as had been decided. Theoretical training would take place tomorrow, after which he introduced her and said that she would be responsible for the course of the classes. Hayan adjusted her glasses and said with a smile that she hoped they would get along. Yerem and Eugen looked at her in surprise. The girl admired the fact that Yerem was so young and had already become a professor, and the guy exclaimed that he knew her. An image of Hayan standing in front of the podium while she was presenting something to the public appeared in his mind, and he remembered that she was an authority in the scientific circles of dungeon studies, a young genius who discovered a pattern in the appearance of dungeons after her trip to the USA, and that the world nicknamed her. Finishing his thought out loud, he called her Dr. White, which made her very happy. The girl approached him and said that few people called her that, which made Eugen shyly answer that he was very interested in this field. He suddenly realized that it was not that well known yet. Hayan looked at his face and said with a smile that he was indeed erudite. Eugen listened shyly as she said that she had heard about him from her uncle, after which the girl corrected herself, calling her uncle the head of the personnel department. These words made the guy think. Suddenly, Eugen, looking at Hayan and Simyoung, who adjusted his glasses, exclaimed in surprise, and then realized that they had the same last name. The man asked him to avoid misunderstandings, since she was not working because he took advantage of his position. Hayan smiled widely and said that she would be working in the abyss for a while due to a certain study, so they would see each other often, and then asked him to take care of her. The guy shyly shook her hand and muttered that he should ask for it himself, thinking that, judging by the course of events, he was now in the prime of his youth. The skyscraper was illuminated by the sun's rays. The high cliffs were shrouded in smoke. Something was burning at their feet. Seong-han and Eugen walked along the scorched earth towards the dead flame lion. Eugen asked if his ally had destroyed it. Seong-han replied that he thought so, as there were no visible reactions. The dead beast lay with its mouth open. The leader said that it was quite a monster and that it really died. The man noted that they only won because the leader had resistance to fire. Eugen crouched down next to the animal. The man asked what they would do. Moving the carcass, they saw a small lion cub. A shining gate appeared in the darkness. Hayan was talking about when the first dungeon appeared in the world. People in uniform stood next to the floating portal. The girl continued to talk about how everyone acted like primitive people who discovered fire. Another gate hovered above the road that people were crossing. The girl finished her thought by saying that people focused on it half out of caution and half out of their interest. Bird-like monsters burst out of the scarlet gates. The girl said that the dungeons that were left unattended gradually overflowed and burst, causing monsters to pour out. The monsters flew over the city. Hayan called it a dungeon breakthrough, adding that the dungeon shock occurred due to the simultaneous breakthrough of dungeons. The girl in the red uniform struggled to hold back the bird's mouth. The professor said that even in such a crisis, many people from among the awakened entered the fight. People in sealed suits monitored the crystals and the capsules. Hayan added that others began to invent new technologies using magic stones as a new source of energy, and that humanity is quickly adapting to the changed world. A golden symbol of the association towered over the building. The professor said that in each country, an association of hunters was founded to control the awakened, and that most hunters carry out their activities while in an association or as part of guilds. There were several hunters standing near this building. The girl added that S-class hunters in the country were mainly involved in business activities or went through the path of founding large guilds. Eugen listened to the girl's lecture with interest. The professor stood near the podium in front of the heroes, saying that she would talk about awakened ones next. Eugen thought that when he listened to it now, it gave him new thoughts. The professor pointed her hand at the screen, saying that the level of an awakened one is determined by looking at stats and skills in general. The guy looked down at the table and thought that she was lecturing well, and her explanation was easy to digest. Images changed on the screen, and the girl was still talking about how, since skills are abilities that are characteristic of each person, in a crisis situation they manifest themselves in various forms for self-defense. The guy, looking at this, continued to think that because the materials were 5 years old, they had shortcomings and inaccuracies. A slide appeared on the screen with a girl sitting on a bed in a cluttered room, folding her legs. It said that she lived in an ecologically clean environment filled with moss and mold. In the second slide, the girl put her hands forward. Next to her a plant grew to the ceiling, and the inscription said that thanks to this she received the ability of a wooden vine. Looking at this, the guy thought that the skills simply differ in inclinations and environment. The girl with the tablet leaned towards him and asked if she had made a mistake somewhere. The guy jumped back from the table in fear, and Hayan said that he had a look like a professor in her specialty, after which she said that he looked like that because there was a mistake, and asked where it was. Yerim stopped drawing and looked at them, thinking that she was almost noticed. Eugen awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that it was just his guess. Yerim and Hayan looked at the guy while he raised his hands and said that according to the professor, skills only manifest at a critical moment for self-defense. However, recently the number of awakened ones whose skills are not related to fighting has been growing, and in his opinion, it is not related to self-defense. The girl put her hand to her lips and listened to the guy with interest while he said that before it looked like this because the situation was a crisis every day due to constant dungeon breakthroughs. However, in reality there may be other factors for the manifestation of skills. He looked into the eyes of the professor and embarrassedly said that she could just ignore him, thinking that nothing should happen from this bit of information. Suddenly, the girl grabbed the guy's hand. She approached Eugen with delight and admired the fact that he even understood the tendency of the manifestation of skills. The boy's face was sweating and he listened sheepishly as she said that he really deserved his uncle's attention, and then asked if he was doing some personal research and if he would be willing to talk for a while after the lecture, around 10 o'clock in total. Suddenly, he extended his hand and loudly asked Yerim if she had any questions for the professor. The girl made a circle with her fingers, timidly asking how much S ranks earned. The professor chuckled and declared that the question was indeed important. She took out a device for creating bills. The room instantly filled with golden bills, and raising her hand, she announced that the basic salary of such heroes was $10 million. The girl responded with delight. The boy wondered if the professor had brought this device especially for this moment. He watched with relief as the girl released many bills into the air, saying that such a salary was quite justified, because S-rank hunters are so rare in all countries that they can be counted on one hand. An image of a map with marks in the form of people appeared in his mind, and the professor added that in addition to fighting monsters in dangerous high-level dungeons and protecting the safety of citizens. The image changed to jewels and flowers floating in the air. The girl continued to say that the items they obtain in dungeons are truly astronomical in value, be it magic stones, rare animals, or tree fruits. Then an image of a roaring flame lion appeared, and the professor explained that sometimes living magical creatures are encountered. The guy, standing behind his brother, asked if this was his find from the dungeon, to which Eugen confirmed that it was, and said that it was a cub of a flame-horned lion. He added that he hoped to tame it and use it as a mount. Eugen listened to him in surprise. He remembered what the lion cub looked like, one horn on its head, scarlet fur and a tail similar to a fox. The guy imagined a huge lion cutting the air with its claws, setting everything around it on fire, and remembered that this was a subspecies of unicorns, a second-class fiery horned lion with high characteristics and speed. An image of a lion looming over the hunters appeared in his imagination, and he added that it was a dangerous magical beast that even S-rank hunters had a hard time dealing with alone. The guys were standing in front of the cabinet on which the baby was sitting. Eugen noticed that it was his cub in front of them, and Eugen said that it showed no signs of taming. He took the blue necklace in his hand, and Eugen asked with interest if there were any hunters who specialized in taming. His brother replied that there were, but he had already tried all the basic techniques and even got the owner's mark, although it did not help. The blue stone in his hand was the very sign of the owner, which allowed him to recognize the owner as the owner. The guy pulled the necklace out in front of him and commanded the lion cub to come down to him. The baby looked at him in shock. Then, standing on the cabinet, he swayed, and Eugen noticed that there was an effect. The baby bared his claws. Suddenly, with a scream, he jumped on Eugen's face, who shouted at his brother to be careful and pushed away the frightened Eugen. The guy stretched out his hand, shrouded in a dark aura. He released a strong stream of energy from his hand. Eugen asked him not to burn the baby. The room was filled with purple flames. The lion cub, shrouded in fire, continued to scream. The guy remembered that fire attacks do not affect the fiery lion. The baby, having flown to the guy, scratched his face. Eugen looked at this in shock. A scream of the guy was heard in the house, shouting his brother's name. Eugen stood there, covered in bruises, holding the disgruntled cub by the scruff of the neck. He threw it through the glass door and said that it needed to be locked in the garden. Eugen watched as the kitten landed on a tree branch and said that such a small one had an incredible amount of ferocity. He placed his hands on the glass and asked his brother if everything would be okay, since it behaved like this even with the owner's mark. Eugen looked at his clothes, scratched by the lion cub, and said that he didn't have high hopes for it anyway, suggesting that they get rid of it. Eugen asked if he wanted to put it up for auction. The boy's words echoed in the room, saying that he wanted to kill it, since if someone got hold of it, there might be trouble, to which his brother exclaimed in shock. He looked at the kitten behind the glass with disappointment, thinking that there was nothing he could do anyway, but it was still a pity because if he could be tamed, he would be perfect for Eugen. He looked at the kitten, around which information appeared that he was currently a C rank and had the ability to resist class of fire. But after growing, he could become an ORS rank, as well as gain fire breathing, fire running, and gigantization. Looking at him, he thought that even after 5 years, there was no one who could tame such a monster. Suddenly, the guy's attention was drawn to a notification that appeared, saying that the object was in a state of incomplete imposition of the effect from the code word. Eugen looked at his brother, frozen in a stupor, wondering if he could use the raising skill on monsters. An image of Eugen riding a full-grown lion, holding a sword, appeared in his mind, and he thought about what it would be like if he succeeded. Without taking his eyes off the kitten, he asked if other guilds had mounts, to which his brother replied that they did, but they were all low level and no one had a high level monster like this. Eugen smiled contentedly. He turned to his brother and asked if he could try raising it, thinking that it could be great, and if he succeeded, the baby could become the only high level mount in the world. The boy began to think about magical beasts. A painted fiery lion stood in front of the man with a sword and shield. The boy thought that monsters that only existed in legends became reality after the appearance of dungeons. Huge snakes were pierced with spears. He added that most of them should be destroyed. The knight sat on a blue unicorn, holding a spear, and the boy finished the thought by saying that, however, there were cases when they were successfully tamed. The warriors on the unicorns rode behind the fiery lion. Eugen told his brother that monsters were especially rare as riding animals. The people on the griffins flew down. The guy added that they were especially needed in high-ranking dungeons, because of their size, and having a mount makes staying there much more favorable. The guy looked at his brother with enthusiasm, holding his hand in front of him, and said that, in addition to everything else, the lion cub has resistance to fire, so it's a pity to just refuse. He pointed at his brother, who looked at him in confusion, and added that the lion was ideal as his mount. Eugen asked him to think about what would happen if he found another mount, after which Eugen imagined himself sitting on a chicken, which after using the technique was fried, and said that his brother was right. In Eugen's fantasy, he was sitting on a lion, and the guy was lying on a large amount of money. Eugen continued to say that the lion has resistance to fire, and it is an unprecedentedly high-level monster, and if you tame it, you can get power that is impossible to imagine, and Eugen himself will receive an insane amount of benefits as payment for taming. Looking at the angry lion cub, Eugen asked how he was going to tame it. The guy tilted his head with a smile. Suddenly, he raised his hand with a ladle. He and his brother were wearing handkerchiefs and aprons, after which he said that they should start with food, because if you give him something tasty, you can earn extra points. There was broccoli and monster meat on the table. The guy also put a bowl for food and asked his brother what the baby was eating, to which Eugen replied that he was eating monster meat, to which you need to mix magic stones, adding that 1 C-class stone is needed for 1 meal. Eugen was extremely surprised by what he heard, since 1 such stone cost 10 million won. They sprinkled broken crystals on the bowl of blue meat. This was elite food for a magical beast. The kitten began to eat, and the boy looked devastated, thinking that if the baby only ate once a day, it would cost 3.65 billion won per year, and if 3 times a day, then 10 billion won. Eugen told him not to worry, and that he would pay for the food. The baby happily devoured the food from the bowl, and Eugen thought that from this perspective, the kitten was quite cute. The boy's cheeks turned red while he wondered if the beast would understand the code words if he said that he loved it. In his fantasy, he and the lion cub were standing on the grass next to a bowl, and he wondered if the animal generally understood the meaning of words like be brave, and if it told him it loved him every time it was fed, would it make any difference? Eugen opened the glass door, deciding he needed to get its interest first, but the cub looked at him with annoyance. The cub angrily jumped at him. Eugen waved his hand, deciding that bonding through play after feeding would be better. He waved his B-class belt, which the cub grabbed. He remembered playing with his dog, and thought about how everyone had loved playing fetch when he worked part-time at the veterinary clinic. Suddenly, the cub shook its head, and the boy was spun around in the air, causing him to scream at his brother. Eugen ran into the garden in fear while the boy was getting up and asked if he was okay, to which his brother replied that everything was fine, but something else was more important right now. He took the owner's token in his hand. Eugen brought it to the irritated animal's face and calmly said that he was its owner. Suddenly, the baby calmed down. The boy sat in delight in front of the baby. 2 notifications appeared, saying that the title of ideal caregiver adds an effect to the owner's token, and that the animal is showing interest in the caregiver. The lion cub fell on its side and began to play affectionately with the boy. Eugen grabbed his chest and mentally called him cutie, and Eugen said in surprise that this was the first time he saw the baby act like that. He leaned over and extended his hand while the boy held the animal's paws, saying that he would hug him, and his brother told him to be careful because he was still a monster. Suddenly, the little beast bit Eugen's hand, causing him to exclaim. Eugen picked up the little beast while his brother held his hand solemnly, telling the little beast that it wasn't right to do that. Eugen sighed and scratched his head, saying that it was okay as long as he didn't act aggressively towards Eugen, and added that his brother should raise him well, because even if he didn't become a mount, he would protect Eugen. The boy held the little beast in his arms and said with a wide smile that he would put all his effort into raising him. The little beast rubbed its head against the boy while the boy thought that raising animals was much better than brainwashing people. He imagined himself playing with several little magical beasts, and wondered if he could keep several of the beasts he raised himself by his side. He then imagined the little beasts jumping into his arms, and he was incredibly happy, thinking that if he did, he would become some kind of magical beast tamer. He stood up with a smile, holding the little animal in his arms, and said that he would take it as they had agreed, after which his brother asked if he would raise it somewhere other than the kindergarten. The guy headed towards the door and said that the dorm room was also quite spacious, to which Eugen asked in surprise if he was really going to leave and live separately. Eugen turned around with a smile, thinking that if he stayed, his brother would lock him out again, after which he replied that it would be better this way, and he also had Manhwa and Yerem. Eugen looked down, upset. Eugen asked in surprise what was wrong with him, to which his brother replied that they had just made up, and he couldn't even really see him, adding that he understood that the guy should have his own life, but still. He didn't look up at his brother. Eugen listened in surprise as the guy said that he thought they could live together like before. He remembered Seong Han's words, saying that the boy understood the value of family ties so well that even if his worries seemed excessive, it should be treated with understanding. Eugen put his hand on his brother's head, thinking that it was not his fault. He stroked his brother's head and said that he was not moving permanently, and would live in both places and would come here often, after which he thought that in fact, it was his skill and the way the world had become that was to blame. He happily patted his brother on the back and said with a smile that once he graduated, they would hang out together more often. Suddenly, it dawned on him and he asked Eugen if he was free tomorrow night. His brother's answer echoed through the kitchen, saying that he could free up some time, and then asked why. The boy looked him in the face and offered to have a drink after tomorrow's practice, to which his brother asked in surprise if he wanted a drink. Eugen raised his hand and said that Eugen was already an adult, and they hadn't even had a drink together yet. He imagined them sitting in a room with pizza on the table and thought that if there was peace around like before, it would probably be normal for them to live together and drink in the evenings. Eugen looked down happily and said that he would wait. Eugen picked up the animal and said that he still needed to think of a name, to which his brother asked if he had any ideas. The guy put the baby down and with a smile suggested calling him Peace, because in the earthly world there should be peace and love. Clouds floated across the sky while the guy reasoned that there was nothing wrong with that, because they were recently reunited brothers and they should spend time with each other often. Another gate appeared in the city, there was a crowd of people around it, a policeman was talking on the radio, and a cameraman was filming what was happening. Eugen stood in a stupor. Eugen smiled warmly. Manhwa was standing behind Yerem. The girl asked him what was going on. He suddenly pointed at the hero's brother and exclaimed, asking why the guild leader would go with them, to which the guy replied with a smile that he was looking forward to today. He looked at Eugen and asked him to take care of him. The guy looked up with a devastated look, thinking that there was definitely something wrong with his younger brother. Eugen and Yerem were standing in front of the dungeon. The girl looked unhappy, and the guy was looking away. The cameraman said that he would take pictures of them, asking him to look at him. The reporter approached the guy and asked why he was personally assisting in the first clearing of the hunter Yerem's dungeon. The girl looked nervously at the camera, and the guy calmly replied into the microphone that this was the first dungeon of the new S-class, and that's why he wanted to conduct it personally, and besides, it was his duty as the guild leader and the most experienced S-class. Myung-woo and Eugen were sitting on a bench behind them. The guy covered his face with his hand and asked if this is really how PR works, to which Myung-woo replied that this story would be a touching example for others. Eugen had an image of his brother, Yerim, Myung-woo and Seong-han using their abilities in his head, and he thought that this was a perfect alliance, because they represent two opposite elements, fire and ice, plus they have the creator of Myung-woo's equipment, and then wondered if he could get Seong-han's defensive ability. Eugen looked at the guy with a smile and said that he was looking forward to it. Various blades were shining on the stand. The guys stood in amazement among a huge amount of equipment, and the man behind them said that all this is given out for free, but must be returned upon return. Myung-woo and Eugen were examining the weapons, and the hero noticed that due to the guild's influence, there really were a lot of quality items there. Suddenly, Myung-woo was startled by a man who appeared next to him, who warned that any damage would have to be compensated. The hero looked at his comrade and thought with displeasure that this was a man who could create things 10 times better. He handed the spear to the guy and told him not to be afraid, because high-level things are stronger than ordinary ones. They looked at the jars illuminated by the sun, and the guy suggested taking some restorative potions, after which he asked if they were free. Yerim was collecting potions, and the man told Eugen that since they were not in the guild, they would have to pay. The guy did not listen to him and shouted at the girl to take potions for 4 and give them to them. The girl picked up a huge axe with eyes and asked him to choose a weapon for her too, asking if Eugen liked it, to which the guy confusedly asked where she found such a thing. Eugen, standing in front of the reporters, looked at his brother, who explained to the girl that she was focusing on skills, so she should choose something suitable for her body type. The journalist brought him a microphone and asked if he had any idea about the prospects for the further development of the guild, but the guy did not listen to him, thinking that his brother, as he assumed, was surprisingly erudite for a rookie hunter. He decided that this knowledge definitely indicates that. Suddenly, he smiled warmly, finishing the thought by saying that his brother collected as much information about the hunters as possible out of concern for him, and the reporter exclaimed that the head of Abyss smiled. The reporter quickly left, deciding that the prospects were indeed good, and the head and the heroes gathered at the dungeon. Eugen suggested that they move on, which his brother agreed with, and Yerim quipped that they were inseparable. The dungeon gate was floating in the air, and Eugen explained that on the other side was a relatively safe D-rank dungeon, a rocky area, and that the gate would close an hour after entering and would not open until either the boss or the hunters were defeated. The guy took out a capsule and said that in a pinch they could use a gate stone, but it was such a rare thing that even 2 of them could not be found in the country. The girl was amazed that he even had one. Looking at his brother standing with a spear, he told them to try their best. He called out to Eugen, but he did not hear. Images of the past appeared in his mind, and he thought that just a few days ago he was treated like trash and humiliated in the dungeons. He looked at his group, Yerim was calling him, and thought that everything was different now. He was not at the bottom of a dead hole, not being bullied. He adjusted his equipment, adding that he was going with his younger brother and people who were happy to see him. With a wide smile, he replied that he was already following them. He headed towards the group, deciding that that future no longer existed, as if it had never happened. Entering the gate, he thought that he believed in it back then. Myung-woo and Yerim looked around in surprise, and the girl exclaimed in admiration. They were standing on a small hill, surrounded by green fields and high cliffs, and the girl exclaimed that this was the dungeon. Eugen drew his blade, stepping forward a little, and the girl looked around and said that this was the first time she saw such a landscape, as if it were another world. To this, the guy replied that they did not come to have fun, and that they should not give in to the camping mood. The boy stared sternly at the sword, which was covered in dark flames. He slashed at the ground, and a wave of flames hid in front of him. The heroes watched in shock. Yerim stared at the boy's face in a daze. The next second, she walked to the edge of the cliff, looking at the burning fields, grabbed her head and exclaimed that he was doing this. She turned to Eugen and shouted at him in irritation, asking what he was trying to achieve by setting everything on fire for no reason. Eugen came up behind her, and she continued to shout, asking if he had heard anything about protecting the environment, and then said that if he didn't like something, he could just say so. But Eugen interrupted her, saying that it was completely wrong and for her to look down. She looked down and was surprised to see monsters hiding there. Eugen, standing against the backdrop of the burning flames, sheathed his blade and said that the first thing to do after entering the dungeon is to ensure safety. But it is impossible to assess the situation from the outside and find out if there are monsters, so the strongest hunter of the group takes the lead and responsibility for this. He looked sternly at the heroes and asked if they were taught these basics in theory classes. The girl standing behind Eugen awkwardly scratched the back of her head and said that, of course, they were taught everything, adding that she simply did not have an area attack, because if she did, she would have done everything. Eugen interrupted her, saying that she was right and that with an increase in level, such a skill will appear. The leader, standing with his back to them, exhaled heavily and listened as the girl asked if skills could really appear. Eugen asked if she listened to the lectures. He looked at the dead monster and explained that the level increases after killing monsters, and a new skill appears every 10 levels. He opened the interface and added with a smile that this was exactly why they came to practice, but it was impossible to predict what skill would appear. He looked up at the girl who was looking at him with interest and thought that fortunately, he could choose it himself. The notification window said that the boy could choose a preferred skill for the Yerim object. He remembered the pale rain that Yerim used in his past life and thought that this was just the characteristic area attack skill of the Ice Witch. A notification appeared in front of the girl looking at the boy, saying that the Yerim object was set to receive this skill. The girl listened with delight as he said that he was sure that she would receive an area attack, and then happily said that if she raised 10 levels, she would be able to help Eugen. Eugen languidly said that he did not need help. He turned to her and explained that the amount of experience to level up an S-class is 5 times that of an F-class, and that each subsequent level requires more points, so even if they cleared the entire dungeon alone, they still wouldn't get 10 levels. He suddenly put his hand out, pointing at the girl, and said that he would help his brother and that she should take care of herself. Eugen stood behind the angry girl and asked his brother to be careful. Yerim said that he had been very bullying lately. The girl approached Eugen and, pointing her finger at him, began to scold him. Eugen, standing behind them, tried to calm them down. The girl asked if he was irritated by her closeness to his brother and then said that he was her guardian. The guy calmly answered her that he was not bullying anyone, he was just trying to instill in her the self-awareness of an S rank. Yerim irritatedly said that she herself was aware of this. Eugen tried to calm them down, telling them to listen to him, but his brother interrupted him, telling the girl that she was talking about awareness but was still clinging to his brother. Eugen grabbed both of their cheeks in anger. They were still arguing. The girl asked why he followed him here in the first place. Eugen replied that he hadn't been happy to keep his distance all this time. Unable to take it anymore, the guy yelled at them to stop, asking what they had done inside the dungeon. They pointed at each other, trying to shift the blame off themselves, which made the guy even more angry. Manga stood timidly to the side and listened as the guy yelled at them that if they were going to argue about him in front of him, then they should leave right now, at which Manga fearfully asked if they would leave. Eugen looked at his brother and asked why he came here with them, to which he replied that he came to help with the practice. The guy then looked at the girl and asked her why she came to the dungeon. She awkwardly replied that she came to level up and hunt monsters. He then glared at them angrily, raising his hand and told them to focus on killing monsters furiously, adding that F-classes also need to kill a lot of monsters to level up. Yerim and Eugen listened silently as he told them to pretend to get along just like in the interview, but if they continued to argue like that, he wouldn't even look at them. They looked at each other angrily and decided that there was nothing else to do. The girl tensely extended her hand, asking if they would be friends from now on. Eugen glared at her annoyedly and said that he would also speak informally, after which he asked her to take care of him. They quickly and angrily shook hands with great force. The guy looked at this and told them to try to really get along with each other from now on. A monster appeared not far from them, rushing away while the guy was saying that they were in a dungeon and should not let their guard down, after which he asked to help him and Manga raised 10 levels. Yerim and Eugen quickly looked at the fleeing monster. They rushed forward with determination, leaving an explosion behind them, and continued to argue in the air over who would bring the monster to Eugen. The hero and Manga looked on in shock as they created explosions with great force after their blows, and the boy thought that the perfect alliance would only be when they learned to get along with each other. Then he wondered if such a future would come. Voices rang out in the shining ice palace. A voice said that someone had entered the dungeon, to which the second voice asked again who exactly. The stairs rose next to the ice buildings, and the first person said that it was the one who turned back time. The girl with blue hair approached the chair and loudly asked if this was true, after which she asked to find where exactly he entered. The girl in the chair fussily asked her for some time. The blue-haired girl with a smile asked her to hurry because they can only intervene when he is in the dungeon. She looked at the screen where Eugen was and said that they were waiting for him to return, calling him dear. A huge stone arch stood next to a cliff. Some animals were grazing under it. Something caught the monster's attention. He looked at the sky. Suddenly, Yerim hit their herd, freezing the area. She looked at what happened with a smile and, letting out steam from her mouth, said that it was easy. She turned to the flying monsters and said that she would freeze them and bring them to the guy. Suddenly, they tied a thread of energy while the girl was wondering if a spear would pierce such an icicle. Eugen snapped his fingers and the monsters burst into flames. He said that he would burn there first so that the spear would enter better. The monsters fell one by one in a pile in front of the guys. The rivals said that they were still breathing, so it would be enough to just pierce them with the spear. Manga looked at this in shock while Eugen was busy with him and said that they were incredible. He asked Eugen, who was holding the magic stone, what he was doing, to which the guy replied that it was necessary to collect stones from dead monsters, and was horrified at how much all this cost, and the S ranks were getting mad from fat. The guy, standing on the corpse of the monster, extended his hand to Manhwa and said that he also needed to level up. Manhwa timidly looked down. After thrusting the spear, he asked the hero if he would gain good skills if he worked hard to level up. Eugen looked at him, opening the interface, and said that he had nothing to worry about because it would happen. He looked at the guy's information and thought that at level 10, he would unlock the SS class crafting skill, the Master of the Golden Forge. Suddenly, he noticed that this skill had another condition. The skill window said that to obtain it, you need to reach level 10, and it was written with an error that you also need to sharpen 10,000 blades. The guy looked at the inscription in surprise. He looked towards the happy Manhwa, who had raised another level, and thought that this had just happened. He continued to chop monsters in shock and asked himself if there were errors in the system, and whether it was really filled in by hand. Manhwa wiped sweat from his forehead and, looking at the interface, said that he had reached level 10, but not a single skill was given. The guy silently walked up to him and patted him on the back, wondering who was filling in the system. An amazing rocky landscape opened up before him, and he remembered that in the future, too, nothing was known about the system. It changed the world. So many thought that it was a miracle granted by God, after which he asked himself if it were God, would there be typos? Eugen was hovering over Eugen and said that she thought this was the last section. The guy below asked how Manhwa and Eugen were doing and how many levels they had raised. The guy told his brother that Manhwa had already raised 10 levels and he himself was almost done too. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a notification that said that he had been found. He looked closely at the inscription, wondering what it meant. Manhwa asked if he was okay. Another notification appeared in front of his face, in which someone was apologizing. Looking at him, the guy said that there was something in the system window. He looked at it in surprise, finishing the sentence by saying that something was apologizing. Suddenly, his brother called out to him, causing him to quickly turn around. Looking to the side, he saw Eugen and Eugen flying towards him worriedly. The guy covered his brother, and the girl covered them with her spear from the flames heading towards him. Eugen sat on the ground next to his brother and worriedly asked if everything was okay. The guy looked at what was happening in shock and asked what it was, to which Eugen replied that it was a boss attack. The fields around were blazing in scarlet flames. The guy exclaimed, asking what does boss mean, because a low-ranking dungeon boss cannot attack in such a radius. A bull with red eyes and curved horns looked ahead, and he was told that originally the boss was supposed to be a huge mountain bull. This bull was pierced by the beak of a huge bird, and the girl added that suddenly that bird appeared and killed him. The heroes looked up, after which Eugen asked in shock what they were going to do, and shouldn't the gate open after killing the monster. Eugen answered her that even though he died, the gate does not appear, and therefore that bird took his place as the boss. Looking at the bird making a loud screech, the boy thought about how they needed to defeat this boss to get out. Eugen took out the capsule with the return stone and, looking at the bird, said that it was the first time he saw such a monster and did not know how dangerous it was, and handed the capsule to his brother, telling him to take it and, if anything, at least he could get out. Eugen nervously looked at his brother's hand. He called out to him, but the boy did not answer. Memories from the past when he lost his brother surfaced in his mind, and he wondered if it would be the same this time, wondering if the powerful boss appeared because he did not take measures in time. Then he remembered how his brother in the past, bleeding out, also handed him a capsule, and the boy wondered if the younger brother would go alone like that. He placed his hand on his brother's hand while his brother told him to quickly take the capsule and leave. Holding his hand, he calmly said that he didn't need it. Eugen's eyes sparkled as he looked at the monster, and he stated that the bird was weaker than Eugen. The boss circled the ground, unleashing fire attacks, and the boy explained that it was a second-class monster, a golden build Mayan with a fire attribute, and the monster itself was comparable in level to high-level ranked dungeon bosses. He then added that the bird's main weapon was its beak, and its weak point was its skull bones, which were fragile compared to the rest of its body, and that the bird had a pair of spare wings, so Eugen should aim for the head straight away. Sitting on the ground, the leader asked his brother how he knew this, to which Eugen asked if it was suspicious. The boy wiped the sweat from his chin and said that they could talk after they got out. Looking at the approaching bird, he thought that this time they would all get out, because now everything is different from his past, adding that he would not allow the same thing to happen again this time. Eugen sat on the ground behind his brother, who was confidently looking ahead. He turned to Eugen and asked her to create a curtain with her breath. The girl stretched her arms forward and used an icy breath. An aura began to accumulate in her hands. She raised her hand above her head, after which a large snowflake appeared above the heroes. The guy then turned to his brother, holding onto the sword, and said that the bird was staying on him. Eugen turned to the girl and asked her to take care of her brother. She confidently looked into his eyes and said that he could not worry. The guy again took out the capsule with the stone and placed it in his brother's hand, saying that he could not trust her. He then drew his sword and rushed towards the monster across the burning field, and Eugen shouted after him to aim for the head. The girl, holding the barrier, asked him if he was sure about his choice since she had the skill of flight, to which the guy replied that she would have burned alive since the only way to resist the monster's flames was with the same resistance to fire as his brother. They watched as Eugen blocked the bird's flames with his blade, and the guy added that although he did not have the skill of flight, he did have something similar. The bird looked at the guy and then screeched and headed towards him. The guy dodged the monster's strongest blow at the last moment. He looked at the bird while his brother shouted at him that the monster had opened up. The guy turned to the bird, bracing his foot on the ground. With a stern expression on his face, he raised his sword back. The next moment, he dealt the monster an incredibly strong blow, cutting off its wing. Manhwa marveled at the boy's ability to cut off a wing with just one blow, and Eugen asked in shock why he was aiming for the wings. The bird flapped its wings, and the boy added that it had extra wings, and that was pointless. The bird rose into the air with explosive force, and the boy looked at it in surprise. Opening its mouth, it released flames at him. The boy covered his face with his hands from the fire. Eugen watched in surprise and wondered why his brother did nothing but stand on the ground, because he would have finished off the monster in one go if he had risen up and struck it in the head. He recalled how his brother used the willow leaves skill in the past and thought that even though he didn't have the skill to fly, he could use them, and wondered if it was possible that he hadn't gotten the skill yet. The bird in the air looked back. Suddenly, it flew behind the boy, straight towards Eugen and the others. Eugen turned around to look at his brother in fear. Eugen was holding the barrier in horror, asking the boy what to do. The monster opened its mouth and began to accumulate energy. The girl shouted that it was rushing towards them. The heroes were very scared. Manhwa grabbed the boy by the neck in horror. The girl with tears in her eyes asked if she could stop the monster with ice breath. Manhwa whined and called the boy by name. Eugen coughed and asked to let him go. Eugen gritted his teeth. Blue leaves began to appear in front of him. He activated the blue willow leaves. The technique enveloped the bird, causing it to stop and screech. The boys looked at this in surprise. Eugen happily exclaimed that his brother could actually use this technique. Looking at his brother, he said that now Eugen will be. Before finishing his sentence, he noticed that his brother was standing with his hands up. Eugen looked in shock as his brother waved his arms, standing under the bird that was enveloped by the willow leaves. The boy mentally wondered what he was doing there. Suddenly, Eugen's attention was drawn to Eugen, who shouted at him that the technique was being used incorrectly and told him to step on it. The boy covered his face with his hands and shouted at the top of his lungs for his brother to step on the leaves and run on them. What he heard surprised Eugen. He stepped onto the willow leaves. A second later, he watched in amazement as his feet stood on the floating leaves. Without taking his eyes off it, he said that he could win now. He pushed off sharply with his foot. A moment later, the boy was already racing through the leaves above the bird's head. The monster opened its mouth, in which an energy sphere formed. A stream of fire burst out of its beak, rushing towards Eugen. The boy swung his sword and exclaimed that flames were just nonsense to him. He made a direct strike, and a column of dark flame hit the monster's back, pinning it to the ground. The boy raised his blade again. The next strike hit the monster's head. Eugen was thrown away from the bird by the explosion. Many stones flew in all directions. The girl covered herself with her hands, continuing to hold the curtain onto which fragments fell, and Eugen shouted at her not to lower her defense, otherwise they would all die. The dust around the monster's corpse swirled and began to dissipate, the bird's body sticking out of the ground. Eugen lifted his leg off the willow leaves. The boy landed on the ground, his clothes covered in blood. He turned around when his brother called out his name. He watched as Eugen ran up to him, smiling and asking if he was okay and if he was hurt. He grabbed his brother's shoulders in delight as his brother smiled and said that it all worked out thanks to him, adding with admiration that his idea was simply brilliant, and then asked how he came up with the idea of using willow leaves instead of the flying skill. The boys beamed with joy. Eugen replied that he thought Eugen always used them like that. The boy admitted that he had no idea about using them like that. Eugen and Manhwa stood to the side, the girl awkwardly scratching the back of her head, while Eugen said that he always regretted not having the flying skill. But his brother solved his problem, to which the boy modestly replied that it was nothing special. The girl thought that since he killed the boss, she would forgive him just once. Eugen listened with a smile as his brother claimed that it was not a small thing, since it was like he had gained a new skill, and secretly thought that since it made his brother so happy, it would be like he received a gift for Christmas and Children's Day at the same time. His brother beamed and looked into his eyes and said that everything happened thanks to him, adding that he was the best. The gate of the dungeon opened. The boy sheepishly suggested that after leaving he should take a look at his other skills. His brother thanked him, and Yerim asked him to check her skills as well. The people at the dungeon were fussily asking if the boss was okay. Yerim and Eugen were surrounded by reporters, who said they were worried about them since the dungeon level had suddenly changed. The boy explained that they had encountered a rank boss. Someone from the crowd said that it was a great relief that Yerim was okay. Eugen began to walk away from the crowd, pretending to be unfamiliar with them, listening to his brother talk about reporting to the association while thinking that it was best to keep his distance outside. Xiang-Han was running towards him as he contemplated handing over his gear and leaving. The man shouted his name with all his might. He fell at the feet of the frightened boy who had raised his leg and began to ask if he was hurt, saying that he should have come with them. Eugen awkwardly replied that he was fine, mentally acknowledging the failure of the not to attract attention mission. Manhwa watched as the man stood up, standing in front of the embarrassed boy, and offered to climb on his back for a quick return, to which the boy sheepishly replied that he was fine. Manhwa looked down in disappointment. The skyscraper towered under the night sky. The boy turned to his brother, announcing his arrival. He placed the groceries on the table and announced that he had brought snacks from the office that looked incredibly expensive. Holding the bag by the handles, he turned around at the sound of water and spoke out loud, asking if Eugen was washing himself, adding that he had gotten a lot of the boss's blood on him. The guy opened the door to the garden a little, deciding to wait. He entered the garden with his arms wide open. The little animal rushed towards him, and he finished his sentence with a smile, saying that he could play with peace at this time. The guy asked if everything was okay, but the little lion interrupted him by jumping into his stomach with great force. The little lion spun him around in a game of tug-of-war again, and Eugen, spinning in the air, shouted that he loved him. He lay down next to the little lion eating the food and smiled again, repeating that he loved him. Eugen was lying down in the middle of the garden. All his clothes were torn off. Peace was lying on his chest, and the guy wondered if the applied nurturing effect would be enough, adding that he was dying of fatigue. He looked at the ceiling with a smile, saying that today he really thought he was going to die. He remembered the strange notifications from the system, thinking that today there were too many strange things, typos, and that it seemed to be talking to him. Then he remembered the boss fight, continuing to think that there were many strange things in the dungeon too, because a high-level monster appeared out of nowhere, and this only happened occasionally in the future. The guy got up and sat on the floor. The lion cub rolled off his chest. He turned pale with fear, wondering if all this was because he turned back time. The little animal, lying on its back, began to swear. The guy apologized to it, thinking that something broke because of the time rollback. There was emptiness in his head. He only thought about the fact that because of him, the phenomena that appeared in the future began to appear now, adding that if the system personally spoke to him because of this. He timidly wanted to say something, but stopped. The next second, he raised his hand up and shouted that it was not his problem, because the system should have explained everything clearly from the very beginning, adding that it was very unfriendly. He clicked on the skill icon, saying that with skills everything is the same, although everything is written in detail, but it is not clear what the code word is. Suddenly a holographic book opened in front of him, throwing him away. He looked at it in shock, asking what was wrong with the system window. An unknown girl ran her fingers over the interface, asking if the connection was stable. There was a girl standing in front of the system windows. Next to her were two beastmen. The girl said that their contacts were very limited in time, and that they had forcibly opened a channel. The centaur next to her said that they should have explained everything more clearly. The girl added that there was no time. But the guy, however, should figure it out, because they tried to make it as intuitive as possible, after which they gave it a form that was familiar to his world. On one of the pages of the book were photos of Yerim and Eugen. Above them was an inscription that these were objects with a completed imposition of the education effect. The guy was kneeling, looking at the book, and asked if this was a magazine. He raised his hand and asked what was going on in the head of the creator of the system. He read the inscription on the page out loud, asking if only S classes were taken into account, then answered his own question, saying that judging by the fact that Manhwa and Xiang-Han were not there, it was. He noticed that there was a number 50 on the page and a hen with chicks wishing him luck, asking if there were only 50 windows and what this wish for luck meant. Suddenly, his brother came into the garden, wiping his head, apologized and said that he had to wash himself for a long time. He looked at Eugen, sitting on the ground next to the system interface and the journal, and asked if everything was okay with him, since he looked a little pale. The boy wondered if the system wanted him to tame as many as 50 S-rank hunters. The furry monster in the cage bared his teeth as he looked at his own. When the bars opened, he ran forward at peace. A loud impact sound was heard. Drops of dark blood began to fly in different directions. The camera was filming the fiery lion, who was sitting next to the defeated one and licking the blood. The voiceover noted that this was a subspecies of unicorns, a class 2 flame-horned lion, second day of training in the beast taming skill. Eugen looked at the beast through a protective helmet and said that its current indicators were 51 centimeters in length and 5.6 kilograms in weight. He added that over the past 2 days, it had become twice as big. The guy behind whom the camera was standing lifted the bars and noted that a beast is a beast. He spread his arms when Peace began to jump towards him and said that he did a good job. At that moment, the fiery lion hit his trainer in the stomach with his front paws. The boy smiled faintly as a drop of sweat ran down his face. Taking the beast in his arms, Eugen raised his fist and said that it was nothing since he had rented all the possible equipment to increase stamina and strength. After using them, his stats increased by 94 and 45 points. Last night, the man poured liquid into a glass, asking about the beast tamer. The two brothers were sitting on the floor and Eugen picked up the glass. He said that he received this skill after reaching level 10. Eugen asked him what he was doing. The older brother began to bring the glass to himself while telling him that this is a skill that allows him to influence beasts. He added that it is an S-class skill, so it can be used on high-level monsters. At this moment, he thought that it is better to hide behind a new skill since he cannot tell about the skill of a trainer. The younger brother was very surprised when he heard about the S-class. He stood up with creepy eyes and wrapped a rope around his hands. Eugen began to reason that an S-class skill and an F-class body in such a dangerous world. Moreover, it was also a unique skill. His brother indignantly asked, is he really thinking of locking it away again? The boy bent his index finger and began to exclaim that instead of hiding it, they should find a use for it. While Peace was trying to steal the snacks from the table with his paw, his caregiver said that he could raise him as a mount for his brother and he could raise his mounts like them. A picture of hunters riding various beasts appeared in his mind. Eugen asked how many more S-class hunters needed high-level mounts. He asked his brother to imagine how things would change if the Abyss got one and could explore the huge dungeons on horseback. The guild leader froze, pursing his lips when Eugen noted that thanks to this skill, the course of clearing dungeons would change greatly. The guy thought that it was good that Peace was already under the effect. He threw a small toy to the cub, which he successfully caught. He thought that if the system wanted him to raise 50 S-classes, the teacher put protective pads on his hands, which the flame lion hit with all his might. They also ran at sunset with a load. The guy thought that it would be better for him to train monsters, brainwash people. He buried his face in the floor of the training hall and groaned that he was very sick. The flame lion with a good-natured face looked at the teacher when he asked if he was tired. Eugen, with empty eyes, lay in a puddle and said that he didn't think that he would have to work so hard for this. He remembered how a lot of monsters flew over the city, thinking that the more hunter riders there were, the more effective the clearings would be, which meant that there would be fewer dungeon breakthroughs and Peace would be safer. He thought that especially considering that over the years, the number of dungeons would increase and they would become more and more dangerous. The guy suddenly turned over and took Peace in his hands. Squeezing his eyes shut, he exclaimed that his conscience would not allow him to just relax and rest. He looked up in surprise when a voice from the side said that this was simply unbelievable. Simeon, who had entered the room, clapped his hands, saying that Eugen's practice had barely ended and he was already training here. The guy knelt down, saying that Eugen had allowed him to use this room. Simeon replied that he did not come here to kick him out. He looked at the fiery lion with a soft smile, noting that he had grown so much in just one day of training. Peace sat quietly on the floor with one ear raised. Eugen jerked sharply when the man bowed down to him and said that he was amazed and inspired. The boy was embarrassed by such an action and indignantly asked what had come over him. Without raising his head, Simeon began to apologize for all the times he had been rude to him and underestimating him. He noted that he had demonstrated his soothsayers and analytical skills and also his new skill. When he grabbed the boy with his arms, the latter with an indignant face began to push Simeon away from himself, who asked him to join the Abyss and become a new wind in the world of hunters. Peace remembered how he had telepathically pushed the teacher aside, seeing how he was now doing the same to the man. Eugen screamed that he did not want to, and that he did not have the ability to do this. The man continued to ask, saying that they needed his strength. The guy turned blue and clenched his teeth, thinking that he was not at all insightful, but simply knew all the answers from the future. He remembered the unpleasant meeting with Simeon and thought that he disliked this man, and every time he went to the Abyss, he got angry and upset because of his poisonous remarks. The man waved his hand, asking him to think again. Looking at the puzzled guy, he said that they would provide him with transportation of monster cubs, food, and the necessary equipment. He added that they would do anything at his request. Eugen froze, while a drop of cold sweat ran down his cheek. He imagined an Egyptian fresco, which depicted him as a ruler and Simeon was his servant. He suddenly remembered that these events did not happen in this life, and the man simply did not know all the horror that he had to endure because of him. He realized that he was now in charge. The guy grimaced sharply and muttered that he did not need it. While humming a song, Eugen spread his arms out and said that his brother would cover all the expenses anyway. Looking at the training hall, he added that since he was using it as a dorm, he could basically sign the contract. The man became excited and waved his hand, and a blue holographic window appeared. He said that since that was the case, he should do it right now. Eugen squatted down and petted Peace, saying that he had a condition that he had to be a regular employee since he was going to be an independent hunter. He picked up the cub and started circling it, noting that this way he would be able to freely raise beasts for other guilds and make a lot of money. When Simyong started saying that it was for the future of Abyss, he said that it didn't concern him. The man's eyes widened in surprise when the guy said that Abyss was the strongest guild in the country anyway, so they simply couldn't handle this exclusive contract. While the beast was washing itself in his arms, Eugen looked away and scratched his ear, saying that even he had an idea of how important the magical beast taming skill was, as it would make clearing dungeons much more efficient. He imagined a golden egg, saying that for high-ranking hunters, he was like a goose laying golden eggs. He asked how other guilds would react if the Abyss wanted to take over this skill. He imagined a goose in a nest, with many people standing around with knives. The guy said that many would use force if they couldn't get something, and some were even poisoned by adding poison to their food. He noted that since he was an F class, he definitely wouldn't die from such a thing. Imagining people sitting in front of the goose and it handing them golden eggs, he asked if it wouldn't be better for him to be an independent hunter. Hugging Peace, Eugen stuck out his index finger and said with a smile that he could raise one beast per guild in exchange for immunity and money. Looking at Simyong, he gave a thumbs up and said that of course he would raise a flame lion for them, so he asked them to hire him and negotiate with other guilds for him. The man's mouth dropped open as the boy continued to babble about salary, bonuses, and social security. Touching his chin with his hands, he laughed, noting that he probably couldn't handle him, so he accepted the terms. He pointed to the camera mounted on a tripod and asked if he could take the training video for the negotiations. Eugen responded in agreement. Simyong touched the camera and added that there was one more thing. Holding Peace in his arms, the boy looked at the man as the man asked if he would sign the hunter contract if Abyss became the strongest scythe in the country. The guy lowered his head and replied that he didn't even know. He pointed at the man with glasses and asked if he was trying to film this just now. The man looked away, noting that he had been caught. Simyong turned around on the way out, hearing the question about what good they would get from hiring him. Eugen, with Peace on his shoulder, laughed sweetly and said that with his skill he was going to help them anyway, as he had nothing else. He said that if he signed a contract in the future and the man regretted it, it would not be his fault. The man, going out into the corridor, laughed loudly, saying that he was amazed. Simyong, with a camera in his hands, walked along the bright corridor, asking how come there was nothing else. He watched the video with interest, saying that apparently the hunter Eugen had problems with self-esteem. He thought that he continued to surprise him every time they met. At this time, the guy in the training room was rolling on the floor, holding Peace and joyfully exclaiming that now he would have a salary and social benefits. He asked the cub if he saw how Simyong stuttered from confusion. Remembering their long ago meeting in his office, the man thought about how those with unique abilities imagine themselves to be unknown, and power intoxicates them and makes them arrogant. He thought that Eugen also seemed eccentric to him, but he was different from them since he soberly assessed the prospects and managed to lead to negotiations that were beneficial for him. Imagining the images of the two Han brothers in his head, he wondered if the guy had always been so gifted, and he did not notice it because of the genius of his younger brother. Simyong touched his glasses with his hands, saying that it was just that. Imagining Eugen, Yerim, and Seong Han fighting in his head, he thought that he had assumed that Abyss would be pressured by other guilds, but that they were willing to take such a risk. Then, an image of Eugen dressed in an expensive suit with a full-grown fiery lion walking next to him appeared in his mind. He thought that if the boy remained an independent hunter, all attention would be focused on him and not on Abyss. He realized that this was both a great benefit and a great risk. The man lowered his head, asking if he didn't realize their weight because he was far from the world of hunters. Raising his head, he adjusted his glasses with his hand and asked if it was possible that he was doing this to protect his younger brother. While Eugen was playing with Peace in the training room, Simyong mentally noted that from now on, the eyes of the largest guilds in the world would be focused on him. A man with dark hair sat at a table, watching a video of a fiery lion. A girl in a fuchsia suit was doing the same. On the large terrace, there was a lounge chair with a man lying on it, holding a tablet. Touching his face with his fingers, he smiled, noting that he needed to go to the Abyss as soon as his schedule cleared. The video showed Eugen petting a contented Peace. Simyong thought that he would soon find out how valuable he really was. The guy stood in front of a large play area and told Peace that his corner was now completely ready. He squatted down, letting the cub sniff the new area, and then asked if he liked it. He said that now they could live together in the dorm. He said that it would probably be crowded when he grew up, and in that case. The guy smiled nervously when Myung-woo and Yerim entered the room, and the girl pounced on his back. She loudly asked, "Who is this?" The boy with long hair asked in fear why there was a monster here. Amidst the piercing screams, Eugen opened the door to the room. He heard the girl exclaim that the cat was very cute, after which his older brother explained that it was not a cat at all. Myung-woo then screamed that the monster was biting him and asked to save him, to which Eugen explained to Peace that it was not food. He turned to his brother, holding the beast while the girl tried to pet it. The teacher said hello and asked what was wrong. Eugen asked him to step away with him for a minute. The older brother looked at his family member and said that he would be right there. As expensive cars cut through the city streets, the boy shouted loudly, asking if the guild leaders were really coming here to meet him. The two brothers walked out into a large, bright corridor. Eugen said that he could very well refuse and not see them. Eugen replied that he could not do that. He walked ahead, and the leader of the Abyss walked behind him, saying that these were S-class hunters, and hunters who were lower in class usually had a hard time dealing with them. The older brother agreed with his words. He grabbed his shoulder sharply when the boy muttered that he would just tell them to go back. Eugen asked indignantly how could he continue to act like this towards the guild leaders. As the people in suits walked through the corridors, he asked about how the fact that the leaders of 3 guilds personally came to the Abyss would affect the public opinion. He himself answered, saying that everyone would be surprised and realize that the guild has influence, and then they would want to meet them themselves. The teacher stepped forward and gave a thumbs up. He said that he needed to show himself at least once. Eugen began to say that but Eugen interrupted and said that from now on, he was forbidden to say that word. Opening the door, he began to enter the room, saying that since they were going to negotiate, they needed to personally evaluate everything. He froze, seeing many people in the room. A guy in a blue suit was looking at him, next to whom sat an elderly man. Then the teacher turned his gaze and saw a dark-haired man in a printed shirt. Eugen, with a beast in his arms, smiled nervously while his fear resistance skill was activated. He thought about how he felt a lot of pressure. His brother glanced to the side and introduced the hunter Han Eugen. A man in a classic suit approached the guy and asked if he could have his hand for 1 minute. The teacher asked why. He began to hold out his palm to the man with a surprised face while a blue light was shining above his hand. He said that before starting the negotiations, he needed to test his skills. Hearing this, Eugen's face immediately changed and his eyes narrowed in shock. He waved his hand, pushing the man away from him, and indignantly asked how he could so carelessly grab an unmarried man. He cursed in his head, irritated by the fact that a professional appraiser had come with them. He thought that if he started checking him, he would definitely reveal L and S class skills. He remembered how he was afraid that his own brother would lock him in a podball and tie him to the windows and legs. He understood that something like this would await him if these people found out that he had the skill not of taming, but of influence. When the man began to approach the guy, Peace began to growl. The appraiser said that he only needed 1 moment and insistently asked to give his hand. With a loud roar, the beast abruptly jumped out of the owner's hands. He landed on his paws, giving off a loud hiss. The people in the room watched in surprise while Eugen tried to calm the cub. At the table in a blue suit sat the president of the Hanshin Guild named Park Minju and the white-haired president of the Hunters Association. He guessed that the fiery lion recognized that a skill was about to be used on his master. Minju noted that although he was a cub, which should be above C class, he was already very capable. Eugen, squatting, turned around. The girl said that she believed that this fierce defense of her master was enough to be regarded as evidence. A tall, long-haired girl with broad shoulders rolled out a chair, noting that she could not even exert an effect with her suppression. The head of the Breaker Moon Guild Hyena smiled softly and asked the beast tamer if that was true. The girl pointed to the chair with her hand and asked him to sit down, since they could not force such an important person to stand. The guy looked at the head, who was glowing with joy, and noted how large her physique was. Hyena excitedly noted that she didn't know that the Abyss leader had such an older brother. The caregiver sat down on the chair with a nervous smile, holding Peace in his arms, wondering if all S classes were like this and Yerim would one day be taller than him too. The leader looked thoughtfully at the horned flame lion and noted that when he grew up, he would be on par with the S-class boss in the dungeon. The cub looked back at her shyly. Hyena touched the back of the chair with her hand. She asked the brown-haired man if they would give them his kittens if they ever appeared. The Abyss leader looked up at her and smiled, saying that it would definitely not work for free, but they could exchange them for a baby mount with cold resistance. While Eugen and the beast listened to their conversation in surprise, the girl assumed that he wanted them to get a mount for Yerim. A loud, indignant male voice asked if he was being too impudent. Eugen turned and looked at the man who slammed his fist on the table. He said that the Abyss had already taken all the beasts in the market and had 7 baby monsters and 1 high-level one. MKC guild leader Choi Seok-won looked at him indignantly and asked how he dared to demand an exchange in such a situation. He slammed his fist on the table when the Abyss leader said that they could always get one from the dungeon and trade it. Choi furrowed his brows and bared his teeth, saying that he was literally asking to give it to the Mounted Beast Guild, provided that they wanted to get one themselves. He asked if he was getting too cocky because of his brother. The man jumped up from his seat and pointed his finger at the teacher, shouting that they should have negotiated with his brother as an independent person. He asked how they knew that he was not just independent in name. He stated that since he and Eugen were brothers, it was the same as if he was an official abyss hunter. The boy leaned forward when Hyena intervened and asked the man to stop. He said that his relationship with the guild was purely a partnership. He looked up at Choi and said that they were only helping him because he couldn't handle everything on his own, and that this meeting was only possible thanks to them. The head of MKC pursed his lips in confusion when the boy added that if he only planned to help his little brother raise mounts, there would be no point in him coming here. Eugen scratched a pleased piece, adding that he also had a certain limit on how many monsters he could raise at a time. He stood up from his chair, saying that if they could come to an agreement, their guilds would be among the first in the world to have mounts, just like the Abyss. He smiled widely and asked if this wasn't a significant reward for this negotiation. He noted that it was great for him to see his dear customers here. Choi ignored his words and sat down in his chair. Eugen thought that he didn't seem that creepy on TV, and he even fangirled over him for a while since he was a member of the national soccer team before he woke up. He was surprised when someone poked his cheek. He turned his head and saw Hyena, who was smiling and saying that she saw that not only was his skill good, but he was also very talkative. The caregiver was embarrassed when the girl grabbed his chin, saying that she was starting to like him. She said that he had a rising star in his younger brother and that he also had a cute cat. He asked if he would get everything if he got him, and then asked if he wanted to join her guild. With Eugen standing behind them, fuming, Eugen reiterated that he wasn't going to join anything and he wasn't for sale. Hyena asked if he wasn't even sold to his own brother. The boy thought that now that he saw her up close, he realized that she was a beauty, and then he turned to his younger brother and thought that he couldn't let him burn down the entire conference room. He waved his hand and pulled away, saying that he could only make an exception for his precious brother if he became the best in Korea. After saying that, a male voice asked again. Eugen turned his head and looked at the man in the light suit. The blonde man with yellow eyes, who was touching his chin with his hand, was the Jupiter guildmaster named Sung Hyunye. He asked if that meant that his guild could buy him right now. The caregiver with the beast in his arms froze. He imagined the blonde man stretching his hand forward, energy shining around him, and thought that the Jupiter Guild was currently the strongest in the country, and not only strong as a guild as a whole, but also its leader was the strongest hunter. The guy, dripping with sweat, looked at the leader's face and wondered why he had kept silent all this time and decided to speak up now. Eugen put a wide smile on his face, thinking that if he agreed, there would be chaos here. He said that this exception was only for his brother. The three guild leaders looked at him with surprised eyes when the guy said that everyone else would have to become at least the best in this world. Hyena ran up to the guy and slapped him on the back, causing him to double over in pain. She laughed loudly, noting his self-confidence. The girl noted that he would rather die than join anything. While he was trying to come to his senses, Hyena waved her hands in front of him. She noted that both Han brothers seemed to have tenacity and independence. At that moment, the teacher imagined himself as a small shrimp among the bolts of whales and thought that he was experiencing a lot of tension. He mentally noted that if it weren't for his suppression of fear, he would have died from this intimidation long ago. An image of the four fully armed heads he met today appeared in his head, and he thought about what he heard, that S-classes are all crazy because their path often crosses with death. He wondered how they managed to exude such pressure even when they never took the smiles off their faces. Because of the pressure, he imagined Eugen as an object of bullying. He tried to understand how his brother survived all this time among them. Eugen stood with a confused face not far from the leader of Minju and thought that they were definitely picking on his brother because of his young age. The guy in the blue suit said that now he understood why this newbie was so insistent on creating his own guild. He noted that he probably wanted to follow his older brother's example. The leader noted that Eugen still looked much kinder than Eugen. Raised with peace in his arms turned to him and noted that this was not the case at all. Everyone in the room froze with surprise on their faces when the guy said that his brother was much kinder than himself, and even kinder than everyone in this room. He saw how the atmosphere in the conference room immediately darkened. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in confusion, and his eyes widened when he was asked if he was serious about saying that right now. Eugen wondered if he had said something wrong. He remembered how little Eugen ran home from school and thought that he couldn't have asked for a better younger brother. Meeting Eugen at the door, the child hugged him tightly as he was about to leave. The boy, with an embarrassed, happy face, handed him an envelope and wished him a happy birthday. The beast tamer thought about how even when he was very little, he cared about him very much. The memories with the child changed to a young man with a bouquet of flowers, who offered his brother to take a photo together, and then to a high school boy who got excellent marks on all his tests, and was going to enter a medical university. Eugen lowered his head, blushing from the memories, thinking that although he couldn't devote himself entirely to taking care of him because he worked hard after his parents died. He started telling everyone that Eugen was kind, obedient, tried not to lose heart, and that there was no one kinder in the whole world. Listening to all these words, everyone present fell into a stupor. They began to laugh loudly and imitate him when the guy asked what he said wrong. Shuddering in a quiet chuckle, Hyuni said that he was wondering why the head of the abyss was being so polite today, but now he understood. Eugen saw that even the head of Jupiter was laughing. Hyuna pointed her finger at Eugen and loudly declared that this psycho was just showing off in front of his brother today. She smiled in confusion when she saw the angry teacher, who was clenching his fists and loudly complaining about Eugen being humiliated just because he was the youngest. She noted that he was just a typical older brother. Minju and the head of the Hunter Association smiled widely. The old man said that it was okay, that he was being kind to his family member. The guy in the suit asked him to wipe his tears before saying something like that. Eugen grimaced, holding out his hand to Hyuna, who gave him a piece of paper. She noted that she had enough of her thoughts, and now was the time to move on to the next stage. The teacher wondered what kind of problem they all had with his younger brother. He thought he understood that since he became the leader at such a young age, he couldn't be kind to everyone. But while the Han brothers were studying the documents, the girl looked at the others present, noting that they were having quite a lively conversation. While Eugen held the piece of paper, she asked him to tell her if there was anything he wanted to correct. He began to read it with wide eyes. A few lines said that 5 guilds would ensure the safety of Han Eugen and his quest, and that each guild was limited to receiving 1 monster every 2 months. He asked what quest of his were they talking about. The girl and the association leader looked at him in surprise. She asked if Simyung hadn't told him. The old man replied that he would need a place to raise animals, so they decided to build a building specifically for this purpose. The caregiver covered his face with his hand and silently thanked Simyung. The 5 guild leaders present signed an agreement that had several basic provisions, ensuring security, priority for orders from 5 guilds. The Abyss will not participate in the financial issue of the building's construction. Han Eugen will be considered the rightful owner of the building. Eugen handed the sheet to his brother and noted that only his signature remained. When he saw his face with a stupid crooked smile, he asked what happened to him. The satisfied caregiver began to massage his cheeks, noting that he was so nervous that his muscles cramped. He imagined a map of South Korea, happy that he would own a building in the center of Seoul. He again imagined himself as a shrimp among whales, only this time there was friendship and peace between them. And he thought that he was quite ready to fall in front of his dear customers. He imagined himself cutting the ribbon at the opening of a luxury high-rise building with the leaders, and he thought that it would be his personal building, which would be under the protection of the 5 major guilds of the country. He imagined Myung-woo and Dr. White working inside, thinking that he would definitely build a workshop there, and try to persuade the woman to continue her research there. In his head, there were images of 2 hosts asking Eugen, the 25-year-old owner of the building, to reveal the secret of how he managed to become the richest man without an education. In response, he laughed, holding a glass in his hand, and said that there was no secret, everything was simple. The teacher in an expensive suit said that he tried his best to please his dear customers. While he was sitting in the real world, lost in memories, someone touched his shoulder. He thought that he could provide for his pension just by renting out the premises. Looking up, he saw Hyuna and Hyuni passing by. The girl waved her hand and said that today was fun, but it was time for them to go. The boy wished them a safe journey in return. The blonde looked at him with a soft smile on his face and said that he would keep his condition of an exceptional person in mind. Eugen, with his mouth slightly open, looked at him in confusion. When most of the people left the room, Eugen approached his brother. The teacher said that he was so immersed in his thoughts that he did not notice how it all ended. The head of the Abyss looked away and asked him not to promise to pay attention to what the other heads said about him. When a joyful Eugen touched his back, he added that at least he definitely did not do anything that could embarrass him. The older brother laughed, noting that there was nothing wrong with the guild leader making a scandal a couple of times. He took peace in his hands and praised him for holding him for so long in his arms. He looked away with satisfaction and thought that the most important thing is that everyone passed successfully. Returning to the dorm later that night, he thought that peace had suddenly become beautiful. He saw a sumptuous table with many dishes on it. The guy enthusiastically asked what the occasion was for such a feast. While he was looking at the food with a mesmerized look, Myung-woo continued to bring him dishes. Eugen asked if today was some kind of special day. The guy with long hair answered that he simply decided to cook more dishes today. With a slight blush on his face, he smiled softly, noting that his friend deserved special treatment. Eugen began to eat the food with a spoon with a satisfied face. The other one said that today was not a day for him, but a ricinous pleasure. He picked up a pickle with chopsticks and noted the fact that Myung-woo did not have many things with him. The guy with long hair agreed with this fact and asked why he was interested. He suddenly froze with a stunned face when he heard his friend's words about being ready to pack his things at any moment. Opening his mouth, he tried to utter at least a word. Not paying attention to this, Eugen began to chew with gusto, saying that sooner or later a new building would be built nearby. He spat out the entire contents of his mouth when Wu suddenly fell to the floor and began to cry, noting that he was being kicked out after all. Getting up from his seat, the teacher turned him around with his hands, looking at his friend wiping away his tears, and indignantly asked how he could even think of such a thing. The guy with long hair replied that he knew that this was how it would all end. He tried to wipe the tears from his face, saying that even though he was being kept here, he was still a useless F class. Eugen asked him not to cry, noting that he had exactly the same class, but the guy cried out that they were still completely different. He recalled how during their first meeting, his friend helped him solve a problem with high-level hunters and noted that he did it without even blinking an eye. Then he remembered the happy faces of the two brothers, noting that he gave a good advice to his guild leader, who was an S class. The teacher with a confused face looked at Wu, who hung his head and said that he, in turn, could not even open the only skill of level 10. Eugen thought that this was only because he was a cheater. He knelt down in front of his crying friend and spread his arms to the sides, asking him to stop. The guy with long hair said that he was just a loser. He smiled softly with wet eyes and began to pull off his apron, saying that he really had better move out of here. The teacher was shocked by what was happening and froze with his hand raised and his mouth wide open. With an angry face, he began to pull Wu by his clothes, shouting that he was not going anywhere from here, at least because he had nowhere to go. The long-haired boy replied that although it was true, he couldn't afford to be a waste of time any longer. The shocked Eugen shouted loudly with a gloomy face that he was not a waste of time at all. Looking at his friend who had fallen down, he saw the inactive skill and mentally noted that he should obtain this SS class skill after sharpening 10,000 blades. He thought that this was one of the foundations of his safe old age, but if he told the truth, no one would believe him. He imagined trying to stop his friend from leaving, saying that he had SS class potential, but the friend asked him not to console him and sold out forever. Eugen thought that he couldn't thoughtlessly reveal his skill anyway. He reached out his hand to Wu's shirt sleeve, but it froze in midair. He hung his head and noted with a sad face that he really had no right to hold him by force. The boy with tearful eyes also looked down at the floor when his friend started to say that he didn't want to make him try even harder than he had suffered now. He said that he was really sorry now. Eugen looked away with a mysterious look and said that he had just learned some very, very useful information today. These words were reflected in surprise on Wu's face. Grabbing his almost tearful face, the teacher began to act out a scene, trying to push his puzzled friend away with his other hand. He emotionally exclaimed that no matter how valuable it was, he couldn't force him to listen if he didn't want to. The boy with long hair asked what information. He reached out to Eugen with his hand when he turned away, saying that he was only going to tell this to his friend, although he shouldn't have done this. Wu, confused, asked him to just tell him about it. The teacher turned to the boy with an interested face and asked him if he really wanted to know before he left. He began to tell him that he had heard from Heian that there was a training that allowed awakened people like him to unlock a special skill. He thought that his friend would be more willing to believe it if he mentioned an authority figure. He apologized to Dr. White for using her name a little, but noted that he would definitely repay her later. The dark-haired woman sat in a dark room littered with various literature, looking at the glowing computer monitors. Heian closed her eyes and tiredly stretched. She sweatily looked at the screen and noted that now all the preparations were complete. She noted that she was very curious if this would really help get an answer. While the girl sat at the table, resting her chin on her hand, shadows thickened on the walls behind her. A pile of sharp knives lay on the table. Eugen noted that this training was perfect for the master. Wu looked at the protagonist with confusion as he dumped a bunch of knives out of the bag onto the table. Eugen told the guy not to tell anyone where he learned about this training, especially Heian. Wu understood Eugen's message and asked what he should do with these kitchen knives. Eugen noted that they were all consumables. Wu picked up one of the knives and began to frantically examine it, while the protagonist looked at Wu with enthusiasm. Eugen noted that the boy had a passive skill related to weapons, so he asked him to sharpen these knives. The long-haired guy was slightly embarrassed by this proposal, but still agreed. The guy's slender fingers held the knife and sharpened it on a special whetstone. The main character watched with interest as Wu began to sharpen the knife, and a blue window with a skill label popped up next to it. Eugen understood that if he continued to sharpen knives in this way, he would be able to get a skill. A window with a scale of 1 out of 10,000 appeared. Eugen noted with delight that everything worked out and the sharpening was counted. Eugen looked at Wu, who raised the knife in the air and looked back desperately. The protagonist noted that he had heard that it was possible to get an equipment skill if you sharpen blades for a long time. He also added that, moreover, Wu would be guaranteed a cool skill, thanks to which he could get rich. The guy did not believe Eugen's words and was even more surprised. Eugen frowned sarcastically and raised his hand to his face, covering his lips from strangers. Eugen noted that he was serious and explained that it would be a difficult test, because Wu would have to sharpen as many as 10,000 knives. Eugen said that it would be very good if Wu could do it in at least a year. The brunette opened his eyes with delight, rejoicing at such news, because in that case 10,000 knives would not be a problem. The guy replied that if he sharpened 100 knives a day, he would do it in 100 days. Eugen was slightly surprised by such a statement from Manhwa and asked him again whether Manhwa would really sharpen knives all day long. The guy took the protagonist by surprise, saying that he was very good at such things and was great at cyclical work. The guy took the knife in his hands and looked maliciously at Eugen, who raised his hands in front of himself, slightly frightened by such a reaction from brunette. Manhwa sarcastically noted that Eugen could count on him, ironically explaining that Eugen would finish his job before he could blink. Eugen stood with his hands up and desperately told the brunette to put the knife down, as it sounded weird. Manhwa enthusiastically raised his hands up and happily closed his eyes. He smirked and remarked that he would work hard and would definitely repay Eugen for his kindness. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and scratched his nose. Eugen sarcastically thought about his kindness that Manhwa mentioned, realizing that his very existence was already an investment in his pension. Eugen felt that it was time to make his second investment, Heian's research lab. Heian looked at Eugen in amazement, her hands crossed. She was very happy that Eugen was very pleasant to talk to. Heian sat at her desk opposite Eugen with her arms crossed on the table and her head resting on them, smiling sarcastically. Heian noted that the main character knew a lot about dungeons, asking him if he could have gotten all this knowledge from independent research. Heian was all beaming and suggested that Eugen go to graduate school, adding that she would like to establish a joint lab. The protagonist looked away sadly and thought about how to quickly go home. Heian held a pen in her hands and drew different animals in her notebook. She noted that everyone around her claimed that the dungeons were unpredictable. Heian pointed her pen at Eugen, who raised his hand to the side in displeasure. Heian noted that because of this factor, people do not want to study dungeons in detail because no one hopes to find any pattern anymore. Eugen replied that he was only guessing for now as the information was insufficient, especially considering that their country didn't have that many dungeons. Heian frowned sharply and raised her index finger up. She agreed with Eugen's words, noting that it was precisely because they were such a small country that they had too few dungeons. After saying these words, she frantically covered her mouth with her hands, and Eugen immediately laughed. Heian abruptly apologized for her words, realizing that she could be severely punished for such behavior. Eugen understood Heian's words perfectly and told her not to worry. Heian's office was bright and cozy. The main character said that they could gather more statistics if they were able to explore more dungeons. Heian noted that this was exactly what was meant, wondering why most countries did not allow foreigners to explore dungeons. Eugen instantly widened his eyes and looked ahead, dumbfounded. He thought about how he would hardly have a choice but to join a foreign research team. Dr. Heian looked away thoughtfully, lightly touching her face with her fingers. Eugen understood that this was why Heian would go to the United States in the future. The protagonist imagined Heian walking forward with scientific documents in the company of other professors. He assumed that in 3 years, Heian would discover the principle of underground formation with his team and the United States would receive a lot of royalties from other countries. Eugen really wanted Heian to finally discover this principle while in Korea. It was already getting dark outside and the clear silhouette of the moon was appearing. Heian put a pie on a tray on the table. Eugen realized that it was buckwheat mug. The protagonist sat in his chair and watched Heian holding her pie on a tray near the window. Heian noted that buckwheat mug and rice wine on the last night of the lunar month for Dokibai. Eugen asked again about Dokibai. Heian frowned slightly and looked at the main character with a sly look, holding a wine in her hands. She explained that it was a famous teleporting hunter, asking Eugen if he had ever heard of him. Heian began to tell the story of Dokibai, who looked like an assassin in a blue cloak with black ribbons. Dokibai came from the title, an unusual hunter who wears a Dokibai outfit. This hunter never revealed his name, age, or gender even in the next 5 years. Heian recalled the moment when the plane caught fire in the air and was about to fall. Heian noted that the only known thing about the hunter was his special teleportation skill. The people on the plane panicked and screamed in horror, realizing that their plane was about to fall, but the silhouette of the hunter, who glowed with a bright blue aura, arrived at the plane. Heian continued that with this skill, Dokibai could go anywhere as long as he wanted to. Heian noted that the hunter was famous for saving people from dungeon breakthroughs and natural disasters. The mafia group was sitting at their table with a pile of money on it. Heian said that although this skill gave him elusiveness and at the same time a threat, one of the mafia gang, lighting a cigar, looked up in surprise. Suddenly, a glowing silhouette of Dokibai appeared out of thin air, causing the mafia gang to immediately open their mouths. One of the mafia guards raised his gun and was about to shoot the hunter in the back. Dokibai, wearing a red mask, deftly dodged the bullet flying towards him. The hunter began to spin in his blue aura, reflecting the fiery sparks away from himself. The hunter's glowing eyes through the red mask glared furiously at the mafia gang with pistols. Dokibai came face to face with one of the mafia thugs in a black suit with a beard. The hunter nimbly flew into the air and placed his foot on the mafia thug's gun, who was holding it convulsively. The hunter illuminated the entire space with his aura, standing on the mafia guard's gun. Dokibai knew that they were afraid of his abilities. The hunter smiled maliciously and brought his finger closer to his mouth. He addressed the thugs, calling them gentlemen with many secrets, and adding that they remembered once and for all. The hunter noted that his bag contained many secrets and he was not going to reveal any of them while he was in danger. Suddenly, Dokibai disappeared, and all the mafia thugs looked at the remnant of the blue aura, which was already evaporating. The glowing pattern in space reflected the essence of what was happening. Initially, Dokibai was difficult to catch due to the specificity of his skill, but eventually there was no group whose secret he would not have obtained. And in the end, all these people became guarantors of his safety, and Dokibai himself continued to freely and independently travel the world. Heian finished her story and enthusiastically showered Eugen with fried buckwheat. Heian thought that Dokibai could have taken all sorts of things from the dungeons. The main character chewed his food with a sly grin when buckwheat crumbs flew at him. Heian noted that she searched the internet for Dokibai's summons, to which Eugen asked again about the internet. The protagonist raised his hands in front of himself and watched as Heian happily threw buckwheat around the office. Heian began to imagine what she would ask first when they met. Eugen tried to stop Heian by saying that it was not the real Dokibai and thought that it would be easier for Heian to ask for help from the abyss than from a hunter on the internet. Suddenly, their office became dark and the entire library was enveloped in a dark gloom. The silhouette of the moon could be seen through the window. They realized that their power had been cut off, thinking that the fuses had blown in the first place. Eugen took out his phone and turned on the screen, which was shining in his face. He was about to turn on the flashlight on the phone. The main character threw a puzzled look at Heian. Heian at the same time held her phone in her hands and looked at Eugen in surprise, who had addressed her. Heian looked at Eugen in horror and covered her mouth. The teacher did not understand why Miss Heian had such a gloomy expression. Suddenly, behind the numb Eugen, a silhouette of a monster appeared, about to put its hand on his shoulder. Eugen still did not understand what was happening around him. Heian instantly fell to the floor, clutching her head, when Eugen turned around and screamed in fear, seeing the silhouette of a monster in front of him. Heian was lying unconscious on the floor and foam was coming out of her mouth. An angry Eugen ran to Heian and picked up her body. He did not understand why this happened, trying to call out to Heian. Eugen sweatingly looked at the notification window, which said that fear resistance was activated. Eugen understood that he needed to calm down, because in their world, there was no way for ghosts to come from, if only monsters that looked like an exaggerated show could exist. Eugen thought it was a joke, aimed at surprising people. Eugen furrowed his brows and looked up furiously. He realized that it was that Dokibai and he told him to stop. Dokibai glowed with his magical aura and landed on the floor where Eugen was sitting with Heian's body, raising sheets of paper into the air. Dokibai tried to defuse the situation and said that Eugen was not angry. Dokibai put on his red mask and looked at Eugen through it. Dokibai said that he only came because they wanted to meet him themselves. The protagonist worriedly held Heian's lifeless body and looked at Dokibai. The hunter realized that his appearance was too much, noting that his plan was not to make Heian faint. The protagonist looked at Dokibai in amazement, who felt guilty and told Eugen not to be angry. Around Dokibai's silhouette, various cards appeared with his characteristics, active skills. A notification popped up that the subject was under the influence of a code word. Eugen realized that he had the opportunity to raise Dokibai. The hunter put his hands on his waist and watched as Eugen desperately looked back at him, holding Heian's body in his arms. Eugen knew that Dokibai was an independent hunter who could freely move anywhere. Eugen lifted Heian's head closer to himself. Eugen knew that this must be tempting. The protagonist rested his hand on the floor. He understood that if he received Dokibai's support, Heian would not need to go to America. The protagonist realized that this was his chance. Eugen frowned sarcastically and glared at the hunter. He said that he was not afraid of such pranks and told Dokibai to stop doing it. The hunter immediately became very angry and threw up his hands, seeing how Eugen was mocking him with a sarcastic grin. Dokibai noted that Eugen was lying, since he personally saw that Eugen was shaking with fear. Eugen said that it was just unexpected. The hunter raised his hands up in indignation, exhaling heavily when Eugen grabbed his back. The hunter noted that Eugen was still scared, calling him a coward. The main character replied that he was not scared, noting that he would not fall for such a childish trick. On the other hand, Dokibai continued to sigh languidly when Eugen smiled sarcastically. Eugen knew that Dokibai loved pranks very much, who was ready to risk his life just to play a prank on others. Eugen looked at the hunter with admiration, one hand on his knee. The protagonist proposed a bet to Dokibai that the hunter would try to scare him really badly. Eugen felt that Dokibai had finally met his match. Heian was lying in the hospital room and began to come to her senses, moaning slightly. Heian suddenly jumped up and remembered Dokibai in horror. Heian looked ahead at Eugen with anxiety, adjusting her glasses when he replied that the hunter had left. The protagonist sat next to Heian's bed, anxiously waiting for Heian to wake up. The protagonist looked away with a sarcastic grin and covered his mouth with his hand. He mentally mocked Dakibai, calling his clothing style complete crap, adding that the blue clothes and red mask looked ridiculous, like something out of a coloring book. Heian's hospital room was brightly lit by the light coming through the curtains on the window. Eugen grinned enthusiastically as Heian sighed in relief. The protagonist noted that there was silence all around, which definitely meant that Dakibai had left. Heian apologized for her behavior. Heian looked ahead in front of her with a lively expression. She called the situation pitiful, saying that she still wanted to ask about many things. The protagonist looked at Heian in surprise, who said that she had hit a wall inside the country, so she really hoped to break through it somehow, but it would be very difficult. Eugen crossed his fingers and lowered his hands in front of himself. He turned to Heian, saying that he could help her. Heian looked at Eugen with delight and admiration, who extended his hands in front of himself. Heian thought that Eugen would go to graduate school. Eugen immediately took Dr. Heian by surprise, saying that he meant that he could become her informant. Heian looked at Eugen sadly. The protagonist held his hands up in front of him and smiled. He recalled her words about the biggest problem being that collecting data was not enough. The protagonist noted that he already had another way to obtain information. Eugen noted that they had a bet that he had made with Dakibai in Heian's office. The hunter was lounging on the table with his legs crossed as Eugen spread his arms out in front of him. Dakibai was happy with the offer and asked what they were going to bet on. The teacher said that if he was scared, he would obey the hunter, and if he was not scared, Dakibai would work for him for 3 years. Dakibai began to laugh maliciously, pointing his finger at Eugen. He smirked at the fact that a pathetic F-class was going to make a subordinate out of him, a great hunter. Eugen looked up at Dakibai expectantly. The hunter pointed out that if the contract was for 3 years, even though he was the elder brother of the Abyss Lord, Eugen would have to work for him for at least 20 years to make it worth it. The protagonist looked at Dakibai mockingly, raising his eyebrows. He knew that Dakibai knew a lot about him. Eugen, with his eyes closed, extended his hand and presented Dakibai with a blue glowing contract. The protagonist added that he didn't care about any of the factors, so he was ready to draw up the contract. In response, Dakibai tried to stop Eugen, telling him that everything looked suspicious because Eugen was one step away from defeat but still wanted to make a contract. The great hunter looked at Eugen with a puzzled expression, tilting his head to the side. Dakibai flew closer to Eugen as he humbly held the contract in his hands. The hunter wondered what Eugen was hiding inside himself, since he was willing to take such a rash step for himself. Dakibai replied that it was unlikely that an F-class had some incredible skill and suggested that Eugen would use some item. The protagonist became angry and frowned, anticipating his victory. He knew that Dakibai did not know about his skills because his resistance to fear made him invulnerable to any suppression and intimidation skills of the legendary class and below. The icon of ghosts appeared in the space. Eugen understood that he would immediately win the moment Dakibai agreed to a pair and a bet. Dakibai, with his head bowed, opened his mouth and looked towards Eugen, who said that he sincerely had an ulterior motive. The hunter was very interested to know what Eugen was hiding inside himself. The protagonist timidly threw his hand behind his head and looked at Dakibai with admiration, holding a contract in his other hand. Eugen noted that this was all because Dakibai was incredibly cool. Eugen recalled the moment when Dakibai saved an entire plane from crashing. Eugen noted that he admired Dakibai's merits very much because he had saved people countless times. He also recalled the moment when Dakibai dealt with bandits and put his finger to his mouth, telling the mafioso about the secret bag. Eugen noted that this also sounded very cool. Dakibai looked at Eugen in surprise, who lightly touched the back of his head. The main character answered shyly that he didn't seem to have lost anything, because if he won, then it would be a common victory for everyone. The magnificent hunter smiled with delight. The protagonist noted that even if he lost, he would become a subordinate of the greatest hunter Dakibai himself. Dakibai, so admiring himself, spread his arms out to the sides and rejoiced, hovering in the air. He laughed and appreciated Eugen's words, saying that he had noticed everything correctly because there was no one cooler than him. Dakibai hung upside down in the air and mockingly looked at the main character. Dakibai found Eugen funny because if he had simply begged to be taken as a subordinate, he would have only caused laughter. Dakibai added that with his bet, Eugen provoked him to sign the contract and noted that he liked Eugen. Dakibai hovered in the air and mockingly looked at Eugen, holding his hands behind his head. The main character looked back enthusiastically and said that he was quite confident in his victory and said so in advance. Dakibai replied that he agreed to this bet and noted that over the next week he would make 3 attempts. A blue glowing paper with the inscription contract hovered in the air. Dakibai explained that if Eugen was not afraid even once, he would become his #1 subordinate. The protagonist sat in Heian's hospital room and told her the story with excitement and a raised hand. Eugen noted that he could not tell her about his method of obtaining information, but added that he would provide enough information for Haein to continue her research in Korea. Eugen moved his hand aside and continued to calm Haein. He said that he was not used to worrying too much. Haein looked at Eugen in amazement and slightly puzzled, touching her chin. The protagonist informed her that if she found the principle of forming dungeons using his information, he would simply share the profits he made from it, asking her if she was satisfied with this option. Haein looked ahead as Eugen looked slightly displeased and clenched his fists. Haein thanked Eugen, but added that there was no guarantee that this research would yield any results. Eugen noted that no one else could handle this matter. Haein smiled shyly, adjusting her hair, when the protagonist placed his fingers at his temple. Haein noted that Eugen was embarrassing her with such words, but the protagonist himself said that this was not just flattery. In that same second, he was suddenly puzzled by the date. He put his index finger up, suggesting an alternative. Eugen frowned slightly and continued to point his finger menacingly. He mentioned to Haein a new A-class dungeon that was found in Ikan Gyeonggi province. Eugen added that this dungeon would either have a coastline or slime. Haein looked at Eugen in amazement, her eyes widening when he covered his mouth with his hand. Haein did not understand where he got such information. Eugen replied that he had stolen information from the future. The protagonist leaned back in his chair and was about to stand up. He noted that if that were the case, he urged her to seriously consider his proposal. Eugen stood over Haein's bed and put his hands in his pockets, looking at her happily. He replied that he was putting forward this theory because he was very confident in it and assured Haein not to worry about the results of her research. Haein looked away with concern as the protagonist was about to leave the room. Eugen then told Haein to ask her uncle to bid in the auction for the rights to this dungeon. Eugen left the office and stood in front of the door, leaning his back against it and breathing a sigh of relief. The protagonist closed his eyes contentedly and clenched his fist, raising it in front of himself. He understood that everything was supposed to be fine and nothing bad would happen because he had given her too much information. Eugen found himself at home and light was leaking out of his window onto the dark street. He knew he only had to play with Dobi for a week. Dobi, in the form of a scary granny ghost, laughed sarcastically, making a joke about the color of his pants. Eugen was playing with peace when Dobi looked out of his window as a ghost. The protagonist noted that even his pet would not pay attention to such outdated ghosts. Dobi's first attempt failed. The protagonist entered Myung-woo's room and held a large box. Eugen noted that he had returned and asked the guy if he had been in the room. Suddenly, Dobi's scary hands appeared from the closet, intending to grab Eugen by the leg, who added that he had bought some dull knives at a flea market. At that very second, Dobi jumped out of the closet and grabbed Eugen by the leg, who immediately fell and dropped the box. Dobi made a sarcastic joke to get Eugen to give him back his legs. The protagonist got very angry and sighed heavily, waving his fist towards Dobi's ghost. Eugen said that Dobi was supposed to scare him, not kill him, to which Dobi immediately apologized and noted that he did not know that Eugen would fall so easily. The protagonist noted that Dobi should not underestimate the weakness of the F-class. Dobi's second attempt failed. Under the cover of night, dark clouds gathered and a heavy rain began. Eugen woke up and went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator to get a bottle of water. As soon as Eugen poured a mug of water, a scary scarecrow with drops of blood appeared. Eugen smirked slightly. Eugen sarcastically pointed his finger at the scarecrow. He ironically noted that Dobi gave it his all on his last attempt. Suddenly, the protagonist turned his gaze to the side and said that he would not fall for this. Eugen looked back in fear and saw the scary ghost Dobi reaching out to him. The scary ghost looked scary and Eugen realized that it was a continuous attack. The protagonist held a mug in his hands and looked at the ghost mockingly. The fear was neutralized. Eugen noted that it still looked a little scary. Suddenly, Myung-woo leaned against Eugen from behind, to which the protagonist turned his gaze in surprise. The guy grabbed a knife and raised it into the air. He looked back anxiously towards Eugen, holding the knife in his hands. Eugen was slightly surprised and realized that this was the guy when Dobi was very scared and thought that Myung-woo was a ghost. The protagonist mockingly looked towards Dobi as the guy stood next to him and held a knife in his hands. Myung-woo said that he couldn't sleep, so he decided to sharpen more knives. Eugen noticed that Dobi was scared himself. Myung-woo widened his eyes and looked in horror to the corner of the room, seeing Dobi's ghost there, who was scared of him. He fell backwards unconscious and foamed at the mouth, to which Eugen looked dumbfounded, trying to call out to him. Dobi's ghost spread his arms out to the sides and was confused. Dobi's third attempt was unsuccessful and he lost. Dobi's ghost widened his eyes and opened his mouth. He realized that he had lost. Eugen was next to Myung-woo's unconscious body and looked back at Dobi, who was waving his arms in anger. Dobi noted that his subordinates would scold him terribly anyway for signing the contract without permission. Eugen asked about Dokibai's subordinates, adding that he should have thought about the contract carefully. Dokibai was struggling on the floor as Eugen could barely hear the hunter's screams. Dokibai knew that his subordinates would bury him alive, realizing that it was better for him not to return home and that it would be better for him to stay here. The main character looked back at Dokibai with displeasure, who continued to act inappropriately. Eugen told Dokibai to stop and not to act like a child, noting that he was no longer a child. Dokibai tearfully replied that he was over 100 years old. Eugen told Dokibai to stop joking. Mayang-woo was lying on the bed unconscious, his face bruised from the fall. Dokibai noted that he was not lying, because he was a great Dokibai hunter. Eugen noted that it was just an image, wondering how Dokibai could actually exist. The protagonist placed his hands on his waist and towered over the silhouette of Dokibai, who was pointing. Dokibai added that the dungeon and the awakened could exist, noting that his younger brother could breathe fire. Eugen humbly replied that it was all because of the system. The protagonist looked at Dokibai thoughtfully, realizing that he was not lying after all. Eugen looked at Dokibai, who had a description of the tables with his stats and skills popped up in front of him. Eugen wondered if the existence of Dokibai and the ghosts made any more sense than the sudden appearance of dungeons and awakened. Eugen thought that Dokibai must be an awakened, even though that name was strange for a human. Dokibai took off his black mask with a sad expression. The protagonist asked Dokibai if he was human or not. Eugen looked at the hunter with anticipation and surprise. Dokibai noted that since they had a bet, he would tell everything, mentioning his boss Kim. Dokibai transformed into his usual form and glowed with his bright aura, straightening his white cape. He replied that he was more than 100 years old in total and at the same time 3 years old. The protagonist's eyes widened and he looked at Dokibai in amazement, realizing that he was 3 years old. The blue magic core of the system was shining brightly. Eugen remembered that exactly 3 years had passed since the first appearance of the dungeons and the system. Dokibai flew closer to Eugen, who pointed his finger at him. The protagonist asked about Dokibai being born on that very day along with the system, to which the hunter noted the correctness of Eugen's thinking. Thick clouds floated past an old small hut located near the stream. Dokibai were originally creatures born from the infusion of a soul into an old object. The clothed body of Dokibai sat in the water, bowing down in front of it. Dokibai and the body of a guy with long hair looked up and raised his hand in front of him. Dokibai recalled that the power of the dungeons had permeated him and awakened him. Dokibai raised his head up and saw a glowing white door in the sky. This power of the dungeons had interrupted his 100-year sleep. The protagonist looked at Dokibai in surprise. Eugen thought that it all sounded nonsense, but in that case it still explained Dokibai's ability to teleport. Glimpses of the system were floating in the air. The protagonist noted that the power of the system in some way connected different dimensions. Dokibai was floating in the air with a malicious grin, crossing his arms and legs. Eugen felt that it was strange to realize that the real Dokibai was in front of him. Eugen looked away thoughtfully, lightly touching his chin, as Dokibai became slightly angry. Eugen knew that Dokibai's name was Yun, and noted that if one of those words was his family name, then the name must mean wheel from the Chinese word yun, adding that in that case, Dokibai's home was originally some kind of old watermill. Dokibai was indignant that Eugen was able to figure it out on his own. Dokibai marveled at Eugen's incredible thinking, trying to find out about his boss from him. Eugen turned around and started to leave the room, as Dokibai followed him in the air. Eugen noted that Dokibai was wrong. The protagonist grabbed the black folder from the table, noting that this was the kind of boss Dokibai was. The protagonist looked back at the hunter with a sly look. He noted that he had a special task for Dokibai's subordinate. Dokibai immediately became sad. Eugen did not understand why Dokibai had such an expression on his face. Eugen meekly watched as Dokibai was hysterical and rolling on the floor, waving his arms and legs. Dokibai did not want to admit that he was forced to do anything, especially if it was something boring. The protagonist noted that subordinates should not behave like that. Eugen took out a piece of paper and looked at it, reading off the quest items. He noted that Dokibai needed to explore the dungeons of other countries and he wrote down everything he needed to know for him. Dokibai continued to lie on the floor and looked displeasedly towards his new boss. The protagonist noted that foreigners were usually not allowed into dungeons and that this was where stealth and teleportation skills would be appropriate, which should have worked in this area. Dokibai looked at Eugen tiredly, resting his head in his hand. Dokibai said that it was possible, but he did not understand why Eugen needed it. Inspired and delighted, Eugen grabbed his hands and squeezed, breaking into a smile. Eugen proudly noted that all this was necessary to make Dokibai an even greater hero. Dokibai did not understand what was happening. Dokibai gleefully imagined Eugen's plan when he becomes famous and he becomes a star of the whole world and clothes and accessories with his image will appear. Eugen added that if they collect the necessary information, then they will be able to reveal the principle of the formation of dungeons and reduce the damage that the gusts of dungeons brought. And all this meant that they will get research aimed at saving the world, and Dokibai will become a world hero since he got this necessary information, noting that his fans in the biography of the great Dokibai will begin to appear. Dokibai snatched the task list from Eugen's hands and enthusiastically headed to complete it, to which Eugen smiled mockingly. Dokibai realized that such an offer could not be passed up and began to complete the task as quickly as possible. Dokibai looked at the list of tasks and places in surprise. He realized that he needed to go to other countries, noting that it was too far. Eugen looked back at Dokibai in confusion. He asked that Dokibai had to use his teleportation skill for this task. Dokibai noted that it was impossible for such a long distance. The protagonist carefully looked at Dokibai's skills. Eugen realized that the hunter could not yet cover such a long distance, noting to himself that a certain skill was not even on his list. Eugen came up with a new plan and, looking at Dokibai, tried to call out to him. The protagonist forcibly looked at Dokibai and told him that he loved him. Eugen realized that he would have to raise and nurture Dokibai until a certain skill manifested itself. Dokibai looked at Eugen with a dumbfounded expression of his warm feelings. Eugen extended his arms for a tight hug, to which Dokibai immediately caught himself with confusion in his eyes. He was disgusted by such words. The main character explained that Dokibai should have known that the Dokibai race was originally famous for its love, and there were even a lot of jokes about turning into beautiful women who seduced men. Eugen moved his palm to the side and enthusiastically told this theory, which he himself read on the internet. Dokibai was puzzled and looked at Eugen with a dumbfounded look, who continued to say that a real Dokibai should be accustomed to love. The main character looked at Dokibai with shining eyes and extended his hand to him. He noted that from now on they would have to greet each other like that. Eugen confessed his love to Dokibai once again and told him to try confessing his feelings too. Dokibai frantically opened his mouth and tried to pronounce the same words of love. Dokibai was unable to pronounce these words and immediately evaporated, saying that he was leaving behind a thick green cloud. Eugen ironically noted that he was sorry. The bright sun was already hiding behind the clouds hovering in the sky. Eugen noted that he was counting on his dear subordinate. After this, the events moved to the city. Joyful Simyung and Heian ran towards the protagonist, trying to call out to him. Eugen held peace in his hands and looked perplexedly at the joyful Heian and Simyung, who were running towards him. They shouted that Eugen was right in his theory. Inspired, Heian and Simyung cheered and threw Eugen's body up, which made him unhappy. Simyung noted that they really did encounter a slime dungeon. Enraged, Peace bared his teeth and was ready to rush to protect his master. Simyung explained that he had no doubts when he placed his bet, but he did not expect that they would hit the jackpot. The main character anxiously shouted at the guys to get him on his feet and noted to his beast that he was calmer. The Eugen company, along with other guys from the Abyss, introduced themselves to Eugen. Simyung noted that thanks to Eugen, the Abyss Guild received treasures. The guys from the guild talked among themselves, realizing that this was an extremely expensive raw material and from now on they would not even have to worry about money. Simyung and Heian looked at Mr. Eugen with awe and warmth, raising their palms in front of their chests. Simyung broke into a wide smile and ironically wondered where such a wonderful person as Eugen came from. The protagonist felt that this sounded extremely burdensome. Heian raised her hand to her chest and looked at Eugen with enthusiasm. She replied that she accepted Eugen's decision and would work hard. Eugen was extremely happy to hear this and thanked Heian for her leniency. Simyung looked at Eugen carefully and was about to join his colleague's words. He said that they should install a tracking sensor on Eugen for safety reasons. The protagonist was extremely dissatisfied with this statement. The protagonist looked at the executives angrily and put his pet in front of him. He told the executives to stop talking nonsense and shouted at his pet to rush to his defense. Simyung extended his hand towards Eugen and noted that they couldn't just leave such a valuable talent behind. Eugen looked ahead with an offended expression and pointed his hand towards Heian, who was standing behind him. Eugen noted that he couldn't make accurate predictions and decided that Ms. Heian would be the one to do this research, to which she looked at the protagonist in surprise. Eugen told Simyung to direct all of their support from the guild to Heian. Simyung and Heian looked on in amazement as Eugen ran away from them. Eugen shouted after him that he only knew how to train magical beasts. Eugen looked at the executives from afar and glared at them furiously while clenching his fist. Eugen noted that he wouldn't fall for their flattery as he was planning to live a quiet and peaceful life. The executives looked at the protagonist in amazement while standing next to each other. Eugen knew that his prediction was correct only this time and that things would be different from now on, so he decided that he would not accept the role of a trickster who would pretend to know something. Heian looked at Eugen in awe, putting her hand to her chest when Simyung lowered his head and put his hand to his head. Heian understood that Eugen could be a true scientist who cared about supporting future research rather than his own well-being. Simyung added that Eugen could pretend that this was not the case, but he knew for sure that Eugen truly cared about the guild more than anything else. Eugen understood that the misunderstanding was only getting worse. The bright and interesting labyrinth on the show was illuminated by powerful spotlights. The announcer was talking about the task. It was necessary to find a way out of this labyrinth for the animals. Toys and hoops were scattered on the floor of the labyrinth and reflected off its mirrored walls. The announcer said that the maze had mirrors and toys to distract the audience, noting that even cats and dogs took at least 3 minutes to escape. Peace's paws emerged from the maze. The fiery lion flew out of the maze with delight, holding his paws out in front of him and tearing the blue ribbon in victory. The announcer wondered how long it would take Peace, and in that moment he triumphed. Peace flew out of the maze before he even finished his performance. The host and his assistant watched with glee as Peace jumped into his master's arms and they were locked in a tight embrace. The announcer informed him that this was a new record, as expected from a high-level monster with his impressive intelligence. The protagonist praised his pet. The protagonist was about to let his pet go when he was on a show called "These Are the Hunters of the World," and the cameras were pointed at him and the audience was watching. The announcer asked the audience to give a loud round of applause for Peace and his master Eugen. The protagonist smiled contentedly and closed his eyes, holding his pet in his arms. He thought about what kind of TV show this was. He remembered the moment when Simyang showed him a gold card with the name of the TV show and invited him to go to it. Eugen was sitting at the table at the time and frowned in displeasure as Simyang handed him an invitation to the show. Eugen didn't understand why he had to go there, to which Simyang confidently replied that it would be better to make Eugen recognizable. Simyang thoughtfully looked away and touched his protruding chin. He noted that no matter how hard they tried to hide information about Eugen, it would still fly around the world and it would be better to just make sure that everyone knew him anyway. The protagonist realized that it was easier to hide something in plain sight. Eugen hugged his Peace to himself and with a tear in his eye understood that even though he agreed, this was not it. The protagonist scratched his happy pet Peace on the cheek and it made him shine. Eugen felt that he didn't like all of this because he had no good memories of appearing on television and he could only gather negativity around himself. The announcer and the viewers were touched by Eugen's incredible pet. The announcer remarked that he had never seen such an adorable monster before, adding that seeing this cute monster up close was the best part of his TV career. Eugen looked down at Peace with a smirk and closed his eyes. Eugen let his pet go to the floor and Peace started dancing, with everyone watching in awe. Eugen immediately thought that the TV show was the best thing that ever happened. Eugen lounged on a comfortable chair with his pet as the writers of the TV show exchanged papers, noting that they should have taken a short break. Eugen beamed brightly and realized that he had shown his pet in all its glory. 2 girls approached Eugen with glee and talked about how he had made a social media page for his pet. Eugen thought that the world should not only seem cute to him, because the real crime against humanity is hiding your cute pet. Eugen imagined himself as a star with his pet, basking in the glory and having many followers on his pet's social networks. He thought about actually making an account for Peace, releasing a personal clothing brand and a music album, realizing that Peace would be a star by the time he grew up. Eugen ironically noted to himself that he could then gain some fame as a manager and tamer of magical beasts. The protagonist put his hands behind his head and leaned back on the chair, smiling contentedly. He sarcastically noted that if the guys wanted an autograph, they should stand in line. One of the girls noted that she stood first in line. It was Hyena and she closed her eyes sarcastically, lowering her head in front of Eugen. The protagonist looked up in surprise, his eyes widening when he saw Hyena in front of him. Hyena joked that Peace would have to put his paw print as a signature. A bunch of spotlights from the ceiling were shining on the stage. Hyena greeted Eugen, calling him the brother of the Abyss Guildmaster. Eugen looked back at Hyena with displeasure, and his pet was also extremely scared by Hyena's appearance. Eugen knew that she was the Smasher Guildmaster and asked her what she was doing here. Hyena replied that at least 3 A-class and above hunters had to be present when filming the monster, so she took this opportunity to see Eugen. The main character looked at Hyena in surprise. The dark-haired Smasher Guildmaster extended her hand to him, emitting a bright aura. Hyena wanted Eugen to take her hand and stand up. Eugen closed his eyes and lowered his head, resting one hand on his knee as Hyena continued to reach out to him. He felt her strong aura. Hyena was a little confused as to why Eugen did not want to take her hand. Hyena grabbed the back of her head with her hand and looked at the protagonist with confusion. Hyena jokingly asked Eugen that she should have gently picked him up like a bride. The protagonist nervously told Hyena that he did not need anything like that. Eugen awkwardly turned his gaze to Hyena. The protagonist told Hyena that everyone was looking at them and asked her to avoid any misunderstandings. Hyena took the protagonist by the shoulder and approached him, smiling widely. The protagonist looked at Hyena in panic, his mouth wide open. The guildmaster told the protagonist that it made no difference to her since he would be raising her baby. Eugen told her that this was exactly the kind of misunderstanding he was talking about. Hayana stood behind the protagonist, holding his shoulders. The protagonist turned his head away, exhaling heavily. Hayana told Eugen that she liked him, offering him to join her guild. The protagonist spitefully told the guild master that they should offer him the best conditions in the world to offer such a thing. Hayana told the protagonist that she liked his fearless answers the most. The protagonist, with a serious expression, stared straight ahead. Eugen told the guild master that he had nothing to fear since his brother was also in S-class, adding that they were all humans. Hayana smiled contentedly, looking at the protagonist. Hayana squeezed the protagonist's shoulder, and a bright light began to emanate from her hand. Peace's eyes widened as he saw what Hayana was doing. The guild leader told Eugen that it sounded great, but there was something that was bothering her. Yerim ran into the studio with a happy smile, holding drinks in her hands. Yerim yelled at the protagonist that she brought him something to drink. Yerim's eyes widened as she saw it. A black barrier began to form around the protagonist and Hayana. The protagonist looked towards Yerim in fear. Yerim frowned and extended her hand, rushing to help the protagonist. The guild leader winked at Yerim and put her finger to her mouth, smiling maliciously. Hayana told Yerim that she would borrow the protagonist for 5 minutes. Hayana kept her hand on the protagonist's shoulder, covering herself and him with a barrier. Peace bared his teeth and raised his fur, looking towards the guild leader. The protagonist noticed that Hayana had created a barrier with the air flow. The protagonist was holding Peace in his hands and looked at Hayana with displeasure, who was smiling sweetly at that moment. Eugen did not understand what was going on. Hayana told the protagonist that she had used a simple soundproofing skill, adding that one of her people would definitely explain themselves to Yerim. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows, slightly gloomy from such actions. He thought that this was not such a simple skill. The guild leader crossed her arms over her chest, looking at the protagonist and smiling sarcastically. The protagonist noted that Hayana had a serious skill level, and that even Yerim, an S-class, did not have time to react. Hayana told Eugen that they could calmly talk in private. Eugen smiled confusedly, scratching the back of his head. Peace looked at the guild leader with distrust. The protagonist asked Hayana what secret exactly she wanted to discuss. Hayana told the protagonist that it was not a secret, and that open gossip was not accepted, noting that they would be talking about his younger brother. Eugen was dumbfounded by what he heard, his mouth slightly open. Hayana looked closely at the protagonist, smiling slightly. Hayana told the protagonist that he did not know his brother very well, and that bothered her. The guild leader narrowed her eyes, lowering her eyebrows. The protagonist became wary, looking at Hayana with irritation. Hayana told the protagonist that she had not said anything yet, but he was already reacting like that. The guild leader smiled sweetly, closing her eyes. Peace bared his teeth and extended his claws, attacking Hayana. Hayana told Peace to calm down because she had good intentions. The guild leader walked towards the protagonist, her heels clicking on the floor. Hayana told Eugen that she did not intend to sow discord between them. Hayana placed her hand on the protagonist's shoulder. The protagonist looked at her hand, looking at it with apprehension. Hayana leaned forward slightly, grinning mischievously. She told the protagonist that he should take a closer look at his younger brother. Hayana remembered the moment when they signed the contract, where she laughed with Seokwam as the protagonist imagined his younger brother as a kind little angel. Hayana told Eugen that she laughed so hard during the contract signing because she was overwhelmed. Hayana lowered her sad gaze to the floor. The guild leader told the protagonist that since the circumstances were like this, she could no longer ignore it. Hayana imagined Eugen standing with his back to her. Hayana seriously asked the protagonist if he really trusted Eugen and thought of him as a kind younger brother who was able to lead the guild only with his skills. The protagonist recalled a photo of him and his younger brother. Hayana noted that an obedient younger brother who was born into poverty and lost his parents was not something that even children's fairy tales would write about, as it was too unrealistic. The protagonist looked at Hayana with displeasure, his mouth wide open. Peace watched the guild leader with hostility. The protagonist wanted to object to Hayana, but she interrupted him. Hayana told Eugen that in his opinion, he was just like an angel who had descended from heaven. Hayana smiled wickedly, putting her hand to her face. The guild leader slightly widened her eyes, looking at the protagonist with irritation. Hayana told the protagonist that he hardly knew that angels do not walk over other people's heads to raise their own guild. Hayana remembered the image of a not yet very mature Eugen splattered with blood. The guild leader asked the protagonist if she should tell him how his brother lived as a hunter. Hayana remembered the past when she was at a gala reception. Hayana said that after awakening, she had to quit sports and eventually rose to the rank of guild leader. The guild leader was wearing a beautiful dress, awkwardly interacting with other people. Hayana said that there was no way she could have started managing a guild if she had only been involved in sports up to this point, noting that she and Seokwam had to cling to large companies and play the role of henpecked husbands. Hyena said that out of the top 5 guilds in the country, the only real guild leaders were Seokwam from Jupiter. Hyena looked at the source of the noise in surprise. Eugen was standing with his fists clenched in front of a man lying on the floor. Hyena added that there was also Eugen from Abyss. Eugen looked at the man with an indifferent gaze. The people at the reception watched in shock. Eugen turned around and walked away from the people. The man yelled at Eugen in displeasure, saying that he should have been grateful for his offer of support. Hyena noted that Eugen was a high school student who ignored the big shot's suggestions and decided to create his own guild. Hyena said that she thought Eugen was just an out-of-place, disobedient child who would soon fall on his face, noting that he was being restrained in every way possible, and at one point there were even rumors of an assassination attempt being prepared via poisoning. Hyena said that she was naive at the time and rushed to the scene to try to stop it. The door was thrown open. Hyena screamed at the people there that they had lost all sense of proportion after the world started going crazy. Hyena stormed into the building, looking furious. Hyena said that no matter how much of an eyesore he was, Eugen was just a child. Hyena looked at the scene, dumbfounded. Hyena told Eugen that she thought it was too cruel to threaten the life of a child who had not yet even received an ID. Hyena saw that the entire building was on fire and the burnt bodies of people. People were lying on the ground, burnt. Hyena thought that a monster had appeared there. Hyena turned around in shock at the source of the sound. A man was screaming for help. Hyena saw Eugen looming over the man. Eugen loomed over the man, stabbing his gun into the floor. The man told Eugen that he would never do that again and swore that he would never touch him again. Hyena watched Eugen's actions in horror. Hyena said that it was an unequal massacre. Hyena carefully and slowly approached Eugen. She asked him if he was okay. Eugen, with an angry look, suddenly turned towards Hyena. Eugen swung his gun at Hyena with all his might, emitting a bright yellow light. Hyena blocked Eugen's bloody weapon. Hyena furrowed her brows and smiled maliciously at Eugen. She told Eugen that she was a fool for worrying about him being a child. Eugen's eyes widened and he looked at Hyena with a furious expression. Hyena told Eugen that he was actually just a baby monster. Hyena told the protagonist that the incident was covered up by a gas leak and the explosion that followed, and all the people involved were gradually eliminated one by one. The protagonist listened to Hyena's story with stunned eyes and an open mouth. Hyena told Eugen that the same forces that had been controlling them from the shadows had eventually knelt before Eugen and allowed themselves to be swallowed by the abyss. The protagonist lowered his head in confusion, his mouth slightly open. Hyena looked at the protagonist with her arms crossed. The guild leader told Eugen that it was hard to believe, but that was how S-classes were. Hyena looked at the protagonist with a serious face. She told the protagonist that she heard that the two of them had been separated for a long time, and asked if he had noticed that Eugen was no longer the same as before he woke up. The protagonist turned his head away, looking to the side in disappointment. Hyena put her hand on Eugen's shoulder. The guild leader told the protagonist to think about it carefully. Hyena leaned towards the protagonist's ear, looking at him seriously. Hyena told the protagonist that the person she had been seeing all this time was nothing like the person he knew, adding that Eugen was a monster and could be pretending to be an innocent younger brother. Hyena presented a photo of Eugen and Eugen, with half of the photo burned and Eugen's dark side showing. The guild leader told Eugen that who knows when he will show his true colors to him too. Hyena turned her head to the side, looking at her pants pocket. Hyena told the protagonist that it was too dangerous to be around Eugen. Hyena took out her phone from her pocket, seeing that Eugen was calling her. Hyena noted that what had happened had already reached the ears of the Abyss leader. Eugen sat with his head down, under Hyena's gaze. The guild leader asked the protagonist what he would do, noting that if he chose to stay away from her, she would be willing to help. Eugen's expression dropped slightly, his mouth slightly open. The protagonist said that his younger brother must have broken down in the chaos as well. The protagonist snatched the phone from Hyena's hands, which surprised her. Eugen answered the call and brought the phone to his ear. Eugen was surprised that his older brother answered the call. The protagonist stood there with a serious expression, his mouth slightly open. Eugen asked his older brother if he was okay and if she had said something weird to him. Eugen thought that his monstrous younger brother was climbing around with his hands covered in blood and stepping over corpses. The protagonist rolled his eyes in displeasure, his mouth wide open. The protagonist told his younger brother that Hyena had said some stupid things to him behind his back. The protagonist thought that he didn't care, even though he had really become weird. Hyena closed her eyes, turned her head away, and sighed heavily. Eugen thought that he knew very well how this world worked after spending 5 years of his life in the depths of a dungeon, adding that he couldn't say that there wasn't a drop of blood on his hands either. Eugen remembered a moment from the future when his younger brother died in his arms. The protagonist looked at Hyena with a sly smile. Eugen didn't understand what kind of older brother would disown the younger one after going through something like that. The protagonist told Eugen that he underestimated him. Hyuna pursed her lips and looked at the protagonist seriously. Eugen told his younger brother that after hearing all that, he could also gossip behind Hyuna's back, even though he was technically standing in front of her. Hyuna furrowed her brows and opened her mouth wide, looking at the protagonist in shock. The protagonist was reminiscing, telling Eugen that last year, or to be more specific, in April of that year, Eugen thought that Hyuna's shady dealings that the entire nation would know about in 4 years. Hyuna abruptly snatched the phone from Eugen's hands. The protagonist began to tell his younger brother that on April 2nd, at around 5 o'clock in the evening, at a convenience store in Siesik in Gyeonggi province, how he was suddenly interrupted. Hyuna gripped her phone in anger, breaking it in half. The guild leader blushed all over and looked at the protagonist furiously, squeezing her phone in her hand even tighter. Hyuna asked the protagonist how he knew about this, since almost no one knew. Hyuna grabbed Eugen's clothes and began to shake him. The protagonist closed his eyes, pouting. Hyuna furiously asked Eugen where he heard about this. The protagonist told the guild master that he just overheard. Peace bared his teeth, raising his fur, and glared at Hyuna. The guild master told Eugen that she couldn't even kill him to shut him up. The protagonist sarcastically told Hyuna to try killing him if she didn't want mounts. Eugen furrowed his brows, smiling maliciously. He told the guild master that she shouldn't gossip about his little brother, adding that they could both shut up now, even though he would be at a greater loss. Hyuna looked at the protagonist with a malicious smile, frowning. The guild master let go of the protagonist and grabbed her head with her hand, dejected by this outcome. Hyuna declared that she had been deceived by both brothers. The protagonist thought that the public would find out eventually anyway. Hyuna snapped her fingers. She told the protagonist that she thought that he, unlike Eugen, would be innocent, so she tried to hit him. Hyuna looked at the protagonist with a wide smile. The barrier gradually began to disappear. Hyuna told Eugen that since they had it like this, she shouldn't worry about other guilds intercepting it. Eugen looked at Hyuna with a confused smile. Peace narrowed his eyes, watching the guild master. The protagonist thought that everyone would pester him like this from now on. Yerim looked at the guys angrily, clenching her fist. Hyuna put her hand on the protagonist's back, smiling widely. Yerim ran towards the boys, frowning. Yerim told Hyuna that she promised not to hurt him. Eugen told Yerim that he was completely fine. The guild leader told Yerim that they were just discussing adult matters. Hyuna approached the protagonist's face, looking at him bloodthirstily. Hyuna warned the protagonist that she would kill him if he told anyone. Yerim flew head-on into Hyuna. A girl with a ponytail approached the protagonist, handing him a bottle of water. Yerim asked Hyuna what she planned to do with the protagonist. The girl with a ponytail told the protagonist that they would continue filming in 5 minutes. The protagonist watched Yerim and Hyuna in surprise, opening a bottle of water. The protagonist didn't understand when they became so close, thinking that it was because they were the only S-class women in Korea. Hyuna smiled widely, wrapping her arms around Yerim. The protagonist thought that Yerim was going to the Crushers after her contract with the Abyss ended. The protagonist imagined Hyuna holding a weapon and a sign that said Crusher. Eugen thought that the Crusher would disappear soon, noting that Hyuna wouldn't last long in a small cage, and the same goes for Seokwam, and in 5 years, both the Crushers and the ISS would disintegrate. The protagonist brought a bottle of water to Peace to give him a drink. The protagonist thought about how he should lure Hyuna away. Eugen smiled happily, watching the guys. The protagonist thought that Hyuna with his attacking power would get along well with Yerim, and he didn't understand what the system was trying to achieve if he needed to raise S-classes. The protagonist smiled happily, bringing the bottle to his mouth. He thought that a female mentor would take better care of Yerim than some shady guy. Yerim furrowed her brows and opened her mouth wide, clenching her hand into a fist. Water began to pour out of the protagonist's mouth. Yerim told Hyuna that the protagonist would not only raise her baby, but also hers. The studio was brightly lit by bright lights. The protagonist yelled at Yerim to get away from Hyuna immediately, since she was a bad influence on her. The protagonist mentioned a TV show he went to. The name of the TV show appeared. These are the Hunters of Peace, to capture the moment. On the TV screen, the protagonist was holding Peace in his hands, smiling happily at him. The protagonist told Peace to listen to his daddy. A line of text appeared on the TV screen. Monster Dad Eugen, 25 years old. Yerim smiled widely, looking at the dejected protagonist. The brunette approached the guys, holding plates with sliced fruits. Yerim noted that the protagonist was nicknamed Monster Dad. The protagonist did not understand where they put the beast tamer. The guy told Eugen that he looked great on the show. The protagonist thought that this is how society remembered him. The red bag contained knives wrapped in rags. The brunette was surprised that the maintenance department would give him a workstation. Eugen looked back at Myung-woo with a smile, holding a bag of knives. The protagonist told his friend that he asked for them because he can't really sharpen knives in the kitchen all night long. Myung-woo told the protagonist that he was right, adding that they also scared his friend Doki by. The guy smiled awkwardly, Looking at the floor, the protagonist looked at the brunette with a satisfied face. Eugen told Myung-woo that it would be nice for him to make friends with the guys from maintenance, noting that they could become colleagues in the future. The brunette told the protagonist that it would be nice because, to be honest, he didn't want to clear dungeons anymore. Myung-woo remembered the moment during training when monsters attacked him. Eugen agreed with him, saying that such an activity was not very suitable for him. The protagonist happily looked away. He thought that Myung-woo's destiny was to be an SS-class blacksmith, and that it was better for him to disappear in workshops than in dungeons. There was a sign on the door that said, "Maintenance Department." The door opened slightly. The guys went inside, covering their faces from the intense heat. The guys saw huge cauldrons filled with red-hot liquid metal. The protagonist noticed that this was the maintenance department. Hot liquid metal was pouring through the pipes. The guys looked around the room with delight. The protagonist told him that everything there looked very serious, and that he heard that everything there was at least E-class. The brunette extended his hand to a large glowing crystal. The brunette asked the protagonist that this was also some kind of magic stone. The man in the blue scarf ran up to the guys, his mouth wide open. He shouted to Myung-woo that this stone cannot be touched. The guys looked at the man running up to them. The man told the guys that they cannot go there. The protagonist told the man that HR should have contacted him, adding that his friend should have been given a workstation. The man relaxed his face and looked at the guys. The man bowed slightly, after which Myung-woo bowed back. The man told the guys that he really had been contacted and that he had heard that he had sharpening skills. The protagonist was surprised, wondering how noticeable the difference in build was and whether the boy could really become a blacksmith. The boys obediently followed the man, holding bags of knives in their hands. The man asked Brunette if he knew how to use a sharpening machine. The boy told him that he had used it a little when he was a child. The young craftsman was struck by a special working tool. The boy noticed that it was a special grinder. Brunette happily examined the grinder, admiring it. Myung-woo said that he had seen it on the internet and that it was enough to give a command and it would do everything itself. The man told Myung-woo not to touch it since it was their equipment and his workplace was here. The shabby door opened easily. The boys entered a semi-dark room where all sorts of junk was scattered. An old machine was placed in the room. The man told Myung-woo that he could use it. The sharpener put the bag of knives on the table. The protagonist turned to the man who was leaving. The man told Myung-woo that he said he knew how to use it, so he would go. The protagonist asked to wait for the man. The protagonist frowned in displeasure. The brunette looked at the protagonist in confusion and grabbed his shoulder. Eugen told the man that it was too much to drive someone into such a dump. The master asked Eugen to stop. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The workers in that room looked at the guys with displeasure. The brunette hesitated slightly, hiding behind the protagonist's back. One of the workers said that this was the guy who had connections with the head of the guild. Another worker noted that they did not even let F-class in there. Another worker was displeased, saying that they had enough to do without him. The protagonist looked at Myung-woo in surprise, his mouth slightly open. The master told the protagonist that it was natural, because to them he was just someone who was pushed there. Myung-woo closed his eyes and smiled happily. He told Eugen that he could now use the equipment and that he would work hard. Myung-woo picked up a chair and brought it to the machine. The protagonist thought that he felt ashamed because it was he who brought him there. The protagonist approached his friend, who was holding a dull knife in his hand. Eugen asked the master if he was sure that everything was fine, because he said that he had not used such a machine for a long time. The master told the protagonist that he should try anyway. The master pressed the pedal of the machine with his foot. The guys watched the spinning machine. The master brought the knife to the machine, sharpening it. Myung-woo brought the sharpened knife to himself, touching it with his finger. The system information about the guy's sharpening opened in front of the protagonist. It was said that the brunette sharpened 72 10,000th blades. Myung-woo said that it would do just fine. The protagonist was happy, thinking that such sharpening counted. The protagonist watched the happy Myung-woo with a serious face. Eugen thought that this method of sharpening would be more reliable than on an automatic machine. The guy gathered his hair in a ponytail. The protagonist watched him with interest. The protagonist told him to be careful and not to get hurt. Eugen looked at Myung-woo in surprise, his mouth slightly open. The young master sharpened a knife on the machine. The knives began to sparkle after being perfectly sharpened. The protagonist watched the sharpener closely. The protagonist was surprised, thinking that Myung-woo could be like this. Myung-woo was busily sharpening knives, looking at them with a serious expression. The protagonist remembered the boy, slightly battered and tense. The protagonist remembered how the boy ran away from monsters in panic. Eugen thought that the Myung-woo he knew always looked scared or depressed. The protagonist remembered the master grabbing his back in panic. The protagonist thought that he had never seen Myung-woo so calm before. Beads of sweat ran down the master's peaceful face. Eugen put his hand in his pants pocket, hearing the ringtone. The protagonist took out his phone and turned to his friend. The protagonist told Myung-woo that he would need to leave to train peace. Myung-woo looked up and looked at the protagonist with a smile. The master was surprised that the protagonist was next to him the whole time. Eugen told Myung-woo that while he was watching him work, time flew by. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled widely, raising his palm. Myung-woo asked Eugen how much time he spent on him and whether he should see him off. The protagonist told Myung-woo that he shouldn't and that they would see each other at home. The protagonist looked at Myung-woo with interest, smiling slightly. He thought that he wanted to watch him some more. The protagonist imagined a fish in a pond. He thought that it was somewhat similar to a fish that had almost suffocated in a shallow puddle, finally returning to its native waters. The protagonist thought that even someone like him, who didn't understand a thing about such things, could tell with just one look that this was his natural talent. Eugen looked at Myung-woo before leaving, smiling happily. He thought that Myung-woo would be fine. The guy was lying in bed under the blanket, his head buried in the pillow. The master was sadly crying, having stuck many bandages on himself. The grinder told Eugen that it happened after one day, adding that he was really good for nothing. The protagonist thought that the next day, he had to stay home because of the terrible pain in his muscles. The gray walls of the room were illuminated by a yellow light. One of the workers asked if Myung-woo had come. The workers were undressing, having changed into their uniforms. The girl with the braid asked another worker, reminding him that Myung-woo had also borrowed their machine. The male worker called Myung-woo a living example of favoritism. The girl smiled haughtily, looking at the worker. The worker told the girl that Myung-woo said that he could not come because he was sick. The girl said sarcastically that he hadn't come for just one day, thinking that he might be faking. The man in the white scarf stood by the door. The girl said that the sharpener had probably bailed because the job he had been promoted to was not that easy. The man told the workers to take a look at it, adding that if someone who expected an easy job could do it. The workers didn't understand what he was talking about. Sharpened blades were lying on a pallet. In the room near the machine were boxes with a huge number of sharpened knives. The man told the workers that Myung-woo had sharpened 1,000 knives in a day. Myung-woo lay on a pillow, his eyes closed, shedding a small tear. About a week later, there were a bunch of boxes with sharpened knives in the room. The workers watched the master at work in shock. The brunette approached his work enthusiastically and seriously. There were many knives around Myung-woo. The protagonist thought that the master's progress in sharpening knives was already 5,610,000th. There was appetizing looking food on the table. Eugen and Yerim looked at the set table in bewilderment, their mouths open. The brunette closed his eyes, smiling sweetly. The protagonist said that the whole table was simply shining, thinking that sharpening the blades also raised the level of cooking. Yerim did not understand what all this was and called Myung-woo Appa, offering him to live together forever. Yerim frowned in satisfaction, bringing a spoon to her mouth. The protagonist was surprised that Yerim called Myung-woo Appa after just one spoonful of rice. Yerim happily stuffed food into her mouth. She said that she needed to eat a lot, and that she would not get such delicious food in the dungeon. The protagonist clarified to Yerim that she would soon go to the dungeon. Yerim closed her eyes and frowned in displeasure. She said that it had become very boring lately. Yerim imagined herself on a standing monster, baring her teeth. She told the protagonist that she was only allowed into B class and lower dungeons due to her being underage, adding that she needed to level up faster to gain new skills and get rich. Eugen looked at Yerim with a serious expression. Yerim looked at the table with displeasure, chewing her food. She asked the protagonist if it would be better if she went into dungeons every day without a break, adding that if she used all her skills at the same time, she could even take on several dungeons a day. Eugen told Yerim that it was not right. The protagonist pointed her finger into the air, imagining a person above a health, mana, and an unconscious person. Eugen told Yerim that it was easy to determine when health was running low, but it was difficult to replace mana consumption. The protagonist asked Yerim what would happen if she passed out in the middle of the dungeon due to lack of mana. Yerim looked at the protagonist with a relaxed expression while chewing her food. Eugen told Yerim that it would be hard even with potions and asked how much mana she had. Yerim told the protagonist that she had 102 mana. The protagonist smiled dejectedly and closed his eyes. The protagonist thought that his mana was 2 and his equipment was plus 29. Yerim turned to Myung-woo with a wide smile. The protagonist sat dejectedly with his head down. The protagonist didn't understand who else should take care of whom, thinking that her stats were 51 times higher than his, and even if he added up all of his, hers would be 5 times higher. Yerim asked Myung-woo if he would go into the dungeon again. Myung-woo told Yerim that he would not go there anymore. The protagonist turned his attention to the master's hands. Yerim told the comrade that he could strike it rich if he went there as a cook, or they could just open a restaurant. Myung-woo's hands were pretty battered. Yerim told the brunette that with his talents, he didn't have to be a hunter. The brunette looked at the protagonist, smiling slightly and raising his eyebrows. Eugen asked Myung-woo if he was overworking himself lately, noting that he spent all day sharpening blades and then cooking. Ma Young-woo told the protagonist that he liked all of this. The protagonist held out his black master's gloves. The protagonist told the master to use them. The brunette took the gloves and looked at them with confusion. The protagonist closed his eyes and brought a spoon to his mouth. Ma Young-woo noted that his gloves were insanely expensive, saying that he told him they were a grade. Eugen told the guy that he hardly wears them lately anyway because of the heat, and he can borrow them until he finishes sharpening the blades. The guy blushed with happiness and his eyes filled with tears. Ma Young-woo suddenly rushed to the protagonist, hugging him. The sharpener told Eugen that he promises him that this favor will not be in vain and will never take them off. The protagonist asked Ma Young-woo to move away from him and told him to take them off at least in the toilet. The protagonist thought, step by step. The guy was carrying a box with dull knives in his hands. The guy said that it was enough to sharpen about this many after lunch. The workers looked at the brunette in surprise, who was hanging over the box with knives. Ma Young-woo turned his head to the side, wiping the sweat from his face with his hand. The guy thought that it was very hot in there, noticing that a lot of fire was used there. He turned his head behind him, seeing a blue towel. The girl with her hair tied up handed the towel to Ma Young-woo. She told him that this towel was made of magical materials and therefore retained its temperature. The brunette held the towel in his hands and looked at the girl, blushing slightly. The master thanked her. The protagonist continued his thought that everything was starting to form. The brunette sat on a chair and stretched up. Ma Young-woo said that he was completely wrung out. The sharpener took out his phone and looked at it in confusion. The master noted that it was already very late. The guy pushed the door open with his hand. He walked around the room, looking around. Ma Young-woo noticed that everyone had already gone home. Suddenly, the brunette turned his gaze, his mouth slightly open. Ma Young-woo saw that large glowing crystal. Ma Young-woo came closer to the crystal, examining it. He was surprised that it was glowing on its own. The master jumped in fright. The man suddenly shouted at Ma Young-woo not to touch it randomly. Ma Young-woo turned around and saw a man in a white scarf. The man put his hands on his hips and looked at Ma Young-woo with a serious expression. He told his comrade that it was an S-class magic crystal and was worth about 1 billion. The large white crystal emitted a bright light. The man told the master that it was very rare for a crystal of this size to be completely preserved, adding that they left it aside because they were not even sure how to process it yet. The man leaned towards the crystal, lightly tapping it with his hand. He told Ma Young-woo that it was a pity that even a team of such a large guild with all its equipment did not have a single person in their ranks who could work with him. The brunette looked at the man in confusion, pursing his lips. The man told the guy that F-class could not even dream of such a thing. The room was no longer so light. The man told the master that he was sure that he had a hard time because he was accused of nepotism. Ma Young-woo awkwardly lowered his head, scratching the back of his head. The man told him that they were all meritocrats there, so they did not recognize those who got there without going through the proper selection, adding that sometimes there were other people in life. Ma Young-woo slightly widened his eyes and opened them slightly in surprise. The man added that there were other people who needed a special chance to get out of the mud in which they had been swarming all their lives. The brunette looked at the man in shock. The man stared at the crystal with a serious look. He noticed that Ma Young-woo had sharpened their workers' tools the previous day and said that he had looked at them and they looked like new. The boys stood in front of a brightly glowing crystal. The man told his comrade that he thought he had a knack for it, and so in the future, he should show him that he was not just some thug. The man told the master that if only he was interested in working with them. The brunette's mouth fell open in surprise. The man told him that the lack of stats could be compensated for by equipment that increased strength. The brunette told him that he would try his best. The sharpener blushed with happiness and smiled widely, looking at the man. The protagonist thought that everything was going just fine until one moment. A refined hand touched the door. Ma Young-woo turned around, looking at the people. The girl in the black suit looked slightly worried. She asked if he was Ma Young-woo. The men in black suits walked inside, heading towards the master. The man in the white scarf walked towards those men, stopping them with his hand. The girl in the black suit told the comrade that he should go with them. The man asked those men what was wrong. The girl put her hand on Ma Young-woo's shoulder. She mentioned the hunter Eugen. Ma Young-woo looked at the girl in shock, his mouth slightly open. The girl told the master that the protagonist had disappeared and they were investigating. The master's expression darkened from what he heard and his eyes widened in bewilderment. The master did not understand how this could happen. Ma Young-woo looked at the girl in shock, shouting that Eugen could not have disappeared. He said that he planned to stay in the abyss all day today. The girl in the suit heard him say that he did not see Eugen contacting anyone suspicious and asked what this meant, that he himself could not have disappeared. At that moment, Yerim ran into the room, asking what happened to the guy. She looked at them worriedly. They asked her if she wasn't in the dungeon today. She replied that she was called when she was already halfway there and she came back right away. The girl answered into the headset that the check didn't reveal anything, The man in the suit took Yerim away, saying that the leader had also returned. She asked if there was any news. Myung-woo looked at this in shock, saying that he would go too if he could help in any way. The girl turned around, looking at the man who asked the boy to stay here. It was safer this way. He was sorry to say it, but there was nothing he could do. Myung-woo looked at them in shock. A few hours earlier, a sigh was heard from the dorm room with the indoor plants. Eugen lay down, put his hands behind his head and said how calmly. He thought that Yerim and Eugen were doing well. He had recruited Mrs. Han, and it was only a matter of time before Myung-woo's skills awakened. The room was a real mess. Objects were lying on the floor, and Peace sharpened his claws on the sofa. The guy thought that now he had nothing to worry about except the sofa, which was destroying Peace. The small fiery lion began to bite his head with a growl, and the guy asked, is he tired of sitting at home? He reached for the pet and offered to go downstairs and train, to which he heard a happy sound. Holding the beast in his arms, Eugen told the guy at the door that he would go out for a while. The guard turned and asked where he was going, and the guy thought that this was annoying. He remembered that after the negotiations, the guilds decided to send him bodyguards in turns to keep an eye on him and restrain each other. The hero and the guard, who said on the phone that they were going down, were standing by the elevator. The hero thought that today it was B rank from the ISS. Eugen, holding the struggling Peace, confirmed that he was going to the training room and said that he needed the second basement floor. The lion meowed and pressed the B2 button with his paw, causing a surprised cry. The guy showed the pet with an imaginary halo and said with admiration that his baby pressed the elevator button himself. Smiling, looking at the guy, he stroked the animal and asked, isn't their baby smart? The guard silently looked at his phone. The brunette turned away and, holding the lion, thought that yesterday's bodyguard was delighted with Peace, but not everyone has to like him. The elevator door opened. An unknown blonde entered with a large black suitcase on a trolley. With a smile, he apologized for the fact that they had rather large suitcases, to which Eugen said with a smile that it was okay. A skill use symbol appeared next to the brunette's head. The man was a D class, the guy standing further was an E class, and the blonde was a C class. The guy thought that judging by their classes, they weren't from the Abyss. The man, hearing the question that they were from another guild, answered with a smile that they were from Bricks, a sub-guild of the Abyss. In the elevator, there were several large black suitcases. The man explained that a lot of armor and other bulky things are taken out of low-level dungeons as byproducts. He said that they sometimes borrow the guild's training halls when they need to test them. The men smiled and said that all the suitcases had already been checked. They weren't some suspicious people. The guy laughed and told them that they were definitely working hard. The elevator screen showed B2. The strangers got out, said that they would go and wish them luck. The bodyguard and Eugen looked at them, and the guy said goodbye. Peace licked his paw while his owner thought it was suspicious. He pursed his lips in resentment, wondering why they didn't say the beast was cute. There were many exercise machines in the training room. The hero thought, what's wrong with him? Anything can happen. Not everyone you meet has to praise your pet. Letting go of Peace, he said that here they are. The beast held a rope in his teeth, offering to play, to which Eugen asked what he wanted to play first and asked to wait a little while he got ready. Behind the smiling guy stood strangers in red suits, one of whom held a bottle and the other a rope. The guy didn't finish what he needed to do when he turned around and saw these people. He looked at the red powder in surprise. The blonde looked at him, pouring the powder from the bottle onto him. The system reported that a sentry fruit had been detected. The next notification reported the activation of poison resistance and the neutralization of the item's effect. Peace watched this with a rope in his mouth. He growled, covering his nose with his paw. Turning around to look at the fallen pet, Eugen exclaimed in surprise. Immediately, his mouth was covered with a palm with a white cloth. The blonde covered his mouth, saying that this powder should knock you out instantly. Why was he conscious? The strangers reached for him. The man replied that the Abyss had supplied some item with an antidote effect. The hero recognized those guys from Bricks. He angrily watched as the man brought the rope to him. With a kick, he threw him back, wondering what they were doing here and how they got here. The man with the rope fell on his back, and the second asked, what the hell? Eugen hit the blonde man who was covering his mouth with his elbow. The bandit exclaimed, asking if his stats weren't F class. Eugen looked at the open door to the corridor and thought that he would just get to the door. The bodyguard turned around in surprise at the guy who ran out and asked for help, saying that there were suspicious people there. The man punched him hard. Eugen coughed in shock from the blow. He fell to the floor, and the guard, clenching his fist, turned to the others, asking why they couldn't do everything normally. The fake bodyguard looked down and said that his brother probably gave him high-level items, so his equipment should be removed. The bandits held the resisting brunette, who did not understand what was happening. He was ordered not to twitch. When his gloves were removed, the system notification reported that the leather reinforcement gloves were removed. Strength decreased by 25, the current value is 4. The light cloth belt was removed and the system reported that agility decreased by 16, the current value is 5. The guy was amazed, thinking that MKC had betrayed them and sent a spy instead of a bodyguard. He mentally ordered himself to pull himself together because he needed to get out somehow. Eugen leaned over the villain's arms, the other looked at his equipment in surprise. The blonde leaned over and asked, maybe the antidote was in the earrings. Eugen screamed for him to stop. The guy ripped the earring out of his ear, making Eugen wince in pain. He thought no. The system reported that the dark elf earring was removed. Mana was reduced by 29. The guy thought in shock how many skills he had previously used. If they removed the earring, his mana would run out. He remembered how he explained to Yerem about mana, saying that it was easy to determine when health is running low, but it was difficult to notice the consumption of mana. He then asked to imagine what would happen if she passed out in the middle of a dungeon due to lack of mana. He thought in shock that there was not even a single point of mana. Eugen went limp in the arms of the kidnapper, who was glad that he finally calmed down. The bandit said to put him and the beast in suitcases. They had already been checked at the entrance, so they would not be searched at the exit. With his eyes closed, the boy cursed in his head and thought that he should have realized it right away when they didn't appreciate peace. Water was splashed in the hero's face as he lay on the floor. He coughed and woke up, raising his head. Looking at his tied wrists in shock, he heard that he had finally woken up. In front of him, a long-haired brunette with scars on his face was sitting and grinning. While the hero was studying him with his ability, he said with a grin that he snored so loudly that he decided to help the guy wash up. Eugen looked at him silently, water running down his face. He thought that he didn't remember Wuyi's name. Was he from the same guild as the kidnappers? If he was a B class, he should be either the leader or deputy. The man stood up, saying that he felt awkward mocking the fragile F class, so he offered to be frank right away. He grabbed the brunette by the hair. The stranger approached him and asked about the fiery horned lion he was training. Did it have a master's mark? The man demanded to give it to him. The kidnapper, holding a cigarette, smiled and told the guy not to hope that someone would come for him. The guy silently looked at him and listened to the words about how it would be easier to calmly give the mark. He thought that since he needed the mark, it meant that they had not killed peace. He remembered how the kidnappers had told him to put him and the beast in a suitcase, and thought that if they were to believe these words, then they should have dragged him somewhere here too. Eugen looked at the kidnapper indignantly, asking that he really thought he would get away with this. If he was touched, then the 5 guilds in the association would stand up for him. Holding a phone in his hand, the man mockingly replied that it was a matter of time. He showed the guy the phone in which a certain Min Seong sent a message that everything was calm every 20 minutes. The man asked if he could see it and said that his bodyguard was sending the message. He was still guarding the training hall. No one knew that he had been kidnapped. The guy in the security guard suit stood at the door of the training hall, looking at the laughing people. The kidnapper waved his hands and exclaimed that even if they found out later, how many centuries would it take them to find this place? They were in a seaport where there were many identical metal containers on a ship. The man said that there were 1 million of the same containers in this port, and while they were trying in vain to find them, they would already have sailed to Japan. Eugen exclaimed in surprise, Japan? Did the Japanese arrange all this? To which the kidnapper laughingly replied that no, there was simply an auction taking place there. They were promised generous sponsorship for him and half of the proceeds from the auction. The brunette looked at him carefully and thought that he understood everything. He thought about how since they couldn't do anything to him in Korea, they had decided to sell him to another country. That was why the sub-guild and bodyguard had agreed to cooperate. He remembered the men who had tried to put him in a sack and wondered if they would be able to save them in time. Once it became clear that he had been kidnapped, the guilds and association would dig up everything to find him, even if they had to involve the Coast Guard. But things would get complicated once the ship left territorial waters. He thought with a determined expression that he had to stall for time until that moment at all costs. The man with a cigarette in his hand asked him why he didn't give in and give up the token. Eugen leaned over and laughed, and the man asked in surprise what was so funny. Smiling, the guy asked him if he had understood correctly that the man had once been shot in the head. Did he seriously think that he would be scared out of fear and would just give up the token after he had told all that? He looked at the grinning guy in surprise, who showed him his hands with the rope. He said that the man had just admitted that he was an extremely valuable commodity. He couldn't hurt him, so why should he be afraid? The guy showed him an obscene gesture, asking if he was smart, and said that they were stupid for not thinking it through. What a pity that his face and his brain were complete crap. The man took a deep drag on his cigarette. He leaned over and stubbed the cigarette out on the floor. Eugen continued to say that even if he gave the sign, how would he use it? Suddenly, the man kneed him in the stomach. The guy fell to the floor and coughed, to which the man said that he clearly didn't realize his situation if he said that. The brunette, lying on the floor, looked at him and said that he certainly did. The man looked back angrily. The guy kept saying that he had brains unlike the fool in front of him, and his skills were better. B-class fighters like him were nothing. Even if they assembled a truckload of people like the kidnapper, they were no match for him. The man swung his foot in a heavy boot at him. A swift kick. Eugen screamed in pain. The kidnapper stepped on his foot, pinning him to the floor. Looking at him furiously with an aura of strength, he said that it was true that his body was very valuable, so it couldn't be broken. It was a pity that he couldn't do more to him. Eugen thought that the man would continue to go even further, cut him, damage his intestines. The kidnapper lifted him by his clothes, and the hero thought that he needed him to bring him half to death, and had to waste time looking for a hospital or something. The bandit dragged the guy towards the exit of the room, saying that he would rather introduce him to a new friend. Eugen hit his back against the bars of some kind of grate. He was sitting in the corner by the cage. The kidnapper came up to him and said that they also have a demonic beast that they are raising. The hero looked at the black tentacle that was reaching for his neck. The man leaned against the door frame and heard the victim scream, saying that now he was scared. A black beast with glowing eyes and long tentacles that were reaching for the scared guy was looking out of the cage. The man explained that this was a C-class dungeon monster creek. It puts poisoning curses on the victim with the help of its tentacles. He continued that the beast causes wild pain. Just 30 minutes is enough to make anyone howl and foam at the mouth. The monster looked at him predatorily with a yellow eye and bared his teeth. The man went to the exit and said with a smile that they would watch how such a valuable commodity would start begging for mercy. The guy wrapped in tentacles looked at the man who said he was giving them half an hour to have fun and fear. A frightened scream was heard in the darkness of the room. Yerim resolutely opened the door. She looked at Eugen, who was standing in front of her, wiping his hands. The girl resolutely approached him, and the guy said that she was the hunter Yerim, the head of the MKS guild, had just called him. She grabbed the head by the t-shirt with her hand. Squeezing the fabric furiously, she screamed, demanding an explanation. The guild member looked at Yerim in fear, screaming that he said that the abyss was safe, said that Eugen would not be in danger here, and now what? Eugen calmly looked at her and said that this should not have happened, to which she screamed, asking how it happened then. The guy imagined a wolf pack. He explained that the chance of betrayal by the direct subordinates of an S-class hunter is negligible, especially if they had cleared a dungeon together. Just like wild animals follow the alpha for survival, hunters are irresistibly subordinate to the S-class on an instinctive level. The girl held his clothes and heard him say that therefore only bodyguards who were directly subordinate to the guild leaders were allowed to guard her brother. To this, she screamed, asking why he was kidnapped then. The guy remembered the bodyguard and said that it turned out that the wrong guard came. He said that there was a coup inside the ISS. Behind Xiaokum lay a huge pile of money, next to which sat 3 men. The ISS is sponsored by influential Unawakened. Unlike the Abyss, which is focused on hunters, the internal power structure of the ISS is divided. One of the sponsors found out about Eugen and arbitrarily organized the kidnapping. Xiaokum is shouting furiously into his phone, and the people in suits next to him are also shouting into their phones. The guy said that this also means that the head of the ISS has lost control of the guild, having been cornered by the sponsors. He expected that the day would come when the two powers would clash. He introduced his brother with a pet in his arms and said that he didn't think they would cooperate with one of their sub-guilds. He also didn't think they would use low-level hunters who weren't under his command. His brother was an F-class, so he really should be wary of those hunters too. The girl continued to hold the cloth and asked what the ISS leader said and where Eugen was, to which the guy replied that they still needed to find out. Eugen touched the girl's wrist and said that was why he called her by name. She looked at him after hearing his request to use her ability. Yerim frowned as she looked at him. She, along with Eugen and the employee, were standing at the door to the training room, saying that now it was clear why it smelled like blood. Was this the room she needed to read the memories from the bodyguard's corpse? The guild leader replied that she was right, she needed to find a place where they could hold her brother. Yerim covered her mouth when the guy opened the door and said that he had already warned that the bodyguard would be dealt with by the Abyss. The guy's body was lying against the wall, completely covered in blood. Eugen added that he thought it was safer than trying to beat a confession out of him. Without looking at the girl, he said that it should be kept a secret from her brother, and she agreed, saying that she would not tell him a word. The man was holding a smartphone in his hands, on which the time was 7:42. The man with a cigarette in his mouth looked at the phone screen and said that it was strange why the bodyguard did not report anymore. Looking away from the screen, he thought they could not have been exposed already. He put out another cigarette with his foot and thought that he didn't care. He would get a sign. He would still be in the black even if the rest of the mission failed. Throwing open the door to the room, he asked with a smile if they had a good time. Eugen was lying on the floor near the cage, which was filled with purple smoke from the curse. The kidnapper asked what was going on. Stepping on the guy's hand, he said that this curse does not even allow you to pass out while it works, and ordered him to get up. The guy rose up, to which the kidnapper laughed, asking that he did not even have the strength to move, and asked again what he was muttering there. A beast was sitting above the man's head and was reaching out with its tentacles to him. The guy told him to wait, calling him by name in Kai. The man asked what he was saying and felt a black tentacle touch his face, and he jumped back in shock from the monster that jumped to the floor, which was reaching out to him. The beast wrapped a tentacle around his wrist, and the man angrily asked what was going on. The beast was already touching his face, while the villain said that this could not be. Eugen stroked the monster on the head, to which it made a touching sound. The beast stood right behind him, stretching one of its tentacles towards the man, to which he shouted that he was told that Eugen could only tame cubs. The brunette smirked, looking at him, and said that he himself should know not to reveal all the details of his skill, and then gave Kai the command to attack. The kidnapper cursed, and tried to pull his hand away from the grip of the tentacles, saying that he was not told about such a thing. Gritting his teeth, he repeated that no one said that he could do this. Eugen looked at him with a smile and asked that he did not expect that a normal F-class could do this. In fact, he can do many things. Half an hour ago, he was sitting on the floor of the cage with his hands tied and looking at the monster. He winced, thinking what kind of abomination is this and what kind of tentacles does it have? Looking at the beast with its wide open toothy mouth, he thought that resistance to poisons was good, but would he be able to resist it in a direct attack? The guy stood up with a scream. A blue knife materialized above his palm. He thought that it was good that he could use the inventory. Pieces of cut rope fell. The monster looked at him carefully. The brunette held the knife in his hand, looking at the beast standing at a distance, and thought, would he be able to withstand 30 minutes against an S-class? Eugen looked at the monster in surprise. The beast backed away, crawling away from him. The guy thought that it was retreating. What came over him was he definitely scared. He was in F-class. The system reported the activation of the properties of the Dragon Slayer and the Predator of Rachitas. The next notification reported doubling all effects before Creek. The guy looked at them in surprise. He remembered the silhouette of a fearsome three-headed dragon and wondered if it was because of the title of Dragon Slayer. He remembered the symbol with the red dragon, Dragon Slayer, which he received as a confirmation of killing a first-class dragon alone, and the yellow symbol of the Predator Rachitas, which gave a doubling of all skill effects when fighting Rachitas and dragons of the same species. The hero thought in amazement that since he received this title for killing the king of poison and cursed dragons, it affects dragons of the same species. The guy with the knife looked at the frightened beast in front of him. The monster growled, looking at him with a yellow eye. Eugen looked at the beast and said that it did not have any offensive skills, but since the effects are double, then the effect of education should be doubled as well. He unclenched his fingers, throwing the knife from his hand. The object fell out and fell to the floor with a clink. A blue bubble materialized above the guy's hand. It affectionately addressed the beast, saying that Kai was a good boy. He showed the dragon a bottle, asking if he wanted a treat. It was a finely ground S-class magic stone. Eugen looked at the frightened kidnapper and said that he couldn't explain the details, but he had to say that he was either lucky or they just had a common character. He stroked the monster and said that thanks to the kidnapper, he was able to make a really good friend. The guy pointed his finger and ordered Kai to attack. The beast, opening its mouth, flew at the man. He managed to break free, screaming that it was useless to attack him with these tentacles. He winced, looking at the black marks emitting smoke of a curse, and asked how dare he, and screamed in pain when the guy suddenly attacked him from behind, stabbing him in the arm with a knife. Eugen pressed the weapon into the enemy's body, to which he screamed, "What is he doing?" He managed to push the guy away, who fell backwards to the floor along with the knife. Eugen raised himself up, grinning, saying that even a knife would do against a B-class weakened by poison. The man grabbed his injured hand and cursed. The beast opened its mouth, emitting a curse when the guy ordered to attack it again. The kidnapper extended his hand, in front of which a golden flash appeared, and shouted that it didn't matter. This was a C-class monster. A cold weapon appeared in the man's hand. He shouted that he would defeat it with one hand. He stood with the weapon in his hand in front of the attacking monster, and then he slashed it hard across the neck, leaving a bright mark from the blow. The defeated monster fell to the floor, splashing black blood. The kidnapper turned to the guy and looked at him, laughing, saying that he really thought he could do something with it. He grinned and looked at the captive angrily. Eugen sat by the beast's body, touching its torso with his hand, and heard the man say that no matter what trick a low-class bug tried, it was nothing against a B-class. He laughed, saying that the guy would pay for what he did to him. The man felt the world around him shake in surprise. He fell to his knees, screaming in pain, pierced by the curse. He looked at his palm, trembling. Then he looked at the slain beast and thought, what was going on? He wondered if he had really killed it, since the curse of the beast was a class lower than him. Eugen stood next to it, wrapped in tentacles exuding a curse. The system reported the activation of the skill Final Retribution. The skills and abilities of the Kai monster are transmitted with double the power. Eugen's eyes glowed yellow like the monster. The system reported the activation of the skill Predator Rachitas and doubling all the effects of the skill Final Retribution. The man fell to the floor in front of the guy's feet, who said that since the skills had doubled twice, it would hurt him a lot. Clenching his Zuyu, he heard him say that he was just doing exactly what he had done to him, so it was self-defense, right? Tentacles appeared behind Eugen's back. He asked, did he have to touch someone who just wanted a peaceful life? Grabbing the man's forehead, he lifted his head up. Holding his head and wrapping his tentacles around him, Eugen said that now he will ask questions and asked where they are keeping his little piece. The man bit his lip and called him names. Clenching his teeth, he asked what he was and called him a monster, said that he would find out and kill him. Eugen said indifferently that it seemed like he would not tell until the very end, in which case there was no point in him keeping him alive. Black blood flowed down the man's face. The boy was clutching his head, dripping black, and the system reported the activation of the skill viscous poison. Looking at him, Eugen apologized, saying that his skills, especially the last retribution, cannot be revealed. He removed his palm, from which the poison was still dripping, and asked why they had to kidnap him. He hoped that in this life he would not have to kill anyone. Instead of a head, there was blackness on the body burned by poison. The body fell to the floor. Eugen, with tentacles on his back, walked out of the room, saying that he would prefer to leave his body intact, but they have a girl who can read information from corpses. The hero held a torn-off piece of the door handle in his hand. He looked at it carefully. Closing the door to the cabin, he thought that he could not control his strength because of the last retribution. All his stats increased several times. He raised his head and thought that this buff would last a week, and before it ended in an hour, when he returned, he would need to carefully hide it so as not to be caught. He extended his finger, activating the menu, and thought, what good and Kai skills did he have? A system window opened in front of him, with round images of skills, wall lizard, thorn trap, viscous poison, scratch, intuition of the weak, and another one, which he held his finger. He read the description of the skill wall lizard level D, which said to merge with the environment to hide the presence of the wearer. The guy thought that the stealth skill is ideal for hiding. The skill of weak intuition, level C, allowed him to sense creatures stronger than the wearer. With it, he did not have to worry about running into high-class hunters. Pain pierced his injured ankle. The guy looked at his injured leg and thought about how painful it was. He brought his finger to the image of a lizard and said that thanks to the raised statuses, it did not hurt so much that he could not walk. From his step, a blue glow with a lizard in the center spread across the floor. The hero's body was surrounded by blue flashes, as if he became transparent. The transparent guy, emitting a blue glow, said that it was time to go look for peace. In one of the cabins, the men who kidnapped him were sitting. They were laughing and telling something, and one of them asked what time it was. Blue transparent tentacles rushed towards them. The blonde anxiously held the phone in his hands and asked if they would be able to get out, to which the second answered that the ship would soon, but did not finish. The tentacles pulled the amazed men from their seats. The guy walked along the corridor, and bandits with necks entangled and tentacles stuck out of the cabins, who screamed, tried to ease the pressure, and said that there was something around their necks. In the cabin, a man in sunglasses was sitting with his feet up on the table and was very surprised. Eugen kicked down the door to his cabin and, hearing the question of who he was, calmly answered that he was a victim of their kidnapping. The guy entered the cabin, saying that it seemed that of the remaining men, the most important post was occupied, and he jumped up in surprise, asking how he got out. The man reached for the green box with a grin, hearing the guy say that it was none of his business, and the question, where is the fiery horned lion? The box flew past the guy as he began to say what would happen if he resisted. A smoking dent was left on the wall behind him. The man stood in front of him and said that the guy was lucky to get out. Being an F class, he should be thinking about escaping. Why fearlessly break in here? He materialized a weapon, saying that the fiery lion was securely locked. He even had a key. What would he do now? Putting an axe forward, he said that he advised him to surrender. A blow from a blue tentacle to the face knocked off his glasses, and the man did not finish. He tried to get up in surprise, and Eugen pulled tentacles towards him, ordering him to give up the key and tell where the beast was. The kidnapper stood up and tried to ask what he did, but he was hit in the face again. The leader wondered if it was some object, if he was hiding his skills, then asked to stop. The beaten kidnapper wiped his broken face and asked how the guy got caught in the first place. Eugen scratched his neck, said that it was none of his business, and ordered him to give up the key. The man, entangled in tentacles, lay on the broken floor. The guy turned to him and said that he himself did not want to hurt him like that. The man looked angrily as the guy picked up his axe from the floor. A poison symbol appeared above the axe that Eugen held in his hand. With a wide smile, the guy said that this was not his only skill. He gave a choice to either obey him or. The axe in his hand was covered in black liquid. The man screamed when a drop of poison fell next to him. He trembled, telling the guy that he would give the key, the cage in the center of the compartment, to which the brunette smiled widely and extended his hand, saying that great, let him give it here. The man sent him a yellow sheet of paper with images of thorns, saying that before this there was a contract. Eugen read the magic contract, hearing the man's words that he should first guarantee his safety. He would give him the key, and the guy should promise not to attack him. He took the sheet in his hand, bringing a pen to it, and said that he would add a clause that the man would not tell anyone about him, to which he happily agreed. The man looked at his freed hands. Turning around, Eugen with the key in his hand said that he would go and take peace, and he should take care of it. The man looked at him angrily. The guy looked in surprise at the claws that appeared on his hand. The enemy grabbed Eugen by the neck. He squeezed it with force with his hands. He laughed angrily, saying that the guy believed him, and now he can no longer attack him. The scroll with the contract shimmered gold. The bandit said that this contract had a strong curse. If he attacked him, he would be blinded for violating the terms of the contract. Eugen held the contract with his fingers and listened to the man tell him that he had to be careful. However, how could a newbie who had hardly ever gone to dungeons before know? In one motion, the guy tore the sheet. The scraps of contact flashed purple. The kidnapper looked at it in surprise, not understanding what was happening. A system notification reported the activation of a curse of blindness for destroying the contact. The next notification said that the curse of blindness was neutralized by curse resistance. Eugen grabbed the guy by the hand and with the yellow eyes of a monster said that he was sorry to disappoint him, but he was not a newbie, he was the most experienced here. A loud scream was heard in the middle of the purple darkness. The boy stepped into a puddle of black and purple poison, saying that he knew it. Turning around to the huge puddle, he said that he had no intention of keeping it alive anyway. The melted remains of the door were floating in the puddle. The boy said that no one would have thought that he had done this, right? It looked more like some kind of internal conflict. Passing by the men lying in the cabin, he thought that they should stay. They did not see how he used the skill. He was sure that the abyss would take care of them when they came to rescue him. He stopped, remembering. His shadow appeared on the floor of the room next to the slain beast. It was lying with its tongue hanging out, and the boy called its name. Eugen touched the body and thought that if he left it like this, it would simply be torn apart for materials and sold. A purple glow appeared from the boy's palm. The eyes turned yellow with vertical pupils. A red crystal surrounded by a bright glow appeared in front of the hero, and Eugen thanked Inkai. A closed cage appeared. A fiery lion was sleeping on a rag in it. Eugen told him that he had come. He went inside and asked if he was still sleeping. The guy looked to the side, thinking that he would like to immediately get him out of here, but this would only lead to more suspicion. Taking the unconscious pet in his arms, he said that he would wait here with him for the others. Sitting on the floor of the cage, Eugen laughed, saying that he was sleeping with his tongue hanging out. Now everything was fine. He would not have time to wake up, and they would already be coming for them. Peace was sleeping in his arms. Eugen looked at him with a smile. He sat, leaning towards the beast, and said that he was very glad that everything was fine with him. Let him not dare to die before him. People were running along the corridor. A girl standing next to the guy in glasses shouted that they had found him. In the cage on the floor next to Peace, a guy was sleeping. The girl shouted that in the center of the first compartment, there was the hunter Eugen and the fiery horned lion. The guy was hugging the pet, and the rescuers were shouting to break into the cage and call the head. A system sign appeared in front of Eugen, warning of the approach of an awakened S-class. The guy, who had just woken up, assumed that it meant the presence of Eugen. At that moment, he entered the room, where he saw Eugen, who was hugging Peace. Eugen called his brother. He helped him up and the brunette worriedly asked if everything was okay and demanded that he open his eyes. Eugen was surprised and asked him if he had come to save him. The frightened Yerim and Seong Han, having pried off the bars of the cage, joined them. They asked their uncle if he was okay. Eugen asked about the presence of wounds and whether he was able to get up or not. Embarrassed, Eugen thought that literally everyone had come to him. Holding onto his brother, the brunette stood up with Peace in his arms. He assumed that during this time, his value had jumped. Eugen had so little strength that he could not stand on his feet and fell on Eugen, who was standing in front of him, who managed to catch him. The guy excitedly called out to his brother, to which he only mumbled something incoherent. The students were worried about their uncle's condition, so they pounced on him with questions, which made him feel uneasy. Seong Han loudly asked him where he was injured. Interrupting him, Yerim clarified who dared to do such a thing to him. After which, looking at his uncle, Eugen said that he would call a healer. They embarrassed Eugen, so he raised his hand, thereby hinting to stop. The young man said that he was fine and could go. Eugen, not paying attention to this, picked up his brother in his arms. Eugen nervously closed his eyes, shedding tears, but decided not to resist his brother. Eugen asked if the healer was left waiting outside, and when he answered positively, he demanded to call him. Listening to all this, the teacher thought about how his kind younger brother was worried about him, but still proud of his elder. Meanwhile, a black-tinted car quickly drove up. Sitting in the car, Eugen saw Yerim, who put her palm to the glass. She said that she would rush over as soon as she finished inspecting the scene of the crime and other things, and finally asked him to have a good rest. Smiling, the guy said okay, thanking her. Next to the teacher, who was thinking about something, Eugen was sitting in the car. The guy thinks that Yerim is going to use the whiteness of the body when inspecting the scene of the crime, which should not have been entrusted to a child. Interrupting his thoughts, his brother said that they would first go to the hospital to check for any other injuries. Eugen was so surprised by this that he opened his mouth. He became agitated, which scared his brother. The guy asked him why he needed to go to the hospital since the healer had finished treating him. Eugen, looking at him, replied that it was impossible to know for sure anyway, adding that he would also undergo a medical examination. Sweat began to flow down the teacher's body all the way to his wrists. He thought that it was impossible to go to the hospital since everyone would find out about the stat increase that occurred due to the last retribution. As they drove, the sunset came outside the window. The teacher asked if it was possible not to go to the hospital, surprising Eugen with his question. Beads of sweat were running down his face again. Eugen said that he would have to deal with strangers again at the hospital. He was also worried that he would be knocked out again during the examination. His brother put his hand on his shoulder, calming him down. Eugen apologized to him and said that he was stupid, then asked the driver to go home. The worried assistant immediately replied that he would turn around now. His brother began to anxiously examine every part of Eugen's body, which confused him. He asked if he really didn't feel any pain. The guy laughed out of embarrassment and replied that he was fine. Eugen got so close to him that the teacher's face turned blue. The guy sniffed and said that there was definitely something fishy here since he smelled like some kind of damp reptile. Hearing this, the guy thought that he was a terribly sensitive sneak. A system sign about activating the stealth skill appeared in front of Eugen. He told his brother that it was just dampness that smelled since there was a port there, which is why he would need to go wash himself right away. Believing him, Eugen said that now, it seemed, he didn't smell. This long day had come to an end. Seokwon watches the city at night. MKC has been suspended from security for a while, so this is quite natural. Upon entering the building, everyone is checked with a metal detector. After all, the inspection of visitors has become much stricter. A particularly significant innovation is that now guild leaders provide information about the bodyguard each time he is assigned. In the dark corridor near Eugen's room, there were several guards. He saw a dirty cell bar in front of him. He is sitting on his knees, not understanding what is happening. Holding a jar filled with magic crystals, the guy looked at someone. He poured them onto his hand. Eugen fell to the floor in front of the man. Frowning, Wu Yi turned around sharply, noticing the tentacles. The guy sat up and saw that the man was fighting. Blood splashed in all directions. Frightened by what he saw, the guy abruptly jumped out of bed. He thought, looking at the passage of the room. Eugen, not understanding what was happening, assumed that it was a dream. Peace was sleeping curled up on his bed. Beads of sweat began to flow down the brunette's face. Holding his head, he said that he saw in Kai's memories before his death due to the skill. Eugen, bowing his head, grabbed his knees. After a while, he opened the refrigerator. The guy realized that he had managed to get out of the habit, although he often went through this before. The brunette decided to drink water. He wondered how much time had passed since time was turned back. The young man looked at the floor in disappointment. Eugen remembered that low-level hunters died often and in large numbers. He is sitting in front of the TV on his bed. When people suddenly burst in on him and took him to the hospital, the guy only drank from shock for more than a week. The brunette assumed that Eugen clearly called them then. Eugen turned to leave the kitchen. He believes that something like this will not happen now since S-classes do not die. On his way to the room, something caught his eye. In front of him was a room with a made bed. Seeing this, Eugen wondered where Wu had gone since he was awake again. Boxes full of unsharpened blades lay on the floor. A man was working at a machine in the workshop. He was sharpening a blade, holding it on both sides. Wu was so focused that he didn't notice the beads of sweat running down his face. He was sharpening the knives so that they shone. The man picked up the next blade. Looking at it, he said that it was 9980. Wu smiled, despite being very tired. The man slammed his fist on the table. He leaned his hands on the table, continuing to look at it. Near his hands lay a sharpened blade, the end of which was wrapped in cloth. Looking at him, Wu called himself pathetic, because he did not understand what good he was doing if he was wasting his time on this. He was upset, because at that moment the man remembered that he had done the same thing, even when his friend was in danger. Wu believes that this is all he can do. He remembered that he could not do anything then. The man stood behind them, drawing attention to himself. He shouted that he could also help. His words made Yerim and Simyung turn around, wary. The man in the suit asked him to stay, because it would be safer, adding that Wu could not do anything. The guy was shocked by his words. The man said that he had made inquiries about him just in case, thanks to which he found out that he had no points of contact with the hunter Eugen. Wu was left alone in the room, not knowing what to do. The man in the suit said that there was a mistake. Then he asked what could be trusted to a complete stranger. After hearing all this, Wu realized that he really was nothing to them. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that he was not only incapable of anything. He hunched over the table in the workshop, saying that he himself was nothing. The phone began to vibrate from his brother's call. Eugen, still in his pajamas, picked up the phone. He asked him what was wrong. The guy moved the phone away from his ear when Eugen shouted that Wu had disappeared again. He told his brother, who was nervously standing in the kitchen, that perhaps the missing person had gone out for a short while. But the guy said that nothing like that could be true. He believed that he had definitely run away from home. There was mushroom soup in the open multi-cooker. Looking at it, Eugen assumed that Myung-woo had cooked it and left, so he was serious. The guy became embarrassed after Eugen asked him again about the soup. He told him that Myung-woo would definitely not be back for a while. A man with a backpack walks along a crowded street. Imagining this, the guy added that the missing person could be kidnapped by some scoundrels. Myung-woo lowered his head as he realized that he was ashamed to see Eugen. Remembering the moment when his loved one was kidnapped, he thought about how he did not provide any help, but they treated him in such a way that it seemed to him that he was not really a friend. The man approached the subway, near which there were many people. He realized that he left thoughtlessly since he had nowhere to go anyway. Myung-woo raised his eyebrows in surprise, after which he noticed that his shoelace had come undone. The man bent down to tie the shoelace. Trying to do this, his things fell out of his backpack. Myung-woo looked blankly as he realized that he was a complete loser. At that moment, guys with abrasions on their faces approached him. The girl told the boy to look. She was attracted by the badge that Myung-woo dropped and was surprised to see that it was a pass to the abyss. The kid started screaming loudly while the man sat there with a puzzled expression. Taking the pass, the girl asked him if he was an abyss hunter. At the same time, the boy, spreading his arms out to the sides, exclaimed that he dreamed of joining it. Myung-woo, embarrassed, began to shake his head from side to side since people heard that he was an abyss hunter. The girl asked what class he was and how far he went in the dungeon. She also asked if he knew Eugen, who was skilled at shooting fire. Making a face so that he was about to cry, Myung-woo admitted that he was only a housekeeper in the abyss dorm. The man was embarrassed when the kids looked at him with puzzled expressions. The girl assumed that he was unawakened, but after receiving a negative answer from the man, she asked what skills he had. To which Myung-woo replied that it was an F-class weapon buff. The children almost broke his heart when they said that it was a bad class. Looking at the girl in the purple jacket, the boy said that F-class hunters are useless according to his mother. She agreed and added that they cannot go to the dungeon and also do not earn money. Tears began to come to Myung-woo's eyes since even the children consider him useless, who has no prospects. The man realized that even in the eyes of those around him, he looked hopeless with a crappy class that wouldn't be helped by getting a skill for sharpening knives. In his head, a system tablet appeared in front of him, saying that he had gotten a useless trash skill. Myung-woo imagined his friends judging him. With his hands in his pockets, Eugen said that he was no help. After the man called Eugen by name, he smiled, saying that there was nothing to be done. Looking at him, the smiling guy apologized and said that he was so useless. Myung-woo, left alone with an outstretched hand, fell into hysterics. The people around him did not understand what was happening, seeing him lying on the ground. The man shouted that everything would be like this. The worried boy asked what was wrong with him. The children became so ashamed that sweat ran down their faces. The boy asked if he was crying. Myung-woo continued to cry, calling his future bleak. The man looked at the children with a downcast face as the girl accused the boy, then asked what they would do now. Myung-woo was even more moved when he heard the boy offer to help him. Taking his hand, he said that they had one way for the man to gain a good skill. The children began to try different options. First, the girl dipped Myung-woo in water with a basin. Then she pushed him and the boy from the second floor. The girl grabbed his hand and ran so that he could barely keep up with her. At this time, Myung-woo realized that this was not help, but torture. He wondered what was wrong with him, if even small children were making fun of him. His eyes widened when he saw what awaited him next. In front of him was an 8-lane road. Pointing his finger at it, the boy said that now it was necessary to cross in the wrong place. Hearing this, Myung-woo opened his mouth and asked, "What?" The boy decided to go first, but the man grabbed him, shouting that he should stay here. Left on the sidewalk, the child was angry at his prank. He asked what he was doing. The man yelled at them, asking why they only did dangerous things. Seeing that the boy was upset, the girl replied that they were helping. Myung-woo felt awkward when she told him that a good fighting skill can appear when a person's life is in danger. Hearing this, he understood the reason for the appearance of his only skill in the past. Holding his chin in his hand, the man told the children that this was how it happened to him when he woke up. At this point, the girl was happy, exclaiming that she was right. Thinking about it, Myung-woo looked down and said that this was still too much. The children, not knowing what to answer, looked at him. Not so many cars passed on the 8-lane road. The man asked them if they really did this every day. Confirming his guess, they replied that they needed to at least be able to handle something like that to become a hunter. Myung-woo became worried, putting his hands out and saying that it was dangerous, then suggested that they study. To which the boy asked who was interested in this study. While the girl stood behind him, crossing her arms, he said that everyone did it because studying couldn't make a living. The man thought about it when the boy said that it would be best to become a combat hunter. A drop of sweat ran down Myung-woo's face. He realized that although the world had changed, everything remained the same since the hunter's craft had simply replaced studying. At that moment, a loud sound was heard and black smoke appeared behind the man. Frightened, Mayang Wu turned around with the children. The entire city was filled with smoke. Citizens were notified that a dungeon had been breached, asking them to urgently evacuate to the nearest shelters. Looking at the message on his phone, the man realized that it was very close. Mayang Wu was excited because he saw how the children began to run away from him happily. The boy shouted that they could also wake up if they went. The man stamped his foot hard and said that they couldn't go there. All the people began to run away from this place, but the children were not at all embarrassed and went to their goal. Mayang Wu, following them, shouted that it was too dangerous. The monster had large purple limbs. Leaving a web behind him, he climbed out of the portal and roared loudly. Above the destroyed part of the city, which was blazing with fire, a helicopter flew with reporters in it. They said that they were broadcasting live from the Sister of the Dungeon breakthrough. While huge purple spiders climbed on broken cars, the reporters said that the entire city center was covered in webs and spider-like monsters were spotted. A young man with a camera sat on the edge and filmed what was happening, while a guy with a microphone next to him said that the gates in the abandoned shopping center opened, but because they were not discovered in time. The cameraman perked up, his eyes wide open. He said that there was something down there. He moved the camera in that direction and captured a guy and two children taking a ride. They were trying to escape from the spiders with frightened eyes, and the reporter said that there were people who had not yet evacuated. Continuing to run, they looked around, meeting the monster's eyes and shouting that they were very scary and disgusting. Later, they saw spiders that had managed to wrap people in cocoons from their webs and tried to understand what to do in this situation. Clenching his fist, the frightened Mayang Wu continued to run as children. He exclaimed that they must try not to cross paths with them at all costs, otherwise they would also die. The girl turned her head and asked indignantly what was wrong with them, since they came here to rise up, not to be afraid. Their eyes widened in horror as a black shadow flashed on the right side. A huge spider jumped at the three. The boy began to hide, and the girl with a confident face stepped forward. She exclaimed that fear was out of place here, while the two uncomrades loudly screamed, asking for help. Frowning, she began to wave her hands, blazing with bright flames, and exclaimed that she would use her super fantastic S-class fist of truth. The spider looked at her with a puzzled look. With one swing of its paw, it threw the child aside. The girl in the rubble sat on her knees, resting her hands on the ground, while her brother loudly called for her. She looked at her palm with a puzzled look, ignoring the boy's questions about its condition. She asked about why she couldn't do it. The dark figure of a large monster hung above her. She nervously began to say that this should not have happened. Mayang Wu managed to intercept the girl and dragged her brother by the hand, shouting that they urgently needed to escape from here. He saw the unbroken stairs leading up and said that they should go there. The frightened boy ran ahead, while Mayang Wu, exclaiming that once they got up, they would call for help. The child turned to him and asked if he was okay and could climb onto the roof with his sister in his arms. The guy exclaimed with sweat that he would do it. The girl buried her face in his shoulder and asked him to leave her. She looked down with upset eyes and asked him to leave her, since she had fallen through anyway. The guy looked at the child with stunned eyes when the girl said that she had ground herself to wake up and received an F class. The boy with a frightened face pointed in the direction, loudly asking to look there. Mayang Wu saw a spider approaching the stairs. Hugging the girl tighter, he, almost crying from fear, shouted that they needed to quickly get to the roof. He tried to take a step and he muttered that he had no more strength. The girl tightly clutched the fabric of the t-shirt on her shoulder, saying that this was all because of her and that she wanted to be left here. While the spider, making terrible sounds, she noted that the guy would be able to get up if he abandoned her. She said that since she was only an F class, she was already doomed, especially without combat skills. Squeezing her eyes shut, she continued to cry and scream that she was not worth saving at the cost of her life. Hearing these words, Mayang Wu looked at her with a puzzled look. He bent down and sat the tearful girl on the steps. Opening his backpack, he took out a knife from there. The guy, grinning, began to descend the stairs with a weapon in his hands. Looking at his trembling palms with a knife in his hands, they asked what he was going to do. Crying, Mayang Wu turned to the children and said that he would hold off the monsters while the two of them had to go up to the roof. The girl began to jerk forward, but her brother began to stop her. She indignantly asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The guy exclaimed that he could not do otherwise because they were still very small children. The girl's mouth opened in surprise when he quoted her words about how she was doomed and asked him to leave her. She looked at the back of the guy, who asked her to never say such a thing again. Remembering the smiling face of her friend, she began to say that in life, if you have a lot to do, you don't necessarily have to become a hunter. He exclaimed that life is worth it. He lowered his battered face and said that therefore the two of them should quickly run upstairs, call for help, and only then return. The girl touched her brother's palm as Mayang Wu asked them to hold hands and run as fast as they could. He stood at the bottom of the stairs, threatening the spider with a knife as the boy dragged him up. Myung-woo tried not to show that he was afraid. The girl screamed that they would definitely come back for him, then asked him to wait and not to die. The boy closed his eyes and mentally asked her to stop. Clutching the knife tightly, he ran towards the monster, thinking that he thought too much of himself, but in fact, he was not even fit to hold a candle to him. He thought that this little child was saying such things that he himself did not notice how. He screamed loudly as the spider hit him with its paw. With his body, he broke through the glass. Myung-woo fell headfirst from the multi-story building, thinking that he was truly nothing. He looked ahead with empty eyes and thought that such a non-entity like him would have the same ridiculous end. He saw his friend running along a tall building. The boy mentally thanked Eugen, noting that his death was probably close since he could see him before his eyes. The teacher quickly continued to run. Myung-woo thought that he was glad to see his friend in the last minute of his life. Eugen, with a frightened face, extended an open palm to his friend. Approaching the boy with long hair, he, holding his hand, loudly asked him to grab it quickly. Myung-woo looked at his friend through tears. He closed his eyes and began to cry loudly, wondering how he always succeeded in everything. The teacher grabbed the boy by the wrist. Holding hands, the two of them quickly flew down, and Myung-woo thought that Eugen really always succeeded. A bright flash of light was heard at the place where they touched. The boy with long hair noted that he remembered little from that moment. The spider squealed loudly. Eugen waved his hand and pointed long black tentacles at him. When Myung-woo saw them, he was very surprised. When the teacher ran forward, the boy asked in fear what was that. Eugen grimaced in irritation when he asked in horror where the tentacles on his back came from. The teacher replied that he seemed to be hallucinating, so he should ignore it. Myung-woo indignantly asked how he could do that. His face darkened when Eugen knocked him out with a blow to the neck, not letting him finish his question about whether he had always had this skill. He replied that he didn't need to know that and that it would be better to sleep. The boy with long hair thought that all his memories ended at that moment. He jumped up abruptly, sweating. The battered Myung-woo had been lying on the couch in the living room all this time. He asked in bewilderment how he ended up in the dorm. The voice on the TV suggested switching to other news. When he looked at the screen, it showed the boy and girl he already knew sitting in an ambulance. The reporter noted that the lives of the rescued children were no longer in danger. Myung-woo sat right in front of the TV, which is why he did not notice the man who entered the room. He exclaimed that this was not a dream after all. However, he still did not understand how he ended up. The male voice interrupted him with a question about how he felt. The guy with frightened eyes turned to the side. In front of him, he saw Eugen with a tray in his hands. The brown-haired man began to get up from the floor and say that he remembered that he was saved by him. He asked where he got those tentacles from. Eugen calmly asked what tentacles he was talking about, while noting that the guy was probably not fully awake yet. He said that he was saved and returned by the Abyss Hunters. He grabbed his friend by the collar while he muttered in confusion that he didn't remember it at all. The teacher began to shake the boy with long hair in anger, indignantly asking what he was thinking, putting himself in such danger. He shouted that they were very lucky to get into the live cameras, otherwise he had no idea what would have happened to them. Myung-woo responded that he understood that he was at fault. Eugen looked at him with a displeased look, exclaiming that he had once again imagined some stupid thing and ran away. He asked if he had the slightest idea how much he had scared him. Myung-woo, with bruises under his eyes, looked back at him. When he suddenly began to cry, the teacher was very surprised. The boy with long hair wiped his tears, while his friend asked why he was crying and if some wound was bothering him. The boy responded that everything was fine. At that moment, he thought that he felt like all the fog that had been enveloping his heart had finally cleared. The two of them were sitting on the floor, and Eugen's eyes widened in surprise when Myung-woo asked him if he would still be friends with him if he gained a useless skill after sharpening 10,000 blades. Myung-woo grimaced with a gloomy face and indignantly asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The protagonist stood up from the floor, clenching his hands into fists. He asked in a creepy voice if he really ran away from home because he was worried about such nonsense. The satisfied faces of the workshop employees appeared in his mind, and he began to say that the guy was doing great even without skills. He said that he heard that the maintenance department offered him a job. Eugen lowered his head, touching his comrade's shoulders with his hands. He said that besides, he should be the one asking about such things. He looked away with confusion and said that it was because he couldn't eat anything but his food anymore. Myung-woo looked at his friend with a puzzled expression, his mouth slightly open, while his friend asked him not to turn away from him when he became very successful. He asked if he could come over sometimes and cook him snacks. The guy with long hair smiled widely when Eugen replied that he would pay him for it and would not be picky. He happily replied that he would fulfill his whim and cook as much as he wanted from now on. He thought that he finally understood. He looked at the wooden boxes of his warehouse workroom, thinking that he didn't need to. Walking up to the familiar machine, he thought that he didn't need to be sad and nervous. Putting on gloves on his hands, Myung-woo tied a ponytail. He touched Murakami to the grinding wheel. With his foot, he began to press the pedal. Sparks flew in all directions as he brought the blade to the disc, thinking about how Eugen had been. The boy smiled softly as he reminisced. He looked down with dark circles under his eyes. The system displayed an emblem depicting a whetstone, and a notification stated that the registration of the awakened Yu Myung-woo had been completed successfully. He sat on the floor of a dark room, clutching his bloody wrist. He read the activation information for the E-class skill called whetstone. He recalled waking up in a tiny, pitch-black apartment. Recalling the bloody stationary knife lying on the floor, he recalled that it was the moment he cut his wrist in an attempt to commit suicide. He looked at the receipt certificate in his name, and a voice said that it was his payment of 1,000,000 won for his hunter registration. He stood in front of the man at the reception desk with sad eyes, looking at the document. The employee said that he was very sorry, but such a skill could not be used, so he should try to find his calling in another field. Myung-woo thought that although he had awakened, his life had not changed in an instant. He put the briefcase on the side of his stomach and walked outside, thinking that he had not seen the sun for a long time. He began to take out a white envelope from the briefcase, thinking that with this money he would pay off the debt, pay the rent, and then he remembered that he did not have any special expectations in the first place. At this moment, Yerim was smiling and answering questions from the reporters nearby. Myung-woo stepped aside, thinking that there must be a high-level hunter since there was such a crowd here. He thought that it would be better for him to go out the back. He knew that he had never been the main character. Taking further steps, he began to step on a black viscous liquid. After a while, the guy entered her knee-deep, thinking about how he lived without anything and anyone. He knew that he couldn't do anything and was only wasting oxygen on himself. He reasoned that maybe his life had spilled a little more because of this awakening, but there was definitely no point in living any longer. An unknown person abruptly grabbed his hand. Myung-woo saw the face of a puzzled dark-haired guy in front of him. He remembered his satisfied smiling face, thinking that he met him at that very moment. When Eugen brought him to the Abyss dorm, he remembered that at first everything was very strange. Looking away with his frightened gaze and trembling lips, he wondered if he really should try and did he really deserve it. He, with a pole in his hands, looked back at the smiling Eugen and Yerim, next to whom stood an indignant Eugen. He thought that he was worried as much as he was grateful. He thought that, unlike the teacher, he couldn't do much and would never be able to begin to resemble the head of the Abyss or Yerim. Recalling the many boxes of dull blades in his warehouse, he reasoned that even while sharpening all night long, he never dreamed of being able to obtain some cool skill. He suddenly remembered the expression on the face of a crying girl who screamed loudly, asking him to leave her because she was not worth saving with his life. At that time, he was very puzzled by her words. Continuing to hold the child's body in his arms and run, he thought that this was not so at all. He recalled that only after hearing these words from the mouth of a small child did he realize how wrong his thinking was. He thought that now he understood that Eugen from the very beginning. The moment when his friend broke the contract with the bandits appeared in his mind, and he thought that he never despised him for his class. Then a memory of how the teacher with a baton in his hand protected appeared. The boy mentally noted that he had never forced him to get used to unequal battles before. He remembered how the two of them walked down the hallway with blades to sharpen, and thought that it was only so that he could do what he loved again, and noted that so that he could devote himself entirely to what he was good at. As sparks flew in different directions, he realized that all this time, with his free hand, Myung-woo wiped away the tears that had formed, thinking about how his friend had supported him all this time. When Eugen's widely smiling face appeared before his eyes, he thought that he believed in him even though he did not believe in himself at all. He placed the sharpened blade on the table, thinking that this was why he no longer worried. Then, from the pile nearby, he picked up another dull tip and mentally noted that he finally saw a path to the future for himself. When his sharpening progress reached 9,997 10,000th, he mentally addressed Eugen, saying that he wanted to become stronger. The boy thought that he didn't want to be strong in what he or Yerim was strong in. The progress showed 9998. He noted that he wanted to be strong in what he was best at. The sharpening bar rose to 9999. He thought that he wanted to become strong in his own way. As another sharpened blade flew into the pile with the others, the progress reached 10,000. Myung-woo, whose eyes reflected a bright blue light, cried quietly. Kneeling on the floor, he raised his head. He thought that he wanted to do this in order to repay his friend for the faith he gave him. The system notified that he had acquired an SS-class skill called Master of the Golden Forge. A loud, frightened scream was heard in the workshop. The two employees looked at the dumbfounded girl, who was pointing to the side. They asked what was wrong with her. The girl tried to tell them about the magic crystal. She pointed to the empty stand with a trembling hand and exclaimed that someone must have stolen it in the middle of the night. The two men gave her a mocking look and smirked, asking if she hadn't heard about it yet. They noted that it would soon be on the news, but for now the stone was with its owner. A light was burning around the silver trident with a crystal in the center. Yerim, surrounded by drones, was standing above a large lake with a new weapon in her hands. She noted that, as expected from S-class equipment, both the color and appearance were completely different. The girl looked down at the lake. She said that the first round of testing of the farm and ice tree spear, handcrafted by Wu, was starting now. Looking around the spacious body of water, she said that her target was that lake. The girl clutched her weapon with her other hands and noted that now was the time to try it. She sat down and swung it, and a huge ice force quickly headed towards the lake. In an instant, a huge chunk of ice appeared on its surface. Yerim covered her eyes from the sunlight, noting that they had bothered very much, and that with such a level. Suddenly, her blue eyes widened in confusion. The girl saw that a chunk of ice had come off the surface of the water. She wondered if her skill was really capable of such a thing. The screen showed a close-up image of an ice flow, and a voice noted how clearly the effect of enhancing the S-class ice attribute was noticeable. Many people had gathered in the high room, and in the large screen on the podium there were 3 people. The man with the microphone said that the 16th S-class weapon was born in their country. He also noted that it did not fall out as a dungeon reward, but was made by human hands. Simyoung pointed at the ice tree spear Farman, which was currently in the man's hands, with a smile on his face. He said that the weapon had been tested and was rated S-class, and the South Korean Hunters Association had also confirmed that the creator was Hunter Wu. A blonde man in a business suit was sitting in the hall, and he asked what the maximum level was for creation. Wu was sitting in front of the screen, wearing a red formal suit and with his hair up. He replied that he had no limit to the level of equipment he could create. Eugen was also sitting in the hall with a satisfied face, along with the surprised Seong Han, holding a drink in his hands. His friend also added that unless the skill level was above SS class, that would be required. Exclamations of admiration rang out throughout the hall, and the man remarked that it was incredible. The teacher smiled softly and asked if Wu needed to be guarded now, too. Eugen laughed and asked not to worry about it. Looking at his friend's happy face in the spotlight, he asked if he looked more impressive. Seong Han agreed, saying that compared to the first time he saw him, he definitely looked much better now. The man's mouth dropped open in surprise when the guy sitting next to him said that thanks to the creation of the equipment, Wu's stats had risen and were now around C class. The man indignantly asked how that was even possible. Eugen smiled widely and said that it was the first time he heard that stats could rise like that. The guy answered a little nervously that it must be some special case. Looking ahead at the podium, he said that whatever the case, Wu was indeed admired. A few hours ago, a loud cry of surprise rang out in the dorm room. Eugen, with his arms and legs spread out, looked at his embarrassed friend, who was holding a silver spear in his hands. He loudly asked if he really created this after just getting the skill. The other one only said that it happened that way. Wu waved his hand with a satisfied smile on his face. He said that there were just the right materials in the pile. When he spread his arms out to the sides, the teacher with round eyes saw an air whirlpool in which there were many different materials, from stones to monster bones. Wu said that this was a spatial storage containing a ton of S-class and SS-class materials. Eugen's eyes darted from one item to another, while his friend explained that it was attached to the skill, to the ice branch from here and the magic crystal from the workshop. A book suddenly appeared in his hands, which the guy with long hair began to leaf through, saying that to simplify the production, he was also given an encyclopedia. The teacher was deeply outraged in his thoughts that there were so many bindings to one skill. He exclaimed in his heart that he was given only one line of description and a stupid code word for an L-class skill. Wu turned to his friend who was lying down on the sofa, thinking that this was some kind of discrimination from the system. The guy with long hair asked him if he wanted to see his forge. Hearing this, Eugen turned around with interest and asked again. Sitting on the sofa, he looked with surprised eyes as his friend put his hand forward, as a result of which a golden seal was formed in that place. Wu said that he thought that this skill was just called Golden Forge for Beauty. Turning to face the teacher, he smiled softly and extended his hand to him, saying that only those people who received his permission can enter it. The brunette began to extend his hand, noting that in this case, there is no need to worry about the invasion of thieves. A thought flashed through his head that they are now like in a movie or a novel. When he touched his friend's hand, a dim yellow light began to flicker around. Passing through the teleportation for some time, he thought about how Wu was now the main character. The brown-haired man looked with a satisfied look at how his friend covered his eyes from the bright light after they were inside. A moment later, Eugen's eyes widened in surprise. He began to examine the huge, bright room with openwork carved walls. He looked at one of the wooden windows and indignantly asked if this wood would catch fire from the fire in the forge. Wu replied that he was also surprised at first. When they went deeper, the teacher leaned over and began to examine the forge. He asked about why there was no fuel, but it still burned. Suddenly, the fire in front of the guy's face began to grow. Eugen jumped back in fear when he saw the outline of a face in a huge piece of flame. The brown-haired man laughed as the teacher pulled him into a corner and began to chain him with his hand from the creature, loudly asking him to move even further. Wu replied that now he would be stronger than him. Looking at the outline of white eyes in the flame, he said that this was the spirit of fire. The teacher asked again in surprise. They both stood in front of the forge, and the large spirit of fire crossed his fiery arms over his chest. He greeted the owner and said that his name was Ismuar and that he was born from the last breath of the creator. Wu smiled softly, and Eugen's lower jaw dropped in surprise. He said that he had seen this in games before. The guy with long hair said that Ismuar helped him with the creation of weapons. Looking at the fiery face, he began to tell that the previous owner of fire prepared everything so that he could easily master the basis of manufacture. The teacher asked what kind of previous owner. Turning to his friend, he saw a bouquet of flowers in his hands. He asked if there were other hunters with the crafting skill, noting that he was the first. Wu hung his head and said that he himself did not understand, but that was all that was left. When he first entered the forge, he saw a large bouquet of bright crystal flowers, next to which lay a note. He said that there were only these flowers and a postcard with a message. Eugen approached with interest and asked if he could read it, noting that it was the first time he saw such letters. The brown-haired man replied that for some reason he understood what was written. Holding a note with hieroglyphs in his hands, he began to read a greeting and a wish for the air about the blessing of flame and iron. Dragons flew among the ruined ancient buildings, and Eugen began to think that sometimes traces of a certain civilization are found in the dungeons, and although the ruins are similar to their world, the elements are completely different. He noted that this was why everyone said that another world existed somewhere. In the equipped smithy, there was a man with a sledgehammer in his hands, and the spirit of fire was fiddling around nearby. The guy wondered if the owner of this smithy had lived in the past of this other world. He asked if he had really left all of this for the owner of the next generation skill. The guy thoughtfully lowered his head, touching his chin. He thought that in that case, the system. Wu interrupted his thoughts by saying that he was giving this to him. Eugen, removing his hand, threw him a surprised look. The brown-haired man, holding the flowers, smiled softly, noting that he received all of this thanks to him. Closing his eyes, he handed the bouquet to his friend, who froze with a dumbfounded face. The guy said that from now on, he would always follow him. He added that if he wanted independence or decided to stay in the abyss, he would do so too. Eugen looked at the flowers in surprise, while his friend said that if it weren't for him, then still. The teacher mentally began to rejoice and bathe in a pile of money, thinking that everything was going according to his plan. He mentally noted that Heian had transferred to him, and Wu had decided to follow voluntarily, and he could live on the money without any worries. Suddenly, Eugen suddenly sank. The guy with long hair froze in surprise when his friend abruptly told him that he didn't have to do this. The teacher began to pat himself on the back of his head. He said that he didn't have to take care of him. He bashfully looked away and said that to be honest, he had been hiding something for a while. Eugen with flowers in his hands, while he looked away, feeling awkward. He said that in fact, they hadn't met before. Eugen put his hand behind his neck, nervously answering, adding that he was mistaken and they had never met before. An awkward situation arose between them. The guy spread his arms out to the sides, trying to explain himself to his interlocutor, apologizing to Wu, whom he interrupted. Eugen raised his hands at face level, still frantically trying to apologize, urging him not to worry about himself. Wu looked at the young man. He was confused. The main character at this time was thinking why he was doing this, because he saw that the brown-haired man had finally matured, because he had dragged him for the sake of the skill, and was also sincerely glad that he had blossomed. Approaching and touching the door, the guy was about to go in. Such a picture popped up before Eugen's eyes while he was thinking about the fact that it was really better to let Wu go than to keep him by force. The guy drooped, looking at his interlocutor, who did not know what to say. The dome of the building shimmered in the sunlight, while the long-haired youth asked the F-class representative about his skill, which should give him more influence than any other guild. Eugen answered hesitantly, but positively. The sun's rays shone on Wu's face, who calmly answered the interlocutor that under such circumstances, one cannot worry about anything for a long time. Then he hands the bouquet to the protagonist, saying that he should accept it anyway, otherwise the flowers will burn. The long-haired guy with a sparkle in his eyes said that he will try to do everything he wants, not caring about Eugen, doing as he sees fit. Surrounded by paparazzi, wearing a red suit, Wu held a spear in his hand, while Yerim approached him. She took the spear in her hands. Eugen and Xiang Han sat among the guests on red chairs in business suits. The youth was clearly worried, holding a glass of drink in his hands. Wu was supported by the Abyss. He decided to give the hunter of this guild his first S-class weapon. The young man closed his eyes, upset, asking himself why he did it, because he could have gotten a bag of money. Yerim happily raised her hand with the spear up. Eugen looked at them a little upset, while the man in the black jacket focused his gaze on him. The protagonist praised the creator of this spear, really noticing that now he can be left alone. Several powerful spotlights shone directly on the stage. Seong-han asked the young man about Myung-woo's plans, whether he will be independent or work together with him. Eugen did not give a precise answer, but assumed that he would be welcome anywhere. The girl on the stage willingly maintained a conversation with the man in glasses. The protagonist propped his head with his hand, not understanding why Myung-woo would stay here if he could find a better place. Seong-han looked at him indignantly, unable to find words for the boy's expression that despite being friends with the long-haired guy, they were not that close and had not known each other for very long. He turned to Eugen. At that time, the girl with the microphone in her hands thanked the hunter for the new weapon, smiling widely. The protagonist suddenly choked on his drink and spat, hearing words of gratitude from Yerim and addressed to himself too. Myung-woo also took the microphone and picked up, adding that everything worked out thanks to the boy. Several powerful spotlights were directed towards Eugen, while the hunter thanked him, sincerely admitting the huge contribution of both the guild and the F-class representative himself. The entire hall turned their gaze to the protagonist, who was trying to hide his face with his hand. Seong-han smiled slightly, looking at the boy. He blushed from such attention, not understanding what he did to deserve it, while the man thought that the boy really did not understand how much he meant to them. Everyone in the room began to bustle about. Myung-woo smiled easily, being next to the girl who praised him for such words, because their goal was to show the value of Eugen, thereby guaranteeing him some safety. The glass multi-story building sparkled from the sunlight. Several days passed very calmly. The protagonist looked out the window. He had no reason to go out, although security was increased. Myung-woo was in his forge all the time and often brought the young man snacks, which he was content with. However, Peace was rather dejected, in a bad mood lately. The guy knelt down next to the animal, offering him a walk, to which the animal did not react. The young man took his pet in his arms, clearly worried about its condition, not understanding why it was so exhausted. Standing up and placing the animal on his shoulder, the protagonist assumed that its abduction could cause such harm to him. Going out into the corridor, they were noticed by a girl with long blonde hair. The girl looked at them enthusiastically, asking if they were heading to the training hall and took the initiative to escort them. She turned out to be the bodyguard for today. Her name was Kang So-yeon. She was in a class hunter recruited by the head of Jupiter from England, who was a tall and rather handsome man with a blonde hair. With special talents, at the age of 19, Sung Hyun-hee himself recruited her personally. She and Eugen were shown on the news, filmed from behind, as they headed to the conference room. The protagonist assumed that she would be a suitable passion for her brother and already called her sister-in-law in his mind. The blonde crouched in front of the beast, extending her index finger. She turned and looking at the protagonist, pointed towards the elevator, specifying their route to escort. Eugen was glad to see the girl and hoped that he would get along with her as well as his younger brother should. A small screen above the elevator entrance showed them a red one. At that moment, the girl started a conversation, mentioning a recent kidnapping. The girl and the guy with the pet in their arms entered the elevator. So-yeon expressed her joy to the guy, calling him her last hope. The protagonist asked what she meant. The blonde raised her index finger, telling him that she had an SS class. Eugen gasped in surprise. A huge flying lizard with green scales was the most untamable of all monsters. The girl fantasized about cutting through the sky riding a black dragon. However, finding a dragon even for in a class is almost impossible, but if she had such an opportunity, she would be able to move from dungeon to dungeon more freely than anyone else. The girl sighed in disappointment, saddened by the fact that she could not use her skill. The guy tried to maintain the dialogue, calling her situation very burdensome. Despite this, scientists in special protective suits tried to hatch eggs themselves, recording data about them. So-yeon counted on the protagonist's skill, telling her that in the dungeons under Jupiter's control, you can sometimes find dragon nests, and if you manage to hatch them, then she will finally get her dragon. The girl clasped her hands together and smiled at the thought of her own pet. Eugen was touched by the girl, thinking about how cute his younger brother's girlfriend is. Eugen fell off his feet after her words. She said that she would do everything to protect the young man, because he would have to raise her baby, which is why the guy fell, because the words sounded inappropriate. Trying to get to his feet with the pet on his head, the protagonist asked why she said that. The girl looked at him and replied that everyone says that. Eugen sighed with displeasure, with his pet on his head, remembering Moon Hyana, who was the one who started saying such phrases, to which the guy promised to make trouble for her. The huge training hall did not impress the animal that was lying on the floor. The guy knelt down in front of it, trying to figure out what was going on, and the blonde was nearby. Peace meowed discontentedly, not reacting to its owner. The young people looked at the animal with alarm, which did not want to do anything. Eugen tried to take the animal off himself, while the girl watched everything and considered it a very funny sight. touching his chin with his hand, so Eugen came up with an idea on how to safely walk with the monster. The young man looked at the girl with hope, not believing his ears when she suggested that they take a walk in another good place. The girl took out her phone, driving the guy into a panic when she suggested a garden on the roof of the guild building, mentioning that the leader might be there. The guy tried to stop the girl, but did not even have time to finish. The man put the phone to his ear, promising the huntress to send a car. Sung Hyuni sat in his chair, crossing his legs, telling them to come at any time. Leaning back in his chair, the guild leader looked at the aquarium, adding that he needed to prepare to meet his dear guests. The huge garden was illuminated by sunlight. The blonde and the brunette walked through the garden, while the young man was amazed at the existence of such a place right on the roof of the Jupiter building. The red-haired animal noticed a butterfly and looked up. After that, he meowed loudly, looking at his owner, who said that it was safe here. The girl put her hands on the shoulders of the guy, who was trying to convince the pet that it was safe here. The blonde kisses Eugen on the cheek, trying to convince the animal that she does not pose any threat to them. The guy embarrassedly walked away from the girl. Inside himself, he was indignant, saying that this is not right. Peace noticed blue flowers behind him, while his owner did not understand the girl's actions, allowing it because of her foreign origin. The animal began to examine them, while the girl and the guy watched him. Approaching the flowers, the pet began to sniff them, while the blonde was interested in whether he had seen such flowers before and whether he liked them. The next moment, the animal smashed the flower bed with its power, scattering the flowers to the sides. So Eugen was very happy with the pet's energy, but his owner did not appreciate such an act, starting to apologize for the mess. The girl touched her jacket, fantasizing about how their pets could play together. Meanwhile, the young man looked at her and asked about the breed of the dragon. The dome of the building incredibly sparkled in the sun. The blonde happily answered that a flying dragon of the 3rd class should hatch, dark and spiky-winged. These dragons are the strongest and they are completely covered in strong black scales, huge spikes on their wings. So Eugen touched her cheeks, touched by just one description of the dragon, while her opponent did not understand what was cute about it. The young man became nervous, wondering why she was so happy about the fact that there was poison on the tail of this lizard. With a smile, she looked at the young man and asked him to look into the garden more often in order to dilute the atmosphere. Eugen smiled at the blonde, agreeing with her words. He looked up at the sky, at the shining sun, wondering when he had last walked like this, because he had not been given such a luxury before his return. Pius, with flowers in his mouth, approached the owner with satisfaction, while he was thinking about how he could visit the garden more often. The young man crouched in front of the animal and took the flower, sitting in front of it, while the girl was touched by the peculiar gift of the pet to the owner. At this time, the skill of the week's intuition was activated, which is an ability that determines the approach of a hunter of a higher level. The girl turned around anxiously, asking Hyuni what brought him here. The protagonist was clearly wary and nervous. The leader's hand touched a beautiful purple flower, and he himself replied that he could not help but come. The tall blonde looked at the huntress, calling the young man an important guest. He is quite popular because he is the head of the leading guild in the country. He is surrounded by a huge number of paparazzi, and he himself has influence not only in Korea, but also abroad. Before his disappearance for several years, he was undoubtedly number one. Now the table was set with various delicacies. The guy was clearly in shock. He panicked even more when the blonde left him alone with the head of the guild. He himself calmly poured tea, which surprised the young man most of all. The man warned him to be careful because the tea was very hot. Eugen drank tea, looking at his companion with distrust, who was about to hand something to his pet. The winged dragon bone was rather elongated, but looked strong. Peace first looked at this item. He literally went crazy from the mere presence of the bone. The man said that usually all high-level carnivorous monsters like these bones. The guy looked at his pet, who was basking in this bone, licking it, having fallen to the ground. He was sure that Peace was delighted. The main character closed his eyes, trying the cookie, thinking that the guild leader was not so bad. The next moment, he shuddered. Eugen began to eat, looking at the friendly face of the man, thinking that his long-haired friend makes better snacks. He in turn noted that the brunette looked quite healthy and was happy about it. The young man replied with a smile that everything was fine, and he was embarrassed that the blonde came to see for himself. Hyuni smiled wider, reinforcing everything with the phrase that it was his duty because the guy still had to raise the baby. At these words, the main character once again mentally threatened the girl who put this phrase into circulation. The blonde placed his palms on the table, noting the importance of his words. The men looked at each other. The guild leader noted the guy's skills, as well as the fact that he was under the protection of the only blacksmith in the world, noting the incomparability of the interlocutor. The blonde continued, raising his palm at chest level, noting that other guilds would like to talk to Eugen. The blonde looked closely at the interlocutor, reinforcing his words about his influence on other people. The brunette looked warily at the man's palm, listening to his offer to try. He awkwardly looked away, trying to politely refuse him because he understood that he was asking him to take advantage of his position and noted his bad temper. Each of them tried to carefully insist on their own, looking for more and more arguments and compelling reasons. The protagonist was genuinely surprised to hear the words about the possible appearance of a second high-level monster for the purpose of protection. The blonde gasped in surprise, asking if his brother had really not told him about this. The silver fork broke off a piece of berry dessert, adding that the MKS would pay for everything, because they were guilty of the kidnapping, otherwise they would have faced unpleasant consequences. Hyoni raised his hand with a fork stained with dessert and looked sarcastically at his opponent, noting that his younger brother could have shared such information. The brunette looked away, saying that everything was fine, because the blonde thought he was talking like a blacksmith. The guy remembers how Eugen was talking about something with Simeon. He noted that the younger brother really did not tell him anything. He only waved his hand when the guy asked him about the progress of the investigation. The blonde put down a cup of tea, saying that lately he hasn't really understood his younger brother Eugen. He was clearly surprised when the guild leader asked about his influence and the possibility of creating his own guild, which would be no worse than others. Peace was still playing with the dragon bone, while his master was being convinced that he could create his own squad of monsters due to a number of reasons. The brunette got nervous, touching his cheek with his finger, but the man calmly answered his concerns about the illegality of such activities, that for now it really could be illegal. He began to pour himself more tea, smugly declaring that laws are something for the state and society. A stream of tea flowed into the general mass, forming a whirlpool where various monsters and destroyed buildings were clearly visible. The guy felt uneasy from the blonde's stories, because he said that the dungeons were only temporarily under their control, but the number and complexity of the meaning were not constant. He believed that in about 5 years everything would change and they would need any additional force. Eugen frowned and tensed up at the guild leader's words that he could be the source of eternal high-level power. Hyoni smiled carefree, advising his interlocutor to definitely talk to his brother. The next moment, his gaze became cold. The main character was tense, but he did not understand what was wrong, as if the blonde was talking down to him, neglecting and trying, and then his thoughts broke off. And so, again a glass multi-story building, sparkling in the sun. Eugen was interested in his brother. The girl sitting on the sofa turned to the brunette, sharing her suspicions. Putting her hand to her chin, Yerem thought about what she saw in the memory. Sitting in front of the dead body of a bricks participant, she used the whiteness of the body. In the memory, the man, along with his accomplices, twisted the brunette's hands behind his back, indignant at why he was conscious. Then one of them suggested that the Abyss Guild supplied the guy with some kind of antidote. Eugen tensed up after listening to the girl, because she said that his older brother did not have items with the effect of an antidote. Imagining Eugen turning around and looking back ominously, he listened to the girl who suspected the brunette's older brother of hiding something important. The building's windows were lit up by the sunset. Eugen was thinking about how Jupiter had decided to assign him a rank bodyguard for the return trip. The guy with a gloomy expression sat next to Hyoni, who said with a smile that he had to personally drive him. Eugen looked at his lap, where Peace was lying next to the flowers, and thought that the bodyguard had a mind of his own, and then wondered if it was normal for an S-class to move around so freely. He turned to the driver and said with an awkward smile that he was very grateful to him, but this would not give him any additional privileges. Suddenly, he fell silent and watched in horror as the man quickly reached for him. The blonde quickly fastened his seat belt. The hero listened in fear as he said with a smile that since he was an F-class, he should buckle up. Keeping his hand raised, the man added with a grin that he should consider this payment for not helping during the kidnapping. The boy held peace and timidly replied with a smile that it was nothing, while in his head he thought the man was creepy. Their car moved along the road, and Eugen remarked that, in any case, it was all MCS's fault, to which the man agreed. Looking at the road, he added that, however, the boy had visited him in person. Holding the steering wheel with one hand, he continued that, in addition, this allowed him to know that MCS was so rotten that it was better to tear them out by the roots as soon as possible. Hyoni turned his gaze out the window with a smile. Eugen looked at him in surprise. The sun was creating glare on the windows of skyscrapers, and the boy remembered that MCS would fall earlier than they were supposed to. Looking out the window, he added that, however, they were the first of the major guilds to collapse before he returned in time. Eugen turned his gaze to the driver. Looking at the man illuminated by the sunset, he thought that even before returning, he didn't know much about this man. He imagined the man sitting in a chair at a table with a book in his hands, and thought about how nothing was known about his past before waking up, and that because of his light skin, there were rumors that he was a foreigner or a mixed race. Then he added that it was still unknown where he was from, or whether he had any relatives. He put his hand to his mouth and wondered if he should use the sprout skill. He turned his gaze to the smiling Hyoni, thinking that he wanted to take a look at the International First Place's characteristics window. After all, there was nothing wrong with that. He wouldn't pay attention to just one glance. Then he added that he would activate the skill and take a quick look. He carefully glanced towards the driver. Looking towards the steering wheel, he decided that he would pretend to look at the billboard. He activated the sprout skill, thinking that he would not read everything, only part of it, and that he should not move his eyes. Hyun interrupted his thoughts by grabbing the guy by the neck. The bouquet fell from Eugen's lap. The car continued to move. The guy held the animal in fear and thought about what the hell was going on. The fear resistance skill activated, and the guy thought that he was now on the verge of death. He turned pale and looked down with wide eyes, thinking that he would die if the man squeezed his neck even a little. The man was watching the road with a calm smile. Sitting with his hand on his neck, the guy was frantically thinking about how the man noticed him, because he did not even have time to activate the skill. Peace jumped up and began to growl at the driver. The guy timidly looked up and said that he thought the man was accompanying him as a bodyguard, and then asked if he was going to follow in the footsteps of MCS. The blonde looked at him with a grin. He let go of the guy's neck. As he pulled his hand away, he said that he didn't understand what he was talking about since none of them had done anything. The driver looked at Eugen with a smirk. The guy held the angry animal with an awkward smile while Hyun asked him if that was true. The guild's skyscraper reflected the sun's rays, and the man mentally noted that the damn guy had excellent intuition. Simyung and Seong-han were standing near the entrance. Hyun got out of the car, smiling, saying that everyone had come out to greet them. He walked to the passenger door and opened it, letting the guy out, who flew out of the car like a bullet while the man called him a dear customer. Eugen, with Peace in his arms, stood next to Seong-han in fear, and Hyun noticed that he was very frisky. The man wanted to give him the forgotten flowers, but his way was blocked by Simyung, who asked him what he was doing there and said that his sudden visit without warning was very problematic. Standing in front of him, Hyun called him by name. He raised his hand slightly and said with a smile that he should have been notified if an A-class hunter or higher came, to which the leader annoyedly replied that this was not the problem. Simyung adjusted his glasses and sternly said that hunter guilds were a kind of military group, and Hyun was well aware that S-classes were rarely allowed into other S-class guilds. Eugen silently listened as the man said that Hyun knew very well what had happened in such cases. The boy wondered why the man had personally driven him then. Suddenly, he looked at them in shock. He looked at the smiling Hyun, realizing that he was deliberately fooling them for fun. The blonde pulled out a single flower from the bouquet, saying that there was no need to be so harsh. He smiled and stuffed the flower into the pocket of an irritated Simyung, adding that he had taken it upon himself to ensure Eugen's safety. The leader watched in anger as Hyun walked past him, put his hand in his pocket, and told the boy that he wanted to give him a gift along with the bouquet. He opened a box that contained 2 red earrings and said that it was a small gift that increased mana stats and contained a B-class shield, adding that Soyoung would be using them often from now on, and then asked him to take care of it. Eugen looked at the gift in surprise, thinking that an item with a skill would be hard to get even for several 100 million won. He was suddenly shocked by Hyun's words about not seeing the earrings on him and assumed that he had lost them during the kidnapping, and Eugen wondered when he had noticed it. The man smiled and said that this gift might seem excessive, but the greatest effectiveness can only be expected from such excesses. Hyun opened the driver's door and, smiling broadly, said that he hoped for a long and fruitful cooperation. The morning sun illuminated the bathroom. The guy's hand was resting on the table next to an empty earring box. Eugen was examining himself with new earrings. His face was in the water. He turned around and called Peace to launch missiles. The animal enthusiastically rushed into the room. It jumped on the guy, but a shield appeared in front of him, which he hit. Eugen caught the stunned animal and said with a smile that the shield worked fine. Suddenly, the guy sniffed Peace, noticing that he smelled strange, after which he added that the animal had played well today and needed to rinse off. Eugen happily ran to the bathroom, throwing the pet. Peace sat sadly under a stream of water with foam on his head. The guy poured water on him from a shower head and, while washing the pet, said that he was glad that the animal had restored its energy, and besides, Eugen got an item that increased the mana stat, adding that it was a good trip. Eugen remembered how Simyung yelled at him and thought that he did not want to go to Jupiter anymore. Simyung angrily looked after Hyun and said that he was impudent, and that if their leader came out, everything around would turn into a sea of... And Eugen said with a smile that he was just exaggerating. The man turned to him irritably, saying that he was not joking, because it was impossible to predict how everything could end if they crossed paths, and told him that once the leader was arrested after his trip to one of the guilds. After hearing this, the guy, shocked, asked again what happened to his brother. Coming out of his memories, Eugen looked down in frustration, wondering what his brother had been doing all this time. He thought that he also needed to cast the education effect on 50 equally dangerous people, adding that he wanted to grab the system by the scruff of the neck and make a scene. Peace began to shake off the water, splashing everything around. Suddenly, the animal jumped out of the tub with a scream. The guy fell back in surprise and told him to stop. Eugen caught the pet in the air, asking where it was going, then called it a hooligan. Looking at Peace, he said that he needed to dry off. Suddenly, he noticed that instead of a pet, he had a toy in his hands. Dokibai watched as he turned around in irritation at the wet animal and asked when he learned the body substitution technique, then said that it was a gift from him. Eugen looked at the happy spirit who waved to him and said that here he is. Dokibai came down from the windowsill holding another toy, and Eugen asked if these were Japanese toys, to which the guy replied that they were. But they were not sold as a toy piece, but as a toy flame-horned lion, after which he added that no matter what you call a rose, it will still smell like a rose. The spirit circled in front of the guy, naming the price of everything. The headband with ears cost 1650 yen. The 50 centimeters toy cost 6050 yen. The backpack 2700 yen, and the 30 centimeters toy cost 3850 yen. Dokibai flew up to the confused guy and, putting the ears on him, said that after the show the guy became famous all over the world, to which Eugen replied that he did not really pay attention to the internet's reaction. The spirit extended the tablet into the guy's hand. Eugen asked what was going on with work and whether he was having fun all the time, to which Dokibai answered negatively, asking who he took him for. He sat down next to Peace while the guy was looking at the tablet, telling the animal that he was a real fiery horned lion. Eugen admired the fact that the spirit really had everything filled in, adding that he was much more diligent than he expected, then asked why there was no information about any dungeons. Dokibai put his head on his hand and said that he could not enter them. Eugen looked at him in surprise and asked why he couldn't get into the dungeon, to which the spirit replied that he didn't know, but every time he tried to enter the dungeon, he was thrown out. The guy listened to this in surprise, wondering if it was because the spirit had the power of the dungeon, after which he thought that the dungeon couldn't be pushed into the dungeon. He put down the tablet and thought that if Dokibai was essentially the same as a dungeon. Without finishing his thought, he called out to the spirit. The guy suddenly hugged Dokibai, frightening him with this, and called him his love, because of which the spirit asked what the hell he was suddenly doing. Peace poked the toy with his paw in interest, while the guy said that he was just showing love. The spirit tried to break free and demanded that he let go, to which Eugen replied that he shouldn't be naughty, but hugged him and teleported away. Hugging Dokibai, he looked back at him slyly. It was night outside. Dokibai nervously asked why he needed to teleport, and the guy said that he should obey his superiors and that he wouldn't let go of him if the spirit didn't obey. Dokibai sadly resigned himself. Suddenly they were in the air. Eugen looked down in surprise, and the guy said that he would only do it for a little while. The headband with ears fell onto the night city. The guys were hovering in the air above the city. Eugen looked down in surprise and thought that this was exactly the same feeling as when passing through the gates of the dungeon. An image of shining gates appeared in his head. Dokibai pushed off the air that lit up under his foot. Step by step, the spirit with the guy in his arms teleported through the air above the city. Eugen looked around. Before the next jump, he began to think that, to be more precise, each such teleportation is a movement through a kind of dungeon. A man in glasses was sitting behind the wheel of a car, an aura lit up above his hood. Suddenly, Dokibai appeared in front of him with a guy in his arms, which scared him a lot. Eugen apologized. The guy looked at the night sky, thinking that this was just like his last trip to the dungeon. The system window glitched, and the guy happily finished his thought, thinking that the system window was changing. The frightened driver watched as the guys jumped into the teleportation portal. Eugen thought that the system sent him messages when he was in the dungeon, and therefore, if he used the power of Dokibai, then perhaps he would be able to talk to the system normally. The guy, sitting on the spirit's arms, pointed at something with a smile and said that he needed to do this a few more times. The spirit looked exhausted and said heavily that he could no longer. The guy grabbed Eugen by the waistband of his pants, saying that when he held someone like that, he wanted to. Without finishing his sentence, he flipped the guy over his back and slammed him into the ground, shouting the name of the fight as Siren. Dokibai hovered in the air above the guy lying on the ground and sheepishly said that he couldn't hold back. Eugen asked if he was really trying to stick to his role as a spirit. Dokibai, looking at the guy who was stretching his shoulder, asked if he was hurt, and the guy thought with a nervous smile that he couldn't imagine what it would be like without a shield. He swiped his finger through the air to open the system window, adding that there should have been enough time for the system to send him something. A notification window opened in front of him. Peace's growth acceleration was activated, and in the skill description, the letters that form the inscription "Go to the dungeon" were highlighted. The guy looked at this, irritated. He kept his eyes on the system window and thought about how it was a typo, now the change in object descriptions, and then wondered if he couldn't just open the chat like he did in the dungeon. He remembered the moment when he received unknown notifications and thought that based on the content, he wouldn't even be able to find him until he entered the dungeon, and then wondered if it was possible that they just couldn't do much in his world. He placed his hand on the spirit's head as it nervously asked if he should give him potions. Eugen removed his hand and said with a smile that everything was fine and he just needed to check something, and that thanks to Dokibai, he was able to do it. As he walked away from the spirit, he looked back at it and told it to go, and that if he needed anything, he would call, and then thought that he had no choice but to return to the dungeon. The guy smiled wickedly, raising his hand, and said that the spirit did a great job, calling him his favorite. Dobi looked at him in confusion. An image of his grandmother appeared in his imagination, and he wondered why the boss looked so much like the grandmother who owned the house in ancient times. The night sky hung over the city. Dobi said that he would see the guy off and offered to teleport him home, to which the guy agreed, thinking that this was how the spirit ended up under the influence of education. The light was on in the guy's room. He looked at the message on his phone, which indicated the location of the winnings, and said that it was not far. Eugen, looking in the mirror, put on a black hat, saying that no one would recognize him this way. He picked up his sunglasses and thought that it was time for him to move, because this was the only chance while the black guy's skills were still active. He put on his glasses and covered his face with a mask, adding that he was just quickly running to the dungeon for a short chat, and mentally addressed the system, thinking that he was already on his way to it. There was a plant with large leaves in the corridor. Suddenly, Eugen appeared from around the corner. Step by step, he tried to walk down the corridor stealthily, leaning against one wall or another. Sitting behind a large flower, he held the leaf at face level and thought that this was the first stage. He activated the stealth skill Wall Lizard, after which he activated 2 more skills to quadruple it, Final Retribution and Rachida's Predator. The guy hid his presence and, sitting opposite the elevator with security, thought that it would be very suspicious if the elevator suddenly went to a floor to which no one called it. The elevator doors opened slightly. A man in a white coat came out of the elevator with a cart full of food. Eugen quickly slipped inside while the man said that he was bringing lunches. Adjusting his mask, he looked at the guy through the closing door and thought that he came at this time on purpose, and that the skill was strengthened 4-fold, so he did not have to worry about being found even by class hunters. Eugen held onto his hat, standing in the corner of the elevator next to the crowd of workers. The elevator reached the first floor and the door began to open, and the guy continued to think about how, in addition, stealth skills are inherent only to monsters, and Dobi is the only non-monster that has such a skill. Eugen looked around as he exited the elevator, thinking that no one would suspect that someone could exit or enter using the stealth skill. He looked at the arched metal detector, which the man in the suit was heading towards. Eugen took off while the man stood in the frame with his hands up and was being examined by a female guard. The guy flew past their feet at high speed, thinking that all he had to do was get out of there. While he was running away from there, the girl told the man that the alarm had gone off and she needed to inspect him, to which he said in surprise that he seemed to have laid out all his equipment. Clouds floated across the sky, and the guy mentally apologized, adding that after the skill ended, he would behave lower than grass, quieter than water. The multi-story building was surrounded by a blue barrier. The guy stood in front of the front door and, trying to catch his breath, said that the road here alone was more difficult than the dungeon itself. He stood at the remote control to enter the code and, looking around, was glad that no one was watching the F-class dungeons. The door opened and the gates of the dungeon appeared behind it. Looking at them, the guy thought that he would just quickly go talk to the system and then return back to the dorm. He began to count on his fingers, saying that he took items and many potions with him. Then Eugen took out the gate stone, saying that he would take it just in case. He remembered the moment when Eugen gave him this item and, squeezing it in his fist, he thought with relief that he did the right thing by taking it, and mentally thanked his brother. Looking up at the gate, he turned to his brother, thinking that perhaps he would only go here and immediately return to a peaceful life. He stepped into the dungeon, and the gate shone with blue light. The guy ran in the shadow of the tall crowns of the trees. Looking around, he said that this was supposed to be a forest dungeon, but it looked more like a jungle. The monsters watched him from the tree branches as he accessed the system. There were many shining eyes watching him from the shadows, and Eugen said that the system could at least direct him to the right place. The monsters jumped at him with a roar. A blue energy whip cut through a monkey. The whips growing from the boy's back destroyed the monsters one by one, while he wondered out loud if the system would take a while to find him again. The boy walked towards the bushes, the whips continued to wriggle, and the corpses of the monsters fell to the ground. He ran through the forest past the monkeys, cutting them down, keeping his hands in his pockets and trying to shout to the system. He extended his hand, activated the viscous poison and began to accumulate a dark substance in his hand, saying that he had already arrived. Leaping up, he threw the poison at the monsters, shouting for the system to finally show itself. He stepped on the roots of the trees, shouting to the system. Climbing up the pile of corpses, he raised his hand to his mouth and screamed for the damned system to finally answer him. Eugen lowered himself and began collecting magic stones, complaining that at this rate he would simply clear the dungeon, adding that F-rank stones were practically worthless. Suddenly, he fell backwards in fear because of the system window that appeared and exclaimed that the system scared him. The system window, written in Leet style, said that it was not their fault. The guy scratched his head in confusion and wondered what that meant. He looked at another window that appeared, not having time to finish his question about why it was written like that and what they were talking about. The window that appeared was a description of the wishing stone, and the guy asked what they had this time. He thoughtfully said that he remembered the wishing stone and then asked what it meant. Suddenly, the line about the ban on resurrecting the dead began to erase before the guy's eyes. He did not take his eyes off what was happening and wondered why it was erasing. Suddenly, in place of this line, the system wrote an apology and an awkward emoji. The guy looked at it in bewilderment, asking why they were apologizing. This message was repeating in his head when suddenly he realized something. He, kneeling, grabbed his head and screamed, asking if the ban on resurrecting the dead was really a bluff. He put his hands in front of himself and screamed in rage at the system, saying that it was not for nothing that he found it strange last time, because how can it be that the dead cannot be resurrected, but time can be turned back? Symbols appeared on the system window showing that the system was ashamed, and the guy continued to scream, asking why it deceived him, after which he insulted it. In a rage, he asked if she was implying that she couldn't tell him, and if she could only communicate with such symbols. He took out the gate stone and, insulting her again, told her to look at it. He raised the object above his head and angrily shouted at the system that he could easily deal with even a high-level monster so she could speak calmly. He fell silent, and silence hung in the air. Suddenly, a response from the system appeared, and the boy said in surprise that this was what he meant. Before he could finish speaking, he looked at the windows appearing in shock. System windows appeared in the air one after another, and he asked in shock what all this was. As they appeared, the boy asked him to slow down. They said that he should not get angry because they understood how unpleasant it was and that they wanted to tell him everything, but direct contact would cause certain consequences, and the stronger the interference, the easier it was to detect. The system then said that additional preparations were needed, because if too much information came out, he would be in danger, and then asked him to prepare thoroughly for a week. Eugen read the inscriptions in surprise, asking why so much time, a whole week, and whether they were asking him to come back a week after the preparations. The guy thoughtfully brought his hand to his chin and, thinking that by then the effect of the final retribution would end and he would again be a simple F rank, said that he would have to find another way. He remembered the moment when the flame bird appeared, when Yerim covered him with her spear, and he wondered what the system meant by danger and interference and what it meant that it could be noticed, then asked himself if there was someone else besides the system, and if this was somehow related to the monster that appeared last time after the system's messages. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the space while the guy was thinking about how the more messages they sent, the more dangerous it would be. Eugen looked at the space in front of him in fear as it became covered in a web of cracks. The space at the crack burst, throwing the guy back, covering his face with his hands. The system window began to glitch, and looking at it, Eugen thought that he was in trouble. Covering his face from the fragments, he wondered out loud if it was because the system sent so many messages. He watched as the energy swirled in the crack and asked in horror if something scarier than last time would appear now. Suddenly, energy spilled out of the crack around the area. The guy continued to cover his face from the light, thinking that he would be blinded too much. He lowered his hand, holding the gate stone in it, and wondered if a monster scarier than Lachitas would really appear. The guy looked in surprise at the white lump that appeared on the ground, dust settling around it. He thought with a shocked expression that it was a dumpling. The ball turned out to be a small chick. It was trying to roll over on its feet while the guy was thinking if it was really a monster. The chick couldn't turn around and squeaked, which is why the guy mentally called it a cutie. Eugen watched from the bushes as the chick ran along the ground, deciding that he shouldn't let his guard down, because even if it looked cute, it could actually be a ferocious monster. He used the sprout skill on the running chick. An information window opened, in which it was only visible that it was F rank, other information was blurred. The guy thought that it seemed to him like an ordinary monster, even taking into account the system errors, after which he wondered what to do, whether to kill it, but it was a baby D and the system did not indicate the appearance of the boss. Suddenly, Eugen opened his mouth in surprise. He saw a chick trying to eat a magic stone and shouted that this stone was very poisonous. The next moment, Eugen quickly grabbed it and moved it away from the stone, shouting for it not to eat it. The guy immediately broke out in a sweat and thought in confusion about what he had picked it up. He looked at the chick lying in his palms and thought that it was very soft and cute. Suddenly, the chick began to squeak, flapping its wings. The guy looked at it pitifully and asked it not to cry, saying that if it ate it, it would hurt its stomach. On the branch behind Eugen, there was another monster looking at him while he asked the chick if it ate mana stones. Suddenly, a monkey rushed at them from behind. The guy's whip cut its jaw. The monster fell dead, and the guy told the chick that he would not let it get hurt. He looked back and saw dozens of eyes looking at them, then said that they had come again. He lifted the chick to his face and asked it to sit still while he collected food for it. The gates of the dungeon opened in the air. The guy stood in front of the corpse of a huge turtle and scratched his head, saying that in the end he got all the way to the boss. An image of him fighting monsters and the chick running after stones appeared in his mind, and Eugen said that it swallowed all the mana stones that fell over and over again. He held the chick on the finger of one hand, and in the other he held a large mana crystal, and, calling it a glutton, he asked if this was enough for him. Suddenly, the chick greedily jumped onto the stone in the guy's hand and began to lick it, while Eugen, shocked, said that it was eating again and that he would not fit into the chick. At that moment, a system window appeared. The guy tore the chick off the rock, shouting for it to wait for Eugen to break it. The window said that he had received an amazing achievement. The icon of the achievement Miracle Rookie and a system window appeared in front of the guy, saying that he had successfully completed an F-class dungeon solo with F-class stats and skills using less than 3 items. Eugen read the inscriptions. The chick jumped out of his hand again while he thought about the fact that this was given for solo completion of a dungeon. Suddenly, he noticed in surprise that this was an S-class achievement, asking out loud if they give an S-class title for an F-class dungeon. The description of the achievement said that a distinguished rookie hunter who solo completed an F-class dungeon with low stats, and the reward was doubling the rewards received from dungeons. After reading this, the guy collapsed to the ground next to the chick gnawing on the crystal and said that doubling the rewards was a great reward, but that low-level dungeons did not give good rewards, and the last reward would soon end. The chick with a full belly fell to the ground. Eugen stood up upset, asking if other classes gave titles for solo completion, adding that he could now complete a D-class dungeon. He picked up the chick, looked ahead confidently, and thought that even if it wasn't entirely fair, he should go through another dungeon and see what they would give him, after which he asked to give him something good. The guy looked at the chick and exclaimed, asking if it had swallowed a boulder and if it was a bird or a pig. Particles flew through the air. The guy thought that, in the end, he had safely returned to the dorm. The guild skyscraper glared in the sun. Peace jumped on the chick and bit it, causing it to squeak. The guy sat with the chick under the scratched door and thought that, as it seemed to him, everything was fine, but he was wrong. A scraping sound was heard from behind the door, and Eugen was frightened and wondered what to do because Peace had gone mad. He remembered his pet making a mess in the room with a chick in its mouth and wondered how he didn't think about keeping cats and birds together when he almost became Peace's prey. Eugen held the exhausted chick in his arms and thought about how he shouldn't have brought it home, but on the other hand, he couldn't just abandon the baby. In his fantasy, Eugen imagined that there was a huge Peace with a muscular body on the other side of the door, banging on the door, and then thought that maybe he could calm him down and explain everything with words. While he was looking at the chick, Eugen came up to him and interrupted his thoughts about not being able to keep them apart by himself. His intuition of the weak skill activated and warned him that an S-class hunter was approaching, causing him to scream in fear after his brother asked him what he was doing there. The chick fell to the floor and Eugen looked at it with interest. Eugen quickly covered it with his hands, after which his brother said that it did not look like a normal chicken. Eugen replied that it was a monster. His brother exclaimed in shock, asking what that meant. He grabbed his brother by the shoulders. Eugen was covered in sweat while his brother asked him how the monster got here. The guy awkwardly answered that he picked it up in the hallway. Eugen looked at him with his mouth open, listening to his brother say that, apparently, someone abandoned it, and that he himself was completely shocked, because abandoned pets are a very big problem, asking for the sake of appearances what people were only thinking. Eugen sighed heavily, saying that he wanted to ask him something. Eugen quickly took his brother's hand. Without listening to his brother, he said with a smile that he was very glad his brother came, and for him to help him calm Peace down. The enraged pet stood in a stance while the owner told him to be a cutie. Eugen watched in silence as he fearfully held the chick in his hands, telling Peace that it wasn't food, it was his little brother, and not to hurt it. The animal lunged at the chick Eugen was holding again, interrupting Eugen as he was talking about what he came for. The boy turned away from what was happening, and, ignoring his brother's screams, continued to say that he wanted to ask something about the kidnapping. He opened his eyes. Peace jumped from behind him onto his lap, while the boy was saying that he couldn't bring himself to talk about it because it was a traumatic experience for him. Eugen sternly grabbed the animal by the scruff of the neck, adding that he still needed to make sure. Eugen watched in shock as his brother threw Peace to the ceiling, the animal screaming at the top of its lungs. The boy swallowed his tongue in shock and squeezed the pet in his hands, while his brother, rubbing his hands, said that now everything was fine and they could talk. Eugen suddenly shouted at his brother in rage, asking what he meant by his fine and what the hell he was doing. Eugen listened to his brother in surprise, saying nothing in response. Eugen shook his hands, looking at Peace with displeasure. The protagonist was horrified by his younger brother's actions. Eugen told his older brother that they could talk calmly now. Eugen furrowed his brows in rage and opened his mouth wide. The protagonist asked his younger brother what he was doing. Eugen raised his eyebrows, looking at his older brother in surprise. The white tiles of the room reflected the bright light. Eugen furiously asked his younger brother why he abandoned such a small child. The protagonist grabbed his younger brother by the shirt, glaring at him with an evil glare. Eugen told Eugen not to pretend that he didn't see anything wrong with it. Eugen told his older brother that Peace had C-class stats and that it should be a piece of cake for him. Peace jumped from the ceiling to the floor, looking at the protagonist with wide eyes. Peace and Eugen looked at the enraged protagonist with confusion. Eugen asked Eugen what was wrong. He considered it a valid argument, and that now everyone should be thrown around if their stats were high enough. Eugen told his older brother that it was not like that and asked him to calm down first. Eugen opened his mouth wide, furiously scolding his younger brother. Eugen told Eugen to quickly sit down on the couch and look down at the floor, but not quite at the floor. Eugen and Peace sat on the couch with a guilty look. The protagonist mentioned Soyoung in the conversation, telling the younger brother that she said that her pet would be her companion for life and that she would take care of it like her own child, adding that even the head of Jupiter brought Peace a gift. The protagonist extended his hand, pointing his finger at Eugen, who looked at his older brother with confusion. The protagonist told Eugen that he was its owner, but he still allowed himself to throw it around, adding that he didn't care about Peace at all. Eugen turned his gaze to the confused Peace. Eugen told his older brother that he couldn't say that he didn't care about Peace at all. The protagonist opened his mouth wide in confusion, clutching the back of his head. Eugen told Eugen that of course he was happy that he had a high-class beast, and that it was a very valuable tool, adding that from now on he would try to be more gentle with it. Eugen was slightly shocked, asking Eugen that he considered Peace a tool. The protagonist's eyes widened in anger, pointing his finger down. Peepo sat on the protagonist's shoulder, spreading its wings to the sides. The protagonist told his younger brother that this was why Peace didn't listen to him. Eugen looked at his older brother in confusion, his eyes wide. He told Eugen that a few trips to the dungeon would fix it. The protagonist clenched his fist in anger, his mouth wide open. The protagonist told the younger brother that it wasn't that, but his attitude, asking if he did anything for Peace. Eugen sadly hung his head, looking at the floor. He told the older brother that he was buying food for Peace. The protagonist looked like an angry cat, baring his teeth. Eugen told Eugen that he really did want to pay with food, asking where he was when he was putting all his effort into raising Peace. Eugen slightly slumped, hanging his head. The protagonist put his hands on his hips, glaring at the younger brother. Eugen told the older brother that it was his fault. Eugen thought that it looked like he didn't understand what he was doing wrong. The protagonist remembered a moment from their childhood when Eugen dragged a huge tree branch. The protagonist thought that his younger brother had always been like this since they were kids, noting that he didn't care about the opinions of others when he could easily break off a whole tree branch. The protagonist closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Eugen told Eugen to hug him at least once. Eugen stood up from the couch, looking happily at his older brother and spreading his arms out to the sides. The protagonist told his younger brother to hug Peace, not him. Eugen sat down on the couch and hugged Peace with a downcast face, without touching him. The protagonist told his younger brother that this was a completely different matter and it was a joy to behold. The protagonist plopped down on the couch, closing his eyes. Eugen and Peace quickly jumped apart. Eugen told Eugen to hug him more often and to try to be friendlier with Peace. Peace walked up to the protagonist, raising his paw. The protagonist turned his attention to Peace, holding Peepo in his arms. Peace pressed his paws against the protagonist's leg, looking at him guiltily. Eugen thought that Peace looked upset because he knew that he would scold him for his attitude towards Peepo. The protagonist extended his arms towards Peace, holding Peepo in them. Peace extended his paw towards Peepo. The protagonist asked Peace if he would bully Peepo anymore. Peace closed his eyes and licked Peepo with his tongue. The protagonist asked Peace if he was trying to eat him. The protagonist stroked Peace's head, causing him to wag his tail contentedly. Eugen noticed that Peace understood him, telling him how cute he was. Peace stood on the floor, extending his paws towards the protagonist. The protagonist extended his arms towards Peace with a wide smile. Eugen told Peace that he would have to house them separately anyway. Eugen told his older brother that they should at least do a one-time check anyway, adding that he would call someone. Eugen turned his head, looking at his younger brother with a smile. Peace was sitting on the protagonist's lap, licking his paw. Eugen asked Eugen if he had any free time next week. Eugen looked at his older brother with a serious expression, pursing his lips. The protagonist suggested that Eugen go to the dungeon to have him look at his skills, adding that they should take Peace with them so that they could get closer. Eugen slightly opened his mouth. He told his older brother that he would prepare everything. Peepo was sitting on the protagonist's shoulder, looking away indifferently. Eugen looked at his older brother, leaving with a serious expression. Eugen thought that evading and making excuses with lies was so obvious that anyone would notice, thinking that his older brother was hiding something. Eugen thought that he had entered dungeons twice more since that day. The protagonist ran away from the flying bugs in the dungeon in a panic. The protagonist remembered that he had entered an E-class underground cave. The protagonist sat with his hand outstretched towards the water snake. The protagonist remembered that he had also entered a D-class lake dungeon. Eugen looked closely at the system windows, raising his eyebrows. The protagonist noticed that the system greeted him every time he entered a dungeon. Eugen received many stones and rewards. System notifications. Incredible achievement. You have successfully completed an E-class dungeon solo with F-class stats and skills, using less than 5 items in the process. F-class veteran. You are a superhuman who has reached the peak of an F-class hunter. Your attack power is doubled. The protagonist stared at the system window in rage. Eugen was asking the system if they were normal there at all, because he didn't have a single attack skill and it was useless for him. The protagonist put his hand to his face and frowned as he looked at the achievements given to him. The protagonist thought that he was indignant like an old woman at the market, and next time they would give him something more or less useful. System notification. You managed to successfully solo an E-class dungeon with F-class stats and skills, using less than 5 items in the process. Achievements have appeared. Elusive. You must be a master of stealth to be able to clear a D-class dungeon as an F-class. Find hidden. You are difficult to detect even for those who are specifically looking for you. Another bonus. You can share the effects of 1 rank or 1 skill below S-class with 1 person in physical contact with you. Eugen said that any rag would come in handy at 3 years old. The protagonist sat on the floor with a thoughtful look and crossed his legs. Peace ate appetizingly from a bowl. Peepo stood next to a jar of magic crystals. The protagonist thought that it would be nice to use the bonus to double the attack skills of Eugen or Yerem, but he would only be able to share it upon contact, and in battle he would simply be crushed into dust. The protagonist raised a small bottle up. Peepo happily looked at the crystals, holding onto the bottle tightly. Eugen told Peepo that this was not meant for him. The protagonist thought that it might be due to that system error, but Peepo had a lot of oddities. The protagonist remembered how he studied Peepo by putting him on the scales. The protagonist noted that the tamer skill that Eugen brought did not work, and that even he could not check his growth conditions or activate my baby is the best on him. Peace closed his eyes and opened his mouth wide, yawning. Peepo ran quickly towards the lying Peace. Peace opened his eyes wide and turned his head, looking at Peepo, who jumped on him. Peepo happily sat on Peace's head. The protagonist suddenly rushed with the phone, taking a photo of Peace with Peepo. Eugen asked them to freeze so that he could take a photo of them. Peepo stood up on his paws and spread his wings to the sides. Peepo lost his balance on the head and began to roll down Peace's face. Peepo fell under Peace's paws, lying on his back. The protagonist looked at the photos he had taken on his phone. Eugen said that the picture of Peepo standing on Peace's head could be used as a new profile picture. The protagonist thought that he finally got a social media account, something he had wanted to do for a long time. The protagonist's eyes widened as he looked at the profile on his phone. The protagonist was surprised that he had so many followers. Eugen thought that it was because his babies were too cute. Dakibai suddenly appeared from the TV, smiling widely. Dakibai told the protagonist to follow him back. Dakibai extended his finger with a sharp claw towards Peepo. Dakibai told the protagonist that everyone was going crazy over how cute he was, noting that Peepo was a brand new gluttonous rice cake. Dakibai held out a large magic stone and Peepo immediately grabbed it. The protagonist was shocked by what he saw. Dakibai offered Peepo a mana stone. The protagonist was surprised to see that it was in a class stone. The protagonist grabbed Peepo, cursing angrily at Dakibai with an innocent expression. The protagonist called Dakibai a hooligan, telling him not to give anything away so easily and not to throw away such valuables. Dakibai folded his hands together, blushing slightly, seeing the protagonist as a cursing granny. Dakibai told the protagonist that he would remember this and called him a granny. Eugen thought that he had not yet understood anything, and Dakibai was already under the influence of his upbringing, adding that everything gradually began to unfold and develop. It was raining heavily outside. On TV, they said that a building for breeding animals would be built right next to the Abyss Guild. The news from the construction site of the building was on TV. The news said that thanks to the hiring of an awakened construction team and the surplus of building materials, the building was scheduled to be ready for use in 2 weeks. The protagonist watched the news with a dumbfounded look and folded his laundry. The protagonist was surprised that such a thing was even possible, noting that he heard that they had invested a lot of money into it. The protagonist looked up thoughtfully, pursing his lips. He thought that after the construction was completed, there would still be a lot of work. Eugen imagined a huge number of beasts and images of Myeongwoo and Heian. The protagonist thought about calling Myeongwoo and hiring Heian since more monster cubs would arrive soon, and thought about other hired workers. The protagonist threw the things out of his hands and sadly fell to the floor. Eugen said that he did not understand what the hell he was doing since he just wanted to enjoy life. The protagonist peered out from under his arm, looking away dejectedly. He thought that he should sort everything out in order, and first he needed to contact the system in a few days. The protagonist remembered the moment when the system contacted him, showing him the wishing stone. The protagonist thought that this really bothered him, and that he could still turn a blind eye to the fact that they changed the description of the wishing stone, since he did not lose anything in the end, noting that the system clearly knew about everything that happened before returning in time. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth with a serious expression. He said that it was not his fault. The protagonist remembered the moment when the system told him that it was not his fault. Eugen thought that more importantly, is it not usually said when something goes wrong? The protagonist began to pack his things again with a serious face. He thought that the system spoke to him as if something went wrong in his return in time. The protagonist fell onto the sofa and began to wave his arms and legs in displeasure. Eugen said that he didn't know anything, and thinking about it wouldn't give him an answer. The protagonist closed his eyes and put his hands behind his head, pursing his lips. He thought that he would definitely have to ask the system when he went to the dungeon next week. The protagonist thought that he should have been more careful. The entire area was burning with purple flames. A sharp blade was pointed at the protagonist's body, causing him to stare in confusion. Eugen furrowed his brows and glared at his older brother. Eugen, with his eyes flashing red, looked at Eugen, holding a sword to his neck. The protagonist thought that before things turned out this way, he should have been more honest with his younger brother. The table was set with delicious dishes and snacks. The protagonist thought that he should have guessed earlier how this would turn out. Manhwa turned to the protagonist with a smile, who was holding a frying pan with fried eggs in his hands. Eugen told Manhwa that he didn't have to cook so much and apologized to him, saying that all he could do was fry eggs. Manhwa told the protagonist not to worry, as he was doing all of this of his own free will. Eugen, Yerem, and Manhwa gathered at the table with the protagonist. Eugen thanked Manhwa for the food. The protagonist recalled that he had gathered everyone together that day so that they could get to know each other better. Yerem closed her eyes and smiled widely, clutching a spoon in her hand. Yerem said that Manhwa was the best, as always. Eugen closed his eyes and smiled widely, pointing to the food with his hand. The protagonist told his younger brother to try the food, as it was very delicious. Eugen furrowed his brows and looked at the food with a serious expression, holding the chopsticks in his hand. Eugen said that it was fine and that his older brother's fried eggs were enough for him. There was a tense energy around the table. The protagonist looked slightly downcast from the situation. He thought that Eugen could at least try half as hard to be like Yerem. The protagonist slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at his younger brother with displeasure. Manhwa looked at the protagonist with a slight smile. Eugen asked his younger brother to stop acting like that. Manhwa told the protagonist that it was okay since they didn't have to get along, and anyway, they probably wouldn't see each other often once he left the abyss with him. Manhwa looked at the food with satisfaction and a slight smile. Yerem asked Manhwa to stop. Eugen turned his head towards his older brother, who was bringing a spoon to his mouth. Eugen clarified with Eugen that Manhwa would be leaving the abyss with him. The protagonist told his younger brother that Manhwa was going to leave with him, even though his guild begged him to stay, but he still decided to join him. The protagonist imagined Simyoung sitting on one knee, holding Manhwa's hand, who shook his head. Yerem moved closer to the table with a happy smile, her eyes widening at the protagonist. Yerem asked Eugen what it meant that the new building would have both a nursery and a forge. The protagonist told Yerem that this place would be a gathering place for talented people. Eugen, with a downcast face, brought a glass of water to his face. Eugen said discontentedly that this was not for sure. The protagonist chewed his food and glanced at his younger brother. The protagonist thought that Eugen finally realized that he would lose a capable person. Eugen and Manhwa smiled happily as they clinked their food glasses together. The protagonist thought that he had gathered them together so that they could get to know each other better, and Eugen could have been a little friendlier with Manhwa and complimented him. The protagonist told Manhwa that when they moved in, he would give him a room in the penthouse. Manhwa told Eugen that he shouldn't do that and asked if he needed any equipment, saying that he could make it. The protagonist's eyes widened, beaming with happiness. Eugen was surprised, asking Manhwa if it was true. The protagonist thought that Manhwa was already promising free equipment. The protagonist couldn't decide what to choose, armor or skill. Eugen looked at the glass of water with an angry look, which he squeezed hard in his hand, causing it to crack. The protagonist thought that Eugen was really that stubborn or just stupid. A huge pile of dirty dishes was lying in the sink. Eugen said that he didn't think he could digest so much. The protagonist and Yerem washed the dirty dishes with downcast faces. The protagonist didn't understand why his little brother was like this. Yerem told Eugen that his little brother had been distant these days. The protagonist remembered how at the table, Eugen stood up from his chair, holding his phone in his hand. Eugen thought that even if he was embarrassed by Manhwa, he thought that he would be glad that no one would bother his older brother anymore. Eugen's eyes widened as if he understood everything. Yerim narrowed her eyes, looking at the protagonist. Eugen thought that Eugen was jealous of him becoming more successful. Yerim understood his thoughts from the protagonist's face, telling him that she didn't think so. Yerim closed her eyes, holding a plate in her hands. The protagonist looked at Yerim in surprise. Yerim told the protagonist that Eugen was probably upset because he had become independent. The protagonist told Yerim that it was Eugen who had stopped depending on them since he was his older brother. Yerim wiped her plate with a thoughtful expression, recalling the conversation with Eugen where she thought the protagonist was hiding something. Yerim told Eugen that for some reason, Eugen might have felt that they were growing apart. Yerim smiled nervously, looking at the protagonist, and closed her eyes. Eugen asked Yerim for what reasons. Yerim told the protagonist that she was just thinking out loud and she didn't mean anything specific. Yerim awkwardly looked away, pointing her finger up. Yerim told the protagonist that maybe it was because after he was kidnapped, the security at the entrance to the guild was tightened, but it hadn't been working for a few days now, and he might be on edge because of that. The protagonist's eyes widened, looking at Yerim in confusion. The kitchen was brightly lit with lamps. Yerim asked the protagonist if he was okay. Eugen told Yerim that he was not okay and that his conscience was bothering him. Yerim told the protagonist that it wasn't his fault and that the leader was just worried, offering to leave him and go to her. Eugen told Yerim that this was how they all worked together. A dialogue was open on the phone between Eugen and his younger brother. The protagonist asked Eugen to buy him some snacks. Eugen replied to Eugen that he would buy everything. The protagonist texted Eugen, asking him if he was free next week, and if not, he would go to the dungeon with Yerim. Eugen replied to the protagonist that he shouldn't, since he was free. Eugen thought that he still felt guilty, thinking that the reason was still because of him. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled happily, holding a beautiful flower bouquet in his hands, handing it to Eugen. The protagonist told the younger brother that it was a gift for him. Eugen looked at the flower bouquet indifferently, knitting his eyebrows. He asked the older brother what it was. Eugen took the bouquet and handed it to his guard. The protagonist watched the younger brother's actions with confusion. Eugen told the guard that he would pick them up later and for him to hold the bouquet for now. Eugen thought that something was wrong. The protagonist sat in the front seat of the car with a dejected look. Peace was lying on the protagonist's neck, watching him intently. Eugen thought that he bought them to make Eugen relax a little. The protagonist imagined himself giving flowers to Eugen, which made him smile with happiness. The protagonist thought that he would be happy with such a surprise. Eugen sat behind the wheel of the car with a serious look, carefully looking at the road. The protagonist did not understand what could have made him so angry. The protagonist awkwardly looked out the car window, bringing his hand to his face. He thought that they really should talk. In the dungeon, the weather was beautiful and clear, and the sun was shining brightly on the island. The protagonist noted that something happened in the dungeon after all. Peace walked curiously to the grass, bringing his paw to it. The protagonist told Peace that this was called a dungeon. Eugen put his hands on his hips, looking at Peace with interest. Peace looked at the protagonist with a questioning look. Eugen asked Peace if he remembered living in a similar one. Eugen pressed his lips together and stared at the dungeon area. The protagonist told Peace that maybe it was for the best that he didn't remember it. Peace reared up, his eyes wide. The protagonist looked to the side, raising his eyebrows. The protagonist told Peace that these were probably not the best memories. Monsters jumped out of the bushes at the boys, baring their teeth. Peace bared his teeth, rushing at the monsters with fury. Peace threw the monsters that were rushing at him into the air. The protagonist and Eugen watched Peace intently. The protagonist was surprised by what Peace was doing. Eugen looked at Peace indifferently, his mouth slightly open. The protagonist looked at his younger brother in surprise. Eugen told his older brother that this was completely normal. Peace tore the monsters apart with his sharp claws. Eugen told the protagonist that most monsters saw each other as enemies, so they fought each other, noting that it was better for them. Eugen turned around and walked away from the protagonist. Eugen was happy that Peace would at least level up a little, as he was worried that it hadn't grown lately. Eugen told his older brother that he should level up too, as that was what they came there for. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, looking at his younger brother with indignation. He didn't know how long Eugen would continue to act like this. The protagonist ran after his brother along a forest path, holding a weapon in his hands. Out of nowhere, a monster appeared, jumping at the protagonist. Eugen's eyes widened, standing in a fighting stance. The monster was suddenly grabbed, wrapped in a rope. The protagonist said that it was another monster, calling it to him. Eugen closed his eyes and raised his hand with a pompous expression, blowing up the monster above. The protagonist extended his spear forward, defending himself from the monster, when suddenly Eugen grabbed it again. Eugen fried the monster, causing the protagonist to cover his face with his hand, looking at what was happening with bewilderment. Eugen covered his brother's eyes with his skill, looking away with an indifferent look. The protagonist made a displeased face, frowning. The protagonist looked furiously at his younger brother, who threw a monster in his direction. Eugen asked Eugen why he was constantly trying to stop him. Eugen told his brother that he was helping him because it was dangerous. The protagonist pierced the monster with his spear, looking at his brother with displeasure. Eugen told his brother that he understood perfectly well that he had some kind of grievances against him, since it was written on his face, and if he was upset about something, he could just tell him the reason. Eugen looked at his brother with a displeased face, swinging his blade, killing the monster. Eugen told Eugen that he would not speak frankly with him. The protagonist furrowed his brows, looking at Eugen with confusion. Eugen extended his hand, pointing his finger at Eugen, glaring at him. The protagonist confronted his brother that he did not tell him anything either. The protagonist bared his teeth, clenching them in rage, and furrowed his brows, recalling the image of Simyung and Hyeon. The protagonist told Eugen that he heard everything about how he caused chaos everywhere. Slightly distorted rumors. Eugen threw his spear over his shoulder, pointing his finger at his brother with displeasure. The protagonist told Eugen that instead of sharing with him, he always keeps everything to himself. Eugen threw his sword towards his brother, killing the monster behind him. The protagonist's eyes widened in fear. The protagonist looked at the slain monster with caution, leaning on his spear. Eugen told Eugen that this was all to protect him, as well as to increase the guild's influence. Eugen looked down, frowning in displeasure. He told the protagonist that, however, he had his own big deal. Eugen looked at his brother with confusion, pulling his sword out of the monster. Eugen told his brother that he knew full well that he was crossing the line, but he had to admit that this was beyond his strength, and he was extremely upset. Eugen was slightly upset, his mouth slightly open. He did not understand why his brother would say such a thing. The protagonist leaned down slightly, stabbing the sword into the monster behind Eugen. The protagonist told his brother that family could worry about each other as much as they wanted. The protagonist looked at his brother with a serious expression, throwing him his sword. Eugen told Eugen that he was telling him that he didn't need to be overly protective, since many guild leaders wouldn't be able to lay a finger on him. Eugen looked at his brother with displeasure, catching his sword with his hand. Eugen slightly opened his mouth. He told his brother that that wasn't the problem at all. The protagonist looked at his brother with confusion, who extended his palm to the ground. Eugen asked Eugen what was the matter then. Eugen swung his sword and struck the advancing monsters with his fire. Only the red eyes of the monsters were visible in the fire. Eugen asked his brother why he couldn't just stay. The protagonist raised his hand, shielding his face from the fire. Eugen told Eugen to just stand there and do nothing, adding that he would do everything for him. Eugen looked at his older brother with a serious look, knitting his brows. He told Eugen that he didn't ask questions, and he shouldn't, and that at the very least, he didn't need to go into the dungeons. The protagonist's eyes widened, his brows furrowed in surprise. The protagonist remembered his younger brother sitting against the wall with a dejected expression. Eugen in the memory told Eugen not to go into the dungeons. The protagonist asked his brother that he had a reason that he couldn't tell. Suddenly, a system message box appeared with a message, ready to talk. Eugen looked at the message box in surprise. He didn't understand what was happening. The protagonist looked at his hand in horror, which was being absorbed by the system. He asked the system to stop. Eugen looked behind him, turning his attention to Eugen. The protagonist was covered in pixels, gradually disappearing. The protagonist's hand practically dissolved into pixels. Eugen watched in bewilderment as his older brother disappeared before his eyes. Eugen thought that this all happened at the wrong time. Eugen looked at the remaining spear from his brother. The black spear was lying on the ground. Eugen did not understand what happened. Eugen turned his head, looking at the dungeon. He turned his head to the side, his eyes wide with horror. Eugen called out to his brother. Eugen moved to another space, surrounded by blue light. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and his eyes widened in panic. He did not understand where he was being dragged and why at that moment. The protagonist suddenly hung in the air, and his eyes widened in surprise. A pixelated smiley appeared in front of the protagonist's face, which confused him. The system told the protagonist, "Welcome," calling him sweet. The system looked like a pixelated pink smiley, smiling widely. Many pixelated smileys appeared in front of the shocked protagonist. The system addressed the protagonist, asking if he could see them well. The protagonist looked at the systems, dumbfounded, with his mouth open. He asked her that she was the system. The system smiled happily at the protagonist. The yellow smiley of the system told the protagonist that he was right, and it was nice to meet him, noting that he connected just fine. The blue smiley of the system asked the protagonist that he must have many questions. Eugen asked the system to wait, not understanding why they were calling him sweetie. The system covered the protagonist's mouth with a pixelated hand. The system told Eugen that names were forbidden. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the system. The system's blue smiley told the protagonist that if the amount of information reached the limit, the connection would be interrupted, adding that the name was an important fact and they needed to hide it from him. Eugen's mouth dropped open in confusion. He asked the system who they were talking about. All the system's smileys smiled sarcastically and covered their eyes, saying that it was the one who must not be named. The protagonist joked that it could have been Voldemort. The protagonist looked anxiously at the pink smiley with a raised hand. The system noted, apologizing in advance, that there was a reason why the description of the wishing stone was wrong. Eugen told the system that everything was fine. Eugen looked away with displeasure, clutching his neck. He noted that in the end, everything ended well, and all the guys were fine. The pink smiley smiled widely. The protagonist told the system that his younger brother was waiting for him and asked them to get closer to the point. The protagonist asked the system how they knew about the events that happened before time turned back and whether some problem arose because of it. An enlarged image of a smiling pink smiley. The system began to form glowing trees around the protagonist. The system noted that the most important thing is what will happen in the future, adding that, to put it simply, he is the one who turned back time. The protagonist looked at the formed forest in surprise, resting his hand on a tree. Eugen looked up in surprise, examining the tree on which he placed his palm. The system told the protagonist that if you imagine, then each tree symbolizes the universe, and for example, this is his world. The wishing stone appeared in front of the tree, emitting its bright magical energy. The system said that when the wishing stone was activated, it became like this. Eugen watched in shock as a small sprout formed in his hands. The sprout emitted bright blue energy from itself. The system noted that only his world had returned to 5 years ago. Eugen looked up, raising his eyebrows. The system noted that for those outside this world, everything remained the same, adding that this also applied to the number and difficulty of the dungeons. The trees emitted blue magical light from themselves. The system told Eugen that in addition, they began to increase their numbers and strength faster, adding that they were trying to slow down this process, but they were spreading their influence through the dungeons. An open thick book appeared in the air, with a skill icon above it. The system told the protagonist that this is why he should do something. Signs with numbers appeared above the book. The tablets surrounded the shocked protagonist, who began to examine them. The system told Eugen to use a code word on 50 S-class people to influence them, noting that if he did so, he would be able to protect his world. The protagonist raised an eyebrow, recalling the sketchbook with the baby birds. The protagonist asked the system what exactly that strange list was for. The system imagined a game world with the protagonist. The system told Eugen that it made it look like something from his world, like in game systems resembling a status window, adding that it had thought long and hard about the best way, right down to the Oracle Warriors. The protagonist held a glowing book in his hands and looked at the pink smiley face in surprise. The system said that all of this becomes unnecessary once people get used to it. Eugen asked the system that the status windows would disappear. The system showed icons of different characters from the protagonist's life. The system told the protagonist that they were only there to help beginners, and although convenient, they still boxed people in. The system showed an icon of Manga, who broke it. The system told Eugen that, for example, people believed that it was hard for an F-class to grow up, no matter how hard they tried, but there were those around him who had already broken that stereotype. The protagonist watched the system closely, his lips pressed together. The system noted that nothing was set in stone, neither stats nor skills, adding that people were destined to change. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in surprise. The protagonist grabbed a pink smiley face with both hands. Eugen's eyes widened angrily and he bared his teeth, squeezing the pink smiley face in his hands. The protagonist told the system that they should change their code word first. The protagonist twisted his face in furious anger, glaring angrily at the system. Eugen told the system that if they were going to trust him with an important mission, they shouldn't have given him such a shitty word. The system asked Eugen to calm down. The protagonist imagined himself in a circle of his friends, where he had to carry out the mission of confessing his love. The protagonist angrily cursed the system, asking that he had to influence 50 people, and they offered him to confess his love to all of them, noting that it seemed like some kind of game. The system told Eugen that this applies not only to people, but also to magical beasts. A blue smiley appeared in front of the furious protagonist. It told Eugen that they could not choose a password, adding that they simply tested his skills, wrote a name and an explanation. The protagonist told the system that the password would not have been so terrible if they had explained everything better, noting that his friend Manga received the ingredients and a manual with instructions. Eugen imagined a happy Manga, who received everything he needed. The protagonist stared at the pink smiley. A green smiley appeared behind the protagonist. It told the protagonist that this was because the skills were taken from the information of the past world. Various creatures appeared around the protagonist. The system noted that Eugen had already noticed the existence of other universes. The system imagined a forge with the spirit of fire Ismuar. The system told the protagonist that the golden forge was created from outside and sent to his world. A heart pierced by a dagger was bleeding onto a crystal with a blue dragon in the background. Manga stood with flowers in front of the golden forge. The system noted that it was very rare to send such a valuable thing there because the previous owner of the skills used his power, sacrificing his life for the future of others. The system presented gray cards with drawings of rabbits. The system told the protagonist that they usually wrote down all the information that was dumped into a heap, like writing a classification for a new animal based on the ones they already knew, adding that even so, there were inaccuracies, and they had no power to change the code word. A red skill icon appeared in front of the protagonist. The system told the protagonist that this was also the first appearance of a perfect educator. Red skill icon perfect educator. Proof that you raised a person who became one of the strongest in the world. The ability of an educator became even more ideal due to the improvement of your previous characteristics by 100% compared to the current characteristics of the ward. The system told the protagonist that there was not much information, and they had to guess. A pink and green system smiley hovered in the air. The green smiley said that the title of educator itself was quite rare, and in order to receive the skill, it must be recognized as an educator by a natural S class. The protagonist asked the system again about a natural S class. The system recalled the moment when the protagonist looked at Seong-han's face. The system told Eugen that he used the handle after all. The system recalled Yerim holding the weapon in her hands, surrounded by ice. The system noted that most often, the awakening of the S-class becomes possible under the condition between A and S, and this means that it is possible to become either S-class or a class depending on the environment, adding that there are also rare cases where people are definitely born in the S-class. The system imagined the image of Eugen and Hyoni with the system windows above their heads. Possible awakening level of S-class. The system noted that they are extremely rare, with only a few individuals who exceed the abilities of others. The system imagined 3 Greek gods. It said that being so superior, they often cannot get along with others, and normal people, even their parents, often tend to feel uncomfortable around them. Eugen looked down in confusion, his mouth slightly open. The system said that this is why the title of caregiver is so rare. The protagonist thought that he had never felt uncomfortable around his brother, an image of Greek gods fighting among themselves. The system noted that caregivers do not live long, and sometimes they even become victims instead of the natural S-class, adding that the difference in strength is high, so the patronage of this class can turn into cruelty. The pink smiley of the system smiled widely, saying that they hope that the protagonist will successfully collect all the S-classes. The protagonist raised his head, looking at the system smileys. The system told Eugen to just take it slow and not put himself in danger for 5 years. The pink smiley began to fade away. The pink smiley began to explain that something was going to happen when this test was completed, but the smiley's speech stopped there. The protagonist turned his head, looking at the fading smileys. The system told the protagonist that their time was up, adding that they were sending him back and that not much time should have passed, thinking that about 30 minutes had passed. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, his mouth wide open. A vortex of blue energy began to form under the protagonist's feet. Eugen asked the system if he could tell his brother about this, noting that he was very worried about him, and they could just send him a message. The system told the protagonist that he could not say everything, only that he was just helping it. The system's funnel began to suck in the protagonist's body. Eugen realized that the dungeon generation rule was the same, so he was going to investigate it. The system replied that it was the same, noting that there would be cases of dungeons from the future appearing, but they would get rid of them as quickly as possible. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise and he knitted his brows, raising his hand to his face. The protagonist wanted to ask the system about the monsters. The system told the protagonist not to worry, as he would find out about everything even if he didn't want to, and there would come a time when he would definitely understand everything. Eugen appeared in the sky, climbing out of the system. The protagonist was lying on the ground, looking up in confusion. The protagonist suddenly jumped up from the ground, looking around the dungeon in shock. He was worried about what was happening to his brother. Huge clouds of smoke rose around Eugen. The entire forest was on fire. The protagonist was going to hurry up to explain everything and calm Eugen down. The protagonist looked at the burning forest with a dazed and a nervous smile. All the ground and trees were scorched. Eugen did not understand where he was because there was a forest in his dungeon. The monster's huge paws rushed along the ground towards the protagonist. Eugen thought that the system accidentally sent him to another place, to some low-level dungeon. Eugen looked behind him in fear, his mouth slightly open. The enraged Peace bared his teeth and rushed at the protagonist. The protagonist did not recognize Peace. He thought that this monster was definitely not low-level. Eugen jumped aside from the blow of the enraged Peace. The protagonist looked at Peace in horror, his eyes wide open. He did not understand how to deal with him. The protagonist's eyes glowed blue. The protagonist looked at his enraged pet through the system window with his characteristics. Eugen's hand suddenly grabbed the protagonist. The protagonist didn't understand how this monster ended up being peace. Eugen threw Eugen over his shoulder, causing him to widen his eyes in fear. Eugen grabbed his brother's coat with his hand, looking at him in surprise. The protagonist stared at his brother's serious face. Eugen asked Eugen what he was doing there. The protagonist turned his head towards Peace, behind whom a purple fire was raging. Eugen noted that they were currently in a forest dungeon. The protagonist lay on Eugen's shoulder and looked around as the entire forest dungeon was engulfed in purple flames. Eugen continued to walk forward, carrying his brother on his shoulder with Peace behind them. Eugen tried to calm his brother down, telling him to let go. Eugen clenched his fist and replied that he couldn't remain calm in a situation like this. Peace looked at Eugen with disdain and snorted. The protagonist told his brother that he would explain everything to him, and at the same time, he called on his pet to stop his enraged younger brother. Eugen frowned deeply and bared his teeth. The protagonist began to make excuses, understanding that Eugen would worry. Eugen responded sharply that he didn't care and told his brother to just shut up so that he wouldn't have to forcefully shut him up. Eugen frowned deeply and turned to the side, asking ironically that Eugen really wanted to drive him crazy. Eugen, lying on his brother's shoulder, cast a questioning look. The entire forest dungeon was ablaze with purple flames. The protagonist tried to speak up, but Eugen didn't want to listen. Eugen continued on his way. Eugen thought that he just needed to wait a little while, since Eugen said that he could handle everything alone. The main character also said that he thought he could relax and not worry about it. Eugen grabbed his brother's arm hard and was very angry at him. Eugen threw his brother to the ground, causing him to close his eyes tightly, waving his arms to the side. Eugen explained that he no longer had any other choice. Eugen held his sharp sword in front of Eugen's face, who was watching with sweat on his brow. Eugen glared at his brother and held a sword with a purple aura in front of the main character's face. Eugen noted that he would just tell the others that Eugen died in this dungeon. Eugen looked at his brother in shock, who held a sharp blade in front of him. Eugen added that too many things could happen if Eugen remained alive. The corpse of a huge griffin-like monster lay on the smoldering ground. Eugen noted that he could convince the others that Eugen died because of the dungeon boss, even though some would not believe that he could not protect his D-class dungeon brother. Eugen slashed his blade across his brother's shoulder, frightened. Eugen added that an arm or a leg would be good evidence to the contrary. Eugen imagined two warriors in golden armor fighting, realizing that the protection of an S-class could turn into cruelty. Eugen replied that even though it would be painful, he would protect Eugen from now on. Eugen raised his blade in the air and glared at his brother. Eugen told his brother to be patient for a while, as he would instantly heal him with a potion. Eugen was shocked and his eyes widened. Eugen tried to stab his brother with his sword, but the system shield prevented him from doing so. The protagonist suddenly jumped up and ran to the side, angrily turning back to his brother, calling him a psycho. The protagonist tried to grab the two system blades, looking back angrily. Eugen understood that if Eugen really wanted to do this, he would have lost his arm already. The protagonist understood that Eugen still had doubts. Eugen asked his brother with displeasure about how he could be grateful to him for this. Eugen also added that if Eugen were to protect him against his will, he said that he would never look in his direction again in his life. The protagonist released two daggers towards his brother, who was preparing for this attack, and swung his sword. Eugen angrily looked at his brother, deflecting the attack of daggers from Eugen with his sword. Eugen noted that the protagonist did not have any thoughts to stay by his brother's side anyway. Eugen grabbed his brother's shirt while holding his sharp sword with a purple aura. Eugen angrily pointed out that his older brother had been hiding information from the beginning. Eugen held a blue pendant and raised it into the air. Eugen ordered his pet to stop his younger brother. Peace immediately became enraged and grew in size, trying to pounce on Eugen. Peace bloodthirstily grabbed Eugen's hand, who glared at him. Eugen noted that this option with the beast could not work. Eugen extended his hand to the side and slammed the hilt of his sword onto Peace's head. With a deft movement of his hands, Eugen knocked the huge and ferocious Peace to the ground. Peace lay unconscious, his tongue hanging out of his mouth. Eugen, afraid for his pet, rushed to his aid, trying to call out to him. Eugen swung his hand and knocked Eugen to the ground. Eugen gripped the blade's hilt tightly and raised it into the air above his head. Eugen noted that it was better this way. Bright fragments of matter flew through the air. Eugen deliberately missed with his blade and stuck it into the ground, next to Eugen's head, who looked on in shock. Eugen bowed down in front of his brother and looked at him carefully. Eugen said that he liked everything and thought that they had made up and everything was back to normal. Eugen tried not to notice anything, even if something seemed strange to him. So Eugen asked his brother if he had told the truth anywhere. Peace lay lifeless on the destroyed ground. Eugen also remembered the fiery horned Peace, asking the protagonist if he really had obtained the skill of taming magical beasts at level 10. Eugen explained that Eugen would not have messed with the beast, knowing how much strength it would take. Eugen looked at the blade with an angry expression, pursing his lips. Eugen reminded the protagonist of Manhwa and Pipo. The protagonist looked up at his brother in surprise, his mouth slightly open. Eugen said that he didn't care what happened outside the dungeons, but for some reason something happened every time he entered the dungeons, even this time. Eugen's face dropped, his mouth slightly open. He said that he had no idea what was going on, and that he couldn't do anything when the protagonist disappeared. Eugen looked at his brother with a sad expression, causing his eyes to fill with tears. Eugen didn't understand how he was supposed to cope with all of this. Eugen fell to the ground, looking at his brother in shock, who was holding his head. Eugen said that he still didn't think he could take his arm off, but he could take some blood or a piece of flesh. Eugen tried to pull his sword out of the ground, while the protagonist lay underneath him, his eyes wide in shock. Eugen looked at his brother with disdain, trying to take out his sword. Eugen told him not to do it, but his younger brother pointed out that he would immediately cure him. The protagonist looked at the situation in rage and anger, shouting at the system about how much longer it would last because his brother almost touched his face with a purple sword. Eugen swung his sword when a blue system window appeared between him and his brother, emitting a blue aura. Eugen looked in front of him in amazement. Eugen clutched his sword in his hand and looked at the blue system window in shock. Eugen watched as Eugen fussed and ran from place to place. Eugen did not understand what had popped up in front of him. Eugen hastily informed his brother that he was going to explain everything quickly. Eugen slightly cleared his throat when Eugen was in shock, looking at the system window. The protagonist said that it was exactly as Eugen thought, because when he first saw Peace, he decided to raise him, noting that he actually got an S-class skill. Eugen listened in amazement as Eugen explained that he went into dungeons several times, which is how he got Pipo. Eugen peeked out from under his bangs timidly, sitting on the ground and holding his head. Eugen explained that it was all thanks to the system, and he secretly helped its creator. Eugen looked at his brother with concern and opened his mouth. The protagonist noted that he was going to tell his brother about this, which is why he requested the messages. Eugen began to go over the words he said and tried to comprehend the essence of what was happening. Eugen got angry at his brother and punched him in the face with all his strength. Eugen did not understand why the system chose him if he was constantly forced to do dangerous things. Eugen replied that it was Eugen himself who constantly put him in danger. Eugen held his hand after such a blow as he was injured, realizing that the S-class has a hard head. The protagonist angrily looked at his brother from under his long bangs. He explained that he hid all this not because he could not trust his brother. Eugen tremblingly opened his eyes and looked back at his brother. Eugen explained that the only one he trusted the most was his brother. Eugen bowed down in front of Peace's lifeless body while his brother was watching everything. Eugen noted that if Eugen calmed down, he asked him to give a healing potion to Peace. Eugen held a pot of magical green stones in his hands and used one of them on Peace. Eugen continued that Eugen must have been worried all this time because of him. Eugen leaned forward slightly, using one hand to watch as the protagonist tried to revive Peace with a potion. The protagonist noted that he was sure that Eugen might have been worried because of the security measures at the entrance, but they were fine. The protagonist added that he was simply using the stealth skill, and that he also had the skills to separate effects, resist poison, curse, and fear. Eugen became slightly sad and looked at his sitting brother, noting that his skills were too strange. Eugen looked at the system window with sadness. He knew that he couldn't tell Eugen about the effect or the last gratitude. Moreover, the past was also out of the question. Eugen looked at his brother peacefully, stroking the revived Peace. The protagonist turned to Eugen and told him not to be shy about asking questions if he was interested in something. Peace began to lick his happy owner with embarrassment, while Eugen watched everything with interest. Eugen pointed out that Eugen might have been confused because he had received too much information. Eugen also said that he had indeed been hiding a lot from Eugen. Eugen looked at his brother with regret under the bright lights. Eugen told his brother not to worry about everything anymore. Eugen looked down with pain in his heart. Eugen added that if Eugen was worried, he should have just asked directly. Eugen closed his eyes and lowered his head as Peace stood between the brothers and purred with affection. Eugen apologized for his behavior and said that he thought Eugen did not trust him. Eugen sighed in relief and looked at his brother with affection. He thought that it would be enough to just help his little brother, but he knew that his responsibilities would not end there. Eugen extended his arms towards his brother to hug him. Eugen understood that if he were in his brother's place and he disappeared, he would also be beside himself. Eugen hugged his brother tightly, with peace between them. The main character apologized to his brother and asked him about Eugen being scared that he disappeared in a moment. Eugen began to apologize in response and admitted his guilt. Peace looked up, purring from the brothers' tight embrace. Eugen noted that Eugen should not worry about this and hugged him even tighter. Eugen, standing in front of his brother, widened his eyes and spread his arms to the sides when he saw that the fiery Peace had decreased in size. He did not understand. Why had his beast decreased in size, although it had only recently grown? Eugen looked down on his brother, who looked a little surprised at his pet, whose eyes were shining with affection. Eugen, with his hands in his pockets, noted that peace would grow bigger when it was necessary and that he had not grown bigger on purpose. Eugen added that Eugen would not be able to hug his pet if it was too big. The protagonist asked his brother in surprise if that was the only reason. The protagonist picked up his pet Peace, who was contentedly lying and purring in his arms. The protagonist ironically addressed his pet, telling it to at least warn him when it was going to grow again. A woman's hand reached out through the blue screen of the system, and the system character watched as Eugen glared at his brother. The protagonist told his brother that his level did not increase in the end and told Eugen to apologize to Peace for hitting him before leaving. Through the blue window, the systems continued to watch as Eugen and his older brother sorted things out about the situation with the pet. Eugen was holding his Peace by its paws when Eugen sheepishly lowered his head and began to apologize to his pet, to which Eugen reacted very sharply as he did not like such an apology. The system character, a girl with long white hair, watched with a thoughtful look as her assistant stood near the blue system window and poked at it with her fingers. The head of the system noted that all of this had already been taken care of, to which the assistant replied that it was unlikely. The head of the system stood behind her assistant, who was sitting at the system control panel. The assistant asked the head if Eugen's younger brother, calling him sweet, was dangerous to them. The head noted that Eugen had already saved the protagonist once, risking his own life. The head extended her hand in front of her and spread her fingers apart, while behind her, another assistant in a white dress sat in her bush nearby. The head noted that if sweet Eugen raised his brother well, he would become his reliable protector. Assistant number 2 was slightly surprised by such a statement and asked about the blacksmith and his great potential, which would be appropriate here. The system leader crossed her arms and looked back at the other assistant, telling her that there would not be enough time for a blacksmith to grow. Assistant number 2 looked slightly sad. Another system character with a white wolf skin on his body was walking up the stairs. He remarked that Eugen should have been sent to the next world if their current one had collapsed. The system leader looked back at her assistant, who was sitting at the control panel, puzzled, and touched her face lightly. The assistant asked about Eugen, remarking that if they failed, he should also be sent to the next world. The system leader replied that they would like to, but Eugen himself would agree given his rank. Through the system window, they continued to watch the two brothers, in front of whom a black magic window had appeared. The guys from the system remarked that Eugen the protagonist would probably refuse, especially since if they forced him to go, he would fall apart. The assistant looked at the system screen and noted that this seemed very wrong. The wolf-skinned system character moved his hand to the side, and it was a glass of drink, and looked up at the assistant. He noted that this option sounded much better than not having a chance at all. He asked about the fact that Eugen could perceive this as his relief. Another system character with horns on his head walked up the stairs with a glass of drink and added that they would have to give up some trivialities for the common good. The horned character raised his hand in the air and raised a wine jug shaped like a bone, with drops of wine floating in the air. He noted that this would be good for the assistant at the control panel as well, since she would be promoted from a newbie position. The bone-shaped bottle poured wine into the assistant's glass. The horned assistant said that for now it would be worth decorating the sweet Eugen's room. One of the characters in the system raised a glass of wine in front of the blue system screen, which depicted two brothers. They were going to have fun while waiting for the fateful hour. The characters in the system made a toast to the immoral children imprisoned. They were transported back to the big city. The protagonist felt that everything was going very smoothly after his return. The protagonist happily looked at his younger brother, who was holding a bouquet of flowers. The protagonist felt that he and his brother had become more comfortable with each other. Eugen was in the gym, playing with his pet, throwing a blue ball to it. Eugen realized that his pet Peace was continuing to grow well. Heian looked at the folder with the image of the beast Peace with slight bewilderment. Eugen noted that Yunyun had collected the documents. Heian glared at Eugen, resting her hands on the table. The protagonist asked Heian if something might be missing. Heian responded sharply that this information was enough, as it was much more substantial than what she had on her. Heian picked up the paper with Peace's image on it and cheered happily as Eugen looked at it from the side with satisfaction. Heian noted with delight that she had never had such high quality and quantity in such a short time. She also added that not even the Hunters Association had done so much for her. Eugen clapped his hands and responded that he was glad that this information was useful to her. Heian continued to study the document carefully with a smile on her face. She noted that it was a very useful document, as there was a limit to how many documents she could obtain on her own. She also added that her uncle had said that he would help build a research center, noting the feeling that if he was associated with the guild, her research would be used for profit. The main character extended his hand forward, palm up. He said that he had a special offer for Heian just for this occasion. Hayan, holding the document in her hands, looked at Eugen with confusion, who began to tell her about the proposal. He said that he would provide her with a research center next to the monster breeding facility that was being built, and noted that anyone could freely use the results of the research. Hayan looked at Eugen with admiration and awe. The protagonist continued that he could also bring in a few assistants, asking Hayan for her opinion. Hayan exclaimed that it was a very wonderful idea, looking at Eugen, who was sitting quietly with his eyes closed. She also did not understand why Eugen wanted to help her so much. The protagonist explained that Hayan should understand that research for world peace deserves such a large amount of help. Hayan looked at Eugen with admiration, covering her mouth when the protagonist imagined planet Earth. Hayan picked up her phone and walked closer to Eugen, who she wanted to show something to. Hayan asked if she could bring her friends, to which the protagonist noted that they were supposed to be the lab workers and was going to take a look at them. Hayan showed a joint photo with her happy colleagues. She explained that this was the second year of the research team studying dungeons at Awakened Ones. She also added that if she told them that they could all work together, they would immediately fly to her. The protagonist looked at the screen in surprise when Hayan poked her finger at the phone with an admiring face. She said that in their group, there was a special guy named Jaden who was extremely interested in Awakened Ones. Eugen realized that these were the people of the dungeons. The protagonist represented a group of scientists led by Hayan, who were moving forward. He understood that this must be the team that would discover the law of creating dungeons in the future. Eugen carefully examined the photo on the phone. When Hayan looked at the protagonist in surprise, he turned to Hayan. Eugen looked up at Hayan with a sly look and gave her a thumbs up. He greeted his new colleague, telling her to bring all her scientists. Hayan exclaimed with delight that Mr. Eugen was the best. Hayan and Eugen shook hands firmly and an agreement was reached. The research center was in full swing. Eugen knew that this was a very important investment. The protagonist, with his beast on his shoulder, looked back through the large window at the construction. He knew that if the number of dungeons was increasing as the system said, it was only a matter of time before the building would collapse, even if he became its owner. The protagonist knew that he had to help Mrs. Hayan make progress in her research and distribute his investments instead of relying only on buildings. Eugen tapped his phone with his finger to buy shares with cash. Eugen looked up with a smirk and smiled slyly, pressing his phone to his face. He decided to spend the remaining money on stocks of a company that would successfully develop a cure for hair loss in a few months. Eugen also knew that these stocks would go to waste, but that was still in the future. The company's workers watched as a huge loading crane unloaded huge containers. The most important thing for Eugen was to assemble S-classes. Yerim, in the company of Hyun-Ah and Soyoung, raised her hand in greeting, addressing her guardian. Eugen stood with his brother behind the railing of the loading dock and the girls began to approach them. Eugen noticed Yerim and thought that she was going to leave, but she returned with the others. She waved at Eugen and said that she was spending time with her sisters. Hyun-Ah looked away with a mischievous grin as Yerim jabbed her finger at her phone furiously and enthusiastically. Hyun-Ah replied that she gave advice as a hunter to her younger Yerim. Yerim explained that she had received many recommendations for good restaurants. Eugen held his phone in his hands and cast a displeased glance at the boys who were watching the ship arrive. Hyun-Ah held her head in her hands and asked if the three monsters had arrived safely. Eugen noted that the monsters were still being unloaded as the ship had just arrived. Hyun-Ah cast a haughty glance at Eugen as she raised her hand in the air. Hyun-Ah smirked as she walked closer to Eugen and covered her mouth with her hand so that no one else could hear. Hyun-Ah asked Eugen if he was okay. The protagonist looked up in delight and clenched his fist. He noted that many things had happened to him, but nothing terrible had happened to him and everything was fine with him. Hyun-Ah did not know what was wrong, but she felt that Eugen looked a little distant. Hyun-Ah hugged Eugen's head tightly, causing Eugen to widen his eyes and spit out saliva. Hyun-Ah noted that since everything was fine with Eugen, she asked him for one of the three new monsters. Hyun-Ah hugged the protagonist tightly and covered his mouth with her hand. Eugen noted with irony that one monster sounded like a lot. The enraged younger brother glared at Hyun-Ah, who was hugging his brother. She was taken aback that the top-class monster would still go to Eugen, so she asked to borrow the monster at least sometimes since it would be beneficial for both of them. Eugen noted to his brother that Eugen should be patient since Hyun-Ah has a lot of influence. The protagonist was in Hyun-Ah's arms and they looked at each other with a smile when Eugen's hand was grabbed by Soyoung. The protagonist noted that this condition was easy to fulfill since Hyun-Ah was their favorite customer. At the same moment, Soyoung turned to Eugen. Soyoung looked at Eugen with a pitiful look and held his hand. She really wished that there was room for herself too. Hyun-Ah continued to hold Eugen with one hand, breaking into a smile when the protagonist continued to hold Soyoung's hand. Soyoung asked Eugen if he would still raise her baby even though he had three new ones. Eugen replied that he would. Yerim watched with curiosity as Eugen fooled around with Hyun-Ah and Soyoung, beaming with happiness. Eugen understood that the F-classes were dying here as these people were too strong. The protagonist smiled contentedly and closed his eyes, lost in his imagination. He already felt that his strength was running out, and he wondered if he could handle 50 or more S-classes. Eugen fell to the ground and braced himself with his hands, turning to face his brother, who knelt down in front of him. Eugen turned to his older brother. Eugen extended his hand and Eugen handed him the yellow pendant. Eugen sat next to his brother and squeezed his hands. Eugen said that it was a translation item, and once the cultivation room opened, people would come from overseas. Eugen thought that this item would definitely be useful to his older brother. Eugen timidly looked away and scratched his head. He explained that from now on, he would not stop him even if he was worried. The guild leader of the Abyss noted that his younger brother should tell him whenever he needed help with something, and he himself should not overwork himself. Eugen responded with trepidation that Eugen was more precious to him than anything else. Hyena and Yerim looked at the brotherly confession of love with disgust, while the protagonist looked at his brother with admiration and warmth, pressing his hand to his chest. Eugen felt that people changed a lot when problems were solved with words, noting that he would do his best from himself. The loaders unloaded the last container and one of the workers noted that the cages with monsters were unloaded. Eugen looked ahead with an uplifted look, resting his hand on his knee as his younger brother stood behind him. Eugen told the boys that it was time to go, knowing that he could not abandon the world to its fate. The door of the huge van began to open. Inside the container were wooden boxes with monsters. Eugen knew that he had to do everything possible so that he and his brother could live a good life. Bright glowing eyes appeared from an iron cage, in front of which lay someone's bone. The worker grabbed his cap and sweat and said that these were the owner's tokens. One of the workers negotiated with Eugen and shook his hand as the other workers tried to unload the container from the truck. The lead worker noted that it would not be easy for Eugen Company to breed monsters. The lead worker looked ahead with horror and shame and noted that a disaster had happened along the way. The other workers looked in horror into the dark space of the van as strong gusts of wind came from there. The people realized that one of the monsters seemed to have gotten out. A strong ball of wind like a tornado came from the van. The monster's powerful beak appeared. A huge monster with wings and a face of an eagle flew out of the van. Eugen, along with his brother and Soyeon, raised their heads up, shielding themselves from the strong gust of wind, realizing that it was Griffin. The silhouette of Griffin was on the emblem with gold on a red background of the flag. It was an animal from legends, having the body of a lion and the head and wings of an eagle. It was a monster that had appeared since the dungeons opened. Griffin hovered in the air, causing the workers to run in horror, and the Eugen Company watched the animal with interest. Hyena noted that there were probably no other monsters that could handle Griffin, so she thought it would be nice to ride it. Soyeon added that for her, the best one was still a dragon. Yerim looked at the magnificent monster in admiration, noting that it was cute, especially with such beige wings. Griffin looked down with a predatory expression as it flew through the air. The protagonist held a blue crystal in his hands and looked up at Griffin with a puzzled expression. A notification that the title of Ideal Caregiver added an effect to the master's mark. Griffin glared at the boys and headed towards them, pulling out its sharp claws. The protagonist stared in shock, holding the blue stones on the ropes. Eugen looked at Griffin coming towards them with an angry expression, trying to save his brother by grabbing onto him. Griffin landed on the ground and immediately calmed down as the boys all watched in panic as Eugen tried to revive his brother. Yerim shouted that they would need a potion here. Griffin lay on the ground and looked around in confusion as the workers unloaded another cage. Griffin instantly became angry and looked away in anger with his beak open. Griffin flew into the air and was about to pounce on the workers who were moving the cage. Yerim angrily glanced at the scene and knew that something bad was about to happen. Hyena looked at Griffin with annoyance and raised her hands in front of her, about to use her red aura magic, knowing that she couldn't let Griffin fly away. Hyena raised her hands in front of her and sent a red magic aura into the air towards Griffin. Hyena looked on in confusion as Griffin effortlessly escaped from her magic. At the same time, Yerim floated in the air with her blue aura, which appeared in the form of wings. Hyena pointed her finger in the air in anger, noting that Griffin should have wind resistance despite being so small. Yerim replied that she would grab it herself. Yerim flew around in the air in shock, trying to furiously catch the little rascal Griffin, who was flying around confusedly. Yerim closed her eyes in horror and screamed as he was hit in the face by a wing. Hyena waved her arms in the air as she watched Yerim desperately try to catch Griffin. Hyena did not understand what Yerim was doing, being an S-class. Yerim responded ironically that she did not know what to do with Griffin's wings since she had never even caught a pigeon in her life. Yerim thought that it would be a great idea to just freeze Griffin. The workers scattered in different directions when Griffin flew past them. Hyena responded that it would be a bad idea since Griffin could die from the cold. Soyeon also tried to help the guys, taking with her a thick cloth. She shouted for them to use the cloth, which was made from a byproduct of the dungeons. Yerim noted that this was a great idea and the cloth soared into the air. A minute later, in the thick of pink clouds, it was already calm and the sounds of Griffin were heard. The small animal was wrapped in thick cloth and was shining with happiness. The exhausted and tired girls were happy that they had finally caught Griffin, which Soyoung was holding in a thick cloth while sitting on the ground. Hyuna, sweating, looked at Griffin with displeasure while Soyoung held it with a tired expression. Hyuna noted that it would have been much easier if they had actually hunted it. Soyoung, with a hint of despair, responded that she was no longer sure that such a monster could even be tamed. Soyoung continued to hold Griffin in her hands while Yerim and Hyuna stood next to her, at the same time as the workers were climbing out from under the rubble of the mayhem caused by the flying beast. The boys recalled the situation when these creatures attacked people. These dangerous creatures killed people and were killed in return after the opening of the dungeons. Suppressing their aggressive behavior and accepting them as comrades sounded like an illusion or a dream. Eugen looked at Griffin with disdain as Eugen grabbed his younger brother's hand. Eugen said that since Griffin attacked his brother, it would be a good idea to kill Griffin. Eugen immediately came to his senses and said that there was no need to kill anyone. The protagonist tried to stand up while holding the back of his head, thanks to his brother's help. The protagonist looked ahead with a mischievous grin as he logged into the system. He noted that Griffin had no evil intentions despite the fact that his attack almost broke his bones. Eugen looked at the happy little Griffin through the system window and saw all of the beast's skills and stats. The protagonist thought that Griffin had probably only seen first-class hunters before they met. Notice of growth requirement, consuming a certain amount of magical horse meat. Eugen also noted that Griffin might not know how to control his power in relation to low-class hunters and those who have not awakened. Eugen placed his hand on his brother who was standing next to him with a displeased face and turned to Soyoung who was holding a small Griffin. The teacher turned to Soyoung and asked her to let go of Griffin for a while. Eugen also told his brother that he was standing still, to which he asked with confusion what Eugen was going to do. Soyoung worriedly asked if the boys would be okay. The protagonist decided to calm his friends down and told them not to worry, because he was just going to teach Griffin to coexist next to them. Eugen pointed his thumb at himself with a sarcastic grin. He noted that he was the weakest person in their team. Soyoung looked at Eugen worriedly, holding the cloth-wrapped beast in her arms when the protagonist began to roll up his sleeves. The protagonist noted that Griffin was supposed to be an obedient boy. Eugen extended his hand towards Griffin and motioned for him to fly. Griffin happily flew towards his summoner, his paws with sharp claws outstretched in front of him. Griffin grabbed Eugen's hand with his claws, who was trying to hide from the beast. Eugen immediately became gloomy and wilted. Griffin flew away in concern when he saw that blood was spurting out of his summoner's hand. Eugen screamed in panic that he was in a lot of pain and was bleeding. Griffin continued to hover in the air and watch what was happening, when Eugen doubled over in pain and held his injured hand. Eugen remarked for Griffin to understand that he was not a threat to him since he was weak. The main character extended his injured hand, trying to summon Griffin to him again, and poured a healing potion on the wound. The three girls stared in horror as Eugen refused to give up and was about to tame Griffin, which left him with constant open wounds that spurted blood. All the boys watched in shock as Eugen glared at Griffin and tried to tell him that he had experienced what true weakness was. The boys thought ironically that Eugen could be proud of his weakness, and yet, at one point, Griffin sat calmly on Eugen's wounded hand. The protagonist looked with delight at his beast, which he was able to tame. He praised his Griffin, saying that this was exactly what needed to be done. Griffin began to cuddle with Eugen, closing his eyes, causing the summoner to break into a sweet smile. Eugen continued to praise his beast, noting that it learned too quickly since it was smart. The boys surrounded Eugen and watched in amazement as the beast sat calmly on his hand. Satisfied with his work, Eugen turned to Yerim and offered her to hold Griffin in her arms, noting that she should cover his eyes. Yerim looked at Eugen in bewilderment, pointing her finger at herself. Yerim frantically looked at Griffin, who was sitting on her hand, and covered his eyes. She asked if everything would be okay now, because there was a chance that he would fly away again. The main character enthusiastically turned around and noted that if they closed Griffin's eyes and moved him to another place, everything would be okay. The small door of the iron cage gradually began to open. Eugen explained that the reason Griffin was overexcited was because of what was in the iron cage. In a small dark cage, two unicorns, one black and one white, lay with a pitiful look. Eugen noted that the reason was because of those shadow unicorns. Hyuna and Soyoung approached the cage and began to examine it. Hyuna noted that the two of them had been in the cage the whole time. Eugen, who was standing behind them, noted that Griffin was most likely excited because he was in the same space with them. The protagonist also explained that Griffin's main source of food is magical horses like unicorns. Eugen remembered this characteristic of Griffin. Hyuna looked at Eugen with an exclamation and pointed her finger at him, to which the protagonist raised his finger. Hyuna said that there was a lot of meat in their guild's dungeon and they could share. Eugen noted that this was a good offer. Soyoung looked at Hyuna with warmth, who threw her a sly grin at her. Soyoung remarked that it sounded great, which Hyuna also agreed with. The protagonist looked at the two little unicorns happily. He told them not to be afraid, because everything was fine now. The two unicorns looked up at their savior with tears in their eyes. Notification. The title of Perfect Caretaker adds an effect to the owner's mark. The object expresses interest in the caretaker. As a weak F class, Eugen easily did what no one else could do. The two unicorns approached the protagonist and began to sniff him because he put his hand in front of them. Hyena watched closely as the protagonist tamed the unicorns. She understood that now the older brother of the head of the abyss and also the hunter Eugen gained even more trust in her. The protagonist looked at the white unicorn with delight and stroked its head. He ordered the unicorns to be sent to the training center, noting that they needed to be named. It was already evening outside and the sky was covered with purple light. Eugen suggested naming the unicorns by colors, that is, white and black. The guys realized that it sounded very stupid and said that these were stupid names. One of the girls noted that creativity in names was not Eugen's best feature. At the same time, in a dark space somewhere in a cave, a fighter in a black t-shirt stood on the ruins and held a man by the neck. The fighter's hand was tightly squeezing the man's neck and he was trying to break free. The fighter asked if the man really was not aware that the bricks bought out her contract. A pile of human corpses was already lying on the rubble on the ground. The fighter noted that she had cast a high-class curse on him, blinding those who violated it. She also said with displeasure that someone simply tore up the contract as if it meant nothing. The fighter explained that this would only bother her since she had only recently opened her own business. The man was already drooling from the pressure and screaming that he really knew nothing about the contract and who could have destroyed it. The fighter held the man in the air with a strong hand. The man said that the guild leader had died during the kidnapping incident. The female fighter opened her mouth slightly and the realization dawned on her. The fighter's strong hand grabbed her neck even tighter and the man clenched his teeth in pain, spitting blood out of his mouth. He wanted the fighter to let go. The fighter squeezed his neck hard, thereby tearing his head from his body. The fighter noted that this sounded pathetic, noting that if the man knew nothing, then in that case there was no point in her leaving him alive. The fighter stepped on a pile of paper and a photograph with blood dripping onto it. The fighter grabbed a photo of the protagonist where he was cuddling his pet. The fighter thought about the fact that the person who bought the contract had died and no one in the guild that kidnapped him knew about it. The fighter in the black t-shirt with drops of blood picked up the photo by the edge and looked at it maliciously. She figured that then she would have to ask the kidnapped person herself. Photos of unicorns hung on a white wall with green flowers. The white unicorn was called White and the other one was Black. Yerim was furiously angry and waved her arms at the protagonist, who was looking at her with displeasure. Yerim was very angry, so the names of the unicorns were slightly changed. A happy griffin was flying in the air with his eyes closed. Griffin was named Blue after the color of his eyes, and he caused a commotion on the very first day. The protagonist tried to stop Blue, who was smashing everything in the room, throwing the table and a bowl of food. Eugen yelled at his beast about his warning for not spreading his wings at the dinner table. The protagonist began to clean up the floor with a disgruntled expression as a happy Blue looked around. The protagonist knew he would have to clean the floors again, even though he had just cleaned up. Griffin looked back in surprise to see a tired and over piece taking a rest. Blue grabbed his bowl and began to pick at the pieces as Eugen looked at him with disdain. Eugen believed that Blue had started behaving better because of Peace. The protagonist remembered when he and Eugen had watched together as an angry Peace had a dominance battle with Griffin. Peace had effectively proven his dominance that day. Griffin, Peace, and Peepo were all in their seats, fast asleep after dinner. Eugen wiped the sweat from his forehead and closed his eyes contentedly, breathing a sigh of relief. The protagonist was quietly about to leave the room where the animals were sleeping, realizing that raising children was difficult. Eugen plopped down on his large bed in a slight indignation. He felt that it was very difficult for him because he had to gather all 50 S-classes. A warm wind blew from the window and straightened the curtains when Eugen lay exhausted on the bed. The protagonist was almost asleep and lay with his eyes closed, thinking about the fact that he already had Peace, Peepo, Blue in his arsenal, and 2 more unicorns in the training center. A notification popped up that the poison and cursed dragon, Dio Valsius, had been detected. He also remembered that he also had a poison and cursed dragon. The protagonist's eyes widened in confusion. He immediately jumped up and goggled, looking up at the pop-up notifications. The skill predator Rachida's activated. Encountering Dio Valsius will increase skill effects by 2 times. Eugen looked at his phone screen and it was empty. The protagonist noted the dragon of poison and curses, thinking that a dungeon had appeared nearby, but there were no notifications about it on the phone. Suddenly, a fighter appeared from the portal above Eugen's head, trying to take the phone from him. The protagonist looked up in shock. The fighter looked at the frightened protagonist with disdain and touched his phone. The fighter crawled out of the portal completely and snatched the phone from Eugen's hands, who was shocked by what was happening. The fighter remarked in French that it was amazing. The fighter looked at the phone with a smirk. She continued speaking in French about how Eugen had noticed her, thinking that he was hiding some kind of unique power. Eugen sat on his bed, dumbfounded, and looked at the fighter with confusion. She replied that her necklace with the translator was not activated. The protagonist did not understand how a foreigner got into his room, thinking that it could be a poison and cursed dragon in the form of a human. The female fighter smirked at Eugen, holding up the yellow pendant in front of her face. This girl's name was Riette, and she glared at Eugen, noting with irony that it was a beautiful night. Eugen realized that this was an awakened S-class. The protagonist looked at the pop-up system window with Riette's characteristics, dumbfounded. He realized that this was the same S-class as his brother and Hunier. The protagonist glared at Riette through the system window. He knew for sure that he hadn't heard anything about her in the future. Riette stared ironically at the system window and they were looking at each other face to face. Riette asked Eugen what he was reading so carefully. Riette grabbed Eugen's head abruptly and pinned him to the bed. Eugen looked puzzled through Riette's fingers, which were pressed to his face. Eugen only groaned when Riette noticed that his eyes were moving from left to right, as if he was reading something, perhaps some information about her. Riette looked sarcastically into Eugen's eyes. The protagonist felt that Riette understood everything, noting that the same thing happened to the Jupiter Guildmaster. The protagonist thought that the S-classes noticed things like that instantly. In addition, Eugen noted that Riette was able to get past their security system very easily. Riette's hand was tightly squeezing Eugen's face, who understood in this situation that if he acted rashly, he could die. Riette carefully watched Eugen, who was trying to break free from Riette's grip. The protagonist said that if Riette had some urgent matter, then they should talk in the light of day. Riette stuck out her tongue sarcastically and smiled. Riette finally removed her hand from the protagonist's face, who looked very dissatisfied and angry. Riette said that she was hindered by the guilds that Eugen had made a contract with. The protagonist continued to frown at Riette, slightly raising his hand. Riette also explained that his younger brother Eugen had warned everyone clearly. Eugen noted that he expected something like this from his brother. Riette pointed her finger at Eugen's head, who widened his eyes at this movement. Riette looked tensely at the protagonist, continuing to poke her finger into his forehead. Riette replied that she had decided to sneak in this way and find out the answers to her questions and leave. Riette held her finger to Eugen's head, who became very angry. Riette noted that the protagonist did not look like an ordinary F-class. Riette surrounded herself with her dark aura and smiled maliciously, pointing her finger at Eugen's forehead. The protagonist thought that this was how he would die, although he had only recently begun to enjoy life. He was very sad, because if he had known that this would happen, everything would have been different. Riette held her finger to Eugen's forehead and looked at him in bewilderment. Eugen closed his eyes and lowered his head in displeasure when Riette removed her finger from his head. She asked in confusion why her magic did not work and why Eugen did not feel anything. At the same second, Riette grabbed Eugen's shirt and tried to look at his body, to which the protagonist's eyes widened. A purple cat paw print flew through the air. Eugen didn't understand what Riette was doing, who knew that the protagonist shouldn't have any poison and curse resistance items. Riette smiled mischievously and placed one hand on her waist. Riette noted that Eugen must have had a suitable resistance skill. She also realized that Eugen was the one who broke the contract. The protagonist timidly grabbed his shoulder as Riette towered over Eugen and took out her glowing contract scroll. Eugen didn't understand what she was talking about. Riette began to explain that she had recently started a contract business using her curse skill, and all the contracts were illegal, unofficial, but quite useful. Eugen frowned slightly and carefully studied the glowing contract. Riette replied that the contract would blind the one who destroyed it. Eugen recalled the time when a guy held him by the neck and the contract started to evaporate in the protagonist's hands. Eugen, sweating, looked away in shame as Riette looked at him haughtily and showed him the contract. Riette said that she did not think that Eugen would be the one to break the contract and reflect the curse. Eugen immediately replied that he had nothing to do with it and did not understand what was being discussed because he was only a weak F-class. Riette put her hand to her face and smiled maliciously, looking at Eugen because she understood that his theory needed to be tested. Riette abruptly grabbed the protagonist's hand, causing him to flinch. Riette pressed herself against Eugen from behind and pulled out a glowing contract in front of his face. She sarcastically said that it was worth testing his theory, because in the worst case, he would only go blind. Eugen was screaming at Riette to stop bullying him. Riette held onto the protagonist's hands and tore up the contract. A notification popped up saying that destroying the contract activated the curse of blindness. Another notification saying that the curse of blindness was repelled by curse resistance. The protagonist glared at Riette with the torn contracts in his hands. Riette glared at Eugen and raised her hand, noting that she knew it. Eugen screamed at Riette that she was crazy and insane. The protagonist grabbed his shirt and looked at Riette in fear. Eugen thought that Riette had gone crazy since she didn't know for sure that he couldn't have curse resistance. The protagonist didn't understand who she was or what she wanted, since he couldn't tell from her that she was expecting retribution for the illegal contract. Riette laughed with her eyes closed. She told Eugen not to worry because she wouldn't hurt him. Eugen rested his hands on his bed and glared at Riette, who was there with a sly grin. The protagonist said that she had already hurt him, to which Riette replied that she just wanted to find out what really happened to the contract. The protagonist frantically looked up at Riette. Riette explained that he was wondering if everything was okay with his cursed skill because it was a reward for defeating the boss in the missing dungeon. Eugen sat on his bed when Riette stood in front of him with her arms crossed. The protagonist asked again about the missing dungeon. Riette said that if he told him everything, nothing would change because no one would believe it anyway. The dark door to the dungeon began to evaporate. Riette noted that when she cleared the dungeon, it immediately disappeared. Eugen immediately looked down in confusion, lightly touching his chin. Riette asked Eugen if he believed her and if he knew anything about it at all. Eugen replied that he knew a little. Eugen remembered himself in one of the system spaces with a worried look. The protagonist realized that it was the system because it was the same dungeon that was supposed to appear in 5 years. The protagonist remembered the system's words that there would be cases of dungeons from the future appearing, but they would try to get rid of them as soon as possible. Riette's sturdy figure swayed leisurely in the system space. Eugen realized that he did not know of any S-class hunters in the future who used curses and poison, which meant that Riette had acquired a skill that no one in the original future had. Eugen realized that the reason was that he turned back time. Blood drops in the system space. The protagonist realized that the reward for defeating the poison and cursed dungeon boss was this skill. Notice, encountering Dio Valchicus will increase skill effects by 2 times. Eugen looked forward thoughtfully as Riette looked at him with curiosity and fascination. The protagonist replied that it was the poison and cursed dragon Dio Valchicus. Riette asked how Eugen knew about this. The silhouettes of Riette and another hunter stood back to back as a huge dragon was heading towards them. The SSS class title Dio Valchicus twins could only be obtained by killing the dragon itself and its twin. Riette explained that her brother was an S-class hunter, so they both received dragon powers. Eugen looked at Riette with anticipation and listened to her stories. Riette's silhouette stood against the black dragon with a sly grin. Eugen realized that this was why he hadn't received a notification about the poison and cursed dragon on his phone, because Riette was a half-dragon, half-human who absorbed the dragon's power and became its incarnation. The protagonist realized that this was an extremely unusual case that occurred due to the reversal of time, not only with Riette, but also with her brother. Riette looked at Eugen's face with curiosity as she approached him, which made Eugen a little confused. Riette didn't understand where Eugen came from so smart. Riette began to flirt with Eugen and moved closer to him as Eugen crawled back on the bed. Riette felt that Eugen could also be some kind of dragon. The protagonist responded with confusion that he was just an ordinary human. Riette grabbed the protagonist's arms and was about to pounce on him. Riette said that she smelled a fellow or a predator that could easily defeat Dio Valchicus. Eugen tried to stop Riette's advances by asking her what she was doing. Eugen recalled the battle with the Rachida's dragon, which he defeated. The protagonist thought that it could be because of the Rachida's predator skill, the very same king of poison and cursed dragons. Riette played with her fingers on Eugen's body, who clearly thought that Riette could not know about his skill. Riette pushed Eugen onto the bed and towered over him. Riette enthusiastically explained that she was no longer attracted to ordinary people. Riette looked at Eugen with a sneer, pressing his body to the bed. Riette noted that she had not been so entertained for a long time. Eugen was confused by this situation and did not understand what Riette was going to do with him. Riette continued to press Eugen to the bed, closing her maneuvering space with her body. The protagonist asked what Riette wanted to do with him. Riette closed her eyes and touched Eugen's body with her fingers through his shirt. The protagonist asked with bewilderment what Riette had planned. Riette answered that Eugen would relax and suggested that they get to know each other a little better. Riette licked her lips and was already very close to Eugen's face and wanted to kiss him, while Eugen looked away with great shyness. Riette said that it had been a long time since she felt the similarity of her powers with others. Eugen ruined the juicy moment by telling Riette that she couldn't get into bed without taking off her shoes. The main staff peeked out from under Riette's body and pointed at her black shoes, which she hadn't taken off. Riette looked at her shoes and replied that she had heard that it wasn't done that way in Korea. Eugen sheepishly covered himself with the covers as Riette began to climb out of bed. Riette was slightly saddened that there was no follow-up and explained that Eugen shouldn't have rejected her so coldly anyway. The main character explained that he didn't think he was to blame for the situation. Riette looked at the main character haughtily, towering over him. Eugen said that since Riette had figured it all out, she should have left already. Riette exclaimed and replied that she wanted to know something else. Riette melted into tenderness and love and clasped her hands together, looking at Eugen, who covered himself with his hand from such shining cuteness with a displeased look. Riette wanted Eugen to help her raise a beast. Eugen rested his hand on the crowbar with displeasure when Riette was lost in thought and beamed with love for her beast. Eugen did not think that Riette would come to him for such a request, thinking that she was too talkative. Riette noted that she had one baby beast in mind that she wanted to entrust to him. The protagonist looked at Riette with disdain, raising his hand near his head. He ironically noted that Riette should take her place in line behind the other guilds that had already made a deal with him. Riette came up behind Eugen and glared at him, holding a knife to his throat. Riette said that she already knew everything, so she decided to sneak up on him under the cover of night and ask for this favor for this reason. Eugen noted ironically that Riette really knew how to ask others for things. The protagonist looked ahead humbly and swallowed his saliva, thinking that this offer did not sound so bad. Riette looked down on the protagonist with a sneer, holding a knife to her face. Eugen realized that she was a natural S-class with the rank of SSS class. He realized that it was too dangerous to let her go, even if she did not end up joining a guild. Eugen imagined himself in a caricature when he received the little chicken Riette under his care. The protagonist felt that if something happened, this kind of connection would serve him well, knowing that Riette would be in his debt in that case. Eugen stared at Riette with his hands folded while sitting on the sofa. He agreed to Riette's proposal, stating that he had one condition. The rays of the sun in the early morning illuminated a large high-rise building. Xiang Han entered Eugen's room with bags of food and drinks. He greeted the protagonist, telling him that he had bought a ginseng tonic to increase his stamina. Xiang Han's frightened gaze suddenly caught on the protagonist. Xiang Han looked at Eugen lying on the floor and his entire room was destroyed. Xiang Han did not understand what had happened here. Xiang Han desperately ran to Eugen's body to revive him. Xiang Han asked about what had happened during the night. Eugen replied that he was exhausted because so many things had happened. Eugen's hand reached for the phone that was turned on. In the end, the protagonist agreed to Riette's request last night and agreed to secretly exchange private messages with her. Eugen's phone contained correspondence with Riette, where she wrote him all sorts of pleasant compliments. Sleepy and exhausted, Eugen looked forward heavily, remembering how Riette left him last night. Eugen noted that Riette did whatever she wanted until she left. Exhausted, Eugen was picked up by Xiang Han and given a tonic in a red package to drink. Eugen was glad that nothing terrible happened, because Riette could easily kill him. Xiang Han helped Eugen wash his face and wiped his face with a towel. The protagonist understood that it could have been worse, so he did not even want to imagine if all his friends were next to him. The protagonist sprawled on the couch while Xiang Han cleaned the house. Wu was in the smithy at the time, and his brother Eugen wouldn't be able to protect him and withstand S-class poison and curses at the same time. Eugen looked at the ceiling indifferently and rhetorically wondered if he should have used a code word against Riette. The red skill label glowed against Riette's back. Eugen thought that since the skill's effect was doubled against poison and cursed dragons, it would have an effect if he said the phrase "I love you" just once, but he knew that Riette was too unpredictable. The protagonist rolled his head from side to side, thinking that he couldn't predict what would happen if Riette became as clingy as everyone else. Xiang Han, wearing a pink apron, walked up to Eugen worriedly and asked him if he was okay. Eugen immediately exclaimed and replied that he was fine, he was just lost in thought for a moment. The protagonist sat down on the floor and widened his eyes when he saw the sparkling cleanliness of his room. Eugen asked Xiang Han, who was sitting next to him, about when he managed to clean up so much. Xiang Han folded his arms and replied that he had just cleaned up a bit. Xiang Han took the protagonist's hands and noted that he had worked hard taking care of the animals. Xiang Han looked at Eugen with admiration, taking off his pink scarf. Xiang Han explained that Eugen could call him whenever he was tired, and he would immediately come to his aid. Eugen pitifully and reverently raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiang Han, realizing that he was always ready to help him. The protagonist broke into a pleasant smile and hugged Xiang Han, glowing with happiness. Eugen told Xiang Han that he loved him very much because he was so amazing. The main character knew that he should have raised the people around him to the maximum first, and Riette could have waited. Eugen raised his eyebrows and looked at the pop-up notification with admiration. Xiang Han had fulfilled the minimum requirements to get the next class. Xiang Han looked at Eugen with confusion, who was squeezing his cheeks and staring at him with wide eyes. Eugen looked at Xiang Han through the system window with the S-class designation, continuing to squeeze his face. Eugen was happy that he could finally make Xiang Han an S-class. Eugen then held the document in his hands and looked at his brother questioningly. Eugen asked if Eugen could really raise Xiang Han's level. Eugen stood in front of his younger brother's workstation and waved his hands. Eugen didn't understand how this was possible, to which the protagonist explained that this was why he ran to him as quickly as possible. Eugen noted that the demand was tricky. Condition card. Conditions for leveling up Xiang Han. Fulfill one of the conditions. Defeat an A-class dungeon boss with one hit. Defeat an S-class beast alone. Defeat an SS-class beast with a team of less than 10 people. Eugen looked at his thoughtful brother with an excited expression. Eugen thought that the last condition was the best of the three, but explained that SS class beasts were only found in dungeons outside of Korea. The protagonist raised his hand and clenched his fist, excitedly noting that the first option didn't sound too sad either. Eugen imagined Seong-han defeating the monster with a crushing blow. Eugen responded that the player had an attack skill of the same class, but it wouldn't be enough to defeat the boss in one hit. Eugen looked at his brother with an excited expression and pointed at himself. Eugen said that he could help with that. Eugen was slightly surprised and asked how Eugen would do that. The protagonist began to imagine the plan to make the player an S-class, with the two of them cheering enthusiastically on the stage. Seong-han's silhouette was wrapped in iron armor with gloves and glowed with a bright aura. Eugen noted that the first step was to equip the guy with anything that could increase his attack power. Yerim's silhouette sent blue energy to Seong-han. In the second step, Eugen suggested using Yerim to add a snare to Seong-han with the No Shadow Day buff. A jubilant Eugen imagined holding the guy's hand and defeating the blue silhouette of the monster together. In the third step, the protagonist suggested doubling Seong-han's attack with his skill. Eugen looked haughtily at his brother's small and happy toy, squeezing it in his hand. Eugen asked why Eugen was included in this plan. Eugen held his brother's toy in his hands and looked at Eugen, who closed his eyes in displeasure, holding the monster and Seong-han toys in his hands. Eugen explained that he had to go too. Eugen noted that the main character had gone crazy. The protagonist looked at his brother with concern, holding the Seong-han and monster toys in his hands. Eugen explained that he was serious. Eugen offered a comparison to what Eugen would say if he went into an A-class dungeon as an F-class. Eugen realized that Eugen would drive him crazy in this way. The protagonist quickly spread his arms out to the sides and looked at his brother, who indifferently closed his eyes and lowered his head. Eugen noted that he had a B-class shield. Eugen noted that Eugen himself knew perfectly well that this shield would not save him. Eugen looked at his brother with indignation, holding the toys in his hands. Eugen explained that they were talking about destroying the boss after all. Eugen imagined Seong-han delivering a crushing blow together with Eugen. Eugen began to explain that Eugen could only share the skill's effect when touching a person, deducing that the protagonist would have to touch Seong-han when he dealt the fatal blow to the boss. Eugen bitterly explained that the shockwave from such an attack would simply smash the F-class's body into dust. Eugen tried to put the toy in his pocket and peeked out from under his long bangs towards his brother, who lowered his head, laughing loudly. Eugen said that the shield would not work since it would be touching Seong-han. The protagonist broke into a mischievous smile and took out a blue glowing bracelet from his pocket, recalling the moment when the four of them were having dinner. Eugen reminded his brother of that night, saying that he asked Myung-woo to do something for him. Eugen excitedly held out the golden bracelet in front of the astonished face. He said that it was a new shield item. Eugen wondered what it was. Eugen took the golden bracelet and looked at it in amazement. The golden bracelet was floating in the air. It was a nameless bracelet, class unspecified, one-time use. Eugen's eyes widened as he watched his brother spread his arms out to the sides with a satisfied expression. Eugen realized that this bracelet nullified all damage taken for 10 minutes, wondering how that was possible. The protagonist noted that this was why he had spoken that night, so that Eugen would make a good impression on Myung-woo. Eugen placed his hand on his brother's shoulder. Eugen noted that Seong-han would become an S-class tank and make his guild even more impressive, and he would take care of it himself. That was how it was decided. Myung-woo and his comrade were extremely unhappy with this decision. Minwoo noted that he did not make this bracelet for such a situation. Seong-han crossed his hands in front of his face and said that Eugen couldn't be taken to such a place. The protagonist knew that he had to persuade Myung-woo and Seong-han for some time, and eventually they set a date for the dungeon expedition. The whole team of guys stood in front of the dark gates to the dungeon, from which a blue aura emanated. The guy looked at Eugen with concern, while Yerim was happy about what was happening. Seong-han asked if everything would be okay with the protagonist. Eugen held his piece in his hands and told Seong-han not to worry. Yerim noticed and agreed with Eugen's words, saying that they were S-class after all and would be nearby. Yerim said that a couple more guys would join their team. Hyena put on a bright red suit and appeared with her blue bag and black glasses. Hyena fixed her hair and looked out through her black glasses with a smirk. She asked Eugen how long they had been waiting for her. The main character noted that they had enlisted the help of another S-class just in case. Hyena looked with delight at the disgruntled beast in Eugen's hands, who laughed slightly. Hyena also greeted Peace, calling him a good boy, and ironically asked if he would let her ride him. Eugen joked about whether Hyena really dreamed of her own riding beast. Eugen thought that this number of participants should have been enough. Hyena and Eugen turned their gazes to the side with displeasure when they heard an exclamation that someone had arrived last. A leg in a brown expensive boot appeared. It was Hyoni, who was very interested in finding out what the main character was up to this time. Hyuni looked out of the car and started to walk towards the guys. Eugen's guys in a large group, standing in front of the magic gate, turned their attention to Hyuni, wondering what Hyuni was doing here. The ground of the city of black golems, an A-class dungeon, was strewn with skulls. In this terrifying dungeon there are legions of golems and immortals everywhere. Eugen sat on a red lion and peered into the distance through binoculars. Seonghan next to him said that the golems here are slow but strong, so their tactic is to divide them to defeat them. The brunette thoughtfully put away the binoculars. While they were standing on the cliff, an explosion was heard in the dungeon. Hyena pierced the monster with a spear, shouting that they are not strong at all, but rather like soft tofu. Yerim, laughing, said that these guys are too slow. Eugen blushed with admiration and said that he couldn't believe that he was seeing this with his own eyes. And Seonghan said that it would take a group of A-classes a week to clear this dungeon, and said that for the first time, he felt sorry for the monsters. The hunters swung their weapons, easily killing the golems, and Eugen thought that even in the future, there was no team consisting of 4 S-classes, and he didn't imagine that he would ever see such a sight himself. An explosion was heard on the field. The brunette turned to Seonghan and asked if it wouldn't be easier to send S-class groups to other dungeons as well. Watching this, the bodyguard replied that S-classes were forbidden from entering dungeons together. He awkwardly looked away when Eugen asked if it was really to distribute forces in case a breakthrough occurred somewhere else, and said that it wasn't only for that. The guy would see and understand for himself. Eugen raised his binoculars to his eyes with curiosity. Yerim stretched out her hand with joy on her face and created a blue magic ring. Hyena enthusiastically controlled the spear. Eugen concentrated on wielding the sword. Yerim raised her hand with the trident up and shouted that she would now show off a couple of skills that she had recently received. Eugen wondered if everyone was really fighting alone, without even dividing up the roles. The girl jumped up, shooting blue streams of energy, activating a pale rain. Purple flames burst out on the icy golems. Eugen cut the ice flows with his sword, forming flames. The angry girl screamed, telling him not to go there because the ice will melt. Wind gusts rose around Hyena. Yerim, flying above, got burned and shouted that her wind was touching her, and the brunette said that she didn't know she was there and shouted for her to dodge since she was in S-class. Eugen and Seonghan looked at the scene with confusion, realizing the complete lack of teamwork, when a shout was heard. Looking at the scene with a stony face, Eugen asked if it was because they were too good on their own. Seonghan laughed awkwardly. The brunette thought that this man was the most capable here. Guildmaster Jupiter looked at the battle with a smirk. The brunette wondered why he came here but did nothing. Hyuni glowed with magnificence. Eugen thought with irritation that the blonde was dressed in fancy equipment for a dungeon trip, and he was the only one here with an SS-class weapon and a coat. In the future, looking down on Eugen, a blonde man wearing SS-class fireproof equipment, Flame Dragon Silikia's wings, will cause a lot of trouble for the guy and defeat him. Eugen stared at the guildmaster with disdain, thinking that it would be good to rip off that ill-fated coat and hide it. Into his inventory, the blonde said that he felt his burning gaze. Turning his head away sharply, Eugen laughed nervously and said that he was just very glad that the guildmaster himself, Jupiter, came to help and came all this way. The guy with a smile replied that since he lent the dungeon to their guild, he came to check on them. The brunette scratched the back of his head and, thinking that this was the only dungeon with ideal conditions, said that they were fine and the leader could go. Suddenly, Eugen screamed in horror for him to shut up, when the leader with a smile said that it was sad, because he thought that they were already at the stage where the guy trusted him, considering that he was raising his child. Hyena looked up and turned to Hyuni, asking what he was doing there and if he had really come here to laze around. The guy arrogantly closed his eyes when she screamed, asking if he wanted to work and if he had really gotten old and lost all his strength. Hyuni asked if it was really that hard for them without his help. He raised his hand and fire flared up above his fingers. At that moment, an explosion rang out on the battlefield, filling everything with fire. Eugen screamed in horror, and the blonde narcissistically said that he was just helping. The smoke slowly cleared, and Eugen asked what kind of help this was, if he was really mad at the girl, but the guy answered negatively. Pointing to the place of the explosion, the brunette asked why the boss did that then. How could he attack a colleague instead of a monster? Hyuni, with an ominous fire in his eyes, asked again, she is a colleague. Eugen's mouth dropped open in confusion. The smoke cut through the silhouette of a girl screaming angrily. Veins bulged on Hyena's furious face. She kicked off the ground with her foot, activating Wind Path. Holding the spear in her hand, the girl flew towards the leader, shouting that if he was going to provoke her, honestly, he should have at least had equipment of the same class with him. Eugen was confused when Hyuni moved behind the guy with an innocent expression. The girl's eyes widened in horror. She was flying with the spear aimed at Eugen now and could not stop. Screaming in fear, Seonghan created a shield above them. Hyena, flying down, screamed that this stupid shield won't work, so let him get out of the way. The girl grabbed the spear with her legs and screamed that she would stop. The tip slammed into the ground. The girl landed in front of the shield. The spear thrust into the ground caused cracks in the ground. The edge of the cliff broke off and fell down. Looking back at the collapsed area, Hyuna breathed a sigh of relief and said that everything was fine. Eugen and Seonghan hugged each other, trembling in fear, and Hyuni innocently said that the girl had excellent control, and she, pointing her hand at him, screamed that he was an idiot and it was his fault. The brown-haired girl with disheveled curls turned around when she heard a voice telling her to be careful. Eugen's brother in a brown coat appeared in front of him. The head of World's Edge frowned, looking at the girl. Walking up to her, Eugen asked if she didn't see his brother. How dare she attack? Hyuna asked displeasedly what the problem was. She stopped after all. Eugen awkwardly said that she was right and it was because of the head of Jupiter. Looking at her with a murderous gaze, Eugen darkly asked that even if they were in a quarrel with the head, couldn't she just not give in to his provocations, and said that her character is simple, which is reflected in her attacks, which are so obvious that even a child can dodge. Veins popped out on Hyuna's face, and the furious girl asked what he just said. The brunette grabbed his sword, saying that she was sticking her nose where it doesn't belong. The girl clenched the spear in her hand. A light flashed between them from the clash as Hyuna asked why they didn't have fun since they were here. Looking at the head of Jupiter in fear, Eugen asked him to stop the two and asked why they kept provoking each other, and Hyuni calmly replied that it couldn't be helped since S-classes fight alone, not in groups. Eugen and Hyuna crossed their weapons, causing flashes of light to appear, and the guy said that dungeon breakthroughs were rare these days and asked if they weren't forbidden to enter a dungeon together. Hyuni put his hand on his chin and smiled maliciously. With his eyes glowing, he looked at the fight ominously and said that since they were all here, it was a perfect opportunity to go at each other's throats. Eugen's mouth opened in horror. Hyuna attacked Eugen with fury in her eyes, and Eugen thought that it took a long time to convince Yerim and Hyuni to go with them, and he was surprised that the other guild leaders willingly went, even though he didn't reveal the true purpose, but now he understood why S-classes weren't allowed to enter dungeons together. Yerim, standing on the mountain of defeated golems, stuck her trident into the shining blue stone in the center of the monster and said with satisfaction that she had caught a big one. The girl took the red stone and, wiping her forehead with her hand, said that she was allowed to collect magic stones here, so she would sell them and pay for all the expenses for the ice tree spear and buy new equipment. An explosion was heard from her side, and the girl turned around in confusion and wondered what they were doing instead of hunting. Eugen watched in horror from the cliff as Eugen floated in the air, and underneath him was Hyuna. Eugen fell to the ground in indignation and, screaming, asked what they should do, because they really started fighting. The excited brown-haired girl said with a smirk that she did not know that you can use blue willow leaves like that. Suddenly, she pushed off the ground. Hyuna jumped up and attacked the boy with her spear, shouting that she couldn't be stopped by pathetic leaves. Seonghan raised his hand, creating a shield. Eugen cowered next to him, hiding from another explosion. The boy cleared his throat and opened his eyes, thinking that someone would get hurt if this continued, but he didn't know what he could do since he was only an F-class. Eugen suddenly looked up with a worried look. He suddenly jumped onto the cliff and asked if his brother was okay. The boy grabbed Eugen's shoulders and asked him caringly if he had inhaled the smoke, apologizing that it was his fault, while Hyuna, who had climbed onto the cliff, asked where he had gone since they were fighting. Holding the handkerchief to his brother's nose, Eugen turned around and offendedly told the girl that his brother was here, so she should be more careful. Hyuna asked in shock if Hyuni heard that. Holding the handkerchief to the guy's nose, the brunette told him to blow his nose, and he thought that there was another way, a little awkward, but effective. Eugen fell to the ground and, closing his eyes, put his hand to his head, screaming that he was dying because he was just a weak F-class. Hyuna bashfully scratched the back of her head, and Eugen leaned over his brother with a handkerchief in his hand when he shouted that the disobedient S-classes started fighting and scared him. Poor F-class, he already had a stomachache, and now he won't be able to sleep and will cry from stress, and there's not even a doctor here. The girl apologized, saying that it seemed like they were too cruel, and asked if the F-classes were always so weak. Eugen turned his red eyes to the girl. Pointing his hand at the lion and the man, Eugen shouted that of course they should be ashamed, because even Seonghan and Peace behaved better. The S-class hunters drooped, listening to the guy shouting at them not to get distracted, to finish quickly and get out of here because they are not children and should stop fighting. The guy put a red cap on his head. He took out a gray whistle. Sitting on Peace and pointing with his hand, Eugen whistled and said that the golems were for Hyuna for 3 hours, and that Hyuni should inspect the perimeter. The guy exhaled, saying in relief that he had to separate them so that they wouldn't fight again. A digital window with the received reward appeared in front of him, where it was written that he had acquired the SS class skill, the terrifying chicken commander, and the description said that he was a teacher who led the stubborn awakened. And although the children were naughty, there was no need to worry if you used this skill. The guy looked at the window in shock, wondering what was with the skill name and its description. The night sky above the destroyed dungeon was illuminated by constellations. Holding a steaming mug in his hand, Seonghan offered it to Eugen and said that they would stop here for the night. Looking at the mesmerizing views of the gloomy night dungeon, The man said that if they continued at this pace, they would get out of here tomorrow. Leaning on a wooden beam, Eugen looked up at the stone building above them and said that because of these buildings, it was convenient to rest here, asking Seong-in if he thought there was a castle or a church here, to which he replied that he was not sure since he had not found any documents yet. The guy brought a cup of hot drink to his lips. On the dilapidated building, an image of a warrior was visible. Eugen, looking at this, thought that according to the system, these are traces of another fallen world, where they could not cope with the growing number of dungeons due to those who wanted to increase their influence with them. Imagining the collapsing multi-story buildings, the boy wondered if they would meet the same end if they couldn't handle the dungeons, if they could stop them with 50 S-classes with these uncontrollable people. Yerim said pitifully, screaming that they were all too evil. Everyone was around the fire, and the short-haired girl, laying out the magic stones she had collected, was shouting that they were taking away all the fun since she wanted to fight too. Eugen, while wiping his sword, asked who she could handle if she didn't have enough experience, skills, and equipment. Hyuna ran her hand over the girl's face and asked with a grin if that was why she had worked so hard to collect the stones that she had gotten soot all over her face, when Yerim shouted that she would buy new equipment after selling the stones and smear them all. Eugen, with a calm expression on his face, was wiping his sword, while Hyuna asked who had burned the ends of her hair. The girl, upset, held the burnt curls in her hand, and Yerim, looking at her, said that she could just get her hair cut and asked if such long hair didn't get in the way during hunting. Running her hand through her locks, the girl replied that they were in the way, but she needed them for advertising and for the old men who sponsor her guild. Swinging her luxurious hair, Hyuna said that she was told that she should remain graceful. Since she was an S-class female hunter, Yerim asked in confusion how this was related to hunting. Jumping on the girl from behind, Hyuna said that it was a good question, and let her do what she wanted and not worry about such things. Putting her hand on Yerim, the brown-haired girl closed her eyes and, exhaling, said that sometimes it was even more comfortable in dungeons. Turning to the head of the Jupiter Guild, the girl said that she would like to kill all those old men and asked if they should be as independent as the head. Bringing a porcelain cup of hot drink to his mouth, Huni said that it was not necessary to be on a leash all the time. Looking up, the blonde said that they only thought about their own profit, and that was the reason for the incident in MKC. Besides, those who did not know anything about high-class dungeons would not be able to understand them and could not consider them the same species when they were so far behind. Eugen looked at him silently, his mouth slightly open. Remembering the fight between the hunters and the golems he had seen, he thought that after that, he began to understand that S-classes were much stronger than ordinary people. For several days, or even weeks a month, predators dominated the monsters of other worlds. Holding a thermos in her hand, Hyuna said with a smile that the young master was full of surprises, and she stopped recognizing him when he was near her brother. Eugen turned his gaze to his brother. Eugen looked down. Looking down, Eugen thought that he was holding back. Looking at his brother's back, he asked himself, because he was holding back not because he was kind, but because he did not do as he wanted, because his brother was an F-class, all because of him. Eugen turned his gaze to him, noticing that he was looking at him, and asked what was wrong. Looking at him, Eugen asked if he was tired, because he did not look well, and Seong-in picked up, saying that the guy should rest. A sleeping bag appeared in the brunette's hands, and a white pillow flew into his head when everyone told him to go to bed, and he asked how they would cope without him then. The girl pointed a finger at herself and said that they were S-class, so for them, one night is not scary. Clenching her fist, Hyuna agreed and said that they will continue to protect the dungeon and will hunt in 2 people, taking turns. Eugen blushed with joy as he looked at the boys. Everyone flinched when the boy asked suspiciously that they weren't split into 2 to fight. Yerim looked away when the boy pointed out that she had a bunch of mana potions hanging on her and said that it was just because she was hungry. Eugen looked down awkwardly, and Hyuna yelled at the leader when the boy said that he noticed that Huni had changed his gloves and that his brother was constantly sharpening his knife. Raising his index finger, Eugen sternly told them to hunt monsters and do nothing else, and if he caught them fighting, he would tell Mangwu everything. The boy lay down in his sleeping bag, and Yerim yelled that he got it all wrong. That was just her only equipment. Eugen replied that they should just not fight. He laid his head on the pillow and closed his eyes, letting out a sigh, thinking that it was already hard for him to have 4 and he needed 50. The starry night sky glowed above him. He wondered if he could really trust the system, and thought that at this point he had no other choice anyway, and maybe if he moved forward in small steps, he could recruit 50 people and save the world. He jumped up when it was light, looking ahead in horror. In front of their team was a huge lizard-like creature. The man stood under a congratulatory sign, holding a microphone to his mouth, congratulating Seong-han on his promotion, saying that thanks to this, World's Edge now has a 3rd S-class. Eugen appeared behind Seong-han with a bouquet of flowers in his hands, congratulating the man and saying that he looked forward to continuing to work with him on the team. The discarded bouquet fell to the ground as Seong-han told him to get lost. Giving a thumbs down, the man said in annoyance that he was leaving World's Edge from today onwards, as S-classes don't need comrades. Eugen took out his sword as Seong-han shouted that he was challenging him to a duel. Hyuna grabbed her spear, and Yerim jumped up in joy with her trident in hand, shouting that they wanted to join them too. All the S-classes rushed at each other, drawing their weapons. Eugen's eyes widened in horror, shouting for everyone to stop, as the building might collapse. The boy was lying in a sleeping bag, with Peace sleeping on his back at his side, and Seong-han sitting next to him asking if the master was okay. The boy jumped up, screaming in horror, asking Seong-han not to go work for himself and not to get into fights just because he became an S-class. The man waved his hands in front of him, smiling and saying that there was no need to worry, as he would continue to serve faithfully as the shield of World's Edge, and asked why the boy suddenly woke up, as he was sleeping soundly. Peace licked the boy's neck, and he scratched the back of his head, awkwardly saying that it was just a dream where they were all fighting and the building was collapsing. The boy looked up, asking where the lightning was coming from, as there was no rain. He put his palm to his forehead, squinting and saying that he seemed to see a flash there, and suddenly asked what was wrong with the castle that was there. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared above them. Hyuna and Hyuni were standing on opposite pillars, and a sparkling golden chain surrounded them. Drops of dark liquid were dripping onto the ground near the girl's foot. She crouched down, looking at her injured hand, as the guild leader said that they really should get back to business. Pouring the potion from the bottle onto her hand, Hyuna smiled and told him to finally answer her question and asked what made him grace them with his presence. Did he really have his eye on the older brother of the head of World's Edge? The blonde looked at the girl with a mischievous smile. Holding the open bottle in her hand, Hyuna said that the guy might have valuable skills, but he was only an F-class, and the head said that one should never judge people by their class. The blonde smiled with sparkling eyes and asked if he couldn't just have fun for once. The girl brought the yellow bottle to her mouth when Hyuni said that the guy looked unusually fearless and surprisingly self-confident. The girl threw the empty bottle behind her back. The yellow container fell to the ground when the blonde said that there were enough reasons why he was interested in this guy. Suddenly, the long-haired girl grabbed a spear and attacked the head. The tip hit a link in the magic chain. Hyuni stopped the tip of the spear in front of his eyes with the chain. Holding the spear, the girl smiled evilly and said that he was a forbidden area and they didn't want Hyuni to break their precious crystal ball while he was having fun. The boy jumped away from the chains. Raising his hand, he sighed and said that it was unexpected that a girl would be partial to something like this. Hyuna jumped, dodging the chains flying at her, and yelled at the boy to shut up. Destroying the chain in front of her, the girl told him to at least wait his turn until she got a mount. Illuminated by the glow of the magic chains, the blonde smiled as the girl yelled that he had already destroyed several of his toys. An explosion was heard on the battlefield. Eugen was sitting on Peace and looking up. He said that the hunters were moving so fast that he could barely see them. Seong-han asked him to stay here while he tried to talk to them. The man looked at the battlefield and froze, his mouth hanging open. Two hunters were in the air with a bright flash in the background. Seong-han looked up in fascination, thinking how amazing it looked for two S-classes to fight against each other, and he couldn't even muster the courage to get closer, much less talk to them. Putting his hands over his mouth, Eugen screamed. The hunters suddenly turned around at the sound. Seong-han looked at the guy in surprise, who was menacingly shouting ironically that there were a couple of people with a fever here who had turned the dungeon into their personal sparring room. The S-classes landed on the cliff next to the furious guy, who was asking if he hadn't made himself clear. Grabbing the girl by the arm, he shouted angrily that she had literally burned her sleeve. Clenching his fist, the boy asked angrily if they were really 5 years old and what would happen if they hurt themselves fighting each other. Hyuna whispered to the leader that he was right, and there was definitely something about this guy, thinking that he seemed to not know what fear was. Pointing his finger at them, Eugen frowned and asked if guild leaders were not supposed to set an example, and didn't they know that the dungeons were full of dangers. Suddenly, the boy staggered, his mouth open in fear. He called up the system and asked what was going on. The blue board said that they needed to run, as there was a breach number 8 in the dimension. The boy staggered and grabbed his forehead with his hand, and Seong-han ran up to him worriedly, asking if everything was okay. The boy took his hand away from his face and said that, as he said, the dungeons were full of dangerous surprises and shouted for everyone to run as far as possible. The hunters looked up in shock. Rocks started falling from the buildings and a scream was heard asking what was going on. Seong-han created a shield over Eugen, protecting him from the falling rocks, and told him to be careful and hold on to him. The boy looked away and, activating fear resistance, asked where his brother and Yerim were. Two hunters appeared above them and shouted that they better get out of there right now, and Hyuna asked if it was an earthquake. Yerim, with her mouth wide open, shouted that something was rising from the ground where they were standing. The guys turned around and looked at the cracked earth shaking from the tremors. Everyone abruptly ran away from there. Looking back at the flying rocks, Hyena asked in horror what was going on. Suddenly, a huge gray monster popped out from the ground behind them. A huge stone frog landed. Hyena raised her head with her mouth open and said that she had never seen a monster like this before. Eugen asked if he was sure it was a monster since it was incredibly big. Eugen frowned and said that it was definitely a monster. Calling up the system and reading the information about the monster on the blue window, Eugen said that it was Mountain Eater Bavar, an SS-class toad monster whose body was completely covered in impenetrable rocks. Hyuni looked at Eugen with interest as the others shouted that this dungeon was only a class and asked what something like this was doing here. The blonde man opened his mouth and whispered that Eugen had definitely seen this coming. The guy with the cloak fluttering in the wind looked at Eugen from behind and asked himself if it was not just a coincidence, then what else was he hiding? The little griffin got his head tangled in a towel and screamed. He flew around the room, and the guild member tried to catch him and screamed for Blue to stop playing with the towels. The girl turned to the bird, saying that who would have thought that babysitting monsters would be so difficult. At this time the bird was knocking on the door of the closed room with a squeak. The girl opened the door, asking what was wrong and saying that Eugen was not in the room, and Chirpai, who ran in, stopped, looking at something in surprise. The bird squealed in tears. The girl consoled it by saying that he would return tomorrow, but then ran after Blue, asking, "Is he again?" Chirpai was left alone in the room and cried. Her little muzzle turned red, tears were streaming down it. Suddenly, Chirpai spread her wings, and the space next to her began to shimmer with blue light. A system table surrounded by a glow began to form in the air. A red circle with a pattern appeared in the middle of the blue swirls. This L-class skill was called Dimension Master. An image of Eugen, who was riding Peace, appeared in the swirl, and Chirpai stared at it in surprise. Looking at the blue swirl, she let out a startled squeak. She took a step towards the shimmer that captivated her. Suddenly, a griffin fell right on top of her with a scream, causing the crushed bird to squeak. The employee burst into the room, asking the pet if everything was okay. In front of them, the space shimmered blue. Behind this blue shine, high-ranking hunters and Eugen could be seen looking at a monster in the form of a huge turtle. Hyena stood in front of the guy sitting on the lion and asked that this dungeon was only a class. What was something like this doing here? The toad monster raised its huge paw, and the huntress asked if they could even fight this creature. At least it looked pretty slow. The huge toad slammed its paw on the ground with force. The ground around the paw was in debris and smoking. The monster moved towards the hunters who ran away from it. Yerim screamed that she took only one step and was already able to cause such damage. Turning around, she suggested that everyone use their gate stones and leave from there, but Eugen, looking at her, said that no, they can't just leave her like that. What if the dungeon breaks through and she crawls out into their world? Eugen remembered how the huge toad stood in the middle of the city. A helicopter was flying next to it, which seemed very small. The boy thought that it actually happened a few years later in the original version of the world. In the countryside of China, the toad caused catastrophic damage by simply crawling slowly. The boy realized that even worse, this dungeon was opened right in front of the college campus in the center of the city. Its breakthrough could destroy the entire district. Eugen resolutely held the sword and said that they would have to give it their all then. He shouted at his older brother to stay away while flying into the air, and Yerim, who jumped next to him, asked Songhan to take care of him, to which Eugen shouted, trying to stop them. Yerim held the ice spear in her hands and thought that the A-class Icy Breath and S-class Pale Rain below the level and would not leave even a scratch on this SS-class monster. The spear glowed. Surrounded by white swirls, the girl said that a day without a shadow is a different matter. She will cast an SS boost on mana and fire skills. A large dark shadow spread from the spear thrust into the ground. It shouted that it had created all this for the guild master. The rest was up to him. Eugen resolutely rushed forward along this shadow. A ball of purple flame appeared in his palm. He directed a huge stream of flame at the monster. Eugen looked at the blazing fire sitting on the pet next to the man and shouted that the SS-class black flame should be enough. He advised his brother to hit the back of the neck. This was its weak point. The guy thought that he already knew how to kill the turtle, especially with such a team in which they had a perfect combination of skills. Eugen with a swift movement of the sword struck the enemy. The attack on the turtle's neck appeared a trace of the sword movement, and that was it. The guild master struck again with his sword even harder. The guy thought that the whole thing was because they were still in the moment 5 years earlier. Hunters did not have an extra 5 years to get better equipment, higher stats, and more experience. Eugen looked at the monster with displeasure, and Hyena, who had rushed up from behind, shouted at the young master to get out of the way. She said, so the back of the neck, one-hit kills are her specialty. The woman forcefully thrust the shining spear into the monster's neck. Shards of shell flew around. Only the tip of the spear entered the body. She cursed, saying that it was quite heavy. The worst part was something else. The edges of the wound shimmered red when she took out her weapon. The wound began to tighten, healing, to the surprised cry of the hunter. Babar can heal almost instantly. Hyena shouted in amazement that if she had an SS-class spear, she would have made a pincushion out of the monster. It seemed like it was time to take out her SS-class chains. Hyoni stretched out his hand with a golden chain, saying that if they can't pierce the skin. A golden chain wrapped around the monster's body and mouth. Hyoni glowed with golden fire, squeezing the enemy with chains and asked, "What about it?" Seong Han and Eugen, who covered his eyes from the glow, looked at this, and the boy thought that this was crazy. Even he alone could not defeat it. Seong Han sighed in surprise, asking if it worked, and said that the monster reacted for the first time. Bavar opened his red eye and roared. Suddenly, he made a big leap forward despite the chains. The hunters looked at this in horror and screamed. With a terrible roar, the toad jumped to another place. The earth collapsed under the paws of the monster. A deep crack appeared on the ground, splitting the soil in two. The remains of buildings and columns collapsed, falling down. Hyoni stood next to the hunters who were trying to recover and said that no, it seemed like they shouldn't anger the thing by making it jump around like that again. Hyena asked him in annoyance if there were any other ideas on how to defeat the monster in one hit. Taking a closer look at the giant toad, she exclaimed for the others to look. It had recovered in one hit. Frowning at the monster, she asked how they were supposed to kill it. Behind her, Eugen told his brother, who was sitting on the beast, that he needed to leave, to which he replied that he should listen. They could still destroy the monster if the hunters worked together. Eugen looked at his younger brother carefully. He pictured a giant toad with a red cross on its back that needed to be hit, and said that simply using one skill after another wouldn't break through the tough skin. The best chance was to unleash a series of attacks and hit the weak spot on its neck. Yerim was floating in the air next to him and asked in surprise when she heard that they were starting with her. Let her freeze the back of her neck. Turning to his younger brother, the guy said that he should apply heat right after. Hyoni looked at them carefully. Yerim said that she understood. It was like a cold glass mug can crack if hot water was poured into it. Eugen asked what happened. They would weaken her with a sudden change in temperature. To this, Eugen said that he was right. This was the most effective way to deal with her stone skin. Looking at the elder, the blonde asked, "Does such good knowledge come with his skill as a beast master?" To this, the guy, turning around, replied that you could say so. Standing by peace, the guy turned to the woman, saying that she would step in next, to which Hyena asked in surprise, does he seriously think this will work? She remembered how the wound from the blow on the monster's back healed, and said that the guy saw how quickly this creature recovered. It would heal before they could make another attack if they missed the moment even a little, and besides, they did not work that much as a team. The long-haired girl spread her hands, saying that they could not practice either unless he did not want to see this creature jump again, and they did not have telepathy. To this, the guy asked, what if he said that it was possible? Everyone looked at the standing F class and asked in surprise, what? Looking determinedly at the woman, Eugen said that she was right. The most important thing was to make a series of attacks at the perfect moment, but that meant that they would have to work as a single mechanism. The guy looked at the blue circle of the system element. He said that otherwise this whole plan was impossible, but fortunately for them, he could make it possible for the hunters. Eugen thought that it would be nice to use some sort of effective offensive skill, but he couldn't ask for more in this situation. Standing surrounded by blue symbols, he said that he was going to use his skill now. He looked at the yellow skill symbol with a hen and chickens and thought that he was using the skill that he had accidentally obtained yesterday. Looking at the others, Eugen waved his hand and said that he had obtained a special team skill yesterday that should help improve their teamwork. Eugen looked at his brother in surprise and asked again if he had obtained a team skill, to which Eugen, calling up the system menu, responded in agreement and said that he must have been able to fulfill the conditions to unlock it. He carefully looked at the shining menu table and thought that at least the description was more detailed now. Under the yellow image of a hen and chickens was the description of the skill, Terrible Chicken Commander. It was written as follows, the teacher who guides the stubborn awakened, children are so naughty, aren't they? If you use this skill, you can combine multiple objects of influence, teach them to work in harmony and coordinate their actions. The guy thought that he thought the writing style had changed too. He read that there were additional explanations. Round bottles of blue potions illustrated that, firstly, the skill depends on the level of intelligence and mana. Eugen drank the liquid, pointing with his finger, and said to Eugen to get closer to Yerim. Secondly, the caster can take damage if the object of influence turns off the synchronization attempt. A book with an image of a chicken and chicks appeared in front of the guy's palm. The guy told the others that he was using this skill now, and they needed to accept it. It was important. Holding the book in his hand, Eugen created glowing blue patterns that were at his feet. Yerim and Eugen looked on in surprise as the same patterns appeared next to them. The system reported that the skill Terrible Chicken Commander was activated. The hero's eyes glowed yellow. Eugen saw windows in front of him with images of what the hunters saw in front of them. His eyes widened in amazement. He exclaimed in surprise. Stretching out his hand, he seemed to feel his brother's hand next to him, and he thought that he could feel their bodies. The brothers looked at their palms in identical poses, as if they were translucent, and Eugen looked at them in surprise. Eugen thought that he felt their bodies as if they were his own, as if he knew in advance what they wanted to do. The guy thought that he understood what they would say, even if they themselves had not yet understood it. The younger one looked at his palm and began to say that he did not feel it. Eugen finished for him, no difference, and his brother looked at him in surprise. Eugen exclaimed in surprise, asking what just happened. Eugen held his hand over the book and said contentedly that it was great. Now he would try to synchronize the two of them. Eugen and Eugen looked forward seriously, listening to the sensations. The symbols at their feet intertwined. The girl said that it was both cool and creepy. Hyeon looked at them and asked what happened. Eugen extended her hand with a spear, as if she sensed the presence of the guy next to her, and said that it felt like the guild leader's body had become part of her own. She could even predict his movements and balance their powers. Sharply hitting the guild leader, who instantly reacted with a spear, she said that it was like this. Eugen covered his eyes from the rising wind, and Hyeon asked in surprise, "How so?" The tip of the spear perfectly came close to the sword. The tip of the spear perfectly touched the tip of the sword, and the woman added in amazement that they did it without blinking an eye. How is this even possible? She excitedly pointed at herself and told him to do the same to her, to which Eugen, who was drinking the potion, told her to give him a second. He needed to recover. The guy said that her role was to destroy the toad's skin. Once Eugen did what he was asked to do, she would be able to minimize the damage from the fire if she held tightly to Peace's back. Hyeon looked at him with admiration, happily asking that she would be able to ride Peace. The woman was delighted, saying that how did he know that she brought a saddle and even fire resistance equipment just in case. At this time, Eugen stroked the displeased flame lion's head, apologizing, and said that it was only this time. The guy thought of the third clarification on the use of the skill. Eugen reached into his inner pocket, telling her to take care of the pet, and said that he had one more thing for her. Hyeon turned around with the saddle in her hands and asked what it was. The guy remembered the clarification that the skill was easier to use on objects of influence, whom he takes under his wing with a code word. With a cute wink, the guy showed her a cute gesture and said that his heart, he loves Hyeon. Eugen thought that he would use this chance to make her his ward. They were already close enough that he could get out of this situation by laughing it off. A critical failure occurred. Hyeon stood with the saddle in her hands and a rainbow poured out of her mouth, and the guy hastened to add that he was very grateful for everything she did for them, going with them and so on. She was so kind to him, even when he continued to yell at her, and that's why. Hyeon looked at him with a smile and laughed, saying that it was so stupid. She scratched her nose in embarrassment and told the boy not to worry. His attitude helped him remember how harshly she was trained when she was still an athlete. The system reported that Hyeon responded to the code word and became a trainee. Eugen turned away in embarrassment and thought, well, he guessed he did it after all. He turned around with a smile and said that they needed to now, but he was interrupted. Hyoni, crossing his arms, said that it should be his turn now. The boy excitedly thought that this was definitely a tough nut to crack. He remembered that the fourth explanation said that the higher the stats of the target, the harder it is to use the skill on them. With a goofy smile, Eugen asked if he had already mentioned that he also loved Hyoni, just like his brother, to which the blonde replied that after everything they had been through, he didn't have to call him formally, and the guy said that he definitely loved Hyoni. Eugen thought that as he had expected, the code word wouldn't work on him yet. The guy extended his hand forward and asked him not to reject his skill. Hyoni didn't look at him, engulfed in a blue glow. With shining eyes, he looked at the brunette. Eugen swayed in shock, feeling resistance. The system reported that the subject had rejected his skill. The guy bent over, coughing, and Hyoni exclaimed in surprise, looking at him. Frowning at the blonde, Eugen said that he told them that they couldn't do this. Calmly looking at him, the guild leader said that he had simply slightly rejected him and that was all. In response, the guy cursed in his mind. Eugen ran up to them, anxiously asking what happened and if everything was okay. Hyoni threw his red coat over the guy's shoulders, grinning, saying that maybe at least this would help him stay in one piece, and the brunette said discontentedly that everything was fine, he only needed one assistant. He thought to himself, maybe he should steal this coat. Eugen held his hand to his mouth, feeling what the others were seeing. He thought he was receiving visual information from 4S rank hunters and Peace, hard to handle, like he was some kind of hub or filter, or a teacher trying to put on a school play with unruly preschoolers. He covered one eye with his hand, thinking that maybe if he closed his eyes it would get better. Out loud, he told the hunters to hurry up, because he wasn't sure he had the strength for much longer. Under the cloudy sky, a huge toad stood on the ground, and in the distance, Seong-han stood on a rock with a bow in his hands. Eugen thought that he knew that they had to worry about the SS rank beast now, but their first priority was to make the S rank man. Seong-han looked at the enemy with determination, clutching the bow in his hand. Eugen thought that this was why he should strike first. The man pulled the bowstring. The arrow flew out of the bow quickly, leaving a bright trail behind it. The arrow, small compared to the monster, flew off its back easily. The archer was upset. Yerim, holding a glowing spear in her hands, said that she assumed that there would not be even a small scratch on it. Raising her weapon, she ran forward with a determined shout, thinking that since the first attack was done, now it was her turn. Swinging her hand with the spear, the girl used mana enhancement. The system reported that the skill Day Without Shadow was activated. Dark swirls and frost patterns spread from the raised weapon. The girl said that she would link it with another skill. The system reported that Icy Breath was activated. Black lines of shadow crawled across the toad's tough skin. Resolutely shouting, Yerim stretched out her hand with the weapon and said that she would concentrate all the cold energy in one point. Shining ice flows appeared around the tip of the spear. She said that she would make the spear as thick and sharp as possible. She shouted the command Pale Rain and screamed warlike. Surrounded by a blue glow, she flew towards the monster, pointing her spear downwards, huge white ice flows flying out from its tip. The beast's back was covered in a huge layer of ice. The girl excitedly shouted that it was completely frozen and ready. It was up to the leader, who was already approaching with a sword. The system reported that Hermes' shoes were used for teleportation. Eugen released a pillar of flame from his palm. Floating above the monster, he directed all his flames down on it. The beast's skin was red hot, engulfed in flames. Yerim hovered, sitting on her spear, and said in admiration that everything melted in a second. She had never seen anything like this before. How strong was this heat? Eugen, standing next to her, bent over, replied that he could barely breathe due to the shared sensory information. Hyena sat on Peace's back next to the blazing flames and shouted for the boy not to worry. She was strong enough to handle the fire. She needed to hit this thing while the shell was still soft, right? With a confident smile, she looked ahead and said that right now was a great chance. Xiong Han stared at the beast surrounded by flames intently. Eugen thought that the woman was right, that the shell was in a vulnerable state right now, but not yet, just a little bit. The hunter's eyes glowed yellow. Bright purple flames swirled around the beast. Eugen thought that they needed to wait until the flames died down to a manageable level, but before the skin began the healing process. Eugen frowned, pressing his palm to his forehead and ordered himself to think. He felt and imagined Hyena riding the beast and thought that Peace's speed and agility. Eugen continued to use the attack, and the boy thought about the heat of the remaining flames passing through the younger's senses. Hyoni standing behind him, and the final moment when he should join the fight. A drop of blood fell on the palm of the exhausted boy. The man grabbed his forearm, and he was surprised. Eugen looked at the blonde who grabbed his arm, holding him, and asked what was wrong. Hyoni held him, saying that shouldn't they move already. He thought he would be able to understand when it was his turn, but for now, let him focus on Hyena. Eugen wiped the blood from his face, hearing the words that this was the man's way of apologizing for his disobedience, and replied that he could definitely become a teacher's pet. Materializing a golden chain, Hyoni heard the boy tell him to hold on tightly because they needed physical contact to share the skill. Hyena, riding on the torture lion, rushed towards the enemy. Eugen thought that the perfect moment was needed. Considering the speed, distance, and time left before the flames died out, calculating every option, the perfect moment. Eugen screamed loudly, now. The hero watched as the woman with a spear in her hands rushed at the monster. Horrifying monsters filled the entire city. Eugen remembered how in the very first days of the dungeon breakthrough, low-class monsters left a trail of destruction in his world. The hunter is trying to defeat the huge monster with various weapons. The guy realized that over time, more and more formidable creatures began to appear along with difficult dungeons. A special team skill was obtained by the brunette when they teamed up to clear the dungeon together. The S-class hunter stands in a circle, above which hands supposedly rise, controlling them like puppets. Eugen believes that if an equal person tries to control the thoughts and body of another, then at that moment he will have a feeling of aggression and rejection. On the head of the blonde sits a beast of F rank. The protagonist thinks that it feels much more harmless. Hyena with a smile on her face controls the fiery lion when they were able to carry out the first coordinated attack of the S-classes. Holding onto his mane, she loudly exclaimed for him to move forward. Hyena with a menacing face raised the spear above her head when she shouted, "Let's take advantage of this chance." She stuck the spear into the stone, creating a whirlwind. A bright pink light began to break through from the place of impact. Everything around turned into debris, but Peace stubbornly remained in place. Looking at what was happening, tears of happiness flowed down Yerim's face. She proudly exclaimed that the girl did it despite the burning flames. Enveloped in flames, Hyena laughs happily with a crazy smile on her face. She said that it was an amazing feeling. Something swamp-colored began to appear under the concave spear. The girl was thrown to the side, and liquid began to splash out from that place. Seeing something similar to a volcanic eruption, Hyoni told Eugen, who was holding him at the time, that it was time for him to join in as well. The guy, putting his hand on his heart, asked the leader not to worry since he was using a bracelet, thanks to which the blonde would not be able to hold back. Hyoni, with a serious face, extended his hand forward to use his skill. At that moment, Eugen began to use Yerim's buffs. A system plate appeared, informing the activation of the F-class veteran, when the brunette decided to add something to the strike. Seeing that everything around was wrapped in golden chains, the blonde was surprised when Eugen used an attack skill that adds a double hit. The green-scaled monster started screaming with its tongue hanging out. The brunette covered his face with his hand as the targets enveloped everything around him. Out of breath, he thought that this was a very overwhelming force. Hyoni opened his mouth as he saw what was happening. A slight smile appeared on his face. Sitting on the raised platform, the monster cried out pitifully. A black hole formed on its back covered with green scales. The monster's eyes turned white from such a strong attack. The beast was unable to stand on its feet. While the out-of-breath hyena sat on the fiery lion, Yerim asked with a smile if they really won. Everything around began to collapse. As the monster fell, the ground began to crumble, causing Yerim to jump. Hyena cried out loudly, asking to be careful of the debris. While the guys ran away, Seong-hin spread his arms out to the sides. At that moment, Eugen shouted that he had to leave. A system sign appeared in front of the man, informing him that the conditions for leveling up had been met. The man stopped the falling debris, surprising the boys. A notification appeared about Seong-hin's stats and skills leveling up. Eugen, who was watching this from the side, leaned on Hyoni. He loudly exclaimed that this was simply amazing. The guy suddenly began to fall without finishing his thought, and blood began to flow from his nose. Rolling his eyes, he said that he would take a short nap since he had no strength left, asking them not to quarrel until he woke up. Eugen began to fall, but was stopped by Hyoni. The green monster spread out, raising dust around it when the first coordinated attack was successful. Hyena's eyes began to glow with delight, despite the fact that the skill effect had ended. She happily exclaimed that they had the best cat, inviting him to live with her. The others were surprised to see the girl hugging Peace, who was clearly unhappy with such closeness. The protagonist assumed that the sudden encounter with a terrible opponent, on whom he had to spend all his strength, had liberated her. Yerim, who stood next to the perplexed Eugen, said that they did it. Then she loudly exclaimed that they really managed to destroy the SS-class beast. The girl abruptly hit the guy's palm with her hand in victory. They looked down at each other, not understanding what had happened. The confused partners turned in opposite directions, holding their weapons in their hands. Eugen believes that this happened because fighting hand in hand created a bond between people who disliked each other. But that's not all. Seong-han ran excitedly, shouting Hyoni's name. His eyes widened at what he saw. In front of him lay a lifeless brunette, next to whom sat Hyoni. The blonde looked at his palm with a surprised face. Putting his hand to his mouth, a slight smile appeared on it after realizing that such power could belong to him forever. In a room illuminated by bright blue light, the head of the system with long ears stood in front of the control panel, drooping. She cried out pitifully that this creature had come for Eugen. The partners standing behind her tried to calm her down. The leader reported that the dimensions had suddenly been distorted, as the beast they had been expecting for 5 years had appeared. The assistant with horns on her head asked her partner if the recovery would take a long time, to which he asked her to wait for her, saying that there was still a little left. The system leader burst into tears while the assistant was busy with work. She loudly asked if they thought that it was on the conscience of others, since a man obsessed with his son's duty had acted strangely. The man in the wolf skin asked her to calm down, explaining that the attempt was made from the sweet world, so her guess was wrong, because those people were working from the outside. The assistant turned his head towards the leader. In front of the girl with horns stood the leader, worried, when she said that someone in the world tried to use a teleportation skill to get to him. She cautiously asked her who could have done such a thing. Holding her chin, she lowered her gaze and guessed that it was someone with at least an SSS-class skill or even a legendary one. An image of the murdered Baba appeared on the screen, and upon seeing it, the leader called her assistants and looked at the picture. She was surprised and said that they had already defeated the monster so quickly. The man in the wolf skin approached the screen and said that he thought they would mess around with him longer because they would receive a decent reward for this. The assistant with horns took a closer look and said that something was wrong. She saw a photo of Eugen's lifeless body lying next to the blonde. Looking at him with a devilish smile on his face, Hyoni asked the guy who he really was. The brunette was constantly surrounded by beasts, which is why the blonde assumed that the beast master skill was his only one, so he decided to wait until the end of the contract. He thought that at the same time he believed that Eugen was hiding a lot, because he behaved in the dungeon as if he knew everything in advance. After thinking, the blonde realized that his partner received a command skill at the right time. Looking at his black-gloved hand, Hyoni said that the brunette had shared a skill that doubled damage with him. He began to give off an ominous aura as he recalled the time when he had such power. As Eugen lay with his eyes closed, the blonde looked at him and wondered why he was human, as Hyoni would have done something different if he were in his place. He threw him over his shoulder. The boy asked if his brother was okay. The brunette opened his mouth in surprise when he was interrupted by Eugen, who asked him if he should leave him with him. Confidently supporting Eugen with one arm, the blonde said that he would feed him 3 times a day and provide him with everything he needed to take good care of him. His green eyes sparkled as he added that he was taking him with him. Hyena turned around and saw Hyuni slinging Eugen's body over himself. The guy was so angry that he couldn't say anything, but the girl asked with a surprised face if the blonde was serious. At that moment, an enraged Yerem came running. She sternly told the leader that this was not funny, asking him to give it back to them calmly since the Audacity just needed to rest. Seong Han threw a stern look at Hyuni. Eugen took the hilt of the sword and demanded that the man give him the brunette. Hyuni, throwing his head back, thought with a sly look, maybe kill them. Despite the fact that he was standing alone against several, he decided to just destroy them all, blaming the SS-class monster since the double damage buff was still active. After which he realized that eliminating MKC and Hyana would be very easy. The girl abruptly stuck her spear into the ground, breaking it into pieces. She extended the weapon towards him when she shouted enough. Yerem was scared, seeing that the girl was very angry. Hyana said she would finish him off if he did anything weird while the others held back so as not to hurt the elder. Hyuni stared into her red eyes. She told him not to be greedy, treating Eugen as his toy, otherwise someone would just break him. The brunette began to hang off the shoulder of the guy, who said that the bracelet had malfunctioned. Hyuni carried his body in his arms to the girl when he said that it seemed like he was outnumbered. With a smile on his face, looking at the ground, the blonde wanted to say something, but did not finish. He attacked Eugen, who was holding the hilt of the sword, standing in place. The guy broke the chain with his weapon when Hyuni said that he returned the brunette unharmed. Eugen concentrated, using his skill, asked him if he decided to attack him because he did not have the fireproof equipment that his brother wanted. The guy swung his shoulder hard, deciding to check. Hyuni looked at the scared Eugen with a confident look. Suddenly, a block of ice appeared in front of the brunette, which surprised him. They turned around as Yerem interrupted them, shouting stop. Holding her trident with one hand, with an angry look, she loudly asked if they remembered that they needed to protect the Audacity. Holding Eugen by the shoulder, Hyana threw the maroon cloak aside as she told Hyuni to grow up already since the boy was half his size. As the brunette ran past the boulder, she turned to the young master and asked him to take his brother already. Taking off his maroon cloak, Eugen distanced himself from the blonde and told him to stay away. He replied that he could hardly do that since he had become a big fan of his. Hyuni, giving him a stern look, Hyana yelled that she told them to stop. The young master began to cover Eugen with his cloak. Seong Han told him not to be so nervous. Meanwhile, the girl assumed that her brother would be safe since Hyuni liked him so much, thinking that it was for the best. Opposite them, in the distance, stood a blonde man, next to whom Yerem was demonstratively grumbling. Eugen, lying on his clothes, made a face when he heard the girl call him more impudent. He shouted, telling them to stop fighting. A black portal appeared in front of them, illuminating with purple light, when the brunette said that they need to wrap up and get out. This is how they cleared this dungeon. Upon learning of what happened, the worried employees worked with all their might, since the guys actually raised the entire internet on its ears. A huge number of letters were written about this, because the appearance of an SS-class beast in a class dungeon shook the whole world, causing the association to plunge into complete chaos, although some details were hidden for security reasons, fearing public protest. All news channels and websites broadcast that Seong Han became S-class. Even this was enough to keep the world buzzing about this purge. The girl leaned on the table with her hand where the strands lay. Entering the dressing room, the assistant was surprised when she reminded the boss about the photo shoot tomorrow. She saw Hyana standing in front of the mirror with his temples shaved off. The girl loudly exclaimed, asking what happened to her hair. The assistant approached her excitedly. The woman said that she just cut it short for now since the ends were burnt. To which the assistant asked if she was sure about her decision because the sponsors would be furious. The girl's face turned blue as she watched the boss leave when she asked him to tell them to be happy with the top part of their hair left. Hyana, holding her jacket with one hand, said that now is not the time to worry about it. Changes are coming soon. Today, the building with panoramic windows was illuminated by sunlight. The hero believes that the appearance of riding beasts, the existence of a blacksmith, and the appearance of the first S-class team will change many things. Such changes will be able to rebuild the basis of the system. Looking at the picturesque view outside the window, Hyuni informed someone on the phone that plans had changed. He threw his head to the side and told his twin brother Valchasis to be given to prepare for his arrival in Korea. The copper gears of change, interlocked with each other, began to spin. Meanwhile, in a multi-story hospital surrounded by greenery, which became the center of these changes, something began to squeak throughout the ward. Near the face of the awakened Eugen sat a small animal. It hit his cheek so hard that the brunette was pressed to the pillow. Rising from the bed, he saw a white creature jumping on the blanket. Holding his forehead, Eugen asked Chirpai if she was hungry. The guys were touched, embarrassing the brunette. They exclaimed loudly. The guy dressed in hospital clothes looked at his hand and asked what they were doing there, remembering that he passed out in the dungeon. Awkwardly holding the back of his head, the guy said that it seemed he slept longer than he thought. To which Myung-woo furiously shouted that he slept for 2 days. Casting a menacing look at Seong-han, from which he felt uneasy, the guy said that they could not even protect his brother even with all 4 S-class. To which the man replied that he was fine, according to the doctor. Chirpai climbed onto Eugen's head, next to whom Myung-woo stood, devouring the guys with his gaze. After which they asked him for forgiveness. What was happening pleased the brunette, since he saw that the blacksmith was now keeping everyone in fear. Eugen took the squeaker in his hands and awkwardly looked at Myung-woo, who said that she cried a lot, which is why they asked for permission to bring her to his ward. Then he offered to take her so that he could rest. But the brunette said that everything was fine. He began to stroke the fluffy creature with his hands when he asked her if she missed him. Eugen decided to open the list of students as he wondered about Seong-han's level. A system table appeared in front of him, which showed photos of those under his care. He was glad when he realized that Seong-han was currently in S-class. In the same list, the brunette saw peace. He jumped out of bed, which made Myung-woo worry when he realized that the fiery lion had also become an S-class. Because of what he saw, the blacksmith decided to call him by name. Eugen tried to get up from the bed around which the guys were standing. He said that he needed to see peace because he had already grown up. But Myung-woo said that the doctor asked him to lie down until tomorrow. In turn, Seong-han added that the leader took the fiery lion with him to the dungeon. The hospital bed on which the brunette lies is fenced off by a curtain. He asked the guys again if Eugen went to the dungeon. Seong-han stood, looking worriedly at Yerim, when the guy, remembering the mention of clearing the S-class dungeon, asked him why he was not with him. To which the man said, "You see." A drop of sweat began to flow down the girl's face when she hesitantly answered that only the leader and Peace went to the dungeon. Widening his eyes from what he heard, Eugen asked, "What?" The man remembered how the 3 of them stood with the fiery lion right in front of the entrance to the dungeon. The touched guy said that he had never been to clear with Peace. The guys were scared when the fiery lion transformed, becoming much stronger. They called him. The teammates surrounded him with surprised faces, thinking that the lion was cool now. Eugen asked what was going on. Meanwhile, Hyuna clarified when he managed to grow so much. The guy with wide eyes lowered his head and said that he had completely grown up. Peace began to look angry since he had large fangs. The guy looked closely at the fiery lion. He used his skills to block the path of the frightened guys. They, with their mouths open, looked at him, some even turned blue from fear. The teammates, not understanding what was happening, called the leader. Eugen, behind whom stood the now S-class Peace, told them to stay since only the 2 of them would be going on this cleansing. The guy winced in anger. While Eugen sat lost in his thoughts on the hospital bed, Yerim asked him if he had calmed down. The guy asked her again how he could be calm, because the gates were closed, which meant they wouldn't be able to get the kids back now. The brunette remembered how 10 minutes ago he had thrown a tantrum at his charges, who were trying to restrain him. He tried to jump out of bed, but Yerim stopped him when the guy said that he still does not understand what Seong-han was thinking about them. Meanwhile, the man decided to calm him down with the help of a technique for mothers in labor. Sweat ran down the guy's face from anger as he understands that it takes at least 10 days to clear an S-class dungeon, which is why they may not get enough sleep. Standing next to the girl, Seong-han clasped his hands in pleading and said that the dungeon seemed normal to him, and he also thinks that everything will be fine with them because they have the gate stone. Yerim also asked him not to worry about it so much and clarified with the brunette what rewards he received. Eugen's face turned blue from what he heard, as he does not understand what rewards she is talking about. Showing an earring made of a magic crystal, she said that this is SS-class equipment that she received for defeating Bavar. The Mermaid Queen's earrings, deep blue waves, are made of 4 blue magic crystals. The girl said that they not only increase the level of intelligence mana, but also give complete freedom of maneuver in the water. And thanks to them, her efficiency will increase by 30% when using water and ice-related skills in the water. The guy with a surprised face suddenly jumped up from his bed when he said that she would be absolutely invulnerable in the water. Yerim agreed with him, since thanks to them she would calmly destroy all the underwater dungeons, thanks to which she would quickly pay off the remaining half of her debt. Thinking about this, a wide smile appeared on her face. Her thoughts about a huge amount of money began to collapse when she remembered that she would again get into debt due to the purchase of new equipment. Hearing this, Eugen realized that she had a long way to go. Clutching her head, she began to run around the ward. But despite all this, the brunette is glad that she is growing so slowly but surely. Now she is constantly surrounded by partners, so the brunette believes that she, unlike the S-classes who ruled alone, will grow up surrounded by caring sunbees. While the guy was flying in his dreams, the guys were whispering next to him. Looking at him, the girl realized that she had managed to distract him. When the guy was looking for something in his profile, the man said that he had received the gate stone, while Eugen was dying of curiosity. Eugen found that something SS class appeared in his profile. Seeing this, the girl was happy because he also had strong equipment. The guys were surprised that the whole room began to illuminate with blue light. In front of them appeared a copper old water wheel of the nameless Demon King. The brunette with a surprised face held it in his hands when the girl clarified with him what it was. He said that it was an old wheel once used by the Demon King. The guys imagined how the role of the demons is sitting near the spindle, when Xiang Han suggested that he used it for a spinning wheel. The girl thought that this was a rather peaceful hobby for him. She decided to put this wheel on the guy's head, thinking that it was supposed to be worn like that. But Eugen thinks that most likely it is an item, not equipment. Holding the wheel above his head, on which Chirpai climbed, he thought that the system deliberately gave him this reward. That's why he decided to check with them about it when he went to the dungeon again. At that moment, the guy became sad because he remembered that his partners were alone in the S-class dungeon. The whole hospital could hear his screams as he again scolded Xiang Han, who again tried to calm him down. A beautiful tree could be seen from the window of the brunette's ward. He decided to look at his profile when a man disturbed him, asking if he was sleeping. Approaching him, the man made a surprised face when he said that the guy was sitting in some kind of prostration. Just at that moment, the guy was checking how things were going with those two in the dungeon using his skill. Raising himself, he grabbed the TV remote when Xiang Han suggested that he noticed an early symptom of dementia. Refusing point blank, Eugen said that he simply could not fall asleep, so he decided to watch TV. He turned on the channel where the girl was telling the news that the hunter Xiang Han, who extended his contract with the Abyss, would be promoted to the position of vice leader of the guild within this month. The brunette jumped out of bed with his eyes wide open and asked him again if he would become the vice leader. He said that he was chosen for this position because Eugen was still in middle school, although she was also in S-class. The guy's eyes sparkled from what he heard, so much so that he opened his mouth. With a smile on his face, Eugen took his hand and said that he was the best candidate for this position and asked him to take care of his brother, for which the man thanked him, after which the guy suggested throwing a party in honor of his promotion. Lowering his head, he said that many people had already congratulated him, adding that he even received a bouquet from Hanshin. Hearing this, the guy smiled and asked him again, because Minju from this guild was known for his hostility towards Xiang Han. Standing with his jacket unbuttoned, he was embarrassed when he said that he used to work for Hanshin, which surprised Eugen. He remembered the moment when they looked at each other while drinking coffee, after which the man asked the guy if he knew that this guild was once part of the Hanshin group conglomerate. He also said that it was then that he and Minju were colleagues. The company executives patted him on the shoulders, offering him to marry after waking up, saying that he would receive all the support as the son-in-law of the chairman. Just then, his partner woke up as in S-class. The brunette opened his mouth wide when Xiang Han, who was looking at him, told him that he ended up marrying the chairman's daughter, which is how he became the guild leader. The man became sad and, lowering his head, admitted that since then, Minju was afraid of him, which made him feel awkward around him. Eugen, imagining himself wearing glasses and eating popcorn, realized that his story was similar to a plot from a drama. Inspired, he sat up from his bed and suggested that Minju was afraid because he himself wanted to become the guild leader's daughter's husband, to which the man reminded him that he was only in a class back then. He remembered reading a letter while holding a bouquet of roses. Just then, he received a congratulatory message wishing that he would forever remain in the Abyss. In Xiang Han's hands was a piece of paper calling him a loyal servant. The guy hit the locker next to his bed when he realized that he was right. Meanwhile, the man thinks that it's good that this happened because there's one less threat to the Abyss. Hearing this, the guy removed his hand from his face. Eugen remembered Minju standing in a black suit, his head bowed, when he realized that he was not going to keep them under control, despite the fact that his guild had 3 S-classes. Xiang Han said that his former colleague would not expand the influence of his guild because he was not a fan of publicity. Looking at the smiling student who lowered his head, the brunette realized that he put their guild above his personal feelings. At this point, the man said that he was satisfied with the way things were now, despite the fact that others said that he was kicked out. Remembering how he fought in the dungeon with the guys, he admitted his reluctance to become the head of the guild, since he believes that the role of an assistant is more suitable for him. Inspired, Xiang Han raised his fist as he promised that he would do his best, as he wanted to continue to support Eugen. The brunette remembered his last trip to the dungeon when his partner tried to quietly take care of his comrades. He believes that even as an S-class, Xiang Han will become a reliable team player. Dobi appeared on the windowsill while the brunette, looking at the man, admitted that he was glad that he would be next to his brother. The spirit said that he knew the reference about the guard. Taking hold of the blanket, Eugen's eyes widened as he did not expect to see Dobi. The creature said that his boss had woken up. The spirit held a red package in his hands. Smiling, he said that he brought ends that he himself would eat. Looking at Dobi sitting on the windowsill, a drop of sweat ran down the man's face as he believed that he was dangerous. But the brunette calmed him down, calling him his friend. Handing him a tin can of food, Eugen confessed that he loved him since he had come all this way for him. At that moment, he remembered that he had already influenced the spirit, so he decided to inquire about the progress with the long-distance teleportation skill. A system sign appeared next to the smiling spirit, who had taken up the canned food, informing him that he was an incomplete species. Seeing that the spirit had bitten off a chirpai, the guy opened his mouth, not understanding why he was doing this. Meanwhile, another sign appeared, which informed him that in order to evolve, he needed an item that corresponded to the essence of the incomplete species. The guy lowered his head and remembered that Dobi was born from a watermill. It dawned on him that he needed the wheel that he had received as a reward for defeating Bavar to evolve. The guy showed the spirit the wheel illuminated in blue light when he realized that the system had given him such a reward specifically for his evolution. He asked him if he needed it. Dobi picked up the wheel and began to examine it closely when Eugen told him that he had received it as a reward. The spirit realized that it was an ancient water wheel that belonged to the Demon King, so it was even older than him. The brunette was surprised when the creature sitting on the windowsill was able to determine the name of the object. A shimmering sunset had already appeared outside the window. Dobi asked the guy if the Demon King, who had big horns, was really scary, to which he received a positive answer. Eugen smiled awkwardly, laughing at him when the spirit said that from now on he was the Demon King. The guy believes that he cannot change his appearance so easily. Meanwhile, the guys became scared when they saw that the spirit began to transform. In the room, which began to be enveloped in purple light, the frightened Xiang does not understand what is happening. Seeing how the man's body was wrapped in dark loops, the blue-faced brunette asked Dobi what he had done. Huge horns appeared on the spirit's head. In the scarlet light, the spirit flapped its demonic wing. It looked at them furiously in its new form as it became the Demon King, believing that there was nothing more frightening than it. Beads of sweat ran down the boy's face as it realized that the creature had become a demon, which they had never seen even after 5 years. Illuminating everything around with black light, the spirit flew above the frightened brunette, after which it called itself the Demon King. Eugen believes that the system made a mistake in its deed. When Dobi began to attack the brunette, he hid behind the shield, not understanding what was happening. While he defended himself with chirpai from the demon's attack, the boy realized that he was also an SS class, which made him assume that he was stronger than Bavar. Seeing Xiang trying to escape from captivity, Eugen said that Bavar was at least modest. The boy grabbed his head, standing behind the shield, when he saw that Dobi thinks of himself as a big and scary Demon King. Sweat began to run down his face when he realized that this monster would turn the hospital into ruins, since even Xiang couldn't stand up to him. Hiding behind his shield, he lowered his gaze, since he didn't understand how he remained completely okay, since the shield from the earrings was only B class. Near the Demon King, a captive pupil was hanging when the brunette realized that the spirit didn't touch the area around him, despite his powerful energy, which he was able to destroy this ward with. Looking at his hand, which was lying with chirpai, Eugen assumed that one of the furry creature's abilities did not save him. Among the pupils, there was still a photo of Dobi, despite the fact that he became the Demon King. The brunette became so angry that all his muscles tensed when he realized that the spirit still saw him as a granny. That was why Eugen called him a naughty little devil. Holding the peace toy, he caught Dobi's attention when he yelled at him for making a mess. The demon jumped in fear as the boy started hitting him with a stick, calling him a bad demon who should be grounded for a week. Defending himself from his attacks, the spirit transformed into a demon asked the boss if he thought he was not scary in his current form. Playing with a stick with a ball on the end, Eugen told him that he was 100 times scarier in his previous form. With that, he decided to distract him, as the spirit was still not indifferent to pranks. To Dobi, who was keeping a distance from him, he reminded him of how the creature made Wu and Heian fate. The spirit, with Eugen turning blue with fear, looked at the captive Xiang. At that moment, Dobi asked him if the others were afraid of his transformed form. The brunette hinted to the man to play along with him in order to calm the spirit down. Towering over the blue-faced guy and the demon, Xiang also said that the spirit was much scarier in its previous form. After which he explained that he was only scared now because of Eugen, who could be in danger. Dobi calmed down, looking at his hands, asked them again if they really thought he was much scarier in his previous form. Seeing this, the guy realized that his plan was working. Together with the screaming chirpai, they surrounded him when the brunette repeated again that he was much scarier. In turn, Xiang confirmed his words, reminding that people fainted at the sight of him. While Dobi sat with his mouth open in confusion, they continued to say that they had never seen such a chilling cloud of absolute horror in their lives. A smile appeared on the demon's face, revealing his only 2 teeth as they begged him not to kill them. He replied that he would no longer be the demon king. The boys looked on in surprise as Dobi rejoiced, raising his hands up. Seong-han stood in shock as he noticed the black loops were letting go of him. At that moment, he asked if the spirit was normal as the fog began to clear. Chirpai landed on the head of the surprised brunette, who asked the man what he meant by normal. Dobi began to transform again, losing his wings and large horns. A system plate appeared, stating that he was now the king of Yun. The demon king's mask shattered into pieces. The spirit had now transformed into a blonde guy with an ancient wheel hanging from his belt. The guy put on a blue cape. With a smile on his face, spreading his arms, he announced that he had reincarnated as King Dobi. A surprised Seong-han sat next to Eugen, who believed that the spirit had evolved. The man asked him if everything would be okay now. Holding a pendant with an ancient wheel on it, Yun said that the thing still had some of the Demon King's energy left in it. When the item started glowing, the spirit promised that everything would be fine, since after the transformation, he was much stronger than the demon. Someone knocked on the door of the destroyed hospital room, asking if everything was okay. Meanwhile, Yoon told the guys about a new skill that he wanted to show them. Seong-han excitedly approached the door when the brunette asked to make excuses for them in front of the nurse. The man asked if he could leave him alone with this creature. While the spirit started playing with Chirpai behind, Eugen confidently replied that there was nothing to worry about now, since Dobi do not harm people. Standing in front of the wall broken into splinters, the guy awkwardly said that these creatures simply cause a lot of damage to hospital rooms. After that, he asked the spirit about the skill he was talking about. Eugen's eyes widened when he saw that Yoon had become his copy. The spirit asked if he looked like him. Now the brunette had 2 squeaking chirpies in his arms as the creature told him that he had gained a skill that allowed him to change shape, but he was unable to copy a person's skills or stats. Eugen thought that was too much. Looking awkwardly at Yoon hovering in front of him, the brunette asked him if he had managed to unlock the long-distance teleportation skill. Hearing this, the spirit was surprised that the boss already knew about everything. Yoon remembered how he sat on the huge Dobi gate when he told the guy that he was able to go almost anywhere once every 10 days, adding that he should choose a place where he had been before. When Eugen began to jump for joy, the spirit asked if everything was okay with him. Holding the Chirpai in his hands, the guy was very touched as he now had safe long-distance teleportation. He was already starting to get scared, believing that the end had come because of this whole fiasco with the Demon King. Eugen imagined people throwing all their money at him, thinking that he would finally be able to rest in peace after all his hard work. He believed that with this, he would be able to achieve great success in exploring the dungeons. He sighed and looked at the flying spirit as he offered to start exploring the dungeons right away. But Yoon refused, saying that he was too busy for that right now. Putting his hand on the wheel, he looked down and admitted that he needed to create his own subjects, so he was going to go and find some really old and worn out discarded things. Eugen was surprised, and then asked if the spirit was planning on creating more Dobi. A bright blue light could be seen through the open gate as Yoon said that it was his royal duty and responsibility that he had to fulfill. Waving his hand at his superior, he looked at him to say goodbye as he went to create many minions. The brunette tried to stop him. A bead of sweat ran down Eugen's face as he stretched out his hands, remembering that he still needed to figure out how dungeons were formed. He asked the spirit to investigate them along the way, suggesting that he go to China since there were many potential subordinates there. They sealed their promise with their fingers when Yoon said that it wouldn't be hard for him to do so. Looking back at his superior, he walked through the gate after bidding him farewell and promising that he would return with his own kingdom. While Chirpai played with Eugen's hair, he sighed since he thought that everything he had planned had worked out. Standing in the ruined chamber, the boy's heart sank when he remembered what the spirit had said about his kingdom. The boy rubbed the back of his head as he watched the fading scene, wondering if he should buy a huge plot of land for the Dobi kingdom. Eugen thought that in a few months he would regret letting Yoon go so easily. In the sunlit high-rise building, someone was thanking the chairman for personally contacting him. Simyung was talking on the phone while looking out the window. He confirmed that Eugen was being discharged from the hospital today and also said that the construction of the monster breeding facility had recently been completed. The man with glasses looked down as he asked again. He threw his phone on the table. Simyung turned away from Han, angry that something had happened while the guild leader was away. The girl asked him what had happened. She looked up and was surprised when Simyung said that the association was going to send someone to look after Eugen. Han thought that there was no problem since those guys were just civil servants and not the guild leaders. Sweat started to pour down the man's face. Putting his hand to his forehead, he said that this guy was on a completely different level compared to the guild leaders. Meanwhile, in a building surrounded by a fence, on the wall, there is a sign stating that the head of the Awakening Management Department is on a business trip. The man remembered a broad back in a black suit, and then said that he was talking about the head of the Awakening Management Department. The young man held a pass that said his name was T1. The sun was shining on the white building. Yerim frowned and asked in surprise what happened here at night. She grabbed her head in the destroyed room and screamed that this ward was made especially for hunters. How did it end up in such a mess? Eugen calmly told her that nothing happened, he was fine. The girl approached the guy, looking at his tired face, and said that she thought that he was not fine, as if he had not slept enough. He had such big bags under his eyes that they were about to reach his nostrils. To this the guy thought that he had not slept all night, trying to find out if his brother was still alive. He suddenly pointed at the girl, scaring her with it, and asked what she was doing here on a weekday. Was she skipping classes? She scratched her neck in embarrassment, remembering how she asked the employee for a certificate for today, and said that the teacher let them go early for the whole day today, to which Eugen gloomily replied that he could imagine how that could have happened. The guy said that she may be a hunter, but she still needs to follow social norms. She should stop acting like a criminal. The girl pointed at herself and thanked him admiringly, saying that she thought she was quite diligent. In response, the guy said that it was diligent, it was not the same thing. The hunters walked down the hallway and Eugen turned around displeasedly, saying that she should go to school more, to which Yerim, frivolously walking behind him, giggled. The feet in sneakers followed. The girl heard that it was no laughing matter. Awakened ones were more likely to break the law if they were not careful. The girl wore a school skirt over her gym uniform. She heard that especially high-class hunters like S rank, because they were too powerful to be restrained by normal law enforcement. Eugen imagined Hyena with her hair flying and Hyuni with her sly eyes. He thought that in other countries, high-class hunter guilds already had more power in their hands than the government. He imagined the rebels standing on battered cars and said that in more than a few cases, such guilds had completely overthrown the government, plunging the entire country into anarchy. Imagining the broad-shouldered brunette in the suit, he thought that the only reason Korea managed to continue to function as a normal country was this man. Eugen turned to the girl, saying that she should go back to school. Someone was already on their way to pick him up, to which Yerim asked in surprise, someone was coming. There was a parking lot outside the hospital. The brunette replied that yes, the association had sent someone to him. He assumed that since that was the case, they wanted to give him a tour of the new cultivation facility. A red car pulled up in front of the building. The guy said that he was the only S rank working for the government. The man was gripping the steering wheel of the car tightly. Eugen said that even after waking up, he had deprived himself of the wealth he could have accumulated as a hunter and became a government employee. Since then, he had been a reliable support for the Hunter Association while the big guilds continued to increase their power. A foot in a black boot emerged from the car. The guy said that he was the first person he would see an S-rank hunter who broke the law, just like he apprehended criminals as a police officer. Yerim pointed happily, saying that this must be Chief Song that Hyena kept talking about. They looked at him in surprise when he addressed Eugen. The dark-haired man in the suit showed his ID and introduced himself as Song Taewon, the head of the awakened department of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Security. Eugen and Yerim gaped in surprise, thinking that he was huge, and the man said that it seemed like they were already waiting for him outside. The boy was surprised to think that S-Class usually had a strong body, but this man was exceptionally bulky. Taewon towered over them and asked them to wait a minute while he parked the car. It seemed like looking at a huge monolith. With difficulty, the man climbed into the car, which was small for him. Yerim asked, confused, what such a big guy was doing in such a tiny car. Taewon bent over, still touching the ceiling of the car with his head. Eugen replied that it seemed like he was just being careful with their taxes. Headlights of a dark car appeared on the side of the red car. Yerim reasoned that it was an S-Class after all. Couldn't they have given him a bigger car? An even more surprised cry. The black car, without turning, drove straight through the red light. The black car crashed into the side, throwing up sparks from the impact. A startled question was heard, what the hell? Eugen and Yerim looked at the scattered parts of the car in surprise. The guy shockedly imagined the ghost of his boss and thought that this was the first and last time they would see each other. Taewon climbed out of the wrecked car and the guy breathed a sigh of relief, remembering that it was an S-Class. He thought in shock, who would even have the guts to do this to Taewon? The door of the black car opened and the man in the light suit said that he didn't mean to. Hyuni appeared smiling, saying that when he saw the man squeeze into that tiny, ridiculous car, his right foot suddenly pressed the gas pedal out of sympathy. Taewon looked at him, recognizing him. Eugen covered Yerim's mouth with his hand, who started saying that the more she saw Taewon, the more she thought he was crazy, and the guy ordered her to shut her mouth and just go to the hospital and tell everyone to evacuate. The heroes looked at the hunters in shock. The guy looked at the men standing confidently opposite each other and thought that he could understand why Hyuni did this. Taewon has the legal right to conduct special investigations against major guilds, so he must be quite a thorn in the side of the likes of Hyuni. Now the blonde guy had provoked his superior so openly. Hyuni handed the man the keys, telling him that he could send the bill to the guild or if he wanted, he could take his car. Taewon frowned as he looked at them. Eugen thought that he wouldn't turn a blind eye to it. Closing his eyes, the brunette said that he was afraid that such expensive gifts would be considered a bribe. He apologized. He needed to call the insurance company. In front of the surprised hunters, he simply turned around to walk away. Eugen and Yerim looked at him in surprise. The guy asked in surprise that they wouldn't fight even though he was in S rank, and the girl said that if this happened to Hyena or Eugen, they would have already razed the hospital to the ground. T1 swept up the wreckage of the car with an imaginary golden halo. Eugen said in amazement that he was even cleaning up the broken pieces of his small car. He was definitely a saint. He thought in admiration that this man was truly outstanding. The hunters looked at the man with admiration. Eugen put his hands on his heart, thinking that it was no wonder that he was called an S-rank police officer. He was completely different from the other crazy S ranks. No offense to Yerim and Eugen. T1 was holding the phone and saying that he wanted to report an accident. Eugen thought that the man was surprisingly calm. It was definitely not his first time. Glancing at the blonde, the guy thought that especially when it came to Hyuni, and the blonde caught his gaze. He smiled sweetly at him, closing his eyes. Walking up to the hunters, he asked how the guy was feeling. He heard news about his brother. The man held out a blue paper bag, saying that sweets are the best cure for stress, but a woman's hand snatched the bag. Yerim stuffed her mouth with sweets from the box, telling the blonde that he had the nerve to show up here, especially since the hero had already been discharged, to which Hyuni calmly replied that he tried to come earlier, but their friends turned him away at the door. Eugen smiled embarrassedly, wondering what was going on and what had happened while he was sleeping, and asked out loud what he owed such a surprise to. Hyuni replied that he came to share the good news that a dark spiky and winged dragon had hatched and was waiting for its daddy. He imagined a blonde with a tail, happily hugging a white bundle. Eugen sighed, asking if he had a riding monster Soyeon. The blonde smiled charmingly and replied that Soyeon would meet them at the breeding complex. Why don't they go there with him? He would give them a tour. An angry Yerim blocked the man with her hand, asking again, with him. T1 put his phone away and said that it was his responsibility to show the guy a complex. They turned to the broken car, when the blonde asked sarcastically, "Really, in this car?" Hyuni rubbed his chin, stating that he expected more from the association. Was he really going to accompany their friend in this wreck? Not listening to the guy's indignation that it was because he crashed, the blonde continued that the durability of the car was questionable to begin with. Looking closely at the man, he said that he was worried that such reckless behavior could lead to a person with such special skills simply getting hurt. He expected more from a civil servant called to protect the weak. The department head silently looked away. Bowing, T1 said that he was absolutely right and apologized to Eugen, to which the latter waved his hands, shouting that he did not understand why he was apologizing. Eugen thought for Hyuni to stop harassing the man and leave. Putting his palms out, Eugen said in a conciliatory tone that he would just ask his guild to give him a ride, and since Soyeon was already there, he thought it would be okay. He didn't want to waste the man's precious time. Hyuni turned away, pressing his hand to his chest, dramatically saying that he was going to refuse him again. After all, he had come all the way here, to which Eugen sheepishly stopped him, saying that he was starting to scare him. Looking at the boy sweetly, the blonde placed his hand to his chest, as if surrounded by flowers, and said that he thought they had become close enough. After all, he really put a piece of his soul into it. Eugen thought excitedly that it seemed like yes, he had given peace food, and those sweet pastries, and earrings, and Yerim was indignantly yelling from behind at him not to let her fool him. The girl sighed in displeasure, saying that he was too accommodating. When Eugen agreed, saying that why not, they could all go together, and the blonde said that he was happy with this decision. Yerim heard the words about the blonde not to start fights with anyone anymore, turned around and looked at T1 standing behind her, thinking about how cold his gaze was. T1 was silent, seriously watching what was happening. The girl looked at the man, thinking that it was not surprising, considering how many times the hunter had bothered him. Eugen walked next to Hyuni, sternly telling him not to fight anymore. He did not want to see the new building being razed to the ground. Yerim was surprised to notice that T1 was not looking at the guild leader, but at their Eugen. They walked to the car, and the girl looked back at the man again. Hyuni and Eugen had already approached the car. The heroine thought that it could be that he was here for another reason. In the center of the city there was a large glass building with a greenhouse and a round glass dome. It was a newly built center for breeding beasts. There were several floors inside the building, and in the center, plants were visible. Inside, there were small glass rooms towering over the plants. The hunters walked, looking around the building. T1 began to speak, but the blonde interrupted him and said that the area under the dome was a place for breeding beasts, and the floor above could be used for employees to live. He interrupted again and continued that the building next to this place was connected to this place by a special passage. The dissatisfied man began to say that for greater security. Hyuni interrupted him again, saying that for greater security, the windows were equipped with glass reinforced with mana. Eugen looked at them and thought, is it normal that he keeps interrupting? The guy turned around. Hearing his name, Soyeon was running towards him, waving her hand, and holding a basket in her other hand. The girl smiled happily and said that they had finally arrived. She had been waiting for them. Eugen smiled and said that she had come early. The beaming girl said that she was so excited that she could not take her foot off the gas pedal. She suddenly became scared when she saw T1's boss and said that she swears that she was not speeding. The man told her that he does not plan to arrest anyone, and the guy thought that she must often cause him trouble. He looked at the small black dragon with a silver collar that was sleeping in the basket and thought that it meant that it was a baby spiny dragon. Looking into the basket, Eugen said that they should think of a suitable nickname, to which the girl firmly stated that she named her Comet. She decided that it would be better if she gave the nickname herself, and Yerim confirmed that this was a great idea. T1 looked into the basket, looking at the yawning dragon, and said that the baby was a little smaller than he thought. After all, she was supposed to be a riding beast. Soyoung said that she would grow up quickly, and then exclaimed that they woke her up and called her to look at those beautiful eyes. Eugen looked into the black eyes of the little dragon and saw that it was a baby spiny-winged dark dragon, current stat class D, possible stat class from A to S. The dragon had abilities such as acid breath, high-speed flight, spiked armor, and poisonous scales that it would gain after growing. Eugen smiled, handing the dragon the blue master stone on a string, and said hello, saying it was nice to meet you. The system reported that the title of ideal caregiver increases the effect of the master mark. The dragon rose up and looked at him with a squeak. The system reported that the beast began to feel affection for the guy. The brunette looked tenderly at the dragon, who landed on his head, and the blonde exclaimed that Comet flew. While she admired how cute it was and how much she liked Eugen, the man turned around, noticing the shadow of the wing. With a cry, a griffin flew down from above, its eyes shining. Everyone looked up in surprise. T1 turned around, telling the guy to be careful, when Blue flew at him. Eugen with the dragon on his head looked calmly at Blue, who landed on his shoulder and said that he was here too, to which the griffin responded with a welcoming cry. The griffin looked at the little dragon with sweet eyes when the boy said that he should say hello to his little sister. Blue showed off his muscles, while Eugen said that they should get along, and Comet looked at him in surprise. The griffin flapped his wings, and the dragon flew far back under the shocked gaze of the others, shouting her name. T1 tried to say something, raising his hand, and Eugen said that everything was fine and it was some kind of tradition, and then tried to stop Blue. At this time, Hyoni calmly explained that the wall that had just collapsed was an ordinary partition because the entire area was surrounded by two. He did not finish because Eugen turned to him and angrily said that now was not the time to continue the tour. The boy pointed an indignant finger at the girls, telling them to try to catch the beasts while he got their attention, to which Soyoung asked in surprise, how? The hero showed them a golden semicircular tambourine that he always carries with him for such occasions. The girls watched in admiration as he professionally waved the tambourine and maracas. Yerim caught the griffin with a joyful cry, and Soyoung caught the dragon while the boy with the carrier in his hand told her to throw it in the cage. T1 stood and watched this carefully. He watched, hearing the blonde ask to repeat one more time and someone trying to stop Blue. The man clenched his fist, saying that something was definitely wrong. A battered Soyoung pressed her palm to her chest, smiling, saying that she hoped Eugen would take good care of her Comet. They stood holding hands next to the cage with the angry griffin and the dragon screaming at him. The girl told him to let her know if he needed anything. She would come running anytime if she wasn't on a cleanup, to which the guy reassured her, saying of course. The blonde leaned her cheek against the basket with the lying dragon, telling the pet to eat well, grow stronger and bigger, and that mommy would be back soon. Waving her hand, Soyoung ran off to buy decorations for Comet's nest, and Eugen waved after her, thinking that she was the best daughter-in-law. He thought if only his brother would follow Soyoung's example and treat Peace at least half as kindly. He wondered what they were doing in the dungeon now. Putting his hand on his heart, he shed a stingy tear with a smile. The brunette closed the door of the dragon's cage and thought about Eugen. Turning around, he asked Hyoni and Yerim if it wasn't time for the two of them to go already. He was sure they had more important things to do, and he thought to himself that he needed to throw out this unnecessary company. Yerim pointed her fingers at the men, saying that it was definitely time for both of them to go, to which the guy indignantly said that it concerned her too and she needed to go to class, to which the girl indignantly asked again, why? The blonde touched his face, hearing that he was also a busy man. T1 would explain everything necessary to the guy, folding his palms in supplication. The blonde said that for him there was nothing better than spending time with a dear friend, and Yerim enthusiastically said that for her too, to which the guy gloomily thought that now they had united. Yerim angrily pointed her finger at T1, telling him to tell this guy, meaning the boss of Hyoni, to leave first. She decisively declared that if he left, she would leave too. Grabbing the guy's hand, the girl bared her teeth, saying that he was annoying the hell out of her with his looks, to which Eugen said in surprise, really? Looking darkly, he thought that of course he wasn't stupid enough to not notice. He looked at T1 standing seriously next to him and thought that maybe he came to discuss something with him, The head of the security department was too important a person to come and give a tour, and about the reason why he wanted to see him. He imagined the man sitting in front of him at the table with papers and saying that he needed to talk about Eugen, to which the guy exclaimed in horror about his brother. Eugen thought that it must be about him. Why else would he show up, especially when Eugen was gone? Some kind of parent-teacher meeting. Eugen pushed the girl in the back with a wide smile, and he thought that he couldn't understand what Hyunyi wanted from him. He told the girl that she was worried about him, so she shouldn't worry. T1 is a civil servant. He's not going to steal him like a kidnapper, right? The guy turned around with a smile to the man, who said that's right, he has no reason to arrest an innocent person. To this, the guy thought that he committed murder and blackmailed and used violence. It would be better for him to never get caught. Eugen looked at the blonde with a smile, saying that he also, of course, loved him, especially after how carefully he took care of him while the guy was unconscious. But he would really appreciate it if he left quietly today. Hyunyi looked at him silently. The blonde's gaze was very attentive. Eugen thought vengefully, well, what will he do now? He is raising your precious baby dragon. Hyunyi turned around and said that he thought he should do as he was told and could only hope that the civil servant would not think he was the boss here. Yerim pointed her finger firmly and said that she should be notified if anything went wrong and that the guy would promise. Eugen, standing next to the man, waved at her, thinking that they were now free of distractions. He turned around and asked the surprised T1 if he wanted a cup of coffee, to which he agreed. There were dishes and jars of jam on the shelf. The guy said that he noticed that there was a kitchenette in the break room. Eugen stood with a glass in his hand and looked at the man with a smile, telling him to sit down and relax because he would quickly prepare everything, to which T1 thanked him and said that he was very kind. The brunette put his hand on the coffee machine, looking at the man, and thought that now it was time to find out what kind of trouble his brother got into, and said out loud that he probably had a hard time with these S-class, especially at such a post. Turning away tiredly, the head of the security department said that in fact, everything is not so bad, at least lately the number of dungeon breakthroughs has decreased. He remembered standing and looking at the disheveled dark-haired hunter in a shirt and said that it was much harder at the very beginning, when it happened more often. He explained that high-class hunters can be irritable during the clearing process. The situation becomes much more dangerous if 2 or more S ranks are in the same dungeon at the same time. The guy held a box of tea in his hand and said what about his brother, and he thought that he wanted to talk about what happened in the past, how good it is that he already knows about everything. He was sure that he can withstand whatever it is. He dropped the box and glass in surprise when he heard that T1 lost his arm because of his brother. The boy leaned over and said tearfully that he was very sorry, and the man asked in surprise if he was okay and if he needed help. The blonde turned pale when he heard that he didn't have to worry about it. The potions would handle it just fine as long as the arm was there. At least Eugen had found it himself. To this, the boy asked if his brother was worse than monsters. The man leaned his hand on the table and said that it was true and that it worried him. T1 heard that the boy went on cleanups with people like him. Eugen held the teapot and glass in his hands and said that he understood him. He poured water from the teapot into the glass of tea. Hearing the man say that no one could handle those S ranks, while he was only an F class, albeit with an unusual set of skills. This meant that the boy was at the mercy of those S classes. Eugen turned around, saying that it seemed like that was what his brother was always talking about. He froze in surprise, seeing how close the man leaned, hovering over him. He looked at him with concern. T1 looked down at the brunette, saying that the reason he came here today was to see how he was feeling. Eugen asked in surprise, and the man put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to answer him honestly. The guy listened to us in amazement as we asked him if any of the high-ranking hunters had used force or mental influence on him. The man looked at him carefully and with an aura of strength asked if he really left the dungeon without a single scratch. Eugen put a tea bag in his mouth and thought about it in surprise. Then he smiled widely and said sweetly that T1 was a real paranoid. Smiling, holding a glass in his hand, the hero said that he was a little tired trying to get them to stop fighting each other, but he wouldn't say it had hurt him in any way. The glass fell to the floor, spilling tea. Suddenly, T1 pushed the guy towards the counter, hanging over him. He was squeezing Eugen's throat, who asked him in surprise what he was doing. The head of security looked at him carefully, saying that he knew it. He had been watching the guy since the meeting at the hospital. It was clear that he was the problem. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. He thought in amazement, what was he talking about? It turns out that the man was not here to talk about his brother. T1 angrily squeezed his hands on the guy's throat. The air was filled with an aura of power. Eugen was amazed, thinking what he had done to him. The boss lifted the hero off the floor by the neck, and he was amazed, thinking what he had done to him. The brunette grabbed the man's strong hands, squeezing his throat. He thought whether to resist him, and whether he could. Why was he doing this? There was no reason for this. The guy frowned, looking at the man in confusion. T1 calmly looked at him and said that even now, a bag of animal toys fell to the floor. Soyoung was standing in the doorway, looking at this picture in amazement. The man turned around and looked, recognizing her. The blonde quickly ran up, materializing her weapon in her hand. She hit the man, he covered himself with his hand and let go of the guy. Soyoung asked angrily, "What is he doing?" Eugen inhaled with a cough, pressing his hand to his neck. He thought that she would not succeed, a class hunter against T1. The girl furiously tried to hit the man with her metal pole. The guy thought that even Soyoung. She forcefully slapped the pole on his head. Her whole appearance was very tense. The man held the pole with his hand, and then threw it away. Suddenly, he bowed to the surprised guy sitting on the floor next to the equally surprised girl and apologized. A vial of potion appeared above his hand. He turned to Eugen and asked him to use this potion to remove the marks on his neck. The hero agreed to take it. The girl knocked the vial out of his hand, smashing it on the floor. She asked, "How dare he?" Pointing the pole threateningly. The blonde screamed that he was weird, he had just strangled him, and now he was giving him a potion right after. The guy thought about the poor potion in confusion. T1 closed his eyes, listening to the girl's words that Eugen needed to be careful. Who knows what was there at all, and the hunter confirmed that Soyoung was right. She asked again in surprise, looking at him, and the boss confirmed that the guy should be careful. Looking at Eugen, he said that he had been watching him since he ended up in the hospital. He remembered the moment of catching magical beasts, and said that Eugen was hanging around high-ranking hunters and beasts as if it was some kind of trifle. He understands his relationship with Yerim because he heard that they are close but high-class beasts and the head of the Jupiter Guild. The guy looked at him in surprise, asking, "What's wrong? Is it bad to be on good terms with them?" The man lowered his head, saying that that was not the problem. He looked away and said that he had seen countless hunters, and among them, he was the only low-ranking one who was comfortable being around creatures that were higher than him. T1 pictured a scared Eugen standing next to 3 bear dogs and said that most people were afraid of even aggressive dogs, especially if they approached them without a leash. He pictured a guy looking at the many palms around him in surprise and asked how a normal person would feel when faced with a monster that was many times stronger than him. The man asked if he hadn't felt the full strength of Guildmaster Jupiter while he was in the dungeon, but he didn't look scared at all. Even now, when he was strangling him, Eugen rubbed his neck and thought that it was because he had a skill to resist fear. He sighed in amazement, realizing. Eugen remembered the man squeezing his throat and wondered if a window had popped up notifying him of the skill's activation. He imagined the symbol and thought about how it activated when he felt extreme fear. He remembered the hand squeezing his throat and thought that the skill hadn't worked when T1 threatened him. He remembered the Demon King screaming with his wings spread and thought that the skill hadn't worked when he faced him either. T1 looked at him, saying that it wasn't just bravery. Eugen stood there with his hand pressed to his neck and heard the words about how he had no sense of self-preservation. He wasn't aware of the danger around him. The boy looked down when he heard the question. Did he understand what the man was talking about? T1 wanted to continue, but the girl poked him with the pole. Soyoung looked at the man indignantly, asking if that gave him the right to strangle the boy. Why didn't he leave? Eugen looked at her in surprise, and the man turned to her. The blonde looked at him indignantly, saying that she would send an official complaint to the guild about this incident. T1 calmly told her that he was trying to protect Eugen from this very guild. The guy grabbed the pole with his hand and said that the building would collapse from the tension of these two. He agreed with what he had just heard from the man. The blonde looked at him in surprise, calling out. He waved his hand, calming her down, and said that he needed to be more careful and thanked the man for his advice. The huntress exclaimed indignantly, why was he thanking him again? The man silently reached into the inside pocket of his jacket. He took out a small notebook and wrote something in it with a pencil, saying that Eugen was a very strange person. The hunters saw how he put a piece of paper on the table with the words that he was leaving his business card. Leaving, the boss told the guy to call if he needed his help. Then he added that he hoped the guy wouldn't be in a situation where he would need it. A large glass skyscraper towered over the city at night. Eugen looked at his neck in the mirror, thinking that there were no marks left. He remembered how the girl tried to turn him around with the phone in her hands, saying that she needed a photo that they would attach to the complaint. The guy thought gloomily that he had to calm her down for a long time. Sighing, he put the jar on the countertop and said with a sigh, what kind of government official would strangle a normal person? I'm sure he provoked Eugen himself so much that he chopped off his hand. Looking away, the brunette said that T1 would die soon anyway. He imagined a man standing among huge thorny branches surrounding him and remembered that a few years ago, T1 would die while clearing a dungeon. Then the Jupiter Guild would leave Korea without saying a word, and rumors would spread that Hyunhee had killed him. He imagined the blonde in the coat. After this, things would go so well for the World's Edge Guild that people would start to suspect Eugen. The brunette remembered his younger brother. He put his hand to his mouth with a frown, thinking that of course there was no chance that his brother had done this, and if he had a good reason for it. A train passed by the buildings, and the boy thought that he didn't know what had really happened. T1 was riding on the train, towering over the others who were taking pictures of him in surprise. Eugen thought that the fact that the death of his boss had given rise to such rumors showed how hostile the guilds were towards him. Hyuni was sitting at the computer with Eugen's photos open on the monitor, and he thought that this was probably why the blonde kept interrupting. The hero looked at the phone number on the piece of paper in his hand and thought about his behavior earlier. He thoughtfully put the paper to his face. He remembered the head of security, who asked him to call if he needed his help. He thought that it looked more like worry for him than a threat, although his methods were harsh. The guy shook his head, driving away the thoughts, and said that he actually strangled him. Then he even said, Eugen thought that it seemed that he had become too calm about this. He entered a large room filled with boxes. Manhwa was standing there, who asked the guy if these were all his things, to which he heard confirmation. The long-haired man materialized a large rope, which wrapped around all the boxes at once, and said that this was a special rope with which you can safely move all the things to the new building. Eugen said with admiration that he had created another amazing item. When all the boxes were removed, Eugen asked, the guy had already finished moving to the penthouse, hadn't he? To this he received an affirmative answer. His friend said that it was great there was so much space that it became lonely. Eugen handed the delighted Manhwa a blue key and said that in this case he could come to him. It was a portal key. The guy looked at this with admiration and asked again if it was true. Holding the card in his hands, he turned to the confidently smiling brunette, who confirmed and asked if he had time. Would the blacksmith make him an item that increases intelligence? Manhwa replied that it was easy and asked why. Eugen thoughtfully rubbed his face, thinking that if he raised his intelligence, the side effects of his fear resistance would decrease, and it would come in handy the next time he used the skill of the already terrifying chicken commander. Manhwa asked worriedly, the guy wasn't going to get into trouble anymore, was he? At that moment, the wall of the room collapsed and an excited Eugen flew in. She walked past the rubble into the room, shouting that she knew something had happened here, so she should have stayed. The long-haired man turned around and said that he knew something had happened. Eugen looked at her in shock. He began to justify himself, saying that it was that, but did not finish. Eugen looked at him indignantly, next to the girl angrily pointing her finger. Manhwa looked at him in fear, shouting that the guy was crazy. Why did he chase everyone away so that they could strangle them? The guy fenced himself off with his hands and began to make excuses that T1 was just worried about him, to which the girl shouted that he himself does not often strangle people he is worried about. The long-haired man tiredly rubbed his forehead and asked him to be careful, and Eugen shouted that she felt terrible when something like this happened. She grabbed the guy's hands and said that she promised to protect him, but she could not do anything when he was kidnapped and today too. Worriedly looking at his palms and said that Eugen is not here either. Eugen smiled, hearing how she promised that she would protect him no matter what happened. He ruffled the girl's hair and promised that he would be careful. He thought to himself that he really had relaxed too much. Everyone was worried about him. He needed to be more careful. However, drops of black blood fell to the floor. Eugen was sitting at the feet of some man, bleeding black. Eugen pulled her away from the monster and shouted for her to hold on. He thought that as soon as he decided to be careful, this incident happened. Everything was fine until this morning. Blue was flying around the greenhouse. Eugen was looking at him from below with glasses of coffee in her hands. 2 unicorns were standing next to the table. She looked at the little bird, holding the glasses, and said that everyone seemed to like the new house. There was even a garden on the roof. She said that everyone was so energetic this morning. But before she could finish, she screamed at Eugen, who was lying, leaning back in his chair, his mouth slightly open. The guy went limp on the bench, and the girl anxiously asked what happened. He hadn't slept all night again. The guy agreed, saying that you can't rest with them and it doesn't help at all that the comet is at night. He remembered Soyeon, who pointed at Comet and said that its active hours are from midnight to 8 in the morning. They saw a griffin flapping its wings, throwing branches everywhere, and the girl said that it sounded terrible, especially with Blue, who, as always, causes problems. The brunette calmed her down, saying that everything is fine. The cubs need to play to grow strong and big. At least Blue doesn't fly far, keeps an eye on the distance. Isn't she smart? The griffin looked cute when she heard the praise. Eugen said that she didn't even know. She would rather say that the griffin destroys the whole garden. The round bird brought a small flower in its beak, and Eugen leaned towards it, asking what it is for him and thanking it. Behind Eugen, who said that she knew he loved these animals, but didn't he think it was too much? A griffin was rushing, carrying a whole uprooted tree in its paws. Noticing the danger, the girl smashed the tree with a wave of her hand, throwing her pet back. The huntress angrily shook the limp beast, shouting for it to stop. Didn't he see that Eugen was tired, ruining a completely new garden? The guy calmed her down, saying that they were like this by nature. They should not be forced to follow human norms. He looked with a smile at the crying griffin sitting on his shoulder, and in his other hand he held a branch of a flowering tree. The brunette affectionately told the griffin that she also wanted to give him flowers, a good girl. Holding the pet in his hands, he stroked the girl's head with its wing, saying that they should tell Eugen thank you for taking care of him, a good girl. To this she indignantly shouted that she was no longer a child. She smiled, brushing the feathers out of her hair, and said that they had to admit that they were lucky to have Eugen. With a griffin in her hands and a bird on her head, she turned to the guy who was drinking a drink from a package and asked why he didn't take a rest. There were other people who would babysit. Eugen replied that as much as he didn't want to, today was the first day of business. He thought that was true. Now that he had his own building, he would start rolling in money. The round dome of the glass building towered among the high-rise buildings. He thought that S-classes from all over the world would come here to leave the monsters in his care. If he took them under his wing one by one, he would fill all 50 cells in the album in no time. With a straw from a drink in his mouth, he looked at his phone and thought that his first customer today was none other than. There was a message from Riet on the phone that said, "Hello sweetie, my brother Korea tomorrow." This broken Korean is because the necklace does not translate the text. He imagined a girl standing with her back to the blonde, and above them were two huge dragons with open toothy mouths. The guy thought that he undoubtedly meant the twin of Dio Valchisius. Eugen thought that, in fact, he asked Riet to introduce him to him in exchange for raising her monster. The brunette remembered the girl who stood in front of him with a phone in her hand. He remembered asking her that her brother was also an S-class, and she answered that yes, he was very cute. The hero thought that thanks to Rachida's predator, his code word would work twice as effectively on the twins, two S-classes in the album without much effort, albeit without Riet for now. He remembered the girl who predatorily licked the knife, saying that she raised the boy herself, as he did his brother, and diligently improved him in everything. And Eugen smiled embarrassedly and confusedly. Suddenly he thought, what if he turned out to be as dangerous as his sister? He imagined a huge muscular man in armor with a mohawk, called a well-mannered Riet S-class, and clasping his hands in front of him, he hoped that he was wrong. Eugen thought that everything would be fine. He would have an S-class guard with him. Yerim adjusted her hair, saying that he was already here. She heard him being let in. The girl adjusted her sunglasses, shouting for Eugen to stay next to her. She would not let him see anyone alone anymore. She blocked the guy with her, who was peeking out from under the blue emotional wall, giving a thumbs up. The brunette thought that he would be fine, no matter how cruel the guest was. Legs in brown boots were approaching them. The system reported that Rachida's predator was activated. The system reported that the effects of all skills were doubled when fighting Dio Valchisius. A cute blonde guy in a blue suit approached him and said that it was a great honor to meet Eugen. He is Riet's younger brother, Noah Luyer. Did the emotional wall crack? The girl covered her eyes from the radiance with her hand, and the guy in black glasses looked out admiringly, thinking that he was an angel. Noah sat at the table opposite the hunters and with a sweet look thanked them for the invitation, asked first of all to apologize for his sister's rude behavior. With a charming smile, he said that his sister did not share the details, but certainly behaved inappropriately. Eugen thought that this was the complete opposite of his sister, and the blonde asked him that he probably wondered why they were so different. His appearance changed because of the rank. The brunette smiled embarrassedly, laughing, saying that not at all. He thought that the guy not only looked different, but was also a nice person. Yerim leaned over to him and whispered how he even knew about him. He even came all the way from France. Eugen replied that he was friends with his sister on social media. The girl exclaimed that he shouldn't meet strangers from the internet, and the guy with an embarrassed smile said that he was being lectured on this topic by a teenager. The blonde smiled and replied that he was not some random stranger. He even led his own guild in France. The blonde put his hand to his chest with a smile, and the girl asked him in surprise that he was the leader, but he looked so young for it. Noah said that he was 19 this year. The hero looked at him in surprise, and his friend admired him, and then said that their leader was also only 20 years old. The guy was surprised to think that this was the leader of the guild at such a young age, just like Eugen. The brunette excitedly exclaimed that he would definitely be able to become friends with his brother, and Yerim sheepishly added that she was not sure that it would be successful. To this, the guest answered with a smile that he was afraid that his guild was too small compared to World's Edge. He imagined small gnomes floating among potion jars in a leaf on a river called Noah's Ark. He said that this was a small group of hunters specializing in support. Before he got his rank, they only had healing and buff skills. They couldn't develop much because of the lack of attack skills. The brunette looked at him and asked if he ran a guild with his sister. To this, the interlocutor answered that no, only his sister is too free-spirited. Thoughtfully looking away, the blonde told him that she is a loner and only contacts him when she needs something. Sometimes she drags him into a dungeon despite his schedule. The guy opened his mouth in surprise, pierced by a guess, and thought that he understood. This must be the type of relationship. He imagined an angry girl in armor with her tongue sticking out and a weapon at the ready, behind whom stood a brother with angel wings, and thought that this was a healer brother at the mercy of his cruel sister. Eugen thought that he hit the jackpot, a polite kind S-class who specializes in support. Noah folded his arms across his chest and looked very cute, as if surrounded by flowers, and said that since he was full of flaws, his sister helped him with everything. Eugen imagined himself hugging the blonde, thinking about the optimistic outlook on the future, and thought that he was such a good guy. Once he took him under his wing, he would do everything he said because he saw him as his sister. And Eugen would also have a close friend. He imagined the guys and Riette and thought that maybe he should still influence the girl. In his thoughts, the guy thoughtfully scratched his chin, moving his gaze upward, and he thought decisively that this should work. He enthusiastically told the surprised blonde that his story sounded harsh. He probably came all the way from France, also from Riette. At the very least, he could offer him a place to stay. Noah smiled sweetly and said that it was okay. Anyway, he was staying in Korea for another matter. Eugen smiled at him and said that of course, let him know if he needed anything. And Yerim looked at her phone and asked how long he would be staying and if he wanted any advice on where to eat nearby. Hearing this, the guest thanked them for their hospitality. Eugen thought that now it was time to be simple and natural. He extended his hand. With a wide smile, he said, "You are welcome." He loved him as his customer, so it was a pleasure to serve him. The system reported that Rachida's Hinnik was activated. Skill effects were increased by 2 times. Noah responded to the code word and became his ward. The boy looked at him as if in a blue haze. Eugen imagined his photo appearing in his blue album and thought that it was great on the first day of work. What a good start, let every day be like this. Yerim looked at him sternly and asked if he thought he was throwing around confessions too easily. He even told Hyana and the head of Jupiter that he loved them. The blonde sat across from the arguing hunters, listening. The brunette said that it was just business. Eugen turned to the guest with a smile and said that he heard that in Europe they always say that as a greeting, right? Noah sat sullenly, his head down. The brunette called out to him, but the guy remained silent in response, making an indistinct sound. Looking at him, Eugen said that he didn't quite hear. Did he need something? The blonde bowed his head and dug his fingers into the table. The brunette began to justify himself and say that he didn't mean to offend if it was because of his words. Noah gripped the tabletop with such force that debris fell. Eugen looked at this in amazement, grabbed by the clothes of the girl. Yerim barely managed to throw him away when Noah broke the table. She literally threw the brunette back. He landed behind, opened his eyes, asking in surprise, "What was that? Why did he suddenly do that?" He looked at the blonde, who was getting up among the wreckage of the table. Looking at the girl lying on the ground, he asked if she was okay. He saw how claws appeared on the guy's hands. The guy asked in surprise what was going on. Noah looked at his hand, which turned into a clawed paw. He turned around, hearing the question, why was he angry? The blonde rushed at the shocked guy, putting out his clawed hands. Eugen thought in surprise that the code word just worked. Why were all his guests suddenly becoming so aggressive? A blow of enormous force shook the entire building, scattering sparks of bright light around it. The guy looked at his hand with claws, thinking about what was going on. But the code word had just worked. Then he looked behind him. Eugen watched as the guy rushed to attack, not understanding why he was attacking. The opponent's gaze was crazy, but he turned around, noticing someone behind him. The girl put her hand out and cursed at him. Then she tried to strike, leaving a bright mark, and then another blow. Then she blocked the enemy's attack, but there was still a cut on her hand. The guy behind him leaned on a flower bed and called her, but the girl told him not to come closer. Her swing left a bright flash. The guy thought that she was far from being so experienced. Her ice skills would not be fully revealed while he was close. The opponent with claws looked at the light near his face. She looked at him in shock, not understanding how he managed it. Then she bent over. The guy looked at her in confusion. The girl grabbed his hand, and he realized that a deadly poison had gotten into her wound. The enemy with claws made another swing. Eugen opened his mouth wide, shouting for him to stop. The enemy really froze. Then he jumped away from the girl. He looked at this in confusion, thinking about whether the code word had worked. At that moment, the blonde grabbed his head. The hero did not understand why he was shaking so much. Opening the book, Eugen thought that he would use this chance first. He had to hold out until help arrived. If he synchronized their sensations, he would be able to predict his attacks and dodge them. Now the hero's eyes became bright. He had long claws. Then he managed to dodge, realizing that the attack was from the left. He landed on his foot with a crash. Drops of blood fell near his hand. Dodge them, yeah, right. He covered the wound with his hand, thinking that he would have been finished long ago if he had fought at full strength. Then the hero closed his eyes. Focus if you want to survive, he told himself. Then he imagined himself behind the blonde, thinking that he should focus on everything he felt. Gritting his teeth, the thought of killing the girl appeared in his head. In surprise, he opened his eyes, hearing thoughts that he should kill her. She was weaker than him now. This was his chance to kill her. He looked at the enemy again, thinking about what was that. He covered his face with his hand again. In his eyes, Eugen was sitting, pressing his hand to his chest. The hero realized that this was what he was seeing now. Had he confused him with someone else? Then the man saw a person on the battlefield, with the one who raised him. The hero opened his mouth in surprise. The blonde pounced on him again, When Eugen thought about what he meant by wanting to kill her, a bright glow appeared in his hand. Covering the hero with a bright shield, Sakwam told him to take cover behind it. Holding the barrier, the man asked if the hero was okay. Introducing the people in dark suits, Sakwam said that the hunters from the association would be arriving soon. And it so happened at the head of Jupiter, a bright light appeared above the enemy. Hyoni landed on the ground in the rays of light. He pinned the enemy with his foot. Keeping his hands in his pockets, Hyoni said that it was a pity that the young master was not here. It would have been quite an entertaining show. Meanwhile, Eugen rushed to the girl. Injured, she looked at the guy, saying that the antidote potion would not work, but the hero said that everything was fine. He has poison resistance. Hyoni turned around and, observing what was happening, noted that the poison resistance was at least S-class. Smiling, the man said that the hero definitely had many more surprises hidden. A golden chain was stuck in his clawed hand. Leaning down again, the man said that he was in big trouble, young man. He had caused trouble since he entered the country. Looking at him, he suggested that he would rather deal with him right here. At this moment, Eugen was standing nearby, asking him to wait a little. Looking at the guild leader, the hero said that he appreciated his help, but still could not allow him to hurt his guest. Hyoni turned to the hero and politely said that he himself was not in the best condition, to which the hero replied that he had already healed himself a little with potions. Standing on top of the chained guy, the man asked if he was really protecting his guest when he had destroyed a brand new roof like that. The same thing happened yesterday. He was quite careless about his own safety. Removing one of the chains, Hyoni said that he wanted to hear what happened. Showing the screen of his phone, the hero said that this is exactly what he needed to find out. The phone screen showed that a call was in progress. The enraged boy was scared when he heard the greeting on the phone. Everyone was standing near the boy sitting on the ground. The interlocutor asked what she owed him. Did he meet her brother? Wasn't he cute? The hero replied that he was already here, but there was a small problem. He attacked. The boy looked scared, hearing that his sister said that he would never do such a thing. Eugen looked at him when she turned to his brother, asking if it was true, and he answered yes. The hero's eyes lit up when the girl said that she told you to be polite to Eugen, and the hero understood what was going on. Through his skill, he can sense genuine terror. He saw how the boy in the blue suit was shaking in fear. He was not as gentle as his sister claimed. He was simply obeying her out of fear. Looking at the blonde boy, the hero saw the information that he was an awakened S-class. His potential class was paying attention to the potential class information. The hero realized that he should have been in a class at most, but for some reason he became an S-class. This was impossible to achieve in any normal way. Eugen then looked at Sakwam, seeing his S-class and potential between A and S, thinking that he too rose from a class to S-class, but only because his potential class was S. Looking at the blonde boy again, the hero realized that it was different with him. He was forced to become stronger than he could, just like an overflowing vessel. Imagining the boy among the flowers, the hero thought about how after breaking through the dungeon, his growth had already far exceeded the system norms in just 3 years. Then he imagined his sister and his words about how she diligently improved him in everything. Then he looked again at the trembling boy and his reaction to his sister. Eugen lowered his eyes, thinking about how he attacked the person he saw as his sister as soon as he thought that he was weaker than him. Imagining the girl grabbing her brother's head, the hero mentally questioned what she had done. Imagining the city, someone was arguing about how not all educators were people of goodwill. A hand was holding a bloody skull of a monster. A girl in a hat stood on a mountain of wolf-like corpses, screaming about what does it mean they say that she can continue to fight such monsters. Yes, she knew that such a world would overtake them. Her face was stained with blood. Then she looked away. Watching the boy try to help the others, the girl asked what he was doing. Covered in blood, she approached, asking if he was injured and if he had woken up, to which the brother replied yes. Taking his gaze away from the others, his sister asked him about his class, and he said that he didn't have any fighting skills, but he did have a healing one. The girl touched his head. Then she punched him in the face. Grabbing the guy's clothes again, she asked him why he always upset her. How was he going to survive in this world, being only in a class? People started running away in shock. Turning around and seeing this, she said that they were all running, even though she had helped them. People should know how to protect themselves. Then she approached his ear, saying that everything was fine. Everything was fine. Why are you crying, my beloved brother? Tears appeared in his eyes when his sister said that he was a weak, fragile little slob. Looking at him with a crazy look, she told her brother that she would make him useful. Now he was shaking, hearing the words on the phone, whether he could hear, and why he couldn't do anything right, for which he apologized. The hero was looking at the phone screen when Hyoni said that she met Eugen when she was in Korea. The girl asked in surprise, "Who is this?" "Darling, a dangerous man is keeping you company. This man is very treacherous." But the hero did not react at all, saying that the more important thing is that her brother has a negative attitude towards her. The blonde hugged himself and turned his head away. It was her fault, of course. Not all caregivers are good people. Her brother covered his face with his hands in horror when he heard the answer that this could not be true. She raised him so strong. The hero brought the phone to his ear, hearing that yes, she raised him, instead of getting rid of him when he was a little brat. He replied that his brother should have received in a class upon awakening. But the interlocutor said that this was not enough. He is her brother. Eugen's eyes became bright again. He understood everything, even without sharing the feelings. The blonde covered his ears, remembering what his sister did when she said that she worked hard to make him an S-class. He was so weak, he was almost dying if he did anything. Then he imagined her hands on his head. Even today, he made a mistake with you too. Then her hands started moving lower. This brat and independence. His own guild. Yeah, right. When would he be useful? He imagined his sister's many hands grabbing him as she said that if it weren't for her, he would probably be begging on the streets. It was as if she was standing next to him as she said that anyone else would have gotten rid of him already. The hero brought the phone to his ear again, hearing that his sister loved her brother very much. He could take advantage of this situation. The two men watched as the boy said that he had something to say to her about it, but she asked why he was so angry. There were broken tiles on the street. Eugen said that her brother had injured a Korean awakened, so he would ask the association to leave him here for a while. She asked him to close his eyes this time. He could use this as an excuse to get something, but not from these two. Eugen looked at the scared boy, wanting to tell his sister something else. The hero lowered his head and told her that he could bar her from entering the country by reporting her for an illegal contract. The girl asked in surprise, would he really report her? So he should be careful with the cards he played. Looking at the skyscrapers, the hero said that they could talk about monsters later. Then the girl replied that she had introduced him to her brother, just like he asked, and not to forget that she had almost killed him. He was still looking around when the girl asked what was wrong. Was he really angry because of his brother's mistake? He could never do anything right. He held the phone tightly to his ear, but Eugen couldn't take it anymore, his mouth wide open, indignant. What do you mean wrong? She was a loser, fooling her own brother. The blonde started crying. He turned around to see Eugen screaming that she was sick. How could she say such a thing under the guise of love? The two men looked on in shock as he told the girl. Couldn't she see that he was dying of fear? She only said that she couldn't see. Looking at the boy, he heard from his sister that he knew how it was. Children needed to be scolded sometimes when raising them, asking what she called scolding. Bullying a perfectly normal child. He looked with wide eyes of hope as the hero continued to ask, how much did it take to reproach him to bring him to this? If he had just turned 19, then he had awakened. Was she really crazy? In his eyes, Eugen was confronting his evil sister, telling her to her face that if her brother was weak, then she should protect him. How could she do such a thing to him just because she thought he wasn't good enough? How could she even call herself a sister after that? The hero pointed at the phone, yelling at her not to even think about coming to Korea until she reformed. And don't even think about showing up here unless you're going to fall at your brother's feet and apologize. He stood over her brother after ending the call. Afterwards, his brows lowered. He knew he was finished. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he thought about how it wasn't his fault that he couldn't feel danger anymore. She wouldn't kill him, he still had to raise her monster. The guy in the blue suit stopped shaking after saying the word sister. He saw Eugen in the bright lights, realizing that she couldn't even answer him. Soon after, he was taken to the association. T1 put his hand on his face, saying that a person can't change overnight, but he was still so helpless. Handcuffing the blonde, he said that he would put him in the detention cell for hunters. No civilians were harmed, so after the conclusion, he would receive a request for a settlement. He then looked at Eugen, saying that if he wanted, he could ask to be deported right now, but the hero asked not to send him out of the country until they finished the settlement. Covering his mouth with his hand, he asked if they could ban his sister instead to separate them for his safety. The man said yes, that would be better. He then turned to the blonde man with a smile, saying that everything was fine now. His sister would not be able to come to him. He again looked at the hero with hope when he also said that they would talk once everything settled down. Feeling incredibly covered, Eugen thought about how he had bought himself time, so now he would try to settle everything with words. Now he would have to take care of himself. He looked at the man in white, who politely extended his hand. The healer from Jupiter healed his remaining wounds. Watching the healer help the girl, the hero thought that if everything went smoothly, he could take the guy as a healer. Afterwards, Eugen approached the man, saying that he had used the potion earlier. But the girl ran behind him, tearing off his clothes and saying that everything, even minor wounds, needed to be healed. Here, Eugen awkwardly covered himself with his hands when the girl said that he needed to be more careful. He should take good care of his body. Afterwards, he closed his eyes, listening to how he shouldn't walk around telling everyone that he loved everyone. He himself saw how the guy got furious and said that he would think about his behavior. Imagining the insidious people reaching out to him, the hero thought that now was definitely not the time to try to get a healer. He said the code word left and right without any fear. Was it because of his resistance to fear? Afterwards, he imagined a blonde man in a child's suit, not understanding how he was going to clean up the mess. Is he crazy? He looked at the girl with a smile, thinking about no more S classes, and thanked her. She was a little confused when Eugen said that if it weren't for her, everything would have ended badly. Later, sitting on a bench, the girl said that she still had a long way to go. She couldn't even protect him until the very end. The antidote was supposed to work up to a class. Is it defective? Imagining that the guy was a higher class, the hero said that he thought his poison was about S class. Therefore, an A-class antidote was not enough. Leaning over, the interlocutor asked, then what class is his poison resistance? He leaned over and whispered that it was S class. Just don't tell anyone. While the girl was trying to understand what she heard, the hero wondered how the head of Jupiter guessed the class of his resistance. Remembering how Hyoni looked at him, the hero remembered that he also determined the class of the blonde's poison. It seems he knows his sister. Did he know her brother too? The setting sun illuminated the gray walls. The hunter detention center. The door opened, letting in the light. The man said as he entered that it hadn't been that long since they had made him useful. How had he managed to screw everything up already? The boy lowered his head, hearing that he should have kept his promise. He looked up and called the visitor Mr. Hyoni stood in front of Noah, who was sitting in handcuffs, looking slightly downcast. Hyoni wondered why Noah had done such a thing. Hyoni looked at Noah with disdain. Hyoni told Noah that he had provoked a conflict the moment he arrived, noting that he had made his own work in Korea more difficult. Hyoni looked at Noah with disdain, narrowing his eyes. Noah sat in handcuffs, looking downcast, turning his head to the side. Hyoni told Noah that he should keep his promise to repay. Noah bared his teeth in anger and clenched them. Noah clenched his hands into fists and slammed them down on the table with all his might. Noah didn't understand why he had to repay them just for telling him how to get stronger. Noah left a small dent in the table and jumped up from his chair, angrily addressing Hyoni. Noah noted that they made his sister do the same. Hyoni closed his eyes and sighed heavily, crossing his arms over his chest. Noah grumbled that out of all the dungeons in existence, they should have shown her the one where the siblings had to work together. Hyoni noted that he said he would make him stronger, not that he would become stronger than Riet. Noah furrowed his brows and grinned angrily at Hyoni. The dim light barely illuminated the room the boys were in. Noah fell to the floor after the table flew at him. Noah raised his head and glared at Hyoni. Hyoni told Noah that it didn't matter and that he had asked him twice already. Hyoni looked at Noah with disdain, looming slightly over him. He wanted to know why Noah had attacked Eugen. Hyoni walked quickly down the hallway of the building. A close-up of the back of Hyoni's head. Hyoni noticed that as soon as he looked at Noah, he had a strange feeling. Hyoni remembered the moment in the interrogation room when Noah was sitting against the destroyed wall. Hyoni put his hand to his chin, recalling the image of a nervous Noah. Noah told Hyoni in the memory that he felt that Eugen was the same poison and cursed dragon as him and his sister, and that he was even a class higher, so he saw Riet in him despite his weakness. Hyoni recalled Eugen approaching the poisoned Yerim. Hyoni thought that the protagonist had a related title, and did not understand how he had high-class resistance to poison. Hyoni imagined the image of the protagonist against the backdrop of enraged dragons. Hyoni did not understand how someone with F-class stats could obtain a title higher than the SSS class Dio Valches's. Hyoni slightly opened his mouth, looking straight ahead. Hyoni thought that it didn't look like the protagonist had any offensive abilities. A menacing T1 appeared in front of the guild master. T1 looked at Hyoni with hostility, his brows slightly furrowed. T1 noted that he knew very well that Hyoni was involved with this. Hyoni put his hands in his pants pockets, standing in front of T1. Hyoni told T1 that he didn't know what he was talking about, noting that he only came to help as a person who helped resolve the conflict. T1 asked Hyoni not to put the protagonist in danger. Hyoni looked at T1 with a scary smile, raising his palm up. Hyoni noted that he was the one who ended the current situation and brought the healer, adding that the situation turned out to be different from what he imagined. Hyoni closed his eyes, covering his mouth with his hand. He said that it was really interesting since even Riet didn't know what to do. T1 closed his eyes and displeasedly noted that a person with F-class characteristics was no different from ordinary civilians. T1 looked at Hyoni with disdain. T1 warned Hyoni not to expose the protagonist to unnecessary danger and use him. Hyoni looked at T1 with an irritated expression. Hyoni put his hand on T1's shoulder. Hyoni leaned towards T1 slightly, smiling maliciously. Hyoni noticed that T1 was very worried about Eugen, and jokingly said that he should learn from him. T1 stood with his back to Hyoni, who was leaving. Hyoni thought that he could strangle Eugen too. Hyoni stood by the window, from which the beautiful night city was visible. Hyoni thought that not using it was the wrong wording. A message came to Hyoni's phone, saying that the head of the abyss had come out. Hyoni noted that it was only getting more interesting. Hyoni stood there with a wicked smile, holding the phone to his chin. Hyoni stated that it didn't look like Eugen was being played with at all. There was a crowd of people gathered in front of the building. Hyuni thought that they were playing with a different person. A reporter was broadcasting the news, saying that he was broadcasting live from right in front of the dungeon building. The reporter stood with a microphone, clutching it tightly in his hand. He said that Eugen came out of the dungeon in less than a week, and it was estimated to take about 10 days. The reporter stood in front of the cameras and brightly shining lanterns. The reporter speculated that Eugen could have set a new record time, or he could have fallen through and used the gate stone to get out. The people with the cameras noticed that he was S-class, assuring him that he would be fine, adding that it would be a national tragedy if they lost someone like him. A black car pulled up to the building where the gate to the dungeon was located. The reporter noted that they did not know what the situation was inside. Eugen and Seong-han got out of the car, looking around with surprised faces. The reporter said that the hunter might be in a state of effect, and there was a possibility of an attack, so they could not approach. The protagonist abruptly rushed to the building. Seong-han hurriedly followed the protagonist. The reporter noticed that Hunter Kim and the brother of the head of the Abyss entered the building, noting that he was F-class. Eugen ran into the building with a worried face to meet his brother. The guys ran into the building. Seong-han opened the door, turning to the protagonist, who covered his face with his hand. Seong-han told the protagonist to be careful and not to go ahead of him. Eugen came out of the dungeon gate with the flaming piece. Seong-han thought that here he is, a high-class hunter right after clearing the dungeon. Seong-han looked at Eugen in shock. Eugen ran towards his brother in shock. Seong-han thought that Eugen managed to clear the dungeon. Eugen swung his legs and arms to the side, cursing his brother furiously. Eugen turned to his brother, asking him why he came to greet him. Eugen grabbed Eugen's face, his eyes wide, examining his wounds. The protagonist asked his brother what happened to his potions. Seong-han looked at what was happening in surprise. The protagonist scolded Eugen for the two of them leaving like that. Eugen told Eugen that he just wanted to work with peace since he had grown up. Eugen told his brother that he was still a child even though he was an adult. Seong-han thought that Eugen was fine. Seong-han looked at Eugen in shock, his eyes wide in fear. Eugen had an incredibly intimidating and overwhelming aura. Seong-han took a step back, feeling Eugen's aura. Sweat was dripping down Seong-han's forehead in fear. He thought that Eugen was dangerous to approach because he had been in several dungeons with him. Eugen sat calmly next to Peace, holding his paw. Kim was surprised at how the protagonist could be so casual around the two of them. Hyuni raised his head, looking at the starry sky with the moon. Hyuni said that if we were to draw an analogy, it was like a cat grooming a tiger. Hyuni watched the stars in the sky with a calm face. He noted that this was why people were so drawn to the protagonist. Hyuni noted that it was the ones who were outside of social norms. The black door of the building opened slightly. Eugen walked out of the building, looking slightly displeased. The guild members beamed with happiness upon seeing Eugen. Hyuni thought that Eugen was envious. The reporters were in a panic, their mouths hanging open. They did not understand whether it was okay to be near Eugen. Hyuni reasoned that Eugen also made them afraid. The protagonist covered his brother with a blanket, which surprised him slightly. The reporters said that they should report to the association immediately. The protagonist stated that they would do so the next day, asking the reporters what they wanted from a child who suffered from insomnia. The protagonist stood in front of his brother, covering him with his body and holding Peace in his arms. Hyuni didn't understand how such a person could meet someone who would treat him like a normal person, or even like a child, and take care of him. Noah sat in a dark cell with his head on his knees. Noah said that he had ruined everything. Noah's hands were cuffed. Noah looked at the floor with a sad look, saying that this was not what he wanted. Noah was terrified. His face was grabbed by red hands. Noah looked up, and in his mind, he saw Riette in a scary form. Riette told Noah that she told him that even as an S-class, he could not do anything normally. Riette pointed out that if he had just done everything right, he would not have been stuck there and she would have nothing to be angry about. The hands grabbed Noah by the throat and face, causing him to bare his teeth. Riette told Noah that this was all his fault. Noah's eyes widened as he peered out from under the arms that were wrapped around him. Noah broke the handcuffs and they fell to the floor. Noah stood up, leaning his fist against the wall. The starry night sky was visible from the bars. Noah looked up with displeasure and beads of sweat were running down his face. Noah said that he couldn't leave things like this. The broken handcuffs lay on the cold floor. Noah said that he had to fix it somehow. A black car drove quickly down the road. According to the news, the reduction in the time it took for the Abyss Guild to clear the S-Class dungeon was expected to have a strong impact on public opinion regarding their adjustment, and would also have a positive effect on the residents who usually avoided areas with high-ranking ones. Eugen was sitting in the backseat of the car, fast asleep, his mouth wide open. Seong-han, sitting behind the wheel, glanced at the protagonist with a smile. Seong-han told Eugen that he hadn't slept for the past few nights. Seong-han was watching the road intently, smiling happily. Seong-han told Eugen that it might be because of the new beast, but he was really worried about him. The protagonist was sleeping on his little brother's shoulder, drooling. Seong-han told Eugen that it was a little weird since the whole world knew he was in S-class, but he was still worried about him like a mother. Eugen stared straight ahead with a serious face. Seong-han wondered if all this was happening because they were family. Eugen slightly opened his mouth, stating that the protagonist was just weird. Peace was lying on his back, his paws spread out, sleeping on the protagonist's lap. Eugen thought that his brother was hugging him like a child and taking care of creatures with powers so different from his. Eugen recalled a moment from the past when they were sitting on a bench in winter and Eugen hugged him. Eugen thought that he did this before waking up, ever since they were younger, and even when someone only stuttered about it, he was always like this. The protagonist bared his teeth in his sleep, clenching them tightly and frowning. Eugen thought that this was the reason why all sorts of strange things happened to him. Eugen imagined his brother as a small mouse among huge predators. Eugen thought that no one would object to this affection and care. Eugen thought that it was still better than when he did nothing, and as long as everyone's eyes were on him, he was safe. Eugen remembered a moment in the dungeon with Peace, how they stood on a pile of monster corpses. Eugen thought about the time spent away from his brother in the dungeons. Eugen, with small bruises on his face, looked at Peace seriously. Eugen told Peace that his brother's safety was their top priority. Peace looked at Eugen with his powerful gaze. Eugen reached out and placed his hand on Peace's head. Eugen told Peace that they should join forces, work together, and help each other raise their stats faster. Eugen thought that the time he spent in the dungeons would be reduced. Eugen pressed his face against his brother's head, closing his eyes. He thought that everything would be fine then. Eugen suddenly raised his head and looked at Seong-han. Eugen wondered if something had happened while he was gone. Seong-han's face suddenly sank when he heard Eugen's question. Seong-han told Eugen that a lot had happened, and he would tell him in detail when they returned. The phone vibrated and lit up. Eugen turned his head and paid attention to it. A message had arrived on the phone. Eugen was surprised that someone had sent him a photo. The pictures were of Eugen, with bruises on his neck and a wound on his chest. Eugen's eyes widened in anger. The protagonist opened his eyes with difficulty and looked into space with a tortured look. He did not understand when he managed to fall asleep. A purple, frightening aura emanated from Eugen. He tightly clutched the phone in his hand, causing it to break. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled awkwardly, bringing his hand to his mouth. Eugen apologized to his brother for the fact that he was probably drooling. Suddenly, the clothes on the protagonist were torn to shreds. The protagonist widened his eyes in shock, covering his body with his hands. Eugen looked at his brother with anger. Eugen did not understand why his brother tore his clothes. Eugen wondered how he was injured, because his entire chest was covered in blood, and wanted to know what happened. Eugen angrily clutched the shreds of clothing and stared at his brother, frowning. Eugen told Eugen that everything was fine, and he was already fine. Eugen noted that they tried to kill him. Eugen looked at his brother furiously, his brows furrowed. The protagonist told his brother that it was an accident and that he was simply caught in the middle. Eugen asked the protagonist who did this and if they told him anything weird, like cultists, Confucianists, and the like. The protagonist was horrified by his brother's pressure. Eugen didn't understand since when Confucianism was a cult. The protagonist closed his eyes and lowered his head. He told his worried brother that it was Noah and he was the leader of the Ark Guild. Eugen squeezed the car seat with his hand, causing it to break and a spring to come out. Eugen told his brother that nothing bad happened, since the leader of Jupiter took care of everything and even called a healer. Eugen was furious that it was nothing bad for his brother. Eugen bared his teeth in rage, clenching them. He said that he had been gone for less than a week and he was already injured, even though he hadn't specifically called Seong-han, Yerim, and everyone else to come with him. Eugen watched in horror as his enraged brother smashed the car seat. Eugen didn't understand what the point of going into those dungeons was. The protagonist put his hand on Eugen's head and ruffled his hair. The protagonist understood why his brother only went into the dungeon with Peace. Seong-han looked at his brother in confusion, his mouth wide open. Eugen told Eugen not to worry since Yerim and Seong-han protected him. Seong-han quickly agreed with Eugen's words. Eugen sat with his head down, his hands clutching the car seat. The protagonist told his brother that everything was fine and Noah was arrested. Eugen asked his brother if he was still alive. Eugen told Eugen that he was alive. Eugen raised his hand to his face and looked at the side suspiciously. Eugen was surprised that the head of Jupiter did not hit him, noting that they must be somehow related. Eugen was surprised by his brother's logic. Eugen approached his older brother, his eyes wide with anger. Eugen said that he would have to check it out and asked the protagonist what the marks were on his neck. The protagonist walked in front of his younger brother, carrying Peace in his arms. Eugen told his brother that T1 was choking him because he was trying to teach him a lesson. The protagonist looked at his brother warily. He thought that Eugen had once cut off T1's hand, and now he was going to kill him outright. Eugen told his brother not to get too angry. Eugen looked straight ahead with a serious expression. Eugen looked at his brother in surprise. Eugen told the protagonist that he understood everything perfectly. The stars were shining brightly in the night sky. Eugen told the protagonist that T1 was right, that he was too helpless and did not listen to anyone, and so he decided to scare him so that he would understand it himself. Eugen looked at the floor with a worried expression, his brows furrowed. Eugen noted that there were many people hunting the protagonist, and if T1 had made him more careful in this way, Eugen suddenly became angry, frowning. Eugen looked at his brother in shock. The protagonist thought that this was somehow unexpected. Night was covering the city. Eugen was shocked that someone other than the kidnappers from the MKS were hunting him. The protagonist imagined two men standing in strange positions. The protagonist thought that it was not enough to lure people to his side, and that Confucianism was not about hunters or guilds. The protagonist reached out to the door of his building, holding peace with one hand. The boys entered the building and Eugen looked around curiously. Eugen was talking on the phone with T1. T1 was asking the protagonist if they had returned home yet. Eugen frowned and looked away with a serious expression. A slightly battered Noah appeared in the building in front of the boys. T1 told the protagonist not to come out of there under any circumstances since Noah had disappeared. Noah, looking out of breath, stared at the boys with a slightly frown. T1 told Eugen that they had already contacted the Abyss and that it was better to stay home until he was found. Peace jumped off the protagonist's arms. Eugen greeted Noah. Peace grew in size and bared his fangs in anger. The protagonist told Noah that he thought he was under arrest. Eugen noted that there was no way they could stop an awakened high class from escaping. Eugen asked Noah what brought him there. Noah suddenly fell to his knees, pressing his hands to the ground. Noah closed his eyes and brought his hand to his face, small tears welling up in his eyes. Noah told the protagonist that he wanted to apologize. Noah looked down at the ground with a sad expression. Eugen was surprised that Noah escaped from the cell just to apologize. The boys watched Noah swaying intently. Noah told the protagonist that he knew it was rude of him to come there after everything he had done, adding that he was ready for anything, and asked him to accept his apology and take him under his sister's beast wing. Eugen moved forward, glaring at Noah. Eugen extended his hand in front of his brother, stopping him. Noah raised his head and looked at the protagonist happily. The protagonist told Noah that he was not angry and asked him to stand up, adding that he would talk to Riet. Noah looked at the guys in shock, his mouth slightly open. The protagonist told Noah that he should leave and come back the next day to apologize to Yerim. Noah stared at Eugen. The protagonist stopped his little brother with his hand, looking at Noah. Noah asked Eugen who was next to him. The protagonist told Noah that it was his little brother. Eugen clenched his fists in rage. Eugen covered his body with his hands. Noah asked the protagonist that his own little brother was bullying him, to which the protagonist replied that it was not like that at all, there was a rational explanation for it. Eugen slowly moved towards the slightly scared Noah. Eugen said that he was the leader of the Abyss Guild, and he knew about what happened. Noah widened his eyes, looking at Eugen in horror. Noah did not understand how someone like him could be the protagonist's brother, and did not understand how he was not afraid of him. Noah saw Eugen's intimidating and overwhelming aura. Eugen extended his hand towards his brother, stopping him. Noah was shaking in fear, sweat running down his face. Noah told the protagonist that it was dangerous. If only one of them was S-class, they could end up like him. Noah narrowed his eyes and covered his mouth with his hand, panicking. Noah thought that Eugen was not human at all. The protagonist pointed his finger at his brother with displeasure. He told Eugen that he was scaring him. Eugen watched Noah and moved his hand towards his brother, saying that he was a little out of his mind, and asked him to move away. Eugen placed his hand on his brother's chest, moving him away, saying that he was weak. Noah remembered Riet, who was smiling maliciously while looking at him, saying that he was weak. Noah was overcome with an indescribable panic. Noah remembered his sister's bloodthirsty laugh. Noah charged at Eugen in anger, baring his teeth. Noah told Eugen to take his hands off the protagonist. Eugen glared at Noah and pushed his brother aside. The building exploded slightly from the collision. Peace stood in a fighting stance as Eugen fell to the ground next to him. Eugen pinned Noah's head to the ground with his hand, sitting on top of him. Eugen told his brother that there was something wrong with him and it was dangerous to let him live. Noah glared at Eugen in anger, baring his teeth. Eugen told his brother that he could explain everything. Eugen grabbed Noah's hand with his hands, glaring at him angrily. Eugen told Noah that he should answer for his actions as a guild leader and asked him which hand he used to hurt Yerim. Noah stretched his tail behind Eugen's back. Noah bounced off Eugen, hitting him with his tail. Eugen managed to dodge his blow. Noah slightly grazed Eugen's arm, tearing his shirt. Eugen's arm turned black and emitted gray smoke. Eugen said that he did not know he had a tail. Noah's angry eyes flashed, emitting a purple aura. Eugen was afraid for his brother, looking at Eugen in shock. Eugen told his brother that it was poison. Eugen told the protagonist that he would just cut off the skin before it spread. Eugen cut off the skin, throwing it on the ground. The protagonist was completely confused, his mouth wide open. The protagonist dejectedly put the phone to his ear. Eugen asked T1 if he was still on the line. T1 told Eugen that he was on his way. Eugen poured a yellow potion on his hand, watching Noah. The protagonist asked T1 to hurry up. Noah covered himself with his hands and began to transform into a dragon. Noah's eyes were sparkling with rage. Noah spread his wings and opened his mouth wide, turning into a dragon. The guys below looked at Noah in surprise. Eugen was surprised that Noah could completely transform. Noah quickly rushed towards Eugen, baring his fangs. Eugen thought that he had never seen anything like this and that he could even fly, but he was at a physical disadvantage. Eugen smiled maliciously, raising his hand up. Eugen noted that Noah was an ordinary beast and that he could now kill him. Blue leaves appeared in front of the dragon, which glowed brightly. Eugen used the blue willow leaves skill. The leaves covered Noah's eyes, causing him to close them tightly. Eugen hit the dragon, causing it to fly down. Eugen swung his sharp sword, flying at the dragon from above. Eugen told Noah that there was no room to fly. Eugen hit Noah with all his might, causing blood to gush out from the wound. Noah opened his mouth wide in pain. Eugen looked at Noah with a bloodthirsty expression, stretching out his hand. Eugen noted that the poison he spat out would not work on him, and he would simply burn it away. Eugen pinned the dragon to the ground, standing on top of it. Eugen swung his sword, which emitted a purple aura. Eugen told Noah that this was his brother, and he must pay with his life. Noah stared at Eugen in fear. The dragon slowly rose up, bleeding. Noah said that this couldn't be. Eugen looked at the source of the light in shock. The wound on the dragon began to glow with a bright light. Noah used the skill Healing Palm. The dragon stood in a circle, from which a bright blue light emanated. Noah said that he too was now in S-class. The dragon bared its fangs and looked at Eugen with an angry expression. Noah, in the form of an enraged dragon, opened his mouth and tried to pounce on Eugen. Noah knew that he could not lose. Eugen deftly moved his hands and put his sword in defense and repelled Noah's attack. Eugen straightened his palm and swung his hand to use his blue aura. Noah was glad that he finally became an S-class. A blue glowing rope wrapped around the dragon's neck and it roared furiously. Noah felt that he tried his best. Eugen wrapped this magical rope around the dragon's neck and tried to knock it to the ground. This rope tightened around Noah's neck more and more, and he roared in despair. Noah remembered his sister. Noah remembered the moment when his sister Riette looked at him with a smirk when he was in dragon form. Riette remembered her words to him. Riette looked at her brother with a disdainful and spreading smirk, in whose memory she considered him a weakling. A powerful explosion occurred, the shockwave of which spread in all directions. Eugen stood in his torn shirt and was about to put away his long blade, looking at how the dragon was defeated and lay on the cold ground. The younger brother Eugen noted that it took him a while to deal with Noah without skill. At the same time, Eugen widened his eyes and looked away when he was called out. Eugen looked back in confusion, looking at how Eugen stood behind him with a glowing book in his hands along with peace, his hand outstretched. The protagonist told him to stop bullying Noah. The protagonist furrowed his brows and glared at his brother, holding out his hand with the blue aura emanating from his palm. Eugen responded that if Eugen did not stop, he would convey his feelings to Noah. Eugen stood in front of the dragon's lifeless body and looked back with a displeased expression. Eugen noted that it would be fairer if Noah could know his next move. Eugen responded to this statement that Eugen could use his skill this way too. Eugen also asked if the protagonist was too late to protect Noah, given that he attacked first. The exhausted dragon lay on the ground and tears flowed from his eyes. The protagonist threatened Eugen to leave Noah alone, because he had already answered for his actions, because his building was almost destroyed. Eugen walked closer to the dragon and looked at him with concern, while his brother standing behind him looked away with indignation, putting his hand on his waist. Eugen noticed that Noah was starting to come to his senses. Eugen told his brother not to go near Noah. Noah slightly opened his eyes and put on his human form, lying on the cold ground without clothes. Eugen immediately said that Noah got it all wrong, because he and Eugen were very close. Noah started to get up and rested his hands on the ground when Eugen put his hands in front of him, clearly embarrassed by Noah's form. At the same moment, Peace tried to jump away when the protagonist noticed that Noah was not wearing clothes. Noah looked down with tears in his eyes and wondered why this happened to him. Eugen rested his hands on his knees and carefully looked at Noah, who was sitting on the ground exhausted and sad. Noah was very sad about why he was so weak when even an F-class decided to save him. In Noah's imagination, he was lying on the ground, holding his hand, while his sister Riette glared at him. Noah felt that he could escape his fate if he became an S-class, and his sister acknowledged him if he became stronger. Noah realized that even with a guild and a title, it would not be enough. Noah looked ahead with sadness. He thought about how he kept messing up, both before and now. Noah said when he thought about his sister, he became so scared that his mind was foggy. The protagonist looked at Noah with a feeling of complete regret and almost cried himself. Noah apologized to his brothers, saying that he was too weak. Eugen did not understand what Noah was talking about and why. The protagonist sighed heavily and spread his arms out to the sides, looking at Noah, who was sitting on the ground, who looked worried. Eugen began to justify Noah, telling him that it was not his fault at all, that the problem was actually Riet. Noah raised his head and looked ahead in shock, his eyes wide. Eugen walked closer to Noah as Peace sprawled out next to them, and they looked around at the destroyed wreckage of the building. Noah sadly said that he had already done a lot of bad things, to which Eugen replied that Noah had only made a few mistakes. The protagonist raised a finger in the air and looked towards his brother, telling him to bring something to cover Noah. Eugen brought a blue blanket and spread it in the air. The protagonist carefully covered Noah's naked body with the blue blanket, who looked at him with trepidation in response. Eugen turned to Noah and explained that he did not know him and Riet well enough, but he clearly saw that Riet was treating him wrong. Eugen imagined Riet squeezing Noah, who was trying to hide from such pressure. The protagonist noted that anyone would have realized that this was abuse from his sister, and he expressed understanding that Noah would have been scared in such circumstances anyway. Eugen said that it couldn't have been any other way when Riet had too much influence and was bullying him. The protagonist sadly lowered his head and crossed his arms, sitting opposite Noah. Eugen noted that Riet herself scared him too, so he explained that probably no one could have stopped her from treating her brother so badly. Noah timidly covered himself with a blanket and bashfully looked away. Noah believed that if he were much stronger, Riet would have been more lenient. Eugen noted that this was not the reason at all, because even if Noah lacked strength, no one should have treated him like that. Noah beamed at these words and looked at Eugen with gratitude, his eyes wide. The protagonist reached out his hands towards Noah and grabbed his blanket. Eugen noted that Noah was not weak at all. Eugen optimistically covered his head and began to tie the blanket on Noah's chest, who looked away with embarrassment. Eugen noted with a satisfied face that Noah tried to create a guild and received a title, and also tried to resist Riet. Noah looked down with an exhausted look. Eugen continued to list Noah's merits and added that he worked hard and was already strong enough. The protagonist grinned with a slight mockery and closed his eyes. He noted that even now Noah was fighting and trying to protect him, thereby showing that a weak person was not capable of such a thing. Noah became emotional and cried from such pleasant words, squeezing his eyes tightly shut. Eugen sat across from Noah, who covered his face with his hand because he was crying, and Peace and Eugen were watching from behind. The main character looked at Noah with worry, not understanding how it could have happened that no one had ever said such words to Noah. Eugen knew that anyone would feel sorry for Noah if they saw him in such a relationship with his sister. Noah pressed his hand to his tear-stained face, feeling confused. The main character looked at Noah with excitement, raising his hand. He noted that Noah had a hard time, so he suggested that he stay away from Riet for now. Noah asked Eugen again, dumbfounded, about the place. Noah looked down sadly, wiping the tears from his face with his hand. He did not believe that Eugen allowed him to stay at his house until he was no longer afraid of his sister. Behind the protagonist, Eugen stood with Peace, indignantly noting that such a statement could sound very rash. Eugen clenched his fist and looked intently towards Noah with Peace, thinking that if he just killed Noah, there would be no problem. Soon enough, T1's superior arrived for Noah. T1, in a black suit, looked at the boys tensely as Noah frantically covered himself with a blanket behind him. T1 noted that in that case, they would continue the conflict resolution process tomorrow. Eugen, along with his brother, watched as T1 instructed his boys in uniform to inform the evacuated people to return, while other workers in suits were clearing away the rubble after the pogrom. Eugen noted the professionalism of the civil servant T1, who had already managed to evacuate the locals and contact the neighboring buildings. The protagonist looked at his brother in fear, who raised his hand and threw the knife towards T1, who managed to catch it with lightning-fast reaction. Eugen was a little furious because of the choking incident, but everything ended peacefully. Noah, in his guard uniform, looked around with slight concern, holding a walkie-talkie in his hands. It was decided that Noah would stay in their house for a while as a guard. Noah stood on the roof of the building and spread his wings, monitoring the situation in the city. Free S-class security as compensation for damages is a great business, but there was still the issue of settling with Yerem. Yerem was sitting on a bench and finishing her cocktail from a bottle. Eugen noted that Yerem forgave Noah much faster than he thought. Yerem replied that she did not mind, because for her it was a fun battle. Eugen looked at Yerem with confusion as she jumped into an ominous pose and put her hands out to the sides, holding the bottle in her mouth and looking at Noah. Yerem suggested Noah to repeat it again, as she wanted to try freezing his poison. Noah raised his hands and exclaimed, saying that he was ready to fight anytime. Eugen thought ironically that this was how S-classes made peace. Eugen stood with Yerem and waved goodbye to Noah, who was about to leave to deal with the remaining paperwork. Yerem turned back to the protagonist, holding the bottle in her hand, and noted that she was fine, and decided to ask the same thing to Eugen. Eugen looked at Yerim with confusion, eating his ice cream on a stick. Eugen asked Yerim again what she meant. The protagonist smirked, closing his eyes when Yerim began to explain to him. Yerim said that Eugen brought a psycho who tried to kill him at their first meeting, and his sister was also a crazy S-class. Yerim ironically asked the protagonist when he managed to believe in himself so much. Yerim looked at Eugen with concern and shone a flashlight in his face, trying to figure out if everything was okay with him. Yerim sarcastically asked Eugen if he had fallen under the influence of a person or some other skill. The main character sarcastically replied that he was exactly in this area. The protagonist scratched his head when Yerim hit her chest and became very angry. Eugen noted that he felt sorry for Noah because he was still very young and helping others was a good thing. Yerim sharply replied that this was exactly his problem. Yerim pointed her index finger at Eugen, looking at him with displeasure. She noted that they knew the nature of the S-classes very well because all people were simply afraid of them. Yerim's silhouette glowed with an aura in a school photo with other students. Yerim explained that she tried her best to hide her aura at school so as not to scare her friends. Yerim imagined Eugen as a hamster who greedily ate ice cream. Yerim said with displeasure that Eugen and his kind were not afraid of the S-classes at all, but on the contrary, they even felt sorry for the S-class, like a hamster worried about a predator. Yerim sat on a bench, throwing one leg up, amused by the situation. She noted that Eugen sometimes seemed strange to her. The main character put one hand on his belt and finished his ice cream. He replied that he was not weird, but that Noah and Eugen were the same age, so they looked alike. Yerim adjusted the glove on her hand and playfully peeked out from under her long bangs. She sarcastically said that it sounded even weirder and asked Eugen about what kind of relationship he had with his brother. Yerim ironically noted that the main character spoke as if he had raised not a younger brother, but a child. The protagonist exclaimed excitedly and widened his eyes, noting that Yerim was right. Eugen began to remember their history with his brother, mentioning the day they gave each other red flowers and Valentine's on Parents' Day. Eugen explained that he began raising his brother at a very early age. Yerim exclaimed in surprise, not believing what she heard. Yerim extended her hand in surprise as Eugen finished his ice cream and looked away. Yerim was curious about why they didn't live with their parents at the time, thinking that they didn't get along with each other. Eugen answered with a little shyness that their parents actually had a great relationship. Yerim looked at Eugen with awe and attention, crossing her arms. The protagonist recalled how his parents used to go out together every day to eat, but died on a trip together. Yerim sadly asked the protagonist if his parents ever left him and his brother alone at home. Eugen looked up thoughtfully, lightly touching his chin as Yerim looked at him with horror, her eyes wide. Yerim remarked that it was a little strange. Eugen felt like he wasn't sure about that. Eugen raised his eyebrows and looked at Yerim with excitement. He remarked that it must be great that his parents loved each other so much. Eugen began to remember a moment from his childhood when he was lying on a pillow and drawing while listening to a program about animals. The program said that the cuckoo lays its eggs in the nests of other birds and the eggs looked similar. In the program, a small white bird was feeding a black cuckoo chick with a worm. Completely different chicks were born and the hatched cuckoo chick threw out other eggs. The little protagonist was lying on a pillow and enthusiastically drawing colorful family silhouettes in an album. Eugen held a green pencil in his hands and drew a happy family in an album. The program said that the mother bird was feeding a cuckoo chick that was larger than herself. Little Eugen looked away with trepidation and his eyes shone. The little protagonist watched through the open door as his parents sadly and heatedly discussed his brother. His mother cried a lot and remarked that it was very creepy that their child neither cried nor laughed. The father replied that the hospital said that there should have been no problem. Through the small doorway, Eugen's mother wiped the tears from her face with her hand, remarking that Eugen was very different from Eugen and that it was strange. Little Eugen sat on a pillow and put his hands on the floor, looking at his parents with confusion. His mother continued to say that she did not feel that Eugen was her child. The protagonist got up from the floor and walked forward into the room. Little Eugen opened the door and entered the room to his brother. The mother was talking at this time about how she kept thinking that this child would leave home someday. Little Eugen stood in the doorway and watched his brother Eugen sleeping in the crib. The little protagonist climbed onto the crib. He wondered why his parents spoke so strangely about his little brother. The little protagonist watched as Eugen lay in his crib and stared blankly at the ceiling. Eugen crossed his arms and watched his brother with warmth, noting that Eugen was cute and kind. Little Eugen was playing with his brother when his mother came up behind them. Eugen remembered the moment when his mother suggested that he go out to dinner with his mother and father, but Eugen's brother was not mentioned, so he asked. At another point, Eugen looked at his parents with admiration, holding the hand of little Eugen in a red sweater. Then his mother suggested that the protagonist go on a picnic with his mother and father, but again forgot about little Eugen. The parents watched through the doorway into the room where Eugen was sitting with little Eugen and reading a book. The parents did not understand why Eugen was so calm next to his brother. The little main character was reading a book with his little brother attentively and reverently. The parents noticed that Eugen treasured his brother, but they did not quite. Mom was holding her head in horror and hysterics when Dad tried to calm her down. Mom thought that something was wrong with them, realizing that she herself gave birth to Eugen. She also sadly gave an analogy: if others knew about their case, they would call them crazy. The brother's father tried to calm his wife and hugged her, crying to himself. He replied that he understood her perfectly because he was also afraid of Eugen. On the floor lay a broken photo of their family, where Eugen's face was crossed out with a marker. The door to the little brother's room began to open a little, and the father wondered why this was happening, because they were just children. The father began to open the door and enter the room. Suddenly, the father became stupefied and dejected. He saw Eugen reading a book with his brother, who had transformed into a black silhouette. Eugen pressed himself against the black silhouette of his brother and looked towards his father, who had entered. Eugen did not understand what was going on and asked his father. The parents began to think that not only Eugen was abnormal, but also Eugen. After a while, there were several banknotes on the New Year's table with a bunch of snacks. The parents left the money for the children and told them to watch the house. A bright Christmas tree sparkled and shone in the New Year's lights, surrounded by people anxiously awaiting the anticipation of the holiday. Little Eugen and Eugen were wrapped in winter clothes and were walking towards the tree. The main character was happy that their parents gave them a trip for Christmas because their parents got along very well. The protagonist looked at his younger brother with excitement and told him that they would spend this birthday together. Little Eugen held his older brother's hand and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Eugen pointed out that Eugen's birthday was on Christmas and everything around was shining, explaining that it was wonderful. The brothers held hands tightly against the backdrop of shining lights. Eugen asked his brother if he knew of a place that could sell birthday cakes on Christmas. Eugen, already in real life, was looking closely at his palm. Eugen was sitting on the bed and looking down, holding a laptop in his hands. He also felt this moment and knew that if he had not held his hand at that moment, then perhaps Eugen would have led an ordinary happy life. Eugen watched the guys from the second floor, who were discussing their affairs heatedly. Eugen's gaze caught on the happy and contented face of his older brother. He felt that even knowing this, he would still love him and help him. It was already evening in the city and a huge tall building reflected the city lights. A voice came over the phone saying that she heard that Noah made a mistake. Hyuni was in his office and in the bright light, he was talking on the phone with a girl. Hyuni replied that it was like he trained a dog and it broke loose and ran away. The girl on the phone asked about how her plan to enter the country was delayed because of this. Hyuni looked at his phone with a smirk, where a girl named Evelyn was on the call. Evelyn asked about why Noah did this. Hyuni replied that he was not sure, but he thought it must have been related to Eugen. Evelyn realized that it was the monster trainer. Evelyn was running through the big city with a huge suitcase and looked back at the big clock on the building. Evelyn said that she really hoped that Noah was tamed, not because he was half monster. Hyuni laughed and said that it was funny. Evelyn put the phone to her ear and spoke to Hyuni, noticing that he did not sound upset. Hyuni smirked in response. Hyuni looked down arrogantly, looking at two photos of Noah and Eugen. He said that it must have been funny because he really liked the current situation because it was different from what he expected. Hyuni looked at the photos carefully, touching them with his fingers. Hyuni thought about going and complaining to the new owner of the escaped Noah. The wooden tower with the hieroglyph of a dragon absorbed the bright sunlight of the day. Soyoung shouted with joy that the thing she wanted so much had finally arrived. Joyful Soyoung walked towards the children with delight, carrying a wooden house and a bunch of bags and toys in her arms. Soyoung said with enthusiasm that it was not a cat tower, but a dragon tower, and she added that there were also a lot of goods and toys in addition. Soyoung carried the wooden house for the dragon on her shoulder with enthusiasm and curiosity. She joked that the dragon would not let the doctor in on the day. Soyoung looked up in shock and saw, along with other people, a man falling from the roof of a high-rise building. The dragon's wing appeared in the air. Soyoung noticed that the man was falling and she had to save him. Noah transformed from a human form into a white dragon form with a bright blue aura, and Soyoung looked on in surprise with her eyes wide open. The silhouettes of Soyoung and the other people in the city were all in shock, watching with their eyes wide open. Soyoung raised her hands to her face and opened her mouth in surprise, sighing heavily. Soyoung looked at the dragon with a shining gaze and pressed her hands to her mouth. She was amazed that it was another dragon or dragon man. Soyoung's chance to become Eugen's daughter-in-law was completely ruined. Noah, in the form of a huge dragon, flew in the clear sky with griffin blue above the city. Eugen asked Noah how he felt about the situation. The huge white dragon spread its wings wide along with Griffin, flying above the city. Noah replied that he felt great, because Blue also had 4 limbs and wings similar to his, noting that the feeling of flying was immediately transmitted. The protagonist held a book with a glowing blue aura in his hands and looked into the air with delight at Noah's flight. Eugen happily exclaimed that he was glad for Noah's success because Blue specialized in flying, and therefore he could learn a lot from him. The protagonist stood on the roof of the building and carefully watched Noah's flight training, holding a blue book in his hands. Eugen told Noah to repeat the movements of his wings like Blue's. Eugen stood on the roof of the building and watched Noah and Griffin fly when two system windows with portals between the city appeared in front of him. Noah noted that it became much easier for him than before. The protagonist tilted his head and broke into a satisfied smile, realizing that it was strange for him to feel those parts of his body that he did not have. Eugen closed his eyes and dove into the system portal, where he felt like he was flying. He felt a gust of wind on himself. The main character soared into the system space with a blue aura and spread his arms out to the sides, feeling like he was flying. He felt like he was freely gliding through the sky, fresh air. Eugen was imbued with the feeling of flying that Blue was giving him, with his eyes closed. At the same moment, Eugen began to sweat and felt sick, feeling dizzy. Joyful about his free flight, Blue circled in the air with Noah, leaving behind strong gusts of wind from their wings. Eugen fell to the ground when Blue and Noah, in the form of a man, ran towards him with their hands up. Noah tried to ask Eugen if everything was okay with him after such maneuvers. Eugen rested his hands on the ground to come to his senses and noted that everything was fine with him and he would cope with this task. Griffin landed on Noah's bare back, who looked at Blue with admiration. Noah noted that Blue should have gradually made his maneuvers more difficult. Noah began to train to get used to the dragon's body. Eugen looked at Noah through the system window with a description of his stats and skills. Eugen knew that there were some problems, but his expectations were confirmed and he hit the jackpot and was able to take Noah under his wing since he understood that Noah had valuable skills beyond just being the twin of Dio Valsius. Eugen imagined Noah's silhouette in armor fighting a purple monster with a tag with the skill Healing Palm. The protagonist reasoned that a healing skill was very useful for them. Most healers had low stats, but Noah was in S-class, so there was no need to worry about him getting hurt. Eugen then introduced another skill, where Noah's armored silhouette attacked the monster from a distance. It was an attack skill, a silent scream that would cause the enemy to feel pain twice as much as Noah himself. Eugen stood in front of Noah, who was smiling slightly and holding the back of his head. Noah explained that this attack skill only affected the same parts of the body. However, this time, his wings were injured. The protagonist noted that it would be dangerous if Noah hit him anywhere else. Noah and Eugen stood in front of each other, proudly straightening their shoulders as Eugen watched them. Noah raised his hand with a slight confusion and sent a blue magical aura towards Eugen, saying that he would begin. Noah held his hand towards Eugen, who was surrounded by a blue magical aura with a frightened look. Notice, target stat, strength. Eugen raised his fist and angrily and with anticipation said that he was ready to begin. Notification. Activating rental of characteristics. The protagonist held his hand and dealt a crushing blow to the floor, destroying it into fragments. At the place of the blow were destroyed fragments of stones and dust rose into the air. Eugen, with a feeling of inner strength, spread his fists to the sides and rejoiced that he succeeded, which made Noah clap his hands joyfully. A shortcut with a skill appeared, where the hands were intertwined. Rental of characteristics. You can lend or borrow half of the characteristic one time per day for 30 minutes. Eugen realized that renting characteristics would be much more useful than many items. The protagonist with a shining and uplifted look looked at Noah, who was also happy with what was happening. Eugen noted that Noah's strength was incredible, despite the fact that he was a healer. Noah replied with a grin that he was in S-class after all. The main character imagined himself and Noah raising their hands in glee and riding on a carriage pulled by two white horses with a fierce look. Eugen realized that if he added his double damage buff and the effectiveness increase from the raw cheetah's predator, then this transferred skill would be 4 times more effective. The main character imagined himself on Noah in the form of a dragon, where he sat down and looked back with delight. Eugen also thought that if Noah activated his poison and allowed him to ride him in dragon form, then most monsters would not even dare to approach him, because he would also be able to enter high-ranking dungeons. Eugen enthusiastically placed his hand on Noah's shoulder and gave a thumbs up, noting that Noah was simply a great person. Noah pressed his hand to his chest with a pitiful look, almost with tears in his eyes, and said that this was the first time he had ever been so pleasantly praised. Eugen understood that Noah liked living in this place anyway. Griffin proudly stood on the roof, spreading its wings in the air, while Peace lay next to it with a displeased look. The protagonist believed that all this happened thanks to the skill, "My baby is the best," but he also noted that Blue had also grown a lot while training with Noah. Griffin tried to swoop down on Peace from the air, extending its sharp claws to attack. At the same moment, Peace transformed into its menacing fiery form and looked away with disdain at Blue. Peace's impudence caused him to hit Blue's head with his paw. Eugen, watching what was happening, as Peace effortlessly struck Griffin, waved his arms in different directions. Eugen asked his pet Peace to be a little more friendly this time. The protagonist beamed, squeezing his pet, who was not particularly sentimental, in a tight embrace. Eugen thought that Peace didn't like the fact that he worked more than he rested, and therefore spent less time with him. The protagonist told his Peace not to worry so much, because it was just his job. Bright sunny weather was observed in the city. These bright and productive days continued. Hyuni brought a huge basket of flowers with a satisfied expression. He brought this bouquet in honor of Blue's growth. Eugen held the book in his hands and looked at this incomprehensible action of Hyuni with bewilderment. The protagonist noted to himself that he still needed to take care of some things. Hyuni noticed Eugen's cold gaze and explained his action by saying that these were flowers from Soyeon and therefore they were worth accepting. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and enthusiastically took the basket of flowers in his hands. He understood that Hyuni must have been busy at this time and therefore it was not worth delivering these flowers to him personally. Eugen pointed out that Hyuni shouldn't have brought flowers here since that was what the delivery service was for. Hyuni felt that Eugen's thoughts and words contradicted each other. Eugen asked Hyuni why he had come to see him. Hyuni looked at Eugen with a kind expression and replied that he was hurt by such cold hospitality. Hyuni, as an investor, wanted to catch the escaped debtor Noah. At that time, Noah flew through the air in the form of a dragon with his wings spread. The huge dragon hovered above the silhouettes of Eugen and Hyuni, who felt a strong flow of wind from the flapping of his wings. Noah landed behind Eugen and bared his teeth angrily, looking at Hyuni. Noah responded to such an impudent statement that he had not escaped anywhere and kept his promise. Noah in his dragon form approached Hyuni, who stood meekly with his hands in his pockets. Noah told him not to involve Eugen in their affairs. Hyuni responded ironically that Noah should have said that before running away, noting that Noah was very diligent in listening to Eugen. Hyuni smirked and noted that Noah was taken in as a pet. Noah in his dragon form bared his teeth and looked at Hyuni with disdain, saying that he was still a human. The protagonist opened his mouth and told Noah to stop. Eugen stood in front of Noah to protect him and spread his arms out to the sides. The protagonist noted that Noah was his responsibility, and if you think about it, he took him under his wing. Noah looked back at Eugen in confusion, trying to find out why. Eugen placed his hand on the dragon's face with reverence. Eugen explained that it was his decision to bring Noah here, and he did it all for Noah, so he told him not to worry so much. Eugen looked ahead with disdain as Noah clasped his hands behind him and looked at his protector with love. Eugen knew that Noah shouldn't have transformed back into a human, otherwise he would have seen too much skin and there wouldn't even be peace to cover him. Eugen looked at Hyuni, who looked back with a slightly sad expression. The protagonist explained that he didn't know what Hyuni's problem could be. Hyuni looked at Eugen with a smirk as he tried to protect Noah. Eugen explained that he would have to take Noah with him. Hyuni frowned slightly and peeked out from under his long bangs. The protagonist noted that in that case, Hyuni should discuss the debt issue with him. Eugen extended his hand and looked at Hyuni with displeasure, asking him what he wanted in exchange for Noah. The news showed the destruction. The presenter said that the guild that suffered as a result of the incident decided to disband. Eyewitnesses claimed that there was a golden dragon at the scene. The cause of the incident was recognized as a dungeon breach. The man leaned back in his chair, saying that this was a great job. Looking at the phone screen, thinking that his investment was finally paying off. Hyuni imagined Noah transforming into a dragon. Noah's poison is excellent, but his ability to transform is much more useful. Among the famous hunters, there are no those who could transform into a monster, so after killing the target, they can only pretend that it was a dungeon breach. Putting his hand to his face, the man thought that maybe he would have a hard time with the S-class, but with any class below or just an ordinary influential person, it would be easy. Covering his face a little, Hyuni decided that with this, they would destroy all of Hanshin and the Crusher Guild's supporters, thus weakening them. And Eugen's ability would be in his hands again. Later, someone's hand was holding a can of drink. He wondered if this was suitable. Hyuni looked at the can of drink. While petting the dragon, Eugen said that the last time he saw it drink Earl Grey, so he bought a lot of tea, choose whichever one he liked, thinking, does he even know that he unintentionally ruined his plan? The bright sun shone through the glass dome. The man folded his hands on the table, saying that he had invested quite a lot in Noah. He could not reveal the details, but it included information about obtaining a title for him. Water droplets were dripping down the jars. He thought that he could be useful despite being a support class, so he helped him found his own guild to get rid of his sister. The hero turned his head away when the man also said that, however, one day he left for him. But Eugen's mouth widened when he heard that the Arc Guild was also disbanded with a single call. After the hero turned to Noah, who said that he decided to stay here, the hero asked again, is this really okay? But the hero and the dragon looked strangely at the other man, who said that he was planning to use his independent guild as a cover, but he still found out. Noah frowned and raised his wings, saying that he was still an S-class hunter. He could pay off his debts himself. If he wanted, he could even join the cleanup. but Hyoni held his hand out in front of him, saying that it was too bad, but there were enough hunters in Jupiter. The dragon looked at the man with a bit of displeasure when he also said that he was of no interest to him now. He had no guild, and Eugen was aware of his ability to transform. Still, the man folded his arms and noted something. His face was brightly illuminated by the sun when he said that Noah was useful and asked Eugen again. The hero just looked at his interlocutor in silence, trying to look as friendly as possible. Hyoni said that it had resistance to poison, so he could use it as a mount, but the hero countered, saying that Noah was a human. Without changing his expression, the man again noted that with him, he could go to fairly high-class dungeons without flying monsters, to which the hero said that he did not need to go to clear dungeons. He put his hand on the back of his head in displeasure, thinking that this bastard had figured out all his plans, and asked what he wanted. They had already signed a contract to train the monster. He did not need ordinary hunters either. Hyoni put his fingers to his chin with a smile. Then he showed 3 fingers and said 3 times. The hero looked at the man's hand in surprise when he asked how about he helped 3 times when needed. Eugen raised his hand with the screen, saying that it sounded too vague. Let him write a contract with more details, but the man said that it was not necessary. Hyoni put his head on his hand and, upon hearing this, suggested that if he pretended not to remember it, it would hurt him. The hero looked at the blue screen in surprise when he heard that the other man trusted him. He thought, was he crazy? Did he want a simple verbal agreement when he handed over an S-class? The man simply smiled when the hero thought, was he so confident that he would get what he wanted without a written contract? Trying not to show his emotions, the hero thought that this was strange. Well, let's pretend that he was going to help. The dragon looked at the hero in surprise when he agreed. But, holding out his hand, the hero noted that he would refuse any request that he could not fulfill or that could harm others. Hyoni raised his hand, saying that he did not intend to harm anyone. And so, the two shook hands. Still holding the boy's hand, the man pointed out that the ability that doubled his attack power, he could only use it if he had a damage-reducing item on him. The hero answered yes, but he no longer had that bracelet. Hyoni smiled and asked to let him know if Manhwa made something similar. The hero smiled confidently, thinking that he knew he needed his ability. The sun was shining on the city. He would never help him. Such an item was extremely difficult to obtain. The dark-haired boy handed over the glowing balls, saying that they were similar to that bracelet. Eugen looked at his comrade in confusion, asking what he was doing there to get something like that. Was he even sleeping? He replied that he would show him when everything was ready. Looking around, Eugen said that it would be convenient to use this space when they went on cleanups. Manhwa said he didn't want to see anyone else here, to which the hero replied that he knew that he let him in at his request. Thanks, he thought he might know what this thing was. In Eugen's hand was a red egg. An SSS class item, the red egg. The egg was surrounded by flames. The reward that Eugen and the world received for clearing the S-class dungeon. The scientists looked at it with interest. Refers to one of the eggs that appeared extremely rarely before the time rollback. Manhwa or Ismur might be able to use it. Eugen gritted his teeth, telling his brother that he arranged this meeting so that the two of them could become friends. But he didn't stop looking at the fire. The fire became significantly larger. Then the fiery figure touched the egg, saying that the young flame is here. A crack appeared from the shaking. Then the entire egg was covered in cracks. Eugen carefully watched what was happening. With a crack, a red creature appeared in his hand. The brothers looked at the creature in surprise. Eugen asked again if it hatched from an egg, and his brother answered yes. The creature looked away, and then, turning into fire, it rushed towards Eugen's face. It entered through his eye, and then jumped onto his hand again. Eugen said that everything was fine. It climbed out. The lizard ran onto Eugen's hand. His brother said that it was there for only a second. It seemed to like it inside. The hero carefully examined the creature. It was said that it was an F-class fire elemental. She is also a fire elemental. Manhwa looked at the fire creature behind him, asking, was the lizard awakened by Ismur's power? The hero thought about how this was why eggs never hatched before, since there were originally no spirits in their world. He watched as his brother stroked the lizard, thinking about another change that occurred when turning back time. A blue flame appeared between the finger and the lizard. The creature opened its mouth to taste it. After the new pet climbed onto Eugen's shoulder, who said that it was completely resistant to flames, to which the hero inquired about the lizard feeding on flames. Eugen smiled widely, saying that he could feed it then, and he would try to raise it properly. It could become as strong as Ismur since it hatched from an SSS class egg. To this, Manhwa asked not to say that. The guy jumped around the fire creature, saying that he was the best. There was no way this little thing would become as strong as him. The hero then looked at the bead, thinking that in any case, it seemed like bringing Eugen here was worth it. Plus, he received a damage compensation item. He remembered Hyoni, thinking that this happened just a little while after Hyoni asked. Eugen turned to his brother, asking if something was wrong. He said no. Eugen smiled widely, thinking that he got this item, but what did he need it for? If he was going to the dungeon, it would be with his guild members. There was a lot of food in the basket. Although the hero thought so, Hyun closed his eyes. Then Eugen smiled, saying that he got them lunch. He only thought that he was with him again. Eugen thought about how it all started with sweeping up small changes. Hyuna was carrying monster meat on her shoulder and turned to Blue with a smile, saying that she had meat for him. The boy and the griffin turned to look at the girl happily, and Eugen noticed her hair, to which she replied that she was simply delighted by it, despite being scolded by old geezers. The leaves of the trees were illuminated by the sun's rays, and the boy noted that it seemed like baby monsters were very rare these days. They sat on a bench, watching Blue try to swallow the meat, and the girl said that everyone was trying to find babies and give them to the boy to raise, adding that perhaps she should get one too. Hyuna smiled and put her hand on Eugen's shoulder, who looked tired and said that he did not have the strength for new monsters yet, to which the girl replied that this is why she came, to remind him of the promise. Hyuna hugged him tightly, asking if he had forgotten that he had promised to let her ride Blue when she grew up, adding that she could get him anything he wanted. Eugen only croaked in response, thinking that a careless hug could lead to an unintended F-class murder. Suddenly, the guy looked at her face while her hands were on his neck and face and said that she had recently gone to clear an S-rank dungeon, and then asked what she had gotten. Hyuna replied that she had gotten a very good thing. Hearing this slightly annoyed the guy, and he thought that he already knew about it. In his mind, a white crystal appeared against the backdrop of a large whale, the energy from which flowed to Yerim, and the guy mentally began to think about how in the past she received a tear of joy of a white whale, a one-time item that imposes an ice effect on equipment, and Hyuna put it up for auction because all her skills are related to the wind. Now that he has Yerim, he can buy this item from the girl and give it to her. Suddenly, Hyuna happily took out a golden bottle of elixir. Eugen looked at the item in the girl's hands in shock, who proudly said that this is a very rare elixir, and that it is even better than a potion because it is like an extra life, adding that this is the first such elixir in Korea. The girl brought it to her face and, looking at the guy, plaintively asked if he was asking for this, to which Eugen asked if she received anything else besides this, for example, something like an item that grants an ability. He was surprised to learn from the girl that other than that there were only S-class gloves, after which he thought that this was a different reward and that the reward had never changed before. The girl silently looked at his face. She brought her hand to his face, interrupting his thoughts, and asked why he was daydreaming. She put her hand to his chin and coquettishly asked if he had fallen in love with her, which made Eugen wince and turn away, saying that he had not. He looked at Hyuna, who was laughing sincerely, and thought that many things were different from the future he knew, including even her hairstyle. Yerim and Noah approached them, the girl waved with a smile, and Eugen thought that they too, absolutely everything had changed a lot, but in a good way. Hyuna reached out her hands to the startled Noah with a mischievous smile, but Eugen blocked her way while Yerim struggled to lift Blue, asking what was wrong with his stomach. Hyuna asked Noah if he was the rumored dragon boy, to which Eugen said that he knew she would ask for a ride, adding that she shouldn't even think about it, and then thought that there was a meaning to the fact that the rewards had changed. Eugen held his phone, which had the news open, and read out loud about the White Sandcross Shield in the USA, the book that sings the lullaby in the Philippines, and the windy bow in India. Lying on a lounge chair with peace, the boy said out loud in surprise that the reward in other dungeons remained the same. The young man put the phone on his chest with a calm smile and thought that it was possible, because maybe it had only changed this time. Suddenly, Eugen approached his brother with a wary look and asked him to go to the dungeon, thinking that he was worried about it. The bridge full of cars stood under the afternoon sun, and Eugen asked his brother if he wanted to ask the system something. The boy, with his hand on his pet, answered that he wanted to ask about Chirpai and in general, thinking that he couldn't say that he turned back time and now the future is different from how he knew it. The boy remembered the moment when Chirpai was weighed and said that abilities do not work on her, and also she does not grow like Peace or Blue, then added that sometimes she acts strangely. Eugen slept on the bed, hugging the pillow. Suddenly, he was woken up by a voice from the TV, which said that they were continuing. He got up from the bed, holding his head, and, listening to the voice begin to talk about the next news, he could not understand why the TV was on. Eugen peeked out the door, rubbing his eye, and asked if it was his brother. The boy silently stared as Chirpai sat on the couch watching TV while a voice said that the Jupiter Guild had taken in a foreign S-class hunter, Evelyn Miller, an independent hunter who specialized in long-range attacks. Looking at the chick, he called out to her in confusion. Suddenly, Eugen began to happily run around her, asking how she got on the couch and whether she turned on the TV, then exclaimed that she used the basket and called her a genius. Eugen smiled kindly and took out a mana stone, calling the chick a genius again, and asked if she wanted the stone, but Chirpai turned away. The boy became quiet in surprise and looked at her. Chirpai was watching TV and squeaked in response to the boy's question about whether it was her. Eugen snapped out of his memories and looked at his hands in confusion, saying that she then became stupid again and rushed towards the monostone, then asked if something was wrong with her and if it could be some kind of dissociative identity disorder. Eugen replied that it was possible. Eugen imagined the three-headed Chirpai and turned pale as he listened to it say that there are monsters that grow another head as they grow older, and usually each head has its own personality, and maybe Chirpai is one of them. To this, the boy replied that he didn't know how to feel about it. Peace looked up in interest while the boy said that he just wanted to ask since he couldn't take her with him because she was an F class and couldn't equip any equipment. The little beast stood up, looking at the fire lizard on Eugen's hand while Eugen asked it what was wrong. Peace looked at Eugen's pet with wide eyes, raising a shaking paw. Eugen said that the fire lizard was with them too. Sweat appeared on the animal's face, it pulled out its claws and the lizard quickly ran under Eugen's sleeve. Eugen and Peace looked at the lizard on Eugen's shoulder. The boy asked if it was okay to take it since it was an F class, to which his brother replied that it was always on her, so it would not be harmed. The lizard began to penetrate his skin while he said that as long as it was on his skin, it was safe. Eugen looked at his brother when he asked if something was wrong, to which the boy replied that nothing was wrong, thinking that his brother had also changed a lot. Eugen happily approached the boy, listening to him say that he should not worry about him, and for him to also stay by their side when they were in the dungeon, after which he replied that he could be relied on. The boy looked out the window with a happy smile while Peace was swinging, and thought that everything really had changed for the better. Suddenly, he turned around in fear because his pet had jumped on his brother's face, and thought that he and Eugen had made up and were going to dungeons together, adding that he couldn't even dream of such a thing in his past life. Eugen fussily tried to remove the pet from his brother's face. After tearing Peace, who was confusedly searching for the lizard, away from the irritated Eugen's face, he thought with a smile that it didn't matter if other things changed, because the most important thing was that his brother was okay. Eugen remembered the moment of his brother's death and thought that the time when they were apart and the events that he didn't want to remember. With a wide smile, he ruffled his brother's hair and finished his thought by saying that those events in this life became something that never happened, and that was the most important thing, after which he wondered what could go wrong. The boys found themselves in a snowy area near a forest. They looked around in surprise. Eugen said that it was supposed to be a sand dungeon, and his brother added that there were no monsters in sight either, asking what happened there. While Eugen was thinking with his hand on his chin, Eugen wrapped the pet around his neck like a scarf and asked if it could be the system's trick. Eugen put his hand on his shoulder and suggested that they leave, but the boy objected that they should wait a little, because the system. Eugen interrupted him, asking if this system could be trusted and if it was a trap. The boy listened with an awkward smile as his brother said that it was some people trying to kill him, and then asked who could change the dungeon like that. He looked at the nervous Eugen, who was looking around, and called out his name. Looking at his brother, he wondered why he was so worried, because even if many wanted to get him, an image of his brother shouting about the cultists appeared in his mind. Eugen looked back at the boy in surprise, who asked if he was hiding something without looking away. Snowflakes were falling around him. Eugen continued, stating that a normal hunter couldn't affect the dungeon like that, and the ones he was afraid of weren't the guilds or hunters. Holding the pet in his arms, he looked at Eugen and asked if it was related to the cult he mentioned. His brother looked away, saying that he couldn't tell him anything, to which Eugen asked why. At that moment, something flew at the boy from behind while he was talking about the contract he had signed. Eugen watched in fear as his brother, without finishing his sentence, turned around and covered his face with his hand, which was hit with great force. The boy rushed towards Eugen, who had an arrow stuck in his hand, and shouted his name. His brother ordered him to take out the bead. Peace turned into an adult and burst into flames. Eugen looked at his brother in shock, thinking that even a high-ranking monster couldn't pierce an S-rank arm with an arrow. Something appeared from behind the snow. Suddenly, a toy soldier with a bow emerged from the snowdrift. The boys looked at it while Eugen bandaged his brother's arm. Eugen said in surprise that it was a toy, not a monster. The boy activated the sprout skill in fear, asking what the hell this thing did. Eugen saw information appear in front of the tin soldier, number 6, S-rank, contractor, the rest of the data is hidden. He exclaimed that the enemy is S-class. Another soldier appeared from the snow, drawing his bow. Eugen thought, if he is number 6, then there could be from 1 to 5 of them, or even more. New enemies appeared around the heroes, on horses, with sabers. Soon they found themselves surrounded by a horde, and the guy mentally turned to the system. What is this? Eugen sternly covered his frightened brother, ordering him to somehow escape. Eugen replied that he could not cope alone. The guy saw how the enemies rushed at them with weapons, and shouted, "They are advancing." The guys watched in surprise as all the soldiers froze in the air after someone ordered them to stop. Eugen, looking frightened, pushing his brother away, held a bead in his outstretched hand. Suddenly, a box appeared in the air and a voice commanded them to go back. The soldiers quickly began to fly into the box, decreasing in size. A blue light began to shine from the box. All the enemies ran to the last in the box. Suddenly, a volleyball appeared from it, which addressed the guy, saying that they must have been scared. Eugen covered the guy with his hand. They looked at the ball that rose into the air, apologized, and said that he did not think that they would attack his brother. The boy remembered the pixelated image of the ball and pointed at it, asking if it was him that time and addressing it as the system. The ball smiled widely, winked, and said that they could call it Newbie. Suddenly, the boy began to hit the ball on the ground in anger, shouting that he didn't care because it made a hole in his brother's hand, to which Newbie replied that it was partly his fault. The young man picked it up in annoyance and turned to Eugen, asking what his brother could have done. The boy was surprised to see that his pet and brother were locked in some kind of sphere and were looking at him. Looking at how they were leaning against the wall of the sphere, he asked what was going on. Newbie smiled and said that he blocked them for a while because they were forbidden to listen to what they were going to say. The boy began to look around the area after the ball said that it created this place especially for them and that it would not allow it to be burned like that time. Eugen gestured to his brother that everything was fine and thought that they took him away without saying a word that time. Newbie apologized for attacking his brother, adding that it was because he was involved in something that they were forbidden to mention. Eugen looked at him worriedly and asked with a shout what this meant. He looked at the ball, saying that his brother was talking about not being able to tell about something, then asked if they were talking about some kind of cultists, to which Newbie replied that he could not answer him. Eugen again asked if they were very dangerous and if his brother would be okay, to which the ball fussily replied that he should not worry because they could not harm either him or his brother. Eugen angrily pulled him apart because the ball said that it was against the rules to interfere directly. Eugen nervously replied that they could break them. Newbie wanted to say something to him, but he was interrupted by a hum and shaking, causing the boy to look around. Looking up, he listened as Newbie said that it was because they were talking about them, adding that it was dangerous, and then asked not to ask any more questions. Eugen worriedly thought about what the hell this was. The boy lost himself in thought and began to reason that the group that was hunting him and Eugen was not an ordinary group of people, and they had access to something that was against the system. He wondered if they could resist them, since even this volleyball was so powerful, and how they could even contact his brother. Newbie interrupted his thoughts, telling him not to worry, because everything will be fine as long as they are together. Eugen looked at the ball in surprise as it said that his safety was the most important thing for them right now. The guy looked away, listening to Newbie say that they did not have much time left and asked if he had any questions. Eugen thought that he was right and they should get down to business. The ball opened the system window after the guy said that he picked up an F-class bird named Chirpai, whose status window was broken and who was acting a little strange. Newbie replied that he would look for it now. Looking at the system window, the ball said that he could not find it, then asked the guy if he was sure that she was under his influence. Eugen replied that it could not be, because the code word worked on her. The boy looked at the ball as it said that it was weird and that he should bring Chirpai with him next time, then asked if he could deal with it. Eugen angrily threw it forward after Newbie said he would delete it just for him. The boy yelled at him, saying that it was alive. He turned around and held his head as the ball bounced back to him, saying that errors needed to be deleted. Eugen wondered if all the system workers were this crazy. He looked at Newbie smiling, saying that F rank would not be a big deal, and wondered if he could trust him, since the more answers he got, the more worried he became, adding that he attacked his brother and now spoke so carelessly about killing Chirpai. He held his face in his hands, thinking that this reminded him of a scary story he read as a child. An image of a hooded creature with skinny fingers and sharp claws holding two people sitting on a pile of gold appeared in his mind. Eugen remembered that it was a story about a deity that had a goal but no human emotions. It granted people what they wanted, but in a distorted form. Then he remembered making a wish at the wishing stone and thought that they had already tricked him with that, and if they didn't fulfill his wish properly, then he nervously removed his hand from his face, thinking that this couldn't be true. Looking at Newbie, he said that he had one last question, then added that the reward for the dungeon he knew was different from the one in the past, thinking that at least unlike the story, he was satisfied with the result and everything had changed for the better. The guy asked with a smile if this happened sometimes or if it had something to do with the fact that he had regressed. The boy listened in shock, saying that if the reward was a one-time item, then the changes most likely occurred because it had already been used. He kept his eyes on the ball, saying that he had reversed time, so it should not have been used. Newbie replied that this was not the case. The ball added with a smile that the boy most likely did not know. Eugen looked at him silently, kneeling. The ball said that just because he had gone back in time did not mean that all the events that had happened did not happen. The boy's face changed. He fell into a stupor and asked with a confused look what this meant. The ball created an incomplete sphere from the pala, saying that they would use data overriding as an example. Two decanters appeared, one pouring water into the other. Newbie explained that the world from which he had come 5 years had not disappeared, but had simply been overwritten, since most beings were the same and could simply be combined. The boy was hanging in space above the people he knew, with their past selves underneath them. Newbie added that since he was a regressor, the information about the time 5 years from now was overwritten to the present, and for the others, their present would overwrite the original future. Yerim and Hyuna walked past their copies, and Hyuni looked towards the copy. Newbie explained that they were unaware that they had been merged, and only someone very sensitive would be able to feel something. Many people were walking on the sidewalk. The ball said that theoretically everyone still had the data from the original future. An image of various treasures appeared. Newbie added that this did not apply to used items. Eugen stood with his back to his original copy standing behind the crack, and the ball finished the sentence by saying that this also did not apply to dead people, because it was impossible for them to turn back time because the information about them was erased and removed from the world. The boy was stunned by what he heard, listening to the ball add that he couldn't mix the information of the dead with the living. With his hand on his knee, he began to say what it meant. Staring blankly ahead, he continued, saying that all the events that happened in the original future couldn't be undone, but instead they would be erased and deleted. He looked at the smiling newbie as he said that they would disappear, but that was nothing special. Eugen thought about his brother. Without raising his head, he thought about his brother who died that day. He remembered the image of his brother leaving, saying in his head that this 25-year-old Eugen, who suffered alone for 8 long years, died protecting him. He remembered the image of his headless body lying on the ground, and he thought that he had to go through this anyway, and he would remain lying there in the dungeon where he left him, cut off from the world. Coming out of the memories, he turned his head to his brother and began to deal. While the ball said that the reward he was talking about was probably used up and simply did not exist in this world after the regression, and therefore it did not even appear. Newbie watched as he walked up to the sphere his brother was sitting in and asked to be released. The ball asked what that meant. The boy placed his hand on the barrier where his brother's hand was, looking at him in surprise. Eugen turned to the ball in anger and yelled at him, asking why he shared it with his brother without saying a word, then demanded that he release him instead of leaving him alone in a place like this. Eugen watched in surprise as the barrier around his hands dissipated, while the ball said that time was almost up anyway. Peace and Eugen rushed towards the sadly standing boy, the boy asking Eugen if they were done talking. Eugen took his brother by the shoulders, and Newbie said goodbye, saying that they could get there by knocking on the gate 3 times. Newbie disappeared into thin air, leaving only a trace of energy, and Eugen asked his brother for forgiveness. Eugen watched in surprise as his brother took his shoulders, saying that he was probably freezing in there, to which the boy replied that he was in S-class and that it was no problem for him. The boy cut off his brother's words, placing his hand on his cheek. Eugen sadly hugged his brother's head and torso, then leaned on his shoulder and asked for forgiveness and said that he was very sorry, thinking that he should not have so easily agreed to regression, but should have prayed to the system to return his brother to him with the wishing stone. The image of his dead brother appeared in his imagination again, and he wondered whether his younger brother, who saved him at the cost of his own life, had already disappeared beyond this world, or whether he was still somewhere out there, abandoned. There was a dome above the building. A pair of boots lay haphazardly on the floor. The boy lay dejectedly on the cold tiles, barely realizing that his little brother was dead. Despondent, completely nothing, he repeated again that he was no longer there. He remembered Eugen entering the dungeon while the gates were closing behind them. Peace approached his master, lowering his ears. The pet began to rub its head against the boy's cheek. It began to lick the boy, and he finally reacted. The brunette sat up, and while the animal's drool dripped off him, he convinced it that he was fine and there was no reason to worry. He hugged the pet to himself, holding it close, convincing himself that everything would be fine. Rising with Peace in his arms, he headed for the stairs, but now he should only think about the present. Some strange people contacted his younger brother, and they were so dangerous that even the developers of the system were afraid of them. He, looking at the phone, remembered how he persuaded his brother to tell him something, touching his shoulder, but he refused to tell him anything. The guy dialed someone on the phone and there were beeps. Sitting on his bed, he pressed the phone to his ear, after which the subscription began to speak. Only the head of the Jupiter Guild could know something about these people, which the guy suspected. The upset young man spoke, intending to ask the man something. He looked confidently into the distance, asking if he knew of any sect similar to Confucianism. The head of the guild grinned. He sat in his chair, answering that his younger brother would be angry if he told the guy about this and involved him in this matter. With a sparkle in his eyes, he confidently, even threateningly, answered that he would get angry himself if he did not get an answer to his question. The blonde smiled and told him that he was, of course, much more dangerous when angry. Eugen sat in front of the window. Hyuni replied that he couldn't tell, but he could show him by asking him to prepare a bracelet and an attack enhancement skill. The brunette asked what would happen next, to which the blonde replied that they would go to a high-ranking dungeon and fish there. In the morning, Eugen asked his brother if he was going to go to an A-class dungeon. The elder stood nearby, by the sofa, with his hand behind his head and the other in his pocket, while the younger looked at him. He said that he became interested in the ruins during the last cleanup, and as it turned out, the blonde knew a dungeon where the fortress wall still remained. Eugen asked to go with him. Eugen spread his arms out to the sides, closing his eyes, trying to convince his brother that there was no need for this, because it was just a walk like a picnic. He recalls how the blonde asked him on the phone to definitely refuse his brother's accompaniment, otherwise they would not bite such bait in the form of Eugen. The elder enthusiastically said that he would take no allure instead, imagining a picture where he would be completely safe riding on him, plus he had resistance skills and Shalos beads, as well as system support. Of course, the brother suspected that it could be a trap. Eugen was surprised when he heard that the dungeon belonged to the Sudom Guild, because the protagonist tried to convince him that the head of the Jupiter Guild would not set a trap in someone else's dungeon and spend so much effort on a representative of such a low class. The younger thought, touching his chin with his hand, while the elder continued to convince him that he would be safe, and he succeeded. The Sudom Guild building was protected by a blue sphere, but the protagonist was surprised that Sudom, or rather its head Yoon Kyung-soo, was the last representative of the S-classes in Korea that he had not yet met. He was curious about who did not come to see him along with the rest of the high-ranking representatives. Yoon looked rather unfriendly. The blondes looked at him calmly while Eugen tried to shake his hand, but he waved his hands, asking them to stay put, covering up the fact that he could hurt the boy. Kyung-soo pointed his thumb at the dungeon with displeasure, saying that they were only borrowing the dungeon and he did not care whether they were going to enter it or not. The brunette turned to him, standing among his men, with his hands in his pockets, stating that he should tell his younger brother that he did not lay a finger on him, since he received many warnings the day before. He followed Sung Hyunhee, entering the dungeon, assuming that the guildmaster was unhappy with the abyss, but the blonde said that he rather just hated it. The guildmaster, with his eyes closed, confidently answered the brunette's questions, stating that the name's hatred are the reason why they are heading to their dungeon. The brunette was worried when he heard from the interlocutor that they would most likely be attacked, and maybe even enlist support to ensure their victory. He became terribly scared when he heard that their goal was to lure out that very support. He was indignant, internally understanding that they were going there, understanding that they would definitely be attacked. Hyunhee handed the basket to the protagonist, asking him to take it. Eugen looked at the unremarkable picnic basket in surprise. While he and Noah looked at it, the guild leader kindly replied that there was a cake inside and that he would be a great guide. He turned to them, slightly raising his head, asking if they were expecting fun. The brunette looked at the blonde seriously, assuming that with this man he was definitely safe, no matter who attacked them. People were rioting in Mexico, holding up signs and shouting that they needed security measures in the local dungeons and needed them now. They were waving their arms indignantly, asking whose side the association was on that was inciting high-class hunters to emigrate, since there were only 2 of them in the capital. Rieta, in a Mexican suit, was meanwhile complaining at the airport about what the soldiers were protecting and asking that a complaint be sent to the Korean Hunters Association, while the policemen were confused and spreading their arms, not knowing what to say. She was indignant at the officer, not understanding how they could deny entry because of some illegal contract, to which the officer replied that it was not in his power. The policemen were looking at the protesters outside the building, telling her that the situation was difficult enough, to which the girl replied that they could secretly check documents in such a commotion. The employee with the tablet in his hands looked at the girl, who put her hand on her waist, who was still perplexed, telling her that he would contact the management. A bright flash of light appeared behind the employee and he did not have time to finish his sentence. Suddenly there was an explosion, which did not affect the girl, but seriously injured the employee. His dead hand lay on the floor near the broken tablet. Rieta did not understand what was happening, while the employees behind were actively panicking. The terrorists were in a red car, shouting that this was the association's punishment for sins, and the dungeon breakthrough was nothing more than God's will. The girl calmly looked at them, while the security called for backup and prepared to defend themselves from them. She took her bloody poncho in displeasure, while all the employees behind her panicked, and she felt sorry for her souvenir. She threw the poncho at the frightened employee with broken glasses, telling him to watch carefully. She walked through the ruins, taking out her magic weapon, setting a condition that in exchange for this they would be obliged to send the girl to Korea. The guards fought with the attacking terrorists, while Rieta shouted at them to disperse. The girl jumped right into the epicenter of the action, breaking the asphalt under her into pieces. She was half-crouched, holding 2 sickles in her hand, while the terrorist shouted why she was getting involved in this matter. She crossed the sickles ominously, angrily declaring that you should make sure that they can dodge, because she attacks without distinguishing between an ally and an enemy in front of her, activating the skill Eternal Cutting. The girl began an attack on a group of terrorists who were trying to attack her. Before 2 guys from the group had time to come to their senses, she attacked them. She cut off their body parts indiscriminately. There were painful screams all around. Smugly, she stood near the wounded terrorists, that they were shouting that she was crazy while she looked at the sky and enjoyed the chaos. She smiled ominously, covered in blood. Then, holding one sickle in her hand, she turned to the others and sighed in relief, declaring that she had dealt with everyone. A severed head called out to her, not too far from the corpses. She looked back in disbelief, looking at the head of the blonde, who was offering her something again. The dead man with a completely empty look did not have time to finish his sentence. Rieta crushed the head with her boot, leaving blood splatters around. She pressed the head of another dead man with her boot, asking why he bothered her again, since she warned him never to approach her or her brother. The corpses rose from the dead and approached her like zombies, calling her name. The same thing happened to the others. They offered her a contract again. The dead suddenly stood up and began to approach Rieta, repeating what they had said as she turned to look at them. The girl frowned, clutching the sickle in her hand, threatening them to shut up or she would kill them again. Her hand holding the weapon suddenly trembled when they mentioned the first of the twin dragons of poison and curse, Dio Valchetti's. Unable to swing, the girl began to fall to her knees in exhaustion. She fell to the ground as the dead continued to approach her. The corpse of the employee killed in the explosion called for her to obey, calling her the blood of curse and poison. She pursed her lips and became angry when they told her to kill the head of the Jupiter Guild and capture Eugen. Rieta used the sickle to cut off their heads again with the last of her strength, and everything was stained with blood again. The exhausted girl crouched down, bowing her head, barely holding the weapon in her hands, for her head hurt. She cursed, saying that she couldn't handle it even if she wanted to. She grabbed her head and turned to look at the silhouette that offered to help her. It was the head of the MKS Guild, Choi, a confident and strong man. He pointed his thumb behind him, saying that he had prepared a private jet just like the walking corpse had told him. The bright sun was shining above the beautiful fortress like a fairy tale castle, reflecting its rays over a wonderful lake not far from the building. The remains of monsters lay on the surface of the earth. Noah, in the form of a dragon, flew over the area where the corpses of monsters lay. Having landed near the men, the dragon looked at them. They were looking at the lake, and next to it stood a basket. The guy was calmly chewing a sandwich, while the blonde told fictitious information about the lake, pretending to be a guide. Eugen turned away from the blonde, offended, who was jokingly speaking into his hand like a telephone receiver and pretending to be a collector, for the young man jokingly noted that if there was a connection here, he would certainly complain about him. Both looked at the sparkling waters. They were waiting for the hunters from the guild of ships that were soon to arrive, for the gates were soon to close. Finishing his chewing, Eugen looked at his opponent with distrust, realizing that he was using him as bait. He sat down in front of the basket, examining the contents. He asked about the conflict between the leaders of the court and the Abyss. Leader Jupiter told him a story that began in the early days of Awakening. The sinister Eugen stood in front of the defeated Eugen against the backdrop of magical explosions, holding a weapon in his hands. It turned out that he looked down on the brunette, for which he received a scolding from the leader of the Abyss. Eugen threw a piece of cake into his mouth, while the blonde covered his mouth with his hand. The guy said that he got what he deserved, to which the interlocutor called such a reaction funny. Eugen glared murderously at the intimidated leader of the court guild. It was intimidation that became the reason why the guild could not develop much. He recalls how strangely the leader acted when they entered the dungeon, while the blonde said how it is difficult for a surrendered dog to bear its fangs, and for this reason, perhaps, he agreed to send them here. He took out his mechanical gold watch. The blonde looked at it with a smile, holding it in his hand. The brunette also looked at it, thinking that everything would not have turned out differently if the unknown people had supported the Sudom. He imagined the blonde fishing, using him as bait, trying to catch the dangerous piranha. However, the protagonist flinched when the head of Jupiter said that the Sudom wanted to get rid of him as well. Sung Hyuni touched his chin with his hand, telling him that he signed a contract with them as if with the devil, standing on a mountain of gold chains and jewelry, intending to get information from them and escape in a few years. He closed his eyes while the brunette looked at him suspiciously, for he revealed it, saying that all this happened around the time the youth made peace with his younger brother. He imagined the blonde walking behind the curtain towards the sun, while behind him on the floor lay a pile of puppets and dolls. The brunette remembered that he would indeed betray them in a few years, and even if he turned back time, they would remember this information, because they were outside their world and would most likely try to pluck the shoots of betrayal in advance. Head Jupiter looked at his interlocutor while his hair was fluttering in the wind and said that they were both quite a tempting bait for the Sudom. Hyuni crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the exposed brunette, who awkwardly put his hand behind his head because he assumed that the blonde was on their side, which is what the interlocutor asked him about. Head Jupiter calmly looked at his opponent, not having time to finish his sentence, as the dragon called out to the brunette. Flying over the men, he said that people were coming to them. He landed, a little out of breath, telling them that these were Sudom hunters whom they met at the entrance. The Sudom people with their leader were coming to them fully armed. The blonde used his ability to summon chains, while the brunette was surprised by the presence of two high-class hunters standing next to the dragon. Hyuni looked at them closely, because there were fewer of them than he expected. Kyungsoo along with Seokwam approached them, while the blonde simply called them and the team 2 natural latex mattresses and small change. Standing on the edge of the hill, Hyuni called out to them below. The head of the Sudom took out a magic item. The next moment, the blue ball sparkled. Then, it produced a huge shockwave of magic. The blonde's chains suddenly turned normal, the use of electric-type skills ceased. Sung Hyuni calmly touched his chains, while the brunette behind him reacted in shock at the state of the weapon. The head of the Sudom laughed triumphantly. Holding the magic item in his hand, the head of the ISS, looking at him, praised him for having such a thing. Eugen looked at the blonde man nervously, pointing his finger at himself, offering a double damage buff, which the man refused, saying that he would take care of himself. The guy looked animatedly at the head of Jupiter when he offered him to use the sensation exchange skill like last time. Holding his cloak, the blonde jumped, looking back at the brunette, promising him a beautiful landscape. He jumped down to the opponents who were fully prepared. The hunters became nervous just from one look of the guild leader, feeling a significant pressure. The head of the guild of the court extended his hand to his frightened subordinates, urging them not to be afraid and act like in training. The magical golden staff suddenly lit up on command. The next moment, the owner of the magical tool managed to activate the protective dome. Eugen stood next to the dragon and was horrified to hear that the whole crowd would apply a boost. Each of their hunters applied a boost, causing the percentage of power boost gradually increased. Then the overlay effect was used on Choi, which increased his power. The man had a fierce look, and the veins on his face were sticking out from such power. He punched the ground with his fists, then attacked the blonde with lightning, again hitting the ground with his fist because he managed to dodge. The head of the MKS ominously clenched his fist, turning to his opponent, asking if he remembers how they fought for the last time 2 years ago. Hyuni smiled confidently, answering that he remembers exactly how he suppressed his opponent. The dark-skinned man struck again, but missed. The blonde managed to avoid the blow. Head of Jupiter accurately dodged all the blows of his opponent, not allowing himself to be scratched. There were many destructive explosions at the site of the battle. The dragon and the brunette tried to escape from the whirlwind and stones flying in their direction. The vibrations reached as far as the hill, which made Noah suggest the brunette to climb on top of him. The leader of Sudom clenched his fist, grinning and declaring that their enemy would not be able to survive even one blow. This time the blonde managed to crouch, which made the enemy strike into the air. The protagonist, riding a dragon, flew past the battle site, which was worried about the leader of Jupiter. He paid attention to the guy who said that they had nothing to worry about. The young man's eyes were yellow, and he had a book in his hands. He still used the ability. His yellow eyes expressed shock from what he saw. He watched with the eyes of the blonde, who was dodging the enraged opponent. Hyuni's face expressed complete calm. The opponent's hand moved as if in slow motion. The blonde clearly saw every movement of his opponent, in which direction he was attacking, being completely peaceful. He confidently looked at the man's fist, which missed and passed to the left of the head. The opponent tried to attack again, but hit the ground, while the head of Jupiter calmly jumped to the side with a slight smile. Choi began to worry, realizing that he could not hit his opponent. The brunette watched everything with excitement, realizing that the opponent would never defeat a person with such a skill. This is the premature detection of the opponent's attacks and movements. The blonde smiled arrogantly, and the opponent could not hit. In the epicenter of the battlefield, explosions were still happening and a terribly strong wind was coming from there. Enraged Sakwam punched hard, but Hyuni dodged the blow with a slight smile. Baring his teeth, with veins sticking out from the tension, the man looked at the opponent and thought that he could not hit him. The blonde looked at him confidently and with a slight grin, surrounded by debris. Eugen thought that the premature detection of the enemy's attacks and movements, this is combat foresight. The debris was flying around. The hunters were standing in front of each other, preparing to attack, surrounded by swirls of purple power from Seokwam's clawed hand. The boy thought that a person with such a skill would never be defeated, especially if you were a hunter who specialized in close combat. The boy sat on Noah in the form of a dragon and thought in amazement that it must be thanks to this skill that Hyuni could rule as the strongest. In addition, through the commander's skill, all the sensations were transmitted to him. The boy imagined high-ranking hunters together with the grown high-ranking monsters, who were heading into battle together. He thought that if only he had this ability, then with an army of coordinated S-rank and combat foresight at hand, riding beasts to boot, any dungeon would be cleared. The boy clutched the fabric of his shirt on his chest and resolutely thought that he wanted this. He clutched his shirt tightly, his eyes blazing with greed. Eugen thought that he wanted to take this skill from him at all costs. Why did such a skill have to fall into the hands of such a bad person? Hyuni dodged the enemy's swift attack with a smile. Hyungsu looked determined and ordered the others to quickly join the ranged group, to which the blonde hunter with a bow in his hands retorted that the opponents were so close to each other that they could not aim. Enraged, Seokwam swung his fist, surrounded by a purple glow of power, angrily asking how long the enemy was going to dodge like a rat. He punched hard, but the blonde ducked, dodging. He looked at the dark-haired man with a sly look and extended his hand, in which a long chain was realized, and said if that's what he wanted. The chain hit the ground with force, scattering debris. Guildmaster Sudum turned to the others, saying that he would go himself, and told them not to forget to cover him. Among the surprised guild members, the ground rose up, crumbling into stone chips. They looked at it in surprise. Kyungsu opened his eyes, sighing in surprise. The sound of an impact was heard. The guild members were hit by a long chain and bent over, bleeding. The leader looked at this in amazement, not understanding what was happening and why the entire support group was defeated. The blonde smiled contentedly, clenching the wound chain in his fist, and said that they needed to stop playing. Seokwon stood surrounded by a purple glow, looking at it in amazement, and clenched his fists, not understanding what was happening. The system informed him of a weakening of skills. Attack power was decreasing, agility was decreasing. Hyoni raised his fist with a chain wrapped around it, and the system reported that the muscle strength was decreasing. The brunette tried to cover himself with his hand and stop the blow, but the fist hit him hard on the cheek. The man thought in amazement that this couldn't be happening, because they were both S rank. A powerful explosion occurred from the blow, scattering fire around. The man thought why the blonde was so much stronger than him. Hyoni looked at Seokwon, lying face down on the ground, which was all covered in cracks, and said that if this was all, then he was disappointed. He hoped that they had more tricks hidden. He turned around and looked at the support group, who were standing behind him among the cracked ground. Kyungsu looked at him fearfully. Looking at the blonde with a sly look, he said that the man was a monster, but they were not finished yet. Hyoni was surprised. Eugen, riding on the dragon, heard a cry that the enemy was right behind him. He turned around, holding onto the dragon's horns, and saw Riet attacking him from above. In one motion, the girl grabbed Eugen by the clothes from behind, and with her foot forcefully pushed Noah away, who flew off from the blow. Lying on the ground, the dragon looked at her in amazement and wondered who it was. Riet easily held the guy by the collar of his jacket. The system reported that the effects of all skills were doubled when fighting Dio Valsius. He grabbed his clothes in amazement, trying to get out, and was surprised to recognize the girl holding him, calling him by name. She looked at him gloomily, lifting him up. Sitting among the defeated guildmates, Kyungsu laughed happily, saying that he was wondering when she would appear. The blonde looked at her in surprise and said that it was unexpected. Eugen screamed in surprise, asking why she was here, and what about the ban on entering the country, is she on their side? Riet sternly stated that she came because she had an important matter to attend to. She looked seriously at the guy she was holding and replied that she needed to kill the leader of Jupiter and take Eugen. She called him to come with her. The hero kicked his legs in the air, trying to get out, and screamed, asking where she was taking him. The white dragon looked at this in amazement, and the girl said that someone would tell everything on the spot. He didn't need to know. The guy looked at Riet in surprise and asked why she was calling him by his name. She looked at him seriously, without taking her eyes off him. The guy thought that something was wrong with her. She was too calm. Her eyes were completely empty. The blonde asked Riet what the problem was. It wasn't like her. Why did she team up with such pathetic guys? The guild listened to this in amazement, and the leader indignantly screamed, asking again about the pathetic guys, to which the girl replied that it was true. Holding the guy by the collar, she said that she must follow the order since she has the blood of the dragon of poison and curses. And Eugen listened to this in shock. He thought that she did not act like usual. Maybe she was brainwashed, or it was because of the influence of the psychological skill. Riet calmly held him, telling him to just listen to her. Suddenly, she turned around, noticing Noah, who, opening his mouth, attacked from above. He attacked her, but the girl put her hand out, and the teeth of the white dragon fiddled with her forearm, and Eugen screamed in surprise. Noah squeezed the opponent's hand with his teeth and told the guy to run. Eugen indignantly turned around and thought that he cannot run because he is F rank. Suddenly, he abruptly grabbed the girl by the waist. She looked in surprise at the brunette holding her and asked what he was doing. Looking at her with eyes shining with tears, Eugen urged her to come to her senses and not to do this since they were such good friends. Riet and the dragon holding her hand looked at him in shock. The Sudum Guild watched this scene in surprise. Eugen shouted, "Doesn't she remember their friendship, the warm memories, and this blue sky? Doesn't her heart flutter at the sight of him?" Resolutely throwing the dragon's mouth off her hand, she told the guy to stop with this nonsense. Riet tried to remove the brunette's head that was pressed against her stomach, and the guy thought, please, at least something, be it curse resistance or a double effect skill. He imagined the symbols of various skills and prayed that whatever was controlling her at the moment would be cancelled. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared, illuminating the surrounding area with light. Eugen closed his eyes. He opened them in surprise, feeling the girl's hand take his chin. Riet looked at the guy with a kind smile, holding his head, and thanked him, saying that she thought that thanks to him her mind was clear. Eugen exclaimed that Riet had returned. The girl smiled sweetly and said that yes, and it was his merit. The guy's eyes shone with joy. He exclaimed that he was very happy that she became herself again. Riet happily picked him up in her arms and spun him around. Noah was amazed that it worked. Kyung-soo indignantly asked what she was doing, why she did not act as ordered. Pressing Eugen's head to her chest, Riet looked at him with displeasure and told him to shut up. She no longer listened to instructions. She squeezed the guy's cheeks with her palms, and he asked if she was no longer on their side, to which the girl confidently confirmed. The boy froze in fear when she said that that was not all. Leaning down and holding the boy's head, she licked his cheek like in a painting by Gustav Klimt. The girl's hand on Eugen's shoulder turned into a clawed paw. She began to ask if he knew. The girl's back began to change. She said that when she was 5 years old, Riet's body was engulfed in a dark glow, turning into the body of a dragon, and she finished that she dreamed of becoming an evil dragon from a fairy tale and kidnapping a princess. A huge black dragon looked with a scarlet eye and opened its huge mouth, squeezing Eugen in a clawed paw. The others looked at this in amazement. The boy exclaimed that he thought they were twin dragons. What kind of appearance does she have? The black dragon with red eyes predatorily bared its huge teeth. Opening its mouth, it roared. The system reported that the ultra-super powerful black dragon roared. The Sudam Guild members covered themselves from the gust of wind, not understanding what was happening. Hyoni stood there, slightly covering his face with his hand, and said that there was not enough popcorn. Eugen was shocked, feeling like blood was pouring out of his ears. His fear resistance was activated. Riet, holding the boy in her huge paw, asked him to say the phrase, "Please save me, Prince." Everyone watched this in shock. But suddenly, Riet in the form of a dragon quickly landed, and then jumped past the shocked hunters and quickly rushed towards the white castle standing in the distance. She confidently grabbed the small white tower of the castle with her huge black paw. Squeezing the tower with her paws in fury, she opened her mouth and said that she was kidnapping the princess. Let them go to the very top of the tower if they want to deal with her. Kyung-soo grabbed his head in shock, not understanding what was happening. The white dragon behind him excitedly shouted Eugen's name, and Hyoni laughed, saying that this was indeed a traditional fairy tale. He imagined a huge black dragon sitting on a white castle, a frightened brunette as a princess, as well as a white dragon and himself, confidently rubbing his chin, with the amazed guild members in the background. He wondered what the fate of the kidnapped Eugen was. The guy imagined the silhouettes of a knight and a dragon near the castle, like a shadow theater, and heard that since ancient times, sinister dragons have always marked the end of adventure stories. A blue, green, and brown dragon appeared from the gate, opening their mouths. When dungeons began to open, they penetrated the ordinary world as well: fire dragons, water dragons, poisonous dragons, many different ones. The black dragon roared furiously, clutching the roof of the tower with its paws. Riet said that when she became one of them, she madly wanted to recreate something like this. The traditional story of the evil dragon and the princess imprisoned in the tower. Eugen was hanging upside down, clutched by the dragon's claws, and said that this must be a lot of fun. Inside the tower, everything was covered in cobwebs and scraps of fabric. Eugen sat on an old bed, sullenly leaning his fists on his knees and wondering how everything had turned out this way. He tiredly covered his eye with his hand, and behind him, the girl, who had transformed back into a human, screamed, asking if he was comfortable in this tower. The guy recoiled, covering his eyes with his hands, and screamed that the girl couldn't suddenly transform back. Let her get dressed, to which Riet, surprised, said that she was dressed. The brunette asked in surprise, saying that she had completely transformed. To this, the girl smiled contentedly, winked, and showed a finger up, saying that she just needed to use the curse skill, to which the brunette asked her to teach her brother this. With a smile, Riet sat down on the bed next to the guy, contentedly declaring that it was so wonderful to play the evil dragon who kidnapped the princess, to which Eugen darkened, thinking that he was not a princess, and congratulated the huntress out loud on the fulfillment of her dream. Riet turned around and with a predatory smile squeezed her fingers, as if she was going to grab the guy, asking what she should do with him now. Maybe eat him. The brunette tried to fence her off with his palms, embarrassedly saying that no, they should wait until someone came to save him. Flashes of fire and an explosion appeared in the window, and Eugen asked that since no one was here now, let her tell how she ended up here. Did she also have a contract with that strange cult? Riet turned to him in surprise and asked again, saying no, to which the guy reminded her that she had said earlier that she had to follow orders. The girl thoughtfully rested her chin on her hand and, looking away, said that she was wondering the same thing. She had definitely refused the contract. She remembered standing with her fists clenched next to the dragons and said that when she first woke up, some nasty people came to her and offered to share information with her about items and dungeons, but she sent them away. With a sweet smile, the girl put a finger to her face, saying that it was a bad deal. She would have agreed if the loser became her subordinate afterward. The guy replied that it was her style. He was surprised to hear the girl say that in any case, she kept refusing them, so they tried to use her brother against her. Without turning around, he asked if they had taken him hostage, and Riette waved her hand in confirmation and said that they had calmed down after she had defeated them every time they interfered with her affairs. She remembered looking around with a weapon in her hands and said that they had recently appeared again and given an order, addressing her as the first of the twin poison and cursed dragon Dio Valchisius, and then she had somehow begun to carry out the order. Eugen, sitting next to her, asked that perhaps it was because of her rank that he could control the poison and cursed dragons. The girl pointed her finger at the interlocutor and said that perhaps, or maybe he was one of them too, she sensed the same high-class poison and cursed dragon from them as she sensed from the guy. The brunette thoughtfully rubbed his chin. He imagined an enraged dragon and a red skill logo with a dragon and two crossed swords. He deduced that this explained why Riette was able to disobey orders. If the dragon's curse of poison and curses or the command could hold the girl, then his resistance to curses would have a double effect. The huntress waved her hand in front of the boy's face, who thought with a detached expression that even if it was a coincidence, it worked. He yelped in surprise as Riette pushed him back onto the bed and hovered over him, bracing her hands on the sides of his head, saying with her eyes closed that anyway, thanks to him, her head was clear. She knew that the boy was special. Coquettishly, she leaned down and took the boy by the chin, and he turned away, embarrassed, and asked if she could get off him. Riette hovered over him, asking why. She suggested that they continue where they left off last time, and the brunette screamed in fear for her to go back to her dragon form and hang on the wall of the tower, or whatever real dragons did. With a flirtatious look and her tongue hanging out, the girl stretched her hands to the guy, asking what he liked more when she was in the form of a dragon. This is a very unusual fetish, to which the guy screamed that he did not mean this. Under a loud cry asking for help, a palm appeared at the window. Hyoni appeared in the arched window with a surprised Noah in the form of a dragon, and theatrically said that he came to save the princess. The girl lifting the t-shirt of the screaming brunette turned around, looking at them. She looked at the guests with regret and asked, "Is it time for the prince to appear?" Noah embarrassedly covered his eyes with his paws, exclaiming the guy's name. The blonde put his fingers to his chin and thoughtfully asked, "Is this just a scene for adults disguised as a fairy tale?" Eugen, with tears in his eyes, said to help him, since they came. The hunter materialized a golden chain around himself and stepped into the room, saying that since the princess wanted it that way. The guy confusedly thought that he was not a princess, and Riette was surprised to see that the chain was shining again. With a sly look, she asked the guest, "Does that mean he can use his skill again?" Hyoni looked at her proudly and replied that he had finished eliminating the small fry and immediately headed here because he needed to properly enjoy the finale. Riette leaned her hand on the guy lying like a corpse and nodded, saying that this was the best solution. Eugen screamed when the hand lying on him turned into a black paw glowing with blue light, and the girl said that since the prince was here. Jumping out of bed and flying into the air, she held the blades in her hands and screamed that they would begin their final dance and asked if the blonde was fighting again. Hyoni jumped up, smashing the golden chain into the ceiling of the tower above his smiling opponent, and the brunette screamed that they were crazy if they were going to fight in a place like this. An incredible explosion from the blows destroyed the roof of the tower and pieces of bricks flew around, as well as the screaming boy, thrown back by the force. The white dragon caught him on his back and asked if the boy was okay. Eugen sat on Noah's back and watched as the hunters destroyed the white castle with purple flashes of power and said that their power was beyond measure. They could not stop them. The white dragon replied that they were just having fun, no one would die or something like that. With a gloomy look, the dragon closed his eyes and said that it would have been worse if his sister had not come to her senses, and the boy put his hand to his chest, thinking about what a relief, a huge relief, and all because the opponent was also a dragon of poison and curses. Suddenly, he exclaimed, guessing. He put his hand on the dragon's back. He froze, lost in thought. Was this a coincidence? Hadn't he met too many poison and cursed dragons for this to be a coincidence? He remembered the black monster from his abduction, the black and white dragon, and the red dragon that spat out green poison. He thought that the first time could indeed have been a coincidence, but the cult also deals with poison and cursed dragons. Dio Valchisius that shouldn't exist and rochsters that suddenly appeared in the dungeon before the cooldown. He looked ahead thoughtfully, and the dragon called out to him. Suddenly, the boy covered his mouth with his hand in shock, turning to Noah. They landed and Eugen looked into the eyes of the white dragon, anxiously asking for details about the dungeon they went to get the title of Dio Valchisius. He thought, what if all this is not just a coincidence? Among the ruins of the castle, which had been completely destroyed, stood the girl who had transformed back and greedily drank the potion. A little battered, Riette stopped drinking and said contentedly how good it was. It had been a long time since she had fought like this, although she had not received a single normal blow. She stood surrounded by purple shining clouds, wondering if the poison cloud had worked, and calling for the prince to come out. Behind her stood Hyoni, clutching the forearm of his injured arm, looking at her. His hand was shaking, and his entire palm was black, with purple veins of poison. The man thought that the antidote had a limit to his abilities. Riette laughed, not noticing the blonde standing behind her, and he thought that he could not avoid such a poisonous mist even with battle foresight. If the other S-rank and Riette attacked him, he would be in danger. He lowered his head thoughtfully, assuming that he was going to get rid of him like that. The blonde tensed up, paying attention, and thought that, however, a large shadow of a dragon wing appeared above the man. He asked in surprise, "What?" Raising his head, Hyunhee saw Eugen jumping off the dragon and falling from above. The guy with glowing yellow eyes screamed for the man to catch him. Riette turned around in surprise, and the blonde jumped up so that the guy would not fall to the ground. The brunette covered the back of his head with his hand, but Hyunhee managed to catch him, not letting him hit the ground. The man thought that the most unexpected thing was the existence of Eugen. The brunette leaned on the man, who looked at his hand in surprise, which was illuminated by a green glow. Healing. Riette ran towards them, shouting that this was cheating. The man thought in surprise that all the poison had disappeared, and the guy leaned on his shoulder and said that he had enough of playing fighting. The man thought that he had cured the poison and freed the girl from submission. This F-rank had single-handedly ruined all the plans. Looking at him with determination, Eugen turned to Hyunhee and said that he wanted to ask him something. The blonde looked at the guy seriously, hearing the question about the dungeon in which Noah got his rank. Did he learn about it from the cult? The man asked that the fairy tale ended and the time of secrets began, to which the boy closed his eyes and urged him to listen. Looking at him seriously, Eugen stated decisively that the guy from the cult tried to make Riette his subordinate instead of him. But when she rejected his offer, he dragged her brother into it and used the dungeon with the poison and cursed dragon to manipulate them both. He imagined the hunters as wooden puppets surrounded by a black dragon. The boy continued that they planned everything so that the information about the dungeon would pass through the man. He imagined the blonde standing on the chessboard and finished that in other words, they used him to get rid of him. Looking at Hyunhee, the hero asked if he knew that things would turn out like this, to which the blonde closed his eyes and shook his head, saying that he was not a seer. Eugen thought about it, thinking that if they used Hyunhee as a pawn, it meant that they were really meticulous in how they created dungeons. Juan remembered the white dragon telling him that at first it was just a normal dungeon. There was a monster that looked like a large tiger. Noah worriedly told him that Dio Valsius suddenly appeared and tore the tiger into pieces, becoming the new boss. Eugen's eyes widened in shock, thinking that this was the summoning of a poison and cursed dragon into a normal dungeon where the boss already existed. He gritted his teeth angrily, thinking that this was a D-rank dungeon. He remembered the huge three-headed dragon that towered over him and the fallen Eugen. He thought that Rochsters, who should never appear in a dungeon like this, and the brother who came to save him seemed to know everything. Eugen grabbed the man's shirt, squeezing the fabric, and asked him to tell him. The boy frowned with determination, clutching his shirt and shouting for Hyunhee to tell him everything he knew about these scoundrels. He thought in shock that the dungeon where his brother died was their doing. Noah sat on the rock and watched the boy who grabbed the man's clothes and wondered why he suddenly jumped off. Suddenly, the dragon's eyes widened in surprise when a muscular hand grabbed him. Riette squeezed his neck and said with a smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the dragon only exclaimed in surprise. She held the neck of the gloomy dragon, asking what he was so afraid of. If it was because of what happened, then he shouldn't worry, she forgives him. In response, Noah was indignant that she should be the one asking for forgiveness. Let him go and he would go to Eugen. The girl held his head, saying that he can't approach them now. The dragon watched anxiously, hearing that they were having an important conversation. The guy held Hyunhee's clothes, demanding that he tell him everything. He was angry and shouted at him to tell him everything he knew about them, and if he couldn't because of the contract, then Eugen would annul it. The brunette was surprised to hear the words that he was annulling the contract, which meant he had resistance to curses. Hyunhee heard the worried question, did he know, turned away, adjusting his coat, and said that he didn't think Riette would come back just like that. He assumed that it could be at least SSS rank, maybe L rank. Eugen looked at the man with displeasure, thinking that he was too smart. The guy thought that he needed to know about them, even if it meant telling him about his skills. The brunette waved his hands, confirming that it was L rank, with it he would annul the contract. The blonde looked at him, folding his arms over his chest, and replied that that would be enough. Eugen exclaimed in surprise when he saw a red flame appear above the man's palm. There were swirls of fire and symbols swirling around the red flame. The boy was surprised to see the hunter summon a red contract sheet surrounded by a glow and symbol lines. The contract was glowing bright red, with a burning yellow eye in the center. He was shocked to hear the man say that the contract was L rank, so a resistance skill of the same class would not be able to nullify it. Hyunhee held a crimson contract surrounded by symbols above his palm and declared that his right eye and arm were at stake. The man's eye was glowing, with crimson waves spreading from it. The boy asked in surprise why he agreed to such a contract. Noah looked at it in shock, and Riette was surprised to see that it was stronger than the contract she was offering. He should take note. Eugen heard that their tricks were too obvious, it would be foolish to pretend that he did not know about them. The man remained silent and was safe. The boy excitedly thought that these scoundrels offered the same contract to Eugen. Eugen shouted that against poison and cursed dragons, the effect of his skill is double, to which the blonde calmly replied that it was impressive, but he was not sure if it would work. He did not want to be a guinea pig. The hero confidently put his palm to his chest and shouted that he would take responsibility. He extended his hand to the contract above the hunter's palm, saying that he would do his best to compensate him for the damage if something went wrong, so just let him tell. He was indignant, asking that the man was going to spend the rest of his life under their control. Is that all he can do? Suddenly, the man abruptly grabbed the guy by the throat, who did not expect this. Noah called out to him in surprise, and his sister blocked his path with her hand, not letting him go. Spreading a red aura of power, the man squeezed the brunette's throat with his hand, around which red flames swirled, and said that he liked Eugen very much, but not enough to sacrifice parts of his body. Hyuni looked at him carefully with glowing yellow eyes. The system reported that strong pressure was detected and fear resistance was activated. Eugen looked at him with glowing blue eyes, frowning. He reached out with trembling hands to the man's hand and asked if he was serious. Grabbing his hand and coat, he said that it was just an eye and a hand. The man was not even risking his life. The hero said that it seemed that the man was too curious about him to refuse just because of this. He knew his value, perhaps even better than the boy himself. Eugen grabbed the hand squeezing him and reminded him with a smile that the hunter said that he signed the contract because he did not want to spend his life in ignorance. Then let him risk it for him. Eugen squeezed his hand and, looking confidently, stated that he still had a lot to hide from Hyuni. The man calmly listened to the words that much more pleasure awaited him. He looked at the guy carefully, hearing the words about him taking advantage of him and telling who killed his younger brother. Hyuni smiled slightly. Eugen looked at the hand that let go of him and heard the man's words that he hoped the guy was not lying. Smiling, looking at the excited guy, he held a contract in his hand and said that he had not agreed to adventures for a long time. It was exciting. Eugen asked if he would allow it, then right now. Eugen reached out his hands to the outstretched contract, but the man interrupted him. Leaning towards the worried guy, Hyuni told the guy not to forget. Even if he managed to tear it up, he risked his hand and eye for him. Looking slyly at the brunette, the man said that he was looking forward to seeing how he repaid this debt. Eugen looked at him with determination and confirmed that he would not forget. He thought to himself that it was annoying that it was him. Hyuni was kneeling next to the guy holding the contract, red waves swirling around them. Noah and Riette watched this and heard the brunette say that he would maintain physical contact, not to be shy about talking. The dragon exclaimed in surprise, asking if everything would be okay, and the girl smiled contentedly, saying that if it didn't work out, his hand would come off. She was looking forward to it. The man began to speak, wondering how to explain this. He looked at the surprised guy and asked what he would do if his parents wished for the end of the world. The guy asked again in surprise. Folding his hands in front of himself, Hyuni closed his eyes and asked what if they had a child who wanted to see this dream come true. Eugen asked what he was talking about. The blonde clasped his fingers together and looked away, saying that this was an explanation of their purpose. He imagined a planet surrounded by people in black hooded cloaks, poking at the earth with their clawed fingers. The man said that they couldn't directly influence this world, so they were trying to force them to sign a contract using dungeons and items as bait. The broken glass reflected the ruined houses and broken cars. Hyuni said that this was how they created subordinates to expand their influence in this world and destroy it, as nature intended. Eugen asked again in surprise, what? He touched the man's shoulder, asking why sign such a contract if the world would collapse, everyone would die. To this, the blonde replied with a smile that he was already rapidly moving towards his end. Everything would end when there were too many dungeons and the monsters were too strong. Eugen worriedly remembered that the system had also said something similar. The contract was shining in the guy's hand. The man surrounded by red lightning closed his eyes and continued that they promised to leave the collapsing world if you cooperate with them. Eugen thought that the contract was reacting. The leaf was shining brighter and brighter, and the brunette closed his eyes, asking what he was saying to help save himself. The hunter replied that yes, like a lifeboat, they actually say as they are told, and in exchange for salvation. He imagined the planet as a broken glass ball, from which water was pouring out with a ship floating on the wave. The man looked at him, saying that they wanted to gather subordinates to speed up the destruction of the world and get rid of the key that interrupts the process. The contract burned brightly, purple flashes and red lightning bolts appeared. Hyuni said that this is the goal of the self-proclaimed adherents of filial piety addicts. The contract burned unbearably brightly, spreading a scarlet light around. The guy covered his eyes with his hand, their clothes fluttering. The system reported the activation of a curse of physical injury due to violation of the terms of the contract. Eugen's eyes widened in shock. The system reported the activation of curse resistance. The contract shattered into red pieces. The system reported that the effects of all skills are doubled when fighting the master of the poison and cursed Dragon King, and his name was hidden. Eugen covered his eyes, looking up and leaning on Hyunh. He repeated to himself, "Master of the poison and cursed Dragon King." The man looked at his uninjured arm and said that it was fine. He started to say that it looked like they won this one, but he felt the guy squeeze his shoulder and did not continue. Eugen looked up in fury at the falling pieces of the contract and thought angrily that this meant he really existed, the master of the stupid lizard that tore his brother to pieces. He imagined a three-headed dark dragon roaring while engulfed in flames. The hero and Hyunh watched the bright flash. The effects of all skills are doubled when fighting the master of the poison and cursed Dragon King. Eugen thought about what it meant that he actually existed, the owner of the stupid lizard that tore his brother to pieces. The boy looked at the man, asking, were these fanatics of some kind of filial duty who forced him to sign a contract and subordinated his brother? To which the man replied that he would not call him their subordinate. He had already broken the contract with them a long time ago. The agreement was burning under his feet. Hyunh noted that he was always surprised why they agreed on such a short term. I guess he was the reason for that. Eugen looked at his companion in surprise when he said that it was because his older brother, an E-class, could not leave with him. Noah and his sister watched. The man also said that an ordinary person could not bear the shock that one would experience when leaving this world. Surely that was why they only got close to S-classes. Afterwards, thoughtfully turning his head away, he said that perhaps his brother found out about this and broke the contract. Eugen clenched his fist. He often wondered why he had chosen this path. Thinking back to the past, he remembered being kept away from his brother, thinking that in an attempt to avoid being seen by them, he had always intentionally distanced himself, afraid that they would touch his only brother. Thinking back to the dinner they had together, he thought that at first he had not wanted to burden him, and then he felt that he would not understand. It was not because he was young and immature. Back then, the man had looked at the red screen, saying that his right eye and arm were at stake. The girl had rested her head on her hand, saying that she had kept refusing them, so they tried to use his brother. Now, Eugen gritted his teeth, thinking that his brother knew that he could not take him with him, and understood that even if they did not communicate, he could still be in danger. Without being able to even say anything about the contract, there were many blood stains. A hand grabbed the hero's leg. It dug its claws deep. Then a bright flash appeared. Everyone looked at what was happening in surprise, not understanding what was happening. A hand was rising from the ground. Then a leg appeared from the portal. A huge monster was looking at Eugen. The guy looked at it in horror, wondering if this was because the contract was destroyed. The monster's eyes were shining brightly. It looked at Eugen. He was in a panic. A feeling of intense fear was detected. Riette rushed to help the hero, telling her brother to stay. She took the weapon in her hands, telling the monster not to touch Eugen. But she quickly turned her head, not understanding what happened. The monster hit the girl hard with its tail. She fell to the ground. Hyunh surrounded himself with golden chains, saying that this is not normal. His eyes became bigger from what he saw. A bright flash appeared in front of him. The man covered his face with his hands. A drop of blood fell to the ground. Holding the blade in his hand, he said that he did his best, but it still continued to aim at its eyes. A bright glow surrounded the monster. The man thought that even with the chains, he could barely block its attacks. Just how fast and strong was it? Noah stretched his neck, talking about the hero's injured leg, but he replied that the dragon should not come closer. Covering one eye in pain, the hero thought that even a natural S-class could not cope with it, after which his eye began to glow brightly. He examined the monster, seeing that it was an ancient species of poison and cursed dragon 2nd class Vicus. Current SS class, possible after awakening S ancient species of poison and cursed dragon SS class. Getting up from the ground, Riette cursed. Hyunh thought that there was no way out of this situation. Suddenly, he looked at what was happening in surprise. The man saw how the monster was holding Eugen's leg. He smiled, thinking that this monster was also directed by the master of that lizard. His eyes lit up brightly. He wondered, does that mean he is watching him? Then, a blue color spread in all directions. Activation of the terrifying chicken commander. The guy thought that he would do everything possible to kill him then, so at least show your face, vile brat, and commanded everyone to take this skill. Noah was surprised by the blue light. The others also looked at themselves. The girl asked what it was, but the man thought that this skill would not be enough. Frowning, Hyunh thought that he was different from Babar despite the same class. Even with combat foresight, he could not keep up with his speed. Eugen held onto the monster, thinking that he would cast a skill on him too. The guy frowned, thinking that it was faster than combat foresight. The symbol of chickens appeared above the monster's head. If he can show his comrades what the enemy is going to do, where he is looking, all his senses. Eugen looked in surprise at the message that the target refused to accept the skill. Blood came out of his nose. The hero grabbed tighter. His eyes became brighter. Activation of the Terrible Chicken Commander. The skill effects are increased by 2 times against Vicus. The target refused to accept the skill. Activation of the Terrible Chicken Commander. The monster clenched its fangs, its eyes turned white. Activation of the Terrible Chicken Commander. Opening his mouth wide, he thought that everyone should repeat it. The eyes of each team member turned golden. Then the 3 pounced on the enemy. Riette smiled evilly. She clearly saw the enemy in front of her. Her blow left a bright mark. She managed to land many blows. The girl realized that she could stop him, but she still received a wound. She would never win, but if they could slow him down. The monster pointed its glowing paw at the girl. Smiling at the claws in front of her face, she said that she was not fighting to win. Hyoni managed to throw a chain on it and pull it away from Riette. Then lightning struck the monster. Noah happily opened his mouth, saying that it worked. Smoke was coming from the enemy, but the eyes glowed again. Then Hyoni stood on it and pulled out the chain. Riette frowned, saying that she knew that it was not enough. Then she struck, leaving a bright mark. She managed to cut off the monster's paw. It smiled evilly, saying that their goal was to take something valuable from it. The team gathered in front of the monster again. The girl noted that now that they had succeeded, it was time for the second round. Vicus, growling ferociously, rushed at them. Riette suddenly appeared in front of him and asked with a smile where he was going. A yellow light flashed between them as the girl shouted for him to focus on her. Suddenly, blood gushed out from her side as she said that the monster would no longer be able to use one paw. Vicus' severed paw, glowing purple, was restored. Riette, with a wound on her stomach, opened her eyes in horror. The monster roared and glowed pink. It opened its mouth, gathering a magical ball of energy in its throat. Vicus exhaled gray poisonous smoke from its mouth. The short-haired girl's face twisted in pain as she looked at her darkened hand and thought that even with poison resistance, she would have a hard time and would not last long. Suddenly, her hand flared with a blue glow from activating Healing Hand, and she opened her mouth in surprise. Riette, covered in blue glow, turned around in surprise when she heard Noah telling her to dodge strong attacks, and he would support her. The yellow dragon opened his mouth and said that he had not forgiven her yet and was only helping because the situation was serious and she needed to hold off the monster until Eugen recovered. The girl turned back to the monster and chuckled, saying that Noah had matured. Holding the exhausted Eugen under his arm, Hyoni looked at the bright flash at the battle site and said that they had gained extra time thanks to them. Putting the boy on the ground, Hyoni helped him up, supporting him from behind, and asked if he was okay and if there were any other wounds. Eugen replied that only his leg was injured, since he had used the bead after the first attack, which negated the damage. The monster's claws were sticking out of his leg, and he said that he thought it was worth taking care of that wound, since it was bleeding. Having torn the fabric of his pants at the site of the injury, Eugen asked the leader to help him pull out the claws. The blonde asked about painkillers, to which the guy replied that they would not work due to poison resistance, and he could not turn off this skill due to the poisonous fog. Eugen lay down and brought his hand to his mouth when Hyoni, looking at his leg, doubtfully said that the wound was deep and with an F-class pain threshold he would hardly withstand it. The guy, interrupting him, told him to help him and pull it out in one go and wake him up if he lost consciousness since they did not have time. Hyoni put his hand on the guy's skin, and the other grabbed the claw sticking out of his leg. Eugen clenched the fabric of the sleeve of his shirt with his teeth. The blonde calmly looked at the wound, while the injured guy frantically screamed in pain. Bloody claws flew out of the leg. Pouring a glowing liquid from a yellow bottle onto the boy's wound, Hyoni said that everything was ready and he thought Eugen should rest, and for that they needed to find a place where he could hide. Breathing heavily, Eugen interrupted the boy and said that now was not the time to rest, they needed to get rid of this freak. He raised his palm, in which blue beads appeared, and said that these beads would nullify the damage received. There were 2 of them, and each lasted for 10 minutes, and since he used them, there were about 17 minutes left, and Hyoni would probably deal with him in 10 minutes. The blonde with his eyes downcast opened his mouth, thinking that not much time had passed since Eugen woke up. Looking at the guy with his eyes burning with hatred and his hand clenched into a fist, Hyoni thought that he looked like he had been going to dungeons for many years and had fought on the battlefield many times. The brunette turned his serious gaze to the leader and asked if he was listening, saying that he would use the attack power doubling skill on him. Looking at him, the Jupiter leader smiled softly and thought that every day he was getting more and more curious about what this F-class was hiding. Standing on the blue magic circle, Noah turned around abruptly after hearing the voice. Above the dragon, Hyoni was hovering, surrounded by chains, holding a dark-haired guy in his hand, who shouted at Noah, asking him to lend him some mana stats, and Noah asked in surprise if the guy was already okay. Eugen, having landed on the ground, approached Noah and, having scratched the dragon, said that everything was fine with him and Noah did a great job, suggesting that they finish off the monster and get out of here together. Yellow images of the S-class skills veteran F-class and 1+1 appeared against the blue window, and the sharing of the effect of the double damage skill with the person in physical contact with him was activated. The blonde looked at his hand with a smile, and Eugen, touching it with his palm and holding a bead in his other hand, said that with this skill they will also be able to use it as a shield. The guy moved his hand to Hyunhee's shoulder and said that the double damage skill will work even if they touch in different places. Touching the boy's shoulder, Eugen said that as long as they were close to each other, he would be able to grab different parts of Hyunhee's body, so instead of hugging him like last time, he should just relax. The brunette looked up in surprise when the guild leader asked if he could dance. Riet flipped over and jumped to strike the lizard, and Hyunhee said that there was nothing better than dancing when it came to teamwork. Noah spread his wings and created a blue flash, activating the stat borrowing skill when Eugen said that he had never had the time in his life to learn how to dance, and Hyunhee replied that there was no need to worry, since he could learn it now. The blonde raised his hand with the glowing chain to his face, and his eyes flashed. Riet turned around abruptly while fighting the monster. She jumped back, managing to avoid Vikyu's attack. The lizard suddenly looked up. Golden chains, sparkling with yellow lightning, struck Vikyu's. Shielding her eyes from the bright light with her hand, Riet asked in admiration where such power came from. Hyunhee looked down at his hand and thought that it was truly amazing. Eugen's eyes widened and he screamed that the creature was still alive. The monster's body was covered in glowing yellow cracks. Vikyu's mouth opened and he growled. The guys, surrounded by chains, sank to the ground in front of the furiously growling lizard. The brunette, his face dark, screamed in horror that they were finished, and Hyunhee calmly said that he shouldn't worry and offered to dance. The blonde, his eyes sparkling, took the guy's hand. Eugen froze in surprise, looking at the guy. The lizard behind him suddenly rushed towards them. Hyunhee, holding the brunette's hand, with his eyes closed, jumped back from Vikyu's blow. The monster froze with an outstretched paw. The blonde gracefully pulled the shocked boy aside. Hyunhee, with a look of pleasure on his face, led the confused boy in a dance, dodging the lizard's attacks. Riet, who was standing to the side next to Noah, asked with a smile what they were doing and shouted that it looked fun, and the boy thought that he would not like to use this skill. The blonde, with a smile on his face, raised his palm, above which a blue glow appeared. Pulling the boy to himself, Hyunhee dodged the lizard's attack. The blonde, jumping up to Vikyu's, leaned the yellow stick against the lizard's back and said that electricity loses its power if used in the air because it dissipates, so he was going to use it like this. The monster swung, while Hyunhee, leaning the boy against himself, ran the yellow stick along the lizard's body. Jumping back, the blonde, hugging Eugen, brought the glowing stick to the monster's back. He stabbed it into the lizard's skin and pulled his hand away. Riet suddenly snapped her fingers and shouted that she understood. The girl jumped, appearing above Vikyu's and pointing her shining weapon at him, shouted that she would help and activated Eternal Severance. Riet, bracing herself against the lizard's leg, stabbed her sword into it. The monster, growling, turned around as the girl jumped to the side. Noah's eyes widened, realizing the tactic and realizing that they needed to concentrate the electricity. Hyunhee and Eugen, shrouded in a yellow glow, floated in the air above the lizard, from which sparkling sticks and a sword protruded. The girl, smiling, shouted for the boy to burn everything together with the sword. Hyunhee, crossing fingers with Eugen, pressed himself against the boy and stretched their sparkling hands forward, continuing the dance. A glowing golden chain surrounded Vikyu's. Suddenly, a huge yellow flash hit the ground and an explosion was heard. A powerful energy flow was directed from the sky to the ground where Vikyu's should be, destroying the huge stone plates beneath him. Hyunhee held the protagonist's hand, and they both watched as a stream of ash and smoke emanated from Vikyu's silhouette. Eugen thought that it was all over because the lightning should have weakened. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened and he looked forward in amazement towards the dragon. Vikyu's stood slightly bent over in the middle of a deep black crater from the explosion, from which clouds of smoke were floating nearby. Eugen realized that the battle was not over yet. Vikyu's opened his mouth with sharp teeth and coughed up blood. The silhouette of the dragon of poison and curses Vikyu's, feeling the yellow discharges of lightning, threw his head back and looked at the sky with his mouth half open. The lightning that filled the entire sky was now concentrated in one point, and they all passed through the dragon's body. Vikyu's spread his arms and roared furiously into the sky, releasing a shockwave of air from himself. The main character, with one eye closed, looked forward in annoyance, holding his hand in front of his face, surrounded by his blue aura. Eugen knew that he was experiencing a strong shock, although the pain was not transmitted directly. Vikyu's opened his mouth very wide and roared into the air as smoke emanated from his silhouette. Eugen, along with Hyunhee, watched closely as Vikyu's began to fall, standing not far from them. Riet, with a displeased look, covered her face with her hand, walked towards Vikyu's lifeless body and reached out to take her sword. She guessed that he should be dead by now. The paw of the dragon Vikyu's with sharp claws lay on the black ground. Riet was curious about Eugen's skill and wanted to ask him. Suddenly, Vikyu's jumped up and almost struck with a powerful blow with a paw with a purple aura, but Riet managed to dodge it, feeling bewildered. Riet indignantly jumped back to her brother Noah, who was standing behind her in the form of a dragon. Riet did not understand where Vikyu's found the strength to stand up, because such terrible things happened to him, after which he should have died. Vikyus stood in a bent position, bleeding and emitting clouds of smoke. Eugen looked on in surprise as Hyoni stood next to him, spreading his golden chains to finish off Vikyus. Hyoni noted that Vikyus had incredible willpower, but Eugen noted that it was not Vikyus or his power. The protagonist imagined a large dark hand controlling Vikyus's body like a puppet, and he was like a toy. The protagonist knew that Vikyus's body had to move until the order of its owner, more like a curse, was carried out. Hyoni stood next to Eugen and extended his hand forward, directing a barrage of fire from the sky directly at Vikyus as he stood below in the pit. Vikyus spat blood from his mouth and smoke billowed from his scorched body. Riet, along with Noah, watched as Hyoni continued to fire his fire bolts at Vikyus's body to finish him off. Eugen stood with Hyoni as Vikyus crawled towards the boys with his last strength, leaving traces of his blood on the ground. Vikyus spat out the last of his blood from his mouth with his last breath and muttered something unintelligible. Eugen approached Vikyus's lifeless body and was about to touch him. The protagonist was thinking of ways to communicate so that Vikyus could somehow understand him. A worried Hyoni asked Eugen again if he was sure that it was safe to approach Vikyus. The protagonist confidently answered that Vikyus would not stand up again. Eugen placed his hand on Vikyus's body and was about to use his blue aura skill. Eugen knew that if he focused on the commander's skill, he could probably get a hint about Vikyus's master. The protagonist continued to hold his hand on Vikyus's body with a frown as blue lightning bolts surrounded everything around him. Vikyus's lifeless body began to emit blue drops of blood. The protagonist looked in amazement as a glowing purple aura began to surround him from his hand touching Vikyus's body. The matter of the purple aura began to absorb Eugen and he did not understand what was happening, looking at everything with incomprehension. Everything was enveloped in a dark space. Eugen's glowing silhouette appeared in a purple light in a dark space. The tails of dragons covered in scales appeared in space. Eugen found himself in this space and tried to call out his guys by name. Eugen looked around with a stunned look, sitting on the dragon tails. He noticed that his pants were in order and he did not understand what was happening around him. The protagonist put his knee forward and hit the hard tail of the dragon. Eugen jumped up in horror and saw that he was in a space where everything around was enveloped in the silhouettes of dragons. The protagonist thought that absolutely everything around him was surrounded by poison and cursed dragons. Eugen raised his head and looked away angrily, wondering where he had ended up. Eugen saw in the distance the silhouette of a monster posing as the master of Vikyus. The consciousness of the master of Vikyus responded that they were inside his consciousness, or more precisely, inside their intersecting consciousnesses. The master noted that he was glad that Eugen deigned to come to this place. The master, in the form of a man with red cuts on his body and glowing eyes, looked down arrogantly at Eugen. The master noted that once again Eugen had ruined his plans and caused him simply enormous damage. Eugen frowned slightly and looked at the monster with incomprehension, when a notification appeared nearby with a description of the dragon Vikyus. The master responded that he had to overdo it and send Vikyus, because of which even he fell in rank, albeit temporarily. Eugen realized with a sweat of his brow that Vikyus, the dragon he had just sent, had been sent by this monster. Eugen's feet stepped forward onto the black matter of dragon remains. Eugen rushed to run towards the owner of Vikyus through the space swarming with dragon tails. Eugen asked the monster if he was the owner of the poison and cursed dragons. The dragon master looked at Eugen with disdain and stretched out his hand, preparing to use his magic. Eugen indignantly asked that this monster was the one who sent Rachitas into the dungeon to kill his brother Eugen. Eugen looked at the dragon master in confusion, stretching out his hand forward, when a huge dragon hand emerged from the ground and was about to grab him. Before he could say a word, the dragon hand pressed Eugen's body hard to the ground, crushing him into the earth. A huge dragon with 4 eyes and a bone mask on its face rose up on Eugen and pinned him to the ground with its paw. The dragon master flew closer to the pinned Eugen, who was held by the dragon against the backdrop of a wall of fire. The dragon master grabbed the protagonist's head and turned it towards himself, while Eugen looked at him with indignation. The master noted that Eugen's death was also unexpected for him. The dragon master lifted Eugen's head and approached it, looking into his frightened gaze. The dragon master of poison and curses noted that the person who should have died was Eugen. The dragon master lightly touched Eugen's protruding chin with his sharp fingers, who looked at what was happening with a dumbfounded look, not understanding that he was the one who should have died. The dragon master arrogantly looked at Eugen with his several pairs of eyes. He noted that the dungeon was originally designed to kill the protagonist, and as long as he was alive, Eugen would not cooperate in destroying the world. The protagonist glared at the dragon monster, trying to wave his arms from under the dragon's pinned paw. Eugen did not believe what he heard, and said that Eugen could not contribute to the end of the world. Eugen punched the ground where the dragon tails lay. The master noted that Eugen chose to die for his brother. The master arrogantly towered over Eugen, who looked at him with his head raised. With a little malice, the master explained that if it were not for Eugen, Eugen would have been able to safely leave this collapsing world, and he would have accepted the contract and become much stronger. The protagonist looked at the dragon master with disappointment, his head raised. The master pointed out that even if Eugen had not agreed to the contract, at least he would have had the freedom to choose without being tied to a burden that could not be avoided in this world. The dragon master's hand was pointed at the protagonist with his index finger raised. The master said that Eugen was a stumbling block for his brother because Eugen should not have died like that. Eugen looked down in horror when the master touched the back of Eugen's head with his index finger. The dragon master pointed out that Eugen had bound his dear brother hand and foot and somehow still had the right to live. The protagonist sweated and looked down helplessly, his eyes wide open, when the master's head approached him. Eugen began to remember moments from the past when rumors were circulating about him and he was written about in the news. He was considered a black mark on the Abyss Guild's reputation at the time and was considered an unpleasant person since he boasted the name of the Abyss Guild Master while only being an F class. At that time, people were not surprised that Eugen was abandoned by his own younger brother. Eugen recalled how the guild guards chased him out of the building in a crowd. The guards remarked to him that if Eugen really cared about his brother, then he should have cut all ties with the Abyss Guild. The protagonist was very angry and did not understand why the guards dragged him out of the office without giving him any explanation. Eugen stretched out his hand, trying to call out to his brother, who stood indifferently with his back to him. He recalled Eugen's hurtful words when he asked him about how long he planned to make his younger brother clean up after himself. Eugen had told him to live quietly at that time, and he did not want to repeat those words many times. The protagonist remembered how he held his brother's lifeless body close to him, remembering his words about not tying his hands and feet. Eugen angrily waved his arms while being shackled by the dragon's claws, while the dragon master was floating in the air innumerable times. Eugen explained that the master had said everything correctly, and he was not ashamed of the fact that he was still alive. Eugen firmly grabbed the dragon master's leg. The protagonist continued to hold the master's leg while being pinned to the ground by the claw of a huge white dragon. Eugen explained that at the very least, he would take revenge on the lizard master who tore his younger brother into pieces. Eugen looked at the dragon master in anger and fury, frowning deeply. The dragon master looked ahead arrogantly and indifferently, with his hands behind his back. When Eugen was lying on the ground and looking at him, he asked the man what a worthless F-class could do to him. Eugen replied that this same worthless F-class had already disrupted his plans twice and chopped one of his pet lizards into sushi and fried another with electricity. The dragon's paw began to squeeze Eugen's body and he, with a frowning brow, waved his arms. The huge dragon threw Eugen's body aside with its powerful paw, who managed to playfully shout that he should drag the bodies of these dragons he killed to this place and show him personally. The owner hovered in the air, putting his hands behind his back, and watched as the dragon threw Eugen's body away. Eugen noted that he could at least blame it on his class, but sarcastically replied that the dragon master might be too stupid for his class. The dragon threw Eugen's body away and he fell to the ground, bleeding slightly and laughing ironically while feeling pain. Eugen knew that this was exactly what would happen, because this cunning dragon master had no intention of killing him. The dragon master looked arrogantly at Eugen, who sat on the ground with a sarcastic grin and wiped the blood from his face while a huge dragon was behind him. Eugen knew that if the master wanted to kill him, he would have done it a long time ago with the help of Vicus. The protagonist ironically said that he heard how the master gave Hyun-e information and was still deceived, noting that he could not achieve anything and even Riet could not win over to his side. Eugen realized that the dragon master definitely wanted something from him. The huge dragon wrapped its tail around Eugen's legs and was about to grab him. Eugen managed to sarcastically remark that why the dragon master didn't rename himself a stupid king. The dragon held Eugen upside down in the air, and his arms were hanging down. The dragon master noted that Eugen was the one who stopped Riet and asked him how he managed to stop his orders. The king grabbed Eugen's hair hard and lifted his head, causing Eugen to close his eyes and grunt. The king asked Eugen how he managed to defeat the Rachitas. The dragon master looked down at Eugen arrogantly, holding his hair in his hands. The master noted that Eugen could have been helped by immoral children. Eugen asked about this phrase again, to which the dragon master noted that it was the scoundrels who created the system and controlled it. The king continued to hold Eugen's hair as the protagonist looked on sarcastically. The main character smirked at the nickname of the immoral children, noting that the master was angry at them, since the guys from the system were trying to prevent the end of the world. The master said that Eugen should have known about the system. Eugen's scarred face was directed forward with an angry look. The king asked Eugen about whether the system gave him anything and why they involved such an F-class in their affairs. Eugen began to understand that this was the part the master wanted to know. Eugen understood that the dragon master did not know his rank and skills, and therefore could have left him alive until he got the information and then dealt with him. The master looked at Eugen haughtily, squeezing his hair in his hands. Eugen sarcastically said that the master was more naive than he thought. The Dragon King continued to hold Eugen, who sneered at him and gave him the middle finger. The protagonist said that he would not answer his questions so easily, calling him too stupid and noting that this was why the Dragon Master had not achieved anything. Eugen looked at the Dragon Master with concentration, thinking that he needed to hold on and find a chance, when suddenly a huge dragon grabbed his arm with its sharp mouth. Suddenly, Eugen turned around and his eyes widened when he saw blood spraying from his body. The Dragon Master threw a mocking grin at Eugen. The protagonist lay on the ground and writhed in pain, when the dragon towered over its master and held Eugen's severed arm in its mouth. Eugen continued to lie on the ground and scream in pain. The Dragon Master looked down at Eugen with disdain, noting that he should watch carefully. There was no way the arm would disappear. Suddenly, Eugen stood up and looked away in bewilderment as his arm reappeared. The dragon grabbed Eugen's body again and lifted him into the air as the protagonist looked around in horror. The Dragon Master watched indifferently as several dragons surrounded Eugen, who was writhing on the ground without several limbs that the dragons had bitten off. The master explained that they were inside his mind, not in reality. The Dragon Master raised his hand and blood was flowing out of his veins. He explained that this all meant that Eugen would not be able to die, and he would be able to torture him endlessly. The Dragon Master looked at Eugen with disdain as a bloody dragon crawled out of his hands with a furious look. Eugen was completely chained by the dragon bodies, which were going to attack him at the first command. The master explained that if Eugen did not respond, he would simply rip him apart and find the needed memory. The protagonist put his hand on the ground. Eugen thought of the Charlotte's balloons item. The owner explained that they were conscious, so Eugen could not get the items. A bunch of dragons surrounded the main character, and some of them held Eugen's body in the air with their mouths clinging to his limbs. The owner noted that the balls that nullified the damage could also be from the people of the system. The dragon owner also explained that only this thing Eugen could not kill the Rachita's dragon. That same bloody dragon opened its mouth and was about to bite off Eugen's head. The owner threateningly ordered Eugen that he had better answer truthfully. The main character immediately grinned maliciously and frowned, looking bloodthirstily at the dragon owner. He replied that he would not answer and told the dragon owner to think about this situation himself. The dragon owner grinned slightly in response. All the dragons pounced on Eugen at the same time and tore him into pieces, blood spraying everywhere. The entire area was covered in blood spray. Eugen felt very sorry about why his younger brother got involved with this guy. At the same time, on the battlefield, Eugen's real body was lying on the ground surrounded by a blue aura, while Noah, Riet, and Hyuni were watching all of this. Noah tried to call out to his master and told him to come to his senses already. The protagonist was lying unconscious on the ground, wrapped in a blue aura. Hyuni, along with Noah, surrounded Eugen's lifeless body, sitting right in front of him. Hyuni noted that the protagonist also lost consciousness last time. Noah asked Hyuni in surprise if he did something to Eugen, because he heard about the incident in the Bavar dungeon when they tried to take Eugen away on their own accord. Noah opened his dragon form's mouth nonchalantly as Riet stood next to him with her arms crossed. Riet explained that it would be problematic. Riet smirked and looked at Eugen's body, saying that she wanted it too, noting that her dear Eugen did have a lot of useful abilities. Hyuni glared up at Riet, ironically saying that it was understandable that ants would surround a box of chocolates, but still. Noah became slightly angry and told the two boys to stop talking about it, as the situation was inappropriate. Hyuni looked down at the protagonist's body intently as Riet glared at her brother. Noah explained that they should have cleared the dungeon first. Hyuni frowned slightly and looked at the protagonist's body intently. Noah asked the Jupiter Guildmaster what had happened and why he was watching him so closely. Hyuni looked at Eugen's face. He explained that Eugen's face looked too milky and how long had it been like that. Noah stood with his sister and they both looked at Hyuni in surprise. Noah didn't understand what Hyuni meant and asked him again. Riet said ironically that Hyuni had broken the contract and still lost his sight. Hyuni noted that Eugen should have been about 5 years older. Eugen was lying unconscious surrounded by his blue aura. The protagonist dug up memories fragment by fragment when he had long since buried them. Eugen experienced unpleasant memories where he sat in a room and held his head, remembering his superiors. Another moment when he sat on the ground and rested his hands on it with a dumbfounded look. Some voices were heard in the background. Eugen remembered his brother standing at the door. Eugen at that moment did not understand why his brother needed to go to the dungeon. The main character's body was floating upside down in the air, unconscious. The protagonist remembered himself in the army when he was sad. His comrades then noted that it was Eugen's birthday that day, but his S-class younger brother did not even call him. The guys thought that these brothers were not close because there was not a single meeting or letter until now. The protagonist remembered how he was very angry and grabbed one of the guys by the clothes, proving that he was not going to repeat many times that he no longer communicated with his younger brother because he was also tired of him. The Dragon Master continued to rummage through his memory, tearing out fragments of memories with an iron cage. At that moment, the Abyss Guild was throwing a grand party in honor of Christmas and the birthday of their leader. Eugen remembered his injured hand holding the screen with his brother's image. Eugen remembered sitting in a cage and silently celebrating his bad little brother's birthday. Eugen's lifeless body was floating in space, and it was all shrouded in the dark aura of the Dragon Master. The protagonist remembered lying on a hospital bed with a bandaged arm and a leg in a cast. The main character did not understand why he was shown only bad memories. The last memory was when Eugen hugged his brother's dead body. The Dragon Master was still glad that he found the memory he needed. The Dragon Master held a glowing crystal in his hand, thanks to which Eugen was able to return everything back then, realizing that it was thanks to the wishing stone that he turned back time. The Dragon Master held the wishing stone in his hands when Eugen's body was stuck in the claws of the dragon's paws and he sighed heavily. The Dragon Master assumed that the protagonist also received resistance to curses after killing the raw cheetahs. Eugen was half dead, hanging on the dragon's claws and sighing heavily. The protagonist noted that everything around him smelled of blood and he was sick of it all, asking a rhetorical question about how much time had already passed. The white dragon grabbed Eugen's body with its powerful mouth. The Dragon Master continued to mock the man, asking him how an F-class could kill a raw cheetah's dragon on his own. The Dragon Master looked at Eugen with a haughty expression, holding his hand with his dark aura in front of him. The master noted that extracting memories from the protagonist was difficult due to his resistance to curses, since if he was a normal F-class, it would be a piece of cake. Eugen held his hand in horror, which began to appear again with a blue aura after the last bite of the dragon. Eugen understood that all these trials were only a matter of time. The protagonist gave up holding his shoulder as his hand continued to regenerate. He understood that eventually the master would find the answer he needed and then kill him. The protagonist lay face down on the dragon's scales, while one of the dragons watched him closely. Eugen did not understand what he was doing here at all and why he could not resist at all, since the villain who killed his brother was right in front of him. Eugen was very worried about the question of why he was so weak. The protagonist realized that this was why Eugen did not tell him anything. The owner began digging through his memories again. Taming turned to Eugen and asked him if he could do anything for his younger brother. A stack of money in an envelope was lying on the table. Taming said that they came to return the money they sent. Taming stood over the table and handed over the envelope while Eugen sat on a chair with his head down. Taming noted that Eugen must have thought that by doing this, he would preserve his pride as an older brother, but everyone around understood what was happening. Taming asked Eugen what exactly he thought about it. Why did Eugen leave home immediately after waking up? At that moment, the main character sat with an indifferent look. The Dragon Master specifically recalled only the negative events in his life when Taming looked at Eugen haughtily and told him that for the Abyss Guild Master and S-Class Hunter, Eugen was just an ordinary older brother that Eugen couldn't even rely on. The protagonist was lying face down on the dragon scales, feeling hopeless. The Dragon Master looked away at the black glowing stone that he was holding with his hand while Eugen was lying motionless on the ground. The Dragon Master noted even more useless memories that were many in the protagonist's head, so he asked him a logical question about why Eugen didn't tell him about all this himself, because it would have been easier that way. Eugen clenched his fists while lying on the ground. He bared his teeth and raised his head, angrily looking forward. Eugen understood that this was why he tried to change everything this time. Eugen remembered how he happily drank with Xiang Han. Another memory was when he held peace in his hands and looked at Taming. The protagonist also remembered a warm moment when he and his brother looked at each other with delight. Eugen just wanted to be a good brother, which he never was in his past life. The protagonist was lying on the ground and sighed angrily, looking at the Dragon Master with an angry expression, clenching his fists. He sarcastically asked the master if he had such a hobby that he would ask again if he didn't like the answer. Eugen received a blow from his tail at the same moment and screamed in pain, as the Dragon Master noted that this was Eugen's own wish. Eugen forced himself to think. The Dragon Master spread his wings and looked at the dark stone, thanks to which he could climb into memories. Eugen was lying on the ground at that moment and noted that the Dragon Master was a complete idiot, since he had not blocked the skills while he had done it with the items. The protagonist turned around sarcastically, spreading into a malicious smile. The protagonist at the same time thought that he needed to find a way out of this situation, or at least a small hint. The Dragon King smiled mockingly, looking at Eugen and stroking his green dragon at the same time. The master noted that the idea would be good if the skills were not considered part of the sensations. The Dragon Master pointed his index finger towards Eugen and the green dragon pounced on him, clinging to his shoulder. The Dragon Master arrogantly watched as the bloody Eugen lay on the ground and was closely watched by the dragon that had bitten him. The Dragon Master noted that purely theoretically everything was possible, since they were inside the consciousness, but people were not that creative. The Dragon Master placed his powerful paw with sharp claws on the protagonist's chest, causing him to immediately scream in pain. The master continued about how a person who had never flown could move with wings, or a person who could run like the wind. The master placed his dragon paw on Eugen's body and arrogantly towered over him, ironically telling him what an ordinary F-class could do to him, except crawl on the ground. The Dragon Master smiled maliciously and looked down. He admitted that he did not expect that there was resistance to curses of this level. Eugen, all wounded and exhausted, lay on the ground and laughed loudly. He ironically noted that if everything was unexpected for the Dragon Master, then he would simply be stupid. Eugen noted that if the Dragon Master was betrayed, then it was unexpected. If he tortured him, then again saying that he did not expect such resistance would be too funny. The Dragon Lord swung his tail and threw Eugen's body away from him, who coughed from the blow. The Dragon Lord kept his arms crossed and looked at Eugen with a sense of superiority, who was held in the air by the dragon's limbs. The Dragon Lord was surprised that the main character was capable of talking such nonsense. The wounded Eugen found the strength to look at his enemy with disdain. He added that trying to kill him was also nonsense, because if he had done it after the gate was closed, his brother Eugen would never have been able to enter. Eugen noted with irony that this fool actually had to send Rachitas. Eugen was shackled by the dragons, while the Dragon Lord looked at him arrogantly, putting his hand behind his back. At the same moment, the Dragon Lord smiled sarcastically, maliciously baring his teeth and laughing. The master spread his arms out to the sides and began to laugh loudly. The Dragon Master extended his index finger and pointed it at Eugen's throat, who looked back in amazement, and told him that the fool in this situation was the protagonist himself, who actually thought that the gate was open at that moment. The Dragon Master walked closer to the protagonist and looked him straight in the eyes. He noted to Eugen that back then, Eugen borrowed his power to enter the closed dungeon to save him. Eugen's eyes widened in shock at this statement. The Dragon Master frowned slightly and noticed that the protagonist was now reacting differently, and asked him to talk more about his younger brother. At that moment, Eugen was standing on the bone skulls in front of the entrance to the dungeon, and the entire area was surrounded by a dark aura. Eugen lowered his head in confusion and uttered a phrase about why the Dragon Master was here again. Eugen turned to the side and saw a silhouette of a monster with a skull and horns glowing with purple flames. Eugen repeated that he had already said that he was no longer interested in his proposal. The skull glowing with bright purple flames told Eugen not to be so heartless, because he came to share important news, and he would definitely regret it if he refused to listen. Eugen looked down at the Dragon Master's skull with an angry and confused expression. The skull explained that there was an error in the dungeon that his brother was in at the time. The crowd of people began to fuss and run in different directions when the gate to the dungeon began to emit black aura rays throughout the airspace. They realized that there was another malfunction in the dungeon. The guy in the cap followed the blonde girl with a worried look. The guy was thinking about what was happening, that it was not the first time that the difference between the dungeon and hunter classes was so big. He thought that there would be more victims who did not have a gate stone. The girl explained that the low-class hunter did not have one and told him to turn around. The people looked up and saw Eugen's silhouette in the sky, emitting blue aura. Eugen flew closer to one of the scientists who was studying the energy from the gate. Eugen asked the scientist about the situation. The scientist explained that it was dangerous because it was supposed to be a D-class dungeon, but its mana saturation looked serious. The scientist guessed that there might be at least an S-class monster inside. Eugen was about to draw his sword and enter the gate when he became alarmed the same second the scientist said that the gate had closed, so he would not be able to enter. Eugen began to fuss and waved his sword in front of the entrance of the gate, which was emitting pink and black aura. The scientist from the side shouted that Eugen would not be able to open it and would have to wait until everyone inside died. Eugen glared at the gate, brandishing his sword and baring his teeth. Eugen looked ahead with disdain and under his long bangs as people tried to stop him from the side. The Dragon Lord continued to press his point and asked Eugen if he was willing to let him in now. Eugen stood right in front of the gate when dark energy began to leak out of the ground nearby. Eugen looked through the dark magic window into the portal in shock. Eugen watched through the portal as his brother was inside the dungeon, trying to escape from the Rachitas dragon. The Dragon Lord explained that he could only carry one with his power. Eugen tried to rush through the portal to save his brother, but was suddenly sucked into the dark matter of energy along the way. The Dragon Lord noted that it was not for free and offered Eugen a new contract. From the dark vortex of the portal, the Dragon Master's hands with a red aura appeared. The Dragon Master stretched out his hand towards the worried Eugen and offered him a contract then, that in exchange for admission to this closed dungeon, Eugen would become his subordinate. The protagonist was shackled and looked down, in shock. The Dragon Master explained to Eugen that at that moment, Eugen did not even hesitate in his choice. The two dragons continued to hold Eugen's exhausted body, while the Dragon Master stroked one of them and continued to tell about his brother's past. He recalled that Eugen thought that there was some kind of mistake in the dungeon, but it was a well thought out move on his part, including the Rachitas. The Dragon Master recalled how Eugen fought the Rachitas in that dungeon. At that moment, the Master explained that he complicated everything so that Eugen could not save him, but not so much that his life was in danger. The Dragon Master looked at Eugen with disdain and showed him through the portal an image of himself dying and his brother holding his dead body. The Master explained that if Eugen had died then, Eugen would have blamed himself and his weakness, considering that he was an S-class hunter and would have wanted to become stronger, which would make him easier to manipulate. The Master recalled the situation when the protagonist held his brother's body with holes in it and replied that he could not think that an S-class would just die and sacrifice himself for his brother. The protagonist looked down with blood dripping from his face. Eugen imagined his evaporating image. He understood that this was all a trap because of him and he knew that Eugen would be under his control, but it would not be enough to save himself. The Master smiled maliciously and noted with irony that it was a pity that Eugen finally fell into his hands, but already as a useless corpse. Eugen continued to look down with his head down. The dragons were tightly gripping the protagonist's limbs as he asked about his brother's corpse, realizing that Eugen had disappeared from the world. The Master tilted his head to the side and smiled sarcastically. He replied that depending on the contract, he could affect corpses and it was much easier to obtain his body when he was cut off from the world. The protagonist, hearing this statement, widened his eyes and asked the Dragon Master about having his brother's body. Eugen imagined himself in the blue space that contained his brother and friends along with peace. The protagonist thought that he had lost Eugen forever, realizing that even if it hurt, and he knew that his brother was dead and would never return. So Eugen decided that he had to live in the present. The protagonist trembled as he extended his hand to his brother. Eugen raised his uncomprehending gaze upward. He turned around to see his brother's silhouette behind him, surrounded by a blue aura. The Dragon Master was clutching Eugen's bloody body in his hand, saying that he had this body. Eugen looked on in shock. The Dragon Master smiled mischievously and brought his fingers to his face. He noted that technically someone else had taken Eugen's body. The wounded Eugen held out the blue glowing crystal forward, noticing his younger brother. Sweat dripped from Eugen's face as he was imprisoned. He realized that even in death, Eugen could not escape the clutches of these scoundrels and was broken. Eugen looked down in shock, tears streaming from his eyes as he realized the image of his brother being imprisoned reflected off the shards of glass. The Dragon Master approached Eugen and was about to lift his drooping head. He believed it worked, so he told the protagonist that he could tell him if Eugen would just answer the necessary questions. Eugen answered with the last of his strength that he did not even want to hear it from him. The Dragon Master leaned back in bewilderment and did not believe what he heard, since he expected a different outcome. Suddenly, bright discharges of lightning surrounded everything around, which made the Dragon Master fall into a stupor. The Dragon Master spread his wings and watched as Eugen's silhouette emitted discharges of lightning. Streams of yellow magical aura intertwined in the air in the dark space. Eugen asked the Dragon Master again about the words that skills were considered part of the sensations. The protagonist freed himself from the dragons and spread his arms to the sides, emitting powerful discharges of lightning from them. The protagonist noted that he was not that resourceful, but if this was an ability he had experienced before, then it was not the first time he had felt it. Eugen recalled his brother's confident gaze in a similar situation. The protagonist extended his hand forward and emitted a bolt of yellow lightning from his finger, looking forward with a cold gaze. Eugen raised his hand and directed the energy flow towards the dragons. Eugen lowered his head and stood with his hand outstretched, surrounded by an aura of lightning. The Dragon Master looked down at the F-class man with disdain, slightly extending his hand forward and ironically remarked that this trick was stupid. Eugen stood on the ground as all the dragons were heading towards him to tear him apart again. The protagonist leaned forward and white wings emerged from his back. The protagonist soared into the air with his wings as all the dragons' heads were directed towards his place on the ground. Eugen recalled standing on the roof of the building and watching Noah fly. He remembered experiencing it many times, the feeling of Noah moving his wings. The main character was floating in the air and stretched his hand forward with an open palm, emitting a stream of yellow discharges from it. Eugen deftly twisted in the air, throwing lightning strikes at the dragons. Eugen knew that he should have trusted his feelings. Eugen himself now looked at his enemy with disdain. He considered himself an F-class veteran who doubled his attack power, and on top of that, the Predator skill Rachitas doubled this power again. The Dragon Master looked up with an angry look, baring his teeth. He did not understand what kind of power Eugen had. The Master's dragon leg began to be covered in a blue shell of aura, as if freezing. The Master looked at his leg with confusion, to which a stream of blue aura was directed from the air from Eugen. Eugen remembered his battle girlfriend Yerim. He remembered her skills Ice Breath and Day Without a Shadow. Angry and furious Eugen with a dragon paw was about to pounce on his enemy. The Dragon Master covered himself with his hand from Eugen's furious blows, not understanding why Eugen did it. The master was not going to stand idle and also swung his hands to take revenge. Eugen was unable to deftly dodge and received a small cut on his body. The protagonist, holding his wound on his stomach, stood in front of the offended dragon master, who noted that Eugen was a fool because with his F-class body he had no chance. Suddenly, the master frowned and looked at the protagonist with bewilderment. Eugen held his open wound, which absorbed blue air. Eugen noted the strength that was absorbed into him from the ability of his brother, whom he left alone. The protagonist remembered how he pressed the dead body of his brother to himself. Eugen peered out from under his long bangs with a hostile expression, his brows furrowed, pulling out a red sword from his wound. It was a furious black flame, soaked in blood. Drops of scorched blood fell to the ground. Eugen swung his sword and prepared to attack the dragon master, who stood in the distance, indignant at what was happening. The protagonist bared his teeth fiercely and tried to thrust his sword into his enemy, shouting that he would definitely surpass the dragon master with this skill. Eugen jumped nimbly and almost thrust his sword into the Dragon King's body as powerful explosions erupted around them from his used skill, Last Appreciation, which doubled again. A powerful stream of energy spread through the air, destroying everything in its path. The Dragon Master bared his teeth fiercely and closed his eyes when he received a blow to the head, not understanding how this could happen. Eugen stood on the fallen Dragon King's body in his blue aura. The Dragon King could not imagine how the protagonist could defeat him. The protagonist looked down at the Dragon King with an arrogant expression, holding his sharp sword out to his face. Eugen ironically praised his enemy for showing him this method himself. The protagonist understood that now it was his turn to rummage through the Dragon King's memories. Eugen was ready to come for his brother at any cost. The Dragon King's body was floating in the air and he realized that his memories, which had been accumulating for decades, were now being dug up. In the Dragon King's memories, guys in dragon skin armor looked at their ill-wishers in a burning village. People screamed that they used poisons and curses, so they had to exterminate them. This was their ancient kind of poison and cursed dragons. The small silhouette of the Dragon King in the memories watched from afar as a small family played and smiled. The Dragon King sat on the ground surrounded by stones glowing with purple flames in front of his master. Even if they could destroy the entire civilization, all their magic stones and knowledge would remain. From the Dragon King's hand, a bloody dragon appeared straight from the veins. Even then, the Dragon King had power and used it to destroy civilians. He shouted at them to fear him, for all the young and unhatched eggs would be imbued with his curse and those born in his hands would be tainted. Even then, the Dragon King would stretch out his hand and laugh evilly, shouting for all the people to fear his name. Eugen knew that he did not want to see these useless memories at all. The Dragon King lay on the ground, exhausted, with his mouth open. The protagonist arrogantly towered over the Dragon King's body and told him to pull himself together, for he wanted to see the memories of his brother. Eugen plunged a long black spear into his chest, sitting on the Dragon King's body. He wanted to see something more interesting when there were dead dragons lying around. Eugen looked down with a slight smirk at the poisoned Dragon King, who was worried about his ward of dead dragons. Eugen sarcastically noted that it was difficult for the Dragon King to search for the memory he wanted by saying his name Dayama. Dayama got angry and released the blood dragon from his hands, lying on the ground under the spear's sight. He did not like Eugen saying his name. The protagonist flew back slightly when the blood dragon still tried to pounce and perform its attack. Eugen immediately jumped to his feet and swung his long spear, surrounded by his blue aura. The protagonist ironically asked about Dayama if he had any other attack methods besides using his pets. Eugen flew into the air and sent a stream of powerful blue aura at the dragons, noting that their king was too pathetic. The protagonist swung his spear, which was surrounded by a purple aura, and glared at Dayama. He shouted that Dayama had lost all of her pets and was now losing to the F-class. A powerful stream of energy was directed downwards at Dayama's body. Eugen landed on the ground, holding a piece of purple aura in one hand, representing a piece of memory, and his spear in the other. He joked ironically that Dayama needed to come up with her own class, something like a -F class. Eugen grabbed Dayama's horns on her face, which made him extremely unhappy. The protagonist brought Dayama's head closer to him and glared at him. He noted to Dayama that if he didn't want his memories to be endlessly rummaged through, he should show her where he put his brother. Dayama responded that Eugen himself said he didn't want to hear that. The protagonist swung his dragon paw and was about to hit Dayama in the face, angrily shouting at him to just show him the right fragment that would show him his brother's location. Eugen struck Dayama in the face and black blood poured out, which began to drag him into the memories. He found himself in a dark water space. It was a space like a planet with mountain ranges and whales floating in the air. Eugen's blue hologram floated in the air and was drawn deeper into the memories. He realized that these were memories from another world, where there were even monsters and dungeons. A huge octopus monster was attacking the peaceful inhabitants of the city. One of the inhabitants with a headdress put out his hand, trying to call forth a blue aura. That same man was hiding behind a huge blue shield, emitting a blue stream of energy into the sky when the huge ferocious octopus did not feel the desire to attack such a force. Eugen floated in the air in the memory and watched what was happening with the understanding that it was the same system, or to be more precise, immoral. The man in the headdress was hiding behind a blue shield, the silhouette of which began to crumble into small pieces. These were memories of trying to protect the world. That man, the defender, evaporated into thin air from such a powerful attack. These were attempts to protect the world from monsters along with the system, which were unsuccessful. Eugen hovered in the air and watched as the people of the system held their heads in front of the control screen in panic. Eugen looked at the memories in amazement, realizing that there were many such worlds, and he really believed that there must have been at least one in which it was possible to save the world. All the memories with dead people began to be drawn into a blue funnel, emitting blue threads of energy. All the worlds that had come to an end were absorbed by something. These were threads depicting the roots of a tree. Eugen hovered in the blue space, examining the tree of memories. There were a lot of these roots, and they occupied the entire space, dissolving these memories in themselves. The protagonist looked around with enthusiasm, trying to understand what kind of tree it was, because he told Dayama to think about the memories of his younger brother. Suddenly, Eugen's gaze caught on white feathers. He looked into the distance and saw a white bird flying among the tree roots. This white bird with thick feathers was floating smoothly in the air. One of the bird's feathers fell out of the bird and fell down, landing in the crystal water. Small waves that appeared began to spread across the water surface, and an image of Eugen appeared there. The protagonist noticed this and frantically looked at him, trying to call out his name. Eugen anxiously extended his hand when a black aura in the form of matter blocked his vision. The dark matter pulled Eugen out of his memories, and he appeared in reality with a dumbfounded face. The protagonist worriedly held his head and looked down at Dayama with a frightened look. He tried to find out what kind of white bird it was in order to immediately show him the bird again, because it could take his brother. Eugen angrily pounced on Dayama again, swinging his dragon paw. Dayama was bleeding but still laughing at the situation when Eugen was trying to find out about the tree. The protagonist was standing on Dayama's body, which had a spear stuck into it, but it didn't stop him from smiling maliciously. Dayama noted that since the protagonist saw a bird counting stars and a snowy tree, he had to kill him now. Eugen glared at Dayama when the entire space in the air was covered in a red aura that began to crumble. The protagonist noted that Dayama was already half dead, so he could hardly pose a threat to him. The protagonist looked up in confusion and saw how a red aura in the form of shattered shards of glass began to fall from the sky. Eugen grabbed Dayama's throat, who continued to smile. Dayama explained that since they were conscious, this body was not real. The protagonist looked back in confusion as Dayama's body began to dissolve, realizing that his real body was in a different place. Eugen's small silhouette was sitting on the ground, looking around at the sky. Suddenly, a huge monster eye appeared in space, glaring at the small silhouette of the F-class hunter. Eugen looked out from under his long bangs, confused. The huge, fierce dragon-like monster proudly and widely spread its shoulders, blocking all of space. Eugen thought that this was Dayama's true form. Eugen looked at the scene in a daze, raising his head up, realizing that this was impossible. Dayama gave Eugen respect for being able to corner him, because he himself did not expect things to turn out like this. The monster's huge paw blocked out the sunlight. Dayama stepped on the ground with its powerful paw, trying to kill the protagonist. Eugen managed to dodge such a blow with lightning-fast reaction. The protagonist frowned and looked at the monster with anger and hatred in his eyes. He understood that this could not be, because Dayama's power was on a completely different level and he felt that he could not cope alone. The Dayama monster raised its paw and was again going to crush the protagonist, small for itself, with its mass. Suddenly, a blue aura with the inscription cheating appeared near the protagonist. Eugen's eyes widened. The protagonist covered himself with his hands from the bright purple light that the small ball emitted from itself. The enraged Dayama opened its mouth, realizing that it was the system that had come to confront him. Eugen sat on the ground and looked in amazement as Nubi appeared right in front of him, frowning at the monster. Nubi said with a furrowed brow that using his true form in this place was cheating, so he decided to use Water Drop Sunbeam him. A heavy rain began to fall in their dark space, where Nubi was emitting a bright aura from himself and the protagonist was sitting on the ground. Eugen looked up at the sky in admiration, not believing that it was raining. A beautiful necklace with blue bright stones appeared in the space. Eugen realized that it was that same Water Drop. Water Drop with a feminine silhouette appeared in their field of vision while Eugen was in shock. Dayama smiled maliciously and noted that now it was the turn of the immoral ones who were ready to appear on the scene. Water Drop smirked maliciously and noted that she was sure that Dayama was well aware that acting directly was against the rules, and it was punishable by a fine. The furious Dayama frowned his face and bared his fangs. Dayama was confused as to how Water Drop was able to escape from her confinement. Waterdrop furrowed her brows and smiled maliciously. Newbie looked at Dayama with displeasure while Eugen sat on the floor in confusion. Newbie told Dayama that they did not escape from there, but were inside the protagonist's subconscious. Enraged, Dayama extended his hand towards the protagonist, baring his teeth. Dayama realized that they were trying to stop him. Waterdrop pulled out her weapon, which emitted a blue aura. Waterdrop swung her trident, preventing Dayama from attacking the protagonist. Waterdrop looked at Dayama with disdain and pulled out her weapon, which was wrapped in water. Waterdrop stated that even they do not fight live while imprisoned. Waterdrop swung her weapon, causing a blue stream of energy to envelop Dayama. Dayama raised his hand, looking at the blue stream that was wrapping around him in confusion. The magical stream wrapped around Dayama's body, causing him to open his mouth wide and scream in pain. The protagonist held Newbie in his hands and looked at Dayama in surprise. The protagonist asked Newbie what was happening to him. Newbie said that this was a punishment for the creature from the outside world for entering there. Dayama's horns were wrapped in a stream of water. Newbie told the protagonist that the resistance of that place was weakening him. Blue lightning emanated from Dayama's body, which made him furious. Newbie told Eugen that they were using the developer's authority and adjusting his powers to match that world. Newbie said that in a world where the system is active, everyone must follow its rules because that's how it was from the beginning. Eugen stood up and covered his head with his hand, holding Newbie. Newbie told the protagonist that they could not do more, and now everything is in his hands. The protagonist turned his head to look at the small dragons. Eugen rushed to attack the dragons, cutting off his head. The protagonist stood there, holding a red spear tightly in his hand. The protagonist smiled maliciously, holding a spear in his hand, from which a purple aura emanated. The protagonist told Newbie that he was glad to hear it, that he could also join in, since who else but him wanted to see his head roll on the ground so much. An enraged Dayama loomed over the protagonist, baring his fangs. Dayama did not understand how such an arrogant person like him dared to resist a perfect being. The protagonist stood in front of a huge blue vortex that enveloped Dayama. Waterdrop said that the adjustment was complete and entry was allowed. Waterdrop released a bloodthirsty Dayama from her hand, ready to tear the protagonist to pieces. Dayama looked at the protagonist with impatience, smiling maliciously, baring his teeth. Dayama said that although he was weakened, he was still stronger than before. The protagonist took a fighting stance, raising his hand in front of him, from which golden lightning emanated, and looked at Dayama with anticipation. Eugen noted that this was even better. Eugen spread his wings and rushed to attack the enraged Dayama, who opened his mouth wide. Eugen wanted Dayama to show him everything he was capable of. A huge fiery explosion occurred, which filled the space. Newbie covered herself with a system barrier, protecting herself from powerful streams of energy. Eugen began to turn around in the air, swinging his spear at Dayama and emitting yellow lightning. At the moment, Dayama raised her hand in front of her. Dayama's hand began to glow with a red aura, collecting a red stream of energy in it. Dayama sarcastically asked that the protagonist thinks he can defeat him by acquiring some minor skill. Red fire dragons appeared from Dayama's hand, attacking the protagonist. Dayama did not understand what the protagonist is capable of with such a fragile body. The dragons swooped down on the protagonist, grabbing his various limbs. Dayama told the protagonist that he is a pathetic human, and an F-class at that. The red dragon opened its mouth wide, approaching the protagonist, who grimaced in pain. The red dragon slammed its mouth shut, catching the protagonist in it. Dayama looked with a malicious smile at the dragon swallowing the protagonist. At the moment, its neck began to swell, emitting a purple aura. Dayama told the protagonist that he cannot even resist if he is swallowed in one go. Smoke began to come out of the dragon's mouth, and its neck began to glow with a bright blue light. Eugen burst out of the dragon's throat, exploding it. The protagonist looked at Dayama furiously, emitting purple and blue energy from his hands. Eugen, leaving a stream of energy behind him, rushed on his wings towards the surprised Dayama, who opened his mouth wide. Eugen stated that even in a real body, he has to rely on his minions. Enraged, Dayama began to gather a green stream of energy in his open mouth. Dayama declared that he will kill the protagonist with his own hands. Dayama attacked the protagonist, incidentally touching his own dragons. Dayama told the protagonist that he will melt him and leave no trace of him. Eugen closed one eye, frowning, and covered his face with his hand. Eugen told Dayama that this kind of poison will not work on him. Suddenly, Dayama grabbed the protagonist's body with his huge hand, which surprised him very much. Dayama gripped the protagonist tightly in his hand, causing him to grimace in pain and open his mouth wide. Eugen was in agony, baring his teeth. Dayama told Eugen that he was holding up pretty well, but even with his pathetic skills, he was still a weak and fragile F-class. Dayama smiled maliciously, raising his hand with the protagonist over his mouth, squeezing blood out of him. Dayama asked the protagonist why he didn't want to admit that the loser was already known. The protagonist told Dayama that was exactly what he wanted to say. Blood flowed from the protagonist's face onto Dayama's eyes, instantly catching fire. The protagonist told Dayama that he had learned nothing. Dayama's eye glowed brightly with purple flames, and in extreme pain, he released the protagonist from his hands. Eugen bared his teeth furiously, looking at Dayama, and stretched out his hand, emitting a stream of purple energy. Eugen mocked Dayama for not realizing that his blood could burn him. Dayama clenched his fangs, baring them as his eye was engulfed in purple flames. Dayama told the protagonist that he was an insect. Dayama opened his mouth wide, releasing many red dragons from his body. The dragons began to attack the protagonist, sinking their fangs into the limbs of his body, causing him extreme pain. Dayama told Eugen that he would wish he could die. The protagonist stretched his arm upward as the dragons wrapped around his body. Dayama watched as the dragons wrapped around the protagonist's body, forming a cocoon out of their bodies. Dayama told Eugen that even if he recovered, he would still feel the pain of being torn to pieces. The dragons wrapped around Eugen suddenly exploded, causing Dayama to look on in confusion. The protagonist tore apart the dragons with his spear, which emitted a purple aura. Purple fire with pixels emanated from the protagonist's face. Dayama was surprised that Eugen did not stop. Eugen stared at Dayama with fury. He declared that as long as he could move, he would continue to fight. A purple circle of fire formed around the protagonist, and he rushed with his spear at Dayama. Dayama extended his hand, covering himself from the powerful attack of the protagonist. Eugen bared his teeth, clenching them from the feeling of wild pain in all parts of his body. Dayama didn't understand how the protagonist could do this, because the pain of being torn to pieces should still be felt. The protagonist furrowed his brow in rage, his mouth wide open and his spear tightly clutched in his hand. The protagonist told Dayama that he, who looked down on them with disdain, the one who manipulated and killed his brother, would never understand. The protagonist furrowed his brows and bared his teeth, swinging his weapon at his enemy, releasing powerful energy. The protagonist slammed his spear into Dayama's chest with all his might, causing him to spread his arms out to the sides and open his mouth wide. A powerful explosion occurred from the impact, striking him with golden lightning. Dayama bared his fangs, screaming furiously in unbearable pain. The protagonist put all his strength into this blow, watching Dayama furiously. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, trying to punish his enemy. A powerful purple explosion occurred, filling the entire space. From the powerful impact, a small part of Dayama's body was burned, which made his ribs visible. Smoke came from Dayama's body. He raised his head up, noting that the protagonist is the key that can prevent the destruction of worlds. Dayama's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, raising clouds of dust. The protagonist fell to the ground, resting his hands on it. The protagonist turned his head, looking towards Dayama, and brought his hand to his face, breathing heavily. A bright light began to emanate from Dayama's chest. Dayama's magic stone appeared from his chest, emitting purple energy. Eugen rose to his feet and walked towards the magic stone, picking it up from the ground. The protagonist picked up the stone and looked at it carefully, with a serious expression. The protagonist said that he had many things he wanted to ask Waterdrop and Newbie. Eugen clenched the crystal in his fist and raised his head, looking at Waterdrop, standing next to Newbie. Eugen asked the boys if they knew about the star-counting bird, since it had his brother. The white bird fluttered in space above the snow-white tree, emitting a bright light. Waterdrop said that the star-counting bird is a prophetic creature, also known as a silent white bird, and the only thing it loves is the snow tree. It flutters around it, whispering songs and stories that they cannot hear. The protagonist looked at Waterdrop with a serious expression, clenching his hand into a fist, while in his other hand, a magic crystal emitted a purple aura. Waterdrop clarified if it was true that the bird took his dead brother. Eugen noted that he clearly saw this in Dayama's memories, and he needs to meet this bird and take him. Waterdrop emitted a blue aura and hung over the protagonist. Waterdrop did not understand why the bird did this. Newbie was behind the protagonist, who looked more serious than ever. Newbie said that the white bird had not been seen for a long time. Eugen wanted to know how to get to that tree. Eugen lowered his head, his eyes wide and furious, with his mouth wide open. Newbie told Eugen that it was impossible. Eugen noted that his little brother was there. Waterdrop raised her hand, causing blue pixels to form. The protagonist told the boys that he could not leave him in that place, and he did not care how far it was. Waterdrop noted that it was not about the distance. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise as a hologram of a white tree appeared in front of his face. Waterdrop stated that the tree was the source of the world they belonged to, and that he would not be able to get there with a body like his. The protagonist looked at the white tree curiously, his mouth slightly open. Waterdrop told the protagonist that it was the center and beginning of the universe, of which this world was a part. Waterdrop imagined a huge rocky mountain, from which a bright sky shone. Waterdrop noted that the tree is the parent of countless kingdoms, in other words, God. Waterdrop imagined a gray funnel of energy flow that glowed brightly with white light. Waterdrop noted that by taking on different forms, the source creates and scatters many worlds around. Waterdrop imagined huge magic crystals. Waterdrop noted that the snow tree is the fifth source and the starting point of the universe of which they are a part. Waterdrop imagined a huge white tree that glowed with purple light. Waterdrop noted that it absorbs countless worlds into itself, simultaneously creating new ones. Cracks appeared in the purple space from which white light was knocked out. Waterdrop told the protagonist that the old universes either escaped or were absorbed, and now it was the turn of their world. A purple gate hovered in the air above the city, from which a terrifying aura emanated. Waterdrop said that this is the reason for the appearance of dungeons and skills. Waterdrop and the other creatures confronted the adherents. Waterdrop said that they are beings trying to prevent this, for which they were imprisoned. Waterdrop noted that the adherents of filial duty, on the contrary, helped the source absorb worlds. Waterdrop imagined a white bird spreading its wings, from which a bright light emanated. Waterdrop noted that the white bird remains impartial to everything. Waterdrop thoughtfully looked down, bringing her hand to her face. Waterdrop could not understand why she took the protagonist's brother, because she knows the future, and she would not do this without a reason. Waterdrop took her hand away and looked at the protagonist, who spread his arms out to the sides. Waterdrop told Eugen that they would try to find her, and in the meantime, as they said earlier, he must gather 50 S-classes. Eugen asked Waterdrop that this could help save the world from destruction. Eugen looked at Waterdrop with concern, frowning, at the same time as Newbie smiled slightly. Eugen noted that what he saw was suddenly interrupted by Newbie. Newbie said that they could stop it. Newbie imagined the hunters fighting a black monster. Newbie said that if they continued to fight the monsters, the source would get tired and fall asleep, and then they would have about 100 years, the so-called escape. The protagonist turned to Newbie, looking at her, after which she smiled in confusion. Eugen said that it was not exactly an escape from death. Newbie said that they did not know how to do it either, but an attacked source could vomit part of the absorbed world back and become silent again. Waterdrop looked at the protagonist with a serious face while he turned to her, his mouth slightly open. Waterdrop noted that this was only possible with the appearance of transcendental beings like them, adding that the protagonist should not forget that this was how they were sealed. The protagonist clutched a magic crystal in his hand and looked up, staring at Waterdrop. Eugen understood why they were called immoral. The protagonist thought that they fought with the source, their parents, and were exiled for it. Newbie appeared in front of the protagonist with a bright smile. Newbie asked Eugen what he was thinking about, noting that with 50 S-classes, everyone would be fine for the rest of their lives. The protagonist turned his attention to the glowing Newbie. Eugen looked away, putting a finger to his cheek, and thoughtfully knitted his eyebrows. The protagonist asked Newbie if it was true that this was all they could do, since Dayama said that he was the key that could stop the destruction of the world. Newbie assumed that Dayama meant that they were going to continue to help him. Waterdrop's hair began to flow in different directions. She looked at the protagonist with a serious face, forming water next to him. Waterdrop told Eugen that these adherents would also find a replacement for Dayama for a long time, and next time it would not be the poison and cursed dragon, and therefore they could not rely on luck alone like they did recently. A small water vortex began to form around the protagonist. Waterdrop told the protagonist that this was why he needed to gather 50 S-classes and keep a closer eye on the natural borns of this rank so that they would not make a contract with the adherents of filial duty. Newbie flew up to the protagonist's face, who looked at her attentively, pursing her lips. Newbie warned the protagonist that this was a secret and he should not be told about it, adding that the more you talk about them, the more influence they would gain. Eugen looked at Newbie in confusion, his mouth slightly open, while in the water stream. Eugen thought that 50 S-classes would not be enough. Newbie told Eugen that he should remember something. Newbie gradually began to disappear, covered in pixels. Newbie mentioned the protagonist's dead brother, after which her speech was interrupted. Noah and Hyuni were hovering over the protagonist, worried. Noah asked the protagonist if he was okay. Hyuni noted that Eugen had woken up much faster than last time, and told him that they were still in the dungeon. Eugen was lying on the ground with his eyes open, looking slightly tortured. The protagonist slightly sat up, clutching his head with his hand at the moment when the boys looked at him. Noah was worried that something was wrong with the protagonist. Eugen remembered the moment when Newbie was in front of him, gradually disappearing. Newbie told the protagonist that even if he found his dead brother, he would not be able to bring him back. The protagonist imagined his brother's body falling apart in the white space. Newbie noted that his dead brother had already been removed from that world, as had Dayama, whose powers had diminished for trying to enter there with him. Newbie added that his brother was weaker, so he would lose himself until he disappeared forever. Eugen looked dejected, covering his eyes with his hand. He thought that he only wanted to bring back his dead brother, and that this wish was not that difficult, but he could not even do that. The sky was an orange sunset and clouds were floating in the sky. Hyuni held the blanket in his hands as Eugen gradually rose from the ground, under Noah's gaze. The protagonist asked the boys how long they had been in the dungeon. Noah told the protagonist that it hadn't even been a day and they were done mopping up since there were only normal monsters left and they were easy enough to deal with. The protagonist praised the guys, saying that they did a great job. Eugen raised his hand and looked at it in surprise, his mouth slightly open. He thought that his real body was fine. Eugen remembered 2 magic crystals that emitted a powerful aura. Eugen noticed that he had Dhyama and Vikyus stones in his inventory. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. Eugen noted that he had Dhyama's memories in his head, which he had extracted. The protagonist furrowed his brows, looking straight ahead with an angry look, and clenched his hand into a fist. The protagonist thought that this should help him at least a little, and he would find a way to bring his brother back, no matter what it took, just like he had found a way to defeat Dhyama. Noah watched the protagonist with concern. Noah stared at the protagonist while he turned to face him. Noah asked Eugen if he was hurt since he didn't look so good. The protagonist told Noah that he was fine and to head back. The protagonist looked away and smiled sadly. Eugen noted that he wasn't hurt anywhere. Hyuni grabbed the protagonist by the cheeks and held a bottle of potion to his mouth. Noah watched in horror as Hyuni forcefully poured the potion into the protagonist's mouth. Noah didn't understand what Hyuni was doing to Eugen. Eugen leaned back slightly, his eyes sparkling in pleasure as he imagined oranges in his mind. Hyuni stepped back, raising his hands up, while the protagonist pursed his lips in fury. Eugen didn't understand what it was. Hyuni told the protagonist that it was a new, natural, top-quality fruit potion. The protagonist confronted Hyuni about how he said he was fine. Hyuni looked at the protagonist, smiling slightly. He told Eugen that sometimes he himself may not realize that something hurts, and he cannot let him get hurt, whether mentally or physically. The protagonist looked at Hyuni with displeasure, bringing his hand to his mouth, wiping away the remains of the potion. The protagonist assumed that he did so because he owed him. Noah looked at Hyuni with indignation, while Hyuni beamed with joy, holding a blanket in front of the protagonist, who was confused by Hyuni's actions. Hyuni told Eugen that it was all because he was a perfect thing given to him by God. Noah displeasedly told Hyuni that the protagonist was a human. The angry protagonist snatched the blanket from Hyuni's hands, letting out a heavy sigh. The protagonist thought that he wanted to use his skills too, but he had a bad personality, adding that this was an ideal relationship where they were just using each other. The protagonist irritably told Hyuni that his thing was tired and they should leave. The guys were standing on the edge of a small cliff, looking down. Eugen wondered where Riet was. Riet had tied a rope around the people from the Sudama, dragging them along the ground, smiling bloodthirstily. The protagonist was confused that Riet was dragging those people. The protagonist watched the scene in horror when Hyuni put his hand out to his side and smiled slightly. Eugen said that he thought they killed everyone. Hyuni noted that they had to spare them, after all, they were their souvenirs. Hyuni added that they would share with the protagonist so he could choose the one he liked. Riet smiled madly, baring her fangs and blushing with happiness. Hyuni brought his hand to his chest and pointed at the people from Sudama with his other hand, as the protagonist narrowed his eyes in confusion. Hyuni noted that they had 2 S-class latex mattresses at a special price for those who took the tour. The protagonist exhaled heavily, then smiled in relief, looking down. Eugen said that he would still take one as a souvenir since the most important thing in tourism is shopping. The guys looked down at Riet, who was waving her hand, and behind her, there were people tied up in a line. The protagonist thought that this was a big problem since 2 S-class hunters tried to kill the others. The people from Sudama opened their mouths wide, looking very exhausted. The protagonist thought that the consequences would definitely be a lot of work, as the instigators, they would have a lot to take care of. Kyungsoo, lying on the ground, raised his head, looking at the guys furiously. The protagonist thought that both guilds could fall apart depending on how things go. Kyungsoo told the guys that they would pay for this. The guys looked down at the furious Kyungsoo. Kyungsoo told the guys that he would definitely take revenge on them, and at least on this F-class. Riet put her foot on Kyungsoo's face at the moment when he said that even if he lost everything, he would drag the protagonist along with him. Kyungsoo noted that he would steal him and send his fingers as blackmail. Riet sent Kyungsoo flying with a kick, causing the people of Sudama to look on in horror. Riet told Kyungsoo that he was pathetic for losing his temper at his weakest. An exit appeared in the dungeon, and a white light was visible from it. The protagonist thought that they had a lot of things to worry about, and they needed to pull themselves together in order to do what they could do as well as possible. The protagonist thought that he would first go buy new pants, and then go home and sort out Eugen's contract. Wind currents began to form around the exit of the dungeon. Noah came out of the dungeon, happily looking at his hands, after which the tired protagonist followed him, closing his eyes. The protagonist said that they did a great job. The protagonist took off his jacket, looking straight ahead, noticing that the building was gone, and fire was raging everywhere. Eugen noted that it was really hot there. The protagonist looked around the area in surprise, while Noah was terrified. Eugen said that they were definitely in the building when they entered the dungeon. The protagonist had sweat running down his face when Hyuni appeared behind him with a slight smile. Hyunhee noticed that he was caught, noting that the young master couldn't notice. The boys noticed an enraged Eugen, with Peace standing behind him. Eugen raised his furious gaze and furrowed his brows as he looked at his older brother. A terrifying purple aura was coming from Eugen. The boys looked at Eugen in horror with their mouths slightly open. Taewon stood with his eyes closed in front of the men with shields. Eugen was resting his hands on his sword, emitting purple fire, his red eye flashing. Eugen asked his brother if all of this was his doing. Eugen stood up from his chair, clutching his sword in his hand as the protagonist stretched out his hands in panic. Eugen asked his brother if he was hurt, to which the protagonist replied that he was fine. Eugen widened his eyes, giving off an ominous aura, and looked at the blanket that was tied around his brother's waist. Eugen noted that the thing on his waist belonged to the head of Jupiter. Eugen was surprised that his brother knew about this. A lizard jumped out of Eugen's eye. Eugen told his brother that he just got his pants dirty. The lizard jumped towards the protagonist, burning the blanket on his waist. Peace appeared in front of the protagonist, covering him, just as the lizard returned to Eugen's shoulder. Eugen told Bart that they were not dirty, but covered in blood. Eugen called his brother a great detective. His tied hands appeared from the dungeon gate. The protagonist told Eugen that he was not injured anywhere else anyway. Eugen told his brother that he couldn't believe it when two S-classes entered the dungeon. The tied-up people from the courts fell out of the dungeon gate, and the boys turned their attention to them. Riette happily walked out of the gate, smiling widely and holding one of the instigators in her hand. Riette was surprised at what happened there, thinking that a dungeon had burst nearby. Riette turned her head, looking around, while the boys looked at her with a slightly confused look. Eugen told Riette that it wasn't a dungeon, but he was afraid that his brother would definitely burst soon. Eugen frowned and turned to Hyunhee with a bloodthirsty gaze. Eugen asked Hyunhee what happened in the dungeon. Hyunhee smiled slightly, looking at Eugen while Eugen was slightly panicking. Hyunhee told Eugen that he saved the princess who was kidnapped by the dragon and even danced with her. The protagonist told his brother that Hyunhee was not making things up and asked him to listen to him. Hyunhee jokingly said that it was a pity that the princess never kissed him. Eugen furiously asked Hyunhee what kind of nonsense he was talking about. An angry Eugen walked up to Hyunhee, frowning as Hyunhee looked at him with arrogance. Eugen did not understand what Hyunhee was talking about and who the princess was. Eugen asked Hyunhee to explain it to him properly. Riette widened her eyes and smiled widely, pointing her finger at herself, and in an instant, Riette's hand was handcuffed. Riette said that she was the dragon who dragged the princess up the tower. Riette stared at the handcuffed hand in surprise as Taewon stood next to her and held the chain of the handcuff. Taewon told Riette that she was under arrest. Taewon looked at Riette with displeasure, raising his hand that was clutching the chain. Taewon noted that it was for trading illegal contracts and entering the country illegally. Riette bared her teeth in anger, frowning at him. Riette stated that she had just come out and Taewon was already pissing her off. Riette grabbed Taewon's clothes, moving closer to him, and opened her mouth wide. Riette asked Taewon that he wanted the outside world to fall into chaos like the dungeons. Eugen glared at Hyunhee with an angry expression, tightly clutching his sword in his hand, while Hyunhee stood there with a calm smile, while Noah and Eugen watched the situation in horror. Noah looked at the protagonist with a frightened expression, who was completely at a loss, closing his eyes. Noah noted that they would need to evacuate the locals. Eugen looked behind him with a serious expression at his brother. Eugen told Eugen to calm down and go home. Eugen told the protagonist to go first since he needed to talk to the head of Jupiter. Eugen's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open in shock. Eugen, in the form of a small man, walked up to his brother, grabbing his leg and making a pitiful face. The protagonist told his brother that he was too scared to go alone. The protagonist looked at his brother hopefully, a tear coming out of his eye. The protagonist told Eugen that he was the victim there and he was very tired. The protagonist added that the tour guide was a scammer, he was kidnapped by a dragon, and his leg was injured. Hyunhee watched with a smile as Eugen began to reach out his hands to his brother. Eugen asked his brother to take him home, noting that he trusted him more than the others. Eugen hastily agreed, telling his brother that they would go home straight away. Eugen glared at Hyunhee while the protagonist looked at the enraged Riette. Eugen told the Jupiter leader that he wasn't done with him yet. The protagonist told Riette to come along as well. The protagonist smiled wickedly while knitting his eyebrows. He told Riette that if she caused trouble again, she would be banned from entering the country forever, and if he suffered because of her antics, the beast breeding center would be shut down. The protagonist pointed out that Riette had asked him to raise the baby monster, adding that she should be punished properly and come back to hand over her baby to him. Riette puffed out her cheeks in displeasure, narrowed her eyes, and snorted. Riette obediently lowered her hands, causing Taewon to be slightly confused. Riette agreed with the protagonist, saying that it was only because he was the one who asked her. Taewon lowered his head, slightly drooping, when Noah appeared behind him, smiling widely. Taewon was surprised that the huntress Riette had become so obedient. Noah told T1 that he had read about it once, noting that it was an Oriental idiom with 4 characters. Noah imagined the protagonist sparkling with joy, with a tree with green petals in the background. Noah repeated the idiom that the soft can tame the hard, the weak can subdue the strong, adding that softness can defeat cruelty. T1 thought that Eugen, being an F-class, easily subdued the S-class. Noah and T1 watched as Eugen carried his brother on his back. T1 did not understand what kind of person the protagonist was. It was deep night above the high-rise buildings. Eugen told his brother that he was annulling his contract so he could relax and not worry since he had already checked it on Hyunhee. Peace and Peepo were sitting on the couch, looking at the light source in surprise. Eugen was sitting in front of his brother, holding his shoulder when a red contract appeared between them, which Eugen looked at with confusion. Eugen looked at the contract with caution, frowning. Eugen asked his brother what he had bet as payment. Eugen told his brother that both of his eyes were at stake. The protagonist grabbed the contract and slapped his brother on the shoulder in displeasure. The protagonist asked his brother why he had to do such a thing. Eugen told his brother to calm down since it would hurt him more. The protagonist looked at his brother seriously, holding his contract in his hands. The protagonist told Eugen that he was ready and began to speak. The protagonist placed his hand on his younger brother's eyes, after which an image of a white eye with a golden pupil appeared. Eugen said that he knew about the filial piety followers. A bright purple light filled the entire room. Eugen removed his hand from his brother's eyes, causing him to look at his brother in surprise. Eugen's eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist grabbed his younger brother's cheeks and pulled them. Eugen asked Eugen if his eyes were okay. Eugen told his brother that his vision was fine. Eugen plopped down on the couch next to his brother and breathed a sigh of relief. The protagonist told his brother not to do anything like that again, asking what he would have done if he hadn't asked Hyunhee. Eugen didn't understand how his brother did it since their curse resistance class was the same. Eugen raised his hand and a magic stone began to form in it. The protagonist told Eugen that it was twice as effective against poison and cursed dragons. A Dayama stone appeared in the protagonist's hand, causing Eugen to be confused as he looked at his brother. The protagonist noted that it was the Dayama mana stone he had made a contract with, and he beat him up. Eugen was shocked that his brother was dating him and did not understand what he was doing. Eugen grabbed his brother's shoulders as Eugen looked at him with a serious expression. Eugen assumed that Dayama was the cause of his leg wound, noting that Hyunhee did not even protect him. Eugen asked his brother if he was okay and if he was sure that he was only injured in the leg. Eugen turned his head away, looking worriedly to the side. Eugen said that he tried hard to keep him from finding out. The protagonist thought that all this time, his brother was worried about him with that expression. The protagonist remembered seeing his brother sitting against the wall, clutching his knees. The protagonist thought that his brother only listened to insults, could not say anything, and suffered alone, only telling him not to go to the dungeon for 3 years and then for another 8 years, all alone. The protagonist put his hand on Eugen's head, ruffling his hair. The protagonist told Eugen that nothing bad happened since the system figured everything out. The protagonist lay down on the couch next to his brother as he looked at the protagonist with excitement. Eugen told Eugen that they also told him the way to save the world, noting that they need to take good care of the dungeons for a while, then they will be safe for about 100 years. Eugen opened his eyes and smiled widely, looking at his brother. Eugen told Eugen that it will be difficult at first, but everything will be fine if they hold out for about 5 years. Peepo and Peace lay on the protagonist's chest, while the protagonist stroked a contented Peace. Eugen told his brother that Dayama told him not to expect anything. Eugen noted with a happy smile that he was already dead. Eugen was lying on the couch, resting his head on his brother's leg, petting Peace as Eugen listened attentively to Eugen. The protagonist told his brother that everything would be fine as the system developers promised to help. The protagonist noted that they still had the mounts, the Manhwa forge, and the results of Heian's research would be coming soon, adding that they could relax now. The protagonist opened his eyes and looked up, looking at Eugen. Eugen asked Eugen if he wanted to do anything or go on a trip. Eugen smiled happily, looking at his older brother. Eugen told his brother that he didn't know, asking if he wanted to go somewhere. Eugen wrapped his arms around Peace and Peepo, looking at them with a serious expression. Eugen thought about a place he wanted to go to. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and smiled sadly, imagining a white tree. The protagonist jumped up abruptly, clutching his pets. Eugen told his brother that any place would do for him, since he had never traveled anywhere except for a school trip. Eugen told his brother that he was the same way. Eugen beamed with happiness, smiling widely, looking at his older brother. Eugen told Eugen that if he was with him, then he could go anywhere. Eugen smiled slightly, looking at his brother. The protagonist looked away, looking sadly to the side. He thought that he lied, and at this rate, their world would not last until the end. The protagonist remembered the attack of monsters on people. The protagonist thought that the collapse of worlds that he saw in Dayama's memories was not something that 50S classes could handle. The protagonist thought that for some reason, the system was lying to him. The protagonist remembered the moment he talked with Dobi. Eugen thought that it was true that they wanted to help him, but he just couldn't trust them. The protagonist noticed the lizard that was sitting on Eugen's shoulder. The protagonist thought that it was fortunate that he had the ability to raise hunters and the knowledge he received from Dayama. Eugen extended his hand towards his brother, on which the lizard was sitting, and the protagonist touched it with his finger. Eugen told Eugen to name it, saying that it was very cute, and that it would help him if he took good care of it. A bright white light illuminated the room. Eugen said that it had already eaten billions of won worth of equipment in the storage room. Eugen noted that he now had knowledge of elementals that the world had not yet studied. It was deep night above the pet breeding building. In front of the sink were the Vikus and Dayama mana stones. On the ceiling were hanging ropes with pieces of paper with hieroglyphs on them. The protagonist brought the dagger to his chest, looking at his chest with a serious face. Eugen thought that he would also gain knowledge to protect his younger brother in case of an emergency, and to create a way to find his younger brother who was abandoned by him. Blood began to drip onto the floor from the protagonist's chest. Eugen thought that he would use this knowledge as a stepping stone and move forward in search of answers. An orange aura emanated from the signs hanging on the ceiling. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, looking warily at the dagger. The protagonist thought that the closer to the heart, the better the result would be. The protagonist closed his eyes, took the dagger in both hands, and brought it to his chest. Blood began to drip from the wound onto the floor. In front of the protagonist, 2 mana stones floated, emitting a purple aura. The protagonist thought that the knowledge obtained from Dayama was a way to combine mana stones to create new poison and cursed dragons. The protagonist looked at the stones with interest, emitting terrifying energy. Eugen noted that he had a suitable skill base. The mana crystal began to enter the wound on his chest. Eugen frowned and opened his mouth in pain. Eugen grimaced, feeling a burning pain, baring his teeth. The protagonist watched what was happening with a serious expression. System window, Dragon Slayer activation. The protagonist noted that this ability allows you to control the mana stone of the poison and cursed dragon. The protagonist held in his hand a stone that fell from Vikus, emitting purple energy. The protagonist thought that he would attach it to another stone and transfer his mana. The protagonist frowned, bringing the stone to his chest. System window, activate the terrifying chicken commander. The stones joined each other, and the wound began to heal, emitting blue light. The stones were absorbed and the wound on his chest completely healed, continuing to shine. Eugen, sweating, sat on the floor, pressing his hand to his chest where the wound was. Eugen thought about the ability to connect 2 different stones together. The protagonist frowned, looking at the wound, and opened his mouth. The protagonist noted that the implantation was successful, although he does not know if the birth will go well. The protagonist pulled on his shirt and began to drink a mana potion. At that moment, Peace broke through the wall to the protagonist in a state of shock. The protagonist turned his head to look at Peace, who was pressing his paws against his back and looking at him with a sad look. The protagonist noted that Peace smelled blood and told him that his dad was fine. The wound on the protagonist's chest was almost unnoticeable. The protagonist also noted the skill Perfect Nurturer, which would help the mana stone grow in his body. The protagonist picked up Peace and hugged him, stroking his back. The protagonist noted that one of the ingredients was transcendent mana, guessing that if the cub was born safely, it would be strong. The protagonist looked down, sadly looking down. The protagonist remembered the skill Last Appreciation. When the target of the keyword effect dies, their skills and characteristics are transferred with double the power. The duration is 7 days, and it cannot be cast. The protagonist thought that he did not really want to use it like that, but the effect will be doubled due to the Last Appreciation and once again due to the Dragon of Poison and Curses. The protagonist remembered the huge snow-white tree. The protagonist thought that the last way to protect his current younger brother and find his dead younger brother. Eugen hugged Peace and raised his head, looking at the sky from the window. Eugen thought that even if it was a small step, it was still a step. Clouds were floating in the dark blue sky. Eugen noted that the incident was hushed up. Hyoni sat opposite the serious T1 with his arms folded. The protagonist thought, except for Hyoni's contract and the filial fanatics, the only thing left was to tell them that the courts and MKC were attacking them. Riette stood in front of the building under the blue sky, stretching her arms upward with a joyful smile. The protagonist noted that it was decided that Riette was just temporarily hired by MKC and that she left as soon as she learned of their plans. Eugen added that after a short probationary period, everything ended with a light punishment, cooperation in clearing dungeons. Simeon guiltily leaned in front of T1, pressing his hand to his chest, while Eugen stood behind him with an indifferent expression, looking away. Eugen noted that his brother was summoned to the association because he destroyed an A-class dungeon building. Kyungsu was sitting behind bars, cuffed with special handcuffs. Eugen noted that Kyungsu and the high-class Sudama hunters were placed in a special detention center. An orange beautiful sunset could be seen above the Hunter Association building. The protagonist twisted his face in bewilderment, his mouth wide open. He was surprised that MKC would not be punished at all. The protagonist jumped up from his chair, resting his hands on the table, facing T1. T1 told the protagonist that Seokwon suddenly disappeared before he could be sent to prison, and they were diligently investigating the possibility of a third party interfering. The protagonist did not understand how this happened. T1 sighed heavily, looking down. T1 noted that the higher-ups were only happy about this outcome. T1 told the protagonist that they wanted to hide everything regarding the MKC guild and force the courts to take responsibility, and said that the burden on the association would only increase if the balance of power between the major guilds collapsed. Eugen looked at T1 with annoyance, his brows furrowed. Eugen moved his hand to the side, while T1 sat at the table, staring at the protagonist. The protagonist asked T1 that this was why he decided to pretend that nothing happened. T1 said that he was very ashamed. The protagonist did not understand how it was possible that maintaining the balance of power between the guilds was more important than justice. The protagonist grabbed his head in dejection, sitting back down in his chair. The protagonist said that the damn association was completely useless and was just playing politics. T1 noted that he was well aware of the seriousness of this problem. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest, looking away with displeasure. Eugen thought that the association had always been a stumbling block, and once the chaos caused by the appearance of the dungeons died down, the working people were pushed out in favor of unskilled people. The protagonist imagined the association building as gloomy. The protagonist imagined a man in a business suit and glasses, and a lot of different news. The protagonist noted that the president of the association was an unawakened person who had never been to the dungeon, adding that he was only talking nonsense, obsessed with making money and fighting for power. T1 closed his eyes, slightly lowering his head as the protagonist looked sadly at the table. T1 told the protagonist that he would like to apologize again. Eugen told T1 that he didn't need to apologize for such forgiveness anyway. There was a cup with a bag of green tea on the table. Eugen noted that it was the association that made the decision, and he had no choice but to follow their orders. Eugen brought the cup of tea to his mouth, watching T1 with interest. Eugen thought that he didn't understand him. T1 turned his head to the side, looking straight ahead with a cold gaze. The protagonist didn't understand why he silently obeyed them, being so strong and knowing full well that the leadership's decisions were wrong. The protagonist introduced the heads of the other guilds. The protagonist thought that the other S-classes either acted alone or ruled as guild heads, but T1 was simply serving as a pillar of some rotten organization. The protagonist removed the cup from his mouth and opened it slightly. The protagonist told T1 that it would be much better if he became the president of the association. T1 looked at the table with a cold gaze, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. T1 slightly opened his mouth, not understanding what the protagonist meant. Eugen awkwardly looked away, holding the cup in his hands. Eugen told T1 that if he took this position, he would not have to follow incomprehensible orders, and since he himself was an S-class, his powers could be used. Eugen suddenly fell silent, looking at T1 in surprise. T1 looked slightly angry, glaring at the protagonist. T1 squeezed his other hand with his palm. Eugen noted that other S-classes were also guild leaders. T1 told Eugen that such power should not be given to him. T1 lowered his head, slightly drooping. The protagonist looked at T1 with confusion, pursing his lips. T1 asked the protagonist to move on to the topic of compensation. T1 closed his eyes, picking up a folder with documents. Eugen thought that he only wanted to be a loyal civil servant with no interest in power, adding that since T1 was also an S-class, he was worried that he might also have signed a contract with the filial piety fanatics. The protagonist stared at T1 with a serious expression. Eugen thought that if the association continued to be so influential and interfere with the hunters, their world would end, and if that was what he wanted. The protagonist turned his gaze to the source of the noise and was slightly surprised. Eugen wanted to ask T1 if he was involved with a cult. A message came to the protagonist's phone saying that an emergency had occurred in the area of the special detention center and the locals were advised to evacuate. The protagonist looked at his phone in shock, while T1 also looked at his phone. Eugen noted that this was the place where Kyung-soo and the other hunters were placed. T1 said that he needed to check this place urgently. Yerim ran into the room, shocked, and the boys looked at her. Yerim said something about a special detention center. Eugen noted that they had just found out. T1 said that there was a risk that some prisoner had tried to escape, and Yerim would need to keep the protagonist safe. Yerim awkwardly put her finger to her cheek, lowering her eyebrows. T1 and Eugen's expressions darkened at what they heard. Yerim told them that Eugen had said that he was going there for some business. Eugen quickly ran out of the room, and Yerim rushed after him. The protagonist said that he had a terrible feeling and that he should go. The boys ran outside, slightly out of breath. The protagonist told Yerim that if there was an explosion, it meant that the situation was already really bad, and they needed to get there as soon as possible. Soyoung was in front of the building on her motorcycle, holding a bouquet of beautiful flowers. Soyeon opened her eyes, sparkling and smiling slightly as she presented the bouquet. Soyeon was going to pick up Noah after the interrogation. Soyeon dropped the bouquet on the ground after hearing that. The protagonist told Soyeon that Noah had finished interrogating the previous day. Soyeon was kneeling, crying, when Yerim walked up to her and held her hand. Yerim told Soyeon that she was just in time, and if she gave them a ride, she would arrange for her to meet Noah. Soyeon stood up abruptly and pulled the helmet onto the protagonist. Soyeon said that she would take them even to the depths of hell. Yerim rose slightly into the air, grabbing T1 by his jacket, when Soyeon already took off on her motorcycle, smiling wickedly. Yerim said that they would be right behind. Soyeon told the protagonist to hold on tight. Soyeon was speeding down the city road. Eugen wasn't sure if this was normal. Soyeon told the protagonist not to worry. Her fines were piling up, but she had never had an accident before. The spotlights illuminated a high wall with barbed wire. It was a special detention center for high-class awakened. Several floors with cells connected by metal stairs. High-class hunters who committed serious crimes, such as killing an unawakened person, are kept here. Quite inhumane measures are used here to prevent them from escaping. The walls are made of several layers of dungeon material, and the hunter's inventory is sealed. A building built with the highest security system to hold high-class awakened ones. At least that's how it used to be. A powerful explosion thundered near the detention center. The guy screamed in fear when the wall next to him collapsed. Eugen looked at Kyung-soo, who was sitting scared with his hands cuffed, and said that the detention center was destroyed. Looking with red eyes, the guild leader asked, "The man wants to escape, so he should help arrest him," to which the hunter screamed in fear that he himself allowed him. What kind of nonsense is he talking about? A flash of fire cut the shackles on his hands and he screamed that this thing was sealing his inventory and he couldn't get anything. He looked at his free hands in surprise, and Eugen said with glee that he had also broken the seal on his inventory. Kyung-soo tried to stop him, but the brunette directed a powerful purple flame at him, saying that they would come to an agreement that he had to kill him because of a serious threat. The enemy managed to block the sword with a staff that appeared. Gritting his teeth from tension, Kyung-soo blocked the blow and asked why he was doing this. Wasn't the confinement here enough? He didn't even act. Why was he so brutal? The brunette's weapon was surrounded by purple lightning. He said that Riet told him about his words. What was he planning to do with his brother's fingers? The hunter hiccuped in fear, trying to find out when he found out. The blade was approaching the man's face, and he was amazed to hear that he should regret not having died in the dungeon. A huge explosion was heard in the cell, and debris fell. The imprisoned criminals looked around in surprise, running out of their cells and asking, "Was that an earthquake?" A bright flash from the explosion. The moving opponents left bright glowing traces from their weapons. Kyung-soo resisted, holding the weapon of the enraged Eugen with his blade. The hunter with the spear jumped back, exclaiming, "Did he really come to kill him?" The guy did not answer, jumping back to the broken floor. Clutching the sparkling weapon, Kyung-soo said, "Okay, then they will see who will win." With a swift jump, he approached the hero, saying that he will regret it. A blue snake appeared next to him, attacking. He shouted that he will regret removing the seal from his inventory. Eugen blocked his blow with his sword. His eyes glowed red as he said that he didn't care if he regretted it. Kyung-soo was surprised to see the fire elemental jump on him. The guy continued to say that he didn't care if he had access to his inventory or not. The lizard's tail caught fire as it approached the stricken hunter's face. Kyung-soo fell, engulfed in flames, and the guy calmly finished that he was no match for him anyway. The man held his head as the guy stepped on him. Holding his sword, the brunette wished him death, to which the opponent, gritting his teeth, asked him to stop. He covered his face with his hand, screaming that the guy had no reason to kill him. Covering his burned eye with his hand, Kyung-soo screamed that he hadn't laid a finger on his brother and wouldn't have tried to do anything to him if the guy hadn't insulted him first. He was hysterically asking why the guy was trying to kill him. He was always like this and only towards him. What did he do wrong? Eugen thought about it. Looking down at the man with a red eye, the brunette said that he patted him on the head and told him to call him senior. That was enough to kill him. Kyung-soo opened his mouth in shock. The guy swung his sword, leaving a bright purple trail. The man screamed for someone to do something. Are they going to take Sakwam and leave him? The purple trail of rapid movement changed to a bright red one. The brunette looked at him with a red eye. A bright glow appeared. Eugen was surprised, engulfed in purple flashes. The leader covered his eyes with his hand, protecting himself from the bright light. Kicking up dust, a black motorcycle rushed past. Soyeon, with an enthusiastic smile, drove the motorcycle and said that with Eugen screaming behind her, dinner with Noah and his phone number. The traffic light showed a red signal, and the blonde said that the red light and asked for air help. Yerim, holding T1 slung over her back like a sack, told them to lean on her as she lifted the motorcycle into the air. People leaned out of their cars, watching in shock as the motorcycle hovered in the air, a dialogue coming from inside. Yerim told the boy to hold on tight, to which he asked in surprise if it wasn't heavy, and she replied that it was okay, it was only for the red light. Holding the man on her shoulders, she stated that T1 was much lighter than she expected, light as a feather, to which he sheepishly replied that she shouldn't have been. Eugen worriedly asked if everything was okay. They were approaching the burning detention center building. The girl replied that it was an emergency and then shouted that she could see them. She noted that it looked like things had gotten worse. Soyoung looked ahead and shouted for everyone to look that way. They needed to stop those people from getting any closer. There was a crowd of people in suits on the road, discussing whether it was possible to pass through here. If they went along this road, they wouldn't have to make a big detour. A blonde on a motorcycle rushed there, shouting to the girl that she would block the way and come back. The men looked up in surprise when she called out to them. Soyoung summoned her metal pole, and she thrust it in with force, shouting for them to beware of collapse. She destroyed the wall with her weapon, scattering debris. The stone cracked, glowing blue. The stones fell down, and the blonde with a smile told the onlookers that after this place the path was dangerous, so they couldn't go any further. Yerim beamed, shouting that great, the barrier was made, and Eugen, hanging on her, asked if it was dangerous. T1 showed his palm, asking to put it down here. Below, prisoners in orange suits were escaping through a hole in the fence. The girl asked if the man was going to jump. He explained that there were criminals trying to escape. The man flew down holding a shining rope and said that he would deal with them first and then join them. The system reported the activation of the rusty grayscale skill. T1 clenched his fists surrounded by lightning. A notification appeared that his body mass had increased. A powerful blow scattered the criminals to the sides. They fell, looking in surprise at the shining net surrounding them. The rope quickly narrowed, catching all the prisoners. T1 stood on a mountain of people shackled by the net and said on the phone that it was the head of the awakened department. He asked to bring all the escaped prisoners here. The crushed criminals asked why he was so heavy. Yerim looked at it in surprise, asking if it was a skill. Before it was light as a feather, and Eugen pointed his finger for her to see. In the middle of the rubble, he noticed his brother and was surprised to realize that it was the guildmaster of Sudam. They ran towards Eugen, calling out to him, and he, without turning around, told them not to come closer. The guy pointed at the man standing in a broken pose, that something was wrong. He cut his throat, but he emitted a strange mist, and no matter how many times he killed him. An ominous voice was heard, saying how sad it was that it was no longer possible to use it. Kyungsu's neck returned to its place, healing back. The voice said that it was not that he was originally strong. Why did they make a contract with him? Yerim asked in surprise, was this a zombie? And Eugen, standing with a helmet in his hands, was surprised, thought no, it did not look like it. He frowned at the thought of meeting them so soon. The voice greeted him, saying that he just wanted to say hello. He was Dayama's replacement. The wound on his neck curved like a smile. Eugen was shocked to think that this was the new filial duty fanatic. The hunters were standing in front of the twisted zombie, and the guy couldn't believe that he would meet the doomsday fanatic so soon. The hole on Kyungsu's neck, like a mouth, said that he wanted to introduce himself, and then said no, he looked terrible. A bluish glow appeared as the voice said that he would quickly change it now. Yerim looked ahead in surprise, saying that it couldn't be. She looked extremely surprised. The girl clenched her fists in delight, and with shining eyes, she saw a pink toy that was shaking its butt to the cute music. And the girl said excitedly that this was a secret twerking version of the limited edition Bunny Bear. They were sold out in 2 seconds after they went on sale. She was shouting in admiration at how fast he was shaking his butt, and Eugen was surprised to ask what she was talking about. This was his unharmed and cozy-looking older brother, folding his hands in admiration. The younger one imagined Eugen, who was lying on a pillow in his pajamas and a cap, saying that from now on he would sit at home, as if Eugen's dream had come true. Eugen looked on in shock as he heard the girl complaining about not being recorded on camera, and the voice saying that he changed himself according to their wishes. There was a glint in the boy's eyes. In front of him stood his unharmed younger brother, asking in an ominous voice what he thought. Did he like it or was it too much? Smiling with his brother's lips, the monster addressed him as an elder. Eugen glared at him. The brunette asked angrily how dare he, and the real Eugen asked if everything was okay, should he get rid of him. Eugen repeated no, no, no. Then he mentally ordered himself to calm down. Clenching his fists, he looked at the imaginary brother and thought that this was just a psychological attack using illusions. He would not fall for it. The villain asked, he does not like it, then how about this? He turned into a young Eugen, who was standing in a Santa Claus costume with reindeer antlers on his head. The guy thought what the hell, and almost ran towards him. The guildmates held the guy back, who wanted to run towards the illusion, saying that he didn't have any photos from that school talent show. Let his little brother let him hug him, to which Eugen said that he was actually here, and Yerim told the guy to get ready. The illusion said that it didn't look like that either, it would be better to just return to his normal form. The hunters saw the figure become transparent. The haze in the air swirled into a spiral. The figure took on a humanoid form with long fins and light hair. She asked to let her introduce herself. Her eyes with light eyelashes were closed. The figure took the form of a blonde girl with a veil and fins, and told them to call her simply Jellyfish. She is the successor of Dayama, the master of the lizards. Eugen asked in surprise that she was still squeaking like a toy, to which Jellyfish smiled slyly and said that an ignorant child should not hear this conversation. The creature with long fins descended to the ground. She approached the hunters, saying that in any case, they were the ones the lizard master wanted. The jellyfish approached Eugen and said that especially him, he has good physical attributes and his soul also looks delicious. How did he get rid of the contract? Maybe he will make a new one with her. Eugen covered the guy with his hand. He stood between the jellyfish girl and his brother, and told her to leave him alone since she was here to talk nonsense to her brother. The guy looked at her angrily, asking why she continued to pester him. Did she not learn anything from the lesson of the one who came before her? Jellyfish looked at the guy proudly. Then she rose into the air like a jellyfish and said that it was true, he just died and she didn't know the details. She came to look at the person whose contract was still intact. Half of the girl's face turned into Kyungsu's dead face and she said with a smile that he died as soon as she arrived. Eugen looked at her grimly, covering his brother. Jellyfish pointed at him with a clawed finger, saying that anyway, what could it be? She poked Eugen in the chest and said that it seemed like he left his skill. The brunette looked at her with fear, and the jellyfish asked how he managed to learn it. With a smile, she called him Dayama's successor. Suddenly, Eugen hit her with a sword, and Eugen held the fallen guy. Jellyfish looked at them curiously, asking if he was helped by the immoral ones, but he is too ordinary for that and his class is low. Hyoni turned around asking his brother what she was saying and the girl asked if they understood what it was saying. Eugen was displeased to hear the monster ask if he knew who killed him and how and asked why he would tell her that. He thought to himself that she didn't know about the regression thing in him. That was good. Jellyfish thoughtfully put her hand to her face, saying that it meant he wouldn't answer. Eugen thought that he didn't expect another fanatic to come so quickly. He was completely unprepared and if unsuspecting people were to get involved. Jellyfish waved her tentacle, flying away, and said that it was fine, she would just leave today. The boys looked at her, hearing that she didn't like fighting without a drop of information, and the eldest was surprised, thinking she was really leaving, it was for their own good. Jellyfish raised her index finger, saying that despite this, she would leave them a small gift. A dark dungeon gate with red lightning inside appeared in the air. Jellyfish, laughing happily, showed them the dungeon. Everyone looked at the orange glowing, overcrowded gate in amazement. Medusa waved her hand and said with a smile that she had exchanged it for the cost of the owner of this body, so the reward would be just great. She wished them luck and told them to say hello to the immoral. She dissolved into the air like a transparent whirlwind. The hunters remained standing below. They looked at the brightly glowing gate in amazement, shouting that something was coming out. A huge stream of water gushed out of the dungeon, like a tsunami. The water was rapidly approaching the shocked heroes. A huge whirlpool crashed down. Eugen rose into the air, avoiding the water. She opened her eyes wide, surprised to think that it was water. She screamed, calling for Eugen and Eugen. The guild leader appeared from the whirlpool, using his blue leaves to lift his brother up. The wave rose and threatened to crash down from above. The elder asked, "Is it chasing them?" A swift whirlpool hid the guys from the girl. With a scream, she rushed down. Swiftly plunging into the thickness of the water, she looked around. The girl noticed something in amazement. The gates of the dungeon appeared below, rapidly sucking the guys in. The brothers clung to each other, diligently trying to resist. Eugen called out to them, holding out her hand. The heroes flew into a brightly shining red dungeon. The girl looked at it in amazement, trying to reach out with her hand. She grabbed the guy by the collar, not letting him dive into the whirlpool. Soyoung and T1 ran to them, the blonde called the hunters, and the man asked in confusion what was happening. The hunter, standing on the roof of one of the flooded high-rise buildings, was amazed and thought that the entire territory. Soyoung asked, "Is this a dungeon breakthrough?" But she had never seen anything like this before. The prison officer tried to help Eugen get out and noticed the chief, and the girl continued that it didn't seem like the water was poisonous or anything. The man thought it was weird, the water kept coming, how far would it spread if they didn't do anything? The water splashed on the feet of the blonde standing next to him. She looked into the whirlpool and asked if the water would stop after the dungeon was cleared, should they enter it? To this T1 replied that it was dangerous for everyone to enter it. In the center of the whirlpool was the red gate of the dungeon. The man continued that if this was a breakthrough, the monsters could also get out of there. He continued that if the dungeon itself was full of water, then the best person to deal with it would be a hunter who knew how to fight in it. The girl took out her phone while the chief reasoned that the poison of the hunter Riet would be weakened by water and the wind skill of the hunter Hyena would not work. Putting the phone to her ear, the girl said that then only one person remained. Eugen, Eugen and Eugen were tangled together, surrounded by a huge amount of water. Soyoung said that she would call for help right away, the electric type is ideal for water. Eugen started to drown while the girl and the guy were with him. They were holding the brunette who was unconscious. Eugen, she pushed off the water with her feet as if she were on the ground. She used her ability to help pull the protagonist out of the water. He was indignant because of Eugen, who was sitting next to his brother, and displeasedly told her that there was no need to interfere, to which the girl replied that fire skills were useless underwater. The young man lifted and grabbed both of them by the cheek, telling them to stop arguing because Eugen objected to her, telling her about the presence of water battle items, and the girl considered it a challenge because he considered himself stronger than her. The protagonist began to look around while the guy and the girl were nearby. He asked them if they were in a dungeon, to which he received a positive answer from his younger brother. Trying to brush the water off himself, he listened to the girl, who assumed that it was all because of the zombies. He picked up, adding that the strength is enough to drag everyone into the dungeon. The brunette frowned in thought, realizing that the jellyfish was stronger than Diamu, judging by the way she spoke. Suddenly, drops of water began to form from the water and rise into the air. They surrounded the entire space around the young people, who were surprised by this phenomenon. The drops of water sparkled quite beautifully, slowly moving in the air. The girl became wary and took a spear in her hands, shouting at everyone to step back. With the help of the weapon, she destroyed one such drop, saying that they do not know what can be contained inside them. The remains of the drop suddenly touched Park Yerim's nose. She looked into the distance in surprise, while the brunette was perplexed, for it seemed to her that she was seeing the day when they ate ice cream together. While the guys looked around, the girl jumped, bursting even more bubbles, answering their question, "Is it possible to see the past?" positively. Eugen looked at the girl doubtfully, while behind his back one such bubble accidentally burst. The boy was dejected, seeing himself in the memory, calling out to his younger brother. Suddenly, there was a bus stop behind him. He was meeting Eugen in the evening, saying that today was his birthday. The girl was also enthusiastically bursting bubbles, which the younger brother of the main character did as well. Yerim stood surrounded by such bubbles, saying that it was as if she was not looking at photos or videos, but entering memories. She picked up another bubble, which burst in her palms. She immediately remembered the white flowers on the grave. On her hands, instead of a bubble, there were splashes of water that carried her back to childhood. She drooped, looking through the memory. She looked back, seeing a little herself, with whom her uncle offered to live together. He extended his hand to her, to which the little short-haired girl hesitantly gave him hers. Her face darkened from the memories and her uncle's words that he would take care of her house. Now Eugen stood and listened. He saw himself leaning over the TV screen. He touched the screen with his hand, on which his younger brother was being transmitted. The news reported that the Abyss Guild was celebrating Christmas and their leader's birthday yesterday, but before the TV could finish its sentence, the protagonist remembered that December 25th, Christmas, was his younger brother's birthday. He looked at himself sadly, completely dejected. Panic seized him. He darkened again, thinking that this is how it would be. Frowning, he examined his memory, realizing that she was digging into the past and attacking with it. Eugen nervously thought that these were just memories and he would not see anything new, when he suddenly turned his gaze. He looked at the bars in surprise, seeing someone's leg. The protagonist mutely opened his mouth, unable to say anything. The door suddenly opened. He remembered the open door and the stairs down, as well as his younger brother who came that day. The brunette rushed to the door, opening it, thinking how he saw his brother's memories, and he was there. He saw Eugen leaving. His face clearly expressed sadness. The brunette thought about what would have happened if he had learned about his brother's situation and had not decided to go to the dungeon. He hastily touched his brother in memory, realizing that under that condition, his beloved brother would never have died. A flash of blue was visible in the surprised eyes of the protagonist. In front of him, the younger one literally began to fall on the crystals, glowing with a blue light. The younger brother's head lay on the ground among other fragments. Beads of sweat were running down his face. He himself was clutching Eugen's cloak in his hand, while the volleyball was behind him, repeating to him that even if he found his younger brother, he would not be able to bring him back. The brunette fell to his knees, still clutching his cloak. He bent over the crystals in horror, taking them in his hand, while the creature continued to say that the younger one would slowly disappear beyond this world. He moved his hands along the crystals, as if in delirium, saying that he did not want what happened. The brunette was hanging over the trail of stones. He wanted to fix everything and even turn back time. Because this is not what he wanted, he was ready to pray to fix everything, regretting that he could not really go back to the past. Suddenly, behind the frightened Eugen, an explosion occurred, causing the fragments to fly apart. He turned back at the noise. The girl grabbed the guy by the hand, shouting at him to pull himself together, reminding him that they were now inside the dungeon, rescuing him. The main character ended up in front of the younger and behind the girl, who used her spear, calling on the head of the abyss to hold her brother closer so that he would not freeze. She wiped away tears, cursing the zombie that ruined everything for her with that memory. The brunette worriedly asked the sorcerer Park Yerim if everything was okay, and if she saw a bad memory. The girl answered positively. He looked at her with understanding, standing in the vortex of wind, thinking about her words, that everything had already happened and the past was not something she could change. She stood in front of the two of them, continuing to use the staff while the brothers looked at her, because she understood that if she could not do something because of these memories, then in the future she would only suffer more, that it would be even worse. She clutched the weapon in her hands, telling them that they were her family. She again remembered herself as a child, standing in front of her parents' grave, telling them that her life had changed and now she had the power with which she could protect the people dear to her. She selflessly fought the bubbles, holding the staff in her hands, screaming that she did not want to be helpless again and lose someone again. The head of the abyss looked at the girl, placing his hand on the shoulder of his older brother, who was quite wilted. The guy again argued with the girl, stating that he was the elder's family, to which the girl replied with displeasure that he could feel the atmosphere. Eugen closed his eyes and laughed lightly. He looked at the bold girl with earrings with pride, thinking that she was a child who needed help, not realizing when she had grown up. The brunette, who was behind the blonde, replied that he could rely on the two of them, after which the head of Jupiter kindly corrected him. Eugen was very surprised while being pulled away by his younger brother, looking at the blonde who was squatting, telling the girl to freeze him because he thought Sunghyun-hee was another memory. The head of Jupiter snapped his fingers, from where sparks appeared, saying that he received a call as soon as a new lake appeared. He began to fight the bubbles with his ability, continuing to joke that he probably enjoyed that lake tour and he is proud of himself as a tour guide. The brunette asked discontentedly if he was playing the role of a guide again, standing next to the younger one, while the girl was surprised how he managed to do it with just one movement. The blonde and the brunette began to talk tensely, but sarcastically among themselves, while the head of the abyss and the girl looked at them strangely, perplexed. The guy got into character, saying that he apparently did not notice the half star in the reviews that he gave. The blonde confidently answered that he had a towel and dry clothes with him, to which the young man would have given another half a star, but the head of the guild joked that he was being too mean. The girl asked when they managed to get close, to which the brunette replied that there was no such thing. Bubbles formed behind the blonde again, while he disappointedly answered the indignant guy that he hoped for friendship. A bubble burst on the blonde, while the brunette and the girl watched him. He replied indifferently that he saw his childhood memory. Eugen mischievously asked if he had a childhood, as if he was born immediately as an adult. The head of the abyss and the girl looked around, holding their powers at the ready, while drops appeared around them again. The girl suggested freezing everything. She gave a thumbs up to the blonde, who was holding the mana potions, while the brunette hesitated. Eugen stood next to his older brother in rage, because the girl mocked him, saying that he could sit aside with his fire abilities. The brunette smiled cheerfully, realizing that he felt much better. He raised his hand forward, supporting the blonde and the girl standing in front. She enthusiastically shouted, "Everyone be careful," because she was going to freeze everything. Park Yerim got to work with a battle cry. Swinging her spear, she activated its power. A strong wind blew on her face while she offered to sweep everything away with a smile. Everything behind her was covered in ice, and she rushed forward. The blonde's foot stood confidently on the ice. The head of Jupiter extended his hand. Using his skill, everything sparked. Streams of electricity filled everything around. He walked ahead, eliminating drops of water in the air. The girl was in front, turning around and praising the owner of this skill. There were explosions of electricity around. Eugen stood next to his older brother, forming a protective barrier above them, because the drops turned into balls and fell from the sky. The brunette took a couple in his hand. The guys looked at them and the elder assumed that they were not dangerous, but the younger warned him, asking if he had a bead that nullified damage. He asked his indignant brother, waving his hands, why he visited the isolation ward. The elder replied that he came because of him. He began to shake the younger one in anger, telling how he was in a hurry here, and the leader of the abyss also killed Kyungsoo. In his defense, he said that he had no choice because the leader of the Sudom tried to escape and he stopped him. Eugen handed the brunette a reddish-orange lizard to protect him from the cold. The animal climbed onto the guy's shoulder, and looking at it, he thought that if the head of Jupiter had not left him alive, the leader of the Sudom would have died in the dungeon anyway. Then he asked if he had given the animal a name. The younger one also looked at the lizard, answering that the animal continued to reject his ideas. The brunette looked at him, asking if he had just called her a strange name. Then the hunters called out to them. The girl, being in the company of the blonde, shouted to them that the path was closed further. The brothers walked towards the hunters on the ice, while the younger one held him, helping him get there. The brunette touched the gate, turning to the others, assuming that the ground on the other side was frozen. The four of them stood in front of the incomprehensible wall and wondered what it could be. The girl was happy, thinking that this wall was her doing, but everyone else confirmed that it was a mirror. Upset, Park Yerim lay flat on the ice, trying to somehow justify herself, while the brunette smirked at her. The guy, along with his younger brother, noticed a drop of water behind the mirror. He pointed it out to the others, asking the girl to burst it, which she did with her spear, crouching. The wall seemed to begin to disappear. Soon it was gone, and their entire company looked up, where the wind whirlwinds raged. The head of the abyss assumed that the boss should come out now, while his older brother and the girl panicked, but the blonde remained calm. From under the gray whirlwinds of a strong wind, an unusual huge creature appeared right in front of them. The main character, along with the girl, tried to protect themselves from the wind with their hands, not understanding how it appeared here, panicking that now there were not as many of them as there were last time. Some dark liquid began to flow from the mouth of the ice dragon. He coughed it up. Soon the creature was seized by an attack. It roared, more and more blood came out of it. The heads of the Abyss and Jupiter were still acting calmly, while the girl clutched the spear in her hands in fear. The brunette's jaw dropped when he realized that they were now determining the strongest opponent by memory. More and more blood flowed out of the dragon like a fountain. 2 hands appeared from his mouth, which began to crawl out of him. Soon the mermaid crawled out, throwing her head back. All 4 looked at the creature in shock. The huge mermaid opened her eyes. The brunette was horrified, thinking that he saw something too strong. The blonde tensed up a little, while the girl remembered that this was her memory because of the earrings. The brunette was speechless, covered in sweat. Well, the mermaid had the same precious earrings that Park Yerim wears. The mermaid took out her spear and directed a huge water wave at them. They began to run away from the big wave in a hurry. They hadn't managed to run far when all 3 of them, except for the blonde, looked back in panic and realized that the water was coming right behind them. The leader of the Abyss summoned his lizard, which crawled onto his hand, and he confidently declared that he would succeed this time. Fire appeared around it, and its eyes shone. The animal managed to resist the wave, sitting on the palm of its owner, who was holding his older brother. Eugen looked at his lizard, while the elder looked at them in surprise, thinking how well she did. The leader of the Abyss called the lizard's name again, which she did not like at all and did not attack. They were all washed away by one big wave. The girl took her spear and began to use her abilities. He stood in front of the others, trying to freeze this huge wave with his weapon. Extending her staff horizontally, she barely held back the water, while the brunette wondered if she could handle everything. The girl was holding on with difficulty, screaming that even the double damage buff wouldn't help her. The mermaid continued to send huge waves at them, while the girl froze them with her power. The brunette and the girl began to panic, thinking that they would die and had already begun to say goodbye. Eugen looked at them with displeasure, while the blonde looked quite friendly, while the girl sincerely said goodbye to them. Tears appeared in her eyes, and in her mind she already wanted to meet them in a world where there were no dungeons. Her ice wall broke, but a protective pink barrier appeared. It was built piece by piece in real time. Before the eyes of the 4, this barrier formed, protecting from the waves. A pink volleyball appeared in front of Eugen and the girl, who was interested in his condition. The barrier coped well with the waves, protecting those inside. The brunette grabbed the ball in hysterics, while Park Yerim was indignant about what it was, and the guy asked the creature to help them. The blonde thought about it, while the head of the Abyss looked at him skeptically and told him not to interfere because his older brother was safe. The young man held the ball in his hand, turning his gaze to the pixel drop. She said that she was glad that they were okay, but the fact that they saw her appearance was a problem. The mermaid continued to cast a spell and call high waves to them, while the drop claimed that with their current strength, they could not cope with her. The brunette thought about it, realizing that if they faced such a danger in a dungeon designed to test them, then the successor was definitely not an easy opponent. Eugen bowed before the ball and the drop, calling for their help, to which the blue one replied that interference was impossible. He did not ask them to fight, asking what about the reward. He stood up, answering the blob's question, saying that they forgot it for him for defeating the lizard master, adding that he only received drops of mana for it, despite the fact that they helped him. The creatures became nervous, answering that the massacre took place outside the system, and the blob asked what was on the boy's mind. The boy frowned, his face darkened. He addressed them, asking to borrow his skill, the queen of the mermaids of the deep blue waves. Eugen asked about Park Yerim's earrings, who perked up when she heard her name. He tells that the earrings on the girl and the mermaid could be related, which is what he thought when he saw them for the first time, noting that it does not matter whether it is an ice skill or a water skill. The boy touched Park Yerim's shoulder with his hand, asking her to support him, standing in front of the blob, stating that the girl is growing much faster than he thought, despite her little experience and young age. Park Yerim, delighted by these words, looked at the boy while her earrings were shining. The boy realized that he needed to support her so that she could protect herself, and he would have to squeeze everything he could out of them since they decided to deceive him. The brunette introduced the girl to the owner of her earrings, to which she quickly bowed to say hello. She, with a blush on her cheeks, holding a spear, thanked the queen of the mermaids for her help. She enthusiastically told the silent droplet about herself, clarifying whether she really was the owner of these earrings, saying that she used them well and they were the best. Park Yerim was overjoyed to hear that she really wore them as a child. The droplet finally gave in, conjuring something. She conjured some kind of magical object practically in the hands of the girl, behind whom the brunette was. Soon she was able to see the outline of the object. A magic stone appeared in her hands. It was a mythical class. It was the power with which the queen of the deep blue Volga's mermaids established herself as the source of water from all over the world. It was limited to one use. She widened her eyes, looking at this thing, while the boy thanked her. The drop interrupted him, asking him not to thank her. She flew close to the boy, stating that this was somewhat of a reward, as much as a deal, for in this way she would feel less guilty in front of him. The drop could be seen in the boy's eyes, while he himself was pondering what was what. He made a crazy face, madly licking his lips, rubbing his hands, realizing that he could peel her off for all the remaining guilt. She explained to the brunette and the girl, and also to the heads of the Abyss and Jupiter, standing behind, that the item could be used once, but if done correctly, it would be of great help to them. Park Yerim looked at the item, while the boy tried to negotiate with the drop for 10 uses. The girl managed to successfully place it on her spear. At the same moment, a powerful stream of water carried her straight up, frightening the brunette standing nearby. She flew high enough, damaging the barrier, which the pink creature noticed. The girl held her weapon in horror, not understanding what was happening, asking for help. Eugen shouted to her, who was above, so that she could feel the flow of mana and study the ability of the mermaid queen to apply it to her. While he was being flooded with water, he continued to shout at her not to give up, and with the right skill she would succeed. A huge stream of water flooded the barrier and all the people there were carried out. Because of the stream of water coming from the spear, she flew right in front of the surprised mermaid's face. Water gushed right into the guy's face. The young man fell to his knees and the pink ball noted that the skill was too high. The brunette realized that he could not miss his only chance and he just needed to show her an example of use. The poor girl continued to fly around and around the mermaid. The brunette took out his book, activating the skill of the terrible chicken commander. The girl's head turned yellow, and she looked at him in surprise. He was also able to contact the mermaid, whose eyes also turned yellow. The guy found himself in the water. He was being dragged to the bottom, he could not breathe and was scared. He understood that he could now be swallowed. However, the younger brother came to the aid of the older one, who suffocated and coughed up water. The head of the abyss hugged his brother, who convinced him that everything was fine, but the younger was terribly worried about him. The brunette thought, looking very nervous, realizing that this command would not help him. He rose up, grabbing the blonde's hand, asking him to use his skill. He raised his head high and his eyes immediately turned yellow. The brunette took his hand, answering his mockery that they were friends after all. They looked into the distance together. The young man understood that if he couldn't transmit sensations directly, he had to find a workaround. He planned to connect the blonde and the girl with his skill and transmit movements and fake sensations to the fake mermaid queen with the help of the combat vision skill. At this time, the girl more or less tried to attack the mermaid queen with a stream of water. Suddenly, she shuddered. She was right in front of the mermaid, who swung her weapon at her. Park Yerim saw frame by frame all the mermaid's movements. The trident was reflected in her yellow eyes. She sent a huge stream of water at the girl. The brunette was scared for her. Shouting her name, she said that everything was fine. The mermaid looked ahead. The girl's hand got out from under the stream, using a magic item. She was still in the water. The stream of water wrapped around her fingers. The mermaid tried to thrust her trident, but mountains of ice formed. The girl was able to get out, holding a spear in her hand. She flew up, closing her eyes, realizing that every drop of water in the air was following her will. Park Yerim appeared right in front of the dissatisfied mermaid. Her gaze was confident, the girl was smiling. She jumped off the water as if it were the ground. Then she seemed to walk on the water, leaving glare on it. She used the spear like a surfboard and rode the wave. She was satisfied, but even happier. After leaving the wave, she rushed straight to the fake mermaid queen. With the help of the weapon, she collected a huge stream of water. She collected all the water around. The girl shouted at her to take it all back. Park Yerim attacked the mermaid with this giant stream of waves. The water began to absorb the fake mermaid queen, which Eugen summoned. Yerim confidently stuck her trident into her. The barrier, from which she could not get out, began to crack. Meanwhile, water began to splash in all directions around Dobi. The girl, holding the weapon in her hands, began to get out of captivity. Yerim turned around shyly when she told the brunette with a smile on her face that she did it. Tears began to flow down her face from what she saw. Eugen was lying in front of her, unconscious, with worried guys standing around him. At that moment, she tried to call the guy. The brunette began to be absorbed by the water, which is why he ended up at the very bottom of the reservoir. He is interested to know if the girl managed to defeat him. He still felt how the water was absorbing him, despite the fact that the gate was open. The guy came to when the enraged girl, hanging over him, loudly demanded that he wake up. Hyoni watches from the side as worried guys surrounded him. Yerim asked him why he acted so rashly, to which the brunette did not give an exact answer, but clarified whether she managed to defeat the boss. Eugen began to feel uneasy as the girl continued to hold his shoulders until Waterdrop appeared in front of him. She informed him that the boy had fallen into a deep sleep in exchange for passing on her skill. The girl began to yell at the frightened Eugen. Interrupting him, she asked the brunette if he knew that this skill would take a lot of his strength. Leaning his hand against the edge of the water space where the stream of water was flowing, the boy realized that he could not resist fear since she had the strength of a mythical class. Beads of sweat ran down his face as Eugen, looking at the girl, felt a huge wave crashing down on him. She looked at him with such a fierce gaze that her eyes began to glow a bright blue light. The boy began to tremble as she brought him to tears. At that moment, he admitted that he did it so that Yerim could feel it easier. Eugen felt like a fish swimming in a stormy sea when the girl realized that he did this for her sake. The brunette ran tremblingly to Eugen for help, asking him to stop Yerim. The guy in turn said that this time he was on her side. Eugen raised his shaking hand to call Hyuni, but he turned away from him when he said that he also supported the girl. The brunette did not expect this at all. The guy rushed away from Yerim towards the exit of the dungeon. He suggested that the guys go out first since the gate was already open. But Eugen was knocked off course by a huge wave. The girl looked at the guy sprawled next to her when she realized that he was hoping to run away to avoid answering. Meanwhile, Eugen said that she quickly learned to control the skill. Yerim grabbed the guy, who turned blue with fear, by the collar when he tried to calm himself down. Seeing him shaking, she asked why he used a skill that put him under so much stress. The boys saw the brunette start to wave his legs because the enraged girl picked him up by the collar. She thinks that this time everything happened differently than with Bavar. Waterdrop made a surprised face, looking at the boys, when Yerim said that he could have just explained to her so that she could somehow figure it out. In extreme cases, she would have used the gate stones or just died, but she realized that this was too much. The guy threw his head back as tears streamed down his face from what he heard. The girl asked him if he thought that she would be grateful to him when the guy decided to bring himself to a critical state in order to make the battle easier for her. Yerim drooped when, letting go of her head, she admitted that she was afraid of losing her mentor. She loosened her grip as tears welled up in her eyes. Eugen didn't know how to calm the upset girl down. She asked him to never do that again. Her hand, which was still holding onto the brunette's shirt, started shaking. The guy looked down at her when he remembered that she was a child who had once lost her parents. He took the drooping girl by the shoulders, after which, apologizing to her, he admitted that it was short-sighted of him. Eugen remembered how she smiled at him, holding a trident in her hand. He hoped that she would grow up strong and be able to protect herself. However, the guy couldn't promise her that he wouldn't do anything like that again if a similar situation happened in the future. He took the embarrassed girl by the hands, looking into her eyes, and apologized again for making her worry, after which he suggested that Yerim continue training since his skill was still active. Purple lace began to appear from the thickness of the water when the girl furiously asked the guy if he had gone crazy. An unusually beautiful girl in a purple dress appeared in front of them. She did not expect that the mermaid queen who appeared in front of them would be so involved in the affairs of immoral children. Her eyes began to shine brightly as she said with a smirk on her face that this information would be enough for them, after which she said goodbye to them. The creature left them, leaving them so confused that even the brunette hid under his shirt. The guys headed to leave the dungeon through the portal, because as a result, everyone was safely saved. They saw that the entire city had turned into complete ruins. After all, as soon as they left the dungeon, the lake, as well as the gate and even the special isolation ward, disappeared without a trace. While the guys watched how T1 was solving important issues on the phone, Eugen understood that it would be difficult for him to restore order for some time. The man said that thanks to the disappearance of the gate, they were able to hide the traces of Eugen's rampage. Yerim, who was standing next to Hyuni, was very excited when the brunette told them that Newbie and Waterdrop were the administrators of the system. After learning this, the girl assumed that the earth was round because the system was controlled by a volleyball. At this point, Eugen felt awkward because she had misunderstood everything. He looked at the happy girl, who even started jumping when the guy asked her not to forget her feelings when working with water skills. He also promised her to analyze everything that happened in the dungeon, to which she agreed. Clenching her hand into a fist, she began to remember all the moments, as he said that she would go through each of them so as not to forget anything. Frightened by the memories, Yerim forged Eugen, calling him a terrible freak. While the man did not understand why she began to insult him, Eugen was glad that the girl had already mastered the skills so well. The brunette, whose face was dripping with sweat, was given a towel to dry himself off. The tired guy looked emotionlessly at the glowing with happiness Hyuni, who admitted that he wanted to get another half a star. The brunette remembered his promise, calling it sincere. Eugen, looking at the blonde, began to dry himself. He suggested that they talk about Sakwam later, after which he decided to tell him what he heard from Newbie before leaving the dungeon. When all the guys were heading for the exit, the brunette turned around and saw a ball, which told him that people who signed a contract with the owner of the lizards will be passed on to his successors. Newbie was very surprised, because he believes that the fewer contractors, the more restrictions on the behavior of the jellyfish. And finally, he said that fanatics can interfere in their world only through contractors, of which there are very few. Holding on to the towel thrown over his head, Eugen told the blonde that they need to find Seokjum tomorrow, but Hyuni believes that the search will take a lot of time. The boy looked at the blonde standing next to him in surprise and asked him why he thought so. Hyuni told him that Seokjum was hiding, and he also thought that if he was found, it would be difficult for them to act on him outside the dungeons. The boys were standing on a cliff that towered over the ruined city. The blonde thought that the guild leader had become even more vigilant after Eugen made a mess. The brunette began to defend his brother because he told him that he had no other choice. Hyuni tilted his head and gave the boy a suspicious look when he promised to find Seokjum. Sweat was still pouring down Eugen's serious face. At this point, the blonde asked him why he was in such a hurry. Yerim continued to use her new skill on Eugen, while Hyuni reminded the boy that in the past few days, he had been attacked and kidnapped, and also caught in a flood. The worried guy started waving his arms when the man waved him off, saying that he was worried. In turn, Eugen thinks that everything that happened does not matter at all because he remained unharmed, and he is also determined to find Seokjum to destroy the contract. Eugen and Yerim were very surprised, because their mouths opened when they heard that the brunette had to help Hyuni 3 times, and the blonde also said that he would lose a lot if Eugen got hurt. The guys, going with fists, pressed the guy against the wall when Yerim and Eugen asked what he did again if he had to help Hyuni with something. The guy started making excuses and replied that he did nothing special. The blonde waved and stayed behind, while the guys dragged Eugen, who thinks that Hyuni specially chose the moment to confess. They asked him to take a break from everything, because he, having an F class, is practically an ordinary person. The guy continued to watch the smiling blonde, wondering what he was planning. He didn't understand why he was hesitating, because the end of the world was coming soon. Sweat continued to pour down Eugen's furious face when he realized from the newbie's story that Hyuni was the most suspicious. He remembered standing at the exit next to Newbie, who was glad that the chain's contract with Dayama was terminated. The guy looked at him in confusion, raised his head, and asked what chain he was talking about. Ball said that it was a natural-born S-class, whose contract they destroyed. Hearing this, Eugen realized that he was talking about Hyuni. He, holding his chin in his hand, assumed that they called the blonde that because he uses chains. Without giving an answer to this, Newbie said that he was worried because this time there was no moon, but despite this, the brunette helped them. The guy does not understand who the system administrator is talking about. He said that Moon was one of them, who helped him break the contract between the chain and the lizard master. Eugen was so surprised by what he heard that he almost opened his mouth. In his imagination, Hyuni appeared, entangled in chains, when Newbie said that he did not know the details since Moon fell asleep. Ball added that the chain also did not remember anything since it was caught in their regression. Eugen squeezed the administrator in his arms while he was wondering why the guy stopped talking to him in a formal tone. Holding Newbie in his hands, the guy looked at him with a serious look when he realized everything that was happening. At this moment, the system administrator resigned himself to the fact that the brunette stopped talking to him in a formal tone. Eugen imagined how 2 different creatures controlled Hyuni like a puppet. The guy realized that the blonde had connections with both filial piety fanatics and immoral children, because of which he does not understand what Hyuni did before him. Eugen is lying on the couch with Peace while Chirpai is riding a robot vacuum cleaner. This is how his forced vacation began. The guys, pointing their fingers, attacked the guy, demanding that he sit at home while they went about their business. The brunette resigned himself to this because he understands that they are worried about him. The fiery lion climbed on Eugen while he was busily doing something on his tablet. He does not understand how to just rest all day long because he needs to learn even more information. He remembered how the snowy climbing tree with the devil's gaze seeks to swallow the whole world, as well as the white bird that took his brother. Meanwhile, Eugen added notes to his plan. Something worries him, although he knows that the immoral children who control the system are going against Source to prevent peace. They, in turn, are opposed by adherents of filial duty, accelerating the destruction of the world. Peace stepped on a photo of Hyuni with his paw. The boy looked back at the flame lion hanging from his shoulder as he asked it if it also thought the blonde was dangerous. Meanwhile, Peace threw the tablet out of the boy's hands, who realized that he was suggesting a break. The flame lion began to stomp on Eugen's back as he remembered that Hyuni had connections with the filial partisans and the immoral children. Imagining him as a puppet in their hands, he realized that asking him was useless since all of this happened to him before Eugen's regression. Now, in his imagination, the blonde was fighting Vicus in space. The boy wondered if Hyuni could be on the side of the immoral since he had broken off relations with Dayama. He thought that such behavior was not typical for him, assuming that he was simply bored. Eugen imagined the blonde running away from Vicus to the system administrators, which was more plausible in his opinion, but he still doesn't understand how to find out more about it. A system plate appeared in the brightly lit room, on which a request was written to remove the obstacle that had arisen. Surprised, Peace and Eugen looked out of the room. The guy assumed that the robot vacuum cleaner broke again, although he cleaned it of lion fur. He saw that the device on which Chirpai was sitting had chewed Myung-woo's hair, whom he did not expect to meet in such a position. The brunette began to help the exhausted pupil. Eugen thought that he had overworked himself and lost consciousness, because of which he began to call a healer, but Myung-woo stopped him, saying that he simply did not have enough mana. Then he informed him that he had finished the job. The man brought his hand to the excited guy to hand him the sword. A blue crystal sparkled near the handle of the silver beam. When the weapon fell into Eugen's hands, he said in surprise that it looked more like an ornament that Myung-woo had been working on all this time. The man told him that it was impossible to break, which was its only ability. Meanwhile, the boy was surprised because the sword began to take on another form when Myung-woo began to tell him about it. The sword turned into a real sparkling decoration, which flaunted on the boy's hand, who really liked its design. Among the intertwined crystals was a large brooch with a blue stone. Watching how the sword was transformed into another form again, Myung-woo said that the design was chosen according to the taste of the original form, which is called Yunai. This is a sword born from the Mana Stone of Charlottes, the Lord of Dragons and Master Craftsman. As the bird flew around the room, the brunette was surprised as he noticed that it was in the legendary class items. Looking at the embarrassed Myung-woo, who was rubbing the back of his head, Eugen was surprised that he was able to create such an item. The man admitted that he did not expect such a result either. A squeaking Yunai sat on the guy's head when Myung-woo said that it had unlimited damage cancellation, because now it was possible to recharge it by feeding it a mana stone. The man also added that when fully charged, the damage would work for 1 hour when the unlimited class would last for a maximum of 10 minutes. The guy was so depressed when he heard this that he even turned blue. Eugen wondered if this was considered cheating. Imagining how he was hiding from the Mermaid Queen, the guy realized that even she would not be able to break through his defense for 10 minutes. The man raised his finger and said with a smile that this item is able to evolve so that other skills or effects may be added in the future. Eugen was surprised that this weapon would have even more characteristics. He pressed his hand to his heart and opened his mouth when Myung-woo said that only a contractor can use it, otherwise the weapon would not correspond to the legendary class. The guy saw in his profile that he was the owner of this weapon. He was very surprised because now he has an exclusive item. Meanwhile, Eugen began to jump with joy throughout the room because he realized that only he can use this weapon. On the floor, Peace began to play with Chirpai when the guy asked Myung-woo to make the same items for others, but the man replied that such a thing was impossible. The brunette calmed down and raised his head, while the man said that he was able to complete the product because Ismuar is the spirit that guards Charlotte's flame, because initially it was impossible for him. Eugen realized that the beads he gave him were from Charlotte's. Holding Yunai in his gloved hand, Myung-woo confessed that he was the previous owner of the gold forge. The man remembered how the dragon's heart sparkled with a mana stone that he left behind after his death. He said that he had forged a silvery, sparkling sword from this stone, and the sky blue beads that Eugen had given him were left over from forging the weapon. Exhausted, Myung-woo Yunai stared at him as he said that he created it with a unique ingredient. He believes that he won't be able to recreate something like it even if his skills improve. The man remembered Ismuar coming to his forge. Yunai flew by him, reminding him of Charlotte's in his youth. Holding the weapon he had made, the spirit said that with his developed potential, Myung-woo was able to create the greatest product. Meanwhile, the man looked at Ismuar with a smile on his face. The spirit gave the man a weapon in the shape of a sword. He believes that his name is Yunai for a reason, since it means grace in Korean. Eugen awkwardly looked at the weapon that adorned his hand when Myung-woo admitted that while creating it, he prayed for the brunette's safety. That's why the guy realized how precious this thing is. The man's hair fluttered as, looking at him, Eugen asked him why he was trying so hard for him. Myung-woo replied that he didn't make it to hear such words from the guy. The man raised his head and reminded him with a smile that he could hide in the forge if necessary. However, the brunette constantly goes to dungeons, which is why he gets into danger. Remembering how diligently he sits at the machine, Myung-woo admitted that in this way he supports Eugen. After all, he does not have the strength to fight and protect him like other students do. The guy raised his head and was surprised when the man told him that he wanted to give him his own weapon not to hear such words from him. He believes that Eugen knows how a friend would respond in such a situation. A slight smile appeared on Myung-woo's face. Yunai climbed onto the man's head, who was embarrassed when the brunette began to praise and thank him. In turn, Myung-woo agreed with his words. Looking at the sitting Yunai, the guy lowered his head and asked to take care of him, as well as simplify the design a little. Eugen felt awkward as he was covered in various decorations. The man said that it was just her tastes. Chirpai started running around the room and screaming loudly when the guy asked to make a simpler type of weapon. The furry creature confidently continued to squeak at Yunai. Seeing this, the guys did not understand what was happening to her. The worried brunette took her in his arms when Myung-woo asked him why she was crying. Eugen assumed that she was acting like this since she could not fly due to her too small wings. Hearing this, the man decided to use his skill to help her. On the leg, Chirpai received a glowing bracelet. The guys started smiling when they saw her flying. Myung-woo said that from now on she would be able to at least float in the air. Eugen thanked him because Chirpai also received a new item. Meanwhile, the weapon on the brunette's hand turned into a bracelet with blue crystals because they had a hard time reaching a compromise with Yunhai about the design. Meanwhile, someone was still working at the Hunter Association. Information appeared on the screen that Kyung-soo had died and Seokwon was missing. The workers did not understand what was happening. Sitting at a large wooden table, the men realized that they had lost two S-class hunters at once. The man with the medals was very angry at what he heard because he believed that this was a serious blow to the country's government. The one sitting next to him said that managing the dungeons had also become a problem for them, which is why public opinion looks unfavorable. The man with glasses clasped his hands in front of his face when someone said that there were all sorts of conspiracy theories about the disappearance of the dungeon at the detention center. It was Jin Hyuk, who was the president of the Hunter Association. He tried to calm the others down, as this man had gathered everyone to solve the current problems. The employees began to discuss animatedly when Jin Hyuk said that they needed a new S-class hunter. He had a tired face when he looked at the workers and said that they would not bring anyone, but create new hunters. He had just started to search for talents among the citizens. At night, everything is illuminated in different colors. Jin Hyuk believes that with his plan, Korea will provide itself with high-level hunters and be reborn as the country with the largest number of awakened people. Eugen stood in a fighting stance, holding a sword engulfed in flames, and declared to his brother that he would attack. Suddenly, he rushed forward with explosive force. The two collided in midair, Eugen's strike sending waves through the air. Without letting go of the sword, he looked at the place where the blades met in surprise. Looking at his brother's blue sword emitting light, he muttered something. Eugen, frowning, held the icy hilt of the sword and asked how he felt about it, if he was strong enough. Suddenly, the boy was thrown back a few meters, and while he was flying, he barely audibly said that with this, Eugen did not have to worry about him. To which his brother replied that, however, he had just been thrown back. Eugen shouted that he was fine, grunting from hitting the ground. The boy happily ran towards his brother, who was putting away his sword. The clothes on his back were torn. Eugen asked him what he thought, adding that there was no need to worry about him anymore. Eugen replied that, however, it wouldn't prevent him from being kidnapped, and they wouldn't take much care of him since he couldn't get hurt. The boy tore off the bracelet, adding that, besides, he showed it to Eugen, who looked at him with annoyance, holding his wrist. Eugen finished his sentence by saying that in one move, he became defenseless. The boy held the bracelet in front of his face. A lizard jumped out of his eye at him, while he was saying that it was still great and that its defensive capabilities were undeniable. The lizard bit the bracelet and began to burst into flames. Yunhai flew out of the bracelet that the lizard was sitting on. Eugen reached out his hands in fear and worriedly asked the lizard not to eat it and called the bird. Eugen told his pet to spit out the bracelet since it belonged to his brother. The lizard held the bracelet in its mouth while in his hands, he named it Eugen. Eugen thought about how the fire elemental finally had a name, although it had been picky for a while until one of the names it didn't like. He reached out to his brother to take the bracelet and watched with a smile as Yunhai and Eugen hissed at each other on Eugen's head before telling the bird that everything was fine and to fly to him, asking if it was surprised at how bad the lizard was. Yunhai closed her eyes and loudly repeated his words about the bad lizard. The boys watched the bird circling in the air. Eugen was surprised that she could talk. His brother told him that he heard that she was able to evolve, adding that she apparently managed to learn words, and then asked her to say daddy. Yunhai repeated again that the lizard was bad. Eugen looked at Eugen with a smile, who was holding the pet in his hand, and said that he should also answer her, to which she hissed. Eugen told him to raise her well, since no one knows what she can do, and then thought that in any case, Eugen is the first elemental in their world, so she will be of great help. The door creaked. Eugen walked in front of his brother and, looking back at him, asked with a smile if he had contacted the Abyss Equipment Management team, to which his brother replied that everyone was in favor. The guy looked at him with a smile, saying that anyone would be tempted, since Myung-woo himself would be holding classes on making items. Last night, Eugen stood at the sink, listening to Myung-woo pour something over his food and explaining what he felt while creating Yunhai. Eugen walked closer to him and listened carefully as he said that he wouldn't have succeeded if he had gotten too carried away describing the system. Myung-woo looked at the food on the stove and continued to say that Yunhai was originally on a completely different level compared to him, but he managed to do it, which meant that people are capable of more than what is written in the system windows. The flame burned under the pan as he said that this applies to skills as well, because even if it is written that a person can only make a fire. Eugen held a tomato in his hand, listening carefully as the guy finished the sentence by saying that in addition to that, he can also cook food, drive away the cold, or provide light. Eugen thought about this as an extension of the skill. He recalled using Dayama's skill, the blood splashing in his chest, and thought that the principle was similar, but it was only possible thanks to Dayama's explanation of the system and memories. He He listened in amazement as Myung-woo explained that this idea could also be applied to making equipment, and then marveled at Myung-woo realizing it himself. He remembered the man in the metallurgist's suit looking at the pouring metal. Myung-woo asked if it was possible to make items using the skills of the people in the equipment management team. Several people gave him a thumbs up, and the man added that in a broad sense, all skills are related to items. The man with the mask on his face was hammering a piece of metal on an anvil. Myung-woo, without looking up, said with a smile that if such a thing were possible. The boy came out of the memories and finished Myung-woo's sentence with a wide smile, saying that if everything went well and they opened an item production workshop, it would be great because survivability and overall strength would increase significantly, and a real technological revolution would begin. The boy turned to his brother with a smile, took his forearm and said that Myung-woo was amazing and that he should not be angry and be kind to him, adding that he could also get some equipment from him. Eugen replied that he thought it would be faster to ask his brother to get it. Many shining threads gathered in one flash. Eugen thought that Myung-woo, who had no fighting ability, was like a breath of fresh air in the world of hunters, adding that he needed to find as many people with special skills as possible so that they wouldn't be buried with their talents and to prepare for the coming future. The sun's rays peeked through the window. Eugen mentally said that this was exactly what he thought, but the TV showed the emblem of the Awakening Center and then said that it would open next month, asking all unawakened people to pay attention. Eugen fed peace, and Chirpai stood next to him. Eugen looked at the TV, listening to the voice saying that now anyone can safely awaken under the association's control. The image changed to a surprised man who had received an S rank, saying that he was unemployed, but his life was turned upside down at the Awakening Center. The voice of the announcer added that anyone can get an S rank. The image changed again to a cartoon of two people, a happy one with equipment and a sad one with an umbrella. The voice said that people can say goodbye to the sad days without equipment. The TV showed a construction site with a call to register right now. The voice called on people to unite in the name of the era of national awakening. Peace ate food from the guy's hand, Chirpai hung on a jar of rocks, and the guy watched the news in shock while the voice continued to say that they were accepting people for pre-registration in order of queue, and that if they had any questions, they should contact the association's website. Suddenly, a guy screamed from the building in the sun, asking why the center was already opening. Jin-hyuk extended his hand and greeted Eugen and Simyeong with a smile. The guy, standing next to Simyeong, awkwardly shook the man's hand while he said that they were very pleased that Eugen himself came for the tour. Simyeong said that he was also surprised, because he did not expect the guy to be so interested in the Awakening Center. Eugen and Simyeong followed the man, who said that it was still a little dirty, but they would finish the work soon. The guy thought about the Awakening Center was an institution where people could awaken in a safe environment under the supervision of the association, and it was originally supposed to open 6 months later. The man looked back at him, pointing at two scientists, and asked if he wanted to see how they were testing the awakening system. The guy watched as one of the scientists raised his hand, in which a cube appeared, and said that the principle of operation was simple, because they were using a psychological object, an illusory labyrinth. She turned to the person being tested standing below and said that unawakened people were shown illusions that were no different from reality, adding that they were now activating it. The cube lit up and disintegrated into individual particles. The test subject looked up, surprised, as a barrier appeared above him. A second later, he was surrounded by a forest. He looked around in surprise, asking what happened. He raised his hand above his head, saying that everything looked realistic, because he even thought that he was really in the forest. Suddenly, a man in uniform shouted at the guy from the bushes, saying that it was dangerous there and that he needed to get out immediately, because there was a mistake and the experiment was over. The monster bit the man on the shoulder, blood spurted around, while he said that this was not an illusion, but a real dungeon that suddenly appeared. The test subject watched in horror as the animal tore the man apart, who begged for mercy. The monster loomed over the guy, blood dripping from its mouth. The test subject stuttered, asking him to wait, muttering something. He retreated back step by step. Suddenly, several more monsters appeared behind him as he asked in a trembling voice that it was not true. Eugen and Simyeong stood behind the emotionless girl and watched in horror as the boy begged for it to stop. The cube returned to its original form, and the girl said that the test run was successful. The uniformed employee extended his hand to the boy, who was shaking with fear. A scientist approached them with papers. The girl added that, while being subjected to the illusion of a monster attack, anyone can safely wake up. The man helped the test subject get up. The boy was in tears and shaking with fear. Simyeong looked at what was happening in confusion while the girl wrote something down and asked if it was safe. To which Jin-hyuk said that if the labyrinth did not last more than 30 minutes, there would be no mental problems. The girl added that the limit for one person was 30 minutes, and no more than 30 people could participate at a time, and then said that they would start with 1,000 participants per day and plan to gradually increase this number to 3,000. Eugen activated the sprout skill. He looked at the test subject. The information that appeared said that he had obtained an F rank, although he had the potential to be a D rank. It also said that the quest to obtain D-class non-combat skills had failed. Eugen thought that as expected, he awakened as an F-class hunter and was unable to obtain any of the optimal starting skills. He remembered the awakening center of their past life, thinking that his biggest problem was that the center specialized in combat, and here they simply forced everyone into the same crisis situation without taking their talent into account, and in order to survive, most awaken with combat abilities or combat support skills. He imagined the weakened awakened approaching the trainer in the ring, and thought that artificial awakening that ignored individuality meant that even those who wanted to become a scientist or a singer had to join the fight. Jin-hyuk looked at the boy who had his hand on the glass. Eugen thought about how this wouldn't help him find skilled people like Myung-woo, since it would bury their talent and leave them to rot, and asked if they were going to do this to the entire nation. He glared at the man, asking if he understood what the social consequences would be. He remembered his own image with a spear and dirty clothes. Then he thought that this wasn't the only problem, since he knew better than anyone how much blood would be spilled in the end, because the one who was in the center of the most chaos was him. He delved into the memories before his regression. A month after the center opened, 2 boys lay lifeless on a pile of rubble while someone screamed for someone to be cornered. A warrior with a sword ran toward a huge spider while a mage girl held a spell and looked back, screaming that if they were pushed back, everyone would die, and that she would use potions later, so everyone should hold out. The girl looked back at the frightened Eugen and angrily screamed at him, telling him to wake up, asking what he was doing there. The boy looked at the scene in horror. A huge spider-like monster loomed over him, and he thought that in just 1 month, everything had fallen into chaos. A crowd of people stood in front of the association building. Eugen recalled that people wanting to participate in Awaken lined up from the night before, and in just 2 days, the center had increased its capacity to 3,000 people. The headline of the news said that the number of awakened people exceeded 10,000 in the first month of opening. The guy added that among them, only 1% obtained a skill of E rank or higher. The icons of people appeared on the electronic board. Eugen continued to remember that in just a month, 1,000 new hunters appeared, but the result. The guy came out of his memories, resting his hand on the table. He sternly explained to the head of the association that they would have a severe shortage of equipment and items, especially for low-class hunters. Simyung gave the man a cup of coffee, while the guy asked him if he had prepared any measures for this, because what would happen if someone entered the dungeon without equipment? The men looked at him with a smile. The guy rested his hands on the table and lowered his head. Jin-hyuk said that he hoped that there would be no such people, and Simyung added that a whole week would be given to prepare new hunters. Eugen thought that there would be many such cases, and the preparation would later be reduced to 1 day. The head of the association began to stir the drink, saying that regarding the equipment, they could simply require hunters to wear it in accordance with safety regulations. To which the guy asked again how this would be possible if there was not enough equipment. The man raised the glass to his mouth, began to drink coffee, and said that the association could not take responsibility for individuals breaking the rules. Eugen replied that it was not only about responsibility. The man placed the empty glass on the table. The guy stood up, resting his hands on the table, and said that he was simply asking him to be careful and to postpone the opening of the center until the situation in the equipment market stabilized, or at least for them to limit the number of people. He watched as Jin-hyuk sank back in his chair and said that he understood what he meant. The man made a face, smiling, saying that the guy was just afraid of losing his job if suddenly there were more hunters. He patted the angry guy on the shoulder, telling him not to be greedy, because for the sake of peace the number of hunters should increase, adding that he had awakened recently and probably did not know, but this conclusion was made experimentally after careful discussion. The guy angrily clenched his fist until it trembled, and watching the man say that he would leave for a minute, he thought that he had been working in this field for 5 years. Simyung came up behind him and quietly said that politics were also involved in this matter. 2 metal cans of coffee were on the table, and the man added that public opinion was unstable, and if they reduced the number of people, trust would be shaken. Eugen asked if it was really a matter of trust. Simyung imagined a working labyrinth of illusions, and he said that in addition, many hunters were already familiar with the labyrinth's operation. So when the method became known to the public, there would be those who would purchase the item themselves and set up a private awakening center. Simyung adjusted his glasses, adding that in reality, it would be very difficult to prevent this problem, and moreover, they should think about the future. He imagined huge monsters looming over the ruins of the city, and said that the number and difficulty of dungeons were gradually increasing, and in order to maintain society, they needed to somehow achieve an increase in the number of high-class hunters, adding that the creation of a large number of low-ranking awakened was simply inevitable. He looked at the guy who had lowered his head and said that there might be a little chaos at first, but he was sure that everything would stabilize. Eugen replied that this was only true for large guilds. The guy sat with his elbows on his knees. Simyung asked him what that meant. Eugen repeated his words about a little chaos in his head and thought that he, as the person who was personally in the very center. The guy frowned. He was lost in his memories. The notice board for E-class hunters said that 51 people died, 125 were injured, and 68 were missing in the dungeon that day, and underneath it was written that safety is life. The boy stood in front of this notice, with wreaths on either side, and thought that every day was like a war. Funeral portraits stood in flower frames. Someone's voice asked God for this to be a lie. The boy thought about how half of the low-ranked hunters, especially the F-class, fled in the first year. Eugen looked around the corner at the grief-stricken women and added that the other half were either already dead or seriously injured, but the target of the accusations. The boy received a heavy blow to the face. The man in the suit held him by his clothes and screamed, asking why he was the only one left alive, when everyone was dead or disabled, and how come he was the only one left okay. The guy with the bruise on his cheek listened as the blonde guy said that his younger brother was looking after him and rumors were that he was getting equipment from his brother. Eugen said that was crazy because he didn't take the equipment because he wanted it, adding that those sponsors were scammers and had put a debt on him right after they found out that he had awakened as an F-class. The man in the suit hit the guy in the face again and yelled at him, saying that the sponsors only approached him because he was Eugen's brother. White flowers were scattered on the floor as the guys beat up Eugen. He recalled that he was the target of the accusations because Eugen was the only one who survived every time, as well as Eugen, who was suspected of supporting his brother. He recalled the newspaper headlines that the Abyss Guildmaster was accused of giving his brother access to dungeons, that the Guildmaster was a fraud, and that low-ranking hunters were outraged by Eugen. One of the posts had a lot of angry comments where people were discussing why he dropped out of school. The guy recalled that Abyss, which grew up without the support of the system, became the object of hatred. One of the posts said that only Eugen should be criticized because his brother is not to blame, to which the commenters agreed. Eugen remembered that from that moment on, only all kinds of insults were directed at him. Standing in a dark alley behind some guys, he put on a cap. The guy was kneeling in his own blood, resting on the ground. His hand was pierced by a sword. Guys with bats were standing around. Eugen remembered that he was treated cruelly then, and he stained his hands with blood. Suddenly, the guy came out of his memories because Simyung called out to him. He silently looked in front of him. The man asked him if everything was okay because his face had turned pale. The man looked at the guy, asking if he had a reason to worry so much. Eugen looked depressed. The man added that even if the center opened in its current form and what he was afraid of happened, he had nothing to worry about. The guy timidly replied that he did not know. Suddenly, Jin-Huk returned to them and waved his hand, apologizing for the wait. He raised his hand and said that this was the Public Relations Department, and then returned to the broadcast he had mentioned. Eugen watched in surprise as Simyung glared at the man and said that they had already declined his invitation. Eugen looked at the smirking man standing behind the head of the association. Jin-Huk said that he really wanted to ask Hunter Eugen for a favor. Suddenly, his expression changed. He looked at him with a frightened expression. Simyung was surprised to see Eugen quickly jump up from his seat and asked what happened. Eugen stared at the man in horror with his mouth open, thinking that he couldn't forget him. He remembered how in his past life he was lying with his hands tied in his own blood, in the middle of empty land, and someone was asking him why he was being so stubborn. There was a crowd of guys with metal pipes standing around him. One of them suggested breaking the guy's leg, adding that there would be no evidence left if they used potions. The guy sitting in front of him told Eugen to calmly cooperate with them, because all he had to do was whine to his brother to get everything he wanted. Behind this guy stood the same man, also smirking. Eugen came out of his memories and, looking at the smiling man, thought that 4 years ago, or rather a year later in this world, he kidnapped him and then died at his hands. The man leaned over slightly, handing the boy a business card, introducing himself as Dongwan, and then said that he was from the Public Relations Department of the Hunters Association. The boy stared tensely at the card in his hand, thinking that he should calm down because he didn't know him, and in this world, this didn't happen. Eugen looked at the smiling man, holding his card in his hand, and wondered why he was here then, and is part of the association at that. Dongwan said that he hoped for him to appear on the show. The man raised his hand and looked at the boy, adding that the president of the association had said that he cared a lot about the low-ranking hunters, and he thought that made him an even better candidate for their program. Eugen asked him what he meant, confused, to which Dongwan replied that they intended to shine a light on the underbelly of society, so they were mainly recruiting low-ranking hunters and unawakened people. Eugen squeezed the card in his hand in irritation, thinking about the man being a member of the association and at the same time recruiting low-ranking awakened and ordinary people. The man put his hand on his chest and said with a smile, closing his eyes, that the guy has the characteristics of an F class, but is quite a popular person, and it just so happened that their other guest adores peace. Simyoung shielded the guy with himself, while Jin-Huk asked him to help them this time, since in this case the number of views would increase, which would allow them to promote the Awakening Center. To which the man replied that they should not force this on Eugen, since he is currently on vacation, and the prospect of the Awakening Center is currently weak. The guy, standing behind Simyoung, lowered his head, but eventually agreed to the proposal. Suddenly, he sharply raised his head, raising his finger up, and said with a smile that it would not be difficult for him to appear on the broadcast once. To which Simyoung timidly asked if he was really sure of his decision. The man clutched his head as the association leader, and Dongwen happily thanked the boy, and wondered how he could explain this to the guild leader. Dongwen extended his hand with a smile and asked him to take care of him. The boy thought as he shook his hand that he had previously thought of Dongwen and his gang as mere kidnappers and blackmailers targeting the F class, but it seemed. Eugen finished his thought with an awkward grin, deciding that the association was far more corrupt than he could have imagined. Team Gossen, a D-class dungeon specialist, was walking through a crystal cave. A member asked to take a break and wait while he got his equipment in order. Eugen extended his hand to the man with a scar on his face and offered to hold it. He smiled and said that they took him to a good dungeon. It was the least he could do. Team Gossen was famous for being able to take low-ranked hunters to a dungeon even if they weren't part of the team. The man with the scar hugged the hero and said that he was now ashamed in front of him. The brown-haired man turned to them and said that the more he saw Eugen, the nicer his personality was. Team Gossen consists of 2 C-class hunters and 5 D-class hunters. The team was good, as was Gossen's reputation in society, because no one knew about their part-time job. The man told the hero that there was no need for thanks since he was only taken for fun. Drops of blood splashed onto the stone. Eugen spits out blood in shock. The man warns that they will not protect him if a monster appears. Covering his mouth with his hand, he tells him to take out everything from his inventory, and considering that he survives alone, his brother definitely gave him a gate stone or something. The hero looked at him in fear. The team members look at the hero ominously. The brown-haired man confidently asked why cute Eugen was looking at them like that. After all, they took his F class with support skills into a high-ranking D-class dungeon. He didn't think it was out of the kindness of his heart. Team Gossen's side job was to lure weak hunters or unawakened humans so they could make some money. A man from the team in a business suit claps. It turns out he had connections with the Hunters Association. The hero looks at him with displeasure, and the host loudly shouts that today's dad of monsters, Hunter Eugen, and cute little Peace are among them. A lion cub in a basketball uniform confidently points and holds a bird. Their broadcast features the first shooting show by the fiery horned lion Peace and Chirpai. The pet quickly smashes the bird to the floor like a basketball while the guy claps, thinking that he doesn't know if he should get involved that deeply. He stood surrounded by the bodies and thought that for the sake of revenge, no, it was achieved. He killed them all back then, although it took a lot of effort. Simyoung looked at the guy, asking if there was a reason why he was so worried and is there anything he should avoid. The hero agrees with Simyoung's previous words and will no longer get involved with those people. Even if the Awakening Center opens, it shouldn't affect him. Peace throws Chirpai. It doesn't reach. Eugen thinks, does it really matter? Chirpai chirps darkly. It abruptly flaps its wings. The host is very surprised. The bird flies into the ring. Peace gives a thumbs up. The host shouts about the hit. It was a miracle goal that defied the forces of gravity. The hero thinks that it is possible if he just closes his eyes to this. But then the man sitting next to him jumps up, and he watches this with wide eyes. The man was shouting about how amazing it was. He was shouting encouraging words to Peace and asks for a high five. With a loving look, the blonde jumps on the surprised animal. Eugen stretches out his hand to warn him that if he suddenly approaches the lion cub then Peace suddenly jumps up and uses the high five of death technique on the man. On stage, screams are heard to stop filming, call an ambulance, and use potions. Eugen bowed and apologized for his pet and his rude behavior with a man he just met. The attractive man wipes his face with a handkerchief. The hero clarifies that his name is Hale and is everything okay with him. He replied that he is fine and was completely cured with potions. Besides, this moment will be cut. Eugen bowed even lower and said that in Hale's work, the face plays the most important role. The man said with a smile that it was his own fault for scaring Peace and it was he who should ask for forgiveness. The delighted brunette thought that he was a good person. But then the handsome man added that the scars from Peace are a reward for him and he would have kept them forever if he were not a celebrity. The guy looked at him discouraged. Hale, with a cute face, holding his cheeks with his hands, said that his dream is to awaken as a hunter and he wants to become part of the abyss and wash Peace's paws. The hero thought that he seemed like a good person, but at the same time strange. There are many people who fantasize about becoming hunters, but Eugen used his skill on the blonde. He was surprised that his optimal initial skills had as many as 3 classes. Can't take my eyes off, a pleasant sight, cherry on the cake. The hero thought that these were specialized skills related to his appearance and he would never be able to get them at the Awakening Center, although he could influence it with a keyword. Eugen, with his pets, stretching out his lips, leaned towards the interested Hale. The people on the site watched as the guy asked him about whether he had his wisdom teeth removed. The man replied that he had not had to do this. They cut through neatly. The guy thought that too many eyes were watching them. The blonde looks charming, hearing that Mr. Hale is really very handsome. He is a newcomer, but he has already got the main role in the film, and how someone argues if you send this film to the Louvre, they will show it. Eugen thought with discouragement that it seems that this person will not need skills at all, and with such a face he will probably live well no matter what his job is. From such thoughts, our hero took the form of a squid. Peace looks angrily at Hale, and the green-haired man himself wants to pet the lion cub again. And then the hero wondered why he did not see him before his regression. He should have caught his eye, at least advertising, since he was so famous. The guys turned to the man who asked if everything was okay with him, Hale. He scratches the back of his head and says that he is ashamed since he invited him here. The joyful blonde screaming turned to Dongwon, answering that everything is fine and he is grateful that he was allowed to meet Peace. Eugen was surprised and asked why he addressed him informally and did not understand if they were close. It was strange to communicate so casually. The blonde spread his hands and said that they met today for the first time and have already become friends. And the Gossen member said that in the future they will have many opportunities to work together with Hale and they are going to support him as much as possible. The brunette with a doubtful look thought that this did not sound good. The deceiver slyly looks at the handsome man, and the hero understands that he sees in him only money and a person who can be easily manipulated. He also understands that he can easily become Gossen's new target, and if this is the reason he did not meet Hale before the regression. Eugen turned his head and offered the actor to give him a Peace doll made of his wool, which was lying at his house. Hale happily replied that he did not know if it was possible to accept such a precious thing. The hero sweetly held out his phone, offering to give his number and then contact him on it, and to himself thought that this was a chance to get close to the people from Gossen. It's getting dark outside. The hero realizes that this chance has come sooner than expected. A small, sloppy Peace doll made by Yerim. She was concentrating on poking Six with a needle. Eugen took the toy from the nightstand and thought that he would use it anyway to contact Hale and ask him if the association's public relations department had contacted him. The guy writes a message with his tongue hanging out to the side. He wrote whether he had grown up and whether he had gotten home safely and that he had found the doll. Hale answered that he was very nice. Eugen was very surprised that he had answered so quickly. The hero tensely read how he was thanked for the doll and for helping to awaken. He asked again about awakening, and it turned out that Dongwon had arrived and reported a certain request from the guy. He said that he was allowed to test the dungeon in the development stage before its official opening. The hero does not understand and says that he is hearing about this for the first time. Hale sent a question sticker. The brunette is confused and asks where Hale is now, but he replies that he was told to turn off his phone. Eugen asked to turn on his location, but the other person disappeared. The guy tries to call him, but the number is unavailable. He looks into the distance worriedly, thinking that they caught him on the hook and even used his name. The blonde was surprised when they took his phone away and turned it off with the words to save battery power because he does not know when he will be able to get out of there next time. Dongwon hands the phone to the scarred team member and says that there will be no connection in the dungeon anyway and they will have to leave the phone in the car. The wheel was spinning quickly. The guy asked how long it will take and is it really worth notifying the manager. They answer that of course it is impossible because he will go crazy and try to stop because the manager will think that he does not want to remain a celebrity after waking up. The hero looks worried and Dongwon reassures the actor that the association employee will not take him to a dangerous place. At the entrance to the gate, the entire Gossen team is already waiting for them and offers to enter quickly and quickly become the hunter that Hale dreamed of. The blonde is fascinated by the view of the gate and his eyes are shining. He turned around and said that he trusts them. Eugen's phone is called. The number is unavailable. The hero looks at his phone and says that he must get there as soon as possible before it closes. The guy frowns and scratches his head and thinks about what to do. He can't call the police because he is a celebrity. It will end in a big mess, and besides, if the association is involved, it will simply cover its tracks. The guy starts dialing the number and thinks about how to find Hale without telling the police. He suddenly remembers someone and hopes that his number has remained the same. This is the number of another bad acquaintance from the past world. At the moment he still runs an ordinary detective agency. The hero dialed the number and the call began. A drawn-out greeting is heard from the receiver. The person on the other end of the line introduced himself as the Hamster Agency and asks how he can help. The hero thought it was Du Hammond. He was an information dealer specializing in finding people. Eugen smiled. Holding the phone to his ear, he said hello and said that he wanted to find one person. He thought that he wanted to use one bad acquaintance to deal with other bad people from the past life. The guy feeds the hamster seeds. Words were heard that this is Hale and a request to provide notable features and a phone number. The guy in glasses shakes a pen in his hand. Raising the pen above his head, he activates the connected thread skill. This Hammond skill determines the current location of the target based on the unique number of the item belonging to it. He holds out a shining pen in front of him. The hero understands that he will soon become an information dealer for hunters, and the relationship with him in his past life was very unpleasant. The guy points a shining pen at the screen and says that he will send the location as soon as he gets paid for the link he just sent. Eugen is discouraged when he sees a notification about a 10% commission and understands that the dealer is evading taxes. After that, he smiles and says into the phone that the skill is still effective and says goodbye, calling the dealer by name. The guy jumped up from his chair and asked how he knew his name and who he was. Eugen reached for the end call button. He put on his cap and said that it was not far from the One Hill Bridge and he would get there pretty quickly if he took the bus. The rank find hidden skill began to activate. It will be difficult to detect a person even for those who are purposefully looking for it. This is a stealth skill that he acquired during solo trips to dungeons. He's going to quickly end this with his help. A huge snake opened its mouth. Gossen's team defends itself from the snakes by putting up shields and spears. The blonde covered his head with his hands, screaming in fear. He hid behind the scarred man, screaming about how scary this dungeon is. He kicks him and tells him to shut up and stop provoking the monsters. Hale lies on the ground holding his stomach, and the man scolds him for liking to attract attention even in dungeons because he's a celebrity. Dongwon stands above them and tells the one who hit him not to get angry because the blonde is not awakened yet and because of fear he might want to go home. The deceiver hugs the guy and he says that he's okay. Hale tells the brunette that he will awaken soon too, and he has a lot to learn, while the second teases that he's a good boy. Dongwon lifts the hair from the guy's forehead and tells him that he is like a naive child and does not understand how he is going to survive in this world. Even if it were not them, someone would have deceived him anyway. Hale exhales. One of the team looks at the timer showing 0 and says that the time has come. The deceiver says that it looks like it's time to start. Hale is grabbed by the collar. He wanted to ask the time of what, but he is sharply hit in the face and they say that it is time for the gate to close. The blonde flies back a few meters. The Gossen team's method was that they lured the victim into the dungeon and waited for the gate to close. They say that the unawakened one was thrown far away and to watch out for monsters. The trembling blonde hears how they ask him what he will do now since he cannot escape. The guy asks why his friend did this and what did he do wrong. The man in combat boots comes up and says that he did not do anything wrong. He stands over Hale and tells him that even if it's not his fault, sometimes you just have bad luck in life. The man with the tattoo on his neck turned out to be the head of the Gossen team, Kim Youngjun. He asked the artist his name, grabbed him by the neck and said that he just caught their eye as the easiest and richest victim from the list of applicants to the awakening center that Dongwon received. He holds the handsome guy's face contentedly, and his victim is scared. He used his ability puppet strings. This is their leader's skill for brainwashing. The leader broke into a smile, and his face was covered in purple strings. He told the guy that he was going to deceive other people too, so there was no need to be too sad. All this happened only because he trusted people too much. Hale looks at him with mesmerized eyes and agrees with him. The strings tighten and envelop the victim, and the leader becomes more and more satisfied. He says that the guy is quite attractive and still wants to awaken. Asks him if he should not be grateful for being born with such an appearance and just use it. The guy agrees again and apologizes. Eugen holds Hale's face with his palms and says that the dream should remain a dream, and his path should be becoming a celebrity. The actor agrees again. The leader asks if he is grateful for his guidance. The bastard stands right above him. The handsome guy agrees. Then the leader suggests to him that offers for TV shows, advertising, and anything that will bring in profit, he will now have to give 90% of the income to him, his mentor. Suddenly Hale begins to cry. He closes his eyes, starting to sob, and says that he still wants to become a hunter. The brunette hits him in the face with his knee and asks why he resists even being unawakened. The team stands in confusion and assumes that the celebrities are mentally stable. Another of the group suggests simply signing a contract, but they are immediately told that this way they will leave evidence and this method is the best so far. The leader is asked not to hit him in the face since it is possible that potions will not be able to help. The man held the limp guy by the clothes and angrily replied that he was easy with him since he irritates him. The leader wiped his forehead with his hand and wondered if the skill works best on a vulnerable psyche, whether to continue, how much longer should he hold out. Bloodied and crying Hale trembled. Someone from the crowd shouts that he will bet 1 million won on 30 minutes. Someone bets 5 million on an hour. but then a voice from behind said that they are only showing their discrimination. The entire group turned around abruptly and was dumbfounded. Someone raised their shields, and nearby stood Eugen surrounded by radiance. Holding the hood, he reminded that they said a minimum of 5 hours, saying that he was awakened. The find hidden skill was cancelled. The bloody guy opened one eye, looking at the hero, and asked how he got here. Eugen confidently took off his hood. He goes forward. Under the discussion, is it really Eugen who brought him here? Another answers that if he only touched him, Eugen would burn him alive. Others ask if the guild followed him. The hero kneels and asks Hale if everything is okay and if he has any fractures. He tells him that everything is fine. The blonde turns and asks if the abyss really came to save him, to which the hero answers him that he did not call anyone else. The actor became worried, opening his mouth and wanted to ask then he is here alone, but the hero immediately answered him that he thought witnesses would be unnecessary. Suddenly, Eugen is hit hard with a bat so that he hits his comrade's head in the forehead. The blow breaks the bat of the bandit. The hero holds his head and asks what the hell is going on since he just got here. The attacker exclaims, why is he not hurt since his class is F? Dongwon shouts that it is clear his documents were checked. The leader with the sword assumes that he must have a protective item. In any case, he probably came alone, otherwise someone would have jumped out after the blow to the head. The bandits point their weapons at the hero. Eugen turns to them and says that he came personally to see if their methods are the same, and apparently nothing has changed, since they have met before, although they will not believe it for anything. The team looks at the hero with disdain and incomprehension, and someone seemed to have seen him on TV. Eugen touches the earring, saying that since it no longer concerns him, he thought that he can just forget about them. He holds the ornament in his hand and says that they are still ruining other people's futures. A blue barrier appeared above Hale. Dongwon holds a spear and looks at the hero with doubt. The guy says that they even used Dongwon to steal personal data from the association, and he cannot turn a blind eye to this. Eugen puts his hand in his pocket and says to surrender to everyone right now and start a new life. A scream was heard that the hero is talking nonsense. The red-haired man grabbed Eugen by the neck, saying that for them, this is only twice as much money. He squeezed his hands tighter and said that he may have been provided with equipment, but C-class is the maximum that can be achieved with the original F characteristics, and loudly told everyone to take off his equipment. The whole group suddenly rushed to Eugen to rip off all his equipment. The man with the scar grabbed the hero by the jacket. The red-haired man laughs and says that only the equipment from the abyss will cost a lot of money. The bald man said to start with a protective item. Suddenly, a flame appeared in front of his face. The man screamed in pain, holding his face. The leader did not even have time to understand what happened. Everyone in the team surrounded the scarred man and did not understand where the fire came from, thinking that Eugen hid his weapon. But then peace began to materialize. The system reported the cancellation of the division of the find hidden skill. The hero held the burning pet in his hands with a confident grin. The guy reminded that he said that he did not call anyone else and not that he came alone. News appeared on social networks that 2S rank hunters had gone missing, which is why the country has unstable state security. In the evening, the girl was relaxing with Hyunyi in a restaurant. She believes that the situation in the city is not a problem for them as long as it does not hinder their ability to respond to the situation in the dungeons. The girl asked the blonde man if the number of newly awakened S-class members was growing. The man sitting opposite her, tilting his head, said that Riet and Noah would be staying in Korea for a while. The woman stared at her interlocutor. Hyunyi reminded Evelyn that she also came because of the current situation in the country. Their table was located near a panoramic window that offers a stunning view of the city. The blonde man believes that this is their responsibility since everyone is just trying to expand their influence with this. In turn, Evelyn thinks that such things will not change even if the whole world changes. The man took his glass of drink. He stared at his drink and said that the association has crossed the line. The man believes that they need to be better prepared to cut out the rotten part of society, for which Hyunyi has already prepared an excellent set of bait. The girl with glasses looked at him in confusion. Did she ask about Eugen? The blonde laughed when Evelyn, who was sitting opposite him, asked him if an F-class could handle such a job despite his skill. The man advised him to just wait, since she would also find the outcome of events interesting. Hyunyi remembered the events that happened in the last dungeon, when the girl said that Soyoung was also very surprised by them. Seeing them, the blonde assumed that she and Eugen seemed to have known each other since childhood. Holding her chin, Evelyn looked out the window when she assumed that the brunette F-class must be afraid of Hyunyi, even though he went to the dungeon with him. At that moment, the man called him unique in many ways. He looked down at the floor when he admitted that he could not describe Eugen as brave, since he was much bigger. The man remembered how the brunette stabbed one with an empty look on his face. Eugen was able to defeat the bandits, despite the fact that there were 3 of them. He thrust his blade into one. His opponent did not understand what was happening, as he believed that Eugen had just recently awakened. The man in the hoodie decided to thrust him into the back when he demanded that the others cut the brunette. but Eugen used protection, which is why the flames engulfed the spear. The brunette suddenly kicked the attacker. Turning towards him, he walked with the blade along his foot. Seeing this, the bald man decided to use fire skills against him, cursing at the guy. He hit him on the head so hard that he pinned Eugen to the ground. Lying under the burning hand, the brunette tried to get out. The bald man believes that even a protective item will not help the guy stop his attack, thanks to which he will kill him. Meanwhile, Peace attacked the enraged man from behind. Eugen saw how the fiery lion pinned the man to the ground so that it shattered. He asked to leave him because he will still need Peace's help in the dungeon. At that moment, the boy swung his arm hard to make the final blow as he was very angry with the bandits. The ice in the glass cast rays of light as Hyuni said that this was very strange. While closely observing the drink, the blonde said that the brunette had no criminal record and he definitely lived an ordinary life. He imagined Eugen, covered in blood, looking at him with a blank look as he remembered that sometimes his eyes looked like he had killed many people. The man imagined the exhausted boy, who rubbed his chin, telling him that he was willing to help without the gratitude skill. Eugen stood alone in the middle of the dead men. At that moment, he remembered that in his past life, he had to fight for his life. Eugen was lying unconscious next to the bald man. The boy realized that his stats were now elevated, and he also had Yunhai and Peace to help him. On top of all this, he had 5 years of work experience, which he did not have in his past life. Eugen lowered his head. Common sense tells him to call the police, but considering the association's involvement, he thinks they won't help him. Looking at Eugen, who is unconscious, the guy wondered if he should leave him alive to check his connections with the association. But he decided to get rid of all the evidence that could point to him. Peace approached the brunette when he realized that it was time to admit everything and stop making things up. In the end, he couldn't forget anything. Eugen began to pet the flame lion when he remembered all the dissatisfaction that had accumulated within him. He apologized to the flame lion for making him see this. The guy knows that the dungeon will be restored after clearing, after which there will be no evidence against him. All this time, a tired Hyuni was lying on Peace. Riding the flame lion, Eugen was surprised when he saw that the blonde had woken up. The man began to tell him about those who attacked them. At that moment, Peace jumped over the cliff, which scared Hyuni. A drop of sweat ran down the guy's face when he told the blonde that those people would not mess with him anymore since the association took them. But Hyuni's eyes began to shine because he was able to ride Peace. Meanwhile, Eugen said that the association asked to keep everything that happened a secret. The guy felt awkward from the happy state of the blonde, who promised that he would keep the secret in his memories forever. Looking at him, the brunette realized that he really is a bright person. Hugging Peace, a slight smile appeared on Hyuni's face. He thinks that he definitely saw everything. The man remembered the moment when he, lying exhausted, raised his head. In front of him, Eugen was fighting with the Gossen team. A tear ran down Hyuni's face when he realized that this guy killed everyone. Raising his head, the man smiled, because he realized that the brunette was protecting him. He called him a dark hero who hides his true strength. Heading to the exit of the dungeon on Peace, Hyuni once again promised Eugen that he would keep his secret. They deleted the brunette's number and messages from Hale's phone, but despite this, the boy still wants to contact him in the future. The sun was already setting in the city. Eugen is lying on the bed with Peace. The boy pressed the skill in his profile, which after his rebirth is called Final Gratitude. The brunette remembered how Eugen, laughing, grabbed him by the top of his head. He believes that the boy hoped to leave after fulfilling their conditions. When Eugen stabbed Eugen with a blade, the skill Final Retribution was activated for him, as well as the effects of the title Educator. The attackers saw that a strong aura began to emanate from the brunette as the skills and stats of the enemy were transferred to him in double size. The men did not understand why the F-class suddenly became so strong. This was the only time Eugen influenced someone with the intention of killing them in order to gain their skill. Lying on his bed, the boy looked at his phone as he thought about whether he really wanted to or not, despite surviving thanks to the skill he gained. Eugen opened his phone book, remembering that he was going to live his life pretending to forget about him because he thought he would never contact him again. The brunette stood up because he decided to call him after all. Eugen put the phone to his ear. A smile appeared on his face when he realized that he was alive. The boy remembered going to dungeons with his partners, or rather people who supported him. Next to him on the roof sits a man who thinks that he should not worry because the rumors will pass with time. Eugen thought that he will not hear his voice again. After all, he held an exhausted partner in his arms who advised him to escape. Meanwhile, someone answered the phone, asking who was calling. The guy lowered his head when he said that he had dialed the wrong number, wishing him a good day. He put the phone on the bed because he realized that they no longer knew each other. The brunette remembered how he stood near the portal with his partners. Eugen thinks that they all had a hard life because they had to take risks and go to the dungeons. The guy understands that they will be sent to the dungeons again where chaos reigns if the awakening center opens now. Looking at the view from the window, Eugen realized that he still clearly remembers all these people. Meanwhile, his face became serious. The brunette thinks that he can't close his eyes to them since he still remembers them. The skyscraper with panoramic windows is illuminated by sunlight. The boy walked into Eugen's office, who was sitting at his desk. He apologized for coming so early, noticing that they were both already there. Walking up to them while Eugen was working on his computer, the brunette said that he needed to discuss something with them regarding the Awakening Center. Simyong didn't want to talk about them again, despite Eugen's concern. The boy looked at him with a serious look when he thought that the man needed a high-class awakening. Simyong was surprised and threw his head back when Eugen promised to find one for him much faster than the Awakening Center. In turn, the man asked how he planned to do this. Eugen jumped out of his chair when the brunette explained that there were ways to awaken abilities that were specific to a specific person, so there would be no need to force everyone to fight. Eugen realized that Eugen was about to reveal the skill. Placing his hand on his chest, the boy admitted that he had a hidden skill. He asked the guys to pass on his request to the association and work with him to slow down the progress of the Awakening Center. The guy's skill is that he is able to check the possible awakening class of the unawakened. Eugen believes that the upcoming events will affect the beginning of the renovation of the association. There were many people of different classes in the association center. Using his skill, the brunette told Yerem that he saw another C class. She told him that he was a rather famous tutor. Eugen thinks that he has a suitable job. A drop of sweat ran down the guy's face as he thought about something. Sitting at the set table surrounded by the guys, Eugen did not understand why there were so many people in the center. Yerem began to eat the cocktail with her eyes, so much so that she began to drool. She thinks that the more people gather, the better. Soyoung, smiling, brought one of the dishes to Noah's embarrassed face as payment for the bike ride. She chose a dragon bingsu. Sitting opposite the brunette was Hyuna, who admitted that she came to watch him show off his skill. The skill, depicted as a sprout, allows you to see the potential characteristics of an unawakened after awakening. Eugen had never told anyone about it before except Eugen. The skyscraper they were in was illuminated by sunlight. The man asked the brunette in surprise if he could see the potential characteristics of an unawakened. Pushing his glasses up with his fingers, Simyong realized excitedly that the guy could use his skill without any restrictions. Meanwhile, Eugen began to glow in the man's imagination, while Eugen, who was watching everything, did not understand anything. Simyong realized that the guy could find narrow skills, and also that the blessings of his skills were endless. Eugen, holding his chin with his hand, realized that the man noticed that Hunter Yerem and Myungwoo also used this skill. The guy told him that he was offering the use of this skill in exchange for cooperation with the association. Hearing this, Eugen became so angry that he prepared a rope for the guy. He asked the brunette what he was going to do. In turn, Eugen asked to put this topic aside for now. The guy began to remember his plan when he told them that they needed to divide those coming to the Awakening Center. For those who came to him, the waiting time would be longer, but in exchange, they would learn which skill suits them best. And also for those who have a high level and special skills, which they will help awaken by changing their environment. Simyong raised his head, clutching his chin. He said that this way they can reduce the number of visitors to the Awakening Center while prioritizing the diversity of skills. Meanwhile, Eugen tied Eugen's hands with a rope when the man said that he would have to work hard. The guy said that he would only check himself, after which he would leave the rest of the work to others. He calculated that if he allocated 10 seconds per person, it would only take 1 hour per day. Meanwhile, at the Awakening Center, Eugen was writing down the classes of those who arrived in the table, those from whom he had managed to learn using the skill. But more than half of the people turned out to be above E class, and only 1% of those who came to the center received the powers of a hunter. Looking at the huge number of visitors to the center, the guy assumed that the talents of everyone else were buried in the ground. The brunette imagined how Jin Hyuk had a sign hanging over his head that the chance of his failure was 99%, and Peace, who was standing next to him, thought that the chance of C classes was 50%. Eugen thought that with such advertising, most people would be chosen last, due to which fewer people would go to the Awakening Center. At that moment, the guy remembered the latest events that happened in the association. The president handed him a letter of entrustment, which approved the guy as a representative of the Awakening Center. Smiling, Jin Hyuk asked the brunette what he thought of such news. The assistant held the letter of entrustment while the president explained that every visitor would first undergo a check. At that moment, the edited paper fell, so Jin Hyuk asked the assistant to attach it back. The boy thought that they were trying to kill him. Eugen, refusing, put his hand in front of the president, since this is not what he agreed to, and also he does not have that much mana since he is only an F class. The man took the boy by the shoulder. He believes that the brunette will succeed, so he asked him not to say that. A wide smile appeared on the face of the association president when he told Eugen that he must work for the good of society, adding that when he was young, he went to work at sunrise. The boy looked at the man and smiled when he said that he was quitting. Sitting at the table in the Awakening Center, Eugen did not expect things to turn out like this. Hyuna, calling the association president greedy, asked the boy what he was going to do. The brunette was looking closely at the elixir container when he realized that he needed to find another way. He started listing his options to Hyuna, who was sitting across from him. The girl said that the association wouldn't give up that easily while holding a cola with ice in her hand. Yerim, who was sitting next to Hyuna, asked her what she meant. But the girl only asked the guy how many high-class people he had found in the past few days. To which Eugen replied that he had found 7 B-class people with special skills, 1 A-class, and 1 B-class with combat skills, and sent them to the association, thanks to which their awakening was successful. Hyuna started pointing her fork at him, saying that the team that had been formed in a couple of days was above average. She thought that he had a scary skill that didn't even require as much money as raising monsters. Imagining Eugen standing next to the guild leaders, the girl said that he would also be among the top 5 guilds if he used his skill well. Yerim jumped up from her seat when Hyuna suggested that the association was going crazy trying to find a way to put Eugen on a chain. In turn, Yerim believed that they would not be able to do that to him. The guys jumped up from their seats, promising that they would protect the boy no matter what. But Hyuna doubted that they would succeed. Eugen looked at the girl when she said that the association would search for him through those who were close to him. She added that they were already working on Eugen. The guy sitting at the table across from the girls became worried about his brother. At that moment, Yerim asked the girl not to tell about it, as the brunette should rest. But Hyuna didn't understand why she was against it, so she asked Eugen if he really didn't know about what happened, assuming that he didn't watch the news online. The girl showed the news on her phone when the embarrassed guy admitted that he only watches the news on TV and also doesn't like comments. After that, Hyuna asked him to look at his phone. The brunette was very surprised when he read the news. The resource said that the head of the guild World Edge is responsible for the fire at the A-class dungeon building in Sudama. Also, that Eugen did not show up at the association conference after raiding the S-class dungeon and destroying the reception center. Still holding her phone, Hyuna said that this was only news from the past few days. She believes that high-class hunters, by getting away with many problems, are causing fear and anxiety in people. The boy introduced his brother when the girl said that the news about Eugen was not covered up in the past few days. Yerim turned to Hyuna when she realized that Eugen would be made to be the bad guy if he did not cooperate. Noah thought that this was more like incitement from the media. Eugen continued scrolling through the news when the worried blonde suggested that the journalists were literally telling him to stand up and solve the problems that Eugen would cause. Meanwhile, he remembered the contract burning in the man's hand when Hyuna said that the very existence of S-classes was dangerous. Eugen looked angrily at the disappearing leaf. The girl believes that the journalists are provoking them to try to force Eugen to do something. If he gets caught, it will be enough to shake up the media. The man, holding his tie, turned away from the grumbling association president. He wanted to leave the office, but there was a guard near the door. Eugen imagined T1 devouring his brother with his eyes when Hyuna said that they were using Eugen to manipulate him, because the brunette was constantly surrounded by S-classes and did not appear in public. Hearing this, Yerim looked at the girl with a surprised face, who was sure that Eugen would not allow himself to be controlled in such a way. She believed that the association president was a real snake, so sooner or later something would happen. Meanwhile, Hyuna's phone received a notification. It was an emergency message informing that a high-class hunter was furious, because of which the nearby areas were blocked. The guys did not understand anything. Yerim pointed to the TV when the brunette thought that time was flying too fast. The girl said that Eugen was shown there. The news on TV said that the leader of the World Edge Guild had intentionally destroyed part of the association building, making the area closed to visitors. Eugen listened attentively to the news with his hand near the elixirs. At that moment, Hyuna realized that she should have warned him earlier. The girl standing behind him was surprised when the brunette said that Eugen did not do it. Hyuna asked him how he could understand that. The brunette's eyes began to sparkle when he confirmed her words. Eugen's mood changed dramatically because he loudly said that Eugen would never have destroyed so little. Looking at the worried Noah, the brunette asked him for a ride, saying that he needed to get to the association immediately. The blonde agreed to help him. The brunette filmed the moment of Noah's transformation from different angles. Riding the golden dragon, Eugen told the guys that he was leaving. Looking at the flying mentor, Yerim called him. The girls continued to look at the sky when Yerim remembered that she had a late reservation for the quest, and Hyuna thought that the boy should rest. Holding on to the dragon, Eugen got angry because he did not understand how the association dared to manipulate him, even though he was the one who offered his help. The boy confidently raised his head when he decided to show the association what happens when they try to do something using Eugen. The dragon flew high above the city. Raindrops flew near the boys. The boy said that this is the building where they are building the Awakening Center, and now he will leave this work to an ally. Noah asked him if he is sure that everything will be okay. The boy narrowed his eyes, looked at the phone screen and answered that no matter what happens, it will be his responsibility. You had news and comments flashing through his head as he thought about how all those horribly demonstrative things his brother had done were because he cared about him. If that was how his brother's position in society was shaken, then it would be no different from his past life. The dragon began to descend as the hero thought about how he would not allow his brother to be held back because of him again. One of the boys threw a burning piece of paper on the floor and asked his allies if that was enough. The hooded boy turned around and watched him burn the trash. The boy said that the fire was not spreading much because of the rain, to which his comrade replied that he could leave it. It would be better this way than for him to go to the Awakening Center. The third person present agreed and said that the association had asked him to destroy only a single building. Suddenly they noticed the day of the dragon looming over them. The hero said that if they went too far, they would be made to pay, and they really did destroy only a little. Eugen and Noah landed next to them. The hero said that, apparently, it only looks epic in the news due to the angles of filming. The guys were surprised to recognize him. The blonde began to dissolve into thin air. The guys screamed and asked the guy how he ended up in this place, because they blocked the entrances. Eugen in response asked if the association asked them to do this. A little later, screams and coughing were heard from the half-built building. The blonde beat and tied up the guys, after which he said with a smile that he knocked them out, and the best thing would have been to tie them up and drag them. The young man said that he was very fast. A huge crowd of reporters quickly headed towards them, while the guy was taking pictures for proof. He looked back, and the flash blinded him. Journalists and reporters quickly approached them, vying with each other, asking the guy if he had come to convince his brother. The guy pointed at the fallen guys and said that he was innocent, because they were behind all of this. The reporters interrupted him and asked if Eugen had attacked them. Eugen was confused but staggered. The reporters loudly asked him if it was true or not, and said that they heard that the disappearance of the Special Detention Center for high-ranking awakened ones was also his doing. The people around him brought microphones to his face. The guy said that it happened because in its place appeared in the dungeon. The reporter replied that he burned down the dungeon building, and the guild leader was arrested for committing a crime. The guy frowned tensely and looked away. The reporter's voice echoed in his head, who said that the anxiety of the unawakened society was increasing due to the crimes committed by S-rank hunters. He slightly recoiled and walked away, not answering questions about whether the edge of the world had a way to restrain its leader, because if the unawakened suffered instead of trust, they would get the opposite result. The blonde approached his comrade and called him by name. The young man interrupted him and said that he knew what he wanted to say. The guys felt like they were in a web. The hero thought that the reporters did not come to make a report. Because this is a trap, they have already made a conclusion. The image of Jin-Huk appeared in his imagination and he thought that the president was behind all these reporters. The news about the leader of the edge of the world was open on the tablet. Eugen put his hand on the table and said that now the interlocutor is arranging an incident while holding him in this place so that he can't do anything. Slightly frowning, he added that he did not know that the Hunter Association had fallen so low. T1 silently looked at him. The young man asked if he agreed. The man folded his arms on the table and said that he only came to personally ask for a favor. The young man fell silent, and the man asked the other man not to give the association any more reasons to act. He closed his eyes, and Ars asked him what he meant, to which the other man replied that he knew that he was deliberately doing so that the association would attack him. He then imagined Eugen with a book, surrounded by his hands, and added that there were forces within the Hunter Association that desired the hunter Eugen, and the young man planned to destroy her when they began to act. Raising his hand from the table, he added that he would prevent what he was worried about, because he was going to make a request to correct the report on the incident related to the destruction of the association building, so he was asking for cooperation so that the association could no longer attack them. Eugen touched the screen of the tablet with his finger. Looking at the man sternly, he asked if he meant that he was just going to cover up the rotten parts of the association and do it forever so that they wouldn't leak out. He stood up from his seat, turned away and said that their conversation was pointless, so he was leaving. The man calmly called him by name. Walking past the table, the guy said that he didn't care whether T1 wanted to be the dog of the association or not. Confidently looking ahead, he added that he only wanted to cut off everything that could harm his brother. The man jumped up from his seat and asked if that was why he killed Kyungsoo. The guy replied that he could discuss it with Hyunhee, because if he destroyed the dungeon, he wouldn't have to do anything. The man reached out to his wrist and asked him to wait a little while so he could talk. He suddenly pulled his hand back, seeing a bright flame. The boy, releasing his ability, said angrily that he thought it was a personal favor and then asked if the association asked the interlocutor to stall for time. He added lightly that if he wanted, he could burn everything to the ground so that the fake news would become the truth. The men stood facing each other. T1 asked if this was a threat. The boy replied that the truth was currently being held back. The man lowered his gaze. Watching the enraged interlocutor, he thought that he was overcome by a feeling as if he was standing in front of an inhuman. The boy was slowly losing his composure, standing in front of his opponent. The man noticed that he really was not a human compared to other S ranks. A dark aura covered the man's hand. He wondered how he could let them loose. He touched the watch and decided that these wild beasts could not even be tied up. This is exactly what the association's leash was for. I exhale calmly. He realized something. He introduced the broken rope and added that if the leash was rotten, he needed to decide what to do. The news showed Eugen and called him the brother of the head of the edge of the world. The youth quickly looked around. The reporter said that Eugen had just arrived at the scene. Eugen grabbed the tablet and exclaimed loudly. Slightly sweating, he wondered with a trembling voice why his brother had come. The man noticed that his mood had changed in an instant. Fear and excitement were on the youth's face. T1 remembered being handcuffed and thought that not only his brother, but everyone's attitude changed when Eugen was involved because Riet took her arrest calmly. Then he remembered the image of a smiling blonde man and added that even he was friendly with him. An image of Yerem and Eugen appeared in his head. The man noted that the girl was also on good terms with him, after which he began to reason that maybe it was because of the monster he was raising, but he was quite close to Hyuna. Looking down, the man decided that they were lucky that there was no big problem, and, as it seemed to him, that was why the association needed Eugen. Imagining the image of a hero standing in the rain, he decided that he could at least talk to him. Noah looked back at his ally and asked if he was okay. The guy replied that he was wrong. Covering his face with a frown, he added that if he had known that they were like this, he would not have taken the easy way out in the first place. The female reporter put the microphone in front of her and asked him to briefly comment on the situation. The young man, as if he had not heard her, said that it was scary. Holding his head, he said that apparently the building was completely destroyed. The people around him did not understand what he was talking about. They looked at each other after he said that of course it wasn't because of his brother, but because of the unknown dungeon nearby, and noted that they apparently didn't see it. The reporters and journalists raised their heads to the sky. A huge dragon shadow loomed over them and they began to run away. He lowered his head and called them pathetic. The beast hit the ground behind him. The young man said that if they were writing an article about the head of the guild at the end of the world causing chaos, decisively pointing his finger at himself, he noted that in that case, he should be at least like this. The people exclaimed that this was a dungeon rift, so they needed to evacuate. The reporters were all running away, shouting that this dungeon was at least a rank. The monster opened its mouth and narrowed its eyes, saying that she had done the boy the favor he asked for, so now he should take care of her baby. Eugen watched with tears in his eyes. The news reported that a dungeon had appeared. The building was completely destroyed. T1 was shocked by what he saw. The dragon opened its mouth and let out a loud roar. Swinging its paw, it smashed the nearby building into pieces. People ran away in horror, screaming loudly. The guy threw up his hands and happily said that the news that the guild leader had gone berserk was fake. Noah looked up at the dragon and asked the guy there if he was sure that this was okay. The young man replied that they had already checked because there was no one in the building. The dragoness smiled, hearing the request to destroy the entire awakening center. The hero listened to the rumble and explosions from the nearby building with great joy and pleasure. He broke into a satisfied smile and thought that he should have done this from the very beginning. Hyuna happily destroyed the building. The boy thought that the easiest way to stop the awakening center is to get rid of it. A torrential rain fell on the man, who was looking sternly at what was happening. The hero added that this would not have happened even if he made them a good offer, because the people from the association killed everything with their greed. The subordinates ran up to the man, saying that the dragon flew away, and they were looking for if there were any more monsters left. Eugen grabbed the umbrella and quickly walked away. He went to his brother and opened it. After covering the boy from the rain, he asked why he was just standing there and getting wet. The boy replied that his brother could look around because there was nowhere to hide. The man watched them. The hero asked his brother why he came to this place, because he thought his brother would be resting. Eugen replied that it was because he saw him on the news. The heroes looked back at the blonde. His brother pulled him home. The young man called his ally under the umbrella, to which Vladimir replied that he was fine as is. Suddenly, the young man noticed something and suggested going by car. Eugen replied that it was designed for two, to which the blonde said that everything was fine, because he would get there himself. Eugen smiled slightly and nodded. The man silently watched them. The guy looked at the blonde and said that he could sit on his lap. The interlocutor replied that he did not need it. T1 slightly opened his mouth and thought about what was happening. He watched the guys leaving and thought that, as he believed, they had F rank on a leash, and they were playing with him like a child or a dog. Without taking his eyes off them, the man added that now he sees that, most likely, it was he who tamed the monsters to be obedient. The black car of the heroes drove along the road. Eugen lowered himself onto his hand. His brother told him that he had recently spoken to a senior officer and it didn't seem like he was cooperating on the matter. The boy replied that it wasn't surprising since he wouldn't lie like this if he was a person who was capable of doing that. He looked at his brother and added that he heard from Hyuna that the association had been bothering him lately. Eugen was keeping a close eye on the road. The boy added that he would deal with them. His brother interrupted him and said that it wasn't necessary. The hero was surprised to hear him say that. To be more specific, he had lured them into doing it. Eugen was alarmed. He didn't understand why that was necessary. His brother replied that he would intervene again if he found out the truth. The boy replied that he would intervene anyway, so it was still worth telling. His brother looked down and said that there was a group of people in the association who were trying to talk to another country using Eugen. The hero looked at him silently. Raising his eyebrows, he asked if he understood correctly that he was being used. The next second, he was stunned, not understanding what this meant. Pointing his finger at himself, he asked his brother if he would be sold as a slave, to which his brother replied in the affirmative. Raindrops hit the windshield. The youth exclaimed and said that he thought they were trying to use him for their own purposes. Eugen replied that apparently the association had its own departments. Raising his gaze, he added that some wanted to do this, as the girl said, but only he could deal with them. However, if they tried to sell his brother to another party, then that was a different story. Eugen looked back and said that the association was a government agency. He did not understand how it was involved in human trafficking. His brother replied that in fact, it was a betrayal of their own side. He recalled the image of Hyuni and said that if they could just expose them, it would cause enormous damage to the association, and that the head of Jupiter asked for his cooperation because that was exactly what he wanted to do. The boy jumped up, his eyes widened, and asked where he got such information, to which his brother replied that the blonde had international connections, which was why he did things that could cause scandals. Roughly imagining the structure of the kingdom around Eugen, the boy said that his brother had a whole palace of guards, and so he thought that they would go after him if he became an easier target. Eugen grabbed his head and thought hard that it must have worked. He recalled the image of the association president and thought the association was even more interested in him since he revealed his ability as a hopeful sprout. However, comments and news headlines flashed through his head. The boy said that because of him, his brother's image was ruined. Looking at his phone, he added that he couldn't let people hate him for no reason. Eugen replied that he didn't care, but the boy asked if the point was for them to swallow the bait. His brother looked at him blankly. He jumped up in surprise, noticing that the boy had called the chief officer and said that he wanted to confess that he had previously forced the hunter to knock out the others. Hearing his brother ask what he was doing, the boy took the phone away from his ear. He smirked and said that they should finish this quickly since they were the ones who tricked them first, so it was better to do something in revenge. The next morning, the boy with the two animals smiled happily while in the garden. One of the people around him said that it looked much more amazing in reality. He was surrounded by reporters and journalists who said that he was the only monster tamer in the world and that they were amazed at how well he got along with these cute monsters. The girl looked at him with a smile and asked if there was a secret to raising them well, to which the young man replied that there was no secret because they only needed stable love and attention. Suddenly, they looked around, noticing something. Eugen, beaming with joy, turned to his brother with care and love and asked if he had eaten lunch. The young man stood up from his seat and was delighted with the same care and love that his brother had come. The female reporter was very surprised by him. Holding hands and paws, they played the roles of a great family with brilliant artistry. Eugen pointed at the camera and told his surprised brother that they were still filming and that they were on air. The brother feigned surprise and said that he thought they had already finished. The journalists awkwardly ran up to them, saying that they were glad that the guy had come. One of the guys said that his arrival was like a breath of fresh air because he was completely different from how he was shown on the news. Blushing awkwardly, he scratched his head and replied that he was simply trying to be responsible to the media. The girl looked at the guys with a smile and said that they were both very close, to which the heroes replied that they were each other's only family. Putting his hand on his brother's shoulder, he added that he was very proud of him and was always very worried about him. Eugen replied that he was acting like a parent. Clearing his throat, he said that as the reporters already know, his brother sometimes acts rudely, but it is because he is worried about him since he meets many advanced hunters for work. Pretending to cry, he apologized and added that he had a feeling that because of him, his brother would be hated. The girl noted that she did not know this. Eugen said that he should not say that. They took each other by the hand with great artistry and acted out their excitement. The young man said that it was all his fault since he was a fragile F-rank hunter. His brother tried to stop him. They looked into each other's eyes and the young man said that even though his brother was the weakest, fragile and statistically more like an ordinary civilian, but T1 was menacingly heading towards them as planned by the hero. He showed his ID and apologized for distracting them. The people were surprised to recognize the officer. He put handcuffs on the hero's wrist. While they could not understand what brought him, the man said that he was arresting a hunter for causing harm to 3 advanced hunters. Eugen and Peace feigned surprise, trying to dispute his words. The young man said that this was impossible and it was a setup. Reporters were filming what was happening in shock. The young man said that his brother was at the lowest rank. T1 took the chain from the handcuffs in his hands. The reporters shouted that the hunter was arrested live on air. The guy grinned contentedly, looking at the floor. A video was opened on the internet in which Eugen's happy and smiling face was visible. The protagonist noted that the reaction on the live broadcast was quite enthusiastic. Eugen added that the rare smile of the head of the guild abyss was shown in an interview with the only monster tamer in the world. There were many positive comments under the video. The protagonist noted that there were also shocking developments. In one comment, a viewer was surprised that the protagonist was arrested. The protagonist looked at his hands in horror where they put handcuffs. The protagonist said that it was impossible for him to hurt high-class hunters. T1 clutched the chain of the handcuffs that the protagonist was cuffed to, looking at him in disbelief, while Eugen ran up to his brother, covering him with his hand with a displeased face, while the reporters stood in complete shock. T1 told Eugen to just testify later. Eugen told T1 that his brother could not have done anything wrong, adding that Eugen should not go anywhere as he would somehow solve this problem. Eugen looked at his brother with a shining face, full of hope, and pressed his hand to his chest, after which the protagonist sadly lowered his head. T1 held the protagonist's hand as the protagonist closed his eyes and cried sadly, causing Eugen to extend his hand towards his brother. The protagonist told his brother that he was the guild leader and that he could not be a burden to him, promising that he would return soon. Noah and Myung-woo ran towards the protagonist in a panic, looking at him with sadness in their eyes. Myung-woo told T1 not to treat Eugen so rudely since he was only in F class. Myung-woo looked at the protagonist with pity, causing tears to fall from his eyes, while Noah ran right after Myung-woo, closing his eyes and crying sadly. Myung-woo told T1 that the protagonist was weak and there was no need to handcuff him. Noah noted that the detention center was so stuffy, and it would be even worse since it was already summer. He was a man with experience. The protagonist looked at the boys pitifully, pressing his hands to his chest, while Blue flew behind him. Blue looked at the protagonist happily, her eyes sparkling. An automatic translation suddenly appeared. Blue asked her dad where he was going and who was the man standing next to him. Eugen fell to the floor, closing his eyes and turning away from Blue, while Peace covered the protagonist with his arms outstretched. Peace told Blue to come to him. Peace put his paw on the head of a happy Blue. Peace noted that Dad was going to America to earn money and that he wanted to buy Blue a lot of tasty things. Blue looked intently at Peace, asking how many more nights were left until he returned. Peace turned his head away, shedding a tear, and covered his eyes with his paw. Peace told Blue that someday, if she was obedient and studied hard, then someday he would definitely come. The protagonist imagined himself walking along the seashore in handcuffs while shedding tears, while Eugen, Blue, and Peace sat behind him with sad expressions. Blue said that she would listen well and told Eugen that she would wait for him and that he should come back. The protagonist mentioned public opinion. People were watching the live broadcast on the street, after which everyone cried from the tragic story. In the comments under the broadcast, people were surprised that the protagonist was arrested and decided to protest against the association. Eugen added that it was completely reversed. The protagonist imagined an old TV with static. He mentioned that there is a so-called 3B rule. Eugen noted that 3BS are effective in captivating people's hearts. The protagonist imagined Eugen reaching out to his brother while Noah was saddened by what was happening behind Eugen. The protagonist noted that this is beauty. The protagonist imagined a sad Peace shedding tears while standing next to a passionate Blue. Eugen noted that it was Beast. The protagonist added that the next day, a third one would be added. Yerim, her eyes shining pitifully, cried from the terrible news, raising her hand to her face. Yerim could not believe that the protagonist had been arrested while she was in the dungeon. The protagonist noted that it was Baby. The TV was showing a live broadcast of Yerim, with a saddened face, while the protagonist was sitting at the table, leaning back, with a contented face and a belly full of food. Yerim said that she promised to protect the protagonist and thought that he would be poorly fed in that cold detention center. The protagonist, with a wide smile, held a kebab in his hands, while T1 stood in front of the protagonist with a serious look. Eugen noted that he would leave there as a fat man, thanks to Myung-woo's lunch boxes. Eugen closed his eyes and contentedly raised the kebab to his mouth. T1 told the protagonist that in just a few days, Eugen's reputation as a guild leader had completely turned upside down, and on the other hand, protests had begun to take place against the association. The protagonist remarked that this was simply a wonderful situation. T1 looked at the protagonist with a serious expression while standing in front of him, while the protagonist looked up at T1 while eating snacks. T1 stated to the protagonist that he never said that he would cooperate with something like this. The protagonist told T1 not to back down, as they had decided to work together and cut out the rotten parts of the association. The protagonist smiled wickedly while looking at T1 and raised his hand with the snack. The protagonist recalled the moment when he was riding in the car with Eugen and making a phone call. The protagonist remarked that the plan in which he willingly surrendered was the one he proposed to T1. The protagonist imagined a tower surrounded by guild leaders, and how he got out of it by luring mice with him. Eugen pointed out that all he had to do was act as bait and root out the kidnappers within the association. Eugen added that if he broke through the strict security and acted as bait, those who wanted to sell him would not miss the opportunity. The room with the blue barrier. Eugen pointed out that the Hunter Detention Center where he was being held was the association's territory, and it was the perfect place for them to kidnap him. T1 stared at the protagonist with a serious expression and knitted his brows. T1 stated that he agreed with the idea of ambush the kidnappers once they arrived, but not with going that far and encouraging distrust of the association. The protagonist leaned back in his chair, sipping juice from a cup. The protagonist told T1 that this was karma. T1 closed his eyes, lowering his head slightly. Eugen noted that he would not have responded like that if the association had not attacked him first. T1 responded to Eugen that his response was quite excessive and he could abort the plan and send him back. The protagonist furrowed his brows and pouted, twirling the glass of juice in his hand, and looked at T1. Eugen told T1 that he was a very stuffy person. The protagonist introduced the association president to the bodyguards and Seokwam. Eugen told T1 that the Awakening Center was being pushed hard without proper preparation, and on top of that, public opinion was being manipulated. Eugen pointed out that they even hid Seokwam's case last time. The protagonist told T1 that he had seen all the hell going on, and asked him if he still felt like siding with his superiors. The protagonist closed his eyes, furrowed his brows, and crossed his arms. The protagonist thought that this was the reason T1 died in his previous life. The protagonist said that T1 called himself a public servant, so he should put people before the interests of the association. T1 smiled wryly, noting that the protagonist was talking about humans. T1 placed his hands on the table, while the protagonist looked at him with a serious look. T1 said that if the association collapsed, as he hoped, the S-classes would be the first to start rampaging. T1 leaned over the protagonist, looking at him with a displeased expression. T1 said that the humans would be the ones who would have to deal with these unleashed monsters. T1 narrowed his eyes and frowned, looking at the protagonist with an angry expression. T1 noted that Eugen was allowed to wish for such a world, but he mistakenly believed that since he got along with the S-classes, he was on the same level as them. The protagonist looked straight into T1's eyes with a serious expression. Eugen told T1 that he was the one who was wrong. The protagonist closed his eyes and began to take out a snack from the box. Eugen said that he never wanted the association to fall apart, and that rather, he hoped that everything would be fine. The protagonist leaned over the box, dropping the snacks from the stick. The protagonist noted that it was the first time in years that it was not like this, and everything got worse when outsiders took over high positions. The protagonist put small tomatoes on the stick. Eugen told T1 that they should force the rotten people to resign and bring back the ousted employees. Eugen looked at the snack with a wicked smile, raising his eyebrows. Eugen mentioned the president of the association in the conversation. The protagonist looked up, looking at T1. T1 frowned, looking at the table with displeasure, and pursed his lips. Eugen told T1 that it would be great to see him in this position. The lamp in the interrogation room was dimly lit. The chair Eugen was sitting on fell to the floor. T1 furiously grabbed the protagonist by his clothes and pulled him towards himself, while the protagonist was looking at him with a smile. Eugen noted that T1 did it in an instant, and he was really something, asking that isn't it offensive for him to have such power and yet bow to his superiors. Eugen, with a sarcastic smile, burned his gaze at T1. The protagonist told T1 that even he, an F-class, does all this, adding that after all, people like him should rise to the top. T1 furrowed his eyebrows in irritation and looked at the protagonist with his mouth slightly open. T1 asked the protagonist that he deserved to be on top, just because his class is S. T1 held the protagonist by his shirt, looking at him furiously. T1 asked the protagonist what he wanted, putting him in such a position. Eugen slightly narrowed his eyes and lowered his eyebrows, looking at T1 with a sly smile. Eugen told him that there was peace in the world. T1 warned the protagonist not to say any more nonsense. The protagonist told T1 that it was the truth. Eugen furrowed his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. Eugen imagined T1 standing in front of the city, looking at a bright source of light. The protagonist thought that if the association continued to act only in their own interests, neither the dungeons nor the destruction of the world would be stopped. Eugen added that they needed a person who could firmly lead the association in accordance with the rapidly changing reality. The protagonist remembered T1, who sat with his head down, saying that such power should not be given to him. Eugen did not understand why he, instead of responsibly using the power in his hands, simply looked away and rejected his opportunities. The protagonist opened his mouth, feeling complete seriousness on his face. Eugen told T1 his wish. T1 looked at the protagonist with his brows furrowed. The protagonist said that he wanted Eugen to have a normal school life. T1 looked at the protagonist with his mouth slightly open in confusion. The protagonist said that Eugen should make friends and form relationships. The protagonist imagined himself angrily hitting his brother on the back while he was sitting at the table. Eugen wanted to be carried home after drinking with his friends, and then he would scold him, noting that this was the life he wanted. The protagonist lowered his head and smiled sadly. He said that as an older brother, he should have taught Eugen how to drink, and now he can't even get drunk, being in S class. There were some leftover snacks in the box. The protagonist told T1 that they wanted the same thing, for everything to be like before, without dungeons and hunters. T1 relaxed his face, looking at the protagonist seriously. The protagonist noted that they couldn't actually go back to the past even if they wanted to. T1's mouth slightly opened. T1 pulled down the protagonist's shirt. T1 placed a gray device on the table, handing it to the protagonist. He said it was a panic button. T1 turned his back to the protagonist, while the protagonist was looking at him. T1 told Eugen to press it when the kidnappers came. The protagonist adjusted his clothes, looking to the side thoughtfully. Eugen thought that the world had already changed. T1 walked down the hallway of the building. Eugen noted that he wanted to go back to a time when these things didn't exist, and acted as if he shouldn't have this power. Eugen presented a lot of dirty papers. The protagonist noted that even if he squeezed into a tiny car, rode the subway, and supported a rotten association, T1 already had a lot of power in his hands. Moonlight shone through the bars of the room. The protagonist sat locked in the room with his head down when the guards entered. The protagonist raised his head and looked at the door with a serious look. The guard told him that he was transferred to another detention center. The protagonist reached out to the table, leaving the panic button. The protagonist walked to the door, stretching his hands out to the guards. Eugen noted that he told T1 that he would give a signal when the kidnappers arrived, so that he could ambush them at the right moment. T1 ran into the room, his eyes wide in surprise. T1 saw the panic button on the table. The button was lying alone on the table, illuminated by a yellow light. Eugen added that he was sorry, but he would just let himself be kidnapped and make it so that the association would no longer be able to justify itself. The protagonist walked down the street, smiling maliciously, looking away. The protagonist was led to a black car. The protagonist got into the car when the warden put the phone to his ear, telling his interlocutor that they were leaving. The black car moved. Eugen noted that it was not a police car or an escort bus. Eugen smiled widely, looking at his wardens. The protagonist was worried that he might be taken to some strange place to sell his organs or blood. Noting that his blood type was B, the warden told the protagonist to stop talking nonsense and to sit silently. The protagonist closed his eyes, smiling widely. He said that his younger brother's blood type was B. System notification. Bodily injury curse activated due to breach of contract. Notification. The curse of physical injury is repelled by curse resistance. The protagonist smiled wryly as he recalled the contracts he had drawn up. Eugen noted that he had created several contracts, leaving them as a means of communication before he came there, and he could report his condition to the abyss by terminating a certain contract. Noah transformed into a dragon and tracked the car from the air. Eugen noted that they were all written with conditions that would not arouse suspicion, and the point of the contract was that it forbade revealing Eugen's blood type. Noah noted that the kidnappers were there. Noah said that he was tracking them and that they were heading towards the Gangseogu district and changed cars halfway through. Noah watched a black car drive down the road. Simyang and Eugen were in an office equipped with computers. Noah told the boys the license plate number of the kidnappers. Eugen told Noah that they would figure out the identity of the vehicle's owner. Eugen held the earphone with the microphone while Simyang sat at the laptop with a sly smile. Eugen asked Simyang to do it. Simyang told Eugen to leave it to him and was already looking. Noah was watching the car closely. Noah asked Eugen if everything was going to be okay and if he should take it back. The car stopped near the forest, after which the protagonist was pulled out onto the street. Noah told Eugen that they stopped again. A girl with a tail approached the protagonist. The girl touched the protagonist and a bright blue light began to emanate from them, covering them in pixels. Noah told Eugen that they disappeared, noting that it was a teleportation. The girl pinned the protagonist to the floor, holding his head. The girl pressed her knee on the protagonist, causing him to make a face in confusion. The girl told the man next to her that the target was suppressed and she would remove the equipment. The man with brown hair told the girl to be gentle with him, since it would be their loss if he got hurt. The protagonist bared his teeth, looking at his captors with displeasure. The protagonist did not understand where he was, thinking that they were flying. Eugen did not understand what kind of person was behind all this. The girl began to remove the protagonist's boots and belt. The girl sat on top, removing the clothes from the frightened protagonist. The protagonist told him to stop undressing him, as it would be a crime if they continued. The girl told the protagonist that it was already a crime from the moment they kidnapped him. The man loomed over the protagonist, who bared his teeth in anger. Eugen told the kidnappers to leave his earrings, asking if protective items were allowed. Eugen pointed out that they said they would suffer damage if he was hurt. People suddenly appeared over the protagonist, causing everyone to look at it in surprise. The protagonist widened his eyes in shock, holding the peepo in his hands as the girl jumped away from the protagonist, slightly scared of the monster. The man told the girl that it was an F-class monster and he had seen it on social media. The man asked the protagonist what he was hiding under his clothes. The protagonist furrowed his brows, looking at the peepo in his hands in confusion. Eugen thought that he left peepo at home and thought that she could teleport. Eugen noted that he still couldn't check the status window since it was still not working. The protagonist held an exhausted peepo in his arms, who was spread out on her arms, and looked at peepo's status window, which was in static. The protagonist's eyes widened in panic, causing them to scatter in different directions. The protagonist asked the kidnappers to quickly give him a mana stone, since the child was dying of hunger and he needed high-class mana stones. The protagonist stretched his arms slightly upward, holding peepo, and smiled wickedly while looking at her at the moment when the kidnappers gave peepo mana stones. Eugen happily thought that peepo would have as much as possible from them. The protagonist looked at the kidnappers standing next to him in confusion, while peepo, having eaten too many stones, lay in the protagonist's arms, breathing heavily. The girl said that they would simply charge the client an extra fee later, and the monster would be useful as a decoration when demonstrating the goods. The protagonist did not understand what the kidnappers meant. The girl grabbed the protagonist's face, causing him to look at her with displeasure. The girl asked the protagonist that he thought that private jets were needed to transfer people to another detention center. The girl smiled slyly, looking at the protagonist. The girl told the protagonist that the place he was going to was a human auction. The plane flew over a brightly glowing city. The girl said that there were many influential figures all over the world who needed his skills, and that they even crossed seas just to buy him. The girl smiled slyly, while the protagonist was terrified. The girl told the protagonist that in a few days he would be sold in the strictest secrecy and would remain missing forever. Eugen feigned that they were scary kidnappers. The plane was flying in the night sky. The protagonist thought that this was not just human trafficking, but their sale at an auction, which is even worse, but his location must be tracked. Hammond was holding a pen in his hands, from which a blue stream of energy emanated. The protagonist thought that he had trained this guy exactly for such cases. Eugen and Yerim were standing behind Hammond, at the moment when he was confusedly sitting at the table, using his skill to find the protagonist. Eugen rudely asked Hammond to tell him the location of his brother. Yerim noted that Eugen's friend is really talented. Eugen frowned, looked at the kidnappers and held peepo in his hands, asking them where they were taking him. Hammond and the guys stared at the map, looking for the location. Hammond pointed to Eugen's location on the map with a pen. Hammond told the boys that this was Hong Kong. The city was brightly lit with lanterns. Night hung over the city. A black limousine was driving down the road, its headlights shining. The protagonist was looking at the city from the car window with peepo. Eugen thought that this was his first trip abroad, which turned out to be a kidnapping. The protagonist looked away warily. In front of the protagonist sat Henry, who was beaming with joy, holding out his hand and crossing his legs. Henry told Eugen to make himself at home as they were greeting him warmly. Eugen thought that he was sitting in the same limousine as his kidnapper. The protagonist sat opposite Henry, who was smiling widely. Eugen asked Henry that he was the one who organized the kidnapping. Henry replied that he was just a middleman. Henry closed his eyes, beaming with joy, bringing his hand to his tie. Henry told the protagonist that he was a kind of manager who arranged for useful awakened people to work for a fee. This was the middleman Henry Gregson. Eugen noted that this was called human trafficking. The night city was painted with bright lantern lights. Henry noted that Hong Kong was an area that suffered greatly from the underground breakout due to its small area and high population density. Henry noted that many high-class hunters were kidnapped by mainland China. Henry noted that so Hong Kong's glory had faded compared to the past, but there was still no better place for people from all over the world to gather. The protagonist looked at Henry warily, pressing himself against the car door. Henry said that because of this, Hong Kong had actually become a land of opportunity for people like them. Eugen noted that he meant that it had become easier to commit crimes. Henry narrowed his eyes, smiling maliciously, which made the protagonist horrified by his words. Henry told the protagonist that he had high hopes because he believed that he would be the highest bidder in history and hoped that he would create good memories before the auction. The protagonist imagined himself chained up and a man hitting him on the back with a whip. These were the images that came to mind of human trafficking. The protagonist did not understand what other memories he could have while being kidnapped and sold. The protagonist thought that everything was fine because he had the earrings and yunai hidden in his inventory no matter what the situation was. The protagonist stood in a luxurious room that was sparkling with its beauty and was completely at a loss. Henry extended his hand towards the protagonist with a wide smile, who was completely shocked. Eugen was surprised by the trapdoor in a 5-star hotel. Henry told the protagonist that he hoped that he would have a wonderful time. Henry beamed with joy, closing his eyes and smiling widely. Eugen asked Henry if this was okay. Henry noted that there was no need to press the F-class, and besides, it had to be kept in excellent condition until the auction. The protagonist looked at Henry with his mouth slightly open, incomprehensible. Henry told Eugen not to be shy about using the hotel's facilities, adding that there was a guard at the door and that he shouldn't try to escape. Eugen turned his head, looking at the amazing room. Eugen closed his eyes, breaking his wand into 2 halves, from which a blue spark appeared. The protagonist repeated the words about good memories before the auction. Notification. Breach of contract. Curse resistance activated. It was a notification of safe arrival. On the stand were bottles of soap accessories and bottles of wine with champagne. The protagonist did not understand what other auction because he would return as soon as they caught the association on the bait. The protagonist was lying in a bubble bath, smiling mischievously, holding a bottle of wine in his hand, while Peepo was lying in the bathtub on an inflatable duck. The protagonist thought that he would first create memories of this vacation. The protagonist was sitting at the table, smiling mischievously with a towel wrapped around his head. Eugen was sitting on the couch, watching the news on TV. The news said that while the search for the hunter Eugen, who had disappeared during his imprisonment, was ongoing, there were voices of criticism about the Hunters Association and the economic and social losses resulting from the disappearance of the tamer. The protagonist said that everyone in the association must be going crazy. The protagonist took the tray and with a happy face, opened the lid. He thought that Noah would have to come for him once the Abyss figured out the people involved, and he would just disappear along with him. And to hell with this auction. The protagonist saw a small note on the tray. The protagonist took the note, looking at it with bewilderment, which spoke of a change in plans. The protagonist opened the door, revealing Hyoni with a jug of juice, smiling happily. Hyoni told Eugen that he brought him freshly squeezed fruit juice. Eugen slammed the door in Hyoni's face. The protagonist stood there dumbfounded. The protagonist abruptly opened the door and glared at Hyoni with a furious expression. Eugen did not understand what Hyoni was doing there and thought that he had defected to their side. Hyoni told the protagonist that he was just an ordinary guest. Hyoni closed his eyes and entered the room when the protagonist turned his head and glared at him. The protagonist told Hyoni that he had treated him like a thing and was now involved in human trafficking. Hyoni told Eugen not to worry as he was not interested in such a simple sale and purchase. Hyoni looked at the protagonist with a mischievous smile. Hyoni said that the young master and the little girl probably already knew about his visit and might already be hiding there. Noah and Yerim knocked out the staff and changed into their uniforms. Eugen put on his glasses and suit while in the crowd of people. Hyoni told Eugen that he came to him because he wanted to ask him for a favor. Hyoni extended his hand towards the protagonist, who looked at him with a serious expression. Hyoni said that he would use one of the 3 favors that he promised him when he handed Noah over to him. The protagonist furrowed his brows, looking at Hyoni with displeasure. Hyoni told the protagonist that he hoped that he would add one more thing to his plan. Eugen thought that it was not enough for him to just appear out of nowhere, but he also wanted to ask him for a favor. The protagonist was lying on a lounger by the pool, enjoying his vacation, while Peepo was lying in a small inflatable ring in the pool. The protagonist said that this level of comfort was worth being kidnapped. The protagonist noted that he had the entire infinity pool to himself. Eugen noted that even Peepo was having fun, which is probably why everyone spends money on vacations. The protagonist turned around, looking behind him with a smile, when a cocktail was brought to him on a tray. Yerim told Eugen that she brought him a mango smoothie. The protagonist thanked her. Yerim was surprised that Peepo was also with him, and said that here she is. The protagonist recognized Yerim, then widened his eyes, looking at her. At that moment, she smiled widely and took off her glasses from her face. There were guards by the pool. The protagonist was surprised that Yerim was wearing one pair of glasses as a disguise, noting that it was too clumsy. Yerim winked one eye and smiled sweetly while adjusting her glasses. Yerim told Eugen that those people wouldn't recognize her because it was an item made by Manga that allowed one to adopt someone else's appearance. Yerim added that she also put one of the hotel staff to sleep and switched places with him, noting that Noah helped her. The protagonist took the glass as Yerim hovered over him. Yerim told Eugen that Eugen would be infiltrating the auction as a participant, and that they had all prepared as best they could, and they had really worked hard. The protagonist brought the glass with the straw to his mouth while smiling confusedly. Yerim asked the protagonist what happened and how the head of Jupiter got there. Hyoni leaned against the sofa with his arms crossed while the protagonist sat at the table eating. Hyoni told the protagonist that he was sent an invitation because a valuable item was scheduled to arrive and he wanted to take a look at it. Eugen stuffed his cheeks with food and looked at Hyoni, who smiled slightly. Eugen was a valuable item. The protagonist asked Hyoni if the Jupiter Guild was also invited to the human trade. Hyoni noted that he received the invitation under his other name, and it was convenient to have one or two separate identities. Hyoni imagined people covering their faces with masks. Hyoni noted that such events were mostly attended by influential unawakened people, not hunter guilds. Hyoni added that important figures did not come in person, but sent close associates as their representatives, which is why he chose to come as the representative of the head of Jupiter. The protagonist raised his fork of food to his mouth, looking at Hyoni with confusion. The protagonist asked him if he was his own confidant. Eugen thought that even under his disguised identity, he was receiving invitations like this and didn't realize how far this man's influence extended. The protagonist closed his eyes, stuffing food into his mouth, while Hyoni closed his eyes and smiled slightly. The protagonist wished Hyoni luck, saying that he would no longer be there when the auction began. Hyoni told the protagonist that he wanted him to stay. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, dropping his food onto the floor. Eugen told Hyoni that he was offering him to sell himself. Hyoni told Eugen that in that case, he would take responsibility and bet on him, saying that there was a more important thing. Hyoni raised his hand, smiling wickedly. Hyoni said something about a honey pot, suggesting that the protagonist lure out not only the corrupt people of the association, but also those who buy and sell awakened ones. The protagonist looked at Hyoni with a serious expression. Hyoni told the protagonist that he was a good bait for this. Yerim raised her eyebrows, looking at the protagonist in surprise after hearing the story. Yerim noted that Eugen wanted to say that since they were there, they should also destroy all the human traffickers. Yerim and the protagonist were by the pool, having a conversation with each other. Yerim told the protagonist that the head of Jupiter was fairer than he seemed. The protagonist noted that they were probably just annoying him. The protagonist sipped a smoothie while looking at the pool. The protagonist told Yerim that he was not interested in simple buying and selling, so he wanted to get them all out of sight. Yerim put his palms together, looking straight ahead with a serious expression and emitting an ominous aura, while the protagonist spat out his smoothie in surprise. Yerim said that it was a spectacular way to clear out the criminal underworld, adding that she understood everything, and then she should help the head of Jupiter kill all the participants. The city was clear and sunny. The protagonist called Yerim a high school student, asking what she was talking about. The protagonist added that they would call for reinforcements for this, noting that he had already completed the plan. Yerim was surprised that there would be reinforcements. The protagonist told Yerim that there would be another task for her. Eugen noted that he agreed with the idea of destroying those involved in human trafficking. The city at night was illuminated by bright lanterns. The protagonist noted that he himself was a victim, and there was no need to pity anyone. Besides, this place was perfect for inciting chaos. Henry opened the doors, smiling maliciously, looking at the protagonist. Henry told Eugen to get ready to go upstairs, noting that fortunately the clothes he chose suited him very well. The protagonist stood in fine clothes and looked at Henry with a serious look, while Peepo was flying next to the protagonist. Eugen lowered his head as Henry approached him and spread his arms out. The protagonist told Henry that he did not know if there was a need to show off like that. Henry noted that it was the perfect outfit for a luxurious event. Henry narrowed his eyes, looking at the protagonist with a sly smile, imagining monsters, plants, and people with ropes around their necks. Henry noted that billions and trillions of dollars were circulating in that place. Henry noted that tycoons from all over the world wanted to smuggle plants and pet monsters from the dungeons, or entrepreneurs who were looking for low-class hunters tied to contracts to mine minerals. The protagonist looked at Henry with annoyance, narrowing his eyes. Henry said that all sorts of influential people and their cronies were secretly gathered there. Eugen thought that they were just a bunch of trash. There were people gathered in a huge hall, watching the stage. Henry told Eugen that the main character of the day was him, a hunter, and this auction was dedicated to him. Henry closed his eyes and smiled widely, extending his hand towards the protagonist, while he was looking indifferently to the side. Henry told the protagonist that his proposed performance before the auction would also attract a lot of attention, and that he was looking forward to it. The protagonist told Henry that since he was being sold, he should think of a way to preserve himself. This way he would at least find a more or less worthy owner. The floor was slightly illuminated by light. Henry told Eugen that he was sure that he would be treated well, no matter who he got. Henry pointed to a golden circle on the floor illuminated by light. Henry asked the protagonist to stand right there. The protagonist stood in the circle with Henry. A bright light appeared in the ceiling. The protagonist went up in the elevator with Henry, from which the ceiling began to open, and he looked at it in surprise. The bright light slightly blinded the protagonist, causing him to close his eyes in displeasure, while Peepo widened her eyes. The protagonist widened his eyes at what he saw. Eugen appeared on the stage in front of a crowd of people wishing for him. Henry smiled widely, pointing his hand at the confused protagonist. Henry thanked the people for waiting and introduced Eugen as the last special item of the day. The protagonist looked down, looking at all the people in the audience with disgust. The people happily looked at the protagonist. One of the spectators said that she heard that he was constantly guarded by S-classes. Henry told the audience that he was the only tamer of magical beasts in the world, including a newly discovered skill to evaluate unawakened people. Behind the audience was a cage with a tied-up and exhausted monster in it. The audience discussed that the peepo above his head was also a monster and wanted him to show them a trick. In the audience was a cage with people who looked dejected and exhausted. Henry said that if they got Eugen, the balance of power in the world would be shaken, and the starting price was $1 billion, adding that he wondered how much it would rise to. Henry smiled widely at the moment the protagonist snatched the microphone from his hands. Henry managed to say that Eugen was from Korea. The protagonist raised the microphone to his mouth, looking at the audience with disgust and rage, while Henry looked at him in bewilderment, holding out his hand to him. The protagonist said that seeing them in person was even more disgusting, calling them participants in an illegal auction. The audience watched the protagonist on stage in bewilderment. The protagonist furrowed his brows and smiled slightly, while people flew around discontentedly. Eugen told the audience that it must be amazing that a product can talk, adding that he is a person like all of them. Henry stood with a slight smile, and behind him, footage of the protagonist's life with his pets was shown. The protagonist told the audience that even in this situation, he does not want to be sold to just anyone, and due to his nature, his skill will not work if he is forced to use it. Eugen frowned, looking at the audience, and smiled maliciously. Eugen said that this is why he will add one rule to his auction, with the consent of the host Henry. The protagonist turned his attention, looking to the side. The auctioneer asked the protagonist who he was to dare to act so arrogantly. The girl, with a pompous expression, opened her mouth wide, looking at the protagonist with disdain. She asked Eugen that he really did not realize his situation. The protagonist thought that his plan worked, and she openly complained. The girl stood up from her chair and pointed her finger at the protagonist standing on the stage. The protagonist said that he was a special commodity and the only one of his kind in the world. The girl discontentedly objected that she did not think so, that he was a special commodity. The protagonist smiled nervously, tightly clutching the microphone in his hands. The girl said that she thought he would go into the dungeon and return with already tamed monsters, but also have to pay extra for food when there would be enough trouble with the owner's sign. The participants began to agree with her, noting that his face was also scarier than his younger brother's. Eugen thought with displeasure that they should not hold an auction then. The spotlights illuminated the main character and the disgruntled girl from the audience. Eugen told her that even beast tamers cannot just catch tigers in the wild. The participant told Eugen that this attitude was the problem, noting that he pretended to be unique and he would still be torn apart by monsters if she threw him into the dungeon. The participant frowned and smiled maliciously, pointing her finger at the cage behind her back, from which glowing eyes were visible. The contestant extended her hand, exploding the chain on it with a malicious expression on her face. The protagonist's eyes widened in bewilderment. The auction participants looked in horror at the monster that came out of the cage. The monster's red eyes were blazing and its fangs were bared. The contestant told the protagonist why he didn't tame this monster too, so that it would prove that he was not praising himself so much in vain. The monster furiously rushed across the hall towards the protagonist, who widened his eyes in horror. The participants began to run away in panic, while Henry stood on the stage, calling for security to do something. The protagonist jumped back from the monster, which opened its mouth wide. The protagonist looked at the monster in horror, while a man's hand reached out to him. Eugen thought that at least Yunai or the shield from the earrings worked. A small explosion occurred on the stage, causing a cloud of smoke to rise. The participants looked at the stage in surprise. A man's hand stopped the monster by holding its head. The protagonist lay on the floor, watching as the man held the monster with one hand. A man with gray hair held the monster back, looking at it with an indifferent gaze. It was the auction participant Ian Holton. Henry turned to Ian Holton, asking if he was not an unawakened person. Ian Holton turned his head, looking behind him at the protagonist. He told the protagonist that this was why he wanted to stop him from using himself as bait, calling him brother. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, his mouth slightly open. The protagonist was confused, realizing that it was Eugen disguised as Ian Holton. Eugen was surprised that he snuck in there disguised as an older man. Eugen noted that he was actually his younger brother in disguise. The members watched in shock as Eugen, in his old man form, stopped the bird. The members noted that this dying old man was able to stop the monster with only one hand. Holton held the monster back with a trembling hand, wearing a bracelet on his hand. Henry did not understand what was happening. Holton told Henry that he used a protective item. The protagonist furrowed his brows, looking away in surprise, clutching the microphone in his hands. The members thought that Holton might have awakened in time. The protagonist smiled widely, grabbing Holton's hand. Eugen thanked him, saying that he thought Holton would awaken as an S-class. A member furrowed her brows, smiling mischievously, pointing her finger at the protagonist. The member stated that it was obvious that this was a trick so that he could show off his other skill, and the probability of finding an S-class was incredibly low, noting that Holton was already 90 years old. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows, smiled wickedly, and flashed his eyes. Eugen told Holton that in exchange for saving him, he would help him awaken right that second. The participants looked at each other in surprise as the boys stood on the stage with the monster. Eugen said that raising magical beasts was not an almighty ability, but his judgment skills were not limited to prediction. Eugen, in the form of an old man, leaned towards his brother as he slyly looked at the auction participants. Eugen asked his brother what he was planning to do. Eugen said that he was bluffing, asking him to play along. The protagonist thought that there was no need to worry about information leaking anyway, since this was a secret auction, so communication was prohibited, and the participants would soon, after which his thought was interrupted. Eugen raised his hand, gathering fire in his hand, while the protagonist smiled widely. Eugen said that he would begin then. An explosion occurred on the stage, which shocked the participants. The participants covered their eyes from the bright light, and someone looked at the stage. Green energy emanated from Holton. The clothes on Holton's body were torn due to the fact that his body increased in size, emitting a magical aura. Holton squeezed the monster's neck, causing it to open its mouth wide. Holton pushed the monster to the floor with all his strength. The lifeless body of the monster lay on the stage. The participants noted that he killed the monster with his bare hands. The participants watched in surprise, thinking that the protagonist helped him wake up. The protagonist stood with his eyes closed, smiling contentedly, while Henry was in incredible shock. The participants began to joyfully rejoice, looking at the stage where the guys were standing. The participants were surprised that Eugen was actually capable of such a thing. Henry narrowed his eyes, smiling slyly, and looked at the protagonist. Henry thought that this was simply amazing. Henry imagined the participants raising their hands one by one. Henry thought that most of the buyers who came to this secret auction were influential, unawakened people who had a hard time directly entering the dungeons and obtaining items there. Henry imagined a puppeteer controlling people. Henry thought that with their influence and instinct, they would not only be able to awaken, but also buy young unawakened people, brainwash them, and then create an army of awakened people from them. Henry looked at the protagonist with greed as Holton cut the chain on the handcuffs with his hand. Henry thought that whoever won the auction would gain power at the national level, noting that the auction fees he would earn would also be incredible. The participant smiled widely, pointing her finger at the protagonist. She said that she admitted that she liked it, and she would win him no matter what, adding that he should be prepared for it. The protagonist smiled slightly, looking at the auction participant. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly, bringing the microphone to his mouth. He asked her who allowed her to do this. The protagonist smiled widely, pointing his finger at the contestant in the white jacket. The protagonist said that he would use the veto against this person. The contestant in the headband looked at the protagonist in confusion, not understanding what he was talking about. The protagonist said that this is why it is necessary to listen to the rules until the end. Henry took the microphone, walked up to the protagonist, pointing his hand at him, while the protagonist stood contentedly next to Holton. Henry told the contestants that their special item, the hunter Eugen, has the right to 3 refusals in order to care for him and motivate him. Henry presented a picture of Eugen giving out red cards and holding the hand of the person he chose. Henry noted that he can use the veto not only to refuse an auctioneer he does not like, but also to have it bought by a contestant he likes. The contestants looked at each other in surprise, their mouths slightly open. Henry said that in other words, they need to have a lot of money and win the heart of the goods. The contestant in the white jacket opened her mouth wide, her eyes wide with confusion, looking at the stage. Henry told her that she had made a mess in the auction house and could no longer participate in the bidding due to the veto. The protagonist smiled widely, holding a red card in his hand and looking at the auction participants. Eugen mockingly asked her that this was the first time she had been rejected by the goods, and told the other participants to try to win his sympathy that night. The protagonist knelt down on one knee and closed his eyes. The participants were at a loss for what to do, thinking that they should hold a talent competition. Eugen said that this was fine too, but the most important thing was their character. The protagonist opened his eyes, looked at the participants with a sly look, and broke into a smile. Eugen told the auctioneers that since this was their first meeting, he could not tell who they were as individuals, and so he would be judging them based on their items. Eugen spread his arm out in excitement and looked at the auctioneers with a wicked smile. He noted that each participant now had to present something of value that they were confident in. The auctioneers immediately became restless and looked around anxiously, discussing the proceedings heatedly. The protagonist added that resourcefulness was important in order to choose the right value and present it without hesitation, so they had to prove that they were worthy of his abilities. The protagonist stood on the stage next to Agent Henry and Holton, holding his shoulder as the two participants worriedly discussed this statement. Eugen noted that their property would be returned to them after the auction. The participants were unhappy that it would be very unfair to give up their valuable item, to which another participant responded that it could be dangerous and Eugen could steal it. One of the bidders turned to his colleagues with concern and held out his hand. He told them not to fall for this trick, because if they did not provide anything, the auction would continue as usual. One of the crowd of bidders in a black suit clenched his fists and said that the auction would not continue, but he believed that there should have been a chance. The protagonist held the microphone in front of his lips and looked at the crowd of bidders with a little anticipation, realizing that no one wanted to step forward, although they only needed one bidder. Eugen was standing on the stage next to Helton when suddenly there was a commotion from the side. Suddenly, gold chains flew at him from the side, to which the protagonist managed to react with bewilderment. A pile of gold chains began to bind the body of a frightened Eugen, who dropped the microphone from his hands, while Agent Henry and Holton, standing nearby, watched him with concern. Eugen closed his eyes tightly and bared his teeth when a gold chain was thrown around his neck. He realized that he was definitely not ready for this situation because he asked for a completely different condition. Hyoni appeared in the middle of the hall, who threw his gold chains on Eugen, shackles him with it. Hyoni noted that the protagonist's statement sounded too arrogant. Hyoni looked at Eugen with an ironic smile, squeezing a gold chain in his hand. Hyoni sarcastically explained that the goods should behave much more politely and accommodatingly. Eugen was angry at such an impudent action of his friend and did not understand what Hyoni was up to now. The protagonist was completely chained, but did not lose heart and began to smile sarcastically in the direction of Hyoni. He sarcastically asked him if he was taking on too much now. Hyoni smiled wickedly, looking forward at the goods as Eugen clutched the chains in his hand with a white glove. Hyoni sarcastically replied that Eugen was no less impudent and asked him about what he wanted to change the habits of the participants. He also added to all the participants of the auction that Eugen was not as simple as he seemed. The participants realized that he was the leader of the Jupiter Guild. Eugen's face darkened, and he looked at what was happening with incomprehension in the sweat of his brow. People began to think that the rumors were true and they wished that Hyoni taught Eugen a lesson. The protagonist did not understand where the concept of democracy was, realizing that these people had no morals. He realized that everything was because there was no control over the people. Hyoni clutched his chain and was about to pull it. The protagonist was hanging in the chain when suddenly Holton grabbed the chain and told Hyoni to stop bullying him. Holton towered over Hyoni on the stage and they looked at each other with tension while their real silhouettes as Eugen and Hyoni also looked at each other with tension. The hologram of Eugen began to explain to Hyoni not to do such tricks to his brother, especially in front of him, adding that it was unheard of for a product to be treated like that. The members watching the two people's tense dialogue could feel the tension from a distance. Another member pointed out that Holton was already 90 years old and was going up against the head of Jupiter, and the two of them looked damn scary. Hyoni put one hand in his pocket, lowering his head with a sarcastic expression, and released the chain with the other. Eugen instantly leaned back in shock when the chain was released. Hyoni explained that the chain would be his move and if his bet was successful, he would win. Holton immediately rushed to help Eugen catch his breath as Hyoni spread his arms out and looked away sarcastically. The main character smiled slightly as the golden chain was still hanging around his neck. He understood that Hyoni's SS rank weapon, which nothing could compare to even if everyone here pitched in, would be the bait, and he felt that parting with the items would be even easier now. Hyoni turned away from the stage with a satisfied grin and was about to leave the auction when Eugen showed him a red card. Eugen understood this whole ingenious plan and so he pretended not to like it and showed the card. Eugen understood that a red card on the strongest competitor would have a strong impact on the other participants in the auction, all as it should be. Holton also pretended to participate and gave his gold bracelet to Eugen. Holton noted that he only had a rank bracelet, to which the main man of the auction thanked him and said that it would be enough. He understood that immediately after the shock there would be a rank. Eugen stepped onto the stage and looked towards the other participants, who were looking at this item in surprise. Eugen asked them if anyone else wanted to speak. The participants of the auction looked at the stage with enthusiasm and understood that it would definitely be worth it. The main character exclaimed and raised his head up and saw a blue shawl spread out in the air. An elderly participant of the auction in a blue dress happily looked at Eugen and wrapped a blue shawl around Eugen's neck, noting that it was an S-rank item, a C-made shawl. She really wanted the main character to like this item. Henry stood to the side and excitedly extended his hand, noting that the third bid was from participant Kara Gray and her S-rank shawl. All the participants rushed to take a bid and ran up to the stunned Eugen, holding out their items. One of the participants offered his S-rank bracelet, which was definitely different from the A rank. Another participant offered a robe, which was supposed to be practical and could be worn in everyday life. Someone else from the side held out a small box and offered a rank earrings, which were supposed to attach automatically when they were brought to the ears. Participants gleefully raised the items above their heads and excitedly tried to offer their items. Agent Henry continued to accept lots and said that a bid from Marseille Bardo was accepted, a ring, and from Sergei Arshavin, an S-rank necklace. The main character understood that there were many valuables in these people who had never even been to the dungeon. The protagonist stood on the stage and watched one of the hunters, who was sitting sadly in a cage, when the rich people rushed to the stage and wanted to give away their items. Eugen realized that these people did not care at what price these items were obtained, whether anyone was hurt during their extraction, and how much effort was spent on all this. He understood that people's greed only grows, surpassing any skills of the greedy. Eugen slightly gloomily lowered his head and understood that it was time to start implementing the plan. The participants looked around. A guy with red hair and a mask on his face wondered where the head of Jupiter went. Another participant angrily replied that Hyoni left because he received a red card and therefore it should not matter anymore. At this time, Hyoni was standing on the roof of the building with the Noah dragons under the cover of night. Hyoni placed his foot on the edge of the roof and put his hands in his pockets, grinning maliciously. He knew about the protagonist's plan and knew that it was time for him to start cleaning up. Hyoni smiled sarcastically and looked down with a malicious look. Suddenly, a barrage of powerful yellow lightning bolts fell upon the entire city. The auction participants looked around worriedly when they noticed that bad weather had started outside. They realized that it was a thunderstorm that was too close to the city, although they knew that rain was not expected. Hyoni emitted lightning bolts with his dexterous fingers. He towered over the roof of the building and emitted these lightning bolts from his hands throughout the city. Suddenly, the electricity went out throughout the city. The city froze in a dark space without light and gray clouds floated smoothly above it. Noah scratched a pile of shining blue crystals with his claw. Noah replied that all the nearby buildings had lightning rods, so he made paths of crystals at Eugen's request. A path of sharp blue crystals spread across the ground as Noah, in his dragon form, watched the dark city. He realized that all the buildings were now in darkness except for the building where the auction was taking place, which was the center of attention. Yerim opened the curtains and looked forward with excitement. She was also part of the plan and noted that she opened the curtains and turned on the lights and asked the guys if all the preparations were finished. The tall auction building was brightly lit when the rest of the city was in the dark without electricity, as a path of shining blue crystals led to the auction building. It was the auction building towering on the shore, shining like a beacon. Eugen continued to receive the items from the participants with a satisfied look and was completely covered in them when hands continued to reach out to him. He realized that this building was bright, inviting from afar. The protagonist stretched out his hand forward along with all the decorations and objects on it. He was surprised that there were so many of these objects and these things together were worth more than he himself. The protagonist smiled mockingly and brought the microphone to his face, stretching his other hand with the decorations in front of him. Eugen noted that it was time to start the game, but added a condition that if he won, he would like to be released. The auction participants looked at Eugen in surprise. Agent Henry was also shocked and asked the protagonist standing next to him what these words meant. The protagonist explained that since he was now a commodity, he also had his own family. The auction participants in their business suits looked at Eugen with grins and did not understand what he was talking about. The protagonist said that it would be humane to establish business relations in cooperation. The auction participants began to laugh loudly as the spotlight was directed directly at the three boys on the stage. The participants ironically noted that their precious commodity Eugen did not fully understand his situation. Sarcastically, they wondered why they had gathered in the first place. Eugen closed his eyes and explained with a satisfied expression that he was sure that by doing so, they would be complicit in all of this. He explained to the participants that he would be sending all of their gifts to the inventory. All of the items on Eugen's body glowed with a blue aura, and he smiled with glee, holding the microphone to his mouth. He said that all of these items would be useful to the dungeon hunters. All of the auction participants immediately began to fidget and look around nervously. They did not understand what Eugen was doing, assuming that this was all just entertainment and that their items would be returned after the auction was over. The auctioneer in the white dress got angry when she saw Yerim taking the hunters from the cage. The auctioneer was confused as to why Yerim was taking all of her slaves that she had won. Yerim smirked as she held all of the slave hunters on her back. She told the auctioneer not to worry so much as she was just cleaning up. The auctioneer didn't understand who was cleaning up like that. The crowd of auctioneers started to get upset and indignant, coming closer to the stage and asking Henry about the fact that they were demanding an explanation for what was happening. Henry, horrified and sweating, started making excuses and saying that all of the staff had been removed before the auction started and he was sure of it. The protagonist looked up with joy and peace, holding a small white peepo bird in his hands. He knew that another stage of the plan was about to begin. Eugen squared his shoulders proudly and looked through the panoramic windows of the roof as Noah was about to fly into the building in the form of a dragon, while the entire crowd of participants was nervous and hysterical. He understood that now it was Noah's turn to implement the plan. Noah, in the form of an angry dragon, flew into the auction building and began to roar furiously, frightening all the participants of the auction. Eugen understood that it was time to start clearing. Noah landed on the ground and all the people began to run in different directions, thinking that some dungeon had broken through. Noah opened his mouth and angrily sprayed a poisonous purple cloud. The people understood that it was poison and tried to save themselves. All the participants of the auction ran as fast as they could in different directions without looking back. Eugen and Eugen climbed on Noah, who came to save them. Eugen noted that Noah arrived on time. Noah told them to hold on tight because they had to go. A purple cloud of aura spread throughout the auction hall. Noah broke through the wall of the building and flew out of it at high speed with Eugen and Eugen on his back. The protagonist angrily turned around and shouted the name of Yerem, who was still in the building. The protagonist watched in horror as Yerem was held by the auction participants and was not allowed to free herself. Henry fiercely grabbed Yerem and did not let her go, shouting that she was still his goods, but Yerem did not like it and wanted to free herself. At the same time, the auction participants began to come to their senses and watched as their building was in severe disarray and ruins after Noah flew into the building. Henry began to say that if Eugen had in mind such a cooperation as he had originally planned, then he would not get away with it. Henry recalled that if this event was publicized, then all the influential people in the world would turn against them. Eugen smiled sarcastically and closed his eyes in response, ironically telling Henry not to worry so much, because no one would know about it. Henry managed to cling to Yerem's leg and angrily turned around, flying along with the guys. Eugen explained that someone was about to appear and would not leave a living soul in that place. Henry frantically looked at the main character, continuing to fly in the air, holding onto his leg. He was wondering who was supposed to appear. Yerem flew after Noah, rushing on the back of the already freed hunters, when a huge column of water appeared in front of them. Noah continued to fly forward when Eugen and Eugen turned back to find out how Yerem was doing. Eugen ordered Yerem to free himself from Henry and throw him off. Yerem screamed in panic and did not understand what kind of a column of water appeared in front of them. A huge funnel of water and air was heading towards the city to clear it. Red glowing eyes appeared from a huge and dark funnel. A huge tentacle crawled out of the water. The huge and enraged monster brought all its mass down on the city and Yerem realized that it was a kraken. The view from space was directed at the mainland, which was illuminated by the light from the cities. Hong Kong was originally characterized by a high population density and a large number of dungeons, but a factor appeared that caused further decline. A water funnel appeared in the water space and a dark gate to the dungeon appeared. It was a rare type of underwater dungeon, rarely appearing outside the land. Most of these dungeons self-destruct before being discovered along with all the monsters. The protagonist sat in his hotel in a robe and picked at a plate of food with a fork with an indifferent face. He said that a year ago, a high-ranking boss kraken was discovered. Hyoni sat opposite Eugen at a table full of food and discussed this moment. Hyoni poured juice into the protagonist's glass and asked him again if he meant the underwater monster that was officially impossible to defeat. Hyoni wondered if the kraken could go beyond the sea. The protagonist replied that the kraken couldn't do that, but he knew exactly what could make it go beyond the sea. The protagonist held a glass of orange juice in his hands and was about to drink it, smiling maliciously at Hyoni. Huge angry underwater monsters once broke through to Hong Kong and a crowd of people ran away from them in terror. Eugen knew that now, more than ever, the knowledge gained before the regression, when there was a breakthrough of the dungeon on the coast of Hong Kong, was useful. At that breakthrough, there was also no light in the city except for one building. Eugen knew that the breakthrough itself was different from the others because the problem then was the lack of lighting. That day, the hunters in black suits were hiding in this building. The protagonist continued to tell that only one building was shining brightly in the darkness, the temporary shelter of the hunters. The hunters then looked in horror as a huge tentacles of the kraken approached them. They began to run in different directions in alarm to survive. During that breakthrough, the kraken pounced on this building and completely occupied it, destroying it along the way with the help of its tentacles. The protagonist said that then the kraken got out on land, destroying everything in its path, and before the regression, it became the symbol of the fall of Hong Kong. Now it was the same. The kraken was destroying the auction building with its tentacles. Its tentacles embraced the building. The kraken itself completely wrapped itself around the tall glowing building and was going to destroy it. Eugen and his brother on the flying dragon Noah looked back to see the destruction with their own eyes, while Yerim flew nearby and held the rescued hunters on her back along with the villain Henry. Eugen was glad that everything worked out perfectly because they created the right conditions and supplemented their plan with magic stones on the shore so that the Kraken could retreat back later. Henry barely held onto Yerim's leg and cried out in displeasure that he felt sorry for his auction house and his customers. Suddenly, a red rope was thrown onto Henry's body and he was about to look back in panic. Hyoni with a malicious grin used his red rope to free Yerim from Henry, who plopped down on the ground. Hyoni ironically noted that since Henry was the initiator of the auction, he was still needed. Yerim looked around excitedly, noticing that this octopus kraken was as big as the entire hotel building. She was told over the radio to be ready. The main character and his brother flew past a glowing building that was completely engulfed by the kraken. Eugen explained that once the kraken finished the building, they would need to deal with the kraken before it could return to the sea. Eugen looked on with glee, reminding Yerim over his microphone not to forget the plan. Hyoni tied Henry with a red rope and watched as Yerim stood on a ledge, preparing to attack with her sharp spear trident. Eugen told them to use whatever it took to deal with the merchants, but was taken aback that they still had to save Hong Kong City since they were in it. Eugen looked ahead with glee and put his hand in front of him, emitting a blue glowing aura. He understood that they only had one step left and then they would calmly return home. All the guys watched excitedly as the kraken surrounded the building and destroyed it, waving its huge tentacles. The kraken grabbed the building more tightly and it began to collapse, going under the water. The kraken is a huge monster that literally turned Hong Kong into ruin during the regression. Its characteristic feature is stealth, and before having devastated the surrounding area, it returned to the sea as soon as the conditions became less convenient. The main character flew in the air towards the dragon and watched as the kraken continued to furiously attack the building. Eugen noted that the main aspect was to lure the monster out and deal with it on the spot. He also added that the guys had to guess the time correctly because they had no right to make a mistake. Yerim jumped off the building, raising her staff into the air, causing a wave of water to rise, while Hyoni stood below, surrounded by his aura of lightning discharges. With water, as soon as a wave rises, electricity was released according to their plan. Hyoni stood in his magic sphere and released a lightning discharge from his hand directly into the water. Yerim looked forward with excitement at her hand, from which she was going to use the frost breath skill. They understood that they needed to have time to freeze the monster before the effect dissipated. A small magic sphere glowed with a bright light with lightning discharges. A bunch of bright spheres with lightning fell from the sky to the ground, to which the kraken looked in surprise. The protagonist looked at the sky with delight and was glad that these magical bright spheres reminded them of Christmas decorations. He remembered that Christmas was just around the corner, as was Eugen's birthday. Yerim landed on the ground with a displeased expression and approached Hyoni, who looked up with a cheerful expression and his hands in his pocket. Yerim was indignant that they had started talking about their eternal topic again, noting that it was inappropriate at such a crucial moment. Hyoni added that his birthday was on August 30th. Eugen said through the radio with a cold look that no one cared and why he even decided to talk about this topic. Hyoni responded ironically about double standards. At the same time, the kraken began to let go of the building and descend to the ground. Yerim noticed that the kraken had begun to move and descended to the land. Yerim cheerfully swung her arms and rushed to attack, shouting at Hyoni that the kraken should now get what it deserved. Hyoni extended his hand and looked forward with a malicious glee, agreeing with the order of the young lady Yerim. A huge stream of yellow aura was directed at the tall building that the kraken released. The building began to collapse in half and its top fell on the kraken's head, pinning it to the ground. Yerim stared at the kraken tensely and swung her staff. Yerim knew that even if the monster's attribute made counterattack or freeze ineffective, they could freeze the building debris and restrict the monster's movement. Yerim used her staff to lift the frozen building debris into the air. She aimed it at the kraken and the area around it was immediately surrounded by a blue frost aura. The building debris fell in a huge flurry on the kraken, causing it to try to swing its tentacles as Eugen watched with glee, praising Yerim for her work. The protagonist looked at his brother happily, placing a hand on his shoulder as Eugen looked angry. The protagonist noted that it would be difficult to hold out like this, so he told Eugen that it was time for them to support the attack when Eugen was supposed to take down the monster with one blow. Eugen asked in confusion about one blow and whether it was possible. Eugen added that Eugen would be able to do it, explaining that no one would have thought that Eugen would be with his strength. On Eugen's head sat the red lizard Eugen. It was the first spirit in the world, the true flame itself. Notification: doubling of all abilities has been activated. The protagonist stood behind his brother, who had Eugen on his head and held his shoulders. He told his brother to close his eyes so that he could activate the separation of feelings. Eugen closed his eyes and looked peaceful. He imagined the image of Yerim, who deftly swung her staff in the air. Eugen extended his hand forward with his eyes closed, on which Eugen sat, trying to concentrate on his feelings. Blue magic vortices swirled in space. He sensed Eugen's every move, just like she herself had adopted the skills of the Mermaid Queen without having any abilities related to water. Eugen soared into the air, emitting a fiery aura from himself, while Eugen looked down with his head down. He accepted Eugen's power and made it his own. Eugen closed his eyes from the bright flames that spread out in a powerful stream in front of Eugen. Eugen looked at his brother in amazement, slightly covering himself with his hand, realizing that Eugen had succeeded. The protagonist looked at his brother, whose fiery gaze was directed at Eugen, who was on his hand. Eugen noticed this fiery gaze of his brother. Eugen told Eugen to come with him. Eugen sat on Eugen's hand, emitting bright and hot streams of flame from himself. Everything around was surrounded by fire and powerful fiery explosions occurred. Sparks of flames fell from the sky between the buildings of the city. The car was burning with bright flames. Eugen stood on a mountain ledge with his brother as the entire city along with the kraken was burning. The main character wondered if something would happen to them if the flames touched them. Eugen held onto his microphone and looked away anxiously as Eugen looked at his hand with flames burning from it. Eugen told the guys to be careful and keep their distance. Eugen stretched his hand forward and emitted a stream of burning flames from it, to which the main character looked with surprise and an open mouth. The protagonist covered his face with his hand as Eugen, with an angry expression, made a fire sword out of the fire. Eugen realized that the fire had taken the form of a weapon. Eugen swung his fire sword and charged, emitting a wave of fire from himself. Eugen dexterously cut through the huge tentacle of the kraken with his fire blade. Eugen, with his glowing eyes, frantically watched what was happening. He understood that the flames usually did not take a permanent form, or it was impossible to maintain it for a long time. The protagonist imagined Eugen taking out a fire blade from his hand. He knew that even before the regression, this was only possible after leveling up and obtaining fiery black blood. Eugen, in his fiery form, held the hilt of the blade with a malicious expression. This blazing flame yielded to him and Eugen could do anything. Eugen swung the fire blade and frowned down. Eugen quickly threw the sharp blade towards the kraken and it flew forward in a bright trace. This sword flew straight at the kraken, emitting tongues of flame along the way. The fiery blade was aimed straight at the monster's eye, almost reaching it. As soon as the blade pierced the monster, a huge and bright explosion occurred throughout the city. The red eye of the monster looked up when the fiery blade was pierced into it and everything burned in flames. Drops of black blood began to drip from the sky to the ground. Noah and Yerem looked at what was happening in amazement. Noah saw that Eugen was able to defeat the kraken with one blow, when Yerem noted that it was not just the kraken, but the entire area. A huge deep hole was formed after the explosion at the site of the building with the kraken. Eugen stood behind his brother and looked at him in amazement. He understood that there was no need to pull with such force because this spirit is truly incredible. Eugen looked at the deep pit after the explosion. He realized that there was no trace left and even evidence could not be collected. Small pieces of ash flew through the air under the cover of night. The outcome was clear. The auction participants died as a result of the dungeon breakthrough, which was suppressed by the leader Eugen, who came to save his brother. The protagonist looked down indifferently, where Hyuni, who tied up Henry, waved his hand. He understood that Eugen and Hyuni would handle the rest of the details. He also intended to use the items of the merchants for their intended purpose. Eugen held the blue chains in his hands and was about to return them to Hyuni. Eugen looked at his blue chains and their card with their characteristics came out. It was the chain of a noble seeker of level +1, which was the maximum mythical level. The chain, forged in the depths of the crescent moon glow, looked like metal, but in fact, it was true light. Eugen realized that this chain was forged by the light of the new moon. The main character remembered the moment when he was talking to Dobi. He remembered that he discussed this topic with him, noting that the crescent moon was what caused the contract with the Lizard Lord to break. Eugen realized that Hyuni might have been bound by the contract as well, but he knew that he might not remember due to regression. Hyuni raised his head and looked at Eugen with a puzzled expression, who turned to him and asked about the crescent moon and the new moon. Hyuni looked at the silhouette of the moon in the sky and replied that he did not know for sure, but if Eugen was referring to the real moon, then it was the aging moon. Eugen explained that he meant something else. Hyuni frowned slightly and looked at the moon intently when the main character said that they were not finished yet. Suddenly, Eugen's eyes widened and he looked away, turning his attention to the noise. Suddenly, Eugen grabbed him and jumped away with him. Bright rays of light appeared in the sky and Eugen screamed in confusion. A powerful fiery explosion occurred at that place. The main character was lying on the ground and angrily looked at Hyuni. Hyuni waved his golden chains and looked towards Eugen, who was being held by his brother, with a malicious grin. Hyuni thanked the guys for participating in the operation and personally delivering Eugen to him. Eugen was surrounded by his fiery aura and looked out from under his long bangs at Eugen, lowering his head. Eugen asked his brother why this happened so suddenly. Eugen noted that he realized everything when the attack double was activated. Yerim was floating in the air with Noah and shouted to the guys about what was happening. Eugen said when they were trying to pull Hyuna out of the dungeon, he, Peace, Yerim, Seonghan, and Hyuna, then Hyuni wanted to kill them all. Eugen asked Hyuni if Hyuni really wanted to kill them. Eugen suddenly became angry and clenched his fists, lying on his brother's back, not understanding what Hyuni meant. Hyuni immediately smirked maliciously. Hyuni furrowed his brows ironically and looked forward with disdain, surrounded by the glowing aura of his fire chains. He realized that now Eugen finally noticed what was really happening. At that moment another explosion occurred, destroying the entire land around it. People from the rest of the city ran away from the epicenter of the explosion, thinking that there was a dungeon breach and they needed to evacuate immediately. Powerful lightning bolts exploded throughout the city, destroying everything around them. Eugen held his angry brother on his shoulder and swung his sword, preparing to attack Hyuni, who was emitting these lightning bolts. Eugen with red eyes was about to advance on Hyuni, to which Eugen shouted for his brother to stop and to negotiate. Hyuni stretched out his hand and deflected Eugen's fire attack. The auras of air and fire resisted each other in the air. Eugen was very indignant that a fight had started between his brother and Hyuni, so he told these scoundrels to discuss among themselves. The protagonist frowned and looked away, lying on his brother's back. He thought that Hyuni tried to kill everyone while the skill was doubled and he was unconscious. Eugen imagined Hyuni taking off his coat and smiling slightly. The protagonist noted to himself that he did not even feel anything, because the skill of the last reckoning would have created an extremely dangerous situation for Hyuni. Enraged, Eugen turned to his brother, telling him to slow down and talk things over. Eugen brazenly replied that there was no reason to communicate with Hyuni because he was an absolute danger to them. Eugen's red eyes furiously looked ahead. Eugen recalled the situations with the conflict with the courts, participation in the auction, in which Hyuni had a hand in. Confused, Yerim and Noah flew to help their fighting friends, asking them why they started a fight. A fire beam in the form of a bird flew through the air, incinerating the entire space around. Yerim and Noah managed to dodge the fire beam that Eugen shot at them in horror. An angry Yerim screamed at the guildmaster Abyss that he had gone crazy. The protagonist lay on his brother's back and glared at him as Eugen continued to point his sword at the air from which the fire beam was shot. Eugen reminded them that those were their friends Yerim and Noah. Eugen slightly tilted his head as sparks of flame flew around. Eugen explained his action by saying that these guys were annoying him and constantly pestering Eugen, so he was going to burn them all. The protagonist turned towards his brother in horror, his eyes wide. Eugen held a blade in his hand, emitting a fiery aura from himself, from the flames of which Eugen covered himself with his hand. Eugen explained that if things were to go on as they were, Eugen would be in danger again, so he believed that it was necessary to get rid of any threat. Eugen leaned forward and was about to jump forward with his brother on his shoulder when everything behind them was on fire. Eugen grabbed his brother's clothes and told him to stop and stop talking nonsense. The protagonist looked at his brother angrily, not understanding what was happening to Eugen because it did not look like he was insane. Eugen, with Yerim on his shoulder, looked forward menacingly with his red eyes. Eugen realized that Eugen's eyes were giving away his state. Eugen looked forward bloodthirstily with Yerim, whose eyes were also glowing red. The protagonist noticed that the eyes had not returned to normal for a long time and Yerim himself was already outside and had changed his appearance. Eugen thought that this could be a side effect of Yerim's power. The protagonist grabbed Yerim's red lizard with an angry expression. Eugen clutched Yerim in his arms with an angry and bitter expression, surrounding the area with his blue aura. He felt that if he could delve a little deeper, he would be able to understand Yerim. He used the Nurturer skill on Yerim, calming him down. Yerim's gaze began to calm down, and his eyes continued to glow with fire. Eugen also looked forward with his red eyes through the flames. It was hard for him. The protagonist was lying on Eugen's back unconscious with his arms hanging down, which his younger brother immediately noticed. Yerim ran towards them from afar with her staff, angry, trying to understand what Eugen did to Eugen. Eugen held his brother on his shoulder and swung his sword, sending a wave of fire towards Yerim. Yerim looked ahead in disappointment, shielding herself from the wave of fire with her hand when Hyuni's cloak appeared in front of her. Hyuni came to Yerim's aid and deflected the fire attack to the side with a sarcastic expression. He told Yerim to be careful because Eugen's power was still doubling. Noah flew past and also looked angrily at Eugen, who was holding his brother's lifeless body. Noah turned to the head of the Abyss Guild and asked him if he intended to continue destroying everything even after his brother fainted, to which Eugen answered in agreement without a twinge of conscience. Eugen looked up, radiating a fiery aura. Eugen remembered about cleaning, noting that he would finish cleaning here until Eugen woke up and would be even more happy when he finally came to his senses. Yerim looked angrily at the head of the Jupiter Hyuni, noting that Eugen was definitely saying this in all seriousness, that he was going to incinerate everything around, going to go even against the three of them. Eugen suddenly woke up in an unknown room. The protagonist sat on the floor of the room and looked around in fear, studying the room with a blue ceiling that he found himself in. He realized that this was their old home. The kitchen with white furniture sparkled with cleanliness. This was the place where they lived together before Eugen woke up. The protagonist looked around in shock, not understanding why he was here and how it was even possible. A greeting was heard from the side. The protagonist cast an astonished glance to the side at the sound. He saw the red lizard Eugen in front of him. Eugen looked up with a playful look. He replied that Eugen had noticed everything correctly. Eugen looked at Eugen with bewilderment and was about to pick him up. The protagonist asked Eugen how he was able to get into his head. Eugen explained that it was his master's skill. Eugen broke into a satisfied smile in his master's arms. Eugen explained that he knew for sure that he didn't have such a skill. Eugen replied that of course he did, he just didn't know how to use it yet, so he decided to help him. Eugen pressed himself against Eugen and felt warm feelings. Remember that it was the Dayama skill. The protagonist remembered that the jellyfish told him something similar, so he wondered if he could understand and gain the Dayama skill while looking through his memories. Eugen held a satisfied Eugen in his arms, who was hanging with his whole body. Eugen realized that there was another topic much more important now. The protagonist decided to ask Eugen if his brother's strange behavior was related to him. Eugen replied that it could be. Eugen smiled widely, looking at Eugen. He added that it was all because Eugen had adopted his state. Eugen looked through his image in the blue aura of his angry fire Eugen in real time. Eugen said that the spirit is pure power. In the present, Eugen with his fire aura fought Hyuni, who was assisted by Eugen and Noah. Eugen explained that Eugen could now tell that when Eugen accepted his power, he became himself. Eugen with an angry look and a fire aura continued to fight his own guys. Eugen added that many things bothered Eugen, and now he received the power to get rid of them. The protagonist looked down at Eugen, stunned. Eugen did not believe what he heard and began to reason that this could not be, because it was impossible to just burn everything everywhere. Eugen sat on the floor opposite Eugen and waved his arms to the side. Eugen explained that this was the nature of fire, cruel in itself, and asked him if Eugen had ever encountered anything like this. Eugen sat on the floor and thoughtfully scratched his head. The protagonist was shocked and resentfully remarked to Eugen that he had influenced his brother too much. Eugen, sweating, picked up Eugen again and replied that he would have checked the theory about Hyuni anyway and there was no need to worry about him, so he asked Eugen to calm Eugen down. Eugen explained that he couldn't get out now. Eugen lowered his head and began to cry. He said that Eugen was too excited now and he himself would not be able to find a way out, noting that only Eugen himself could figure it out now. Suddenly, Eugen jumped out of Eugen's hands and began to jump as if stung. The protagonist's eyes widened and he looked at Eugen in shock. He didn't understand how he could help his brother now. At the same time, on the battlefield, Eugen was very angry at what was happening and really wanted to hit Eugen on the head for such antics. Noah and Eugen were floating in the air on blue spheres, looking angry. Noah knew that Eugen was too fast, so he was going to back up Eugen after they caught Eugen. Eugen used the skill Shadowless Artist. Eugen stood on the ground and held a sword in one hand, and with the other he held his brother's unconscious body when Eugen's blue aura tried to pounce on him. Suddenly, a fire wall appeared in defense of Eugen, which Eugen certainly did not expect. Eugen from afar, together with Noah, tried to throw a blue net at Eugen, who managed to protect himself with his fire. Eugen was angry because she could not get close to Eugen, although she only needed to touch the shadow. Hyuni was standing on the rubble of the building when Eugen turned towards him. Hyuni asked about Eugen's shadow being able to be touched by anything. Eugen noted that it was only necessary to hit it, but Eugen's wall of fire prevented that. Exhausted, Hyuni took out a golden feather and looked at it carefully. It was a griffin feather that would allow him to attract wind and affect fire, suggesting that they could distract Eugen with this method. Eugen looked at Hyuni with a surprised look and thought that he wanted to try something like the previous trick again, but she still didn't believe that it could work. Eugen, in a fiery aura, angrily looked away at the guys. Hyuni added that it was a kind of gamble, especially since the teacher's skill was also activated, and if they miscalculated the timing, the plan would not work. Eugen recalled the incident when Eugen was able to defeat the Kraken with one blow. She remembered that the Kraken was literally destroyed in an instant by this flame, although she herself had no resistance to this fire and any touch could destroy her. Hyuni looked at Eugen questioningly. Eugen felt that all this was strange, but she still noted that she could not retreat. At the same time, Eugen looked forward with passion and lust. Hyuni grabbed the griffin feather in his hands and smiled maliciously, looking at Eugen. He ironically noted that she looked like her mentor. Hyuni watched as Eugen rushed to attack Eugen, who was protected by his fire sphere. Eugen noted that she wanted to deal with this situation and was going to defeat Eugen. The heroes looked at the huge tongues of flame below. Noah looked at the melted chirpai in his paw in surprise when the girl asked him to look after it. Eugen covered her face with her hand and frowned at the flames, saying that she couldn't even get close. What was wrong with them? Eugen stood surrounded by the raging flames. In his mind, Eugen held Eugen in his hands, asking if his brother was acting so strange because he was nervous. He reasoned that his brother was too young to be the guild leader, it was hard work, to which the elemental in his hands got angry and shouted that it was all because of him. He imagined a picture of Eugen looking at Eugen and Eugen smiling at each other with displeasure. Eugen said that after finally making peace with his brother, Eugen brought someone else and included them in his family. He imagined Manhwa looking around the dorm in surprise and said that the guy made many friends who were even willing to live with them. He remembered the guy with the strangulation marks on his neck. The fire spirit said that he was constantly twitching at work because of monsters, clients, and suffered, and the dungeon put himself in danger. Eugen listened in confusion to the words of the indignant Eugen that he was even stolen and sold at auction, and confirmed that yes, he was wrong. The lizard in the guy's hands wilted and said that he did not want to cross the elder, but he also could not just let someone take him away. The spirit waved his paws, shouting that Eugen was the only one who loved Eugen and was always on his side, to which the brunette objected that his brother could also make friends and date. Eugen shouted even louder that the elder did not understand anything. Eugen would have no one at all. Looking with a gloomy look, the fire spirit summed up that no friends, no relationships, never. Eugen thought that it sounded like a curse. The spirit of fire said that this was the reason his brother was so nervous. He was afraid of losing the only person close to him, especially because of Hyunhee's attempts to take him away. Eugen stood in front of the blonde, sword in hand, surrounded by flames. Hyunhee managed to protect himself from the fire strike with his chains and said that he was a real jealous man. The brunette held a fire sword and asked why he would be jealous of a pathetic thief. Holding his brother, he raised his hand up, sending a flash of fire upward. With crazy eyes, Eugen swung his weapon and said that thieves are only punished. He swung his sword, sending a huge stream of fire at his opponent. Hyunhee pulled his hand back and thought that he was advancing. In response, he sent a blue stream of power at the guy. Concentrating, he ordered Yerim, who was hovering behind him, to attack right now, and she responded, holding her staff. Lightning bolts of electricity appeared on the man's palm. The girl looked at the guild master with determination and shouted for him to receive. A bright blue snowflake connected with a round pattern of golden lightning. The command Pale Pain of the Jupiter collaboration sounded. Streams of blue and gold lines rushed towards Eugen, who was standing with his brother on his shoulder. He resolutely extended his hand with a sword, watching the blow approach. Then he raised his fire sword into the air, and with a stern look at them, he lowered it, parrying the blow. Eugen slipped out of the explosion, leaving traces of movement behind him. Yerim exclaimed in amazement that this did not work either, evaporating without even getting close. The guy was rapidly approaching the standing Hyunhee. Suddenly, he froze in amazement. He turned to Yerim, who was kneeling on one knee, using her skill. A crystal was hovering above the girl's palm. She resolutely said that she assumed this and added something. She said that the ice would melt but the rocks would be able to withstand, but he didn't even notice. Did he think that all the fragments thrown out by lightning? The guy's leg was held by a dark shadow and a blue glow emanating from the fragments of stones. The girl screamed that she could definitely win now. Eugen looked at the huge golden stream of power. Golden lightning struck the ground around, creating a powerful shockwave. Noah hovered above the swirling smoke and asked, he came closer, isn't this dangerous even for a high level? Hyunhee, with a chain in his hands, approached the unharmed guy. The blonde looked at him in surprise. Eugen clutched a fiery sword covered in golden lightning in his hands, and the man was amazed that he was using the sword as a lightning rod. The guy's eyes glowed angrily with red fire. The rapid movement was shocking. Something flashed past Eugen, distracting his attention from the man. Hyunhee was extremely surprised. He looked at the guy with his mouth open and thought that if such a powerful flow of electricity were to be conducted through a weapon of this level, it could explode into many pieces with great force. The blonde covered his head with his hands, protecting himself from the shock wave of a bright flash. Eugen, holding Eugen in his hands, looked up in surprise and asked what was shaking there. The lizard waved his paw, saying that nothing special, that the fight was just going on, to which the guy indignantly shouted at him, asking what he meant by nothing special, that he should quickly tell everything and how to help his brother. The spirit of fire looked at him and confidently stated that it was very simple. Eugen hesitantly approached, hearing that he needed to be calmed down, praised more often, and also told how much his older brother loved him, to which the guy hesitantly replied that it was a little awkward. Eugen, with eyes full of tears, shouted that he did not love Eugen, to which the brunette hastened to assure that it was not about that. Being younger, he was freer with such words, but not now. The lizard decisively told the embarrassed guy that he needed to speak more, and honestly, deception would only make things worse. He said that there was not a single creature that would not want to be loved, not a single one. Eugen stood, surrounded by whirlwinds of blazing fire. Looking at the blonde, who was holding his other hand, he said that he was still alive, but his stupid mistakes could cost him his life. Hyunhee stood on one knee, clutching the wound on his forearm with his hand. he silently looked at his opponent. An image of a symbol surrounded by red patterns appeared above the brunette's head, from which red blades appeared. He said that it was no longer important at all. The flaming swords quickly flew down, piercing the ground. The hero lowered his hand and said that he just needed to tear the blonde into pieces. Looking with red eyes, he calmly said the command predatory blade. The guy with his brother stood calmly among the red lightning from the swords. Hyuni held his hand, watching the blades next to him glow engulfed in lightning. He smiled and calmly said that then. Eugen listened to the sensations in amazement, hearing that if the young lady is ready. The ground cracked. The brunette was surprised to think that the ground was rumbling, but this is not his skill. A huge blue ball appeared. Powerful streams of water surrounded Eugen, who was trying to cover himself. He looked at the rising vortices of water in amazement. Large drops of water surrounded him. Eugen asked the lizardman if he helps his brother, then he will really be okay. This will not happen again next time he uses Eugen's power. To this, the spirit of fire assured that it was only now, from being unaccustomed. He smiled sweetly and said that if it got worse, she would need some water and everything would be fine. Eugen formed a huge ball of water at her staff, and quickly threw it towards the brunette standing below. Rushing down, she furiously screamed the name of the guild leader. She directed a huge stream of water at the guy, screaming for him to cool down. The guy created a fire shield, protecting him from the water. He looked angrily at the girl, clutching his sword. His red eyes looked displeased. The girl, stretching out her hand, approached Eugen, hanging on her brother's shoulder. She was able to reach the clothes on his back. Suddenly, all three of them, holding onto each other in a chain, fell down. Eugen, flying backwards, screamed. The shocked Eugen also screamed. An explosion thundered, scattering fiery rays around itself. Eugen's eyes suddenly opened wide. He saw the white ceiling of the room, trying to figure out where he was and what happened. The guy thought, did he return to reality, but what about the others? He was lying on the bed, and on either side of him, Eugen and Eugen were sleeping on pillows. He looked at the girl, who was wrinkling her face and calling the leader to fight in her sleep. The ZS on the other side was drooling on his brother's pillow and told him to sleep. Everything was fine. Eugen sat up on the bed, next to which Noah was sleeping in the form of a dragon, who was remembering non-humans and muttering in his sleep that he was starting to miss Kraken. The guy thought that it looked like they had a pretty good fight while he was unconscious. At the exit of the room, he turned around and, looking at Chirpai sleeping on the pillow, thought that it looked like no one was hurt. The guy went out into the living room and scratched his head, wondering where they were anyway. Still in Hong Kong, they were probably in a different hotel, as expected, since the previous hotel hadn't survived. The hero turned to the TV, where they were reporting at that moment that the city was in shock due to the Kraken attack last night. There was a huge crater filled with water where the hotel had been, and the announcer said that the hotel had been completely destroyed, leaving a crater at least 10 meters deep in its place. Most of the missing people had used pseudonyms when registering, which was making the investigation more difficult. Eugen stared at the screen with his mouth open and thought in amazement that the guys were more destructive than the Kraken. As he walked down the stairs to the kitchen, he thought that it was good that they had caught him and no one else had been hurt, but no, there was still one problem. The hero resolutely pressed his lips together and thought, what does Hyuni want? He remembered how his brother had asked the blonde if he had tried to kill them in the dungeon. The guy thought that if his brother was right, the man was dangerous, no matter how useful his skills and role in saving the world were. There was a frying pan with oil on the stove. The guy thought that Hyuni was capable of single-handedly dealing with a crowd without even blinking if it suited him. His hand was holding a broken chicken egg. Eugen thought that he needed to check everything thoroughly and get rid of it if necessary. They definitely wouldn't live in peace. Hyuni, in an apron with a red burn on his chest and neck, turned to the guy and asked if he was awake. The brunette stared at him in surprise, and the blonde asked with a smile if he was going to have breakfast, eat fruit and also bacon, and did he prefer hard-boiled or soft-boiled eggs. Surprised, Eugen replied that soft-boiled eggs were better, and then he came to his senses and pointed at it and asked, "What is this? A burn?" Hyuni extended his palm to the injured neck and asked, "Is this?" While calmly wiping the table, he asked, "The Guildmaster's flame, is it the spirit of fire, right? Its power slows down the recovery, so it will take at least a couple of days." Eugen asked in surprise, "Isn't his cloak fireproof?" The blonde remembered the girl with the cloak draped over her shoulders and said that he lent it to Yerem. He couldn't let the young lady get hurt. The brunette asked in surprise, gave it to Yerem. Surprised, he asked the man, is he really Hyuni, a man who wanted to kill everyone at one moment and then protect them, risking his own life? The man looked at him with a slight smile. He smiled charmingly and, pointing at himself, asked if the other man wanted to write him down as a good guy, to which Eugen took a fork in his hand and told him not to talk nonsense, which deeply hurt him. The man put an egg on a plate with bacon with a spatula and said that this could be called reasonable management. He handed the plate to the scowling boy and explained that the flames could seriously injure the young lady, wouldn't it affect the boy, and he himself could get hurt. With a sly smile, Hyuni said that it would be a shame if his things were damaged. He barely used them, so he hoped for further workability until he got bored. Eugen held the fork with displeasure. He thought that this was Hyuni for all of us, and confidently said out loud that he shouldn't get used to something that didn't belong to him. The fork pierced the center of the yolk, and the boy thanked him for protecting Yerim. Grimly clutching the fork, the boy declared that in the future, if he thought of starting something and putting everyone in danger, he would personally kill him. A gold chain appeared next to Hyuni and said that it sounded promising. He waved his hands like a villain and asked what skill would help him with this should he study the guy better. Eugen imagined himself with a huge fork, which he planned to defend himself with, and thought that this would be the beginning of a new battle, a battle of wits. He looked at the man with displeasure and thought that he shouldn't say that, and then heard his question, what about the future? The guy thought that it would be better to build a different kind of relationship, not to become an enemy. This way he would only have more freedom in his actions. Eugen stabbed a piece of scrambled eggs and advised the man to be careful with what he received for use. Without looking at the man, he told him not to dare harm his family and not to go beyond the limits. He looked angrily and added that he hoped he knew where they ended. Hyuni looked at him with a smile. He folded his hands and said that he knew about the family, but what was the limit for Eugen himself? The guy was eating breakfast and said that it depended on the situation. An adult can adapt to many things if necessary, it's all a matter of habit. Hyuni smiled and thought that this was unusual. The guy would have answered differently before. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard, which said that it was Eugen. Yerim ran down the stairs. Eugen and Noah were trailing behind. The girl asked when the guy managed to wake up, to which he replied that not long ago, called them to breakfast and asked what they did yesterday. Why did they sleep so soundly? Yerim pointed her finger at the guild leader with displeasure and said that it was all because they had to calm him down. Eugen, with a lizard on his shoulder, leaned towards his older brother and apologized, saying that he made a mistake. He said that the boy asked him to stop, but he was too reckless, and Eugen thought that Yerim had also returned to normal and he could not find the words. Then he slapped the younger one sitting next to him on the back and said that it was not his fault, it was the spirit of fire that influenced him, forcing him to be cruel, but he should not worry, he would get used to it with time. The boy thought about why his brother was so excited. He remembered how the spirit of fire told him that the brothers had been separated for a long time. He needed to return to how everything was in this house, like before, and he asked him again. Looking around the room, he asked why they ended up here, to which Yerim confirmed that he chose this because this was Eugen's favorite place. Eugen was surprised. Smiling, the spirit continued that the boy lived here with his brother, so the spirit liked it here too. Eugen held the lizard by the paws and thought that this is how it is. He hugged the spirit of fire, saying that he left this house. The boy stood in the middle of the room, hugging Yerim. He remembered his brother walking away with a backpack and thought that he was the first to leave him, but he still needed it. Eugen remembered how he ruffled his brother's hair when he came home from school and thought that he needed care and was drawn to the past, literally constantly. Eugen put his hand on Eugen's head and spoke to him. Ruffling his surprised brother's hair, he said that no matter what happened, he was his precious little brother whom he loved. Let him remember this. The boy looked at the younger one with tenderness and thought that he would make up for everything he missed during the time apart, and out loud told him not to worry about anything. He patted his brother's back, saying that no one got hurt, so you can call it all a small problem. To this, Hyuni reminded him that he was actually hurt, to which the guy muttered that he wasn't dead, and Yerim angrily reminded him that the guy shouldn't overexert himself. She angrily yelled at the guild leader, saying that he had put her through the unimaginable, and that he should quickly make her a well-done omelet, to which Eugen surprised her by saying that he should wait a little. Hyuni turned around and said that there was a new addition. Peace burst into the room with a shout, followed by Soyoung, and Eugen asked in surprise, was the lion here too? T's Hong Kong version represents the celebration of the resolution of the conflict. The guy imagined a fiery lion with steamed buns in its paw, and the other image was of a rich man who lit a cigarette from a burning bill, sitting among the packs of money. Eugen hugged the enamored piece and asked the blonde in surprise how they got here, to which the tired girl replied that Hyuni ordered where to go. It was impossible to take Blue, and the fiery lion is another matter. He was very sad without him. The guy turned to the satisfied blonde, who showed his palm, asking if he would add another star to his guide's review. Soyoung began to say that it was hard, and then turned around, seeing Noah, who was trembling, looking out from behind the corner, and lovingly exclaimed his name. In the room, they heard that Kraken was missing. The girl asked Eugen, what is this, in his opinion, fully fried? To which he said that they always ate boiled and fried eggs hard boiled, to which she continued to be indignant. Eugen thought that this was how the problem was solved. They had a great time, thanks in part to their so-called guide. There were photos of Soyoung smiling happily, Yerim posing with the others at the table, and Eugen turning to face the camera. The man was holding a tablet and watching the news about the damaged beach hotel. The guy thought that besides relaxing, There was certainly time to think about their next steps. The president of the Hunters Association was looking at the screen furiously next to the staff. A childish drawing of Eugen with Kraken sitting on the roof illustrated the guy's thoughts that a lot had happened during the trip to Hong Kong, but he should also remember the main goal, the coup in the association. There were many newspapers on the table. Their headlines said that this was a special issue about the disappearance of the hunter Eugen, who was reconstructing all the events step by step. Another headline said that there were obvious problems in the Hunters Association's security system. The next one said that the association's losses were reaching astronomical proportions. On the tablet screen, against the backdrop of a call to investigate Eugen's disappearance and punish those involved, Simyoung said that the head of the World's Edge Guild had also joined the search for his older brother. With tears in his eyes, he put his hand to his chest and said that according to the latest information, he was found in Hong Kong after the Kraken attack, but the information was being clarified. He said that they had to protect Eugen and should not have allowed this to happen. Jin Hyuk looked at the monitor, arms folded across his chest, and said that they were adding fuel to the fire. Henry leaned over to him and said that public opinion had changed a lot. They said that the association had started up, but the old man stopped him, touching him with his hand, and said that a lot was being said. Smiling slyly, he continued that their job was to get to the bottom of what was happening. The man asked in surprise, what was he talking about? Looking over his glasses, the president of the association said that Eugen was kidnapped because there were security problems at the detention center and who was responsible for this. Henry looked at him, understanding what he was talking about, and said that it was T1. The old man pointed at the screen and said that's right, so isn't it obvious who is responsible for what happened? They can't do anything, he took responsibility himself. On the table was a written apology sent to the Ministry of Public Administration and Security from T1. There was also a newspaper on the table that had an article about the association taking action. The text said that a thorough investigation was being conducted, as a result of which all the culprits would receive appropriate punishment. At the moment, an investigation was already underway with T1. It turned out that he was absent from work at the time of the kidnapping. Eugen held a stylus in his fingers and said to Hyoni, who was standing next to him, that the article wrote that T1 took responsibility. The guy rested his forehead in his hand and said with displeasure that he hoped that he would be involved and would definitely be covered, but everything turned out differently. The blonde reached for the bottle of wine and said that this was the man's nature. He would defend the association to the last, even if he had to take everything on himself. Hyoni looked at the label and said that he had gotten to him more than once, but it hadn't changed anything. He imagined the broad-shouldered figure of the man and continued that no matter what the guy did, he would not risk his life. On the contrary, attempts to save himself could reach the point of absurdity. Eugen thought that with his level, he was not going to kill him. The man put a glass in front of him. Pouring the wine, the blonde asked what Eugen was going to do next. The association would continue to cover up. Closing his eyes, he continued that he was ready to provide whatever the guy asked for if he needed help. Of course, he was not so good at taking care of the younger ones, but he could take on bigger fish. Eugen held a glass in his hand and looked at him, saying that it was not worth it. He could just watch because he, unlike the man, was good at both. The brunette asked to borrow his mobile because his was left at home and asked if the man had T1's number. The blonde handed him the phone and said that of course the contact was saved as a watchdog. Seeing the name of his contact, Eugen cursed in shock that the man had written him down as his prized possession. The indignant guy shouted that he had told him not to appropriate it, to which the blonde covered his mouth, saying that not everything could be as he wanted. Watching the guy, Hyoni thought that he was angry when a possessive pronoun was used, but not because he was called a thing, as always. I wonder why such an address is acceptable. Eugen waited for an answer with the phone to his ear, and the man thought that it seemed like he was ready to use himself as a tool. T1 picked up the phone, and Eugen asked who it was over there. Smiling, he asked if it was the head that allowed the kidnappers to kidnap a weak F-class hunter. The man called his name, and the guy denied that he was just an anonymous person who was going to blackmail him. The sun was shining on Incheon Airport the next morning. Hundreds of people gathered at the airport holding signs saying they hoped for Eugen's safe return, apologizing for not protecting him. People were talking among themselves about how the plane had just landed. Someone was asking if Eugen was okay, since they said they were trying to sell him at auction. Another person was surprised, saying that it probably had something to do with the association. One onlooker told another to pay attention. T1 himself was coming. The man stood sovereignly among the onlookers at the airport. Someone asked him, filming him on his phone, did he come to apologize in person? Another indignantly shouted that it was unfair. How could he be criticized by the media? The man remembered how Eugen had slyly told him that if he didn't show up at the airport, he didn't even know what he would say about the association. The man thoughtfully lowered his gaze and wondered if Eugen wanted to see him personally bow down in front of him. T1 imagined the brunette standing among various written sheets of paper with the association building in the background. He thought that after the kidnapping, Eugen had become a victim in the eyes of the entire nation, and now they were using the situation to influence the association. Suddenly, a vegetable thrown by someone hit the man's shoulder. Two men were trying to calm down the old man, who was shouting, which made T1 angry at the sight of his face. He indignantly pointed his finger at the man and shouted that a helpless F-class was grabbed by the scruff of the neck and locked up, and he allowed him to be kidnapped. Who else could have allowed this to happen if not him? Someone was shouting for the grandfather to calm down. A security officer was asking the head if everything was okay. The man looked down and said that the old man was right, he really was to blame for everything. T1 thought that he would take the blame for this. The sliding doors opened. The crowd shouted that the kidnapped person had arrived with an escort. Eugen walked out into the airport lobby wrapped in some kind of cloth, with Eugen and Soyoung walking next to him and a lot of security around him. A crowd of reporters were shouting at him to look at the camera and asking if he remembered the faces of the kidnappers. The gloomy guy looked tighter and wrapped himself in the cloth, cowering. He heard rumors that he was rescued from an auction and asked to tell more. Eugen resolutely covered him, saying that he needed a rest, all questions and comments later, and the guy slyly thought that he should come closer and play on pity. Suddenly, Eugen's eyes widened in surprise. He stood with his brother and looked at T1, who was bowing. Someone in the crowd said that he had never seen an S-class bow so deeply. The man bowed deeply, hearing the reporter's words to take a closer look and asking if he could see well. Without getting up, T1 said that he apologized to the hunter Eugen and thought to himself that it was a small thing for him. The brunette looked at him in surprise. The head of the security department thought that the criticism of others and the live broadcast on all channels would make it so that the attacks on the association would end with him. He still did not raise his head and thought that no matter how hard Eugen tried to destroy it, he would humbly wait. The guy grabbed the man's palm with both hands and shouted for him to get up. Sincerely looking at him, the hero squeezed his hand and shouted, asking what he was talking about because Eugen should thank him. T1 looked at him in surprise and asked again, what was he talking about? People in the crowd began to whisper. The brunette, not letting go of the man's hand, shouted that he took full responsibility, trying to save him, but the association shifted the blame on him for exposing. The crowd muttered among themselves, asking what he was talking about. Eugen put his hand on his brother's shoulder and said that it was impossible to say this here. To which Eugen, sadly clutching his head, said that he could not remain silent because it was unfair. Onlookers asked each other what kind of exposure did this mean that the head was not guilty. T1 turned around in shock at the crowd of journalists who were asking him to explain what was happening. Should they draw conclusions about corruption within the association? His colleagues from the security department, with their eyes shining with tears, asked if this was all true, and after all, it seemed strange at first that so much had fallen on him because of the denunciation. To which he replied that everyone should stop, this was just a misunderstanding. The man was surrounded by many flashes of journalists. Someone asked if it was true that the association was involved in a kidnapping. Had he himself become a victim by revealing it? What was the scale of corruption in the organization? Was the illegal auction also connected to it? Eugen and his entourage quietly walked out of the airport while T1 was surrounded, shouting for him to comment on all of this. As he was leaving, the guy turned around and grinned wickedly. The head of security looked at him in shock, realizing everything. Suddenly, the crowd of people surrounding him bent over and fell to the floor, unable to withstand such pressure. The man clenched his fists tightly, spreading a strong aura of anger and strength around himself. Smiling slightly, he said that this meant that this was his role from the very beginning. The car was driving down the road. Eugen was sitting in the back seat, bent over with a tablet in his hands, and his brother was worriedly asking if everything was okay with him, because he didn't look so good. In response, the elder explained that he had simply turned off his fear resistance for a moment. Looking at the screen, the guy smiled and said that just look at the result. He justified himself and it looked pathetic. On the screen was Eugen, who was wrapped in a cloth and looked extremely scared and weak. A lot of comments appeared on the screen. Everyone was discussing this. Someone said that T1 actually helped. Someone wrote that it looked like that, and the association was in such a mess that they were unable to prevent the kidnapping or even take responsibility. Another lamented that poor T1 was blamed for everything. In the end, the commentator concluded that this was a sign it was time to disband the association. Eugen thought that there was an unfortunate victim who experienced the horror of the kidnapping. The informant, who appeared in front of everyone, became a victim and a scapegoat. All attention was focused not on himself, but on the fact of corruption in the organization. Simeon, who was sitting in front, looked at the boys and asked if everything was okay, since the elder one didn't like public attention. Eugen chuckled and said that if he wanted to get to someone, he had to be prepared to be caught himself. Pointing his finger at the monitor, he asked the man to make sure that the articles were as provocative as possible. The slave trade in the modern world, the minimum price tag of $1 billion, influential people buying and selling awakened ones. He said with a determined look that people would talk about him and the association everywhere for at least a week. The hero thought to himself, mentally addressing T1, that he was very sorry, but he was more interested in hindering the advancement of the association, but not himself personally. The screen showed a young man asking a man for something in an excited tone, and when the public's attention shifted to T1, the association was showered with accusations. The director frantically answered the phone and asked his subordinates to sort out this mess. Negative news about the association spread across the internet, to which she responded that Eugen was probably unable to find the right words due to the shock of the kidnapping, which caused a misunderstanding. Lying on the couch, the guy read the news and said that he had caused confusion, and then wondered if he should get tested for memory problems. He stood up and called someone with a dissatisfied look, saying that everything usually takes a long time, but if the person knows the culprit, it won't be hard to find him. News about the situation continued to spread across the network. The hero looked at the screen with a stern look and said that if you throw an information bomb carefully at the right time, he does not know if anyone will be able to cope with it. The man in military uniform looked at the photos in shock. He slammed his hand on the table and, frowning angrily, said with a shout that this is using someone else's weaknesses and also with threats. The young man replied that it seems to him that this is just an expected result. With a calm expression on his face, he added that he only knows a little about the events, and now he decided to contact the man, after which he suggested thinking about resigning and appointing a successor. The man slammed his fist on the table and asked his interlocutor if he wants to push through his people and take control of the association. Suddenly, Eugen and Noah loomed over them, glaring at the man, interrupting his words about not ignoring this and not losing. The young man calmed his allies with a pompous look. He touched his chin and said that he probably needed the man's help to explain everything. He raised his hand and said that even if he tried to, for example, bring back the previous leaders, they had nothing to do with him. Dion doubted that the public would approve of them. If a problem arose, he could be told to sit quietly and raise monsters, or even put under house arrest. The general frowned tensely and looked down at the piece of paper, hearing the question of what would happen if he spoke about what they were discussing. Beads of sweat were running down his face. The guy sat back in his chair and said with a smile that he could face harsh criticism from society and be eaten by the wolves or take a step back and accept the challenge. But in any case, the general himself should make the choice. Eugen warned him and said that crossing his legs was bad for his health. The man ran out of the office with tears and screams after saying that the successor would cope with his duties better, so he should think about the future. The man looked at the news on TV, on which the man said that he felt responsible for what was happening and asked for help from his predecessor. The hero was surprised that everything happened faster than he thought, but it was done perfectly. Turning over his left shoulder, he wondered how much more was left. Someone approached him from behind. The guy thought it was his brother and said that he finished work early. T1 quickly approached him. The man looked at him with a menacing look. His fist was stained with blood. Peace entered the fighting form. The guy confusedly asked the man what brought him. Looking at the bloody fist, he thought that the man came to carry out lynching on the obstacle to the association, after which he was outraged that he was told that he would not be killed. The man handed him a card and asked him to take it. The guy looked at the object confusedly. The man said that it was a key that was secretly made exclusively for the leaders of the association, and he received it earlier, before it fell into the hands of people seeking his patronage, so the young man should be careful. The guy looked up at the interlocutor in surprise. T1 quickly turned away, hearing the words about the owner of the key, and said that he was alive, although he had to resort to brute force. The leader frowned deeply. The guy wondered what now, because he was dealing with one of the management only to protect him, and could it be that his protection as a citizen is a priority over the safety of the association? The beast opened its mouth and interrupted the man's words with a loud roar. He bared his teeth viciously and continued to growl. Looking away, the man said that he could be confident in himself because there were more than 2 tamed monsters nearby. The man saw a huge monster with several heads behind the guy's back and said that he was too vulnerable to control them. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard the words that he should remember that everything could end in an instant because one bite was enough. Heading away, the man looked back in irritation when he heard the words that his animals did not bite, after which he replied that, however, he himself did bite. The guy looked at the bloody card and thought about something. Looking at the object, he thought that this blood was also a warning, because if the conditions were such, even the authorities could start biting. He touched his neck with a smile and decided that this meant that the man had not completely sunk to the role of the association's dog, after which he said that this was better because he had already been bitten, so he had experience. The man looked around angrily, remembering all the articles on the internet. The young man added that 4 had already announced their resignation. If this continued, the association would noticeably cleanse itself and the working conditions in them would improve, so he was not putting on a leash, but giving a life preserver. The interlocutor slightly lowered his gaze and thought about the words that his decision could save even more people. With a calm expression on his face, he replied that this made things even more difficult for him. He turned around and said that he would hope that the guy would be happy with the changes. The young man grabbed him by the shoulder and interrupted his words. Smiling ominously, he asked the man if he had decided to go so far in order to eventually leave quietly. The man wondered if he had said anything about the difficulty. The guy quickly waved his hands and said that they hadn't poured yet, so they could eat and drink together. He imagined a happy picture and decided that they would slowly build a trusting relationship because, for example, they became friends with the animal because he fed it. He shrank in size. The guy led the guest to the kitchen. The man said that it seemed strange to him that in such a situation he was offered to eat together. The young man replied that he had problems with the association. They with him. Smiling, the heroes decided that maybe he was not quite normal, but certainly a good person, after which he said that he would order chicken and beer. They could chat about Hyoni. T1 half a second from what he heard. He stopped, touched his chin and asked for a minute. The blonde stood by the panoramic window and looked at the city. Eugen thought that, fortunately, the head did not refuse the offer because people are very much brought together by the presence of a common enemy. The blonde smiled slightly and said that his ears were burning and probably someone was remembering him. Scraps of newspapers and bundles of papers lay on the ground. There were other consequences of the changes in the association, and this especially affected one person hidden from prying eyes. Seokwon held the phone with a trembling hand. The interlocutor said that now he could not rely on the past. The man tried to stop the director. Suddenly he noticed that the call was ended. The man threw the phone and smashed it on the floor, cursing loudly. He grabbed his head, unable to cope with the elimination of Hyoni and Eugen in the dungeon. He escaped to avoid prison, and although he tried to hide, the guild's affairs steadily worsened, and due to mass resignations, they lost their patrons. The man served his hands and mentally cursed the director. Suddenly, a snow-white lock of hair touched him. An inhuman voice asked him a question about all the ways of survival now covered. The girl of a bluish moon color looked at him and asked if there was any point in leaving a useless loser alive when the task of the Lizard Lord failed, and the guild collapsed. The man tried to ask her for a little time because he has foreign connections. He got to his feet and walked away with horror on his face. They say that he will try to gather the guild again. The girl touched and wondered if it was really worth it for her a little time because it was also beneficial for her to work longer with one person, but her fingers touched the man's temple, after which he froze in a grimace of horror. The man began to wheeze quietly. The girl with a sinister smile touched his face and said that she needed to somehow entertain herself, and if he failed again, it would be very merciful to leave him at least one option. Rivers of tears began to flow down Seokwon's cheeks. The girl offered to sign a contract. Smiling broadly, she said his life is the price. The news was broadcasting news of people resigning from various companies. Men in formal suits were gathered around a table, discussing the fact that resignation after resignation was happening, and usually they managed to get off with a simple fine, but the society was seething with indignation. The president of the association silently looked ahead while the men discussed how even demands had been made for a full investigation to be carried out within the association, and they had heard that a special group was being formed for this, and this could lead to a personal search. The old man frowned tensely and thought that in this situation they could get to him too, because it was only a matter of time, and he considered T1 a dog, but now he does as he pleases, so no one can be trusted. Suddenly the doors swung open, interrupting the conversations about how they couldn't leave things like this and that they had to influence public opinion. Seokwon rushed in with a man in his hand and was indignant that they were sitting quietly and would wait for someone to come and throw them out. The man walked forward. Everyone present was surprised that he was not hiding, and that the head of the dungeon management was next to him. He threw the man he brought and said that no matter how much they talk about corruption and other things, real danger always attracts more attention. The head of the dungeon management approached the podium with a microphone. Seokwon asked him if he did not agree with his words. The man looked at the people around him and said that there was an illegal ranked dungeon that was under their jurisdiction together with the ISS, and although they did not dare to take serious steps in connection with the last incident, but if, for example, they blow it up. The men began to discuss this possibility with relief, saying that it could work. The president of the organization smiled and said that we are talking about a deliberate breakthrough. Seokwon asked him to hold back his energy. He pointed his hand in front of him and said that they always take things too easy and the result is too bad, and apparently they think that he does not know their approach, so they thank him for his support. He released dark energy, smiled evilly and said that this is the only way they can survive, because if they live, then he lives. The animals happily played with each other above the guy's head while he carried the bag. The young man said that they should not steal food from each other. Upon returning from a long absence, he took up the animals with renewed vigor, even taking into account the fact that it was hard to go anywhere because of the news. The young man poured out food for the horses and said that they can attack, although the situation distracted him, but everyone continued to live their own lives. Myungwoo continued to create weapons. The young man noted that he really founded a workshop for the production of items, and that he and his team opened a workshop, and the training is in full swing. The heroes came to the research center with an awkward smile, where everyone was exhausted from fatigue. He thought that Haein was researching the gate to the dungeon, and now it was happening in a special laboratory, so everyone was busy. Hammond happily raised his hand and said that he was almost done with the sign. He settled in the city, settling in the nursery. The guy raised his picture above his head and said that this was a sign for a store for abandoned hamsters to find them a new home. The hero asked if this was a shelter, and if there would be questions because of the income, to which the interlocutor replied that before this could have become a problem, but they were helping in the agency with criminal investigations at the same time. Eugen crossed his arms and looked at his joyful comrade, thinking that since he chose the nursery, so be it, because Hammond's appearance turned out to be unexpectedly useful. Haein tiredly crawled on her knees, saying that it was very hard for her. Suddenly, a small hamster jumped onto her hand. Hammond, holding a bag of hamster toys, smiled and said that she shouldn't strain herself and that she should eat something tasty. The girl looked at him with admiration, holding the hamster in her hands. The team of scientists was filled with energy after several hamsters appeared. They said that they should work hard for the sake of treats, and that they would create a better world together. The hero thought that at this rate they could become part of the nursery. Yerim looked ahead with a wide smile and asked the interlocutor to guess who had now officially received an S-rank hunter license. Eugen approached her, thinking about how after the incidents in Hong Kong, she was sent to a high-ranking dungeon, and the guild leader decided that her experience was now enough, then asked if she would be okay. The girl replied that he had a guarantee from the leader himself. Pointing at the irritated guy, she said that she did just as well in Hong Kong. The guild leader noted that there were 3 of them against him. Suddenly, she flared up and said angrily that he should answer who gave it his all, because she had to work hard. The young man replied that she did it not without the help of the strengthening attributes, special characteristics, and, in addition, there were also favorable conditions, as well as the help of the leader of T1, and he had a fireproof cloak. The girl added that they could expand the context, after which she asked how much she was in compared to the interlocutor. The hero wished his pet a good journey. Suddenly they looked back at the guys. The young man said that they should try not to kill each other in that place. He patted them on the head and said that he loved them, and that they should remember this and come back as soon as possible. As they walked to the car, the girl waved at him and told him that he should also take care of himself. Eugen added that the raid would not take long, so he should not go anywhere until they returned. The hero waved them goodbye and said that he did not even think about going anywhere because he himself said so on the news. Looking back, he decided that he should meet the guest. The doors opened slightly. T1 asked if he had come too early. The man entered their home with a small gift. The young man said that he was just in time, after which he happily greeted him. The man smiled slightly and said that there was confusion in the association right now, so he had to leave early. The hero imagined the interlocutor as an angel and thought that they had been constantly communicating with him lately, and a simple conversation with him turned out to be surprisingly pleasant, because he even seemed the most normal among the high-ranking ones, of course, if the dialogue goes a certain way. Eugen slammed his glass down on the table. The boys were sitting in traditional costumes. The young man picked up the jug and said that the future of the country was at stake. The people were calling, and their heavy groans could be heard all over the world, so a man should take the helm. The interlocutor showed his palm, shook his head and said that if the government was strengthened, it would only create more chaos. The hero, like a mad hare, spoke to the man, in the form of a bear, said that he did not understand how long he would hide in his den when the forest around him was burning. The interlocutor replied that he could not release the beast and allow it to run amok, because everything just needed to be hushed up. The young man angrily clenched his teeth, noticing his indifference. He looked at the man with irritation and thought that in such a situation he could not stand his ground, and from his attitude and rejection of authority it was clear that he was not on the side of the followers of the Sons of Irreverence. Frowning slightly, he turned to the man again. The interlocutor looked at him. The young man asked what would happen if without him, as a leader, they could not stop the approach of the end of the world. The man smiled slightly and looked at his glass of beer, after which he answered that the result would be the same in any case, because as a leader, he could only lead everyone to collapse. Behind his head from nerves and thought that he was too stubborn. Having knocked back an entire glass of beer, he wondered about the need to somehow push him, influence him, to sit in the place of the president of the association. After which he decided that Noah almost died after trying to influence him, and he did not understand what would happen if he did the same to the man who tried to finish him off at their first meeting. He poured the guest another beer, thinking that if this continues, there is no hope for cooperation, and yet he will try to maintain normal relations and get to know this person better. After which he suggested trying to get to know each other little by little. The man agreed and the guy immediately offered to drink to the bottom. Their peaceful conversation continued for several days. The young man, slightly intoxicated, laughed. T1 took a small sip from the glass. There were many bottles next to them. The man said that the president decided that the guild leader was younger than him, so he asked him to be respectful, but this only caused him more problems. The guy laughed even harder at this. He imagined the image of a blonde man and with tears in his eyes said that this is probably why he stands out so much, because he does not want to look too young. Rubbing his eyes, he said that it must be too much, because it would suit him if he were 40 years old. The man added that the blonde had not long ago started communicating like this. The guy opened his eyes in surprise and asked if he was born like this or if the blonde was like this. The man answered that he was happy with everything, but the manner of speech. He looked down and added that it had changed 2 months ago, around when the young man woke up. The guy closed his eyes with a satisfied look and said that it meant that this was one of his additional settings. Suddenly he realized something and opened his eyes slightly. He looked at his interlocutor and thought that, it turns out, the change occurred after the regression. He remembered one of the moments with the blonde looking at his reflection, and thought that the newcomer had definitely mentioned this, and could there be a discrepancy? For example, even in tone due to regression. Because I don't know myself, he changed his manner, subconsciously adjusting to the time gap. Then he remembered the blonde man's face and thought that if the regression had such an effect on him, he would probably be able to accidentally remember everything and understand what was done. Suddenly, a sudden notification broke the silence. The security alert reported that an A-rank dungeon breakthrough had occurred. The man stood up from his seat and said that it was time for him to go, and that the S-ranks were already gathering there. The boy asked him if this was too good timing. Frowning tensely, the boy said that when most of the high-ranking hunters were absent, something was happening, and all this at the moment when Eugen and Yerem, who were capable of attacking in open areas, went on a raid. The man suddenly realized something. Looking at the boy, he agreed with his words. The boy said that he would hope that this was all a coincidence, and if not, the one who would benefit the most would be the president. The image of a smiling old man appeared in their minds. The boy picked up his clothes. Throwing it on himself, he said that they would go together because the traffic was blocked, so you need to ask Noah for help if everything was intentional. Then the damage would directly depend on the appetites of these people, so he would try to help them prevent a disaster if possible. There was destruction throughout the area because a destructive portal appeared nearby. People were fleeing from the wasp monsters. The siren announced the supposed danger level A, after which it asked people to immediately evacuate to the nearest shelters. One of the people raised a machete with a trembling hand. He blocked the monster's path to the trapped man and said that even if they looked like this, then he actually has a level C. Suddenly he was hit in the back, interrupting his words about how he thought these monsters would quickly surrender and beg for mercy. The wasps quickly pounced on the wounded man. The people behind him with his own hands were already watching what was happening. Splashes of blood fell on them. The guys cried, begging for help. A fist approached the face of one of the monsters. T1 smashed the body of the wasp into pieces. He lifted the stone slab, freeing the hostage, while the young man helped the wounded hunter. A flock of wasps was approaching him from behind. The man asked the people to quickly go to shelter. Noah repelled this attack. The young man said that they would delay these monsters. The guy looked with a smile at the guys who recognized him as they were walking away, and asked them to hide faster. He turned his gaze to his ally and said that he did not have the skill of flight, so he could take his skill and cooperate with the dragon. The man replied that he did not need it, because at such a height. He pushed off the floor with explosive force. Making a few jerks, he instantly rose to a great height right to the monsters. The man attacked one of the wasps. The guy watched what was happening in surprise, thinking that there really were a lot of monsters. The man grabbed the insect by the mustache while the boy was thinking that despite the fact that the boss did not have a single skill to attack a large area, he acted like a bulldozer. T1 tore the monster into 2 parts and attacked the approaching enemies with them. The dragon looked back at his ally in surprise and said that he did not even hear that there was a portal nearby from which the bees flew in. The boy replied that it seemed to be an illegal portal that was controlled secretly. The wasps continued to fly out of the gate while the boy said that this happens sometimes, because such unregistered portals appear, and the fact is that there are cases when portals are controlled secretly and without registration. He quickly turned around, asking if the store for hunters even sells honey from portals, and maybe if they go in the direction of that route, they can find out who is behind this. Suddenly, the monsters attacked the dragon and beat the boy with his back. Noah put his paws out in panic, hearing the guy's hysterical scream that he was falling. The dragon caught him and quickly flew away. A swarm of wasps headed straight for him. The dragon said that the swarm was constantly chasing them, and thanks to this, people escaped pursuit, so the problem was reduced. But He killed one of the bees with his tail. A huge number of insects continued to fly after him, flying past them at great speed. He said that they were flying even more towards them. The guy got sick from sudden maneuvers. The dragon asked how his condition was and said that he was just using poison, so if he got rid of it once. The heroes answered negatively and asked not to do this because there was a house nearby, so it could cause great damage. The guy looked around in panic, saying that they had other options. A giant monster appeared from the portal. The young man drew his comrade's attention to what was happening. The bee opened its toothy mouth. The system designated it as a red pixie bee queen. Its abilities included a poisonous thorn and the trust of the swarm. The monster spread its paws and let out a loud squeak. The bees surrounding it went berserk. They quickly circled in the air. The young man said that she had a boss skill and that they had received a group skill, so they were getting stronger. If they caught the queen, her army would lose strength. T1 quickly ran forward and said that there was a possibility to rise to that height. Running under the guys, he looked up at them. The guy used the ability, called out to the boss and said that this time he had to take the skill. The man raised his eyebrows in shock, feeling a sharp surge of unknown forces. The dragon flew up to him from behind. The man suddenly realized what had happened. He pushed off the ground with explosive force. The man landed on the dragon's back. Looking at the exhausted guy, he asked what happened. The boy said that the dragon would help him, then asked his ally to take care of the boss, who would deal with the monsters. The man clenched his fist resolutely and said that he would do it. A huge shockwave from his attack blew apart the horde of bees. The boy said that if you add the dragon's agility to the destructive power of the boss. T1 continued to deal fatal blows to the monsters. The boy finished his thought by saying that this could result in a chance to win. Suddenly, the boss noticed something. He pushed off the dragon and flew away. The man rose high into the air above the queen bee. The boss put his poisonous sting forward. As the man headed towards the queen, she released her sting. Eugen watched in horror and shouted that the man should be more careful because Klasa has deadly poison. The next moment, the boss smashed the sting into small pieces. The guys watched in horror as the fragments fell. The image of the man was reflected in the eyes of the queen bee. T1 swung his right hand and released his dark energy. He grabbed the bee's head, preparing to attack. His fist met the monster's head. The man frowned with determination. The powerful attack sent the boss flying into the ground. The queen bee lay on the ground, torn apart. The effect she had cast evaporated in an instant. The bees in the air began to fall to the ground. The guys flew up to the man. The young man was surprised that his ally killed the queen bee on the first try. The boss looked at his phone and said that they would have some time before the next monster appeared so they could enter the portal. When the hunters above level arrived, Noah asked the guy if he was hurt. The young man replied that he was just a little sick. The hero looked at the man and thought that this was even more surprising because he only assumed that it would not be difficult for the boss and then wondered if it was all about the power of that black smoke. A dark aura emanated from the boss's hand along with the smoke. The young man added that he did not know if there was resistance to poison or a skill to cancel the effect. He looked back at the dragon with a smile, hearing the question of why they were chasing them like that. The heroes answered that they were probably chasing the dragon because it flies, and so they thought it was their friend. Noah smiled widely and joked while something was heading towards him from the side. Sharp claws cut through the air. The dragon was thrown into a neighboring building. The mouth, strewn with sharp teeth, opened wide. The wolf monster pinned the boy to the ground with its paw, calling him by name. The man suddenly noticed this and said that a new monster had already appeared. The hero replied negatively and said that this one did not seem to have come out of the portal. The boy looked up in annoyance. The dragon asked him about his condition. The boy replied that he had skills with which he could dodge and nullify the effects, so everything was more or less fine with him. While the monster was pinning him, being a few centimeters from his face, the boy said that this monster appeared so suddenly, and also the fact that the bees were chasing them made him think that it was all because of him. A huge monster resembling a wolf stood against the background of the moon. The boy thought about its characteristics, realizing that it was an S-rank monster, a werewolf known as a wolf eater. He added that it was believed that the monster had remained in its dungeon for a long time after awakening, and that it had only revealed its true nature a year later before being defeated. The wolf was sitting among the ruins of buildings, eating magic stones. The boy continued to think that fortunately, the werewolf had not caused much damage to the citizens despite its rank. This was because the wolf eater was obsessed with only one goal, the magic stones. The monster bared its teeth. It rushed forward with incredible strength, and the boy thought that these stones contained the power of SS-rank dragons and the power of a transcendental magic stone. Eugen lay in the wolf's drool with an unperturbed expression while it licked him. The boy thought that these stones were contained in the bodies of F-ranks. T1 and Noah watched in horror as the monster loomed over the boy, drooling. Eugen thought that it was all related to those rocks, that's why they were chased by bees, and the wolf appeared earlier because after regression it became an enticing object. Noah asked if he was okay, and the guy said that yes, he was unharmed. The bracelet on his arm glowed, and he thought that fortunately, thanks to the item that can nullify damage, he was not harmed. Noah looked at the wolf with fury and, bleeding, activated a silent scream. Wounds appeared on the monster's chest, and soon a notification appeared stating that the pain from these wounds would be doubled for the enemy. The wolf collapsed to the ground. Noah shouted the guy's name, and T1 rushed towards them, telling the dragon to take care of the guy, and he himself would take care of the monster. The man struck the wolf with a powerful blow. Suddenly, he looked at the monster in surprise. The beast's body began to emit glowing fibers that stopped the blow. T1 said with uncertainty that his body had changed. The wolf counterattacked, and the light in its chest sent the man flying back several meters. T1, stunned, noticed the torn shirt on his chest. He turned to Eugen, who was leaning on the dragon and trying to stand up. He said that this monster had a special skill. The youth activated the Sprout skill and explained that it had SS rank defense, wool armor that blocked most attacks. He looked at the wolf with bared teeth. The information window showed that it was a rank 1 werewolf, an S rank Blackrock King. Among its skills were SS rank wool armor, S rank sharp claws, and a rank height increase. The man wanted to ask how SS rank was even possible. Suddenly, a red dungeon gate appeared out of thin air. Monsters began to appear from it. Seeing this, Noah shouted that new monsters were appearing now. The dragon ran towards the gate under the order of the boy, who told him to take care of it. The boy turned to T1, suggesting that he take on the werewolf, and asked if the black smoke would nullify the effects like it did in the battle with the queen bee. The man replied that the smoke worked, but he was unsure how it would affect SS ranks. The monster rose into the air with incredible strength, and the boy told the man that he would give him a skill with double the effect, to which the man replied that it was not necessary. Eugen said that the current situation was such that he could not refuse it. The boy climbed onto the man's back as the enraged monster flew towards them, and told him to quickly accept the skill. The man clenched his fist, and his hand immediately filled with dark energy. He activated the skill's veteran F rank and more strength. A message appeared in the system window stating that the attack skill was now with double the effect, and the full force of the blow would be transferred to the enemy. He delivered a powerful uppercut to the wolf's jaw, and the monster flew up. The beast's teeth scattered. The man looked at his hand in amazement, thinking about the incredible power of this blow. Eugen and T1 watched as the monster broke through the wall with its body. The boy said that SS rank skills could not do anything now. He added that the man must support it next to him in order for the skill to remain active. Before he could finish, the man suddenly lifted him up by the collar. With a frightened face, the boy found himself on the shoulders of the squatting man. T1 said that it was now possible to move forward. The man rushed towards the wolf lying among the rubble with incredible strength. The monster bared its bloody mouth again and extended a clawed paw. Eugen fearfully held T1's head as the man delivered powerful blows that were accompanied by explosions. He grabbed the wolf's paw and raised his knee covered in aura to strike, thinking that originally, marauding was a skill with a narrow scope, but the way the guy used it was incredible. The man delivered a powerful knee strike to the monster's body. T1 grabbed his head. The man jumped, put his hand on the top of the monster's head, and ended up above its head. He thought in surprise that he was not hindered by the connection with the guy supporting the skill. He twisted the wolf's fur and flew into the monster's back with his knee, thinking that this raised his spirits. White scales appeared in the air as the man activated the skill Broken Scale, increasing his body mass. T1 and Eugen were surrounded by dark energy. The monster began to tear apart. A red explosion occurred at the point of impact, which generated shockwaves. The man wiped his chin. His clothes were covered in blood. He stood with his leg in the same place. He looked at the impact site, where only bare earth and wisps of wolf fur remained. He thought that this monster couldn't become S rank so easily. He stood there, expressionless. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a guy who said with disgust that everything was splattered. Eugen, wiping his face, said that thanks to the skill, everything was over quickly. He started to move to the side, and the man took his hand, saying that they should immediately deal with the gate. While T1 held his hand, the guy said that he could let him go since the skill transfer was complete. The man glared at Eugen and said that he was calm even with blood on his face, then asked if this was a skill to not feel fear. He continued to stare, adding that the guy had many useful skills, and his guild was worth paying attention to. He then admitted that he now had the desire to hunt other monsters like this one. Eugen listened to him in surprise, thinking about his words. The battle with Hyunyi came back to him, and he thought that the man probably didn't just mean the monsters. He wondered if he was going to kill everyone there, and if the leader felt the power of the skill, intending to kill the other S ranks. A blue potion appeared in the man's hand, and the boy scaredly told him to let go. This was no joke. T1 noticed a wound on the boy's chest. He splashed the potion on the boy's head, causing him to close his eyes. The splashes fell, and he looked at his scar, saying that nothing had changed after using the potion. T1 held the bottle of the potion in his hand with a stern expression. while the boy nervously tried to think of an answer. The man said that the boy had an item that could cancel damage, meaning that this wound was not new. It seemed to have appeared recently, judging by the fact that it was not there when the boy came to Noah. T1 looked at the guy's face and noticed a strange magical power in that wound. He remembered how the monster had aimed at the guy's chest, and added that the monsters that were chasing them had also aimed at his chest. He asked if it was related to the guy's wound. The man grabbed the guy's forearm tightly and urged him to explain what happened. T1 thought that such a skill was a very useful skill for F ranks. The man frowned at the guy's eyes, and after confirming that it was not the skill but the guy was hiding something, he asked what he was doing. The man continued to hold the guy's hand, asking who he was, thinking that he couldn't ignore the power that had already made him very strong and was now giving him even more. The guy looked at the man with a puzzled expression and asked what he was talking about. The man demanded an answer immediately. He glared at Eugen and asked how he should perceive him. Two images appeared in his mind, Eugen with a wary expression and a t-shirt, and the same guy with a sly smile and an expensive suit. The man wondered if this guy could be an F rank who should be protected from the S ranks, or if he was a threat to the organization, a cunning schemer manipulating them, and he needed to be eliminated. The man's hand was surrounded by energy and he squeezed it, deciding that the choice was really difficult. Energy flared around them and the boy asked in surprise what was going on. Eugen looked at the man's hand in shock and T1 said that his skill Slow Plunder allowed him to slowly lower the rank of one of the target's skills. He frowned, looking at Eugen. The boy looked at the man in fear and he added that this process could lower the skill level by about 3 grades. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him that his fear resistance grade was lowered, and then the boy realized that the man could see his skills. The grade was lowered from SSS to C, and the boy, watching this, finished the thought that the man was lowering his skills 3 times by 3 grades. He asked him to stop. Suddenly, the boy froze, realizing that he was having trouble breathing. He looked at his hand and the corpses of monsters on the ground, surrounded by the smell of blood and dead bodies. Looking up, he saw T1, who seemed huge and scary to him. The guy looked at him with pity. Eugen fell to his knees, his body began to shake, he grabbed his neck, trying to breathe, while the man, standing over him, said that he was right to be afraid. T1 looked at him with disdain and told him to stop going to dangerous places and stop being a toy for these S-rank monsters. The man, holding the guy's hand, leaned towards him and added that if he did not change his behavior, he would destroy him. Sweat appeared on Eugen's forehead. He gritted his teeth, and the man continued that he should avoid S-ranks. Eugen raised his head, glared at the man and said that he was lying, because in fact, he wanted to get rid of him because of his ability. T1 listened to him silently, while he continued that he was tired of hiding behind S-ranks. The boy raised his shaking hand with difficulty and added that T1 was also scared, thinking that he had lived for 5 years without resisting fear. He grabbed the man's jacket and began to stand up, wondering in his mind if T1 thought that he would just stay home now because he had scared him. He said that he would do what he had to do despite his fear. Eugen pulled himself up to the man and, with a frown, said that if he continued to interfere, he would do everything to destroy his influence, adding that he would not stand in his way. He imagined T1 standing alone on the platform and said that his actions would be limited by useless work, after which no one would help him and he would forever remain in the shadows. With a wicked smile, he added that the man would continue to follow the orders of the management like a loyal servant, having no time for other things. T1 listened to his words in silence, then his gaze became hard. He said that he was really stubborn. The man quickly removed the bracelet from the boy, holding it in his hand. He added threateningly that if he did not stop, he would destroy the item first. T1 squeezed the bracelet in his hand and it began to spark. Suddenly, the item burst into red fire and both of them covered their faces with their hands. Eugen was surprised to hear Eugen tell him that, as he said, he should have stayed home. His brother's face appeared in the flames, asking him what he was doing here. Eugen watched in shock as the fire took the form of his brother. He asked how he got here, and Eugen replied that he borrowed power from Eugen and after the incident in Hong Kong, adding that Eugen was sleeping next to him and woke up when he sensed danger. Suddenly, Eugen noticed that his hand was surrounded by Yunhai. Eugen turned to his brother, shielding him with his hand, and said that he could not maintain this state for long, so he should contact the guild leader Jupiter. He continued to look at his brother as he said that all the S ranks were currently in a raid. Eugen replied that it was just a cover, adding that Evelyn most likely went there and the leader settled things in Hong Kong and came back. Eugen asked if he had his phone with him. The boy turned to his opponent and told his brother to call the guild leader and that he did not understand why he did this. The man, without listening to the rest, stood on the ground, causing cracks to appear. T1 quickly rushed towards them, and Eugen added that the man wanted to go all the way. Their forces clashed, creating huge waves of dark energy and flames. T1 looked at the boy menacingly, preparing a strike. Suddenly, he struck, leaving a trail of energy behind him, and Eugen dodged. The boy extended his arms, and T1 was thrown back several meters with incredible force. He broke through the concrete wall, and the next second, engulfed in flames, burst out of the rubble, raising a cloud of dust. Eugen covered his head with his hands in fear. Explosions were heard behind him. He wondered if it was because his resistance to fear had weakened. With trembling hands, he tried to dial the number, thinking that they did not need other S ranks right now. He raised the phone to his ear, and the voice on the other side said that it was an honor for the guy to call first. Eugen turned to Hyani and, kneeling, looked at the destruction, asking if he could come to the edge of the dungeon. Hyani replied that he thought T1 would be enough, and then asked if he could not handle it. Eugen replied that this was the problem. Sweat appeared on his face. He shouted that if the man did not want to lose his valuable thing, he needed to come immediately. He thought that Hyani's intervention would add to the problem, but Noah crushed the small monster. The dragon stood on a rock and stepped on the rodents that were trying to climb on him. He said that there was no end to them and it would be easier if he used a potion. Then he noticed the fire below. He looked at the raging fire from the men's battle in surprise. T1 prepared for the next strike, and the dragon asked in amazement why Eugen and the head of public security were fighting. Noah began to thrash around, clutching his head, wondering when the officer had become their enemy. He said that he should intervene, but he was too weak. He spread his wings and added that there was nothing else he could do. He flapped them, scattering the shards, and let out a roar, causing the rodents to start running away, then stated that they needed to distract them. Eugen, looking around in fear, noticed that the little monsters were heading towards him. One of them jumped on the boy. At that moment, Eugen and T1 appeared in front of him, protecting him and destroying the monsters. Eugen, standing behind him, indignantly asked what was going on, since he had just taken the bracelet from him and was now protecting him. T1 replied that Eugen was an F rank and too weak to fight the monsters. The boy, hiding behind his brother, understood what was going on. He watched the man kill the monsters one by one, thinking that he did not understand T1's attitude towards himself. He apparently considered him either weak or a time bomb, and it would be better if he was a weakling in his eyes. Eugen looked at his hand, saying that his time was running out. Eugen watched his brother disappear into thin air, warning him to be careful and promising to return as soon as he could. Eugen told him to continue clearing the dungeon, and he would handle it. He covered his face with his hand as he looked at the yellow flash from the sky, thinking that although it irritated him, the one he called was perfect for reinforcing his image of weakness. Hyani stood among the monsters' bodies burning with blue flames and said that he thought they had failed to deal with their target's charm. With his hands in his pockets, he looked at the battered T1 and Eugen. Hyani covered his face with his hand and asked, smiling, if it was T1. The boy clutched his mouth, bending over in fear. Eugen felt terrified as he looked at the man and wondered if Hyani had always been this intimidating. He definitely didn't want to meet him while his resistance to fear was so weak, but he looked around the field covered in dusty haze and realized that T1 was hesitating whether to protect him or destroy him. He needs to be sure that he will decide to protect him, so he needs Hyani because he is the best to be recognized as an object of protection. The blonde smiled and said that if someone took someone else's property, they should return it to their owner. Eugen thought that this person was treating him like a thing. Hyani looked at the guy, saying that if the officer wants a reward for returning the lost. Without finishing his sentence, he turned to Eugen, who was shaking in fear. Standing in front of the officer, Hyani asked what he did to him, to which T1 replied that this was a natural reaction to the S-class and asked him to weaken his aura. The guy's hand was on the ground and shaking violently, while he thought that he did not need to feign fear and said that he was an F-class. He covered his head with his hands and, shaking, told Hyani to leave and not come near him, thinking that they had already played a scam. The man smiled slightly, and the smile became more noticeable. Eugen thought that Hyani was a very smart person and he would immediately understand what he wanted from him. The boy smiled slightly, thinking that, as expected, the man understood everything instantly. T1, surprised, watched as dozens of chains headed towards the boy, and Eugen thought that they would continue the role-playing game they started in Hong Kong. The man grabbed the chains. Eugen looked at the angry T1, who was holding Hyani's chains, in fear, asking what he meant. The blonde, standing at a distance, said that he was taking back what was his, to which the officer replied that he asked him to come back. Hyani smiled mischievously and asked if he should listen to the pleas of an item. Eugen stared at the man with his mouth open, who angrily said that he was not an item and could not let Hyani treat him however he wanted. Eugen thought it worked. He imagined a cartoon of T1 in a wolf costume looking at Hyani in a fox costume holding a guy in a rabbit costume in his mouth. He thought that if he was dragged away by an S-class monster, T1 would have no choice but to try to protect him. Eugen added that he felt guilty for manipulating him, but this situation arose because of his stubbornness. The guy watched in amazement as T1 broke the man's chains with a stern expression, saying that if he continued, he would respond differently. He looked at Hyani, who smiled and said that it was not bad since it had been a long time since they had last met, and the boy exclaimed even more in his mind. The officer gathered energy in his hand, asking Eugen to step aside. The boy fearfully asked him to stop. The man hit the ground, causing cracks to appear on the ground. Eugen thought that he did not want them to fight. Hyani jumped away from the impact, missing the man's kick. He asked with a smile if he wanted to protect the poor F-class. Suddenly, an enraged T1 appeared behind him, raising his leg to kick. He hit Hyani in the back, creating a strong shockwave. The man hit the ground with great force, causing fragments to fly apart. He jumped aside and coughed a little, thinking that the opponent was clearly superior to him in strength and speed, and he could not do anything about it even if he used the fight foresight. He looked up, seeing T1 flying towards him, and threw the chains at his hand. The shackles hit the man's hand. He raised his hand back in rage, being a meter away from Hani, who thought he had a way. Suddenly, T1's hand froze centimeters away from his face. The officer looked at his hand, wrapped in chains, in surprise. He looked back, seeing that his hand was tied to a fuel tanker. Hyani raised his hand back, which had chains appearing, and said with a smile that he should keep an eye on the object, because his goal was to take the guy. T1 looked back in surprise. The man's chains were heading for Eugen, who was kneeling. He extended his hand, barely grabbing the shackles. Suddenly, he noticed the man's leg approaching. Hyani delivered a powerful roundhouse kick. The man flew to the side, breaking through the concrete rubble. Hyani slowly walked up to him while he was kneeling, telling him that it was hard to concentrate when there was something to protect, adding that it was a shame, but he was taking his thing back. The man suddenly noticed something. T1 gripped the chains in anger, his veins standing out. The wheel of the fuel tanker lifted off the ground. Hyani watched as the tanker flew towards him. He chuckled when he saw it. The truck hit the ground with great force, its parts flying all over the area. Suddenly, Hani appeared in the wreckage, heading towards T1. They got close, looking at each other, and the officer prepared to strike. Eugen covered his face with his hands from the explosion that resulted from their impact. Watching in fear, he thought that he did not expect a peaceful end, but it was hard for him to watch such an intense battle, let alone try to stop it. The boy looked back when the dragon called out to him, wondering if it was normal for him to be scared since his fear resistance was still C-class. He was horrified to see Noah looming over him with his mouth open as he said he was done with killing monsters. Eugen cried out in fear. The dragon looked at the scared boy with a disappointed expression, asking why he was reacting like that. The boy replied that he was just scared. Eugen was horrified again when Noah came closer and said that he didn't look well and that he wanted to check the wound on his chest. Hyani looked back at them, listening as the dragon said that the wound hadn't healed, to which Eugen replied that it was a rather unusual wound. The man thought about it, asking what exactly unusual meant. Standing in front of T1, he watched the dragons and the boy, saying that there was a problem with his item, then offered to finish it. Hyani's chains rose into the air and he said that he would have to cut the guy open to find out what he was hiding. T1 watched in shock. The chains hovered above Hyani, who stood with his hands in his pockets on the shaking ground and said that he would take care of Eugen. Suddenly, a flash. Yellow lightning struck the ground in front of Hyani, destroying it. The officer, explosive, moved towards Hyani, shouting that he would not let him do this. Hyani smirked at the man, ready to hit him. Suddenly, the officer's eyes widened, frozen. Blood began to flow onto the ground. Metal pins were sticking out of T1's back. The man tried to say something, but blood gushed out of his mouth. He fell to his knees in front of Hyani, who said that it was a magnetic force, adding that he made the chain attract metal objects. T1 glared at him while the blonde girl said that he thought his goal had been achieved. Hyani looked at the officer with iron spikes sticking out of him with a satisfied smile and said that their fight was fun. Noah and Eugen watched in shock. The dragon said that he had never seen anything like it, and the boy said that he didn't even know a man could use such strength. Hyani watched the enemy with a smile while his chains twitched in the air. T1, spitting out blood with difficulty, said that he would not let him take Eugen. The blonde looked back at the boy sitting next to the dragon and said that he thought the officer's goal was almost accomplished, then asked what he would do next. The boy thought with a serious look, thinking that he protected the officer, adding that they should not leave like this. Noah watched as the young man struggled to his feet, asking him to help T1 if possible. The dragon asked why, stating that he had just attacked the boy. The boy replied that something complicated had happened to him. He looked at the injured man in the rubble and thought that he was indeed a complicated man. The officer sat with his head down, barely able to say that following the Jupiter Guildmaster was dangerous. The boy listened to him silently. Suddenly, Eugen frowned and said that he had decided to call Hyoni despite the dangers. The man, covered in blood, listened in shock as the boy continued that he was scared because of the possibility of an attack. Eugen added with a determined expression that he had an important matter to attend to. He imagined a large white tree under falling snow and said that he would not abandon it no matter how much the man scared him, adding that on the contrary, the more he stopped him, the more dangerous it would be, like today. The man sat helplessly on the ground, listening to the boy say that it was impossible to go back to his old life no matter how much he wanted to. He didn't take his eyes off him, adding that the man couldn't persuade him like that. He asked how he was different from the monsters he himself scared and threatened. These words made the officer think. He remembered a moment from the past when he was sitting in blood, clutching his face, and someone was screaming at him, calling him a monster and blaming him for everything. 3 guys were holding down a man in tears who was screaming that he killed his little brother and mother, that they died because of him. The outline of the man screaming in tears appeared in the officer's mind. The man sat with his head down, absorbed in dark thoughts about how he should not have such power. He tried to convince himself that monsters with such power have no place in the world. He looked at his bloody hands. T1 raised his head to the sky, thinking that he had become like that after all, and said that he couldn't be convincing in the boy's eyes now. Hyoni, watching his fallen enemy, thought that even if a wolf pretended to be a sheep and blended in with the herd, he would still be a wolf. T1 sadly lowered his head, thinking that he wasn't so callous that he wouldn't use his power when someone was in danger. Even if he gave up that power, he wouldn't be able to return to his old life, which he so badly desired. He decided that there was nowhere left for him to return to. Suddenly, everyone noticed Noah, who asked the man to show his wounds. The dragon brought his paw to T1's hand, and light emanated from it. The man, without raising his head, asked if they would not communicate with him anymore. Eugen and Noah were stunned by his words and looked at him silently. The boy, shocked, thought indignantly that he had caused all this mess, and now he was asking if they could contact each other again. Noah said that he thought he needed to get the metal pins out. Eugen watched in fear as the man pulled the metal out of his hip, saying that he would do it. The dragon and the man looked on in surprise as the boy asked if he should use painkillers. T1 replied that S ranks could withstand that kind of pain. The boy looked at the officer in surprise and said that sometimes this happened on the job. Watching the dragon treat the man, he realized something. Eugen stood in front of them while T1 was removing the stakes from the body, thinking that despite his stubbornness and desire to stay put, the officer had long since gone beyond the usual routine. He recalled the time when they were drinking together, adding that perhaps the only routine for him was the time he spent chatting with him. The boy exhaled and scratched the back of his head, wondering if that was why he always accepted him despite his fear. He decided that he himself could not stop doing this. T1 looked at the hand that was extended to him in surprise. Eugen said that he would not stop communicating with him. As he extended his hand to the man, he looked at his face, adding that he also continued to do things that T1 did not like, thinking that they both might subconsciously be striving to return to their old lives. Holding his hand, he asked him with a smile to be gentle, since he was an ordinary person after all. The man looked at him with hope. Eugen thought that maybe in this case he would give T1 a little carefree, and the man would give him a step. The officer shook his hand, saying that he was putting him in a difficult position. Hyoni watched what was happening. Noah continued to treat the man kneeling in front of the boy. Eugen thought that no matter what, the officer did not want to hurt him anymore, except. The blonde put her hand on the boy's shoulder. The boy looked very scared, while the man said with a smile that they needed to talk, and thought that now he needed to deal with Hyoni. The man with a smile began to talk about acting, noticing that the boy was shaking. Then he said that it was probably not acting. The boy quickly ran out from under the man's hand and fussily said that he thanked him for coming, then suggested that they rest and talk in a few days. The boy thought that he needed time before the resistance was restored again. He took out his phone, which was not working due to the lightning, while the man with a kind smile offered to give him a ride and talk in the car. The young man replied that everything was fine and he would call a taxi, but then noticed that the phone was not working. He quickly ran to the store, shouting that the cashier probably had a phone. He put his hands on the door, trying to open it, and thought he needed to get out of here as quickly as possible, because being with the guild leader with a lowered fear resistance level was too dangerous. Eugen nervously looked around, and seeing a phone on the counter, he put it to his ear, asking if he could call a taxi. The dispatcher replied that it would be difficult due to the dangerous area. The door of the store opened, and while the guy was calming the dispatcher, the man approached him, saying that he was upsetting him. Standing in the doorway, he looked at the scared guy and asked where his fortitude went. The boy turned to him with an awkward smile, holding his phone, and said that it was probably because his body had become weaker and he had a lot of things to do. Hyoni asked if something had happened to Chief T1. Blondie raised his hand thoughtfully, thinking out loud that even if this bravery was a trait of ability, he couldn't lose it because of the officer. Eugen was scared, thinking that maybe he could read minds. The boy accidentally fell over, leaning on the counter as the man approached. Eugen said that he didn't understand what he was getting at, since they were just discussing life. Hyoni wondered what kind of fire it was, since such a burn could only be caused by. Eugen interrupted him, saying that it was probably an explosion. The boy, looking away in fear, thought that he would soon have to answer, and he should use not only the resistance of fear, but also mystery to not give in. The boy exclaimed in horror after the man asked if he could look at his wound, saying that he would die from it. The blonde placed his hand on Eugen's chest. He grabbed his clothes with a sly smile and said that he was holding back well, then asked if he wanted to tell him himself if he didn't want to show it. He looked at the boy, who had turned pale with fear, and said that he thought that today. The man smirked, finishing the sentence that he thought that the boy would answer all the questions. He narrowed his eyes and said that he wanted to ask about the wound. But first, Eugen listened intently. The boy stood there, looking at the man, who seemed terrifying to him, and thought that Hyoni wanted to ruin everything by using the chance. As soon as he gave in, everything would go down the drain: his abilities, magic stones, relations with the gods, and even the truth about reincarnation. The boy was worried that if this happened, he would be perceived as a weak F rank rather than a dangerous member of society that should be eliminated. He staggered back, thinking that he should turn the situation around. He stood up stoically and sheepishly said that he had cut himself while cooking. The man asked the embarrassed Eugen with a smile if it was so deep that the wound recovery ability did not work, to which the boy jokingly replied that the onion was an S rank. The boy cautiously avoided Hyoni's gaze, thinking that fortunately the man did not want to kill him as an officer, and that he should hold out a little longer. He added that the man was already busy and suggested that they meet in a few days. Hyoni narrowed his eyes, saying that there was nothing he could do about it. Suddenly, the boy's body was paralyzed, and his vision became cloudy as he looked up at the man. Eugen fell to his knees in front of the blonde boy, clutching his neck, thinking he couldn't breathe. Kneeling, he activated fear resistance several times, thinking it was unthinkable and wondering how he had bent him with fear alone. The man grabbed his head, calling him by name. Lifting his chin, he looked into the boy's eyes and threateningly told him to only answer the truth. Eugen thought decisively that he couldn't control this. The blonde boy smiled evilly and asked how that wound appeared. Breathlessly, Eugen answered that it was a magic stone. The man let go of his face and said with a smile that it would be better for him to stop being stubborn. The boy reached for the man's leg with a trembling hand, forcing himself to come to his senses. Sweat broke out on his forehead. He leaned his hand on the floor, thinking that despite the difference in levels, this was ordinary intimidation compared to what he had experienced. He was lost in thought, thinking that true terror was much more terrifying. His own image, disintegrating in the air, appeared before him, and he thought again that true terror. Blondie looked at him in surprise, wondering if he had stopped breathing. The boy stood with his head down, thinking that an F rank like him couldn't escape this fear. The fear resistance icon appeared, and he added that it was impossible to overcome the difference in levels with just desire. Raising his hand with difficulty, he thought that even as an F rank, he couldn't do this. He slammed his palm on the floor, and a red light appeared from under it. Suddenly, scarlet fire spread throughout the room, covering the floor. Blondie watched this in surprise. Dark patterns covered the surfaces, and black liquid froze in the air. Suddenly, the space above them split, revealing a cosmic wasteland, and the boy finished his thought, remembering what Eugen told him about him remaining with the ability of the spiritual soul Dhyama. The man looked around in surprise, and the boy, sinking even lower, thought that by destroying the fear of the S rank, an even greater horror would be revealed. The young man tiredly raised his hand with difficulty. Remembering the creatures from the past, he mentally said that it was still a little early, but he could create this ability by reviving the memories of those creatures he had encountered before. Suddenly, the boy released a terrifying aura, after which he added that he wanted to remember the feeling of their great presence. The trident and the monstrous snake were heading towards them. The boy understood the look and his aura changed color. He thought that if they were compared to Hyoni, the man was worth nothing. A giant creature with a trident appeared above the boy, and he mentally insulted the man. Suddenly, Hyoni was surrounded by a water aura. The boy, covered by his aura, tensed with the last of his strength. Suddenly, he coughed and fell to the floor. The guildmaster looked around and everything around him disappeared. The boy was breathing heavily, and the man was thinking in surprise about what just happened. He looked in front of him, thinking that the boy was absorbed by a huge magic at that moment, and wondered what he did this time. Tears were streaming down Eugen's face as he tried to catch his breath. The boy, exhausted, fell to the floor and asked him with a smile what he was looking at, and then called him a pathetic S rank. These words stunned the man. He brought his hand to his face and decided with a smirk that the boy was funny. He picked up the disgruntled boy by the scruff of his neck and apologized, thinking that it was never boring with him. He picked up Eugen in his arms and started walking out of the store, thinking that although he wanted to uncover his secrets, it would be more interesting to keep him alive and see what he could do. He said that he was forgiving one of Noah's debts. Eugen offered to end the matter and forgave both debts. The man responded that he was too harsh with his own S rank, adding that he would even give him a ride home. The man walked out of the store holding onto the boy and said with a smile that the car should be nearby. Suddenly, he noticed his car was parked next to him, completely wrecked. With a slight irritation, he remembered that T1 had crashed into it during the battle. The officer was sitting on the rubble while the dragon was repairing him, and uniformed workers, Hyoni, were bustling around. The man looked at the dragon and asked if its ability affected the mind. Noah answered that it did not, wondering why he would do that. The man closed his eyes in pleasure, smiling, and said that he simply felt so calm, as if he had been freed from something. At this time, Eugen laughed loudly while Hyuni joked about the new car with a dissatisfied smile. T1 thought that even though he lost, he was still able to take revenge on the car. Clouds floated across the sky, and Eugen thought that the destruction of the dungeon had quickly stopped due to it being a good bait for the monsters. The white car sped along the road, and the guy added that everything including the flying poisonous insects and mole monsters that were difficult to catch had been eliminated, and damage to the residents had been prevented. Sitting in the back seat next to Hyuni, the guy said that they couldn't end up with minor damage, and that they should catch the ones who blew up the dungeon. Eugen furrowed his brows tiredly and said that it would be difficult to find the culprits since this dungeon was a secret one. However, if the main monsters were bees, they could track down those who sold honey. Hyuni watched the guy with a smile, trying to think with his hand on his forehead. Without looking away, he said that he would take care of the information and that the guy should rest because he would prepare everything and call closer to the evening. The glass dome of the building was shining under the sun's rays. Eugen thought that he had returned home. He, exhausted, fell on the threshold in front of Chirpai, saying that he had returned. The chick happily ran up to him, and Eugen looked at him tiredly. He apologized for making him wait, explaining that many things had happened, all one after another. The guy fell asleep right on the floor, before saying that he was glad that the wound on his chest had not come apart and that he was safely. Suddenly a shadow hung over him, and his brother asked about his chest wound. The guy sat down next to his brother, asking what had happened to him. A deep wound on his chest was visible through a hole in his t-shirt. Raindrops quietly tapped on the glass. The boy sat on the bed next to his brother, holding the phone to his ear while the voice reassured him that there was no need to worry since the problem concerned Officer T1. Eugen asked what kind of wound his brother had on his chest. He looked at him and added that even the strongest potions wouldn't help. He looked sternly in front of him while the voice on the phone said that apparently his brother hadn't told him anything himself. Hyuni stood at the computer with a large aquarium in the background and said on the phone that it was a scar that even Noah's ability hadn't worked on and that it seemed like he didn't want to talk about it. The man smiled slightly and said that he didn't know much himself except that it had something to do with the magic stone. The boy placed his hand on his brother's chest while the man on the phone said that if he concentrated, he would feel a slight aura from the stone. His fingers touched the wound on his chest and a light flashed from underneath them. The man added that if they could even sense that aura, it must be someone S rank or higher. Eugen remembered the mole-like monster jumping on his brother, thinking that the monsters were only attacking him and that they could sense magic stones. He imagined his brother with a glow in his chest against the huge monsters and thought that his brother was an F rank and the stone was of the highest power. He looked at his phone in confusion, wondering what had happened. Hyuni told him to send him some S-rank onions that were in their kitchen. The man held the phone in front of him, saying that he might have actually hurt himself while cutting them, and the man hung up. He turned off the phone, closed his eyes, and wondered what Eugen was planning this time. Lowering his hand with the phone, he added that it was always fun to be around, and the magnetic attraction used on. The man looked at his hand in surprise, thinking that he had used this ability much better than he expected. He remembered the moment in the battle when lightning struck from the sky, and thought that he seemed to be starting to handle this skill normally. But still, its power and the limits of this power seemed excessive, as if he had been training for years. His foot stepped on a smooth surface. The man stood on the surface of the water in the darkness. His image from the past was underneath him, and he thought that the effect felt like he had been doing this for at least 5 years. Eugen fell through the thickness of the water, unconscious. White tree branches flashed in his mind. He thought of a snow shower and endless white roots, realizing that the snow tree was the 5th source. When he opened his eyes, he saw white feathers flying from Chirpai, and thought that it was a white bird, a stargazer bird. Suddenly, he looked at the chick in surprise. The Chirpai squeaked. Watching the bird fly away to the branches, he realized that it was a dream, adding that chicks are also white. He watched the chick step onto the snow and wondered if he could at least see it in a dream. The bird's footprints remained in the snow, and he added that a white bird took it. Chirpai ran around the man lying in the snow. Eugen watched this from the side. He looked down pitifully, his eyes filled with sadness. Lying on the snow was his 25-year-old dead younger brother. Eugen's face was very pale. The boy moved towards him. Pushing off the air, he looked at his brother's body and thought that he understood that his brother would never wake up and that the dead do not feel the cold. The wind picked up, and Eugen thought that this was a dream after all. He covered his face with his hands, desperately trying to reach his brother. Hovering over the body, he extended his hand, thinking that he needed just a little more to hug his brother, at least in his sleep. He looked at the blurry silhouette of his brother, holding his outstretched hand, and thought that just looking couldn't change anything. The wind carried him further and further away from the body. He was carried so far that his brother's body was just a shining point in the darkness, and he thought that he had experienced enough of this in reality and that he had never asked for more. Eugen sat next to his brother, trying to wake him up, a lizard silhouette on his cheek. Eugen's eyes snapped open, looking at the ceiling, while his brother was saying that he needed to eat. The boy quickly jumped out of bed, reaching for his brother's face, and asked how he got here. Eugen looked at him in surprise and replied that he used the exit stone and came earlier, since the dungeon told him that there would be no problem. The boy looked at him in confusion. He held his hand to his brother's face and thought that it was not his dead brother, but himself in his 20 seconds before this incident. The boy grabbed his head and said that it was indeed his brother. Eugen asked if he was sick, noticing his strange state. Eugen, holding his head and looking at the bed, replied that everything was fine and it was just a dream. Eugen, horrified, exclaimed as his brother said that it was probably because his fear resistance had gotten worse, since it was now at rank C, adding that he suffered from this because he shared a dual attack skill with T1. His brother then asked what kind of skill it was. Eugen grabbed his neck and looked at the bed, saying that he himself did not know that this could happen. Suddenly, he noticed an exhausted Chirpai lying on the bed and reached out to her. Eugen watched as his brother picked up the chick and started feeding it with magic stones, asking if it was hungry and why it was all wet. Was it because of the rain or because he used spatial movement? He then asked where his brother was. Eugen looked down sadly and said that now he understood why Guildmaster Jupiter said that his brother was in bad shape. He looked at his surprised brother and asked how the scar on his chest appeared, since it was somehow related to the stone. Eugen replied that he must have heard about it before. The guy was silent for a second, looking at his brother. Eugen looked away upset and said that his brother was doing very dangerous things without anyone noticing. Eugen remembered how he made him worry again. A moment popped into his head when his brother was nervously sitting on the floor in his past life, and he thought that this was how it happened before he returned, and now it was happening again. He patted his brother on the head with a smile and apologized, saying that he should have told him everything. Eugen began to explain one of his skills. The chick was sleeping with a full stomach when Eugen exclaimed that his brother inserted the stone into himself. Eugen got dressed while his brother sat on the bed and asked how he felt after the Diama magic stone. The boy replied that everything was fine, since only valuable ingredients were used. He touched the wound on his chest, imagining the magic stones, and with a serious expression added that if everything went well, his level would be higher than S, which meant he had another source of magic power. He looked at the scar glowing pink and wondered what would happen if everything went according to plan. He then said that it had been a long time but there had been no change, and it might be because of his high rank. Eugen adjusted his shirt and said with a smile that it was all for the sake of safety, to which Eugen replied that it was pointless if he was going to attract monsters. He asked his brother if it would be safer to stay home, to which Eugen replied that he had too many things to do, and then switched to the news. He picked up the remote and turned on the TV, where the announcer announced that due to the destruction of a dungeon in the Seoul region, they had replaced the regular broadcast with a news broadcast. The screen showed footage of bees in a destroyed city, and Eugen then said that this was the aftermath of yesterday, and they had decided to turn everything upside down to cover up the matter about him. Eugen exclaimed in displeasure when he heard his brother say that the game would end when it was revealed that the association had arranged everything, adding that he had arranged to get information by meeting Hyuni. Eugen loudly asked if his brother was going somewhere again. Eugen stood sideways to his brother with a smile while he shouted that it was dangerous and that his resistance to fear had fallen. The boy replied that ordinary people lived without it. Eugen put his hand on his brother's shoulder, adding that his enemies were not ordinary people. He glared at his brother using his aura and said that he himself knew how fearful high-class hunters were. Eugen looked at his brother in surprise while he said that if he lost his grip even a little in this state. He suddenly interrupted his brother by flicking his forehead and said that he was an exception. What other kind of fear could there be? Eugen grabbed his forehead, and Eugen said with a smile that he was his brother and was not afraid of him at all. The boy remembered the moment when Eugen gave him the gate stone in his past life, and he thought that even before his return, he was not afraid of him, because he had seen him in the most terrible situations, raising him since childhood. Eugen was touched by these words and silently looked at his brother, who took out his phone and told his brother to give him another one because his phone was broken and he didn't know if the SIM card was still alive. The images of white trees appeared in his mind again, and he thought that his goal was to live peacefully after returning. And now he knows that he must do everything to keep himself and his brother safe, stop the apocalypse, and meet his 25-year-old brother because there are still many things left to do. He held the phone to his ear and didn't understand why no one was answering. Hyuni's phone was lying on the floor, completely broken. Lightning raged and shards lay around the man who was kneeling. A white sphere hung in the air. The man looked at the shards reflecting different moments and asked what kind of memory this was because he had never experienced this and didn't remember it. In the broken reflection, you could see how the blonde boy held his head in shock, thinking about new memories from the future 5 years from now. He fell through the shards into a dark space, wondering if these were memories from the future. In the darkness, someone grabbed his hand while he was trying to figure out where he was. He looked back and saw his future self, who said that he finally understood everything. Suddenly, he was struck by the words about the inconsistency of time. Hyun looked at his shard copy, and the doppelganger said that it was time to switch places soon. Eugen was on the phone with Soyoung, saying that Hyun wasn't answering. Soyoung stood at the counter, holding the phone to her ear, and said that she checked this morning and he was home. She added that his mood was strange. Eugen looked at his brother in confusion, who held his head, while Soyoung asked if she could come over if she didn't have an appointment. Eugen thought that the war of public opinion was a matter of time, so it was better to act quickly, and then wondered if something would happen if they came like that. He noticed his brother pointing at himself and asking if he should come with him since Eugen needed security anyway. Eugen asked if he could handle it since he was going to attack the dungeon. His brother replied that he had some goggles and would pretend to be another guild member. The guy with the headphones around his neck was sitting at the table and asked shyly if they wanted to borrow his identity. Eugen thought that this man only appeared in the dungeons occasionally and recommended the bar to the officer. He remembered the moment from the bar when he was sitting with T1, and the man said that Minhyui recommended this bar to him since it was a popular place among young people. Eugen remembered how this guy was able to communicate with the man in the dungeon and imagined him as a B-rank hunter. The image in his mind changed again. Minhyui was sitting with a wide smile, reaching out his hand to the dog. Minhyui sat on the couch with his brothers and Simyeong standing in front of him. He repeated again that he would just need to sleep and not go out, to which Simyeong reassured him that they would put him to sleep with an item. The boy raised his hand to his chin thoughtfully and said that giving away his identity would be like. His man interrupted him, saying that he would be given 3 hazard pays and an extended paid vacation. The boy then continued that it was nerve-wracking, but he would still be happy to cooperate. Eugen chuckled to himself, thinking that the decision had been made too quickly. Simyeong covered the boy lying on the bed, and Minhyui, turning to the brothers as they left, asked them to fulfill one request of his. He looked at them with a smile and asked them not to do any bad deeds in his image, because he would be sad if he woke up with a criminal record. Eugen raised his hand in a thumbs-up gesture and said with a smile that they have nothing to worry about, they won't do anything illegal, but he thought that they would do anything but that. They noticed that Minhyui had a license. His yellow car was parked outside and Eugen offered to go with him. While sitting in the car, he looked back at the worried crowd and said that everyone was worried. Eugen replied that it was because they thought of him as a B-rank hunter, joking that with all the security, something would happen and he would get kidnapped. Eugen turned to his brother with a smile and said that he was like a younger brother, so he had nothing to worry about. Suddenly, it started to rain, buses and cars rushed between the tall buildings. Eugen asked his brother if they had to go to Jupiter. He glanced at his brother, who had his hands behind his head, and asked if they could look for information on who was involved in the explosion themselves. Eugen replied that they needed to investigate the market for special dungeon goods. A holographic map was shining above the guild building. Eugen said that Word's Edge was also growing rapidly, but was not yet connected to the dungeon, while Jupiter was not growing, but was actively building connections abroad. Eugen patted his brother on the back with a smile while his brother was saying that if World's Edge grew faster, he would not have to visit Jupiter. Eugen said that his brother was doing well, adding that he was already 20 and there was no need to rush. Suddenly, he noticed the radio, where the announcer announced that the rift in the dungeon that had occurred yesterday had been stopped by the hunters of the association, who had joined forces. He looked at his brother with a smile as the announcer said that the Hunters Association, which always puts the safety of citizens first, allocated. Eugen said that this was crazy since no one else came to help except T1. Suddenly, their car was rammed by a truck, knocking it off the road. After the impact, the truck continued to drag the car in front of it. Eugen kicked the door down and grabbed his brother's arm, jumping out of the car. A moment later, the truck pinned their car against a pole, completely smashing it. The boy passed out, hearing his brother trying to wake him up. He raised his head, and Eugen, holding him in his lap, worriedly asked if he was okay. The boy answered that he was. There was a crowd of people and cars around the burning car, and the truck was cut into 2. Eugen said that the impact was on the front part and asked how this could happen right after a B-rank guard was appointed. The man in the truck's cabin was lying covered in blood, his head pressed to the steering wheel. The guy said that he seemed to be dead. Eugen said with a stern face that he didn't think that his brother would be attacked on the main road, adding that they needed to call World's Edge, request a new car, and resolve the matter. The guy said that people's safety always comes first. Eugen looked at him in confusion, and he confidently said that since they tried to remove him like a thorn, it was likely due to the association. The truck continued to hold the burning car down. The guy addressed his brother by name, then corrected himself and called him Minhyui, asking him to take care of saving people and entrust the guild with dealing with the driver's body. The guy frowned, looking ahead, and said that it seemed like the association had decided to put an end to it, and now they needed to respond to them since they were constantly on their tail and so persistently wanted to harm. Eugen looked at his brother in surprise and listened silently. In the Jupiter Guild lobby, Soyoung said with a worried expression that she heard about a truck crashing into them. Eugen watched as the girl looked at his brother in fear, asking if he was hurt. Eugen said that he was okay. He walked up to his brother, pointed at him, and introduced him as B-rank hunter Manhwa, adding that he had saved him. To this, the girl indignantly asked if he was crazy for taking a B-rank hunter. She exhaled and calmed down, pointing her hand to the side, saying that Eugen needed to be careful and that she would lead them to the guild owner's house. The boys followed her, after which she added that the guild guard could not go with them. The boy put his hand on his brother's shoulder while he worriedly said that he could not leave him alone. Eugen replied that everything would be fine and he would be back soon, so his brother should wait for him in the lobby. Eugen quickly ran over his hand, and he said that if anything happened, he would contact him. Eugen watched as his brother headed towards the portal door, and Eugen thought that he had powers, and although his resistance to fear was still the same if we remember the determination from yesterday, he extended his hand towards the door, thinking that he would not give in to Hyun even if he started to push. He walked through the door and brought his hand to his mouth, apologizing for disturbing him. The boy looked around the huge room and admired his house, asking if he lived there alone. The golden chain approached his leg while he called out to the owner of the house and asked what floor he was on. Suddenly, the chain knocked the scared boy off his feet. He looked at his leg in shock. The chain dragged him across the room at high speed while he screamed and asked for him to stop. The shackles hit the boy several times against objects in the floor. Eugen nervously tried to shout for the man. The chains then dragged him down the stairs until he hit his head, screaming for him to stop. The boy crashed into the floor and stopped. He looked up angrily, insulted the man and asked if the guests were cleaning here, adding that he had legs. Suddenly, he went silent, seeing a menacing blonde man standing above him. The man looked sternly at Eugen, holding chains in his hands. The chains lifted the boy into the air and carried him to the aquarium. He wondered what kind of tank it was and if it had a glass floor. The man, without looking up, asked if he was the brother of the guild leader of World's Edge. The boy hung in the air, watching him, until he said that it was recorded as his item. Eugen replied that this did not mean that it belonged to him. The boy looked at him warily, thinking that he was acting strange today. The man looked down with a stern gaze, and Eugen thought that he did not even react to his words, as if he was not really in the mood, just like Soyoung said. The man grabbed the boy by the ear, interrupting his words about starting with the chains. The man looked at the angry boy in confusion and asked where he got the earring from, since he hadn't given it or given it away. The boy looked up at him and shouted that he seemed to have dementia. The chains began to move, and he asked if the man had forgotten that he had given them to him. Hyun didn't listen to him and quickly lowered him into the water. The boy, diving under the water, thought about what kind of surprise this was and that canceling the damage wouldn't save him from suffocation. He frowned and looked at the man through the water, asking what he was doing. Hyun looked at him emotionlessly. Looking at the blonde from under the water, he thought about how the man seemed to have forgotten his memories. Images of fish swam in his hero's head. The young man thought in a playful way that he needed to learn what to pay attention to when serving guests. He pictured his pet trying to drink from a long vase and decided that it was not a very nice way to approach him. He then pictured a baby bird trying to drink from a flat plate and noted that it would also be rude to give a long-beaked chicken a flat plate. He then spat out the water, quickly opened his eyes and added that in the same way, he, an F rank, should not be served a whole tank of water. He cleared his throat and stood up, indignant at the inability to treat guests in this place. The man was glad that he had come to his senses. The blonde folded his arms and sternly said that the boy did not even struggle when he sank into the water and that he seemed to believe that no harm would come to him. The young man frowned sternly at the question about what kind of relationship they had. He lowered his hand and said that they had a relationship of a tour guide and a very dissatisfied customer, because the rating was already barely increasing after the fake tours, but the customer service was so terrible that it dropped to 0 stars. The man interrupted his words, scaring him a lot with his chains and saying that he seemed to have a dry throat. The young man turned pale and nervously said that he should explain everything properly, after which he thought that, apparently, it was not dementia, but something was wrong with his memory. Hyun folded his hands without deactivating his ability. The young man noticed that his tone of voice was normal. The man asked him to explain everything. The guy thought that he changed his tone after the regression occurred, and probably these memories were knocked out of him. For a second, he was distracted by his phone. Putting it on the table with the screen up, he decided that he was lucky that the gadget was waterproof, after which he asked the interlocutor to look. The man picked up the phone and saw the news about the world's best monster breeder, the father of monsters, and the Jupiter Guild. The young man asked him if he remembered any of this. The interlocutor answered negatively. The guy raised his hand and explained with a smile that they had a very mutually beneficial relationship, especially since they even caught 2 SS rank monsters. Hyun wondered if it was because he was a lower rank. The hero replied that he had to admit that the man was quite useful. The blonde looked at his hand, covered in aura, after the guy said that he also broke the contract with the lizard's master for him because he can check it. The man touched his chin. The guy looked at him irritatedly after the words that he, it turns out, also addresses him like that. The hero thought that he should quickly apologize to him. The man looked away and wondered why he hadn't tied the guy up. Eugen was outraged by the high-ranking emotionality. Putting his hands on his knees, he added that, in any case, it made it clear that he didn't remember anything about what happened after the regression, after which he wondered if it was amnesia or this, but if so, then why from that moment, so that everything could be sorted out. On the back of his head by the clock, he said that he didn't know how it happened, but, looking into the face of his interlocutor, he raised his hand and said that he had one interesting skill, and he thought that if he used it to dig up the man's memories, they would return. The blonde frowned sternly and said that the guy was quite skilled at deceiving people. Suddenly, a chain wrapped around the hero's neck. The man squeezed his neck, the shackles pulled him to the floor, asked if he really thought he would be allowed to rummage through his head, then noted that, apparently, he had been too soft with him. The guy frowned tensely and thought that he was right. Looking at the sinister image of the man, he thought that he understood that all this time he had been generous to him, but he did not even think that a man could lead himself so far. He decided that this whole situation seemed familiar to him. Suddenly, the image of their confrontation in the cave surfaced in his memories, and the guy thought that even when he wanted to break up with the owner of the lizard with the help of a game. Taking hold of the chain, the guy said that not even a month had passed, and he was acting like this again. Raising a confident look at the interlocutor, he noted that if he did not like it so much, then he could continue to live like this. Eugen got up from the floor, approached his opponent, and said that he would just have to accept the fact that he had forgotten so many things, but he was not the type to give up in front of a low class. The blonde thought about his words. The young man added that in any case, he would be the one to regret it later. The man smiled contentedly, letting go of the chain. He said that he had not played like this for a long time. The hero suddenly remembered that even this phrase was said in exactly the same way. Putting his hand on the man's shoulder, he said that the blondie would lose consciousness for a short time. Eugen activated his ability and added that he would finish as quickly as possible, so he should not do anything. Closing his eyes, the guy began to dive into the consciousness of his interlocutor. Suddenly, he found himself in the middle of a bright space and heard a familiar voice greeting him. The former Hyoni greeted the guy with a smile and said that he was touched that he came to him personally. The boy jumped back in surprise. The man said that he was wondering if he was being hospitable. With a shocked expression, the boy realized that this was the previous Hyoni. Jumping up and spreading his arms, he said that there was no point in talking about hospitality since he was tied up and then thrown into some kind of aquarium. The blonde said that he was very ashamed of this, to which the boy replied that he just needed to explain what happened. The man smiled awkwardly and said that, in fact, he was stuck too, to which the hero exclaimed in surprise. Looking at his hands, he continued to tell about how about 2 months ago he began to feel a strange feeling of discomfort. The man remembered how he fell into his own fragments of memories and said that at dawn he vaguely remembered things that he had forgotten, but in the end, all the memories were mixed up. The young man listened to his words in surprise. The man summed up and said that this is how he got stuck. The guy remembered an image that once popped up in his head and thought that the newbie told him about it in the form of regression. This is not just a turn back in time, but also an override of current data and, apparently, because of discomfort, the man began to dig into his memories. Schematically imagining the break in his memories, he noted that, probably, the man became who he was before the regression. The image of the blonde man who had tied him up a few minutes ago popped into his head, and he thought that was why he had no memories of what happened after. But in that case, he didn't know what the man remembered at all. Coming closer, the guy asked if anything had come to mind while he was in this place. Touching his chin, the man thought about his words and said that he imagined himself at 30, but did not know why the memories were so mixed up. Looking down, the hero realized that this was 5 years later, which was his age at the time of regression, which meant that he remembered what happened before the regression, but, fortunately, did not know the reason. Transforming his hand, the hero said that perhaps he had the ability to see into the future. The man said in surprise that foresight was not his taste. The guy raised his transformed hand, surprising his interlocutor. Looking at her, he said that this is Noah's hand. You know, since this is the spiritual world, he can use the abilities that he felt, and now he is going to help this ability and the man. The blonde looked at his hand in confusion and said that he roughly understood, but this way of helping. The guy smiled happily and closed his eyes. Suddenly he jumped up, not giving the man a chance to even think. He rushed past the interlocutor, hitting him on the chest, and thought that this was the method he learned from Dayama. The blonde looked at the wound site, from which scarlet energy was oozing. Taking the wound, he looked at the guy. The hero asked how he liked the result and whether his memories were returning. He raised his hand, in the palm of which there was a clot of red energy, and said that in this way, memories can be extracted. And in order to return to how everything was originally, he needs to take out all these memories and carefully systematize them again. He raised his other hand above his head and created a water sphere. The man looked at the rising streams of water and said that it was really effective. The giant water ball hung in the air above the hero. The man asked him if he thought it was already made up, and the boy replied that it was because he had a lot of things accumulated in his soul. He smiled ominously and added that it would hurt a little, but it was just pain, and there would be no scars in life, so it was all for his own good, and that he would thank him later. Waving his hand, he sent a powerful stream of water at the man and shouted that he would make him drink some water first. A series of explosions and destruction flashed through the mental world. The boy, standing at a level lower than his opponent, said that he had been stronger before. Remembering his attack on the blonde, he thought that the original plan was to pull out his memories and defeat him. After imagining how he drowned the blonde, he decided that in simple terms, he needed to send him back. He waved his hand, releasing ice shards, asking the man about how it turned out in the battle. The blonde opened his palm and gathered energy in it, saying that it was all thanks to the guy's personal excavations, and thanks to this, he was able to remember his fighting skills. Their attacks met, creating several light flashes, the guy screaming indignantly that he remembered these memories first. After defending himself from the attack, he asked his opponent what kind of explosion it was, and if he could do something like this before. Smiling ominously, the man said that it was an explosion of hydrogen caused by electrolysis, and he remembered this thanks to the boy as a bonus. Suddenly, a deep dark hole formed under the hero's feet. He began to fall down, screaming loudly. The man happily noted that he thought he learned something new about manipulating space in the spiritual world. "You are free in the wings of the dragon." The guy flew up and said that he knows that he is a good guy. Eugen rose above the enemy and added that initially he wanted to pull out the memories peacefully, but he would have to use brute force. The man asked if this meant that he should gently poke him with a knife. The hero raised his paws, gathered energy, and said that he could try this too. He released a powerful poisonous attack, when suddenly the space around them began to change again. The young man said that he would make the man shut up and just follow the plan. The blonde recognized the paralyzing row of the dragon. Noticing the changes in the world, the guy thought that the area had transformed again, and these places must be associated with the memories of the blonde before his return. Hyoni took advantage of the moment, got closer to the enemy and said that this is nothing to him. He grabbed the guy by the body. Heading down, he changed the environment again. The young man asked to let him go. The man replied that he would borrow some poison resistance skills from him. Landing, he shocked the people on the ship. The boy waved his hand, but the man walked away from him and said with a smile that the resistance effect was excellent. The hero followed him, waving his arms and saying that he was annoying. The man called him a dog, to which the boy replied that the blonde must have gone crazy. The man asked if it would be better to call him than if he turned into some kind of monster. Looking around, he said that thanks to him, these memories are returning, and since their battles neutralized the transition of worlds, the pleasure of fighting also becomes something new for him. The space around them changed again. The opponents found themselves in the middle of the street. The boy angrily thought that this man looked happy, which is what pisses him off. Looking around, the boy asked if they came out of the world, because this is the area where he used to live. The man replied that while they are checking the area, they can use their skills of exchanging feelings. Looking at the interlocutor, the boy asked what this means. He smiled at the blonde and said that according to rumors, if you leave this place and return to reality, then a person forgets everything about this world. But if this is a skill, then upon returning, they can return them to each other. The guy calmly looked at him and said that it sounds good. He ripped open his forearm like a tem, pulling out a blood-red spear from the wound. He said that they cannot do this with simple words. The man noticed his actions and was surprised to recognize the black and bloody paint. The hero grabbed the spear and said that it only takes 3 times. Heading towards the enemy, he corrected himself and said that the man should just hit him 10 times. A bright flash appeared in the middle of the street. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. The blonde defended himself from his attack with Mr. T1's black smoke. Hyoni looked at him with a smile. The young man recognized the skill and said that it was a leader's skill. The blonde agreed and said that he was right. He waved his spear and threw the man's hand away and asked why he needed this skill. The blonde said that he wasn't sure, but he thought he received it as a gift. The boy said that he wanted to check if he was lying or not. At this time, Soyoung was talking tensely with Eugen, saying that his decision was impossible. She put her hand out to the side and added that hunters from other guilds were not allowed to enter the leader's residence. The boy said that he thought something had happened to his master, and then asked what the guild leader had done. The girl frowned tensely and said that it was very rude of him, and asked if he wanted to say that their leader had intentionally harmed someone. The guy asked in response if she was sure that wasn't the case. With her eyes closed, the girl angrily replied that it wasn't the case, and that they had come to this place without any evidence. The boy frowned and thought that Alin, who was brought to this place with her brother, had the same strange reaction. He remembered how he protected his brother in the form of fire and decided that it would be good if he went in the form of flames, but then his body would be defenseless. He took a step forward and said that he would have to go there and check for himself. The girl asked him to stop. Her assistant reached out to the boy and asked him to stop because he was crossing the line. Eugen grabbed his wrist. A moment later, he knocked the man down and pinned him to the ground. The girl broke loose, attacking the boy with her foot and asked what he was doing. The boy blocked her attack with the help of the hostage. The girl stopped her blow and the boy rushed past her in the blink of an eye. Looking back, he showed her the map and said that they could have just given the key to the door, and then he would not have used force. The assistant picked up the phone. Hearing the order to contact the guild leader, they watched the determined face of the guy, thinking that he was hiding such enormous power. The man took the phone away from his ear and said that the leader did not answer the call. The girl was indignant at this. Bright rays of the sun illuminated the mountain peaks and the surface of the water. The young man lay down on the grass next to the blonde and said that he was very tired, and, as it seemed to him, he ran out of mana. The man replied that it was hard work. Looking into the distance, he said that thanks to the guy, his memories became clear. Eugen said that this meant that there was a result. Looking at the interlocutor, he thought about the fact that he could not leave the feeling that he had even more questions. The blonde smiled calmly while looking ahead as the boy thought that before he regressed, he was an ordinary low-level human, so he didn't have much information, but if he could dig into Hyone's memories a little more, maybe he would learn more from the transcendence of this world. Remembering how the man used the black smoke, he wondered how he got this skill. Imagining the image of T1 going into the darkness, the boy thought that in the future, before returning, the head died and the blonde disappeared, so there was no point in him passing on the skills while he was alive. Imagining the blonde man shrouded in thickets, he noticed that either he killed the head and took his skill, or he received the skill directly from him, but it was obvious that the blonde man had something to do with the man's death. He frowned in annoyance and thought that he wanted to know more, but this guy was not cooperating. Sitting next to Hyone, the boy asked if he remembered this place. The man replied that it was Switzerland and that was his last memory. Looking up at the sky, he also noted that he had traveled abroad. The hero called it a rich life. Looking at the bright blue sky, the boy asked if he really killed the head, stole his skill, and then ran away abroad. The blonde replied that he had no reason to kill the head and then asked if such rumors were true. Looking up with a tired look, the hero answered in the affirmative and said that it was because after the head died, he disappeared. Looking at the blonde's face, he added that everyone had shifted the blame onto him. The man looked at his hand and replied that it meant that he had the skill of foresight. He remembered how the youth pulled out a blood-red spear from his wound and said that it was mentioned earlier that he was experienced in using skills, but the black blood flame was not yet in this world. Eugen frowned slightly when he was asked if this meant that he could see the future too. The man looked at him with a slight smile and asked him why he didn't answer the questions now and asked where he got his memories of the future from before, then asked him to tell him the truth. The boy awkwardly looked down. Looking at the man who had stood up, he said that for some reason he wasn't trying to get information out of him like before. The blonde replied that even if he knew everything now, he would forget it right after returning. Grabbing the guy by the neck, he added with a kind smile that if he could get out of there with his memories intact, he would get the information out of him in a nice manner. The boy began to resent this. Hyone looked at him with a smile and asked why he didn't tell him, since keeping everything to himself was a bad idea. The boy looked at him in surprise. Closing his lips, he decided that maybe he really should tell everything at this point. He looked at the man again and decided that he had been asked not to tell, but the man would forget everything anyway. He remembered how he had fought with his brother and decided that he could not get into trouble just because of misunderstandings. An unpleasant memory with the president of the association appeared in his head and he decided that he did not want to be disappointed and suffer because he had to keep everything to himself, so this time he would tell the truth. Looking seriously into the man's eyes, he said that he was reborn from 5 years in the future to the present. The blonde looked at his face, asking later if he had an ability that allows him to turn back time. The hero replied that this is not true because it was an item that he could only use once. He remembered the people passing by on the street and added that technically he did not turn back time, because the information from 5 years ago simply overlapped the information before the reincarnation, so the people who were alive before the reincarnation have duplicate information. Hyone looked in front of him and listened to the words that no one knows this, so he does not understand why he was an exception. The blonde said that now he understands why everything seems so wrong. Looking at the beautiful scenery, he realized that the officer died and then he disappeared. The boy confirmed this and said that everyone suspects him of murder because he was standing in his way and in the way of the association. The blonde looked at him in surprise and said that this is stupid, because he is too talented to kill him out of this stupidity, after which he suggested asking him when they return. If there is a reason, then he will share his skill. The boy replied with a grin that he will probably strangle him again if he asks. Getting up from the ground, the guy asked if he was upset that he was involved in reincarnation, because he is sure that the blonde was busy all these 5 years and all his work was in vain because of him. The man answered negatively. Resting his head on his hand, he replied that he felt bad for his past self because he must have lived an uninteresting life. Listening to the nonsense of this lizard master, Eugen, he noticed that, according to his feelings, he was talking about someone else, but it was still the same person. Smiling, he exhaled. He thought that he was a little afraid to tell him everything, but it seemed that he took it calmly. According to the clock on the back of his head, the guy said with a smile that he had nothing more to tell because he had a rather miserable life. Hyoni looked back at him and asked if he understood correctly that the guy was reborn to find his brother. The youth froze, hearing this question. He looked at the man with horror in his eyes. The blonde touched his chin. Hearing the question about how he understood this, and whether his memories are related to this, the man replied that it is not a memory, just an assumption. He looked down thoughtfully and added that any normal person would try to correct all the mistakes if he had a chance to turn back time. Imagining a broken sand clock, he assumed that the boy had reincarnated about 2 months ago. He then imagined the boy hugging his younger brother and added that this was why his energy had changed. Looking back at the boy, he said that the reason he was so worried about his younger brother was most likely because suddenly something shocked him. He looked at the boy's face in surprise. The man sadly raised his eyebrows. Looking away, he smiled softly. Standing next to the boy, he said that he understood everything, after which he congratulated him on improving his relationship with his brother. His body began to succumb to the system's influence. The man said that it would be nice if they talked some more. Eugen looked at him with a dissatisfied look. The man added that he would hear the rest later in great detail. The guy replied that he would not tell him anything more. He lowered his tired gaze and thought that perhaps he should not have said anything. Gathering the energy of memories in his palm, the man said that he would give them to him from this place. The guy thought that if the man wanted to know the reason for his reincarnation, he was not so confident as to tell him everything that happened. The guy accepted his memories and decided that this would be the only moment when he told the truth. Taking the shining sphere in his hands, he realized something. Looking up, he thought that the fact that he was able to share with someone what he had hidden for so long calmed him down. The man's body dissipated into light smoke in the air. Eugen decided that this calmed him down just a little. He looked at the shining sphere and thought that in any case, it should have saved the memories that were before the reincarnation. He schematically imagined the images of the guys and thought that this version of the blonde would allow him to return with the same strong memories as the others. Suddenly, the sphere began to change colors and shape. He looked at it in horror, not understanding what was happening. The image of the blonde began to form from the sphere. The man looked at him and greeted the guy again. The young man asked if they were supposed to unite. Hyoni from the real world suddenly came to his senses. He grabbed his head, not understanding what was happening. Opening his eyes, he said that he was wondering who it could be. Eugen took on his true form. Entering inside, the blonde recognized him and called him Junior Master. Flashing with rage, the guy frowned angrily, asking what he had done. The blonde looked around in surprise and noticed the guy lying on the floor. The boy was covered in water, pale and chained. Hyoni raised his eyebrows in surprise. He looked at the guest and thought. Smiling softly, he closed his eyes and said that he could not remember. The boy became more and more angry. Having summoned his flame, he rushed from his place. Suddenly, an explosion thundered in the office. Meanwhile, Eugen looked in shock at the image of the blonde in front of him. The man approached him. The boy asked why he remained alone. Because, as it seemed to him, they united. The man replied that it did not work. Looking down, he said that based on what the boy said, all the information before and during the reincarnation should have been connected, but they both felt something was wrong. The blonde remembered how he found parts of his memories and said that technically, they are one, but not quite. His image passed through his body without him even noticing. The blonde added that he thought the boy could tell that he was rejected. He remembered looking back at his body as it left, lost. As he watched his image walk away, he told him that they couldn't connect and he ended up passing through him, so they were still separate. The boy was shocked by what he heard. Pointing his finger at the man, he angrily called him a sissy and said that it was absurd. The blonde said that even if he was separate from his other half, he was not stable. Looking away, he added that he was a collection of fragments because even his memories were incomplete and he barely had any memories from 5 years ago, but eventually he would be absorbed and disappear. The boy exhaled with a smile and thought that this meant that they would eventually unite. Waving his hand at the blonde, he tried to leave, but the man grabbed him, interrupting his words about how he did not quite understand the details. But it was time for him to go, and he would hope that the man would rest. The blonde asked if he would just leave like that if he were in his place. Eugen frowned and asked what he should do, and whether he should go and team up with him. Since he did not want to bother with this, the blonde replied that there was one way. Pulling the guy towards himself, he said that there was something that would help him not to disappear, and this something the guy had. Surprised, the guy stepped back, raised his eyebrows. The man asked him to give himself, the body in which he would be. The hero screamed loudly and said that he was a pervert who wanted to penetrate his body and take possession of it. The man looked at him incomprehensibly and said that he was not interested in such a weak body. Eugen was indignant and said that he was actually an F rank. They are an ordinary person. Pointing his finger down, he said that it was impossible to possess someone else's body, but he caused a reaction with the magic stone in the boy's chest and said that if he settled there, everything would be different. The boy touched his chest in surprise and asked what it meant. The man said that the memories in Dayama were still with him, after which he asked if the boy tried to create a demonic beast by planting the magic stone in himself. The boy touched the place with the scar. The man added that a crack appeared in one of the magic stones and the magic faded. Poking the boy in the chest, he asked permission to settle in this place because he could fill the crack with his magic power and then the beast would be safely born within a month. The boy looked down and thought about his words, asking the man about whether it was true that a demonic beast would be born if it settled in the magic stone inside his body. Suddenly, he imagined how a small Hyoni crawled out of his chest and went into shock, starting to swing his limbs. He screamed that this is disgusting. The man replied that it was very painful for him to hear. He sadly lowered his gaze and noted that the guy could not worry because he was not the one who would be born. The hero grabbed his chest and looked at the man in surprise, heard the words that it would be good if he could be reborn. But this is impossible, and even if his magic is present, the born beast will be a different creature, so the young man cannot worry. Covering his body with his hands, he asked in a trembling voice if this is true, and if it is good, because it turns out that the beast will simply absorb his magic. The man replied that he just does not want to disappear. Smiling slightly, he added that it is also beneficial for the guy, because in any case, the magic stone will not awaken in its current state. Eugen looked down at his scar and thought that it was true because the magic stone inside him did not react to anything. He looked at the interlocutor and asked if he could guarantee a demonic beast, to which the man answered affirmatively. Raising his hand, the guy agreed and threatened that if he did something stupid, he would be immediately expelled. The man smiled and agreed. Starting the movement, he calmly asked to accept him and leave this place. In the form of himself alone, he can return to reality. The essence of the blonde with a stream of magic was transferred to the magic stone on the guy's chest. He touched the scar and said that although it was unpleasant for him, it was better than just a non-working stone. Magical energy continued to be absorbed into his body. The young man thought that in this way he could create a demonic beast. There was a chance that the beast's abilities would be higher than usual. His body glowed with a bright light, while he thought that this was the best solution for him. Coming out of the mental world, he opened his eyes wide and looked at the ceiling in horror. Getting up from his seat, he didn't understand where he was. The boy touched his hand. His clothes were stained with soot. The boy said that he didn't feel magic anymore. Suddenly, his body became weak and he cursed silently. Looking at his palm with a cloudy gaze, he thought that he was about to die, and he thought that he used too much magic power, because he felt the same as when he fought Dayama, and now, thinking about it, he felt a strong pressure from the fact that he created the spiritual world. Taking a step, he didn't see the hole while wondering where Hyoni was. He suddenly realized that he started to fall. Eugen caught the boy who fell into the hole while he was screaming very loudly. He looked worriedly at his brother who had woken up and asked if he was hurt. The boy looked up and asked if he should wait for him outside. He looked around, seeing the destroyed aquarium, and asked why everything was broken. The blonde touched his chin. Eugen asked in surprise if the man had fought with his brother, to which he replied with a grin that the guy attacked first. The hero noted that they had arranged a real massacre. He got up from the ground and thought about the fact that the real Hyoni had returned, after which he tried to ask him if he remembered what happened. His brother asked him to be careful, because there was a fish under his feet. The young man lifted his foot, apologizing for not paying attention to the fish. Eugen said that if he stepped on it, he would slip. The blonde came closer to him, showed 3 fingers and asked how many fingers he saw. The guy replied that he saw 3 fingers. Hearing the words that this was the wrong answer, he looked closely at his hand and said that there were still 3. He frowned in annoyance when he heard the man's verdict that if he was looking closely at his fingers, it meant he had vision problems. The younger brother grabbed his shoulders and asked him in horror what happened and if his vision had gotten worse. The young man replied that he was fine, to which the brother objected and said that he was definitely not fine. Eugen pointed his finger at the smiling blonde and said that these were all his jokes. After all, it was normal for a low-ranked hunter to have all his mana sucked out, and he used his skills to save this guy, so he would rest for a while and everything would be fine. The boys looked back at the man. The brother couldn't believe if he had understood correctly that the young man had just saved the head. Eugen asked the man if he didn't remember anything. The blonde replied that, to his regret, he couldn't remember anything at all. The hero began to gloat and grin, thinking that it was great that he forgot everything, after which he said that it was terrible, because his life was saved and he does not remember anything, but today he is his benefactor, so he should be more respectful if he has a conscience. Eugen in rage exposed the blade of the sword. Hearing the words that his brother almost died because of the blonde, the guy calmed him down and said that in any case, he helped Hyuni. Eugen pointed his hand at the interlocutor and said that he should pay off his debt, after which he asked him to keep his promise about the publication, because there will be news about the collision of trucks, so he should help sort it out and give them an extra change of clothes. The blonde agreed to this. The man took out his phone, but the guy distracted him and said that he wanted to add something. The young man recalled their battle in the mental world and thought that his fighting skills accumulated over the 5 years before returning to the past were incredible. He patted the man on the back, presented a pink ball of wool and said that knitting for the prevention of dementia would be very useful, and that he would send him a book of bright pink yarn, after which he thought that he could not return these skills to him for free, because he would give a chance to not suspect anything about himself for now, and later he would simply return what he deserved. Soyoung went inside in shock, noticing the destruction. The guy thought that although the man did not return his memory, he did not ask anything. While the subordinate gave the guys a change of clothes, the girl was surprised that the aquarium was really huge. The guy awkwardly accepted the clothes and said that at least because of the block of ice in this place there would be no fire. The subordinate instantly hid behind the girl. While the guys walked away, the blonde could not understand who Min Yui was because he broke into the head's residence and caused such a commotion. On the way back, one of the guild workers bowed and handed Eugen a business card, asking him to accept it. The heroes were surprised that he was already being offered a guild. Shocked, he wondered what his brother was doing with this body all this time. Sitting in the car, the young man looked back at his older brother and asked if they were going home. The hero, looking at the phone screen, answered that he needed to stop by the head of T1. His brother asked in surprise if he was going to do it in this state. The young man smiled and replied that he said that he had a lot of work, and now he had only done half the job. Eugen was shocked to see his brother's behavior and said that he really can't see anything. Clutching his head, the guy said that his glasses accidentally fell out. The hero asked him to be careful. The young man squeezed the steering wheel and said that he put in so much effort, and also, Eugen sadly lowered his gaze, thinking about the fact that he had a lot of willpower. The memories of their battle and the man's words about why the boy came to this place today came back to him. The man smiled, took the boy's hand and asked if he came for a request. The boy frowned in irritation and replied that it was only now, since he would not do it anymore. The blonde noted that this was not the problem. He threw the boy into confusion by saying that no matter how much stronger he became, the boy would still remain his brother, a child who constantly needed to be protected. Eugen let him go and asked what this meant. The blonde added with a smile that he was sure the boy knew all of his brother's bad habits. Memories of his brother began to flash through the boy's head while the man said that he blindly trusted his instincts and protected everyone. Hyuni adjusted his clothes and said with a smile that such affection was undesirable for people of high rank. Eugen was trying to see something on the phone screen while his brother was thinking that although he was taking a risk, he wanted to say that he would never rely on him. The young man watched his brother's actions tensely. The beaming Eugen adjusted his glasses and said that there was a small incident, but it was time to clear their association, to which Eugen, standing behind him in Min Yui's body, asked again with displeasure. T1 was sitting at the table with a laptop and suspiciously asked why he had glasses. What happened again? To which the guy answered with a smile that something happened, but it was not important and would pass in a few days, and his brother muttered that he doubted it. Turning to Min Yui, the man asked what the hunter Eugen was trying to achieve, to which he sheepishly thought that he noticed everything right away. The man at the table thoughtfully touched his chin and repeated that from deliberately taking the dungeon to attacking the truck. Eugen looked at him carefully and said that now all the problems have gone far beyond the scope, so this might be a good opportunity for them. The image of the Hunter Association building seemed to crack. The guy continued that if they can correctly collect all the evidence, then there will be a chance to weed out the people they don't need. T1 stood there looking at him and heard that he might not like it, and the association's position will be greatly shaken. Looking at the man, Eugen said that that's why he came to tell him this in advance. What choice will the head of the security department make now? The man looked at him carefully. Suddenly, the guy seemed harmless to him, like a red panda, when he asked if the man was going to cooperate or not and just watch. T1 stared at him in surprise. He rubbed his eyes, trying to clear it up, and Eugen triumphantly thought that he could definitely convince him. Leaning his hand on the table, T1 said that he had already decided to protect Eugen. Moreover, it was a risk to civilians, so they were actively working on it now. The guy beamed, saying that was great. If he said yes, the guy would leave him alone. The head of security looked at the guy carefully, asking how he planned to subtract unnecessary people. It wouldn't be easy. To this, Eugen took out his phone, thinking he would check now, and said out loud not to worry about it. They already had a plan. Everything he needed, the guy already got. A foot in a red shoe appeared in the room, next to which was a cane that spread a blue glow. A woman with a short haircut entered the room, behind her a man carrying a silver briefcase. Eugen thought that they needed to get information on who was attacking the dungeons and cleaning out all the useful items. A person who awakened special skills, who managed to attack a truck. The woman smiled and introduced herself, saying that her name was Min Jisoo, and asked where the body was. She walked along the corridor with the others and said that when she left the dungeon, she wandered around blindly and flinched when she stepped on a monster's corpse. Then she acquired the skill of reading information about monsters. Jisoo said that Hyunyi once made her an interesting proposal. Could they try to read information not only from monster corpses but also from people? Eugen asked her in surprise if she was against it. The man could have forced her. With a sweet smile, the woman said that she was not forced. She agreed herself. He was so handsome. After receiving permission from Hyunyi, she touched the face of the human corpse and everything worked. Isn't her guild leader a genius? Just a smart girl, not a leader. Does he disagree with her? They entered a room with a body covered with a white cloth. The woman brought her blue glowing palm to her head. She said that her skill was to read information through the body, so there was less psychological pressure, so it was safe. Symbols appeared around Jisoo's hand and lines of text seemed to run across the corpse's body. She claimed that she could see things that others couldn't. The symbols of the text were reflected in the lenses of her glasses. Eugen whispered to the elder that Yerim also had a similar skill. He should ask her when she returned, to which Eugen whispered how he was going to ask her at such a young age. She wouldn't like it. Jisoo carefully studied the information and said that she found it. It was the truck driver. His name was Junbi and he was also a hunter. Simyeon, who was sitting behind the documents, smiled wickedly, and Hammond, holding a map, turned around and said that he seemed to have seen Junbi's file before. He began to rummage through the papers on the table, saying that it was somewhere around here. Finally, he exclaimed that he found it and said that the man belonged to a guild in charge of internal transportation of useful items obtained from dungeons, and the location of the guild was here. The windows of the small building were lit. T1 clenched his fist and gave his subordinates the order to check and lock them everywhere. With a movement of his hand, he swung the doors open like a curtain. The noise of a struggle and shouts could be heard, saying that they were breaking all the rules. The security personnel were pinning the twisted hunters to the floor, saying that the suppression of force was complete. And T1 was talking into the phone that they had received a list of all the hunters. He was now going to take a photo of it and send it. Eugen listened to the question coming from the phone, asking if he did not mind. The man replied that if he spoke so openly about everything, it was unlikely that the one involved in the incident would confess. To this, Eugen replied that it was okay, that way they would find out something. A black car was driving quickly down the road. A gray-haired man behind the wheel was shouting furiously into the phone, saying how did they know? What was the point? Was this how they shortened the investigation period in just one day? There were jars of magic crystals and bills on the front seat. The man said that by now they needed to erase any traces of their involvement and move the evidence before it was found. Suddenly, a clawed hand broke the window and reached for him. The car hung over the road. Noah with dragon wings held the screaming man with one hand and lifted the car into the air with the other, breaking the windows. The blonde said into the headset that he got all the magic stones received in exchange for illegal sales of items found in the dungeon. He thought about picking up all the fallen things, and then continued that in the end the man himself was transporting the evidence to hide it from everyone. Eugen heard Noah's request to let him know when he found his next target, and hugged Hammond's shoulders, licking his cheek like a snake, telling him to quickly find their next location. They will pay for everything, to which the hamster lover shouted that he understood. On one hand, this is a loud job, on the other, a quiet and stealthy tactic. In the room, several men were kneeling, tied with rope. Sitting next to the others, Eugen clapped and said with a smile that he could not believe it, but these people were the leaders of the Hunter Association. He continued that they dared to steal items from the dungeons, intentionally hit a truck. All of this was good teamwork. The gray-haired man angrily shouted, asking if he thought he could do something like that and get away with it. To which Eugen replied with a wide smile that they should not worry about him, but about themselves. In a few hours, everything they did would be all over the news. The captured men were shocked to hear that after this they would certainly be treated as enemies of the people. For them only one road had long been prepared. Eugen pointed his hand at the people who were standing next to him with a determined look and said that these people would take responsibility for their past mistake. The man with a bandage on his head, the woman with a short haircut, the pumped-up man and others listened resolutely that here they were. The people who would take their place and do their part of the job with dignity. Eugen gathered all the people who had previously been oppressed and replaced with his own. The people angrily leaned towards the frightened tied-up leaders, and the guy said that he personally gathered everyone so that they could repay in full. The guy with the bandage pointed his finger at the gray-haired man and said that he was glad to meet the head manager of the dungeon department, so he really did this all the time. Is this what he did when he kicked him out of the team? He shook the man furiously, shouting at him to look at him and answering what happened in the end. When he took the leadership position in the association, did he think he could get away with it? The girl turned around and said that they themselves did not know what to expect from the future. She clenched her fists resolutely, saying that they gave themselves the will to get rid of them when they destroyed a decent guild. Will they not get anything for this? They will also be imprisoned for bullying. Although the situation has changed, no one has cancelled the rules of the Hunters Association. Eugen clasped his hands in front of himself and ominously said that she was smart. He asked the surprised people, did they think that they would get their position for free? In this world, everything has a price. A contract with thorns drawn on it appeared above the guy's palm, and he ominously said that if they wanted to safely get their position back, they should sign this contract. He said that this was a confidentiality contract with an S-class curse, otherwise it would be impossible to withdraw or terminate the contract. They would have to follow the terms. Okay. The people carefully read their contracts, and the guy with the armband said that nothing much had changed, and then noticed. He read the contract text in surprise. It said that the opening of the Awakening Center would be delayed until the awakening process was stable and all equipment was supplied. After the initial registration, low-level hunters would be assigned to the management team, which would provide assistance for a certain period until they gained experience. Priority distribution of dungeons to guilds through special items and consultation between the leaders to avoid bias towards a specific guild. The future leaders were talking among themselves, saying that this was some kind of oath and that it was unfair, and the guy became increasingly gloomy. The man in the blindfold asked if he was going to interfere with the association's affairs in this way, to which Eugen indignantly asked, how dare he be indignant? Would they really work honestly without a contract, tirelessly, so that their guild would prosper? Seriously. Eugen leaned over and told the furious guy that this would discourage them from signing the contract completely, to which the guy continued that these were the true rules of all guilds. With an evil laugh, looking at them, Eugen said that this also included keeping what they saw and heard today a secret, as if they knew nothing. He thought that they would understand if they did not want to cause themselves unnecessary problems. Eugen with a mad laugh said that they would have to accept his offer for the sake of the interests of the hunters, for the sake of honor and dignity. The hunters with contracts in their hands looked at him in amazement and thought that this was a threat. While Eugen watched them sign the papers, Eugen whispered to Noah, what about the association president? Was he in on the conspiracy too? To this, the blonde replied that it was a bit strange. Looking at the guy, he excitedly said that he found evidence but couldn't pinpoint the location. No matter how many times Hammond counted, he couldn't find it. The body of the Hunter Association president was lying in an unknown location with his legs cut off. Seokwam looked at him in shock. One of his eyes was completely black. He asked in shock, how did this happen? A smiling jellyfish appeared behind him, saying that she touched him lightly and thought he was dead. Well, the association is useless now. Is there any need for it? She hovered behind the man and asked him what he would do since she was sure he hadn't forgotten. She watched carefully with a shining eye, saying that the more he failed, the closer he was to death. Jin-Huk ran in fear among the swirling shining mist. Turning around, he said that it was all Seokwam and begged to take everything, but not to kill him. The old man ran in fear and shouted that this man was the one who first suggested opening the dungeon, and he had absolutely nothing to do with it. Why were they attacking him? Suddenly, he unexpectedly fell. His glasses flew off and fell next to him. Jin-Huk stood up, putting on his glasses, and awkwardly said that he could not see anything because of the dust. Suddenly, he turned around and saw his own leg lying behind him and asked in fear, what is this? The old man screamed and tried to crawl away. At this time his body seemed to begin to melt, and his other leg melted and fell off. Crawling back, he had already begun to melt completely, laughingly saying that it was all an illusion. He had seen how objects were used for illusions. Laughing, he said that he understood everything and asked them to stop. His face melted as he asked to let him go. Jellyfish hovered next to the disfigured president with a shining ball in her palm. She held it out to show him and said that it was an unawakened memory. In this world he would be able to obtain all the knowledge about it, even though it wasn't exactly useful. She leaned over while holding the orb and asked Seokwam, who was standing by his body, if it was okay if she killed him like this. Wasn't the association his only lifeline? Seokwam, without looking at her, said that in any case, the association had met its end. Even if he let them live, they would blame him for everything. Jellyfish pounced on him with a wild look, asking if he was giving up, to which the man recoiled in fear, saying no. She said there was one way. He reached for the tablet, shouting that the negotiations about the terms had already been completed. They said that if they handed over this guy, they would not only be given money, but also several S-class hunters. On the screen was a picture of Eugen laughing with peace in his arms. Jellyfish sat there looking bored after hearing that if all went well, the ISS would be able to stand up again. The sun was shining on the buildings by the pond. The president of the Hunter Association had disappeared. It was not a popular topic. As soon as dawn broke, the entire country was turned upside down by various reports. There was a pile of newspapers on the table. The headline said that there was a deliberate escape from the dungeon. Another newspaper had an article about the head of the dungeon management admitting to illegally selling them. The vice president knew about the trade and hid it all. The article was called "The Future and Present of the Hunter Association. Why did the item switch happen?" The next one stated that corruption in the Hunter Association would destroy the world. When evidence was presented of the association's involvement in corruption, it was assumed that the Hunter Association had covered it up. There was an empty director's desk by the large panoramic window. Eugen thought that he wanted T1 to take the vacant seat. The man stood and applauded along with the others. Because of his resolute refusal, the position of the head is still empty. It was transformed into the current system of powers. All the predecessors returned to their places left by the arrested leaders. There was a banner on the stage that this was the official return to the position of the Hunters Association. There the predecessors were solemnly handed documents. They stood on the stage in suits. The guy remembered that there was an acute situation regarding the association. For this, predecessors were formed to resolve the positive opinion of society. The internal working staff also unanimously welcomed their return. The people on the stage bowed to the audience in the hall. The guy in the orange armband asked the girl standing next to him in a bow. No one would believe what had happened. The kidnapping victim, who was now being pitied by the people, turned out to be not quite a victim. The girl suddenly hit the guy with her knee, shouting at him to remember the secrecy agreement. Had he already forgotten about it? The man turned to his comrade and said that this meant they were being accepted without any demands. He replied that he thought they wanted to ask for a favor. Maybe it was done out of good intentions. The girl turned around, saying that she didn't know what they were thinking, accepting them back into the association. The employees were standing with documents in their hands. The girl said that nevertheless, they needed to be on guard. They personally confirmed what happens to those who engage in corruption. If they do something similar, they too could end up in the same situation. Eugen, smiling ominously, held a glass of barley tea and told them to be vigilant and do their best. He sat on the floor in front of the TV and said that he was watching them, to which Eugen pulled him by the shoulder, asking if he was sitting too close to the screen. Where were his glasses? When would his vision return to normal? The little black dragon held the glasses in its paws, and the guy replied that, probably, when he rested, he would take the glasses. Eugen took the glasses from the little dragon, and turning around, told him not to go anywhere and asked him to stay home and rest, to which the older one replied with a smile that he should not worry. The dragon bit the surprised guy's head when he heard that his brother was not going to leave the house today, and asked, "Is that true?" Eugen looked away embarrassedly and said that yes, because they had a guest. A beaming Riet entered the room and asked how he was. She, as promised, came to pick up the baby. Eugen silently looked at his brother, who said that it was not his fault. He did not come out, as he said, and the girl looked at them questioningly. T1, who came with her, leaned towards Eugen and whispered in his ear if he minded. It must be because of him that his resistance to fear was lowered, to which the confused guy replied that it was okay. It was not him. It was Riet. A huge dragon appeared in his thoughts. The guy thought that the girl's monster, which he agreed to raise in exchange for preventing the opening of the Awakening Center. The huntress opened the cover of the carrier and said that she did not need a rider. Bel Air was not designed to be ridden. A red shiny snake appeared. The system information said that it was a fantastic species, a second-class snake, a red jewel snake, small. His name was Bel Air, rank D. Awakening rank from a to S. Skills were such as already acquired poison fangs and poison resistance, and acquired after growing up, jewel scales and scale reinforcement. Eugen looked at the hissing snake and said that it has poison resistance, and whether it is possible to use jewels as a weapon, to which the girl replied that they say that when it grows up, it will be able to turn into an SS-class weapon. Riet licked her lips greedily, taking the snake in her hands, and said that for now the only SS-class weapon is the Hyoni chain. When Bel Air grows up, she will fight him again. Eugen sheepishly asked to do this in a deserted place and finally released the snake. The girl handed the guy a blue stone of the owner's necklace, telling him to watch it carefully. She pressed herself lovingly against the frightened boy's chest, asking what happened. He broke out in a cold sweat and his pulse quickened. Is this love? Is he finally ready to confess to her? Eugen replied that it was not like that and asked him to move away. Eugen intervened, telling her to move away from his brother. T1 tried to calm them down, and the snake at that time saw something. He hissed at the round bird standing next to him. Suddenly, Bel Air opened his snake mouth and showed his fangs. And suddenly he rushed at Chirpai, biting his small round body. Eugen grabbed the bird, trying to pull it out of his mouth, and T1 grabbed the long body of the snake, saying that it looked like it used its deadly poison. He would remove it, and the guy should clean the blood from the poison. Eugen looked at the pet in surprise. Chirpai sat quietly, showing its wing, as if saluting. The guy asked in surprise that it was okay. The guy was holding an angry chick in his hands and asked if it was okay thanks to its fluff. With a loud squeak, Chirpai jumped from the guy's palms right onto the surprised snake. With force, it landed right on his head, like a flying press. Eugen asked, was this a counterattack? He stood next to the fighting pets in surprise, called to look, and Riet asked, was this a fight? Finally, Chirpai released the crumpled Beller's neck from his paw. He opened his mouth in surprise. Chirpai belligerently towered over him, decisively squeaked. Beller crawled away, sticking out his tongue, and then arched into a triangle as if in a bow. The pets on the table seemed to be talking. The bird heard an angry word in the hiss, but the snake said that it was not a curse. Riet watched this with love, saying that the chick was teaching the snake, and Eugen asked if this was normal. Why did he think they were talking now? So their precious Beller joined their family. Night fell on the city. The guy thought that his day would end well, but it was not so. Hyoni squinted his eyes in displeasure, calling out to his brother. Eugen was chasing the dragon, trying to get his glasses. Chirpai was getting in the way under his feet. Who was riding Beller like a horse? The guy shouted that he could accidentally step on them, and the younger brother asked him, didn't he say that he wanted to rest? Eugen turned around, holding his foot, and said that he was at home, resting. Eugen grabbed the dragon, took away the glasses, and said that this was not a rest, let him leave his pets in the cage and sleep a little, to which his brother replied that everything was fine, he did not want to sleep. Eugen, with a chick on his head, looked at the snake wrapped around his hand and said that there was a lot of work ahead. He needed to find Seakwam. He imagined the figure of a hunter against the background of the association building and said that now that the association's protection was removed, it was the right time. They needed to quickly find him and break his contract with Jellyfish. Eugen broke his glasses in his hand and said that he had not recovered yet. His eyesight had not improved enough to go on a mission. He looked at him resolutely, saying that this was not the best idea, at least his eyesight should be fully restored. Eugen replied that everything was fine and called him to take a look. He linked the skill with the snake and, looking at the guy with yellow eyes and a smile, said that if he used the skill Beller, he could see perfectly well, a great ability. It would not affect his eyesight in any way, so starting from tomorrow. But the guy did not finish. The guy with the snake on his neck was surprised and felt blood flowing from his nose. Drops of blood fell to the floor. Eugen exclaimed in shock, looking at his brother holding his hand over the gushing blood. The younger one screamed, asking if everything was okay. Eugen yelped in fear, saying that it seemed like he overdid it. In the night, a sign on the building of a medical clinic was glowing. Eugen awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that he had a slight nosebleed, but here they said that everything was okay. He sat on the couch with an IV drip and said that he would rest for a day at home and get better, to which Eugen, sitting next to him, asked, a nosebleed? What's the point of constantly overexerting yourself? He imagined his brother running around screaming near bowls and pets, and said that even while eating, he was always busy with monsters. He imagined a guy with a tambourine and toys, saying that he could not sit down for a minute because he was playing with them. He indignantly stated that it was only during the day, and at night he began to sleep poorly, to which Eugen embarrassedly said that he was talking about this. Eugen remembered how he slept in his bed yesterday, and said that it happened literally last night. The younger one woke up from the light that fell on his face. At the door, he saw a frightened Eugen with a pillow in his hands and exclaimed in surprise. Eugen came up to the bed and asked if it was okay if he slept here with him, to which the younger one agreed. Eugen looked at his brother with huge eyes from fear and, putting his hand on his chest, asked him to inhale and exhale. Finally, he lay down on the pillow next to the bewildered Eugen, without removing his hand from his chest, and said that like this, the heart beats at a normal pace. The brother excitedly said that he lay like this until dawn, and asked what happened. Eugen looked away in embarrassment, saying that he couldn't sleep because he couldn't see well, to which Eugen asked what the difference was if he slept with his eyes closed. Eugen thought that he couldn't say that he saw him dead in his dreams because his fear resistance was still weak. Eugen lowered his head thoughtfully, saying that that wasn't all, when he became weird, ever since he came to the Dungeon Escape website or even before. He remembered how they met Riet with her pet, and said that even with his poor eyesight, he asked people to increase the amount of work. Even though he was almost run over by a truck, he didn't take care of himself. He remembered sitting next to the guy who had his head lowered. Looking at his brother with determination, Eugen stated that there was no need for him to go to the scene during the dungeon escape. The elder scratched his cheek thoughtfully, saying that without him, the damage to the residential buildings would have been greater, to which his brother objected that even if it was true, he was not responsible for it. Eugen looked down, listening to the younger one's words that he was in F class and he should have evacuated people and not gone there. The guy asked why he was worried about something he himself could not do. Eugen began to answer excitedly, but his brother did not let him finish, asking that it was all because he was his junior and the brunette could not rely on him. The guy asked again in surprise, to which Eugen screamed, asking if that was why he was trying to do everything on his own. He screamed that he was also strong and would not be hurt like his brother. In response, the elder ruffled his hair and said that no, his little brother was the strongest and most reliable person. He put his hand on the boy's shoulder, saying that he just didn't want to drag him into this difficult situation, otherwise he would worry. Eugen was a little embarrassed while his brother kept his hand on his shoulder. The elder winked and pointed up, promising that this would not happen again. He would take care of everything. Suddenly, his radiance disappeared under the gloom of his brother. He literally carried him away in a cage on his back with an IV in his hand, while Eugen screamed, asking what he was doing. The younger repeated that he would take care of everything and said that this was his answer to this imprisonment. Eugen screamed for him to calm down, and they talked. The door to the ward opened and a foot in an expensive shoe appeared. The man said that this hospital is not only for hunters, but also for animals. Hyuni entered the ward with a large bouquet in his hands. The boy awkwardly held onto the bars of the cage. The blonde man beamed and said that he originally wanted to give this bouquet to celebrate the success of the association's reorganization. Eugen held out his hand, which was blazing with purple fire, and said that fresh flowers are very harmful to the health of a sick person. In response, the blonde man said that this is indeed not the most suitable gift for visiting a sick person. Eugen peeked out from the cage and asked how he knew about this place, to which the blonde man said that he received a call and was informed about the guy. He asked in shock, who? A small box appeared above the man's palm. He said that he brought this as a gift along with the bouquet. In the box was a beautiful gold wristwatch. The man said that it was a hunting watch that could be stored in the inventory. Eugen looked at the gift through the bars in amazement and asked again, a watch for hunters? Does he mean that each part is made from a dungeon item and therefore can be stored in the inventory? He thought that usually in the dungeon, during a fight, watches and phones break quickly. There was nothing better than being able to put your jewelry and cell phones in your inventory. He imagined the hunter's Seokwam with a watch on his hand and Hyuni, who was smiling slyly as if it was an advertisement with a slogan that it was possible even in the dungeon. The brunette thought that such items were so expensive that for ordinary hunters it was like getting a star from the sky. He said that it can't be, he can't take it, and his brother turned away and added that he had already ordered it. The guy in the cage handed the watch back to the blonde, saying that there was no need, let him just take it, to which the man agreed. Eugen thought that it was because his brother was already preparing a gift for him. God, his little brother ordered something like this for his older brother. He dreamily remembered how little Eugen bought a gift from some granny, thinking that this way he would definitely please his brother. Eugen thought that he used to refuse to buy sweets to save up for a gift for his brother, but he hasn't changed since then. No matter what, Eugen is the best. Eugen at this time took him by the arms like a little one and lifted him up, saying that they should check his health. Hyuni lifted him up, asking if it was really that bad. He had lost so much weight. Eugen said that he would not remain silent and complained that instead of getting a good rest, Eugen was taking care of his monsters all day. The older one looked at him in amazement. His brother was standing by the cage next to a man who folded his arms over his chest and asked him to take care of him for a while. Eugen indignantly called out to him. He held onto the bars, asking his brother with displeasure what kind of errand this was he a pet? But Eugen turned away, saying that this was the only way to make him rest. The hunters stood with a contract and a pen in hand. Eugen said that they must sign a contract for personal safety. If the man harms his brother like last time, he will have to pay for it with his blood. In response, the blonde calmed him down so that he would not worry, because he never violated trust in business relationships. Eugen from the cage angrily shouted that in fact he also had the right to vote. The younger crouched down, looking into the cage, and said that he did not want to come to this. He looked at his brother with concern and said that no matter what he said, the elder was still stubborn. Therefore, from now on, he decided to act in his own way. Eugen headed to the exit of the ward and told the guy to rest peacefully, and now he needed to take care of the matter called Manhwa, to which his brother indignantly asked what he was going to do. The blonde looked at him saying that the roses were burned and the watch was thrown away, so he thinks he should at least do him a sincere favor. Eugen screamed at the top of his lungs for him to move away, complained that he was biting him, and shouted at his brother if he knew who he trusted his older brother to. Simeon, holding the documents in his hand, looked at the guild leader in surprise and asked, did he just say that he trusted Eugen to Hyuni? The guild leader, without turning around, replied that if he left him at home, his brother would spend all day taking care of his monsters and would not get enough rest. To this, the man replied that there really was no other option. He read the contents of the documents and reported that other guilds also had trouble feeling safe because there was a risk of attack. The only place that the guild leader completely controlled was Hyuni. Eugen, sitting at his laptop, asked the man how Seokwam was doing. He replied with a worried expression that everything worked out as expected. The man held a phone in his hand with many articles about him. Simeon said that when he spread the information as instructed, the man seemed to be in a hurry and took the bait. He introduced Seokwam, who was clutching one of the newspapers in his hand furiously, and said that with this, they would be able to find his residence. The guild leader was standing behind a laptop, and the staff member asked him if he was sure if they left Hyuni to Hyuni. The brunette slammed the lid of the laptop shut. Without turning around, he said decisively that it would be better this way. In the hallway, there was a large painting of black and white fish. Eugen thought that at least his brother would not care so fiercely for the blonde. He walked along the hallway with large windows and thought that no one else, and Yereman Noah too. He looked ahead. On the phone in his hand, there was a message from his brother asking him to do this for him. Move Bel-Air to another place, it's a very poisonous snake. The boy will write everything down here so that the other kids can use it for reference, so show them his messages. Now they should sleep in the room. Eugen thought that not only people, but also demonic beasts. He opened the door to a spacious room with indoor plants. The nest next to the large pillow was empty. Chirpai was sleeping on a curled-up snake next to a black baby dragon. The boy resolutely grabbed them all at once. Squeezing the pets in his hand, he looked at them angrily. He said darkly that his brother was willing to risk himself to keep him and these creatures safe. Eugen looked at the frightened animals in his hand. Only the chick was sleeping peacefully. He thought that for now he was holding back his inner anger. The boy clenched his fingers tighter, and the dragon looked at him in amazement. Eugen's gaze was very angry. He thought that he really wanted to get rid of them. The boy's red eye looked at the monster cubs. Then his brother would be very upset. The boy imagined his brother, a bright circle glowing around his head like a halo. His title was Protector. The title icon was an adult and a child next to a small heart. He thought that this was a relatively common title given to a person, a guardian, awakening to level C or higher. Thoughtfully, Eugen lowered his head, wondering why so many. His brother accepts and tries to raise them. This is not normal. The door to the room was open. The brunette thought that it was probably because he raised him too, a non-human. The younger thought that this was just a human form. The characteristics were different. He imagined a black palm holding the boy's hand and thought that this was just an existence. Eugen remembered little Eugen who put his hand on the head of a completely black boy, himself. The brunette thought that long before he woke up, he was well brought up. The hero opened his eyes and thought that he was not a man. He was the one who was not originally born for the sake of harmony. He remembered himself with a briefcase in his hands on the day of his awakening 3 years ago. There was an accident on the road. Cars and buses collided, one of which turned over. Some car was on fire. Large black lizards, similar to dinosaurs, were flying in the sky above them. People ran away in fear, as did Eugen, who was holding a phone in his hands. Everyone was screaming and asking what it was and asking for help. Suddenly, the phone slipped out of the guy's hand. He reached out to pick it up, but before he could, a lizard flew at him, opening its dangerous beak. Eugen froze, never reaching the phone, looking at it in fear. And then suddenly he resolutely grabbed the monster by the neck with his hand, while a man next to him fearfully covered his head. The schoolboy growled, squeezing the lizard's neck, while people anxiously asked if he was okay. How could he go to the monster with bare hands? The guy froze, realizing that at that time in his head there was no fear or embarrassment. He looked at the monster and realized that he felt liberation. A small flash of fire appeared, and the boy thought that he had been waiting for this opportunity. From the palm with which he was squeezing the neck of his opponent, fire appeared. The flames grew larger and larger, and the lizard exploded. Passers-by looked at him, asking what was this, an explosion, and shouted at him to run quickly because the monsters would attack again. The lizards really opened their beaks and tried to attack the boy, but he quickly rushed towards them first, and his hand was burning with fire. With his flaming hand, he threw one of the monsters away, which immediately caught fire. Passers-by looked at this in amazement, asking, "What kind of fire was this?" Someone shouted that you can go crazy, you need to go back. If you continue to hang around here, then they will burn alive. Eugen with his flaming hands looked a little crazy. He thought that he wanted to burn it all down. The boy looked at the fire almost with delight, thinking that he wanted to turn everything into ashes, and so all living things on Earth would be burned and consumed. The brunette looked at the burning cars and buses lying on the road and thought that everything would return to the original form of their planet. Nothing would depend on anything. He lowered his head in amazement. Then he fell to his knees, leaning his hands on the road while everything around him was burning. People looked at him and asked how this happened. Eugen, with his clothes burnt, grabbed his head with his hand. He put his burning hand to his chest and thought no. Sitting huddled in the middle of huge pillars of fire, the schoolboy remembered that he had thought about going home. A broken phone was lying on the road, on which messages were open. He remembered that he wanted to have dinner with his brother. There was a message on the screen in response to the fact that he would finish early today. Eugen wrote to him and offered to eat fried meat a little later. He received coupons and bought beef. Eugen thought about how he wanted to go home. The onlookers were looking at it in surprise while sitting on the ground. Some were even filming it with their phones. The flames changed color and turned purple-black. The hunter stood up and thought about what had happened. He looked at his palms, which were burning darkly, and thought that the oppressed sword had turned into flames. The system reported that the S-rank flame skill, Black Flame, had been activated. The next notification said that Eugen's awakening reaction had been completed. Eugen thought that if he followed his true nature, he would burn this world and consume it. He looked at the glasses he was holding in his hands. He remembered how they ran after their parents as children and wondered if his older brother was the only one who instinctively sensed his fire, which his parents had avoided and had unthinkingly nurtured in him. Eugen put on his glasses, thinking that maybe that was why he was trying to care about things that were not human. He can't let his brother act unreasonably anymore. There were 2 large glass multi-story buildings in the city, and a question came from there asking if the man had heard the story of the hunter Minhui. People were whispering asking that he seemed to be hiding his true strength. Eugen and Minhui's body walked among the hunters, who turned to look at him and whispered that there were rumors that he was dealing with an S-class hunter, and that he was in charge of guarding the guild leader's older brother, so the man didn't think that it was just empty talk. He walked up to a guy holding a tablet, who greeted him. The guy glared at him, and the people behind him were whispering that the aura really reminded him of the guild leader. Shouldn't his salary be doubled since he was doing this kind of work? Someone was saying that there were already rumors that he would be transferred to a place with much better conditions than he was now. Eugen, in the guise of an employee, thought that the rumor had probably spread quite widely. He remembered the man handing him a guild card and thought that it was a business card that a guild member had given him after an accident. The rumor had spread based on that. Minhui was hiding his true strength and wanted to be treated accordingly to his abilities. He imagined the figures, one standing on a cylinder with a cross on it, and the other on a larger cylinder with a sword on it. He thought that the world of helping was receiving significantly less attention than the combat world. So if he had awakened his combat skills, he would probably want to improve his working conditions. And if the person who was responsible for protecting the guild leader's older brother decided to surface from the bottom. A large hand was holding Hyuni and Eugen standing next to him with peace on his shoulder. He thought that this person could very well be Seokwon. The guy held the phone in his hand and thought that he must have thought that he was still in prison, and so he decided to take a few steps forward, thinking that this was his last chance. Eugen looked forward with determination, thinking that the lurking rat had fallen into a trap. All he had to do was catch it with his own hands, and then he could relax a little. Eugen raised his head, looking up. He was sitting at a round set table with Hyuni, who told him not to say that he wouldn't eat it. The brunette leaned back in his chair and replied that if he were cooking himself, he would cook rice, right? The blonde rested his head on his hand and said that in that case, he would have to sit here until his appetite came to him on its own. In response, the guy diligently grabbed his fork and said, "Look, he's eating." Hyuni smiled sweetly and said that he was glad to see that the guest was eating well. Shouldn't he gather his soul and sincerely apologize for his rudeness on his last visit? Eugen thought angrily that when he took care of him, he looked more worried, which was even more annoying. The guy asked if that was why the man had been with him all day and dragged him around the guild building. The sign said that an all-inclusive tour of the guild's internal facilities and together with its leader. Eugen sat fearfully in the barber's chair as predatory barbers bent over him with huge scissors and a comb in their hands. A professional barber shop can handle even the hair of a top-level hunter. A huge trainer stretched out his hand while Eugen tried to lift a huge barbell in the center where experienced hunters conduct personal training. Another Musliman held a large syringe with a vaccine that can be given to top-class hunters. Eugen was beaming, but he looked tired. Thanks to this, he was able to eat well, get enough rest, and take care of his health, and this means. The boy thought with determination that he couldn't escape. He was sure that this man would follow him even if he left the room for just a moment. Eugen was gnawing on the meat he was spearing with his fork while the man was taking pictures of him with his phone, saying that they said he needed to send a photo to prove that he was eating well. The brunette was posing while sitting at the table and asked if it was normal for the guild leader to be free all the time. The man calmly replied that everyone thought he was still conquering the dungeon. The boy asked why he was walking around so casually, to which he was told not to worry, that they could prevent such a leak. Eugen angrily brought the meat to his mouth and asked why the man had agreed to this at all. If he just trusted him and calmed down, he would be able to rest well himself. This meant that he trusted him more when he was dipping him in the water than he did now. Hyuni held a steaming cup of tea in his hand and said that it was because he had earned a lot of trust as a business partner. In the early days of the guild, he helped the leader in many ways, which surprised Eugen. He clutched a knife in his hands, asking furiously, didn't he pressure people to pay him back? Was that why they left him here? The man with the cup in his hand replied that Eugen should restore his gloomy brother's image. Sitting at the table, he said that he helped remove inconvenient people when the situation was at its height. The guy didn't need to worry, he had already paid off everything that he noticed. The guy stood up, leaning on the table, and asked if there was anything she had missed. He looked at the man with determination, saying that he would return the money, to just tell him if he needed anything, and asked him not to bring it up without a reason and not to burden his younger brother. Hyuni put the cup on the table and said with a smile that it was just like the boy said, the older one was trying to take charge of everything. He asked the thoughtful boy why he was trying to take charge of everything. He was a hunter and an adult. Eugen looked down, saying that his younger brother was a minor at the time. He remembered watching his brother walk away with Simyoung and Seong Han and said that the boy, who was only a freshman in middle school, left home and found it a guilt to protect his older brother. He did it without anyone's support, putting himself through all sorts of tests and even taking poison. Eugen clenched his fingers, saying that there was nothing he could do. He was his guardian, but there was nothing he could do. He remembered his brother sitting on the floor with his head in his knees and thought that it was 3 years later and 5 years later. He looked down in frustration, saying that even now all he can do is what he wants to do. Hyuni picked up the book with a smile. He handed the books to the surprised guy and asked him to read. Eugen asked, "Is this where all his debts are written?" And then he exclaimed, "What is this?" On the cover of the parenting book, there was a stork with a baby. The next book was called How to Get Rid of Empty Nest Syndrome. Hyuni looked at the angry guy with the books in his hands with satisfaction, saying that it was time to read to calm his mind. To this, the brunette indignantly asked what was wrong with his choice of books. Hyuni looked away and thought that they had similar brothers, both sides trying to get ahead, stating that they do not see the efforts of the other person. Eugen was gloomily leafing through the books that were in front of him. He heard that if he wanted to ease his younger brother's burden, he should first get some treatment and stay here as long as possible. He said that if his eyes hurt, he could read before going to bed, to which the boy shouted that he didn't need it. Eugen thought that despite everything, he had never had such a rest in his life. Night fell on the sky. That's why this happened at night. The boy stood in the middle of the room and angrily looked ahead. Jellyfish was hovering nearby, illuminating everything with its glow. An uninvited guest appeared. Chirpai and Beller sat on the bed. The young man took the chicken in his hand and began to feed it with magic stones, thinking that his brother must have read the message and threw the snake, after which he said that he missed them. "I'll put a chicken in a jar in my mouth." He asked him to eat more so that he could teleport his master, because in that room Hyuni. The chicken fell into his hand exhausted and fell asleep. The young man was indignant that he dozed off right after eating. Holding his head, he wondered if he really had no choice but to stay awake all night, because there was no TV or phone in this place. Raising his gaze, he thought irritably that if he fell asleep like this, it would come up again in his dreams. And it turns out that the reason he moved normally after regression was because of L-class fear resistance. And once the rank dropped a little, everything became like this. He schematically imagined the effect of the skill on his body and wondered if it was time for him to recover, and why his brother did not leave him for a few days later, because he knew that it was inconvenient, but at the moment he could not sleep without it. The chicken quietly squealed, lying in his arms. Someone handed him the remote control for the lights when he reached for it. The young man looked back and wanted to thank the assistant. Suddenly, he dropped the remote control. In front of him was the image of his brother from the past world, who asked if he was surprised. The double touched his shoulder and said that he wanted to come earlier, but lately there were always people around him. The young man thought that this was not a dream. His brother walked around him from behind, put his hands on his shoulders and said that he cannot worry because he will not harm him, because he cannot touch him without the consent of the contractor. The young man suddenly realized that this is an illusion created by Jellyfish. Trembling with fear, the boy asked his brother why he looked like that. The illusion replied that it was the most convenient way for him to reveal himself, because it was the appearance of the person he thought about, the one he treasured most. The illusion lowered itself and looked into the hero's face. Jellyfish lifted the boy's head up with its tentacle and said that she thought that in this form he would easily accept her offer. "Change your face to his brother's face," she declared the boy's head with her hands and told him to make a contract with her because she could save his dear people from the dying world, but in return she would take him. The boy was confused, thinking that she wore someone else's mask very well. The illusion again took the appearance of his brother, who said that while conducting research, he became interested in him. The young man thought that this was the only time he smiled at him at that age. Eugen pushed the illusion away and walked away. Crouching down on the floor, he frowned angrily and asked her to stop, because he would not fall for such nonsense, because he was an F class and such deals were made with those at the highest level. Illusion raised her hand and said that it was true, but he was special. The hero was shocked by the words that he was a caregiver who loved and raised an S-class born. Rising into the air, the illusion also added that it was rare for anyone to be able to raise an S-class born. The youth noted that the titles of caregivers confused him. Jellyfish raised her hand and added that usually by the time they were found, they were already dead, and they did not appear in any other universe. She imagined various places, starting to list them. The first was the highest mountain. Then she imagined a bright source of light and said that the second source was the wings of the endless stream, and the third was the deepest source. After introducing the crystals, she added that the fourth source was a gem of all colors, but it did not happen anywhere from the above. The boy frowned tensely when he heard the words that only here, in the fifth source, the snow tree, they found the caregiver who raised the S-class born. If this name is related to the characteristics of the origin, then she thought they could find out about it by looking into the boy. The illusion spread her arms. The boy rose from his knees and asked her if her goal was to destroy the world to help the source. The interlocutor answered that destruction itself was not her goal. Looking down at the boy, the illusion said that curiosity, the desire to explore the origin, this is the reason, and helping the source is just curiosity to see what will happen if the world is completely absorbed. The next second, she got close to his face and said that in this regard, he is a very fascinating object to her because she knows that he is a lower class and she cannot extract him properly, but she will take care of him as best she can. Reaching out her hand, she created a contract and said that fortunately, most of the people he takes care of are upper class, and even if not, she will be able to save some of them with her power. The youth looked at the contract carefully, while the illusion said that in any case, it is impossible to prevent the destruction, so there is no need to suffer, clinging to a tiny chance. The youth sweated tensely. He reached out his hand to the contract. Chirpai knocked the contract down, preventing the owner from touching it. The chick tore the paper into pieces, squeaking loudly. The little animal became enraged and began to tear the contract into pieces. The illusion tried to stop it, saying that it would hurt itself. The illusion did not understand what kind of bird it was and where it came from. The young man picked up the chick, looked around and wondered what she was talking about, because the chick was in his hand the whole time. The illusion stretched out its hand. The young man immediately pulled the chick back, refusing the request to look because the bird looked familiar to it. Suddenly, the doors of the room swung open. The young man moved away from the illusion, shouting for it to stay away from the chick. Suddenly, gold chains hit Jellyfish's back. The young man watched in shock as the illusion fell down. The chains tied him up and pulled him in the opposite direction from the illusion of his brother. Hyoni entered the room and the illusion recognized him. The blonde took the guy under the armpit and said that he was the master, and that there was no need to covet someone who belonged to someone else. The illusion began to dissipate. Taking hold of the chains, she recognized them. Jellyfish opened his third eye, smiled madly, and said that this was the light of the crescent moon. Creating a hole in his body, he freed himself. Heading straight for the man, he said that he realized that the crescent moon had chosen him. The blonde put his hand in front of himself, creating a bright flash of light. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered in the room near the rubble of the wall. A jellyfish, who said that it was a great pity because he wanted to talk longer. Fly away, the creature said that the boy should think carefully because the next time they met, he would not back down so easily either. The boy hung on the man's arm, who said that he was going to agree. The boy wondered how the illusion looked to him. He angrily looked up at the blonde and asked who he looked like. Hyoni looked at the boy and guessed that the illusion looked like the image of the young master. The hero asked to let him go, saying that he did not need to see that. He grabbed the man's hands and tried to break away, while the blonde asked if he was thinking about accepting the contract. Frowning sternly, he looked at the boy and said that this contract cannot be broken like it was with Dayama, then asked if it was possible that he wanted to show a noble sacrifice. The boy looked up in annoyance and said that it was a matter of time, and he just thought that they could bargain. Breaking free from the man's grip, he added that the other man said that he couldn't hurt either him or the man. The guy picked up the chicken while the blonde thought that everything really ended without problems, but he noticed that the boy was shaking violently. The heroes remembered how the chains were stuck in the illusion's back, and the image of his brother's death surfaced in his memories, after which he thought that even knowing that he was not real, he felt the same as then. The guy imagined the image of Jellyfish and thought that he should not be deceived, and he needed to see the situation clearly because this was the second follower of the Sons of Piety who resumed his activities. So now, getting up from the floor, he told the blonde that they must find Seokwan. Remembering the images of the two, he said that the man said that he could not use power without a contractor, so they needed to find and break their contract as soon as possible. Looking back at the blonde, he added that they would get ready as soon as it got light, but the man said that it wasn't right. Smiling widely, the blonde said that the boy couldn't leave this place. Eugen tensed up a bit and wondered what he was talking about. The sun rose outside. The boy followed the blonde with a toothbrush in his hands and offered to find their target, but even then he didn't let him go outside. It was already evening. The blonde put dinner on the table, and the boy started talking about his target again. The next day began, while the boy kept reminding the man of the same name. One day, the boy angrily jumped up from his seat and screamed, asking why they weren't letting him out, since 2 days had already passed. Hyoni replied that he heard that the contract he signed with him had a clause prohibiting him from going outside. The young man threw up his hands in dissatisfaction and said that measures had to be taken, and besides, the man had already seen the enemy. The blonde replied that he had heard that many things could not be done without a contractor, and if it was so dangerous, it would be better to go to a low-ranking one. He looked at the boy with a smile and added that, however, he had to see how his complexion had improved after resting, but he might not be getting enough sleep. The young man took out the last magic stone from the jar and said that the man had destroyed the bedroom. Yes, into the pebble of the chick, he thought that the reason his complexion had improved was because of his level of resistance to fear, and that it was definitely better than going outside, but He snatched the phone from the man's hand and said that it was time for him to leave already, and it felt like several weeks had passed, so he would tell his brother everything. The boy called his younger brother, but his phone was switched off, and he irritably wondered what he was doing there. The blonde asked the guy why he didn't trust his brother, because he didn't have to worry about Seokwan's future. The hero looked back in surprise. Looking at his interlocutor, he asked if it was possible that his brother was looking for a man instead of him. The blonde replied that he signed a contract in which he could not talk about work. The hero began to beg for him to tell him. Having risen to his place, he pointed his finger at the blonde and said that it would be better if he went out and caught him already, because he did not understand why he was hanging around at home all day. The man replied that he was not playing, because he was just managing his objects. Well, besides that, officially he should be in the dungeon. Suddenly his phone rang. Picking it up from the table, he noticed that the raid in the dungeon was over. The boy happily thought that this was his chance. Sitting under the bright blue sky, the man said that he needed to show himself to them, then asked the boy to promise that he would not go anywhere. The boy laughed and said that a low-ranking person could not go anywhere. Huni, an A-rank hunter, was assigned as an escort. He said that he would be responsible for his safety today and hoped that they would get along. The boy played musical instruments with his pets, saying that they should wait a little since it was music time. He extended his sweaty hand to the man and said that he needed to play with the kids. After a while, he went to the bathroom with a goofy smile and hoped that he would not be escorted while he bathed. The man said that he would not do that, but asked him to leave the door open. Gesturing with his hand to his pet, he asked the chicken to play a solo on the drums. The man sat down on a chair, looking at the chicken in shock. Suddenly, he turned around, noticing the glow and the words that the food truck had arrived. The guy looked at the man with a clock face in surprise and asked where Eugen was. Since he had ordered food by this time, the man replied that he was washing himself, after which he asked if food was delivered to hunters of such a low rank. He cried bitterly and said that the guild leader was dedicated to his cause, and even his monster breeding skill was so good, and he could not even raise cockroaches in the guild house. The waiter who arrived said that in this case he would be electrified, but since the snacks were delivered, he could take one for himself. The truck rolled around the room. The man thanked him for this. The waiter said that he would go now. The youth who used the invisibility skill sat on top of the truck. The waiter noted that the truck was somehow heavy this time. The guy looked at the system indicators and thought that he was lucky that the stealth skill works at our ranks, and he didn't think the man would search anytime soon, and it would be inconvenient to go back, but he had already arrived at the place. The giant gate hung in the air. The loudspeaker announced that the raid on the S-rank dungeon was successfully completed. Hyuni and Evelyn walked under the light of camera flashes. The news reported that the guild leader and the hunter came out of the dungeon, but they found it hard to believe that they just came out of such a high-ranking dungeon, because they looked so relaxed. The girl looked up and calmly said that pretending that they were in the dungeon together turned out to be much more unpleasant than she thought. The man thanked her for her attention. Without looking back at him, she asked if he had fun with her as his escort. The blonde replied that thanks to her, he had seen many interesting things, and even now, Eugen was living in his house. She looked back in surprise and asked if it was true, then expressed her desire to meet him. The blonde touched his chin and replied that it was a good idea, but he didn't think the boy was still there. Evelyn asked why he thought so, since he was a low ranker and should be easy to restrain in his actions. The blonde looked away, noticing something, and continued to say that a rank had already been assigned to him for observation, and yet the phone loudly addressed the guild leader. Evelyn looked at the phone in surprise, hearing the words that the boy had escaped. The chick was still furiously playing the drums. The man walked into the bathroom confused and said that the young man had run away to the sound of the monster in the shower, and it seemed that it was when he was delivered food. In the underground parking lot with a car parked in a row, the young man said that he wanted to give advice on kidnapping people from a professional. Turning the key in the ignition, he said that if someone wanted to kidnap a person, they needed to knock him out or close his eyes. Otherwise, the car keys would be stolen. He adjusted the rearview mirror. Turning to the snake, he asked to give him visibility. The next second, the young man pressed the gas with all his might and said that he got his driver's license a few years ago, so everything was fine. Having rammed the barrier, the guy flew out. The guards and employees tried to stop him, but he quickly drove away. The blonde smiled irritably, and the girl chuckled. Hearing the words that the guy even took his car, the man expressed interest in the fact that the guy used a stealth skill or a rank item, so he exceeded all expectations. The hero's car rushed along the road at an incredible speed. Using the means of systemic concentration, he thought about whether his brother really wanted to use the identity of that guy to find his target. Remembering Jellyfish, he added that even if his brother found the man, without his ability to terminate the contract with the adherent of the Sons of Piety, it would be risky. If the boy was not careful, he would end up in the same situation as Kyungso. The night sky hung over the building. The young man was indignant there that his brother could not do anything without him. Inside, there was a mess and shabby repairs. Eugen walked along the corridor inside the house and thought that the man hid in such a place, and, as it seemed to him, there were not many guild members. Suddenly, he noticed something. A dissolved body of a man was lying near the wall. Looking closely at the floating face of the corpse, he wondered what it was. Approaching, he was surprised that the real man simply melted. Suddenly, he looked back, hearing the word that he was very welcome because he came himself. The man standing on the stairs asked why the boy joined Manhwa. Seokwan looked at him sternly. The boy immediately recognized him. Getting up from the floor, the boy said that it was an honor for him since he had never seen him in person. The man replied that it would have happened sooner or later anyway, but it didn't matter anymore. Smiling widely, he added that in any case, he didn't call him to recruit him. He started to go down the stairs. The boy asked if he was called for a personal meeting. The man replied that he didn't need that. He surprised Eugen by saying that he knew the boy was hiding his identity. The man stood in front of him with an ominous look and said that judging by everything, he was a high-ranking hunter and the leader of the guild since it was easy to understand. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the man also added that he came all this way without even knowing about it. The man smiled ominously and decided that he needed to be punished for lying. Eugen's gaze fell on his palm with tension. The boy froze in place and asked how he had been found out. The man smiled and said that it was easy to understand. He patted the boy's shoulders and said that the rumors about him being an S rank were just rumors. He walked away from the boy, letting him calm down a little, and said that if that were true, it would serve as good publicity for the guild and increase their influence, and they would definitely treat him better so that other guilds wouldn't poach him. The man sank down on the sofa and added that the boy was at most an O or B rank, and the story about being an S rank was a way to ensure his own safety. The boy smiled widely and said that he really did have the mentality of the leader of the 5th largest guild, after which he asked why he had been called. The man poured himself some alcohol and said that he would be frank because he needed cooperation. He frowned tensely when he heard the request for help in kidnapping Eugen. The man added that if he did a good job, he would be generously rewarded. He spread his arms and smiled and noted that since the guy came, he would probably agree. Seokwan frowned when he heard the question of why he needed it. Because there were no magical beasts in the ISS, and whether the man wanted to give it to another guild and get money for it. The man asked him there why he was asking such questions. Smiling awkwardly, the guy replied that he wanted to make sure because he was promised good money and the ISS was on the verge of collapse, so there was no guarantee that he would be paid, and the fact that they were telling him about it so hastily from the doorway made him wary. Suddenly, the man's glass shattered on the floor. He grabbed the boy by his clothes and said that he wanted to negotiate amicably, and this guy started talking some nonsense, after which he asked if he thought he could say no, because they might not give him anything, but that's nonsense. Suddenly, something froze his body. The man raised his head and wheezed loudly, feeling numb. Noah's hand grabbed the back of his head, paralyzing the man's body. He suddenly realized that it was me. The blonde twisted him and shoved his face into the floor. Suddenly, the man noticed the blade of a sword aimed at him. The boy said that he thought it would take a little longer, because he did not know that the opponent would humiliate himself so absurdly. He looked up. He recognized his opponent when he took off his glasses. The corpses of the guild members lay around them. The man screamed, asking for help, but the boy replied that he was the only one alive out of the entire guild. Seokwan swung his left hand, cursed, and said that he didn't dare come there to deceive him. A moment later, his hand was cut off. The man looked back at his wrist in horror and screamed loudly. While he was screaming in pain, the boy lifted his right foot off the ground. He kicked the man, sending him flying into the wall. Seokwan rolled down the wall onto the floor and doubled over in pain. Suddenly, a blade flew past his head. The boy leaned over and sternly said that he was finding out who was behind his brother, and now he wanted to ask him to terminate the contract with the adherent of the Sons of Piety, and then his life would be spared. The man frowned in alarm when he heard the words that he would not be killed if he cooperated, and then said that he would never believe such a thing. Eugen looked at him ominously in the eyes. The man noted that he could not agree with such a thing when he was looked down upon like that. Removing the blade from his head, the young man added that it was not his will, but his brother's. We promised not to commit crimes. Being in the guise of this guy, the man laughed and said that the guy was talking about his brother again. The young man took the blade with a reverse grip, while the man spoke loudly in there that he was standing in front of him and pretending that he was worthless, and a child who would not flinch if his parents were torn apart in front of his eyes suddenly turns into a smart girl wagging his tail in front of his older brother. The young man extended the blade to his face, interrupting his words, and asked about what would happen to the contract. Holding the blade at arm's length, he asked if the man really wanted to be killed. Instead of just breaking the contract, the man replied that even if he broke it, he would still die. A smirk appeared on his face. He ominously looked up and said that the only outcome would still be death. He suddenly remembered the moment when they made the contract and Jellyfish said that she would give the man a choice if he lost again. for fun, because if he died, the contract would remain valid and the man's body would belong to him. But if he broke the contract and decided to commit suicide, the creature poked his face with her fingers and said that she would give him something to make it more fun to watch him die. He touched the blade and said that he liked such goodies if this was the end. He squeezed the blade tighter and raised it above his head. With tears in his eyes, he smiled and said that he would take them all with him. His body began to emit bright lights after the words about breaking the contract. The boy squinted, closing himself from the source, and wondered what kind of fog it was. Suddenly, a giant monster appeared behind him. The boy quickly looked back, swung the blade, it dispelled the image of the monster. New monsters started to form around him and he didn't understand where all this came from. Eugen swung his fire blade, thinking that the man definitely didn't have such an ability, which meant that this was something new from jellyfish, and he didn't think it would be like this. Swinging the blade, the boy decided that he needed to finish this quickly before his brother noticed, but he didn't understand if he should kill him right away, because then the dungeon would collapse. He frowned tensely and thought that there was no point in leaving his brother to the blonde. Suddenly, he stopped and repeated his question out loud. Clutching his head, he suddenly realized who he left his brother for. Eugen stopped the car in front of a building. People passing by were amazed at how beautiful it was. A girl came up to take a photo and said that in their country there was only one such car, and it must be the guild leader's car. The young man came out to them and dazzled them with his coolness, saying that this was his car. Approaching the door, he looked at the guys and asked not to take pictures of him. A passing guy said that everyone should put away their cameras and move away from there. The girls began to delete the photos. Suddenly, they noticed the notifications that appeared. The guy in the cap looked back at the hero, who asked if it was about breaking through the dungeon. The guy replied that it was just an incident related to the Sarang hunter. The young man showed him the money and generously asked if he could borrow his phone until tomorrow. The guy happily jumped up, asking the hunter to take photos for the gallery when he returned. The young man said that in any case, it was better than a payphone. He called Heian on the phone and asked to connect him with the recruiting manager. The girl asked who he was because if he wanted to sell something. The hero introduced himself and asked to tell him that he had a question related to Manhwa. Warm rays of the sun illuminated the walls of the buildings. Heian asked on the phone why he was not in the guild. The young man interrupted her and asked where the guy he was looking for was now and whether there was an emergency message related to him. Eugen drove with one hand. The girl replied that the hunter was sleeping now. The young man said that it was great, but it was dangerous. Simyong answered the call. The young man said that he was sure that his brother told him not to tell him anything because he was worried, then asked if he should prioritize the guild. The man answered in the affirmative. Suddenly, he was shocked to hear the words there that the guy was now in a stolen car, and he also did not have a driver's license. If the man did not tell where his brother was now, he would get into an accident and become a criminal, and the news would immediately spread it. Eugen frowned tensely, hearing the agreement from the man, who said that his brother was now with Noah at a meeting with the ISS. Pressing the gas pedal, the guy asked for the address, and asked to pass on to the others the information about where he would be, after which he thought that it was necessary to come up with a plan B just in case, based on what happened last time, because this is a difficult opponent. Purple smoke was flying along the street near the barriers. The young man raised his hand, on which the bracelet was shining, and addressed the snake. He rammed the barrier with his car and flew further. The hero was absolutely confident in his actions. Purple smoke surrounded the building where his brother was. The boy thought that if Jellyfish used his power through Seokwan, many things could happen. His car drove into the fog. The boy said that the surroundings were getting thicker and thicker, and he did not understand what kind of fog it was. Squinting hard, he said that he did not hear any explosions in the dungeon. Looking at the snake, he noted that he was lucky that he took it with him, and thanks to it he can detect heat, and even through the fog he can see a body radiating heat. Suddenly, he saw a man running towards him in front of him. The approaching man swung his hand to hit. The young man suddenly realized what he was going to do. Tiwon stopped the car with his hand, hitting it with his palm. He crushed the metal with his fingers. Breaking the glass, he pulled the boy out. The man lifted the car above his head and looked at the boy, who thanked him and said that the mister came quite early. A huge number of cables stretched throughout the dungeon. Riet waved to the hero from behind the man, who said that he was nearby, so he arrived at the scene first, just finished evacuating the residents. The woman added that she was also helping civilians. The man threw the car to the side and asked the boy there why he was in this place and if he went to the Hyoni Guild. The boy replied that it was an illegal detention, so he escaped. The man noted that he could not let go of the feeling that the master might need protection. He took the guy under his arm and added that apparently, he won't just come back, and since he'd come all this way, he'd come for the guild leader. The young man confirmed this and said that this place was Seokwan's residence, so he and the dragon went inside to catch it. Putting his hand to his lips, The guy with tears in his eyes said that no one knows. Suddenly he'll get lost in the fog and wander around and cry. The man lifted him onto his back, headed off, and said that there might be some meaning in what happened, and moreover, it might be another threat to him. He doesn't understand what other threat there might be, and moreover, he doesn't know why everything around is destroyed. The silhouette of the dragon appeared. The guy drew the gentleman's attention to what was happening. A powerful attack fell on them, scattering them to the sides. The girl caught him with a smile and said that now he belongs to her. She scared him by licking her cheek. Noah appeared in front of them. The boy asked him questions there, why he was attacking. The dragon gritted his teeth and asked what they were planning, and why they brought in other high-ranking ones to manipulate him. The boy looked at him confused and asked what was wrong with him. The girl replied that it was all in the fog. The dragon spread his wings while she explained that it seemed like there was a curse that erased memories, since some of the evacuated residents also had memory problems, and he had been attacking like this since he encountered the fog. He rose to his feet a little. T1 took a rope in his hands. The boy said that they needed to subdue him and detoxify him. The man agreed and said that he would calm him down. Suddenly the dragon took off and headed towards them. The man dodged his head. Waving his arms, he wrapped the rope around the monster's neck. Noah began to wriggle, trying to throw off the shackles. The man twisted him and threw him to the ground, then used the enraged gray scale. The man frowned sternly and also activated the increase in body mass. Having increased the mass, he broke through the floor. A few seconds later, a powerful explosion thundered in that place. The young man looked down and raised his eyebrows in confusion. At the site of the explosion was a deep pit consisting of several floors of the building. The young man said that his method of subduing was too cruel. The man, holding the blonde, said that this was an S-rank opponent, so he could not do otherwise, and especially in such a state. Riette jumped down. The young man extended his hand, asking her to stop, but she did not hear and said that this child needs to be given a little heat. She went down with a wide smile and kicked the blonde in the head with her boot. T1 looked up at her in surprise and asked what she was doing. The girl calmed him down and said that the boy does not need to be afraid because he is at her disposal. Lifting his face from the ground, she smiled ominously and said that she would remind him of everything he had forgotten. The guy watched in horror, saying that his comrade would be maimed again. Approaching the edge, he added that the girl was too aggressive, so they needed to be separated, and the officer could not handle this alone. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice behind him. Soyang flew over him on a motorcycle. She frowned confidently and said that this was the appearance of a dragon knight, after which she ordered him to take his hands off her dragon. The girl on the motorcycle was heading down. Riette grabbed the blade and looked up at the guest. The motorcycle wheel flew straight towards her. A few moments later, she cut the motorcycle into pieces. Noah noticed the girl's hand next to him. Suddenly, the motorcycle exploded right behind the officer. The dragon girl asked if the guest was trying to show her cuteness in this way. The blonde looked back at the officer, who asked if she had been warned by the guild, to which she replied that it was true and that the guild leader would also be there soon, and Noah had already arrived, so she was the first. With a stern frown, she turned to her opponent and asked her to stay away. The dragon girl smiled and asked who gave her the right to say such a thing. Suddenly, a young man collapsed behind the officer, asking them to stop while the blonde was patting Noah and the interlocutor was saying something. The young man rose from the ground and loudly told them to stop and that the girls should stay away from him because he had lost his memory and was in danger. The blonde recoiled in horror. The young man added that he would dispel the curse, so they should stay away. Suddenly, she lost her mind from anticipation when she realized what had happened. Running to the blonde, she asked if he remembered her. The girl grabbed his hands and said in a playful voice that even if he didn't remember her, it was okay because she would remind him of everything again. Glowing with love for him, she said that they were connected by threads of passion and love. T1 and Eugen were shocked by what they heard. The girl added that Mr. Dragon might not remember, but they were in Korea, and he had wandered the world in search of the love of his life and had finally met her on this earth. The girl's mouth was reflected in his pupils as she said that the words of love and devotion they exchanged while eating crushed ice together were still with her, which he shared with her in Hong Kong. Because he swore then that he would become her dragon, so he didn't have to worry, because even if he lost his memory, he could just trust her and become her dragon again to let her ride him. Noah fell to the floor and said with tears in his eyes that this couldn't be. The girl suddenly realized that he had returned, and the guy wondered if his ally had returned because of the antidote. The blonde closed his eyes guiltily and said that he was very ashamed because he had been very rude to them. The guys gathered around him. The guy said that this is exactly what happens when he loses his memory and runs away. The blonde replied that he would never have thought that trying to deal with Xiaoquan could turn out like this. The officer asked if the man was connected to this fog. The dragon remembered how fog began to burst out of the enemy and told about it, after which he noted that the fog was much thicker when he got into it, and then he began to hallucinate. The young man silently listened to his words about how the guild leader attacked him and he escaped from the mansion. In confusion, he went into the fog and attacked them. The hero thought that this was probably the power of jellyfish. He looked back at the officer and the dragoness and thought that the blonde did not have the ability that gave resistance to toxins, and the fog around was relatively weak, so it did not have much effect. Looking back at the blonde, he said that they could only watch the fog and move forward. The officer would go with him so that he could resist the poison, and Riette hugged her and said with a smile that they would be together since she liked it. The young man hoped that everything would be fine for them. Frowning tensely, he looked down and thought that most likely the problem was his brother. Imagining the image of his brother standing in the middle of the rubble and fog, he thought that he did not have the ability to resist poison, and he must have been the closest to the man, so there was a high probability that he had lost many more memories than the dragon. Imagining the face of his lost brother, he wondered if he would be able to perform the purification together with him. Hyoni stood in the middle of the destruction and looked at the fog. Looking at the destroyed barriers, he thought that this fog was unusual. The man raised his hand and added that he couldn't shake the feeling that his senses were blocked. He remembered the battle with jellyfish and thought that it was probably an illusion like that time. Looking at the streams of fog, he added that if the fog was related to poison or a curse, it would not be a good idea to enter it. He covered his face with his hand from the wind and fog. The blonde looked down. In front of him was Eugen. The boy greeted him. Touching his chest, the boy calmly asked if he remembered anything from his childhood. The man put his hand in his pocket and said that he could contact his public relations team to schedule an interview, and maybe next year he would have a free moment. Around this time, the boy called it heartless. The man chuckled and said that imitating a hero is not his type. The interlocutor looked at him in surprise. Raising his hand, the guy said that he quickly noticed, although he looked just like a young man, the blonde replied that his reaction was too boring. Remembering the jokes of the hero, he said that if it was his item, he would have behaved differently. Golden chains appeared in the air. The blonde noted that he should hurry. He raised his hand and with a confident grin said that it was not proper for a simple S-class to be late for a meeting with an F rank, and if the interlocutor was going to continue to tire him out, he needed to find someone who would be free. Imitation raised her eyebrows in surprise, seeing the chains again. Rising into the air, Jellyfish asked if he really did not remember their previous owner at all, because they would not have fallen into his hands just like that. The blonde asked if the interlocutor meant the crescent moon, because he sees it a couple of times a year. The boy smiled happily when he heard the words that they were in touch. Suddenly, golden chains were thrust into his body. The man startled him and said that apparently there was no moon where he came from, so it was a really boring conversation. Jellyfish spat out his own blood and said that the man was very cruel. Smiling sinisterly, he said that he was attacked without any mercy because he even chose the person he liked the most. While chained to the man, she asked if he had any childhood memories and if he had even a little childhood. The man stretched out his hand and activated his lightning ability. An electric discharge struck the creature's body, illuminating the space. Jellyfish lay on the ground, saying that he was probably not moved, but planted. She regained her true identity, rising into the air, and said that she wanted to ask the crescent moon directly, but she could not because she still needed to study the matter a little. The blonde looked down and said that he was really starting to miss the real version. The guys were quickly running along the roofs of the buildings. The man said that, as he expected, the followers of the son of a long time were involved in this, after which he wondered where his sister was because she should have joined them by now. The blonde looked back, noticing the monster from the fog, and said that it was getting thicker, and she had never heard of such a skill. Having broken the hallucination with a stick, she was surprised at how he managed to appear, and suddenly her head began to surround the fog, while she thought that nothing even hurt. Riette touched her shoulder and used her ability, while the girl wondered what she had just done. The dragoness hugged her and said that she would lose all her memories if she got confused. Jumping back, the blonde asked why she was suddenly acting so friendly, to which the other girl replied that it was all about the antidote and that they should stick together. Touching her cheek, she asked why she wasn't afraid of her at all since she wasn't in S-class. The blonde replied confusedly that she was in a class, and due to the nature of her skills, she wasn't afraid of dragons. Suddenly, she looked at the girl beaming with joy and asked if she was really a dragon like the blonde. The young man thought irritably that he was happy to know that the two were getting along well. The officers looked back at him and said that even a high-class hunter without resistance to the poison would have a hard time avoiding the effects of the fog. And the young man's skill also helps him. The heroes replied that the officer's skill has a narrow range, so it would be hard for him to stop all the poison. He frowned slightly and said that he wondered how many memories his brother had lost, then thought that he wouldn't forget him since he had been with him since childhood. But if he didn't recognize the dragon, then he must have lost at least a month of memories. Riette suddenly noticed something. She pushed the blonde towards Noah. She held out her hand in front of her and blocked the blade's attack. The girl smiled and said that they had found that little brother. Eugen, using his ability, appeared in front of them. The girl noticed that he had a very bright greeting. The boy frowned angrily and asked who these people were. The blonde stepped forward and called the hunter by name. The boy got off the officer's back and said that it was dangerous, so they should move away, and he would try to talk to him. Suddenly, he stopped, hearing the question of why he came back again after everything that happened. The hero raised an awkward look. His brother added that he told him not to show himself in front of him. Eugen looked at him sternly, saying that it was time to come to terms with it. The boy thought that this was bad, because this cold look and low voice sounded so strange, but at the same time familiar. Suddenly, the young man heard hurtful words about how he was just a hindrance in his brother's life. The hero immediately realized that this was the Eugen who pushed him away. But he remembered the memories from his past life, after which he thought that at the time when he heard these words and got mad, they had a fight, and he even blocked him and told him not to mess with him. The boy grabbed his older brother by the clothes, pulling him towards himself, and asked what kind of mana this was. The young man thought that he hoped that this situation would not come to this. The brothers looked into each other's eyes. The younger one asked when he managed to awaken, and noticed that his earrings seemed to be high-class items, and those people also looked like S-class, so he needed to know what they were planning. Looking back at the officer, he also noticed that his brother was cooperating with the director, but nothing would change. The man tried to calm him down, saying that he had lost his memory, because the hunter Eugen awakened as a low-class hunter with special skills. The guys took a step forward. The dragon said that he was also connected to him. The young man confirmed this. He looked into the eyes of his younger brother and added that he himself knew all this, but he just lost his memory. But a lot of things happened, and good things, of course, too, so he cannot worry. Raising his hand, the hero added that he now has a monster that he can ride, and he also has the element of fire. Eugen was shocked when he heard the words that his brother also broke the contract with Dayama, and that he can check it out. The boy pushed his brother to the ground and said that this was nonsense. He grabbed his head and staggered back. In great confusion, he said that he let his older brother get involved in something like this. He activated the flame on his blade again and said that he didn't know why he let him go, since he should have just gotten rid of the enemy. Eugen tried to calm him down. Eugen swung his blade, sending a wave of flames straight at the blonde. The dragon covered himself with his hands and stepped aside from the attack. The boy raised his sword above his head, turned to his brother and said that even if he was telling the truth, it meant that he had been making the wrong decisions all along. He pulled the sword towards the boys and added that he must correct his mistakes. The flames around him grew stronger while the boy said that he needed to destroy all the records so that he would not be involved in this again. Eugen put the blade to his head and added that he would deal with these people so that they would stop talking about his brother. The boy was lost in his memories of trying to find out the reason for his brother's actions. As the guards pushed him out the door, the boy said that he would no longer tell him to go home, so he at least wanted to know why he was trying so hard to break off their relationship. His brother glared at him when he asked him to explain what was wrong so that it could be fixed, and then asked if he didn't understand it himself. Looking at his older brother, the boy replied that his very existence was a hindrance to him. The boy was shocked by what he heard, and the younger brother added that this was why he asked him to stop bothering him, and asked if he really had to hear that from his lips. The hero pursed his lips and looked down, and then said that he really was presumptuous. A moment later, he threw the phone on the floor. Approaching his brother, he said that he would disappear from his life since he did not deserve such a wonderful younger brother. He would block him and never come back, so they would not see each other again. The younger brother watched him go. The broken phone was left lying on the floor. The young man thought that his younger brother was still a schoolboy at that time, and now this is exactly the Eugen who was right after the quarrel. Eugen frowned in irritation, looking at the flame of his blade. He rose into the air, swinging his weapon. Riette jumped up and said with a smile that she would deal with him herself. They met in the air, starting to attack each other at high speed. The girl added that she always wanted to fight him. The hero covered his face with his hand and thought that he needed to stop them, because at this rate, this entire area could be destroyed, and he could not allow them to waste their strength unnecessarily. The guys continued to actively fight, while the young man thought there that he did not know what their opponent would do. He lowered his head and wondered if his brother would even listen to him. He remembered the moment when he was pushed away and thought that it was a time when they only hurt each other. And when he told him about the magical beast, the elemental, and Dayama, nothing happened either, so it was unclear if they would listen to him at all. The officer raised his hand, called out to the boy and asked him to get out of there, because even the damage cancellation could not block the heat and the flames. Standing at a distance, the guys watched him. The officer added that they would try to stop him somehow, so. The hero frowned tensely, noticing something, and thought that the heat of this flame would never hurt him. He turned his attention to the tongues of fire. Eugen turned to the dragon and asked him for a favor. Riette pushed herself off the surface and said that it was amazing. Because she could not even come closer, the boy decided that he did not even need to worry about it. Smiling widely, the girl got burned and said that even her fire resistance item can't compare to this. Landing in front of the enemy, she heard the words that if she realizes this, then she should not resist and just die. The dragoness replied that it was fun and she had a few questions for him. Smiling widely, she took the weapon with a reverse grip and asked if he wanted to give her his brother, because, according to him, he is a hindrance in his life and she will cherish him and certainly make sure to keep him away from Eugen. The guy increased his bloodlust and released more fire. A powerful fiery tornado swirled from his blade, destroying everything in its path. The girl was surprised by his ability and decided to do the same. Suddenly, she looked back, hearing the hero's voice, who ordered them to stop. Noah flew in with the hero in his arms. The guys suddenly noticed him. The boy frowned and said that he would close his eyes, and if he fell from there, he would die. A moment later, the dragon let him go. The younger brother jumped up, asking in horror what he was doing. Eugen caught his older brother. Lifting him up with his arms outstretched, he asked if he had gone crazy. The hero interrupted his speech and quickly hugged him. The boy could not understand what he was doing and asked him to leave him alone. The young man, like an octopus, wrapped himself around him and said that he would not leave, but his brother could take him off by force if he did not like it. Frowning sternly, the hero thought that he knew that his younger brother could not do this. O remembered the flames and thought that for him, that fire had never been hot, and if this was his younger brother, then even his flames would not hurt him, and what's more. Eugen said loudly that he understood everything, because his brother continued to call the number although it was blocked. Eugen suddenly froze in place. He looked back at his brother hugging him and asked how he knew. The boy replied that he had already told him that he knew everything. He suddenly remembered how he found his dead brother in his past life and thought that the memories he received from him in the last moment were crashing down on him in endless waves. An image of his brother trying to call him appeared in the boy's head, but the number was busy. The young man was lost but was lying on the bed, looking at the phone. So he dialed his brother's number, but nothing changed. The hero thought that since even if he called a blocked number, it would not connect. And he thought that he could stop holding back and just press the call button whenever he wanted, because this thought was his consolation on sleepless nights. Raising his hand, he called his younger brother a stupid guy. Stroking him on the back of the head, he added that he was still a younger brother, so he was in vain trying to cope with everything himself. Thinking back to how people had turned their backs on him, he decided that he had thought about this hundreds, even thousands of times. He remembered feeling lonely and thought that even if his brother had tried to abandon him. Eugen imagined himself taking a step forward and thought that he could have done things differently. Thinking back to how he had stopped his brother, he thought that if he had tried to stop him, then things could have been different. Thinking back to the image of his younger brother standing in the office, he added that he shouldn't have gotten angry and blamed the child for pushing him away because as an older brother, he should have approached him again. Then the image of his dead brother lying on his shoulder popped into his head, and he thought that he should have put all this weight on his soul earlier. Hugging his brother now, he thought that he couldn't help but blame himself since he had taken on all this burden, and then apologized because he needed more time. Thinking back to when he and his brother were walking after the regression, he thought that if he was stronger and could stand side by side with him. Looking down sadly, he corrected himself and thought that if he was just older and could understand him, he would have said it much earlier, and then turned to his younger brother. Eugen slept in confusion after hearing the words that he was loved. Hero remembered the image of his younger brother lying in the snow and thought that he should have done it sooner, before 3 years passed, before another 5 years passed, before it was too late. His younger brother's hands twitched slightly. He hugged Eugen and said that he had heard that from his brother before. Letting go of the hug, the youth looked at his younger brother and asked if he remembered how they made up. Eugen replied that he only remembered a little, because he really made up with him. The boy grabbed his head, interrupting his speech. The heroes asked him to stop, because he will help him remember everything. A moment later, a thick fog burst out of the younger brother's body. The guys hurried to help them, not understanding what was happening. The boy tried to stop them. The fog also came out of their bodies. The hero thought that it was the fog that absorbed the memories, and it disappeared, and he does not know what happened to his brother's memories. Eugen shook his head, hearing the question of whether he remembered anything else. Quickly turning around, the guy realized that these memories were stolen, after which he said that they should follow this fog, because it is heading to. Suddenly he noticed something. All the streams of fog were heading straight to the mansion. Noah covered his hands from the wind, saying that where the fog gathers, something is happening. Suddenly, the concrete slab broke into many pieces. A giant hand appeared from the hole. A monster with tentacles crawled out. The guys raised their heads, not understanding what kind of monster it was. The young man activated the analysis skill and said that it was incredible. The system reported that it was an awakened Soquan, whose rank changed to SS. The giant Cthulhu noticed a dragon flying next to him. The men are playing football. One of them breaks forward with the ball. After receiving the cup, he turns to the stands, raising his finger up and smiling. In the stands there are many of his fans with different posters, all of them taking pictures or filming. The man brings the microphone to his face. He addresses his fans, says that although they will know him not as a player, but as a hunter, he will do everything possible to show himself as a worthy captain. But this was not what he wanted. The man stands in the center of the field and looks ahead. He looks at his t-shirt and around himself, trying to understand what is happening. The man turns around and sees two other men on the field. One of them is running at him with the ball. The man is passed and he swings, intending to kick the ball. Choi Seok-won, being an SS rank creature, also swung. The protagonist, the blonde girl, and the man are still looking at the creature. The protagonist wonders out loud that it's not some kind of monster. Seok-won puts his hand on the ground and starts running fast. The protagonist, his brother, and the others run away as the creature runs past them. The man says he'll contact the association to evacuate people. The protagonist asks if they can call other S-classes. The man says everyone else can't help. The protagonist continues to run, thinking that they'll have to fight with what they have now and that his skill is still recharging. The guy is about to say what's there, but someone grabs his shirt and pulls him back. The protagonist's younger brother throws him over his shoulder. The protagonist asks him what he's doing. Eugen says that Eugen needs to find shelter. The younger brother carries away. Riet stands behind them, swinging her sickles. The protagonist said that his brother's memories simply did not return and he has an L-class item. The younger was surprised by this. The girl asked if it was impossible to stop Seok-won by cutting off his leg. Riet approached the creature in a few jumps. She activated the skill and swung her sickles, preparing to strike. Seok-won turned around and noticed her. The girl jumped back, unable to strike. She looked at Seok-won in surprise. Riet managed to react at the last moment when Seok-won kicked her. He kicked her and the girl flew a long distance. The brunette crashed into the wall. She is sitting on the ground near the destroyed building, saying that this is not just armor. The creature swings its leg again, intending to hit the girl sitting on the ground. Suddenly, golden chains appeared. They wrapped around Seok-won's hand and stopped him. The girl dodged. The man covered her with his hand, and Seok-won fell to the ground. Noah also appeared near the girl. The chains tied the creature completely. There was a bright explosion. The man stepped on the destroyed armor. Hyoni stood near Seok-won. He said that the armor was a kind of skill. The protagonist and the others are standing below. The guy loudly complains that the blonde was slow and did not appear for so long. The blonde continued to talk about skills and asked if Eugen's skill did not work. The protagonist is standing below near his brother. Eugen looks at him. The protagonist said that he could not use the skill like his brother. The younger asked if Eugen knew this man. Hyoni thought, raising his hand to his face, reasoning out loud that it is possible to use unification, and turned to Soyeon. The girl standing behind the protagonist looked up at the man at the same time as the guy. She turned to Noah and grabbed his hands. The guy was surprised by such a reaction. The blonde said that the time had come. She put her hand to her chest, saying that she has a skill that allows her to combine characteristics with a dragon when she is riding. If she and the dragon are well combined, then a 100% result is possible. The guy standing behind her was surprised by her words. The girl continues to hold the blonde's hands and smiles at him. Soyeon continued to talk enthusiastically. A hand fell on her shoulder. The girl asked Noah to turn into a dragon, but Riet interrupted her, saying that this skill will work on her too and offering them to work together. The blonde turned to her. The brunette clenched her hand into a fist, saying that she wanted to pay Seok-won back. Everyone looked up when Riet turned into a dragon for the blonde to see and make a choice. A huge black dragon appeared in front of everyone. Soyeon covered her mouth with her hands in admiration. She blushed, blood flowed from her nose. The blonde was overwhelmed with emotions. Soyeon loudly chattered words of admiration. The protagonist turned to Noah, who awkwardly watched what was happening. The guy said that the blonde lost his chance. Noah replied that he was already used to it. Riet pointed her paw at her back. The blonde ran up to her. Seok-won began to rise from the ground. Soyeon's skill activated. She was sitting on the dragon's neck. Riet moved forward. The blonde grabbed on tighter. The dragon ran into Seok-won, knocking him to the ground. They slid along the ground. Riet continued to move it further and further. The protagonist raised his head and looked at them, asking the blonde what his and Riet's current stat combination was. The girl replied that it was about 60%. Eugen continued talking. His brother grabbed his elbow. The guy said that they needed to raise the percentage to 100 so that he could use the skill. Eugen said that it was dangerous there and his brother needed to be evacuated, but he was interrupted. The man called the younger one. The brothers turned around at the same time. The man continued to talk. He walked up to the protagonist and stood with him in front of the younger one, saying that everything that was happening was not new to Eugen. The younger one was confused, trying to remember where he was all this time. The brunette ruffled his hair and said that the younger one was with him and helped him. The protagonist stood in front of his brother and smiled. He activated his skill, asking his brother to just believe in him and saying that he would show him what he had been doing all this time. Seok-won swung his hand. He extended it and tried to grab Riet. The protagonist waved his hand over the book. Riet and Soyoung's integration percentage increased to 100%. The blonde was surprised by this. The dragon moved forward again, opening its mouth, intending to attack the creature. Seokwan swung his hand again. Golden chains immediately grabbed his hand and interrupted his movement. The dragon attacked, but this blow was also reflected. Riet told the man that the armor was still very strong. The blonde replied that it was enough to hold the creature in place. Hyunhee looked up. In the air were the protagonist, his brother, Noah, and the man. The younger looked at his hand. The protagonist was holding his hand. The protagonist looked at his brother and said that he was happy earlier when the guy told his brother about the skill. The younger replied negatively. Eugen was a little behind his brother. A small orange creature appeared on Yuhyun's shoulder. Eugen said that it was the spirit of the younger Yurin and that he would pass on the feeling of using her power to his brother. Yuhyun closed his eyes. The protagonist turned to T1, saying that it was his turn now. Noah let go of the man and he flew down. T1 landed on Seokwan's armor. He activated his skill, swung his hand and touched the armor. Yuhyun sent Yurin down. Covered in red fire, Yurin flew down, right into the weak spot in Seokwan's armor created by T1. The man covered his face with his hand and jumped to the side a little. Yurin broke through the armor and the blow reached Seokwan. The creature let go of Riet and reached his hands to his head. Riet took advantage of the moment and cut his leg. Seoung was happy with the success, loudly shouting that they succeeded. The blonde interrupted her, telling her to be more careful. Seokwan's leg began to change and recover. The creature leaned back. The leg quickly regenerated completely. Seokwan was ready to attack again. He straightened up and restored his barrier. Everyone was greatly surprised. Seokwan again tried to hit Riet, but the dragon dodged. T1 was in the air again. Noah was holding him. The protagonist turned around. The man said that Eugen should leave. The guy tried to object, but his brother agreed with T1. The protagonist thought, trying to think of a way to neutralize regeneration and armor. They went down to the roof. Eugen was sitting next to his brother. He turned to the man and asked if his skill was applicable to weapons. The man replied that the weapon would break before it could deal damage and the ability would affect the characteristics. The guy stretched out his hand in front of him, saying that he had something. A blue glow appeared around his hand. Eugen brought his hand closer to himself. His bracelet beeped. A blue spear appeared, which the protagonist immediately took in his hands and said that despite the appearance of the spear, the durability of the L class, it has no skills, the cancellation of damage is only intended for Eugen, but now this spear will do perfectly. T1 took the spear in his hands and looked at it in surprise. The man continued to look at the spear in his hands. The protagonist continued to speak, telling T1 to use this spear at the same time as Riet and Soyoung. The younger one said in fear that Eugen himself needs this spear. The boy smiled, turning to his brother, who looked at him in surprise and said that he has a brother. Eugen walked up to T1, pointed at the others and continued, saying that the man, Riet and Soyoung are in charge of attacking. Noah can heal and they will be helped by Hyunhee. Eugen smiled, saying that Yuhyun should just stay close to him and protect him. The younger one looked at him in surprise. The golden chains tied Seokwan's hand again. Riet moved towards him. The creature tried to free its hand. The brothers were right above it. The protagonist told Noah to lend Soyoung skills and strength. The blonde did so. The blonde and T1 were on Riet, holding the spear and preparing to attack. Riet kicked off the ground. She ran straight at Seokwan. T1 activated his spear skill along with another one. The spear was pointed at Seokwan. He turned around. The spear hit the armor but did not penetrate it. The blonde and the man pressed the spear harder. Cracks began to appear on the armor. Finally, the spear pierced the armor and it split. Immediately a bright light blinded everyone. The spear threw Seokwan through and flew into the neighboring building. The dragon stopped, bracing her foot on the ground. She turned around and looked at Seokwan. The blonde and T1 did the same. Almost all of Seokwan's body was destroyed by the spear strike. A huge hole was left in it. The creature fell to the ground. The girl screamed loudly and happily. T1 noticed that something was wrong with her hands. Hyunhee returned the chains, saying that they were lucky that there were no more serious injuries. The protagonist put away his spear. Noah said that he would go help Soyoung. Yuhyun looked at everyone in surprise, not believing that they had succeeded. On the dragon's head, Noah was trying to heal the blonde's hands. Riet asked to heal her horns. It was surprising that S-classes cooperated so well. The younger looked at his brother. The guy was sitting on the roof next to the younger. He smiled and asked if Yuhyun stopped thinking of him as useless after all this. The younger immediately apologized to his brother for saying such a thing. The younger looked away, saying that his brother had always been amazing, but mentally he was still tense with a feeling of anxiety. Eugen continued to speak with a smile, but Yuhyun no longer listened to him, noticing something behind him. He rushed to his brother, reaching out his hand to him. The younger covered him with himself. An explosion shone in the city. It covered a huge area. A blinding beam of light rose into the sky. The protagonist's bracelet glowed blue. Eugen opened his eyes, trying to understand what happened. He noticed his brother lying next to him. The guy sat up abruptly and called his younger brother by name. Eugen was lying on the ground. There was a huge wound on his back. Riette was half lying on the ground, Noah was lying under her, Soyoung was lying next to them, Taewon was conscious and raised up on his hands. The protagonist held his brother with his hand, turning him over. He looked up. Seokwan was lifted into the air, there was a light glow around him, a female voice said that he was absolutely useless. Jellyfish appeared next to him. A white woman appeared from her. She said that she believed that if Seokwan became part of her clan, it would make him invulnerable. She looked in front of her. The protagonist called out to her. The woman turned around. The guy asked what she did, to which Jellyfish replied that she could not directly affect. She touched Seokwan with her long fingers and said that she was simply using her contractor. She paused, reached out and poked the protagonist in the chest. The guy looked at her hand in surprise. Jellyfish approached him, still holding her hand on his chest and talking about how the mana stone in his chest quickly stabilized. The woman approached the protagonist's face with a smile. The guy was not happy about it. Jellyfish rose into the air, clapping her hands. She pointed her finger at Seokwan. Something red appeared from the man's chest, after which it rose into the air. A dungeon appeared in the air. The woman said that it should have been quite powerful. Jellyfish turned to the protagonist again, saying that once the dungeon was broken, everyone would die. But if the protagonist made a contract with her before then, she would stop the dungeon. The man raised his hand to his chest, asking again. The woman appeared behind him with a smile and said that Seokwan would die immediately as soon as the dungeon was completed. The man began to ask Jellyfish to stop and promise her that he could fix everything. Jellyfish raised one hand to her face, stretched out the other forward and said that the man had great motivation. Jellyfish moved closer to the man, wrapping her long arms around him. She asked if she should lend him her power again so that he could kill everyone. Seokwan's hand began to change. Jellyfish was still next to him. The protagonist was next to his brother, Riette, and the others were behind him. The man pointed his hand at them, ready to attack them all at once. Eugen covered his face with his hand. Jellyfish stood behind the man with a smile, slowly counting out loud. Out of nowhere, golden chains appeared again, wrapping Medusa's hand. The chains pulled the woman's hand. Because of this, Seokwan's attack missed. A bright beam stretched for a great distance. A scorched trace remained behind it. The protagonist turned around, recognizing the chains. Hyunhee landed on the ground. The man raised his hand, glaring at Medusa. A golden glow appeared in the place where the woman was. The chains that bound her hand flew off. She freed her hand, saying that she missed because of Hyunhee, but his persistence, according to Medusa, was due to the fact that he was chosen by the children. She turned around and turned to the man, demanding that he kill the blonde. But the man's hand was torn off from his body. Seokwan fell to the ground and screamed in pain. Jellyfish said out loud that it seemed like it was too much for him and he was completely useless. Jellyfish immediately began to disappear. The blonde looked at her in confusion. Jellyfish walked away, telling him to think about the contract. The protagonist looked after her in surprise. Suddenly, Seokwan rushed at him from above, trying to attack. Eugen was able to block the blow at the last moment, putting up a protective barrier and protecting himself and his brother. The man said that he had to kill them. He screamed that Jellyfish would only stop the dungeon if he killed them, and Seokwan couldn't die because of him. The protagonist frowned, thinking that even now the man was still SSS class and they couldn't stand up to him now. The guy put his brother on the ground and sat down, telling Seokwan to take him because he would be able to negotiate with Jellyfish. The guy got to his feet, saying to give it to the woman so that Seokwan could get his life back. Eugen woke up and called his brother in alarm. The protagonist said decisively that if the man left them alone, the brunette would take him to Jellyfish. The man and the protagonist are standing next to each other, the younger one on the ground behind his brother. He is trying to get his attention and try to stop him. The protagonist told Seokwan that the man saw how interested Jellyfish was in Eugen. If the man gave him to her, then she would give the man his life back. Seokwan tugged at his shirt. The guy grabbed his hand, trying to push it away from himself. The man asked if the guy really thought this would work. The brunette replied that it was more possible than what he was trying to do. The man was getting angrier, and the protagonist continued, saying that Jellyfish's goal was to destroy the entire world. Seokwan thought about it when he heard the main character's words that if he brings the guy to the Jellyfish and tries to negotiate, he has a better chance of saving his life. Taewon tells the main character not to sacrifice himself, but the guy replies that it's better than everyone dying. The man pushed the brunette away from him. The guy fell to the ground. The man asked if the guy really thinks that he doesn't understand that Eugen is just stalling for time until Seokwan's life runs out. The guy calmly said that if the man doesn't believe him, the main character will immediately let him meet the Jellyfish. Seokwan stands in front of him. The guy got up from the ground and walked up to the dungeon. Eugen brought his hand to the dungeon, looking at it intently. Everyone else who was conscious watched him tensely and attentively. The guy touched the dungeon with his fist. The dungeon immediately lit up blue. The main character stood in front of it. The man stood behind him. Seokwan, Riet, Yuhyun and Taewon looked at the gate that appeared in surprise. The guy turned around and explained that when he sends a signal, it connects with the transcendence. He smiled, thinking that it would not be exactly jellyfish, but a volleyball. When the protagonist and his younger brother entered the dungeon last time, the volleyball said that they could enter by knocking on the gate 3 times. There were countless strong soldiers there. The guy was sure that they could defeat Seokwan. The guy pointed his hand at the gate, saying that when the man entered, he would find himself in a snowfield and suggested that he try. The man looked at his body. The hole in it was closed. He thought that the feeling of losing strength stopped. The man looked at the gate, thinking that the protagonist was too weak for illusions, which meant he could not deceive him. The man smiled. He grabbed Eugen's t-shirt. The man walked towards the gate, dragging the boy along with him, warning him that if he deceived him, the man would kill him. The younger one grabbed the man by the leg. He stopped them. The man turned around. Eugen asked his brother not to go there. The protagonist remembered that his brother's memories had not yet returned, but the guy could not explain everything now. The man swung his hand. At this time, the protagonist tried to assure his brother that he would be fine. The man hit the younger one with all his might. Blood flowed from the wound, and the guy fell back. The protagonist jerked towards his brother in fear. Eugen was lying on the ground. The man was standing in front of the protagonist, who ran forward. Eugen grabbed the man, shouting at him and saying that his brother had nothing to do with this. The man replied with a smile that the guy would soon follow his brother anyway and that the man had long wanted to take it out on the younger one. The brunette was lying on the ground, a stream of blood flowing from his mouth. Seokwan swung again, but the protagonist stopped his hand. The man looks at the guy who is holding his hand, trying to protect his brother. The protagonist told Seokwan to just go through the gate and that he can't keep the gate open for long. Eugen got angry. He frowned, warning that if something happens to his brother, the man will die too, because the contract is only valid if both parties agree to it. The man bared his teeth. He kicked the younger one and he flew to the side. The guy looked at the protagonist, calling him again. The last thing the younger one saw was the man and his brother leaving through the gate. Seokwan, along with Eugen, walked out of the gate onto a snowy field. The man looked around, trying to see where jellyfish could be. Something flew towards them and the man turned around. He managed to defend himself at the last moment and knocked down the spear. The protagonist ducked and covered his head with his hands. Seokwan turned in the direction from which the spear flew. A crowd of toy soldiers was walking towards them. One of them held a sword in front of him. The man turned to the protagonist in anger, saying that the guy really believed that these toys could kill him. He was surprised to see a barrier around Eugen. Seokwan began to hit the barrier and shout, demanding that the guy remove it now. The protagonist silently looked at him, while the man continued to shout and curse, and the soldiers got closer. There was a blue and purple glow around Hyuni. He looked up when Jellyfish spoke, saying that she would have ignored him. His weapon was filled with a special power. 3 glowing eyes looked down at the man from above. The blonde stood up. Jellyfish continued, saying that she would only imprison him, but if he tried to interfere, the man interrupted her with a smile, saying that he did not know what Jellyfish was talking about. The man looked back up at the jellyfish and said that she was wrong. A volleyball appeared between Seokwan and Eugen. The man was very surprised by this. Volleyball asked the protagonist who the man was. The guy replied that Seokwan had made a contract with the jellyfish. The protagonist continued by saying that at first he thought of simply terminating the contract, but that would not be enough. He looked at Volleyball and said that he did not think it was unfair if Volleyball interfered. The ball agreed. The ball said that it was attempting direct intervention. Mya gave the order for the toy soldiers to gather. The toy soldiers immediately began to jump out of the box. They lined up opposite each other and crossed swords. They raised their swords in the air, forming an arch. A toy farmer approached them. The toy took a seed in its hand. The man grinned when he saw the toy. The toy farmer swung. The seed flew at the man, hitting his body. The man looked at his chest, where the seed had landed, and saw that it had immediately sprouted. Thorny branches shot up. They went around the man and started scratching his back. The man turned around in horror, not understanding what was happening. The branches started wrapping around him. Some of the branches hit the ground, lifting the man into the air. The toy farmer stood below. The branches suddenly compressed into a ball, crushing the man inside. The ball of branches fell to the ground. The guy looked at it and asked the volleyball what happened. The ball replied that the man died. The protagonist was surprised. One toy soldier approached the ball of branches and poked it with a sword. The ball immediately flew into the air and exploded. Stolen memories began to fall out of it. The ball said that this was the ability of the clan and, perhaps, this ability was given to the murdered man by Jellyfish. The ball collected the memories in a jug in the hands of the protagonist and said that they would return to the owner themselves when they were brought to him. The brunette turned around. Behind him stood a toy farmer and handed him the mana stone of the murdered man. The toy continued to hand him the Eugen stone. The ball explained that despite the level of Seokwan, he did not have a very good stone, but still insisted that the guy take the stone. The boy looked at the soldiers around him tensely, thinking that they were all above S-Class too. The ball told the toys to go back to the box and they immediately flew there past the surprised protagonist. The ball smiled, saying that they managed to eliminate another jellyfish contactor. It bounced on the ground near the boy, warning that she would try to attract someone else, so it was worth watching the S-Classes. The boy replied that jellyfish offered a deal to him, not the S-Class, said that she would save the people dear to him. The ball rose into the air again. Eugen frowned. The ball said not to trust the jellyfish. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist, asking how then he could trust the ball. The boy pointed his finger at him and reminded him that it was the volleyball that first deceived him, saying that with the help of the wishing stone the protagonist would not be able to save people. The protagonist was starting to get angry. He said that the ball didn't quite turn back time and even the fusion didn't work properly. The ball continued to pretend that it didn't understand what the brunette was talking about. The protagonist said that he only had memories of the events before the protagonist's regression. The ball was surprised, saying that this was impossible. A tree appeared behind the guy. It asked if this was because the man was somehow connected to Crescent Moon. The tree said that Crescent Moon and Jellyfish had similar powers and once worked together, although they had now separated. The protagonist stood up and asked the tree if Crescent Moon knew anything about the weaknesses of Jellyfish. The tree replied that they didn't know. Eugen turned to the ball and asked if they knew anything about the bird that counts the stars. The ball replied that they didn't know. The protagonist fell to his knees and grabbed his head with his hand. The ball and the tree got nervous. The guy said that to all his questions they answer that they know nothing. The ball said that White Bird sees the future and it is impossible to find her. The guy wondered if it would be the right decision to join them. He knew that they were lying, but he had no other choice. The brunette put his hand on the ball. He squeezed it with all his strength and threateningly demanded that they give him something in return. He stretched the ball, saying that they should prove that they can help. The ball replied that even if he asks so. The guy let go of the ball and turned away from it, threatening that if so, then he will make a contract with the jellyfish. The ball immediately objected. The protagonist turned around and spread his hands, saying that there was no other way out. Since they know nothing, do not give anything and do not help him in any way. He turned and waved his hand, heading away, saying once again that if so, he would make a contract with the jellyfish. The ball asked for a month. He cried and promised that he would prepare the perfect reward. The protagonist asked if jellyfish would wait that long. The ball asked for at least 3 weeks. The brunette asked if it was really just him. The ball tearfully promised that they would prepare something for the brunette's loved ones too. The tree said that time was running out and it was time for him to return. The ball continued to ask to wait. The tree asked to think and not to offend the newcomer, otherwise he would cry. The guy frowned, thinking that it did not matter. Items and skills were a matter of life and death and he was ready to shed at least a bucket of tears if it would solve the problem. The ball warned that when the protagonist returned, the dungeon would become normal again, but he would try to lower his class and asked if the protagonist and his loved ones could handle it. The protagonist looked at his bracelet and said that it was a gift that negates damage. Without this gift he would not be here. The ball looked with interest at the shape embedded in the item and asked the protagonist something, but the guy did not hear. The gate closed. 2 people were standing at the screens. One of them said that it seemed that Charlotte's mana stone was used in the manufacture of the item. The second said that perhaps that was why it looked the same as Charlotte in her youth. The second remembered that Charlotte was friends with White Bird and perhaps the solution is related to this. The protagonist found himself in the desert. The gate glowed blue above him. The guy looked at his hand and scratched the back of his head, trying to understand if he had returned. He noticed that the memory balls were already in his inventory along with Xiaoquan's mana stone. The brunette looked at the stone, thinking that he did not like the way of thinking of immoral children, because they did not hesitate to tell him to use the stone of a dead person. He thought about it, thinking that it might be quite logical, because in their eyes there was no difference between them and the monsters. The creature approached the guy. He frowned and looked at the creature. There were a lot of creatures. The monsters bared their teeth and growled. The guy got up from the ground. He stood in front of these creatures, preparing for battle. These monsters were a class saber-toothed wolves. The guy turned around and looked at the gate behind him. The distance was short. He prepared to run to the gate. Eugen quickly ran to the gate while the monsters stood still, hoping to make it in time. The monsters immediately ran after him. One of the wolves managed to grab the brunette by the collar of his t-shirt and pulled him back. The wolf lifted the guy off the ground, and then slammed him to the ground. The wolves surrounded him and began to tear his clothes. The protagonist noticed the gate again. He reached out his hand to them. The gate was just a little away. The protagonist thought that he could wait until the monsters gave up and then use the gate stone. Suddenly, the wolves seemed to be torn away from the brunette. They whined and flew in different directions. Black flames burned them. Eugen was standing near the gate. The protagonist immediately noticed him. The younger one stood motionless and silent. The protagonist immediately ran to his brother, asking him why he was here and if he was hurt. As soon as he ran to the younger one, he immediately fell into his arms. The brunette was very scared. Eugen holds his brother tightly, worriedly asking what happened. A tear fell to the ground. The guy looks at his brother in surprise, hearing that he was crying. The brunette is very worried about his brother, continuing to try to find out what happened. The younger one rarely cried. He could cry when he was very small, but he immediately stopped when the older one began to cry himself, not knowing how to calm his brother. Since Yu had left Eugen's care, he hadn't seen him cry anymore. It was surprising how much the younger one was crying now. The protagonist continues to try to calm his brother down, saying that he is okay and that Seokwon is dead. The younger one interrupted him, screaming that nothing was okay. He hugged his brother, saying that it hurts and that he feels like he is going to die. He clutched his brother's shirt in his hand and said that he thought his brother would die. He continued to cry and say that if something happened to Eugen in the dungeon, there would be no body or trace left. The protagonist listened to his brother in shock. He hugged him and said that he will not die. The guy smiled, saying that he can't die and leave the younger one behind. He took out the memory marbles, continuing to say that his plan was safe for him. The brunette told his brother that he would understand everything when his memories returned, and then asked Eugen if it was dangerous. The younger one pouted and said that he still didn't like it. The brother laughed quietly. The younger one wiped his face and said that it was still dangerous and that his brother would continue to act like this. The protagonist did not argue with him. The brunette brought his hands to his younger brother's face and wiped his face with a handkerchief, saying that it was all because he trusted the younger one. The protagonist continued, reminding him that the younger one himself said that he would come to help. The protagonist smiled and looked at his brother, saying that he would definitely live, no matter where he went and who took him. Eugen silently looked at Eugen while he continued, saying that the younger one just needed to believe in him and come to help, but not rush. The younger one closed his eyes. They stood up and headed towards the gate. Eugen was helping his brother walk. The younger asked his brother to try so that he wouldn't need to be saved. The protagonist agreed that it would be nice. The younger asked how the guy managed to escape from Jupiter. The brother replied that he had been there for so long. When they passed through the gate, the others ran up to them. The protagonist stands in front of the others, holding his brother. He slightly changed the story of how he got rid of Seokwon. Everyone was skeptical about it, but were glad that the brothers were okay. After that, the brunette returned the memories to their owners. When Eugen was returning Soyoung's memories, Riet started a conversation, asking the protagonist to be softer with his younger brother. Hearing this, the guy was indignant. He said that he was not going to listen to this from Riet, but Noah supported the girl. The girl began to talk about what the protagonist did not see, but the younger one approached her from behind. He demanded that the girl not talk about it. The girl replied that she was doing this for Eugen's sake. The younger one and Riet began to quarrel. Noah tried to reconcile them. A little further from them, T1 and Eugen were talking. The man said that the brothers should go home. The guy asked if everyone was really on the brothers' side. The protagonist scratched the back of his head, standing in front of the man, and asked him for a favor. The argument between Riet and the younger brother was interrupted by the protagonist, calling the younger one, and he turned around. The older one extended his hand to him and offered to go home. The younger one was surprised and asked again. The protagonist smiled and repeated, still holding his hand outstretched. He said that of course, this is not their old home, but still. The younger one was silent and looked at Eugen in surprise. He followed his brother. Since their fight, not once in all this time could he go back, no matter how much he wanted to. The protagonist continued to smile and hold out his hand to his brother. He asked what the younger one was waiting for. Eugen was still standing in place, continuing to look at his brother in surprise. The younger one took Eugen's hand and agreed. The spherical glass building was illuminated by the sun's rays. The sun was shining through the uncurtained windows into the room. Eugen and Eugen were sleeping together. The sun was just barely missing the bed. The younger one finally returned home. There was a blue sky above the tall white building. The next day, the Hunters Association. The man's hand was lying on a stack of papers. He said that this was the last document related to the ISS. The employee with the cup of coffee said that he heard that he hadn't slept all night after returning from the incident and offered him to rest for a while. The brunette refused, saying that he still had a lot to do. A very rumpled T1 pinched the bridge of his nose with his fingers, saying that his job was to organize the equipment and documents about the dungeons found in the ISS. After that, he had to take a shower and go to the press conference. He reached for the coffee, saying that he was fine. At that moment, an angry girl entered the office, screaming that it was not okay for her to see him like this. The purple-haired girl, the former director of the Hunters Association and the new vice president of Union, exclaimed why he wanted to do all the work alone. She put her hands on the man's shoulders with a smile, telling him to leave everything to them right now, go home and rest. Someone even came to pick him up in a nice car. The man asked in surprise, "A car? What is it about?" Instead of an answer, a blonde man with a round bird on his head appeared. Hyoni looked at him and promised to get him home safe and sound. The man sitting at the table recognized the guild leader Jupiter and asked if he was okay. The blonde replied that he missed all the important stuff and wanted to be filled in on the details. He remembered the girl in love on the angry dragon and said that Soyoung had abandoned the report and went straight to the dungeon for a date. He pushed his chair back with his hand, saying that he was the only one who could give him an objective picture of what happened. T1 looked at him and asked why he sat down. The man beamed, saying that he planned to help him since he had no intention of going home. The brunette slapped the table and stood up, telling them to let him leave work right now. Yoon gave him a thumbs up, saying that it worked instantly. Chirpai flew above the green trees. Hyuni stood next to the man sitting on the bench, saying, "So this is what the official report will be." T1 confirmed, explaining that Sakwam had become SS class with an illegal item, but soon became enraged. He presented a photo of a man on the screen and continued that high-class hunters had banded together to stop him, but he had escaped to a nearby dungeon and disappeared. Introducing the image of Eugen, he said that there was no other way to report it. They couldn't write that Eugen, an F-class hunter, had dealt with him. Hyuni touched his chin thoughtfully, saying that it seemed like he had borrowed someone's power in the dungeon. The brunette replied that he had said so, although he hadn't heard a detailed explanation. A power powerful enough to defeat an SSS class. The blonde looked at the man who had lowered his head and asked with a sweet smile if he was starting to feel threatened by his item again. T1 exhaled, saying that Eugen was not an item. Looking down, he said that as long as he borrowed someone else's power, his opinion of them would not change. Moreover, he was grateful that he was able to prevent a disaster. The man looked ahead in confusion, saying that it was just that what bothered him the most was the power that Eugen held in his hands. Hyuni looked at the other man as he asked if he remembered the incident where the temporary shelter for high-class awakened ones burned down. Touching his face, the blonde remembered the news headline and said that it was 3 years ago. He heard confirmation that Hunter Eugen had awakened that day. T1 looked up, saying that officially it was an accident that occurred due to his inability to control his new powers. In fact, it was said that there was a person in the association who tried to force Eugen. He remembered the man pointing at the depressed schoolboy and said that he thought they were planning to scare the boy into joining the association, claiming that his family would not be safe if his awakening by S-class became known. Eugen looked down. T1 then looked at the building engulfed in flames. He remembered running while covering himself with his hand. How he looked up in surprise. There was a guy standing on the roof, his hands glowing purple. Eugen looked down with glowing eyes. The eyes of a beast, they looked down on everyone. The boy's pupil was like fire. The man thought that there was no one above him. That was his first impression of the hunter Eugen. T1 then looked up in shock. After that, as he knows, he founded his own guild, which led to a lot of trouble until the guild grew in size. He imagined the guild members following behind the leader. Not long ago, he was as terribly unpredictable as a ticking bomb. But last night, holding his hand, the man looked ahead. Eugen lay trembling on the ground, silently begging his brother not to go there. He threw his head back, sobbing loudly. T1 said that it was the face of an extremely helpless person. He remembered the boy crawling towards the dungeon, leaving a trail of blood. The face of a child who had barely become an adult. The man looked down, saying that he had never seen him like this. Imagining the hero standing in front of the toothy monsters, he said that he thought Eugen, an F-class, was too weak to be a leash, that the wild animals pretended to be on a leash for fun. He imagined a spark shining brightly in the darkness, saying that if it was his existence that made a creature that did not fit the norm seem like a completely normal person. The boy lying on the bed opened his eyes. Sitting up in bed, he said how much he slept and noticed that his vision had now completely returned. He asked Eugen what time it was. The younger one was sleeping next to him on a pillow, covering his brother with a blanket. Eugen thought that he was fast asleep. He must be tired. His wounds still hadn't healed. Did Tumum have a debuff that reduced regeneration? The brunette was sleeping peacefully. Eugen smiled slightly, looking at him. The sunlight was shining through the window. The hero thought that after all, the events of the previous night had filled the 3-year gap in their relationship. Walking down the hallway with a towel around his neck, Eugen said that he apologized as soon as he regressed and made up with him somehow. They didn't have time to talk openly about their feelings. He remembered how his injured brother held him and thought that for a long time he thought that he couldn't understand his younger brother's true thoughts, but now it was like he finally met him face to face. And who cares if he cried? It was better than holding back tears. A red snake crawled up to his leg and the guy called out to Belair. Holding the snake on his arm, the guy said that she was awake already. It must have been tough for her. And then he noticed a bird flying over and asked that Chirpai had teleported here. He was thinking about picking her up and checking if Hyuni was okay. The man tied a bow on the back of his apron and said that it was good that he was here then. Eugen widened his eyes at the blonde man with the bag who said that the fridge was empty, so he went to get groceries. The guy cursed under his breath, trying his best to keep quiet so as not to wake up Eugen. Standing in a belligerent pose, the hero asked why he was here, although he was glad that he was safe. Opening the bag, the man replied that a contract was a contract. He still had a responsibility to feed them well. Opening the fridge, Hyuni asked the guy where the S-class green onions were. He thought they would be here. The discouraged hero replied that he was still fixated on him. Eugen threw the elder a bag of onions, saying that here he has it as he sees it. Come on, cut it. If an S-class cuts a green onion, it's an S-class green onion. Looking at the green onion in his hand, the blonde said that he couldn't help but be curious. His item had a scar that couldn't be cured even with potions. The brunette froze in alarm as he opened the grocery bag. He remembered the image of Jellyfish when he heard her react to him too. Hyuni looked at the boy, remembering that she said that he had stabilized, but in his opinion, everything was still the same. The discouraged hero looked at him in confusion. Then, Hyuni suddenly ripped the shirt on his chest to shreds. The shocked boy stared at him with the bag in his hands. Towering over him, Hyuni stated that the mana he felt from that scar was too similar to his. All the color drained from Eugen's face when he heard this. Pointing his finger at the half-naked boy, the blonde man asked if he wanted to explain himself. The hero imagined horned monsters on fire and said that the knowledge he gained after defeating Daiyama was how to create a new poison and cursed dragon by fusing mana stones together. Flames in the shape of a dragon were erupting from the wound on his arm. Touching his chest, Eugen said that this is what he had there. Leaning on the kitchen counter, he continued that it would be a pity to let the mana stone of an SS-class transcendent dragon go to waste. The blonde man said he understood and asked why. He brought his palm to the scar, which began to glow. Eugen watched tensely as streams of energy swirled around him. His eyes widened in shock. Staggering, the hero fell forward, but the man held him. He thought, why the lack of mana? His mana was used to suck out this man's mana. Hyuni said in surprise that she wasn't rejecting his mana at all, but absorbing it. Why was the mana he felt inside similar to his? The guy brought his fingers to his face and then awkwardly touched his cheek, asking him stupidly what he was even talking about. He thought to himself that he had used his fragment to create some kind of dam, but he wouldn't get his share. With a sly look, clenching his teeth, he pointed at the man with his fingers and teased that it was similar to his. This mana was at least SSS class. Did he think he was SSS class? Did he read too many web novels with dungeons and cool protagonists? Hyuni replied that he was an arrogant S-class. Turning away, Eugen drank a blue potion and said that he should be more self-critical. The blonde thought that a monster born from a combination of SSS class mana stones. He looked down, thinking that this was an ability completely different from raising existing monsters. He imagined the hero holding the stone in his hands, surrounded by beasts, and thought if he could create a high-class monster himself with the right ingredients, and if that monster was born from transcendental mana stones. He imagined a bright flash. Then it could be of great help in fighting not only dungeons, but also transcendentals. The man grabbed the guy who spat out the potion in surprise by the arms. Holding the wriggling brunette, he said that he believed that he would not randomly play with such a high-class mana stone. The closer it was to his heart, the higher the chance of success. It seemed that he was not planted anywhere else. Eugen thrashed, demanding to be let go. His F-class body could not support two. Holding the guy like a kitten, the man said that he would not know unless he tried. How about his back? Eugen exclaimed that he didn't want to. There was no more room. The blonde looked at him like a bird, saying that he thought he should gain weight and increase the area. Eugen indignantly flapped his wings and shouted that he was what? A goose. By the way, he was an environmentally friendly goose, free range and without antibiotics. Like an indignant goose, the guy broke away and said that if he wanted to try, he should bring at least 2 SS-class mana stones from poison and cursed dragons. Waving his hand, Hyuni agreed, saying that he would then reserve a place above his heart on his back. Eugen, with Chirpai in love with his goose image on his shoulder, turned away, reluctantly agreeing, and said that the esteemed client should pay for the reservation. Putting on a t-shirt, the brunette turned around when he heard a question asking if he was okay, and asked what else he needed. Hyuni touched his shoulder. The slightly surprised man mused that he thought he had fed him well, but still. He looked at the brunette sitting on the floor in front of him and wondered if his F-class body could withstand such a skill. He imagined the jellyfish girl touching him and thought that it was more than that. Sitting next to the guy, the blonde said that he wanted him to make a promise as well. Was he sure he wouldn't sign a contract with Jellyfish? Looking at him with displeasure, Eugen asked why he cared. The man replied that he didn't like having his things taken away and he wasn't used to it. Eugen, who had a younger brother, pouted and said that he wasn't used to it. What a good life he had. Hyuni closed his eyes, nodding, and said that to be honest, he was worried about Eugen. The guy looked at him silently. Remembering the image of the girl, he thought that Jellyfish was offering to protect the people close to him if he agreed to her contract. A tempting offer, but suddenly, Eugen burst into the room, indignantly calling out to his brother. Eugen turned to his brother, who asked why this man was here and said that he was awake. Hyuni came here to cook for them. He held back the indignant younger one, who was shouting what he was up to, and replied that he was the one taking care of him. Let him wash up and treat his wounds, he also needed to eat. Hyunhee was surprised to hear the brunette say without turning around that he had no intention of signing a contract with her. Touching the door with his hand, the guy thoughtfully said that his younger brother was still young, he couldn't just leave him like that. Eugen turned and told him not to worry with a smile and to start cooking. Since he helped him, Eugen would prepare a special dish for Hyunhee. Hyunhee looked ahead with a slight smile. The bright sun was shining through the window. He said, "What an honor. What would he like to eat?" "Just a traditional Korean S-class feast fit for an emperor." And so, a satisfied Eugen with a wide smile and an embarrassed Eugen sat at a richly laid table. A sweet wish for a pleasant meal was heard. Hyunhee himself sat with an awkward look and a bag of bread and the remains of jam in a jar. Eugen leaned on a chair, exclaiming that this is what he ate. Everything is to his taste, isn't it? The man opened the bread and said that he even cried from such special care. While eating, they discussed the staff and dungeons under the control of the ISS. The blonde man tearing off the crust heard an indignant question. He removes the crust of bread and replied that he does not like it. The guy exclaimed that the head of Jupiter is a picky eater. He is already an adult. The man continued to tear off the crust of bread. In fact, their guilds are going to divide the resources of the ISS. At the moment, only they are able to manage such large assets. Fortunately, Hyunhee gave Eugen most of the useful resources. The boy looked at the tablet and asked in surprise, he was giving up so much to them. Did his brother accidentally decide to give him something in return? Pouring the blonde a drink, Eugen said that Hyunhee was thus apologizing for invading their home. Let's call it what they want. At this time, Bel-Air and Chirpai furiously attacked the plate of food. A ray of sunlight shone into the room. The hero thought that thanks to this, the kids will become even stronger. Many things will change compared to before his regression. Eunyoung, turning around, gave instructions to the staff. The association lost most of its influence due to the ISS incident, but they will be able to rebuild themselves. T1 hung white shirts to dry. In addition to the association and guilds, individuals. Soyoung showed something to Riet, who was sitting next to her, who were at the scene that day. Noah, with wings on his back, stood by the window. Yerim sat on peace with a smile, and even those who weren't there would also change for the better. Hyuna looked thoughtfully at the white beast in the cage, and at the end of these changes, Jellyfish, sitting and holding a shell in her hands, said that yes, something had changed this time. The wicked children had chosen an F-class caregiver, not some S-class. Looking at the contents of the shell, she said that she thought the key would definitely be the man with the crescent moon marks. Her clan was killed while she was holding him in prison. Leaning back over the chessboard with a laugh, the man in the black cloak sitting next to her said that this was unexpected even for him. He picked up a chess piece to move and continued that the wicked had now chosen a caregiver. Hadn't they killed caregivers every time? Pushing the black piece towards the white piece, he said that they were the ones who got rid of the caregivers in each world involved, claiming that they were the reason why the S-class naturals were acting unpredictably. Jellyfish waved her hand, wondering what had changed their minds this time. A small shining ball appeared in her fingers. She said that, by the way, she wanted Chatterbox to find something. The person sitting at the chess table asked what it was and heard the answer that it was the person the caregiver loved the most. She imagined a body lying on the ground and continued that it was a corpse carried away by a white bird. The ball reflected Eugen's face. Holding the pearl between her palms, Jellyfish said that she didn't know why the white bird took him along, but she felt like all of these things were somehow interconnected. Eugen with chopsticks looked away in surprise. Hyunhee held the cup. Eugen laughed happily. The deities were watching the pictures of his life, the truth that they would face at the end of these changes. And as a bonus, the guy in pajamas with a cap stretched out on the bed. Manhwa turned to the man and asked if he could get up now. It was all over after all, and heard that yes, it was over, his life to be precise. The man coughed the last phrase into his fist, while the guy looked at his phone in surprise, asking why so many people were writing to him. Manhwa read the message congratulating him on becoming an S-class in surprise, and said in confusion that he was a B-class. Simyoung clapped his hands and asked to tell the story. The door swung open. The staff walked in with musical instruments in their hands, surprising the guy. The beaming leader sang longingly that Manhwa is a hunter who hides his strength. The man played the flute along with the lyrics that he cut down a truck and saved people. The blonde played the triangle and sang that he instantly defeated the A-class hunter of the Jupiter Guild. He worked together with other S-classes. The man banged the castanets along with the song to stop the fury of the hunter who became an SS class. His name. The astonished Manhwa opened his mouth wide when he heard his name. His shocked, uncomprehending cry was heard in the glass skyscraper. What is the fate of the hunter Manhwa? Season 2, he woke up and found out that he became an S-class. Look forward to it. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.